Chapter 124. Could he be the illegitimate son of the god of marriage? After the interview, Cheng Shi and Li Yishu exchanged contact information. Li Yishu indeed had a high opinion of Cheng Shi, praising him repeatedly and saying that he was the most outstanding college student she had ever met. Since reportedly has such good taste, Cheng Shi couldn't fall behind. He immediately praised Li Yishu, saying that she was intelligent and beautiful, and definitely the most beautiful female reporter he had ever seen. Well, strictly speaking, he has only ever met one female reporter in his entire life, Li Yishu. That's not entirely against my conscience. Goose, goose, goose. Li Yishu was clearly pleased by Cheng Shi's praise. She first made a goose-like sound, then glanced at Xia Ning and said to Cheng Shi with a smile, "With Xia Ning as a role model, how dare I flatter myself and say that I am beautiful?" Cheng Shi gave a dry laugh and didn't respond to the comment. Of course he knew Xia Ning was beautiful, the kind of beauty where all her features were exactly what he wanted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bewitched him so completely in his past life. Just then, his phone rang. He looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Fan Min calling him from the Wanjiang campus. After pressing the answer button, Cheng Shi smiled and said, "Senior Sister Fan, what brings you here?" Fan Min told him quite seriously on the phone that he, as the vice minister, had to attend the school's cultural and sports department meeting later. Judging from Minister Fan's tone, it was clear that Cheng Shi, the deputy minister she had personally promoted, had missed several departmental meetings. Cheng Shi figured he didn't have anything else to do, so he nodded to her to reassure her that he would definitely be there this time, and then headed towards the Wanjiang campus. After he hung up the phone, Li Yishu smiled and said, "Cheng Shi, are you going to Wanjiang campus too?" Cheng Shi nodded. "Reportedly, judging from your tone, you're going too?" Li nodded and said that he had arranged an interview at the Wanjiang campus with a third-year student who had acted bravely. This interview with him was part of a series New Youth of the New Era. "Cheng Shi, let's go together then. We can chat on the way." "Sure." Cheng Shi nodded first, then asked, "Reportedly, are you driving, or?" Li Yishu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "With my current income, how could I afford a car? I took a taxi here. Let's take the school bus later." "No need," Cheng Shi smiled. "I have a car." "Wow, you're only a freshman and you already bought a car?" Li Yishu was first surprised, then suddenly realized. Although Cheng Shi is just a freshman, he has another identity, the owner of Yujian.com. I heard that his website, Yujian.com, earned over 2 million yuan in advertising fees last month alone, so buying a car is nothing to him. Thinking that he had graduated 5 or 6 years ago but still couldn't afford a car, reportedly suddenly felt a strong sense of inadequacy. It can only be said that comparing goods will only lead to waste, and comparing people will only lead to ruin. "Xia, you should come too." Li Yishu looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning hesitated for a moment. "Sister Yishu, can I do it too?" Li Yishu laughed and said, "I gave your publicity department teacher Lu a guarantee that I would take you along the whole time so that you could have more interview experience. Your teacher Lu has high hopes for you. Judging from the looks of it, you will be the face of Sichuan University's publicity department in the future." Thank you, Sister Yishu." Xia Ning nodded. Cheng Shi listened, barely managing to suppress his eye rolling. Originally, he had a high opinion of Li Yishu, thinking she was intellectual and beautiful. Who knew she would be so lacking in boundaries? Why didn't she ask for his opinion as the car owner before bringing Xia Ning along? If he had known Xia Ning would also be going to the Wanjiang campus, he definitely wouldn't have brought up the fact that he had a car. His attitude towards Xia Ning is very clear. "No, if I can't afford to offend you, I can at least avoid you, right?" However, since things had come to this point, he could not refuse. After all, it's not like there's no room. Li Yishu couldn't possibly know about the strained relationship between him and Xia Ning. If he really didn't let Xia Ning sit down, he would seem petty, offend people, and might even make Xia Ning angry. When that time comes, if Miss Xia files a lawsuit against his mother, Empress Dowager Yuan, he'll be in serious trouble, if not dead. Reportedly, "Let's go then." Cheng Shi walked in front, followed closely by Li Yishu with Xia Ning, while the male photographer tactfully walked at the back. Along the way, Cheng Shi and Li Yishu chatted. Cheng Shi talked about the process of creating Yujian.com, the difficulties he encountered, and how he solved them. He also talked about his college life. Li Yishu listened with great interest, even giving a thumbs up and saying, "Cheng Shi, this is what college life should be like. You have clear goals and strong execution skills. If you don't succeed, who will?" Xia Ning couldn't help but wonder, was Cheng Shi really that outstanding in the eyes of the mature and intellectual Li Yishu? She suddenly felt that her former self was ridiculous and laughable, like a clown. Even though Cheng Shi is so outstanding and brilliant, she still naively fantasizes that their relationship can go back to what it was before. She was aloof and superior while he revolved around her. How could that be possible? To put it bluntly, does she even deserve it? Xia Ning sighed softly. At this moment, when she faced Cheng Shi again, she had completely lost her former confidence and even felt a sense of inferiority that she was unwilling to admit, but which was real. In no time, they arrived at where Cheng Shi had parked his car. Cheng Shi got into the car first, drove the Audi A6L out of the parking space, and then half-opened the driver's side window to signal everyone to get in. Li Yishu and the photographer went straight to the back seat. Xia Ning had no choice but to sit in the passenger seat. After sitting down, she found that the seat was a bit low, about 3 centimeters too low, and it was not very comfortable to sit in. She subconsciously wanted to adjust it to a higher position, but in the end she did not do so, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. Because she discovered many things that belonged to the true mistress of the passenger seat. In the storage box in front of the armrest, there was a string of red hair ties, obviously used by girls to tie their hair. Next to it was a pair of women's sunglasses and a delicate black bow. There was a photo posted directly in front of the passenger seat, a picture of a man and a woman. The man was fair-skinned and handsome, with a sunny and refined appearance. It was Cheng Shi. The girl is Yu Baiwei's only unattainable beauty in real life, who makes Xia Ning feel inferior. In the photo, Yu Baiwei is not looking at the camera, but tilting her head to steal glances at Cheng Shi, her eyes filled with joy and satisfaction. Xia Ning sighed again, feeling inexplicably sad. Although she already knew from her best friend Lu Wanwen that the person currently by Cheng Shi's side was Yu Baiwei, the academic genius who had dominated her for 3 years of high school and caused her to lose her title as the school beauty. But when she actually saw the photo of Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei together, and how well they looked as a match, she still couldn't help feeling uncomfortable, as if she was about to suffocate. She finally understood why she felt short in the passenger seat of the Audi A6. Yu Baiwei was about 3 or 4 centimeters taller than her. It takes about 40 minutes to drive from the main campus of Sichuan University to the Wanjiang campus. Li Yishu was clearly a social butterfly, and not wanting to disturb Cheng Shi, who was focused on driving, she started chatting with Xia Ning. Xia, where are you from? From Linxiong. You're from Linxiong too? Isn't that the same place as Cheng Shi? You should have gone to the same high school. How come you don't recognize me? Li Yishu was quite surprised. In a small county like Linxiong, the only school that can get students into Sichuan University through the college entrance examination is #1 high school. With Cheng Shi's abilities and Xia Ning's looks, they should have been prominent figures in high school. Even if you don't know them personally, you should still know that there's someone like that at the school. But she found it strange that Cheng Shi and Xia Ning didn't seem to know each other. Xia Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. She didn't just go to the same high school as Cheng Shi. They were in the same class from kindergarten to elementary and junior high. They were already acquainted even in the womb. They were childhood sweethearts, but now they act like strangers. The reason lies with herself, just too dramatic. Xia Ning chose to remain silent and did not answer Li Yishu's question. Li Yishu finally realized that something was wrong and stopped pressing for answers. Half an hour later, we arrived at the Wanjiang campus. After parking his car, Cheng Shi went directly to the school's sports and cultural department's private activity room to prepare for a meeting. Li Yishu then took Xia Ning to interview the college junior who had acted bravely. The difference is only apparent with comparison. This third-year student was extremely nervous in front of the camera. He couldn't answer calmly, and he even stammered when he spoke. Several times, Li Yishu had to take the initiative to guide him, simplifying the questions to only require him to answer yes or no before the interview could continue. The whole process left Li Yishu extremely exhausted. After the interview finally ended, Li Yishu followed Xia Ning to the cafeteria on the Wanjiang campus for lunch. Xia Ning had lived on the Wanjiang campus for over a month, so she was quite familiar with the place. The two chatted while eating. Xia, can you feel the difference now? What's the difference? Of course it's the difference between the interviewees. Look at my interview with Cheng Shi. I hadn't even said a few words when he had already mastered the rhythm. His answers were well-organized, witty, and humorous, and he even managed to come up with a few memorable quotes every now and then. That guy just now, on the other hand, was dull and rigid. If I hadn't put in a lot of effort to guide him, our interview wouldn't have been able to continue. Sister Yishu, after listening to your analysis, the difference is indeed quite large. Cheng Shi doesn't seem nervous at all. If it were me, facing the camera for the first time in my life, my performance would be better than that guy's, but not by much. So Xia, Cheng Shi is really outstanding. He is indeed very outstanding, and is becoming more and more outstanding. At this point in the conversation, Xiaoning suddenly let out a soft sigh, filled with a sense of loss. Seeing this, Li Yishu suddenly said, Xia, actually, you and Cheng Shi have known each other for a long time, haven't you? Xiaoning nodded first, then smiled wryly. Sister Yishu, you figured it out? Well, Cheng Shi is trying so hard to pretend he doesn't know you. It's almost making things worse. He's deliberately avoiding looking at you. It seems you two not only know each other, but there's more to your story. As Li Yishu spoke, her expression became somewhat mischievous, clearly wanting to hear some gossip. Xiaoning continued with a bitter smile. Sister Yishu, let's not talk about this anymore. It's all in the past. There's probably no chance for me and him anymore. Just then, Li Yishu's phone rang. She pressed the answer button, listened to a few words from the other end, and although she looked displeased, she could only hum in agreement several times, promising to complete the task. Sister Yishu, what's wrong? What an idiot boss. He's only telling me now that I should bring a photographer to take some pictures of the Chengshi entrepreneurship base. I'm already at the Wanjiang campus. Okay. Then Sister Yishu, won't you have to make another trip to the main campus? What else can I do? He's the boss. He's the highest authority. What can I do? Li Yishu was furious and kept complaining to Xiaoning about how bizarre her boss was. After lunch, Li Yishu, Xiaoning, and the photographer took the school bus back to the main campus and then headed straight for the entrepreneurship base. On the way there, Li Yishu called the publicity department in advance and successfully obtained the general office's landline number. She immediately dialed the number, explained the situation, and asked the general office to send someone to go with her to the 101 headquarters to help with the liaison and communication. The main problem is that Cheng Shi isn't here. If she doesn't find someone from the general office to accompany her, she'll most likely be kicked out if she just barges in to take pictures. Reporter? If you say you are who you are, then you are. As for press passes, Li Yishu didn't think that the college students at Produce 101 would recognize them. The corridor outside the general office of the startup base. Jolina was talking to a boy. The boy was tall and handsome, dressed head to toe in designer brands. He would be considered a heartthrob in any college. His name is Ding Tianxiang. He is not Jolina's suitor, but Lu Jieqi's. The reason for seeking out Jolina was, of course, a roundabout way to achieve the goal. Senior Ding, it's not that I took your favors and didn't help you. You know how aloof Jieqi is. Hey, Zhou, I'm not blaming you. I believe that sincerity can move mountains, and Jieqi will eventually be moved by me. By the way, that guy Cheng Shi you told me about last time, he's also pursuing Jieqi. What's his approach? Jolina's expression changed. Senior, didn't I already send you his information? Ding Tianxiang waved his hand. I'm busy playing Dota. I don't have time to watch. Jolina rolled her eyes, but since she had accepted Ding Tianxiang's favor, she had no choice but to give him a rough account of Cheng Shi's situation. Ding Tianxiang listened and then smiled dismissively. He certainly has the credentials to pursue Lu Jieqi, who is considered the top goddess at Sichuan University alongside Xiaoning. First of all, they come from a very wealthy family with assets worth billions of yuan, making them among the top tier in Sichuan province. Secondly, he's good-looking, sunny and handsome, and tall. In their school of computer science, he's undoubtedly the #1 male god. He did well at school and became the vice president of the student union. Therefore, Cheng's so-called accolades, such as being the founder of Yujian.com, earning 1 or 2 million yuan a month, and being the vice minister of the school's cultural and sports department, are really nothing compared to him. Even he couldn't win over Lu Jieqi, but this guy named Cheng Shi can? Haha, he doesn't even deserve it. Just as Ding Tianxiang was thinking, the door to the general office opened, and Wu Jiu came out with Lu Jieqi. Wu Jiu looked at Jolina. Reporters from the West China City Daily are coming soon. They said they want to take photos at the Taipei 101 headquarters and asked us to help them. Are you going? Jolina nodded quickly. Sure, I've wanted to go to Taipei 101 for a long time. Jieqi, how about we have dinner tonight? Ding Tianxiang, with a shameless grin, stepped forward to greet Lu Jieqi. Lu Jieqi simply nodded to him without replying. Then I followed Wu Jiu and headed towards the 101 headquarters. Ding Tianxiang felt a strong sense of frustration. After thinking for a while, he followed behind and decided to go and take a look at the legendary 101 headquarters. He wanted to see just who this guy named Cheng Shi really was. What kind of person is he that dares to pursue a goddess with him? The group soon arrived at the entrance of the 101 headquarters. Wu Jiu did not go in directly, but waited for Li Yishu, who was still on her way. About 5 minutes later, Li Yishu came over with Xiaoning. Reportedly, Xiao Wu right. After Wu Jiu greeted Li Yishu, she led her into the 101 headquarters and started taking photos. Xiaoning originally intended to follow them inside, But unexpectedly, upon seeing Lu Jiechi, she immediately frowned and coldly asked, Lu Jiechi, why are you here? Are you still pursuing Chengshi? Lu Jiechi. She appeared at the 101 headquarters purely for work. But from Xianing's perspective, she certainly wouldn't think that way. Sichuan University is so big, covering several thousand acres and housing 50 to 60,000 people. Lu Jiechi just happened to appear at the door of Chengshi's office. What were her intentions? Zhou Lina and Ding Tianxiang recognized her at a glance. The girl with the single ponytail in front of them, whose looks, figure, and temperament were absolutely no less than Lu Jiechi's, was Xia Ning, another goddess of Sichuan University who was on par with Lu Jiechi. Both of them were quite surprised by Xia Ning's words. I thought to myself, no matter how beautiful you are, Goddess Xia, you can't just spout nonsense. What do you mean Lu Jiechi is still pursuing Chengshi? It's clearly Chengshi who's relentlessly pursuing Lu Jiechi, constantly showing up at the general office to make his presence known. What surprised the two even more was Lu Jiechi's next answer. She looked at Xia Ning and said coldly, Xia Ning, I am still pursuing Chengshi, so what? What's it to you? Meow meow meow. Zhou Lina and Ding Tianxiang both seemed to see a huge golden question mark on each other's heads. Who is Lu Jiechi? The campus goddess of Sichuan University, codenamed Red Rose. Who is Xia Ning? She was also the campus goddess of Sichuan University, nicknamed White Moonlight. What are these two goddesses, chosen by tens of thousands of teachers and students at Sichuan University, and with 100% credibility, doing now? They actually started fighting over a guy named Chengshi? It looks like magical realism no matter how you look at it. But it just happened right before my eyes. Zhou Lina and Ding Tianxiang were both stunned, feeling as if someone had suddenly pried open their skulls and poured a large bucket of paste into them. Through the argument between Xia Ning and Lu Jiechi, the two of them roughly understood the situation. Xia Ning and Chengshi were childhood sweethearts, but they broke up for some unknown reason. Then Chengshi met Lu Jiechi, who quickly developed feelings for him and began pursuing him. At this time, Xia Ning returned and started competing with Lu Jiechi for Chengshi's affections. Judging from this isn't the first time the two school beauties have argued and fought. Zhou Lina and Ding Tianxiang, who barely managed to piece together the main storyline through observation, guessing, and imagination, were completely bewildered and utterly clueless. Is that guy named Chengshi some kind of illegitimate son of the god of love? Otherwise, how could he make two top school beauties fight over him and even tear each other apart in public? What is the Jade Emperor doing? Is your matchmaker abusing his power for personal gain? Doesn't he care? Chapter 125 Senior Ding's Dao heart collapses. Driven by jealousy, Ding Tianxiang's face gradually contorted. He considered himself a male god and had been pursuing Lu Jiechi relentlessly for so long. But Lu Jiechi had always been lukewarm towards him, or rather, only cold and never warm. How come Chengshi can make Lu Jiechi chase after him? Not to mention, we also have to add Xia Ning, whose facial features are even more refined than Lu Jiechi's. Two goddesses are fighting over him. What kind of overpowered protagonist script is this? Can't we give him one too? Price is negotiable. Zhou Lina was surprised, but she couldn't stand by and watch her best friend get torn apart. So she decisively confronted Xia Ning. Xia Ning, right? You're hilarious. When Chengshi was pursuing you, you kept him hanging on, calling it a test. What? Are you the country or the people? What right do you have to test him? No matter what, you're not Chengshi's girlfriend. So what does it have to do with you whether our Jiechi pursues Chengshi or not? Xia Ning glared at her. What's it to you, you ugly freak? Zhou Lina is actually not bad looking, but she's not a great beauty. She'd probably score in the 70s. Unfortunately, Xia Ning is a player with a rank of 95 or higher, so calling her ugly is actually quite fitting. Zhou Lina was speechless for a moment, but she didn't back down. So what if I'm ugly? You're quite pretty, but what does Jiechi lack compared to you? She's taller, has a better figure, and most importantly, she's gentler. If I were a man, I definitely wouldn't choose you. After she finished criticizing Xia Ning, she turned to look at Lu Jiechi. Jiechi, I support you. We're not going to fight for nothing. We're going to fight for pride. We have to win Chengshi over no matter what, and make that Xia guy furious. He's been bullying us too much. Ding Tianxiang was stunned. No, Zhou, after you accepted my bribe, didn't you solemnly promise to be my wingman? How come you changed your paint scheme to enemy agent paint all of a sudden, turning the American Eagle, F-15, into Kai Guoqing J8? Lu Jiechi smiled wryly. Lina, I gave up on pursuing Chengshi a long time ago. I only said that because I was angry with Xia Ning. Zhou Lina looked puzzled. No, Jiechi, are we just going to give Chengshi to this Xia guy like that? Wouldn't that be letting her off easy? Believe me, you're no worse than her. We won't lose this. Lu Jiechi said helplessly. Lena, what are you talking about? What do you mean by allowing or not allowing? Chengshi isn't an object. Don't worry, there's no possibility between him and Xiaoning. Oh, really? Zhou Lena's mouth dropped open. I've met Chengshi before. He's not bad-looking, but he's not exactly stunningly handsome. Not to mention, Senior Ding is much more handsome than him. If he doesn't choose you or Xiaoning, could he possibly have a better choice? Impossible, absolutely impossible. You two are both recognized campus goddesses at Sichuan University. Unless he doesn't like women. Lu Jiechi was both amused and exasperated. She was certain, of course, that Chengshi was sexually normal. When Chengshi rejected her that night, he made it very clear to her that it wasn't that she wasn't good enough, but that the timing was wrong. There was already another girl who had taken the place in his heart that could only accommodate one person before her. They also knew that this girl was not Xiaoning. Although she had never met the girl, she had a strong feeling that the girl must be very beautiful and outstanding. Otherwise, how could she have attracted Chengshi? Xiaoning retorted directly to Zhou Lena. You old hag, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Xiao Cheng not like women? Zhou Lena pouted. Okay, I admit I misspoke. So who does Chengshi like? Is there really a girl in our school who's prettier than you and Jiechi? Xiaoning gave a wry smile. She can still maintain her confidence in front of Lu Jiechi. But how could she possibly compare to Yu Baiwei? That unattainable beauty was the only school beauty recognized by 3 generations of students at Linxiong No. 1 High School. During high school, she was completely overshadowed by him. Ding Tianxiang looked puzzled when he heard this. As Zhou Lena said, Lu Jiechi and Xiaoning are already recognized as the top beauties at Sichuan University, so why didn't Chengshi choose either of them? Is he some kind of oddball who just happens to like ugly people? I don't understand. I really don't understand. It's as if Senior Ding's head contains a whole book of 100,000 whys. Suddenly, the empty corridor was filled with the sound of footsteps. Everyone fell silent for a moment because of what Zhou Lena had just said. The sound of footsteps approaching from afar was then clearly distinguished. Following the sound, a graceful figure slowly approached. A black Chanel dress made her skin appear even whiter, like freshly squeezed milk. The long dress is adorned with a ribbon at the waist, which sways gently as she walks, exuding a graceful charm. Her lips were very red, not from lip gloss, but from her natural color. Her nose was delicate and upturned, and above it were a pair of extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes, deep and aloof, seemingly indifferent, yet captivating. Any beautiful woman, or elegant and refined like Lu Jiechi, either charming and alluring like Xiaoning. This young woman perfectly blended the best of both worlds, adding a touch of heroism, grace, and poise to her already stunning beauty. She walked over like that, her face expressionless, yet she exuded an immense sense of oppression, making people afraid to look directly at her. Xiaoning suddenly felt suffocated. The girl was Yu Baiwei, that flower blooming high above the clouds. She had heard Lu Wenwen say that Chengshi and Yu Baiwei had become very close a little over a month before the college entrance examination. After entering university, the two got together, which was a natural progression. In fact, Yu Baiwei gave up going abroad and chose to study at Sichuan University because of Chengshi. But hearing is just hearing, seeing is just seeing. That's Yu Baiwei. Even someone as proud as Xian Ning would feel ashamed in her presence. She acknowledged that Chengshi was outstanding, but subconsciously, she still felt that Chengshi and Yu Baiwei were from different worlds. Now, at this moment, she saw it with her own eyes. Why is Yu Baiwei here? Because Chengshi's office is here. Xiaoning suddenly felt a pang of heart palpitation, and a strong sense of weakness washed over her. Yu Baiwei is too perfect. She's not just an ideal person, she's a fantasy. In terms of looks, figure, and temperament, she can easily outshine her. Even if she were Chengshi, she wouldn't have any reason to choose herself over Yu Baiwei, would she? Xiaoning suddenly felt that her argument with Lu Jiechi had become meaningless. Lu Jiechi didn't know Yu Baiwei, but the moment she saw her, she had a strong feeling that this angelic girl must be the girl Chengshi had mentioned. She still felt deeply resentful towards Chengshi. I don't think I lost to anyone. I was just a step too late. Now Lu Jiechi finally understands that a loss is a loss, and it has nothing to do with whether it's early or late. Moreover, she didn't lose unjustly. Losing to such a flawless girl, she really didn't lose unjustly at all. Thinking back to what Chengshi said that night, the percentage of words that comforted her was at least 90%. Yu Baiwei didn't come to the 101 headquarters to find Chengshi. She knew Chengshi wasn't here. He was in a meeting at the Wangjiang campus. Chengshi had told her that on QQ. She was so bored after class that she decided to go to Taipei 101 to relax and bring some fruit for everyone. To be honest, Yu Baiwei even prefers to go to the 101 headquarters more than Cheng Shi does. Cheng Shi, the boss, came to the 101 headquarters simply for work, but Yu Baiwei was able to gain emotional value from it. What she liked most was hearing the 101 employees call her boss lady, one after another. The employees were obviously happy with this. After all, calling out to the boss's wife a few times didn't cost them any money, but they could get expensive fruits from her in return, so why not? Yu Baiwei was a little stunned to see several strangers standing at the entrance of the 101 headquarters, including two very pretty girls. She wondered what these people were doing at the entrance and why they were all staring at her with such strange looks. Yu Marin was, after all, a socially awkward person. She didn't say anything to these people. She simply walked past them with her eyes straight ahead and her face expressionless, pushed open the door, and entered the 101 headquarters. As she entered, the employees inside greeted her warmly, calling her boss lady, with increasingly smooth and familiar language. Yu Baiwei came to the 101 headquarters just for this, so she immediately became very happy. She took out expensive fruits such as crystal grapes, mangosteens, and cherries from the bag and distributed them to everyone. She also distributed special, good person cards for Yu Baiwei. Fei Fei, you are a beautiful and kind person. Sister Nanshui, you are also a beautiful and kind person. Zhang Wenjia, although you're not good looking, you're still a good person. The 101 headquarters was, after all, just a converted activity room, so the soundproofing was practically non-existent. So the sounds inside can be heard from the outside, especially those heartfelt boss lady. Xian Ning listened, maintaining a semblance of composure on the surface. But inwardly, she was already on the verge of collapse, feeling as if she were in a mountainous area that had been experiencing 2 months of torrential rain, with extremely muddy mountain roads. Yu Baiwei is actually with Cheng Shi, and not only that, she has also gained the approval of Cheng Shi's companions. Those repeated calls of boss lady seemed to transform into sharp knives, piercing her heart. She finally understood that Xiao Cheng's coldness towards her wasn't out of spite, but because he already had Yu Baiwei's admiration and affection. That's Yu Baiwei. Not only is she prettier and more elegant than me, but even in terms of personality, she's obviously inferior. Xiaoning put herself in Yu Baiwei's shoes and wondered if she, as the person standing by Cheng Shi's side, could make Cheng Shi's companions like her as much as Yu Baiwei did. The answer is clearly no. Once a person's character is formed, how easy is it to change it? Arrogance is her nature, and willfulness is her foundation. Even if she is willing to change for Cheng Shi, how could she possibly be as docile, obedient, and understanding as Yu Baiwei? Come on, Xiaoning. Keep going, this isn't over yet. Jolina did not know who Yu Baiwei was, nor did she know what her relationship with Cheng Shi was. Although she was also deeply shocked by Yu Baiwei's AOE-level beauty, she was puzzled as to why such a flawless girl was not on the goddess list. If she were, Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning would definitely not be the #1 goddess. Looks like they're not from our school. Thinking this way, Jolina naturally regarded Yu Baiwei's passing by as a minor incident. Xia Ning was too arrogant when she scolded Lu Jieqi just now, and she was still angry and wanted to continue to fight with her. Unexpectedly, Xia Ning, who had been at full fighting strength just moments before, now looked listless, tired, and haggard. She shook her head and said with a wry smile, "Forget it. What's the point of arguing anymore?" Jolina raised her chin, accompanied by a cold laugh. "Heh, you were so fierce when you tore at our Jieqi just now. How come it's meaningless now? If you're scared, then apologize to Jieqi and don't you dare to act tough with Jieqi again." Xiaoning gave a wry smile and did not respond. She was truly exhausted and felt that everything she had experienced today was incredibly unreal. Lu Jieqi was kind-hearted after all, and even empathized with Xian Ning at this moment. She advised Jolina, "Lena, let it go, don't hold it against her. Actually, she's a pitiful person too." A pitiful person? Jolina was a little confused. What is all this nonsense? Jieqi, aren't you two rivals in love? Why are you speaking up for her now? Lu Jieqi sighed. Because she, like me, has finally realized that there is absolutely no possibility between her and Cheng Shi anymore. Jolina was even more confused and pressed Lu Jieqi for an explanation. Lu Jieqi explained somewhat helplessly. "Lena, did you see that girl who just walked by?" Jolina nodded and said, "Yes, I saw her. She's so beautiful. If I hadn't seen her with my own eyes, I would have found it hard to believe that such a perfect girl exists in real life. She's even prettier and more elegant than Jieqi and Xiaoning. She probably isn't from our school, otherwise she would be the only campus goddess." Lu Jieqi smiled wryly. "Lena, if you ask me, she's not only from our school, but also Cheng Shi's girlfriend. The reason she's not on the goddess list is probably because Cheng Shi is protecting her. With her around, do you think Xia Ning and I still have a chance? Ah. Jolina's eyes widened immediately. Like Xia Ning, she also felt, in a daze, that the world was not so real. Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning, the undisputed #1 campus goddesses at Sichuan University, were vying for Cheng Shi's affections. But it turns out neither of them was the main heroine. The real female lead was actually that flawless, angelic, and radiant young girl from before. What does outrageous mean? That's outrageous. Outrageous plus, outrageous max. Ding Tianxiang, who had long been questioning his life, was now even more speechless and choked with emotion. Is there no justice left? Is there no law left? It's one thing for Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning, two campus goddesses, to be vying for Cheng Shi, but his official girlfriend is even more goddess-like than the goddesses themselves, practically an angel. Haha, what about me? Ding, who was originally very confident in himself and felt that he was no worse than Cheng Shi, now had his Dao heart completely broken. They even began to ponder the ultimate questions of humanity, the legendary 3 philosophical questions. Who I am? Where do I come from? Where do I go? Chapter 126. Life is not worth it. Cheng Shi had neither super hearing nor supervision, so naturally, he didn't know what was happening in the corridor at the entrance of 101 headquarters. Actually, he finished the meeting a long time ago and left the Wangjiang campus almost together with Li Yishu and Xiaoning. However, instead of returning to the main campus, they drove to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Thanks to the popularity generated by the Goddess Contest, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China branch of Meet You Milk Tea Shop, despite its average location, is doing very well and has been extremely popular for a week. However, business was only so today. Cheng Shi arrived at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China at noon. This time of day should be the busiest time for business, but there were not many customers, let alone the long queues that had formed in the previous days. That doesn't make sense. This milk tea shop's business can't possibly stay booming all the time because of its location, but the Goddess Contest is in full swing right now, so it's not time for business to decline yet. Cheng Shi was quite puzzled, so he called Zheng Xiaoru over. After chatting for a while, he learned the reason had encountered a competitor. Competition is inevitable in business. There have been several milk tea shops around the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China for a while now. They're probably envious of Meet You Milk Tea. They've been having a price reduction promotion for the past few days, and the price reduction is so large that it's almost as low as the Mariana Trench. Mr. Cheng, what do you think they're after? At such low prices, the more they sell, the more they lose. Zheng Xiaoru kept complaining to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi curled his lip. What else could they be after? They're just waging a price war, trying to crush us with low prices. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Xiaoru said, Mr. Cheng, what should we do? Should we lower the price too? Downgrade it. Cheng Shi shook his head directly. As a seasoned capitalist, he would rather be a gigolo than engage in a losing business. After thinking about it, I had an idea. If you're offering price reductions and promotions, then I'll just provide emotional value. He immediately called Zhang Wenjia and asked him to promote the milk tea shop in the most prominent position on the website, introducing the concept of the first cup of milk tea in autumn, which would later become extremely popular. They weren't idle offline either, paying a hefty price to have the corresponding billboards and banners made by express delivery. The effect was immediate. The business at Meet You Milk Tea Shop has visibly become booming. The number of people who consume milk tea every day is limited, so the milk tea shops that engage in price wars are not exactly deserted, but their business is certainly dismal. Price reductions and promotions are certainly very attractive to consumers, but many things cannot be measured simply by money. To put it bluntly, Cheng Shi's approach is the same as the marketing strategy of linking diamonds with love. Moreover, other milk tea shops can't replicate it. First of all, their store name is no good. Things like "so delicious" or "give me a cup" are irrelevant. How can these things be associated with love? In comparison, the name Meet You fits this formula perfectly. The accompanying promotional slogans are also easy to come up with, such as "Meeting You starts with the first cup of milk tea in autumn," or "Why does milk tea have warmth? Because it just so happens to meet you." As long as you create a certain atmosphere, you don't have to worry about contemporary college students not getting hooked. Furthermore, other milk tea shops haven't encountered the internet as a powerful weapon, so they could only watch helplessly as the Meet You Milk Tea shops snatched back the customers they had painstakingly won back through price wars and losing money to gain popularity. This is a case of losing both the wife and the army. The owners of several milk tea shops were furious, but they couldn't do anything about Cheng Shi. I've already inquired about it. The owner of the Meet You Milk Tea shop, although still a college student, has a wide and unconventional network. He managed to link the campus goddess competition with work-study programs, turning it into a joint project between two schools. Despite not being a student at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESTC, several leaders from UESTC's publicity department and the Youth League Committee are extremely fond of him. Their price war is a normal business competition tactic, and the school leaders can't interfere. But if they dare to play any dirty tricks, they can destroy the store in no time. Mr. Chung, what kind of trick is this? How come it's working so well? Zheng Xiaoru was shocked, looking at the rapidly returning customer base with a face full of confusion. Well, Chung sure smiled. Sister Zheng, when you understand the importance of emotional value, you'll know why my approach works. Emotional value? Zheng Xiaoru listened with a mixture of understanding and confusion. Chung sure didn't say anything to her, but left the milk tea shop and walked towards the complex building. The support from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESDC, wasn't as much as that from Sichuan University, where they treated him like a son and gave him whatever he wanted. But at least they treated him like an adopted son, providing him with a free activity room and more than 10 computers at almost no rental fees. This activity room is now considered a branch base of Fruit Technology. On the technical side, the newly appointed head, Wang Song, was personally in charge. In terms of content, Zhang Wenjie is still in charge of Sichuan University, while Li Feiyu is in charge of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. After entering the activity room, Cheng Shi checked the back-end data. I'm quite satisfied with the result. The retention rate at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China is even better than when Sichuan University held its goddess contest after all. With the experience of the first time, many details can be handled better. Brother Song. Cheng Shi summoned Wang Song and, in a consultative tone, spoke to him. I have a childhood friend named Huang Ziwei, a freshman at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. He knows a bit about computers. Could we have him work for you first? Even if he can only learn a little bit from you, Brother Song, he'll benefit from it for the rest of his life. After 2 rounds of expansion, Heir Technology now has 50 or 60 full-time employees, with the technology department accounting for more than a third of them. Among them, the best in terms of technique is still Nanchino Wonder. She is a genius girl who can make a name for herself in the Red Hacker Alliance. Next is Wang Song. Compared to Nan Shui, he lacks some of the flair, but his fundamentals are very solid. The code he writes may not be the most concise or optimized, but it is definitely the one with the fewest bugs. Cheng Shi really hopes that Brother Huang will be able to start his own business in the future and make a name for himself. Therefore, university students cannot be lazy. Learning from Wang Song, a technical expert, will definitely benefit you for a lifetime. Since Cheng Shi, the boss, rarely needed his help, and it wasn't anything that would put him in a difficult position, Wang Song naturally agreed without hesitation. Cheng Shi immediately called Brother Huang, explained the situation in a few words, and told him to come over and report as soon as possible. Big Brother Huang, however, seemed rather insecure and stammered as he asked Cheng Shi, "Little Cheng, can I do it?" Cheng Shi rolled his eyes at Huang Go, who couldn't see it but could definitely feel it, and said, "Whether you're good or not, only you know." "How would I know?" After hesitating for a moment, Brother Huang gritted his teeth and agreed, because he knew that Cheng Shi was doing this for his own good and was thinking of him. Whether in terms of IQ or EQ, he was visibly inferior to Cheng Shi, but he also had his strengths. From childhood to adulthood, he was very hardworking. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to get into the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, a 985 university, with only average intelligence. After Brother Huang arrived, he did not show any superiority because of his relationship with Cheng Shi. Instead, he kept a very humble attitude, which was reflected in how he addressed Wang Song as master repeatedly. It's just that in this day and age, that kind of thing is really out of fashion. Otherwise, Brother Huang would probably have offered tea and kowed out on the spot to formally become an apprentice. This made Wang Song quite embarrassed. He grinned and said, "I'm not much older than you. Just call me Brother Song." Then he patted Huang Ziwei on the shoulder and said that as long as he was willing to learn, he would teach him whatever he had to teach him. Those who work in technology are simple at heart, without so many hidden agendas. Unlike the marketing department, where a few shrewd people like Hong Yin, a department of less than 10 people, can find more than 100 cunning schemes. After finalizing the matter of Brother Huang becoming his apprentice, Cheng Shi went to the school's Youth League Committee office and asked Director Fu Guangming to accompany him to the interview for impoverished students. Chung Shi had promised Professor Fan that since they had taken up the banner of work-study programs, they couldn't just pay lip service to it. They had to put it into action. By shamelessly dragging Director Fu along, Chung Shi not only wanted to give him a sense of participation in exchange for his recognition of UGN.com, but also had some ulterior motives that he didn't want to share with outsiders. It's not that poor students are necessarily kind. An old saying goes, poverty breeds cunning, while wealth fosters conscience. This saying is somewhat biased, but it also has some truth to it. If any problems arise after recruiting these impoverished students, Director Fu, who was involved in the recruitment process, will bear some responsibility and will have to share the blame. Chung Shi has always been a decisive and efficient person. With him involved, the entire interview process went very quickly. In just 1 hour, a list of more than 10 part-time workers was finalized, including Aina, a little e-girl whom Chung Shi had long wanted to help in any way he could. Chung Shi directly arranged for her to work at the Meet You milk tea shop as Zheng Xiaoru's assistant, and gave her the highest salary among the scholarship recipients. After the interview, Aina approached Chung Shi privately and shyly asked him if he had personally paid for her lost and recovered tuition fees at the train station. Chung Shi would definitely deny it, saying, "How could that be? Don't overthink it." Aina said seriously, "Brother Chung, don't lie to me. My tuition fees were saved up by my grandma and me. A lot of the money was old money, but the money you gave me was almost all brand new." Chung Shi didn't say anything, nor did he know what to say. After a moment of silence, Aina gritted her teeth and said with unwavering determination, "Brother Chung, I will pay you back that money as soon as possible." Chung Shi said helplessly, "Really, it's not necessary. This little bit of money is nothing to me, but it's a huge sum for you." Aina didn't say anything more, bowed to Chung Shi, and then left. Seeing this, Director Fu was very puzzled, so Chung Shi told him about Aina and her grandmother losing money at the train station. After listening, Fu Guangming was quite moved. "Chung Shi, I never expected you to have such a kind heart." Chung Shi pursed his lips. "Director Fu, what are you saying? Do I not look like a good person?" Fu Guangming smiled and said, "You asked Professor Fan to turn your project from entrepreneurship support into a work-study program. Do you really think we don't know what your intentions are? The teachers at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China who are in charge of your project, including myself, have been supporting you when they should, but they can't help but say that you are too self-serving and not honest enough. But now it seems that's not entirely true. Having self-interest is fine, but it doesn't conflict with doing good deeds." Chung Shi laughed along. "Director Fu, you're a smart man, so I won't pretend anymore. I'll just say what I mean. My primary goal is definitely to make money. If I can help more impoverished students while making money, I'll be happy to do so. But the premise is that I can make money. I can't lose money to gain publicity. I'm just starting out, and I don't have that kind of ability yet." Fu Guangming patted Chung Shi on the shoulder. "A gentleman judges by actions, not intentions. That's the principle." Perhaps because he found chatting with Chung Shi quite comfortable, he invited Chung Shi to sit in his office. Chung Shi glanced at his watch, shook his head, and said, "Director Fu, maybe next time. I have to rush back to Sichuan University to take care of some work." Watching Chung Shi leave, Director Fu finally realized that Chung Shi was a student from the neighboring Sichuan University, not their University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. He sighed and muttered to himself, "Hey, this kid should have filled in the answer sheet wrong during the college entrance exam and scored several tens of points less. If he were a student from our University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, I would have been the one to mentor him on that project, and it would be something I can talk about for the rest of my life." Half an hour later, Chung Shi returned to the main campus of Sichuan University and headed straight for the 101 main camp. As Chung Shi passed by the general office, he stopped, intending to go in and greet Professor Fan. However, after scanning the area and not seeing Professor Fan's usual bicycle near the parking lot, he didn't actually go in. The bicycle is not there, which means Professor Fan is most likely not there either. In the corridor, I saw Jolina and a tall, handsome boy. Wow, Jolina is pretty good. She found such a handsome boyfriend. He's almost half as good-looking as me. Chung Shi thought this to himself, but didn't greet Jolina. They had only met a few times and weren't that close. To his surprise, Jolina and her boyfriend kept their eyes on him, especially her boyfriend, whose gaze was very strange. It was as if he had a blood feud with him, like he had killed his father or stolen his wife. This is so strange. Chung Shi is really good. He was certain that he had never even met this boy before. Naturally, he couldn't understand why this guy was so hostile towards him. He never bothered to think about things he couldn't understand. He walked straight past the two people without glancing at them, heading straight for Taipei 101 headquarters. After he left, Ding Tianxiang spat angrily. This guy is Cheng Shi. Zhou Lina nodded. Ding Tianxiang's face was full of envy and jealousy. He said resentfully, damn it, this kid doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He's just a little handsome, but his looks aren't even as good as mine. What makes him so special that Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning are chasing after him and fighting over him? And he even has a goddess-level girlfriend. Zhou Lina's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation. Senior Ding, you're asking me? Who should I ask? Ding Tianxiang rolled his eyes. Junior Zhou, do you know what this means? It means your intelligence work is extremely inadequate. You didn't even figure out the situation before calling me over to make my presence known. I came running over like a fool, and what happened? I didn't even get to say a few words to Lu Jieqi, and Cheng Shi didn't even show his face before spitting in my face. Knowing she was in the wrong, Zhou Lina quickly apologized. Senior Ding, I really didn't mean it. Who would have thought that it wasn't Cheng Shi pursuing Jieqi, but Jieqi pursuing Cheng Shi? Yes, you really didn't mean it, Ding Tianxiang said with a look that suggested he wanted to kill Zhou Lina. But do you know how much damage and blow your intelligence failure has caused me? If I become depressed and decide to go to the rooftop one day, I'll definitely take you with me first. He got angrier and angrier as he spoke, and he couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Zhou Lina, that damned fake information broker. He turned around and left, but as luck would have it, he bumped hard into the transparent glass door. The impact was so severe that he saw stars. So Ding Xuechong felt even worse. He was already being fooled by fake information dealers and had a face full of embarrassment from Cheng Shizi, but now even a broken glass door was bullying him. He sighed deeply and wiped away his tears. For some reason, Senior Ding thought of Chu Yuan. Life is not worth living, and true love is not worth living. Chapter 127 Fame. Time quickly passed to the next day. The West China City Daily's feature interview with Cheng Shi, which aired yesterday, was published today, taking up an entire supplement page and accompanied by several photos, including Cheng Shi's personal picture, as well as scenes of the 101 headquarters, employees working hard and bustling with activity. The West China City Daily is definitely one of the best-selling newspapers in Chengdu. Early in the morning, Lu Yinyan, who learned from the homepage of Yujian.com that Cheng Shi had been featured in the West China City Daily, bought a large stack of newspapers at her own expense and carried them to the girls' dormitory, distributing them to each room. She posted the ad while showing off, telling the girls in the dormitory to look quickly. The handsome boy in the newspaper who was so handsome that he shocked the United Nations was their class monitor of Finance Class 1, the peerless hero who saved her from danger in golden armor. Yan Yan is now clearly Cheng Shi's biggest fangirl. To be fair, Cheng Shi didn't lift a finger in the study room incident. The ones who actually stood up and fought were Wang Jiqiao, Zhang Lu, and Wang Tianyu. Lu Yinyan found it strange, however, that she was only grateful to Cheng Shi. It's unclear what Wang Jiqiao, Zhang Lu, Wang Tianyu, and others think about this. Well, that's just how the world is. Unevenness is everywhere. After distributing the newspapers and returning to her dormitory, Lu Yinyan carefully read Cheng Shi's feature article. The more I watch, the more excited I get. I think her class monitor looks great on camera. Even while reading, their eyes are filled with stars. Xia Jingzhe hadn't planned to read it, but Lu Yinyan kept tempting him, and he couldn't resist anymore. He started browsing it carefully, and the more he read, the more dazed he became. College students have lost the naivety of high school, but they haven't yet learned the shrewdness of adulthood. This group generally has a very strong sense of honor, and even believes that honor outweighs personal gain. Cheng Shi had previously stirred up trouble at the school by creating websites and organizing competitions, earning a large sum of advertising fees and making a fortune. The classmates were quite envious, but not to the point of being jealous. They didn't have a very precise concept of money, and felt that although Cheng Shi's work was impressive, it wasn't fundamentally different from that of the shop owners on the street. They graduated, entered the workforce, and it's not like they can't make money. These days, college students, especially those from 985 universities, are generally arrogant and proud. But if Cheng Shi is in the newspaper, especially the West China City Daily, which has an official background and a lot of influence in Chengdu, then that's a completely different story. He was immediately established as a role model, seemingly a leading figure among the new generation of youth in the new era. The image instantly becomes more sophisticated, and the level of class is immediately boosted. Thinking about all this, Jingzhe became increasingly dazed. Coming from a well-off family, her pursuit of spiritual things far outweighed her pursuit of material things. Therefore, the fact that Cheng Shi was featured in the newspaper and hailed as a leader of the new generation of youth had a greater impact on her than on Lu Yinyan. Even if she were proud, She had to admit that Cheng Shi was now so dazzling that she could hardly reach him, let alone be compared to her suitors, such as Luo Jiahao. Cheng Shi is the shining sun in the sky, while Luo Jiahao and his ilk are not even fireflies. The difference is simply too great. I must say, Cheng Shi is really photogenic, and he's not shy at all. He even put his arm around the director of the Youth League Committee of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, like they were buddies. Zhou Yinyan was also reading the newspaper, sighing as she read. Lu Yinyan chimed in. Yeah, it feels like our class monitor is from a completely different world. He seems to have been born to be at the very center of the stage. No wonder he could win the favor of a girl like you Baiwei. As Xia Jingzhe listened to these words, his expression became increasingly dazed, and he felt a strange sense of weightlessness. She couldn't help but laugh at herself, wondering how she could have mistaken such an outstanding and dazzling boy for a frivolous one. Is my judgment really that bad? Jingzhe thinks that the blame should be placed on Ren Tianing. Why didn't he throw the note himself? Why did Cheng Shi do it for him? If this hadn't happened, she wouldn't have misunderstood, and Cheng Shi wouldn't have made such a definitive judgment about her, concluding that she was a subservient woman. Okay, that guy's name seems to be Wang Tianyu, not Ren Tianing. But that's not important. What's important is that as Cheng Shi becomes more and more dazzling, this matter has become an unresolved knot in Jingzhe's heart. With this thought in mind, she cursed young Master Wang fiercely in her heart again. Achoo! In the boys' dormitory, room 606, Wang Tianyu suddenly sneezed loudly. He couldn't help but think to himself, who the hell is cursing him on the weekend? He was also reading Cheng Shi's feature article, and the more he read, the more heartbroken he felt. Originally, because he had surpassed Cheng Shi in dating, at least that's what young Master Wang though was quite smug, thinking that he wasn't inferior to Cheng Liuzi in every aspect. As it turned out, Cheng Liuzi quietly put on such a big show. She's only a freshman in college, and she's already in the West China City Daily, with a feature article occupying an entire supplement page. What is a strong hand? This is a strong hand. In comparison, the third-year student who also reported the incident for his act of bravery paled in comparison, receiving only a small section in the most inconspicuous corner. I hate it. I hate it so much. The more Wang Xiao looked at it, the more uncomfortable he felt, and he gritted his teeth. Wang Jichao, who was also reading the newspaper, asked in confusion, Lao Wu, what do you hate? Wang Tianyu was still gritting his teeth. I hate that the sky has no roof. I hate that the earth has no ring. I hate that the crabapple blossoms have no fragrance. I hate that the crucian carp has too many bones. I hate that the dream of the red chamber has no ending. Yang Jia, who clearly didn't get along with young Master Wang, rolled his eyes and said, Old Wang, speak like a human being. Young Master Wang curled his lip. What else can I hate? I hate that Cheng Liuzi showed off without including me. After all, I have the most fans on UGN.com. Shouldn't I also be able to give an interview? Yang Jia decisively poked him in the back. You do have the most followers, but are you sure those people are your fans and not haters? I saw your new post, and wow, hundreds of pages of comments. Almost all of them are insults. After reading them, I feel like I'm not clean anymore, that I've been passively taught so many swear words that are strongly associated with the reproductive system. Wang Tianyu. Well, he does have more and more haters. To put it bluntly, there are only so many tricks to showing off. He is just naturally gifted and has a family tradition of learning. His previous posts have already exhausted all his knowledge. To maintain popularity, they had to resort to an exaggerated style, which led to a vicious cycle. The more exaggerated they were, the more popular they became, and the more popular they became, the more haters they attracted. Young Master Wang became withdrawn, while Yang Jie sighed and shook his head, saying, Sigh, I thought my college life would be fun, playing games and dating, but compared to Sixth Brother, it's nothing. Hearing him say that, Wang Tianyu, who had just had his lung tube punctured, immediately perked up. Yang Lauer, I know you play games, like Cartwriter, you're terrible at it. But when did you start dating? Isn't she your godsister? Yang Jia. Well, he was also accurately hit in the lungs. Perhaps because she had seen Yu Baiwei yesterday and was deeply hurt, leaving her physically and mentally exhausted. Xiaoning took the bus to Southwestern University of Finance and Economics early this morning to visit her good friend Lu Wenwen. Boys and girls tend to handle similar relationship issues in different ways. Boys are usually proud and stubborn. In front of their buddies, they will always pretend to be nonchalant and indifferent, each of them becoming a modern-day AQ, shouting, the next one will be even better. In the dead of night, Ningning silently curls up in bed and licks her wounds. Girls tend to seek comfort from their best friends. Their emotions erupt quickly, but also subside just as quickly. Otherwise, Why would such a saying exist? When it comes to the same relationship, women are always the ones who are more affectionate, but men are more likely to be affectionate. After arriving at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, Xia Ning and Lu Wenwen met at a coffee shop near the school gate. As they chatted, the two eventually started talking about Cheng Shi. Lu Wenwen said with great emotion, "Ning, you saw the newspaper too, right? Cheng Shi is in the news. Wow, he took up a whole side page. I never imagined that such a prominent figure would emerge from among our high school classmates. He's really becoming more and more dazzling." Xia Ning smiled wryly. "I already knew. In fact, I was involved in the whole interview with him by the West China City Daily yesterday. Didn't I tell you a while ago that I joined the school's publicity department and am now an intern reporter?" Hearing her best friend say that, Lu Wenwen felt a chill run down her spine. Just imagining this scenario is mind-blowing. The guy who used to fawn over her, who seemed so ordinary and easily manipulated, suddenly soars to great heights and transforms into a dragon after leaving this unequal relationship. The more outstanding Cheng Shi is, the stronger Xia Ning's sense of inadequacy and weightlessness will be. Because that would only further prove how short-sighted she was, missing out on such an outstanding person. Lu Wenwen sighed and looked at Xia Ning with concern. "Ning, are you all right?" "Wenwen, I wanted to pretend to be strong and tell you I'm fine, but I can't keep up the act anymore. I'm not fine at all." Xia Ning's facial expression grew increasingly bitter. "Xiao Cheng is becoming more and more outstanding. So outstanding that it makes me feel ashamed of myself and unworthy of him. Sometimes, I even selfishly think that it would be better if he weren't so outstanding. Then Yu Baiwei wouldn't have been attracted to him, and I wouldn't have felt so embarrassed after missing out on him." After thinking for a moment, Lu Wenwen said seriously, "Ning, you're wrong to think that way. Gold will always shine. It's just a matter of time. Actually, I've always thought Cheng Shi is very outstanding. Someone like him is bound to achieve great things. The only thing that surprises me is that his success came so early." Xia Ning listened and fell silent, because she suddenly realized that Lu Wenwen seemed to have a better eye than her. Because of Xia Ning's silence, Lu Wenwen also remained silent. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the last gathering of her high school class at the end of August. That day, she talked a lot with Wu Shan. Wu Shan, slightly drunk, told her that it was really unfortunate that she and Cheng Shi went to the same high school. Because after seeing such a dazzling guy like Cheng Shi, how could they possibly be interested in other boys? They would definitely have a hard time finding a satisfactory partner in the future. So, when you're young, you shouldn't meet people who are too amazing. Lu Wenwen didn't take Wu Shan's words to heart at the time, but now, thinking back on them, she's starting to feel that Wu Shan's words were somewhat prophetic. It's not that she has any feelings for Cheng Shi, but rather that she subconsciously compares them. She had a few suitors at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics, but she couldn't help comparing them to Cheng Shi. Needless to say, he was clearly inferior to her. Even she, an outsider, felt such a strong sense of disparity after witnessing Cheng Shi's gradual rise to prominence, let alone Xia Ning, who was directly involved. Even if Xia Ning told her one day that she was depressed, Lu Wenwen wouldn't find it too strange. "Wenwen," Xia Ning suddenly spoke, breaking the previous silence. Yesterday I saw Yu Baiwei outside Cheng Shi's office. She was carrying a lot of fruit when she entered Cheng Shi's startup base. Then the employees at Cheng Shi all called her boss lady. It's clear that she has integrated well into the team and everyone likes her." Forehead. It's really hard to imagine that a girl as aloof as Yu Baiwei could make such a big change for Cheng Shi. From that moment on, I knew I had lost. My feelings for Xiao Cheng are more of a sense of injustice, while Yu Baiwei's feelings for him are pure affection and admiration. What she could do for Xiao Cheng, I might be able to do for a while, but I could never do it for a lifetime like she did. Xia Ning sighed as she spoke, her expression growing increasingly somber. It's clear that she really has a strong urge to talk today. It is clear that Yu Baiwei's appearance yesterday was indeed a huge blow to her. Lu Wenwen also sighed. She has a high EQ. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become good friends with a proud little princess like Xia Ning. But at this moment, I really don't know how to comfort her. It can only be said that as the cause, so the effect. Everything Xia Ning is going through now is paying the price for her arrogant self from the past. This is a process she must go through, a price she must pay. She only hoped that Xia Ning could get out of this as soon as possible and not get too deeply involved, thus wasting her life. The class group of Class 6, Grade 12, Class of 2009 at Linqiu No. 1 High School, is also discussing Cheng Shi's newspaper advertisement. Everyone was surprised. They knew Cheng Shi was excellent, but they really didn't expect him to be this excellent. Wu Shan was the first to tag Cheng Shi in the group chat. accompanied by her signature goose-like call. Hey, 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 my God, you're so photogenic. I've already cut out your picture and pasted it on my bedside table. When are you free? Let's have a baby together. Then Daijie commented, Brother Chung is awesome. Other classmates also sent their blessings and congratulations one after another. They were all from the bottom of their hearts. A freshman starting a business in less than 3 months has already achieved such a massive scale, earning 2 to 3 million yuan a month. It's absolutely terrifying. Cheng Shi's excellence has made them unable to feel jealous anymore. It seems that an ordinary person would probably be jealous of those around them who earn millions a year, but when it comes to Jack, might be jealous. Just call him dad, and that's it. The only one who felt a little sour was probably Zhou Rue. Even someone as proud as Zhou Rue had to admit that he would never experience Cheng Shi's exhaust fumes in his entire life. It's fair to say that the difference between people can sometimes be greater than the difference between a person and a pig. Cheng Shi knew that the West China City Daily had prepared a special report on him, which would cause a sensation in reality, but he did not expect it to cause such a big sensation. The high school class group chat exploded, which was exactly what Cheng Shi had expected. After all, many students are loyal users of UGN.com. In order to cooperate with the publicity, enhance the personal image of Cheng Shi, the boss, and boost the brand effect, UGN.com featured Cheng Shi's advertisement on the homepage. Cheng Shi didn't expect that even many people in Linxiong knew about it. Even Tao Yong, the principal of Linxiong No. 1 Middle School, called him, first offering congratulations and encouragement, then asking when he would return to Linxiong, suggesting he visit his alma mater when he had time, so he could give a speech to the younger students. After thinking about it, Cheng Shi agreed. As for the specific time, we'll talk about it when the holidays start anyway. Universities start their holidays half a month earlier than high schools. He couldn't possibly say that he would make a special trip back to Linxiong because of this matter. Right now, he's in Chengdu and has a lot on his plate. Returning home in glory is an option, but it's not urgent. Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chung usually read the newspaper, so they naturally found out about this. The couple were shocked. Their son had quietly stirred up such a big commotion. After the initial shock came joy, but also a touch of trepidation. Cheng Shi's entrepreneurial success, which even made it into the West China City Daily, brought great pride to the entire Cheng family, and it was certainly something to be happy about. But the couple was worried about the risks of starting a business and the potential losses, fearing that even the Cheng family couldn't cover them up. After discussing it for a while, the couple had Cheng Jiangwo call Cheng Shi. The father and son talked heart-to-heart for almost 2 hours. Cheng Shi had almost run out of saliva, but he finally managed to put his parents' worries to rest for the time being. However, Ms. Yuan was still worried. She took the phone from Cheng Jiangwo and told him that she would take her annual leave next week and come to Chengdu for a few days to see what he was up to. Although Cheng Shi was unwilling, he couldn't go against his mother's wishes, so he had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Then he began to plan how to receive his mother. Fame has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can enhance your personal brand, but the disadvantage is that some random relatives will always pop up trying to take advantage of you. This is what the ancients meant when they said, when you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, even distant relatives come to visit. In the past 2 days, Cheng Shi has received no less than 20 phone calls, all from relatives who appeared out of nowhere and in a roundabout way. Some were from the Cheng family, and some were from the maternal grandparents' side. After making small talk and building relationships, they started to show their true colors, trying to get Cheng Shi to arrange a job for someone in their family. Fortunately, Cheng Shi had lived 2 lives, and he had experienced similar things in his previous life. He had suffered a lot and accumulated a lot of experience in dealing with such situations, so he managed to get away with it. Most of his relatives, after being politely refused, maintained a basic level of decorum. They were disappointed, but they didn't say anything unpleasant. However, there were a few oddballs who got really angry and called him inhuman. Okay, these oddballs, they actually couldn't come up with such elegant words. The truth is much harsher. They're all strongly related to the reproductive system, but that's roughly the gist of it. Cheng Shi, of course, wouldn't tolerate this kind of person. He would simply hang up and block them. It was foreseeable that these guys would gossip among their relatives, but Cheng Shi couldn't be bothered to care. It's not that he doesn't value feelings, but rather that he has a relatively clear understanding of blood teeth theory, really just that kind of thing. There's a saying in Sichuan, isn't there? The first generation is close, the second generation is a relative, and the third and fourth generations don't recognize each other. To put it bluntly, are any of these so-called relatives as reliable as his brother, Big Yellow? Of course, the reason why Cheng Shi dared to do this was because Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chung were both clear-headed and wouldn't cause trouble for their own son because of the gossip of these relatives. All I can say is that having a good family background makes everything you do go more smoothly from the start. Chapter 128. The landlady is gentleness itself. Before we knew it, it was Saturday again. As is customary, Fruit Technology holds a large morning meeting on this day every week. This is also the biggest difference between Fruit Technology and other companies. Other companies typically hold their regular meetings on Monday mornings. However, most of Guosher Technology's employees are still students, so holding the weekly meeting on Saturday morning is the most suitable option. The second round of promotional activities for MeetNet was launched simultaneously at the three schools. The main battlefield was set up at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, directly overseen by Chengshi, while the secondary battlefields were Chengdu University of Technology and Chengdu Normal University, led by Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie, two key figures respectively. The second round of promotion has now progressed to the point where it's time for a Phase 1 summary. Early Saturday morning, Chengshi arrived at the 101 headquarters and listened to reports from Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie. Both of them lived up to expectations and successfully captured the market in Chengdu University of Technology and Chengdu Normal University, attracting many new users to Ujn.com. The advertising business negotiations also went well. The University of Science and Technology received nearly 500,000 yuan in advertising fees, while the Normal University received less, but still close to 300,000 yuan. This reflects the difference in ability between Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie. After all, the former specializes in market development. This is also related to the size of the two universities. The University of Science and Technology has 1/3 more students than the Normal University, so the merchant's spending power is naturally stronger. After listening to the report, Chengshi was generous and immediately rewarded those who had made contributions. He drafted a list of bonuses based on achievements and contributions and asked Sun Feifei, the finance officer, to make a table so that the corresponding bonuses could be distributed directly when salaries were paid next month. The employees applauded enthusiastically, their cheeks flushed with excitement. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Chengshi understood this principle well, so he was always generous when it came to paying money. At Fruit Technology, as long as you have the ability and are willing to put in the effort, you are guaranteed to reap the rewards. The bonus is only one aspect. There is always an upward mobility channel. Those who make achievements and contributions will soon be promoted and receive a raise. As for those who joined early and occupy high positions, if they lack the ability and strength, Chengshi will not hesitate to remove them. Take today's morning meeting for example. 3 deputy managers were dismissed and replaced by more capable people. These 3 who were fired probably couldn't bear to stay any longer and directly said they were quitting. Chengshi listened without any change in his expression, simply waved his hand, told them to write their resignations, and then go to the finance department to settle their wages. He then told them to leave 101 first, displaying a ruthless and cold-blooded attitude. In the eyes of the employees at Guosher Technology, Chengshi, the boss, is a typical two-faced person. When he's laughing and joking, he's completely down to earth, and anyone can make fun of him. But when they get serious, they can be as ruthless and cruel as they want. A small number of people couldn't accept it, feeling that the boss was too mercenary and lacked humanity. However, most people, especially key members like Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie, greatly admired Chengshi for this. To put it bluntly, a kind heart cannot govern an army, and righteousness cannot manage finances. How can a boss succeed if he is not ruthless? If Chengshi is really a pushover, these highly capable key personnel will have to carefully consider whether to entrust their future to Guosher Technology. A bad soldier is just one bad soldier, but a bad general makes a bad army. This is the principle at play. After reporting on the situations at Rongqing University of Technology and Rongqing Normal University, Chengshi then asked Li Feiyu to report on the situation at the main battlefield, namely the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. After this period of training, Li Feiyu has developed some of the qualities of an elite. He pushed up his glasses and began to give his report. After listening, all the staff at 101 headquarters applauded enthusiastically. The promotion of Ujn.com in universities of science and technology and normal universities can be considered quite successful, but it seems a bit lacking compared to the main battlefield of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, which is personally led by the boss. The University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESDC, has a user growth rate and retention rate that are nearly 20 percentage points higher than the other 2 universities. Its advertising revenue is also staggering, almost catching up with Sichuan University and even more than the other 2 universities combined. Led by Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie, they showered Chengshi with compliments, saying that the boss was indeed the boss, Even his farts were thunderous, far beyond their reach. Cheng Shi waved his hand, signaling everyone to temporarily cease their supernatural powers, and then said rather seriously, "Believe me, you can all see that we at MeetNet can't continue to grow and become stronger by relying solely on advertising revenue. After all, there are only so many advertising slots on the website. We've only just started negotiating with merchants from several major universities in Chengdu, and we've already sold our advertising slots until next year. How can we sell them next year? We can't sell them for the year after next, can we? Even if we did, the merchants aren't stupid." Upon hearing Cheng Shi's words, everyone looked worried. Yujian.com is currently thriving, but this is based on the premise that it has collected nearly 5 million yuan in advertising fees in the past 2 months. However, there are only so many places on the website where you can place ads. Merchants who have already paid to place ads are already booked until early next year, so it's obviously unrealistic to continue selling ad space. Merchants aren't stupid. It's understandable to buy advertising space a few months from now, but who would buy it after that? The current favorable situation of Yujian.com is unsustainable unless a new profit model can be found. In other words, our website has to explore new avenues, Cheng Shi continued. One of these new avenues is Fruit Farm, which the RD department that I had Nan Shui set up recently is developing. It uses a web game format to fleece users and squeeze every last drop of profit from them. Next, the second round of promotion for Yujian.com will continue, but everyone should also put some effort into this section. At this point, Cheng Shi looked at Nan Shui and asked her to tell him when Fruit Farm would be able to launch the alpha version and conduct the first round of internal testing. After a moment's hesitation, Nan Shui gave Cheng Shi a precise time. 2 weeks later. Fruit Farm is essentially a web-based game. Developing it is not technically difficult at all. Not to mention the relatively professional RD team under Nan Shui. Even a small studio of 3 to 5 people could create it as long as they were willing to spend the time. However, considering that Fruit Farm will be directly integrated into Yujian.com after its launch, connecting with Yujian.com's hundreds of thousands of users, several rounds of testing are needed to ensure its load capacity and security. The timeframe provided by the South to North Water Diversion Project is already the fastest possible. It is foreseeable that the entire RD department will be working overtime like crazy. 2 weeks. Cheng Shi is quite satisfied with the timeline provided by the South to North Water Diversion Project. Thanks to the advertising revenue collected during this period, which was like draining a pond to catch all the fish, Yujian.com can survive for about 3 months even if it doesn't receive any more income. The closed beta will start in 2 weeks, the open beta in a month, and then we can open an in-game store to sell items. As long as there are no major problems along the way, there is plenty of time, and there is no risk of cash flow disruption. That's all for today. Meeting adjourned. Cheng Shi waved his hand, ending the morning meeting, and then prepared to go to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China to have a meeting with the team there. No sooner had he left than the employees began discussing him, their words filled with admiration for Cheng Shi. They were all still basking in the joy of success, oblivious to their own elation, while the boss had long since sensed the crisis and had begun planning and preparing to open up a new track as early as last month. What does it mean to have foresight and plan ahead? What does it mean to be prepared for danger in times of peace and to think 3 steps ahead before taking 1 step? That's it. Working with a boss like that is truly comfortable. They rarely do anything useless. The management team is the guns, the employees are the bullets, and the boss is a sharpshooter who never misses a shot, ensuring that every bullet fired hits the target accurately. After Cheng Shi left the 101 headquarters, he had just driven his car out of the parking space when his phone rang. It was a QQ message, with a poppy blooming on the edge of a cliff flashing incessantly. Perhaps it's because Cheng Shi has been spending more time with Yubaiwei lately, because the girl changed her profile picture back to what it used to be, a rock standing by the river, waiting for her husband. Cheng Shi, do you know what day of the week it is today? Seeing the message Yubaiwei sent, Cheng Shi was quite confused. He operated his phone with one hand and replied with Saturday. Wait, no, today's a weekday walk. Cheng Shi understood, asked her where she was, said he would come pick her up right away, and then take her for a stroll at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. I'm in my dorm, I'll change right away. After replying to the message, Yubaiwei immediately got up, took off her pajamas, changed into a beige hooded sweatshirt, and after a little tidying up, she became a vibrant and energetic young woman. At this moment, Su Shirshir pushed the door open and came in, holding a copy of the West China City Daily in her hand. As she looked at the newspaper, she said to Yubaiwei, Wei, Cheng Shi is actually in the newspaper, did you know? Yubaiwei shook her head, saying she didn't know. Su Shirshi's expression immediately turned mischievous. I must say, your Cheng Shir is really photogenic. Do you want to see him? If you do, just call him Sister Shirshir. No, Yu Baiwei shook her head. What's so interesting about newspapers? I want to see it live. After saying that, she quickly tied her hair into a high ponytail, revealing her long, fair neck. Yu Baiwei didn't used to have this hairstyle. Last weekend, I ran into two pretty girls in the corridor of Taipei 101. One of them had a high ponytail like this, and I thought it looked pretty, so I copied it. Then she discovered that Changshi seemed to really like her hairstyle. So now, a high ponytail has become her standard attire when going out. Goodbye, Shirshir. After tying her hair into a ponytail, she waved to Su Shirshir, then slung her Chanel handbag over her shoulder and went out with a happy expression. Hey, Wei Wei went on a date with Changshi. Why didn't she take me with her? Doesn't she know that I love shipping you two the most? Su Shirshir muttered to herself, a strange feeling welling up inside her. The genuine joy on Yu Baiwei's face just now really touched her. Despite repeatedly swearing that she would never date in college, Aunt Su was suddenly overcome with such impulses. She was genuinely curious. Was love really that sweet? The Yu Baiwei who was going to see Changshi and the Yu Baiwei who hid in her dormitory and secretly missed Changshi were completely different people. 18 or 19 years old, regardless of gender, is the stage where hormones are at their peak, so college students can date regardless of the season. It was already late autumn, and the campus was covered with withered yellow leaves. The autumn wind was whistling, creating a desolate and bleak atmosphere. On campus, couples in love can be seen everywhere, especially around the girls' dormitories. If dating were a death sentence, everyone would be executed. There might be innocent people, and every other one would be executed, but there would definitely be many who slipped through the net. When Changshi drove over, Yu Baiwei was already waiting at the door. From his perspective, the off-white sweatshirt that Yu Baiwei wore, which wasn't particularly shapely, fit her figure perfectly, highlighting her unique feminine curves to the fullest. Her skin was as supple and radiant as ever, with a fair complexion and a delicate, flawless texture. She didn't spot Changshi's car immediately. Instead, she stared blankly at the leaves slowly drifting down from the sky. Changshi rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and called out to her. Hold head high. Yu Marin immediately responded, then stomped into the passenger seat in her little leather shoes. Changshi reminded her. Fasten your seatbelts. Let's go. Wait a minute. After fastening her seatbelt, Yu Baiwei opened the glove compartment, took out a lipstick, and evenly applied it to her cherry pink lips. It's gotten noticeably colder recently, and the air has become very dry. Changshi stared at her blankly, not at her applying lipstick, but at her hairstyle today. I'm quite puzzled as to why Yu Baiwei never used to wear a high ponytail, but now she does it every day, and strangely, it's the same style as Xiaoning's. That doesn't make sense. Yu Baiwei definitely doesn't know Xiaoning. Every day, besides being walked by herself, she goes back and forth between the teaching building, the cafeteria, and the dormitory. There's no way she could have any interaction with Xiaoning. Yu Baiwei was also puzzled as to why Changshi was staring at her blankly. After thinking for a moment, she thought she had figured something out, so she obediently handed the lipstick in her hand to Changshi's lips. Changshi looked at the lipstick that Yu Marin handed him. It was moisturizing and semi-transparent, and perhaps it had just been applied to her lips, as it seemed to still have a faint sweet fragrance. Yu Baiwei definitely didn't know what indirect kissing was, and she didn't intentionally abandon Changshi. She didn't mind sharing things with Changshi at all. It was the same with lipstick and chopsticks. Changshi smiled and said he wouldn't apply any, since his lips weren't dry at all, they were quite moist. This sentence successfully aroused the competitive spirit of the academic genius girl. She slightly raised her incredibly fair neck, which had faint blue veins. My lips are the moistest. Changshi chuckled. How moist could it be? Normally, this sentence should be followed by let me try it. But Changshi dared not say it, because Yu Baiwei will most likely take it seriously and actually let him try it. Mr. Chung was not confident that he could control himself after actually trying it. If something goes wrong, Chung Danqing will bring over a bunch of big bosses from the Yu family whose health bars don't even show up and scatter their ashes to the wind. He's still too naive. He really doesn't dare to cross the line that Chung Danqing has drawn for him. Yu Baiwei's expression remained blank as she mumbled, Anyway, it's very moisturizing. Subconsciously, she also felt that Chung hadn't finished speaking, but she didn't know what the hidden half-sentence was. Changshi dared not continue the topic. He turned the key, stepped on the gas, and drove Yu Baiwei straight to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Yu Baiwei was always especially happy whenever she went out with Changshi, and today was no exception. Along the way, she would sometimes look at Changshi's well-defined profile, and sometimes at the fleeting scenery outside the window, her eyes filled with joy. The two first arrived at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China branch of the Meet You Milk Tea shop. Zheng Xiaoru finally met Yu Baiwei, the owner, and began to report her work to her. Yu Baiwei had no interest in this, but when Zheng Xiaoru mentioned that the milk tea shop had launched several new products, her eyes lit up and she unconsciously licked her lips with her little tongue. Zheng Xiaoru was completely bewildered. "Boss, are you craving something sweet?" Yu Baiwei's expression just now was exactly the same as her 5-year-old niece's when she heard about something she wanted to eat. But she wasn't sure. Would a boss who is so elegant, so intellectual, and so aloof really be as greedy as a child? After hesitating for a moment, she mustered her courage and tentatively asked, "Boss, would you like to try some?" "Okay. Which one?" Yu Baiwei first stole a glance at Cheng Shi, then uttered 3 words. "Every single one." It's obvious she really wanted it. "Uffed. Yu Baiwei, there are more than 20 flavors in total. How could you possibly finish them all?" Cheng Shi rolled her eyes at her, then turned to Zheng Xiaoru and said, "Give her a cup of the signature taro milk tea." This milk tea is also the most popular one sold at the Yujin.com milk tea shop. It has a refreshing taste and a good name. Taro is a homophone for encounter, which perfectly hits the sweet spot of contemporary college students. Zheng Xiaoru personally took charge and quickly made a taro milk tea for Yu Baiwei. After taking a sip, Yu Baiwei made a pleasant humming sound, and then put the straw into Cheng Shi's mouth so that he could also try it. Quitting sugar was a habit Cheng Shi had developed in his past life. He didn't even drink cola normally, let alone milk tea. He was about to refuse when he caught a glimpse of disappointment in Yu Marin's eyes, so he had no choice but to put the straw in his mouth and take a big gulp. I must say, it's actually quite delicious. It seems that its popularity is partly due to its taste, and not just because of its catchy name. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi instructed Zheng Xiaoru to make 30 cups of this flavor of milk tea and deliver them to room 505 of the comprehensive building later. This is the University of Electronic Science and Technology branch of Guisher Technology. Zheng Xiaoru nodded and immediately took 2 of her employees to do it. Cheng Shi then took Yu Baiwei to the 505th base. At this time, the employees from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China had also arrived early, waiting for their boss to start the meeting. It's worth mentioning that Brother Huang was also there. Although he wasn't an employee of Guisher Technology, Cheng Shi arranged for him to work in the technology department as an assistant to Wang Song, the current head of the technology department. The two also had a formal mentor-apprentice relationship. A meeting is a meeting, there's nothing to elaborate on. Cheng Shi basically just repeated what he said at the 101 headquarters, and then added some details for the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Throughout the entire process, Yu Baiwei sat quietly next to Cheng Shi, probably worried that he would get a dry mouth from talking too much. She was holding a bottle of mineral water in her hand, and whenever Cheng Shi stopped talking, she would twist open the cap and put it to his lips. Cheng Shi usually drinks, but sometimes he gets annoyed and impatiently pushes the water away. Yu Baiwei, however, doesn't get annoyed and patiently waits for the next opportunity to feed him water. This scene made the employees at the 505 branch extremely envious. The proprietress is practically Zhuang Yan herself. Other girls may be gentle as water, but the proprietress is gentleness itself. So, the boss's real name isn't Cheng Shi, but Luo Ji? Chapter 129, Who Told Him to Call Me Classmate You? After the meeting, Zheng Xiaoru, who had arrived long ago, started serving milk tea to the employees. The employees were all surprised to find themselves drinking milk tea today, and they all showered Cheng Shi with compliments. Cheng Shi pursed his lips and said, "Am I that generous? A while ago, I came to 505 at least 5 or 8 times a day. You guys didn't even see a straw, let alone drink milk tea. Today's milk tea was paid for by your boss's wife." I knew it. How could the boss, who's such a tightwad, suddenly become so generous? Long live the boss lady. Boss lady, you're so beautiful. Thank you, boss lady. I suddenly feel like crying. I'm almost graduating from university, and this is the first time a girl has ever treated me to milk tea. So, boss lady, are you a fairy descended from heaven? The employees immediately changed their tune and started showering Yu Baiwei with compliments. Yu Baiwei immediately felt embarrassed, her delicate oval face turning rosy. She was quite puzzled, though, because Cheng Shi had clearly bought the milk tea since Fruit Technology and Meet You Milk Tea Shop didn't use the same financial system. Cheng Shi had indeed paid for it out of his own pocket. But why is it said that she bought it? I really don't understand. But why would she undermine Cheng Shi? In her mind, whatever Cheng Shi said was the truth. For example, if Cheng Shi says the sun is square, then the sun should be square. If it is round, then it is not Cheng Shi's fault, but the sun's fault. After handing out the milk tea, Cheng Shi went to Brother Huang's side. At this moment, Brother Huang was staring at the computer screen, struggling with a bunch of code. There was also a notebook on the table, filled with if, and other programming language that Cheng Shi couldn't understand at all. It's clear that Brother Huang cherishes the opportunity Cheng Shi gave him to improve himself. His effort is almost as strong as it was before the college entrance exam. Cheng Shi was pleased to see this. While he was mentoring Brother Huang and encouraging him to start his own business, it was even more important that Brother Huang himself took initiative. Otherwise, even though Zhuge Liang was incredibly capable, he still couldn't help Lu Shan, a doe, rise to power. Big Yellow, how are you feeling? Xiao Cheng, I think it's great. It's tiring, but very fulfilling. My mentor is amazing. I think his skill level is even higher than our professional teachers. Brother Song's skills are really good. He's practically the best in our school's computer science department. Follow his lead, and you'll have a bright future. Really? When can I buy an Audi? Cheng Shi was really surprised. He never expected that Brother Huang would have such a strong obsession with Audi. Big Yellow, Audi and all that, let's not rush. We have to take things one step at a time. If we rush, we'll just end up tearing our balls. That makes sense, Huang Ziwei muttered, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait a minute, Xiao Cheng, why were you able to buy an Audi in your freshman year? Aren't you afraid of making things up? You talk too much, Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. The reason I brought you here is not only to learn technical skills, but also to help you develop your interpersonal skills. If you only know technical skills, you'll be destined to be an employee your whole life. If you want to be a boss, you must learn to be tactful and diplomatic. Huang Ziwei first said, oh, then asked Cheng Shi, seemingly confused. What does it mean to be worldly wise and sophisticated? Cheng Shi thought for a moment, then gave him an example. For instance, just now, when Zheng Xiaoru handed him milk tea, he should have said thank you instead of keeping his head down and pretending to be silent. Huang Ziwei tried to argue, saying that he was just about to say it when Sister Zheng had already left. Cheng Shi pouted and said, then go and thank you Baiwei now. She treated you to milk tea. Oh. Huang Ziwei looked somewhat timid, with obvious hesitation on his face. To reiterate, Yu Baiwei possesses divine qualities among all the male students in the 2009 graduating class of Linxiong No. 1 Middle School. How can a mortal speak to a goddess? That is blasphemy. Even now, Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei are practically a perfect couple, but Brother Huang still feels a sense of unreality, like a dream, a shadow, a fleeting moment. I still remember in high school, countless boys would arrive early and lean on the railing outside the classroom to watch the Rolls-Royce, exuding immense power, drive into the school, and then watch Yu Baiwei walk into the classroom amidst the morning dew and the glow of dawn. At that time, she could not possibly have an expression. The coldness on her oval face was like the moonlight on a winter night, quietly shining on the frost, revealing a color that could only be painted. Even so, this scene is enough to make countless young people never forget it, and for the rest of their lives, it will gently soothe their agonizing years and amaze them during their desolate times. Some bolder boys would pretend to be in a hurry and walk past Yu Baiwei, but they only dared to steal glances. Whenever Yu Baiwei looked over, they would feel guilty like thieves and quickly lower their heads, blushing instantly. In short, Yu Baiwei is definitely the most stunning color in many people's youth. She is not even an ideal in life. No one dares to hope or have anything happen with her. She is the ultimate fantasy in life. But now, this celestial maiden, this unattainable beauty, is like a well-behaved and docile kitten, always sticking to Cheng Shi's side. This scene was so futuristic for Big Yellow Brother. Phew, confidence. Perhaps the biggest difference between me and Xiao Cheng isn't height, looks, intelligence, or emotional intelligence, but confidence. Brother Huang let out a sigh of relief. After mentally preparing himself, he finally mustered up the courage to walk up to Yu Baiwei. You, thank you for the milk tea. Oh, no need. Yu Baiwei replied calmly, without any deliberate attempt to exude coldness. Yet it was enough to shatter the mental defenses that Brother Huang had just built up. He returned to his seat, embarrassed and flustered, his expression becoming listless. He thought that the difference between him and Xiao Cheng was probably not confidence, but something deeper, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Cheng Shi was also puzzled as to why Yu Baiwei would always give a forced, sweet smile when responding to other people's thanks, but would have a stern face when facing Brother Huang. You can't exactly say that she suspects she's having an affair with Brother Huang, can you? Upon realizing this, Cheng Shi shivered, goosebumps rising all over his body. After staying in room 505 for a while, Cheng Shi took Yu Baiwei and left. He is, after all, the boss. With him around, The employees will feel uncomfortable to some extent, which will affect their work performance. Next, the two began to wander aimlessly around the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. They were really aimless, just going wherever the road took them. As one of only 985 universities in Sichuan Province, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESDC, has a rich historical heritage. However, as a science and engineering university, it lacks the humanistic atmosphere of Sichuan University. Both its architecture and greenery have a rigid and meticulous feel typical of science students. After walking around the campus for a while, the two, who were a little tired, found a pavilion to rest. Cheng Shi couldn't help but ask Yu Baiwei why her attitude towards his brother Huang was different from that towards others. Yu Baiwei pouted, clearly a little upset, and said, "He calls me classmate Yu, but everyone else calls me boss lady." Cheng Shi was both amused and exasperated. So, after all that fuss, Yu Marin was angry because of this. Chapter 131 Thing subdues another. After figuring out why Yu Baiwei was angry, Cheng Shi was both amused and exasperated. Then I'll talk to De Huang later and ask him to come up with a better name than boss lady. Is there really a better title than boss lady? Of course there are, for example, a godmother. I'm his godfather, okay. At this point in their conversation, Yu Baiwei changed the subject and asked Cheng Shi why he had said earlier that she had bought the milk tea. Cheng Shi patiently explained to her that this was called one playing the good cop and the other playing the bad cop. Unlike Sichuan University, he can't come to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China often. Therefore, one must be more serious than playful with the employees at this branch base, so that they respect him. However, this might seem a bit cold-hearted. That's when the boss's wife needs to step in and show some care for the employees' lives. After all, in the employees' hearts, the boss and the boss's wife are one. Yu Baiwei didn't quite understand these business tricks and wasn't interested in them at all. However, when she heard the phrase "the boss's wife and the boss are one," her eyes lit up immediately. She immediately told Cheng Shi that she wanted to call Zheng Xiaoru and ask her to send milk tea to the employees every day so that they could feel the boss's wife's care. Cheng Shi quickly stopped her, saying that one delivery was enough. He couldn't help but think to himself, why is this little sissy so brash? Delivering every day? Can't we just live like this? Just then, the phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Wang Tianyu calling. "Fifth brother, is something the matter? Luzi, let's have dinner tonight. I'll introduce you to your sister-in-law." "Sure, but I'm going with you, Baiwei." "What are you saying? Is your fifth brother short of money? Bring her along too. You can also send me what she likes to eat in advance, and your fifth brother will arrange it." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Cheng Shi told Yu Baiwei about it. Looking at the time, it was almost lunchtime, so Cheng Shi took Yu Baiwei and walked towards the parking lot. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a relatively upscale restaurant near the main campus of Sichuan University. Looking up, the interior is decorated in a purely Chinese style. The main building is indeed an ancient building with layers of flying eaves, and the view is consistent from all sides. The courtyard is also decorated in an antique style, like the garden of a wealthy family. It has artificial mountains and fountains. Wow, Wang Lao really went all out. He's definitely going to show off today. Thinking this, Cheng Shi went into the private room. First, Yu Baiwei went to the restroom, as she had drunk a bit too much milk tea and her face had turned red in the car. Inside the private room, the host, young Master Wang, was already there. Hu Junjie and Lu Peisong were sitting to his left, while the seat to his right was empty, but there was a woman's handbag on it, indicating that his girlfriend had also arrived, but was not in the private room yet. In Sichuan dialect, Hu Junjie and Lu Peisong were both blinded by greed at this moment, clearly having already been thoroughly ravaged by Wang Laowu. "Luzi, you're here. Come on in and have a seat." Wang Tianyu immediately got up and moved a stool for Cheng Shi. This seems a bit contrived, much like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. To put it bluntly, the reason he made such a big fuss was definitely not to provoke Hu Junjie and Lu Peisong. Those were secondary. Cheng Shi was probably the main course. Cheng Shi sat down without making a sound, and then asked why Wang Jichao and Yang Jia hadn't come. Although there are occasional minor conflicts within dormitory 606, the overall community is quite united. Logically, no one should be absent from a gathering like this one where everyone meets the sister-in-law. Wang Tianyu mumbled a reply, saying that two of Wang Jichao's high school classmates had come to visit him, and he had planned to invite them all, but Wang Jichao was too embarrassed. As for Yang Jia, he had gone shopping with his godsister. Cheng Shi said, oh, he could understand why Wang Jichao wasn't coming. Guests don't bring guests, after all. As for Yang Jia, Cheng Shi couldn't help but think to himself, accompanying my godsister shopping? He'll probably just be dragged along by Yun to be her free labor, carrying her bags, and buying her snacks and milk tea. Poor Tom. And what about your girlfriend? Cheng Shi then spoke, pointing to the empty seat next to Wang Tianyu, which only had a woman's handbag. Wang Tianyu chuckled and said he was going to order food and would be back in a bit. So, you two have already met? Cheng Shi looked at Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie. The two nodded, and then Hu Junjie's cheeks twitched as he said, "Sixth brother, you'd never guess who fifth brother's girlfriend is, even if I beat you to death." Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Hu Junjie began to explain that Wang Tianyu's girlfriend was the one who was clamoring to meet him in person on Ujian.com and had successfully doxed most of him. She was also known as turkey-flavored rice crackers. Before Cheng Shi could even finish listening, his mouth dropped open in astonishment. Holy crap, this works? Hot pot-flavored chicken. Ugh, turkey-flavored rice crust, and it's actually a woman. Wang Tianyu has now surpassed Ouyang, the author of Chengdu Tonight Unprotected, to become the most followed influencer on Ujian.com. However, Ouyang's fans are all true fans. They greet each other with starry eyes and ask for autographs, and she has already organized 2 offline autograph sessions. As for Wang Daxiao, at least 9 out of 10 of his fans are haters. If he dares to hold a similar offline event, he will definitely be stabbed in the back. Turkey-flavored rice crust is one of the most prominent haters and could be considered the leader of the haters. Cheng Shi once helped young Master Wang check his speech records. He was really irritable. He would argue with anyone he saw slapping a passing dog, shaking an egg until the yolk broke, cutting an earthworm in half vertically, and stripping the feathers off birds and beasts that was roughly the level of existence he was. In Cheng Shi's imagination, such a person should have been a burly man, 8 feet tall, and covered in chest hair. But it turned out to be a girl? What kind of magical realism is this? Out of curiosity, Cheng Shi asked Wang Tianyu a few more questions to find out how the two of them got together. Speaking of which, it's related to him. He could even be considered a matchmaker. A while ago, Xia Jingzhe bumped into an old lady on the pedestrian street, and then Cheng Shi approached Wang Tianyu and asked him to use his influence to promote the old lady's fruit shop. Wang Daxiao has actually stopped showing off and is now genuinely doing good deeds, if not completely whitewashed. Then he has certainly changed many people's impression of him. This includes turkey-flavored rice crust. The two first chatted online, and as they chatted, they found they clicked, so they added each other on QQ. Wang Tianyu saw that it was a female account and found it strange, saying, "You're such a pervert. Why are you pretending to be a woman?" Then turkey-flavored rice crackers replied, "I am a woman." Wang Tianyu certainly didn't believe it, so the two agreed to meet in person. This meeting was like a bolt from the blue, igniting a fire in the earth. After learning the whole story, Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle and exclaimed with emotion, "Wang Laowu, your luck with women is just unstoppable." Wang Tianyu laughed heartily. "Lu Zi, no matter what, you're my matchmaker. Your sister-in-law, and I will definitely have to toast you a couple of times later." Cheng Shi waved his hand and said that drinking was out of the question since he was driving, but they could have tea instead of alcohol. Then, he casually added, "By the way, Wang Laowu, do you know how to drive? Have you ever experienced the thrill of taking a girl for a drive?" Wang Tianyu. Damn it, Cheng Liuzi is so vengeful. I only had the idea of attacking him, and before I even put it into action, this guy turned around and attacked me. If his family had agreed to buy him a car while he was in college, given his personality, he would have already bought a Bentley, instead of just looking for pictures online. Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie were both amused when they heard this, thinking that it was true that one thing can subdue another. Just as brine can be used to curdle tofu, to deal with Wang Laowu, it would take Cheng Liuzi to step in. Before Cheng Shi arrived, the two of them were being scalded so badly that it was more than just uncomfortable. It was downright awful. Creak. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a girl walked in. She was about 1.65 meters tall, which is considered above average in Sichuan. She was also quite pretty, easily scoring 85 points, and was roughly on par with Lu Yinyan. Logically speaking, she should have been able to be included in the list of candidates for the Goddess of Sichuan University, but the facts confirm that she was not on the list. I suppose there are prettier girls in your department. After the girl came in, she quickly sat down next to Wang Tianyu, then put her arm around his and called him brother repeatedly in a sweet and cloying way. "Brother you, did you rinse my chopsticks? Brother you, please take off my lipstick. My lips are a little dry." Wang Tianyu was overjoyed to hear this, and while feeling smug, he couldn't help but glance at Cheng Shi. Clearly, he still hadn't given up on the idea of getting closer to Cheng Shi. Chung Shi felt goosebumps all over his body as he listened, wondering if the difference between the internet and reality could really be that big. Is this sweet girl really the incredibly irritable turkey bro who argues with everyone? That's not right. That night by Macho Lake, he clearly saw this girl hugging and kissing Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu was completely the weaker one, almost whimpering. Why is the situation so different today? At this moment, Wang Tianyu spoke up. Lu Zi, let me formally introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Xia Shui, from the law school. Chung Shi smiled at Xia Shui and introduced himself, saying his name was Chung Shi. He suddenly realized why Xia Shui wasn't on the list of campus goddess candidates. Just as he expected, she had encountered stronger competitors. The law school had Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning, so Xia Shui was just a little short of being considered. Xia Shui smiled and said, Chung Shi, I know you. You're a star entrepreneur, and you've even been in the newspapers. Brother Yu admires you a lot. He says you're someone he looks up to and surpasses. Chung Shi looked at Wang Tianyu, whose face was already twitching. Fifth brother, I can understand that you admire me and want to learn from me, but why do you have the idea of surpassing me? How many dishes were there for lunch? Are you getting too cocky? Wang Tianyu curled his lip and said, Chung Liuzi, stop showing off. Right now, in terms of intelligence and martial arts, you are indeed a little bit better than me. But fortunes change, and don't underestimate a young man's potential. Chung Shi shrugged. But, young man, is it possible? You're a few months older than me? Wang Tianyu. Chapter 131 I'm envious, truly envious. At this moment, Lu Peisong and Hu Junjie were already laughing hysterically. Xia Shui couldn't help but laugh, but she still kindly encouraged Wang Daxiao, saying, Brother Yu, you can do it. I believe in you. Sister Shui, you are the best. After giving Chung Shi a disapproving look, Wang Tianyu temporarily gave up on teasing him and turned to be affectionate with Xia Shui. They held hands and even drank from the same cup of water, filling the private room with a strong smell of dog food. Even Chung Shi felt a pang of envy, let alone Lu Peisong and Hu Junjie, who had never been in a relationship. Lu Peisong said, Sixth brother, Wang Laowu went too far. Before you came, he and Xia Shui were all lovey-dovey like this, showing off to Hu Laosi and me for a full half hour. Heavens above, I could hardly breathe. Hu Junjie empathized and muttered to Chung Shi, Sixth brother, this guy really went too far. Luckily you came. The three of us can take the damage together. Chung Shi thought to himself, who are you two brothers? You two are single dogs, but I'm not. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and Yu Marin, carrying a Chanel bag, walked in with small steps and sat down next to Chung Shi, her expression gentle and obedient. Hu Junjie and Lu Peisong, who had been wearing teasing expressions, froze instantly. So today, not only are they going to be bullied by Wang Laowu, but they also have to eat Chung Liuzi's dog food? Damn it. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have come to eat this meal. Xia Shui was also deeply shocked by Yu Baiwei's AOE-level beauty. She had thought that Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning, the two top campus goddesses in her college, were already the pinnacle of beauty among female students at Sichuan University. But now she realized how ignorant she was. The girl in front of her was clearly a level above those two. She couldn't help but exclaim, Holy crap, this girl is so damn beautiful. She looks like she stepped out of a painting. This statement was so different from the sweet girl persona Xia Shui was portraying today that everyone in the private room looked at her. Ahem, Xia Shui coughed lightly. What I mean is, Chung Shi, your girlfriend is really beautiful. It was probably the words Chung Shi's girlfriend that struck a nerve with Yu Marin. She smiled sweetly and said to Xia Shui, Sister, you're a good person. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Wang Tianyu waved his hand and called over the waiters to serve the dishes. Young Master Wang really went all out today, ordering a lot of the restaurant's signature dishes, filling a whole table with a dazzling array of food that looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. Without further ado, everyone picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Young Master Wang is indeed Young Master Wang. He never forgets his original intention and even has to show off while eating. He keeps putting food on Xia Shui's plate. After putting food on her plate and getting Xia Shui's response of, Brother Yu, it's delicious, he will raise an eyebrow and then glance at Lu Peisong and Hu Junjie. He didn't dare to go with Chung Shishio. With Yu Baiwei around, he knew his place. Chung Shi had been busy all day and was starving, so he was focused on eating besides. He wasn't the type to show off his relationship. Yu Baiwei also asked Chung Shi to serve her food. I want to eat boiled fish. Chung Shi pursed his lips, completely oblivious to romance, and said, Yu Baiwei, the boiled fish is right in front of you. That's just how Sigma men are. Yu Baiwei, however, displayed her remarkable learning talent. In just a short while, she actually learned Xia Shui's trick and said in an even sweeter voice, "Brother, put some on your little sister's plate." Cheng Shi got goosebumps immediately. "What Sigma man? Get lost." He decisively picked up the softest piece of fish belly for Yu Baiwei and stuffed it into the rosy little mouth of the beauty. Otherwise, she's already calling him brother. Who can handle that? He certainly can't. After being fed by Cheng Shi, Yu Baiwei's eyes showed obvious pleasure, and she didn't forget to lick Cheng Shi's chopsticks. Seeing this, Xia Shui was also aroused to compete and used a clipped voice. "Brother Yu, your little sister wants to eat boiled fish too." Yu Baiwei followed suit and, without any instruction, mastered the skill of using the clip sound, even maxing out its proficiency. "Brother, I want to eat braised pork with preserved mustard greens." Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie, who were standing nearby, were both dumbfounded, their minds simultaneously filled with the three philosophical questions. If I had known that coming to this restaurant would result in such treatment, I would have preferred not to come at all. Wouldn't it be better to go to an internet cafe to play Dota, or stay in the dorm and be a test-taking king? Fortunately, it was Chinese food and no alcohol was consumed, so the meal ended relatively quickly. After finishing their meal, Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie both breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. As everyone wiped their mouths clean and prepared to leave, Wang Tianyu, probably feeling he hadn't put on a good show enough, decided to unleash another big move. After coughing to attract everyone's attention, Wang Tianyu said to Xia Shui, "Shui Mimi, your brother Yu's shoelace is untied. Can you tie it for me?" Cheng Shi was immediately surprised. "Holy crap, is Wang Lao really that awesome? A role model for us all." Xia Shui lowered her head and remained silent for a while. When she raised her head again, there was a clear murderous intent in her eyes. Wang Tianyu then realized he had gone too far, but with his buddies watching, he couldn't back down. He stubbornly insisted, "Sister Shui, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and tie it." "Okay, brother Yu." After the two looked at each other for 3 seconds, Xia Shui nodded and smiled sweetly. Just when everyone thought she was really going to tie Wang Tianyu's shoelaces, she suddenly raised her foot and stomped hard on Wang Tianyu's foot. Oh, young Master Wang was immediately excited, and he actually broke through his physical limits, hitting a high note that would make Pavarotti bow his head in humility, and took off on the spot. Xia Shui glared at him and said resentfully, "Wang Tianyu, I've already been very lenient with you today, so you can save face in front of your roommates. But you're pushing your luck and want me to tie your shoelaces? If you miss, just say so." Wang Tianyu's face turned green with pain, and he kept hissing for breath. However, compared to the physical pain, what bothered him even more was obviously the failure to show off. At this moment, Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie were laughing so hard they were practically rolling on the floor, shrugging their shoulders, clutching their stomachs, and bending over backwards, their expressions and movements more exaggerated than the others. Cheng Shi was also very happy. "It's perfect, absolutely perfect. All that sweet talk and affected voice is gone." Xia Shui, revealing her true self, is exactly the Sichuan Chongqing woman he remembered. However, amidst his schadenfreude, Cheng Shi also felt some worry. Yu Marin has an extraordinary talent for learning. He can barely accept her calling Xia Shui brother with a mixed tone pronunciation, but what if she also learned Xia Shui's authentic Sichuan and Chongqing woman's shrewish mannerisms? That would be terrible. To be honest, Wang Tianyu has quite the mental fortitude. His little trick was exposed, and he was ridiculed by his buddies. Most people would have been mortified and would have run away immediately, but he quickly recovered. After leaving the private room, he acted as if nothing had happened and snuggled up with Xia Shui again, arm in arm and shoulder to shoulder, acting all lovey-dovey. Yu Baiwei looked on, her expression a mix of confusion and adorable blankness, yet also a hint of eagerness. She genuinely hadn't expected that two people in a relationship could do so many intimate things besides holding hands. Stepping out of the restaurant, the neon lights were already flashing and the night was alluring. Looking up, one sees a bustling scene of vehicles and crowds, and further out, one can see many construction sites that are still brightly lit and bustling with activity. 2009 marked the beginning of a major infrastructure construction boom, and Chengdu was undergoing a period of rapid expansion, with construction projects underway everywhere, some even day and night. Wang Tianyu asked Cheng Shi, "Luzi, shall we go straight back, or go for a stroll in the park next door to digest our food?" Cheng Shi asked Yu Baiwei a question, and Yu Baiwei decisively chose the latter. So Cheng Shi told Wang Tianyu that they should go for a walk in the park. Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie, who have never been in a relationship, originally didn't want to go. "You two both have beautiful women by your side, one after another, while we two are single dogs. Why should we join in the fun? But Wang Tianyu forcibly dragged him along obviously. This guy hadn't had enough of showing off his love yet. So how could he just let Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie go? As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to do his bidding. That meal just now cost young Master Wang nearly 3,000 yuan, and since he wouldn't let them leave, the two single guys felt too embarrassed to go. Well, if I get smacked, I get smacked. Since I can't fight back, I can only silently endure it. Besides, back in the private room, Wang Tianyu had already used up almost all his tricks for showing affection. The two of them really didn't believe that he could come up with any new tricks while they were just strolling in the park. The result was that these two seriously underestimated young Master Wang. Before they even reached the park, just as they arrived at where Cheng Shi had parked his car, he asked Xia Shui if she was cold. Without waiting for her reply, he took off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. After going through the whole process, he glanced at Cheng Shi with a hint of provocation. Clearly, Wang Xiao was still unsatisfied that he hadn't gotten to Cheng Shi today. He did this after careful consideration. Cheng Shi was only wearing a hoodie and had nothing underneath, so he couldn't take it off. Are you cold? Cheng Shi asked Yu Baiwei a question. A little. Yu Baiwei nodded. So Cheng Shi took out his car key, pressed a button, and an Audi A6L in front of him immediately flashed, and then the trunk opened automatically. Cheng Shi stepped forward, quickly took out a coat from inside, and handed it to Yu Baiwei. Wang Tianyu. Holy crap, this actually works? Cheng Shi, help me put it on. After receiving the coat, Yu Baiwei refused to put it on herself. No. Cheng Shi resolutely refused, feeling that he couldn't spoil her too much and needed to maintain his image as a Sigma man. Yu Marin immediately pouted, and after thinking for a moment, she said softly, Brother, help your sister put on her clothes, she's cold. Cheng Shi finally couldn't resist and helped her put on her coat. In his heart, he was thinking that he could no longer play with Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui. Yu Baiwei learned things too fast. In just this one meal, she probably learned more tricks to manipulate men from Xia Shui than she had learned in the past 18 years. Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie, who had been forced to witness another round of public displays of affection, felt a pang of jealousy upon seeing this. Liu Peisong is in a better position. After all, he has several goddesses from the 3D section as solace. Hu Junjie was completely finished. He's a handsome guy from Guangdong, and he came to Sichuan to study. Why? To find a girl from Sichuan or Chongqing to be his girlfriend. As a result, when he first entered the school, he was tricked badly by a scheming and manipulative senior, and he almost doubted his life. Later, he met a senior named Yanzi, who was always indifferent to him. She was just like a swallow in the sky, flying high and fast, the kind that he could never catch. Seeing Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui, and Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei, each with their own sweetness, how could one not feel a pang of jealousy and envy? The group soon arrived at the park and chatted as they strolled. Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui first recounted how they met with the unique filter of lovers in the throes of infatuation. Sister Shui, do you still remember the first time you replied to my post? You started with TMD. At that time, I thought you were so cute. Brother Yu, I've always felt that beneath your flamboyant exterior lies a sincere heart, and it turns out that the truth is just as I expected. The post you wrote specifically for that old lady's fruit stand was truly touching. Cheng Shi listened to all this, and his teeth ached terribly. If he remembered correctly, when Xia Shui was yelling about wanting to see Wang Tianyu in real life, this guy was practically scared to death. Cute duckling, huh? Back then, who would have thought Xia Shui was a girl? Everyone thought she was a burly man with a face full of scars and a hairy chest. By the way, Lu Zi, tell me about you and Yu Baiwei. How did you two meet? Wang Tianyu suddenly looked at Cheng Shi. Before Cheng Shi could speak, Yu Baiwei gently said from the side, In the library, I stole Cheng Shi's snacks. Everyone was stunned when these words came out. Cheng Shi had no choice but to recount the whole process. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The encounter between Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui was quite bizarre, and the story of Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei was no less so. So you see, fate is a mysterious thing sometimes. When it comes, you can't stop it. As they walked, they discovered a puddle on the muddy road ahead, which shimmered softly in the moonlight. The puddle wasn't deep, only a few centimeters, but it was very long. You couldn't step over it. If you tried, you'd definitely get your shoes wet. Wang Tianyu decisively said, Sister Shui, let brother Yu carry you. After saying that, he decisively squatted down, carried Xia Shui on his back, and waded through the water in his shoes. He didn't mind at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed it very much. Yu Baiwei stared blankly at the puddle. What could Cheng Shining do? He was already mentally prepared to carry her over and get his shoes wet. He hadn't expected Yu Baiwei to say something like that. Um, Cheng Shi, my leather shoes are waterproof. I'll carry you. Without waiting for Cheng Shi's agreement, he squatted down and carried Cheng Shi on his back. She was in excellent physical condition, and Cheng Shi wasn't too heavy, so she carried him across the puddle in just a few quick steps. Wang Tianyu wanted to carry Xia Shui on his back, and Xia Shui let him. This is a normal way for couples to interact, and there's nothing wrong with it. Yu Baiwei couldn't bear to see Cheng Shi wading in the water, so she carried him across without saying a word, which shows just how much she cared for Cheng Shi. There is no inherent superiority or inferiority between the two methods, but the latter undoubtedly resonates more with Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie. Two single people couldn't help but feel sentimental. What good deeds did Cheng Liuzi accumulate in his past life to find such a wonderful girlfriend? I'm so envious, so incredibly envious. Chapter 132, still not painful enough. After visiting the park, the group prepared to return to school. Then the problem arose. There were 6 people present, but Cheng Shi's car could only seat 5. I propose, Cheng Shi said, pursing his lips, that we leave Wang Laowu out and have everyone vote. After speaking, he was the first to raise his hand. 6th brother, this is a good idea. I wholeheartedly agree. This guy showed off to Hu Laosi and me all night long. It's not just excessive, it's downright excessive. They immediately received positive responses from Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie. It has to be said that Wang Tianyu's public display of affection tonight was indeed a bit outrageous and has already aroused public outrage. 6. I'll remember this grudge. Once I graduate from university, I'll buy a supercar and splatter it all over your face. Wang Tianyu cursed angrily, then put his arm around Xia Shui and got into a taxi. Sha, by the time you can afford a supercar, I'll probably already be driving a private jet. Cheng Shi shrugged, not at all worried about the day he would be smacked by young Master Wang. Those who frequently experience rebirth should know that once a reborn person has completed their initial capital accumulation, relying on their familiarity with the trends of the Timeson ultimate bug, their wealth does not grow linearly, but exponentially. 4 years after graduating from university, Cheng Shi will most likely be the youngest person to be listed on the Hurun Rich list and may even reach the top 10. The internet era is already in its initial stage. In the next decade, this ancient yet young country will create many wealth myths, completing in a short period of time the accumulation that would have taken generations of people in the traditional era to achieve. From Erma to Dongzi, Xinggu to Zhang Yiming, Chengwei to Huangzhong, they all have 2 shoulders and 1 head. No one has any extra parts compared to the others. If they can do it, there's no reason why Cheng Shouxin can't. After driving to the entrance of Sichuan University, Cheng Shi kicked Liu Peisong and Hu Junjie out of the car, telling them to walk back to their dormitories on their own to digest their food. Then he drove Yu Baiwei to the girls' dormitory building. It was around 10 p.m., and the area around the girls' dormitory and Shuan Road Square was still bustling with activity. Many shops were still open, the lights were bright and dazzling, and the crowds were lively. The shop with the highest customer traffic is Meet You Milk Tea Shop, where there's still a queue at this hour. Then there's the college supermarket. Thanks to its prime location and monopolistic management, the college supermarket has always had a large customer flow. After parking his car, Cheng Shi glanced at the college supermarket and frowned. The college supermarket has an affiliated milk tea shop, which Cheng Shi once complained was a black shop. After the Meet You Milk Tea Shop opened, it was quickly squeezed out of business and barely survived for a few days before closing down. During this process, the female owner of the college supermarket cursed "son of a bitch" and "fuck you" countless times. At this moment, the female boss actually reopened the milk tea shop and renovated it. The business is not as good as Meet You Milk Tea Shop, but it is not bad either. The customer traffic is almost half of that of Meet You. Anyone can do business, but what bothers Cheng Shi is that this milk tea shop is clearly a copy of his. The name was changed to Encounter, and the decoration style is almost the same as the Meet You Milk Tea Shop. A banner hangs under the sign with the following slogan: "To encounter a beautiful love story, start with a cup of real milk tea." Needless to say, it's also a copy of Meet You, and it even goes so far as to disparage it. So, only your store sells real milk tea, and everyone else's is fake. Being copied and plagiarized is already infuriating enough, but to be dragged down like this, how can Cheng Shi possibly swallow this insult? Cheng Shi's eyes gradually darkened. At the same time, there was doubt. How did the female boss of the college supermarket, who used to only know how to call him a turtle son, suddenly become enlightened? Could it be that she had a master guiding her behind the scenes? Yu Baiwei didn't notice any of this. She gently shook Cheng Shi's arm, asking him to take her to the supermarket. She planned to buy some snacks for Su Shi and Han Wenfang. Cheng Shi didn't know the reason and thought she was just craving something. He said with a mix of sternness and concern that she had already eaten a lot for dinner and would gain weight if she ate any more. He suggested she buy more tomorrow. Yu Baiwei continued to shake Cheng Shi's arm, her voice becoming soft and gentle. Brother, please buy it for your sister, please. A genius girl is a genius girl. She not only learned Xia Shui's tricks, but also integrated them and began to apply them to all aspects of her life. Cheng Shi had no choice but to accompany her into the supermarket. While Yu Baiwei was out shopping, he went to the nearby Encounter milk tea shop and bought a cup of milk tea. As he expected, the knockoff was very thorough. From size to style, it was almost identical to the one from the Meet You milk tea shop. However, in reality, there was really nothing that could be done about them. The milk tea brand doesn't have a copyright, so the college supermarket is just copying it, and the supermarket can only watch helplessly. Huh. Cheng Shi spun the milk tea cup around once and then exclaimed in surprise. The cup has the words, God of Learning, in large characters, the Rinrin.com logo, and the name of Tai Lai Driving School on it. Goodness. I was wondering how that female boss suddenly had a breakthrough. She really did have a master to guide her. Cheng Yizhou's Rinrin.com. This is clearly a show of force, a challenge to me. Interesting. I built Yujian.com by copying Rinrin.com, and now he's trying to take me down by copying me too. Thinking about all this, Cheng Shi felt both amused and exasperated. The saying, rivals in the same trade, still applies to the internet. The current style of Yujian.com is quite different from that of Rinrin.com, and is more similar to Jihu and Xiaohongshu in later generations. However, since it started by copying Rinrin.com, there is still a lot of content that overlaps with Rinrin.com. In other words, these two websites are bound to compete, and it may even be a zero-sum game, where one has to lose the other. The reason is simple. Two tigers cannot share one mountain. Cheng Shi had long been prepared to fight Rinrin.com in the future. He just didn't expect Cheng Yizhou to react so quickly, to have his eye on Yujian.com so early, and to have already started making moves. This destined battle seems to be starting ahead of schedule. Cheng Shi was certainly not prepared, but he was not intimidated at all. Business warfare is something I've done before. I have plenty of experience in dealing with it. Although Cheng Yizhou is a well-known old fox in the industry, Cheng Shouxin, with the experience and tricks accumulated over 2 lifetimes, as well as the foresight of a reborn person, might not be afraid of him. If you want war, then let's fight. With that in mind, Cheng Shi decided to convene a meeting with all key employees the next morning to figure out the other party's tactics first. After accompanying Yu Baiwei to buy her things, Cheng Shi quickly paid the bill and then took her to the girls' dormitory building. Cheng Shi, good night. Yu Baiwei waved gently to someone, but her feet were rooted to the ground, her eyes filled with reluctance. Under the streetlights, she slightly raised her head, her lips, painted with lipstick, shimmering in the light, and her eyes sparkling as if reflecting a sky full of stars, clearly anticipating something. Cheng Shi pretended not to notice, waved to her, and then turned and walked into the night. Yu Marin's expression clearly turned disappointed. She didn't let out a soft sigh until Cheng Shi's figure disappeared from sight, and then she walked into the dormitory building. Well, actually, Cheng Shi didn't want to be so clueless about romance. He had long wanted to taste the soft, plump red lips of Yu Marin, but now he really didn't dare. He was afraid that his future mother-in-law, Cheng Danqing, was hiding in the shadows, and that if he dared to kiss her, she would immediately jump out, draw her heaven-slaying sword, transform into Abyss Miju, and chop off his dog's head. If he were Master Zhang, he wouldn't be afraid. The problem is that his cultivation is currently insufficient. Let alone Master Zhang, he's probably not even Song Qingshu. How can he possibly fight against Abyss Miju? I can't beat them. I really can't beat them. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. When Cheng Shi returned to dormitory 606, he found that his buddies were all there, but none of them were chatting. Instead, they were all busy with their own things. Wang Tianyu and Hu Junjia were both texting, but their expressions were different. Young Master Wang was beaming with delight, clearly in the throes of a passionate affair with his beloved Shui, who looked worried. It seemed that Senior Yinzi was indeed fast, and even with his accelerator on full throttle, he couldn't catch up. Liu Peisong remained carefree, using Wang Tianyu's computer to look up game guides. Wang Jichao, meanwhile, was engrossed in reading a pirated online novel. It's worth mentioning Yang Jia, who rested his chin on his hand with a deep gaze, as if he were cosplaying the classic work, The Thinker, by French sculptor Auguste Rodin. Cheng Shi was just about to go wash up when this guy suddenly let out a howl. I've made up my mind. I'm going to give up on Zhou Yunyun. The guys were all startled by him, and Wang Tianyu was so shocked that he almost dropped his phone. he immediately started cursing. Are you fucking back from the dead? With some doubt, Cheng Shi asked, didn't you go shopping with Union tonight? What triggered this? Wang Jichao also put down the pirated novel. Second brother, if you can really give up Zhou Yunyun, I'll write my name Wang backwards. Cheng Shi couldn't help but chime in. Boss, to be fair, the character Wang, upside down is still Wang. Wang Jichao. Apart from Yang Jia, the other guys were all laughing hysterically. Yang Jia sighed first, then said seriously, don't laugh. I swear, I'm serious this time. Sixth brother is right. True love is about mutual giving and receiving, not one-sided fawning, and certainly not self-pity after fawning. I'm telling Zhou Yunyun right now that I don't want to be her adopted brother anymore, and I don't want to contact her anymore. Are you really serious? The brothers were all skeptical. Cheng Shi, however, scoffed at it. He felt that Yang Jia's actions this time would most likely be all bark and no bite. A true departure is always silent, without any fanfare or farewell declaration. To put it bluntly, why did Yang Jia decide to leave and even tell Zhou Yunyun? Deep down, wasn't he still hoping that Yunyun would try to persuade him to stay? Cheng Shi has never studied psychology, so how is he able to grasp Yang Jia's psychology so accurately? Because he was looking in the mirror in his past life. Hadn't he also sworn an oath like Yang Jia, roared to the sky, and said that he would end his relationship with Xia Ning and break free from this unequal relationship? As a result, as long as Xia Ning tries to persuade him to stay, gives him some hope, and gives him a couple of sweet treats, he'll happily run over to her again. Yang Jia went shopping with Zhou Yunyun today. Something must have happened that hurt him, which is why this whole thing happened. But Cheng Shi felt that he hadn't been in enough pain. The real pain cannot be cried out. Chapter 133. 3 days later, they will kneel down and sing Conquer. The next day was Monday, and Cheng Shi skipped class and went to the 101 headquarters early in the morning. Key employees such as Nan Shui, Zhang Wenjia, Zheng Dong, Hong Yin, Li Feiyu, and Sun Feifei were already there, all looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It's obvious that everyone knows that Yujian.com is in trouble. The rival is even more terrifying, formerly Renren.com, now Renren.com. How big? According to data released by Renren.com itself in August of this year, the website has reached 70 million registered users. What does this mean? It can be said that it covers all universities in China and also has a considerable number of social users. Currently, Yujian.com only has a few 100,000 users. Compared to others, it's a complete nobody, nothing at all. If reality were like a game, a fight would be a battle of health bars, and you'd definitely be no match for someone online. The difference in size is too great. Fortunately, real-world business battles involve many factors and require the right timing, location, and people. At least in Sichuan, Yujian.com has hundreds of thousands of followers. Although its user base is smaller than Renren.com's, its loyalty and engagement far surpass its rivals, so it is not without a fighting chance. More importantly, MeetNet has real-world applications. What is the most effective way for a team to build cohesion in its early stages? It's absolutely a personality cult, bar none. Cheng Shi believed this, and that's how he acted. The employees at Yujian.com, from top to bottom, all believe that their boss is incredibly capable and have a mysterious confidence in him, thinking that there is nothing in the world that he cannot handle. Therefore, the employees were not particularly afraid of the attack from Renren.com, which was dozens of times larger. The dominant emotion is anger and an eagerness to retaliate. Renren.com's methods are too despicable. They held some ridiculous God of Learning competition, which was almost a complete rip-off of Yujian.com's Campus Goddess contest. Everyone felt like a thief had broken into their home. The success of the Campus Goddess contest was largely due to Cheng Shi's leading role, but every employee present also contributed their wisdom. Who wouldn't be furious to be plagiarized like this? The meeting began immediately after Cheng Shi arrived. Zhang Wenjia was the first to speak. Boss, according to what I've heard, it seems that Ma Shiqiang, the person in charge of Renren.com in Sichuan, contacted Jean Tailai, the owner of Tailai Driving School, and Li Fengqin, the owner of Shuyuan Supermarket. The three parties joined forces to organize this God of Learning competition, aiming to steal users from our Yujian.com. They also want to bring down Yujiani Milk Tea Shop. Damn it. These three guys not only copied us, but they also want to dig a hole and bury us. It's really too much. Zheng Dong then stood up, added some points, and proposed a plan. Boss, I took a look at the God of Learning competition on Renren.com, and the resemblance is too strong. You could even say that their special page, from layout to design, is completely copied from us, except for the logo. I even designed many parts myself, and I have the drafts. I think we can collect the evidence and sue them in court. Yes, sue. We must sue. Let's get them. Damn it, this is so unfair. This is intolerable. Uncle can tolerate it, but Auntie can't. The others also chimed in with their own opinions. The generation born in the late 1980s and early 1990s caught up with China's economic takeoff after its accession to the WTO. They may have experienced a few years of hardship during their primary school years, but after the turn of the millennium, most families were better off. At least they had enough to eat and wear. The employees of UGN.com, while not exactly pampered, haven't experienced much hardship either. This also means that they are all relatively naive, and they couldn't stand Rinrin.com's underhanded tactics. Each and every one of them had an extremely indignant expression. Chung Shi, on the other hand, remained calm and composed. You might say Rinrin.com is despicable, and it is, but it's still within acceptable limits. That's how business is. It's full of deceit and backstabbing. That's why they say the marketplace is like a battlefield. Sun Tzu summarized this more than 2,000 years ago. Warfare is based on deception. If Chung Shi doesn't even have this basic understanding, what kind of business is he doing? He waved his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. After everyone finally quieted down, he raised his eyebrows and said, "What's all this commotion about? The enemy hasn't even attacked yet, and you're already throwing yourselves into disarray. As for suing the other side, forget about it. At present, the copyright laws in our country are very imperfect. Even if the court accepts the case, it will be a very trivial lawsuit. Our goals at Fruit Technology aren't exactly the stars and the sea, but we're not so low as to waste time with Chingizhou. Don't be fooled by the fact that Rinrin.com is dozens of times larger than Yujin.com. I honestly don't consider him a threat." Zhang Wenjia asked in confusion, "Boss, why are you so calm? Aren't you angry even after a while?" Chung Shi curled his lip and said, "So that's why I'm the boss. Don't you know what it means to have a thunderous heart, but a calm face? Besides, what's there to be angry about? When we first started Yujin.com, didn't we also copy Rinrin.com's template? Now they're using our tricks against us. You can only say that what goes around comes around." Hongyin asked, "Boss, it seems you already have a plan?" The other employees were also watching him expectantly. Although they talked a lot about fighting back and making Rinrin.com, Tailai Driving School, and the college supermarket pay the price, it all remained just talk, without any concrete plans. They've only ever seen business warfare in novels. It's still too far removed from their own lives. Just as Chung Shi was about to answer, there was a noise at the door, and then 3 people pushed the door open and entered. The leader was none other than Jean Tailai, the owner of Tailai Driving School and the title sponsor of this God of Learning competition, who had dealt with Chung Shi before. Beside him was a woman in her 40s, dressed in gold and silver, with a seductive figure. Chung Shi had never really dealt with her, but he knew Hurley Fengqin, the female owner of the college supermarket. Ever since the opening of the Meet You Milk Tea shop, which squeezed her shady business out of business, this woman has cursed him a lot, and even spat at him in front of Chung Shi several times. The third person was a young man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a refined and scholarly demeanor, exuding an air of sophistication. Chung Shi didn't recognize this guy at all, but he could roughly guess who he was. Who else could it be but Ma Shiqiang, the head of Rinrin.com in Sichuan? Chung Shi looked at the 3 uninvited guests, a slight smile playing on his lips, and thought to himself, interesting. These 3 actually came to visit him as a team? What's up? Are you coming over here to taunt me or unleash your ultimate move? Mr. Chung, I apologize for coming uninvited. Kim Tae-rae clasped his hands in a fist salute to Chung Shi. He was still the same as always, with a slicked-back hairstyle, a big gold chain, and 2 walnuts in his hands, exuding the air of a Qingshui gangster. "Oh, I was wondering why my eyebrows were twitching all day. Turns out we have a very important guest coming. Mr. Jean, it's been a long time." Chung Shi responded with a forced smile. Kim Tae-rae certainly exudes a rough and unrefined air. He sat down with an air of authority as soon as he arrived, as if he were the master of the 101 headquarters. "Mr. Chung, you're getting more and more handsome. You're almost half as good-looking as I was in my youth. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Ma Shiqiang, the head of Rinrin.com in Sichuan. We're both in the website business, so you'll probably have a lot in common. This is Ms. Li Fengqin, the owner of the college supermarket. Ms. Li is quite the capable woman." Chung Shi nodded to both of them, which was considered a greeting. Li Fengqin said with a forced smile, "President Chung, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. I've been running a milk tea shop at Sichuan University for several years, but you managed to shut me down in less than a week." Chung Shi pouted. "Aunt Li, actually I don't know how I can be so outstanding. But your milk tea shop went bankrupt so quickly. Is it possible that it's not because I'm good at it, but because you're too ruthless? When school started, I bought a cup of milk tea from your shop. Holy crap, one sip and I had diarrhea for 3 days. I almost went to see my great-grandmother. He could at least maintain a semblance of harmony with Kim Tae-rae, but there was absolutely no need to do so with Lee Bong-chin. As far as he knew, after the Meet You milk tea shop opened, Lee Fong-chin cursed him countless times, calling him a turtle son and a toad skin, and spat at him countless times. Lee Fong-chin's expression immediately changed. Chung Shi scolded her for being heartless, but she didn't get angry because her heart was inherently heartless. What broke her defenses was the phrase, Aunt Lee. She snapped. You, surnamed Chung, have no manners at all? Who are you calling auntie? Jean Tai-lai offered a word of advice. Well, Mr. Lee, Miss Chung is only 18 years old, just 2 or 3 years older than your son. It's only right that she calls you Annie. Lee Fong-chin then realized that Chung Shi was indeed just an 18-year-old young man. The reason she overlooked this was because Chung Shi was too amazing. In just over 3 months since entering the school, he had set up a website, organized competitions, and opened a milk tea shop, and effortlessly ruined her milk tea shop. It's easy for people to overlook his age. After all, apart from Chung Shi, there's no other 18-year-old who could cause such trouble. After an awkward laugh, Lee Fong-chin decisively launched a counterattack. President Chung, we came here today to learn from you. You organize competitions and run milk tea shops. What a great combination. It just so happens that Mr. Jean, Mr. Ma, and I organized a similar competition. So we've taken the liberty of hearing your opinion, President Chung. We would be grateful if you would be so kind as to offer your guidance. Kim Tae-rae also spoke up, using similar words to Lee Fong-chin. Upon hearing this, the employees of UGN.com at the 101 headquarters were so angry that they trembled with rage, clenching their fists and practically spitting fire from their nostrils. Are they here to seek Buddhist scriptures? Mr. Chung, would you be so kind as to offer your guidance? Damn it. These three are clearly here to taunt us. They're practically right in our faces and going all out. Can you tolerate it? Absolutely not. The employees thought to themselves that if they were Chung Shi, they would definitely order these 3 idiots to be beaten out of the house. Unexpectedly, Chung Shi remained as calm and composed as ever. Going to learn from the masters? There's no need for that. I think the competition among these 3 learning gods is going really well. Just keep it up, and you'll definitely become a big star. Really? Lee Fong-chin covered her mouth and giggled. I think so too. After all, this is a university. Ultimately, studying is the most important thing. The title of academic genius is much more important than the title of campus goddess. To put it in more internet slang, her words were roughly, look, you, surnamed Chung, can organize competitions, so can we, and we'll do it in a way that's more sophisticated and impressive than yours. Rinrin.com, is that lousy website of yours? You're not even worthy to carry their shoes. Are you angry or not? I'm asking you, are you angry or not? But being angry won't do any good. I just love the way you hate me, but can't do anything about it. If Chung Shijin were only an 18-year-old young man, no matter how mature he was, he would probably break down. Fortunately, he had the composure he had cultivated through more than 10 years of experience in the business world in his previous life. Just when the employees thought the boss was about to lose his temper and might even smash up the college supermarket, Chung Shi shrugged and said with a forced smile, Aunt Lee, to be honest, I also want to be the god of learning. Can I sign up for the competition too? Lee Fong-chin was somewhat surprised. She never expected Chung Shi to be so good at maintaining his composure. Are you serious? Chung Shi nodded. Of course. Lee Fong-chin then looked at Ma Shiqiang. Ma Shiqiang didn't understand what Chung Shi was up to either, but he was a respectable man, and after finding no reason to refuse Chung Shi, he nodded in agreement. After exchanging some meaningless pleasantries with Chung Shi, the 3 of them left. The moment these 3 left, the 101 headquarters erupted in chaos. I felt angry, frustrated, and humiliated. What I really can't understand is what's wrong with the boss's mindset. He was subjected to such sarcastic and blatant mockery, and instead of getting angry, he still insisted on participating in their competition. Has the boss defected to the enemy? Zhang Wenjie is probably a drama queen, putting on a heartbroken act. We are ready to fight to the death. Why does your majesty surrender? Chung Shi could certainly understand the employees' anger at that moment. To put it bluntly, those 3 idiots just now copied the competition strategy that everyone had brainstormed and worked day and night to come up with, and effortlessly reaped the fruits of everyone's labor. That's bad enough. But they even came to the 101 headquarters to mock us face to face. Who the hell can tolerate such arrogance and domineering behavior? The employees of Fruit Technology are all young, and youth means enthusiasm. They like to meddle in other people's business, let alone being bullied on their own doorstep this time. Apart from Cheng Shi, everyone, including Hong Yin, was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it, I can't stand this. Boss, how about we go and smash up the college supermarket? To Cheng Shi's surprise, the first person to step forward was none other than Hong Yin, who was always mature and prudent. This shows that after spending this time together, this guy has developed a strong sense of belonging to the 101 headquarters and truly considers it his second home. Zhang Wenjie also got excited. Brother Hong, let's team up. You bring your men to smash up the shop, and I'll bring my men to throw paint on it. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. All right, you two go ahead. I'll visit you in the detention center later, but don't expect me to bring Huazi. You two know I'm notoriously stingy. Taking my money is like taking my life. Hong Yin, Zhang Wenjie. The boiling passion of these two was instantly extinguished by Cheng Shi. Indeed, in a society governed by the rule of law, if someone were to actually smash up a shop and throw paint on it, they could be heading to jail. The other employees who were eager to try also looked listless at this point. So, Cheng Shi looked around and shrugged. Don't act like a gangster. Those are movies, they're fake. No matter how awesome they are, they still have to conform to the coarse socialist values. Remember that. We're doing business, not running a gang. If you want revenge, you have to use business methods. Boss, I acted impulsively and didn't set a good example. Hong Yin immediately felt embarrassed and apologized to Cheng Shi. Then he asked eagerly what specific methods should be used to defeat the aggressive Renren.com and extinguish the arrogance of those three guys. Everyone else looked at Cheng Shi, waiting for him to make a decision. Cheng Shi smiled, held up 3 fingers, and gave the somewhat confused employees a great sense of reassurance. 3 days, just 3 days. I want those 3 idiots to kneel down and sing Conquer, begging me to be lenient and let them go. Chapter 134, Cheng Shi's Superstition. Although the employees of Fruit Technology had been thoroughly brainwashed by Cheng Shi and admired him greatly, they now felt that their boss's words contained a bit of boasting. The 3 sides opposite are all formidable. Even the weakest female supermarket owner, Li Fengqin, is a local bigwig who has been rooted in Sichuan University for more than 10 years. Her older brother is the deputy director of the school's logistics department. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get such a good position and open the only supermarket downstairs in the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics. Jean Tai is even more remarkable. He has turned his driving school business into a chain. The main base is at Sichuan University, and there are more than 10 branch bases in the suburbs. His net worth is several small goals. Moreover, he started his business in the gray market, and his methods are very unconventional. As for Ma Shiqiang, needless to say, he has the backing of Renren.com, which boasts 70 million registered users, and large capital firms like Xinjiang Interactive. No matter how clever the boss is, he's still a freshman in college. Facing these 3 working together, it would be good enough if we could barely hold them off. How could we possibly defeat them in 3 days and make them kneel down and sing Conquer? Judging from everyone's expressions, Cheng Shi roughly knew what they were thinking. After raising an eyebrow, he began to explain. Everyone, use your brains. Don't be fooled by their fancy tricks. I have a core question for you. Does the so-called God of learning really need to be elected by vote? We're all students. Who gets good grades and who gets bad grades is determined by exams, not by voting or rankings. If you were the school administration, would you support such a competition? Everyone pondered for a moment, and then shook their heads one after another. On campus, learning is ultimately sacred, and the only way to determine grades is through fair, just, and transparent examinations. In other words, the so-called academic genius competition, organized by Renren.com in conjunction with Tailai Driving School and Shuan Supermarket, had no official endorsement whatsoever. It was purely a commercial marketing campaign. After everyone gradually realized what was happening, Zhang Wenjie was the first to shout. Holy crap, boss, you've really woken me up. They're so wicked. This competition is just a complete scam. Even if you win the so-called Academic Genius Award, you won't get any credits or scholarships. Zheng Dong frowned and said, but I've seen their promotional materials. They say it's the first university-wide academic competition at Sichuan University, and it has received strong support from many parties. If it doesn't offer academic credits, isn't an official honor recognized by Sichuan University, and doesn't even increase the weight of scholarship applications, what makes them dare to promote it like this? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow and continued to explain. You know, they're cunning. The publicity said there was support from many aspects, but it didn't mention that these many aspects included the school. So now, those students who actively signed up and participated in the competition are just like you were before, fooled into thinking that this is an official honor, or at the very least, they can get academic credits. As long as everyone continues to misunderstand like this, they will achieve their goal of organizing this ridiculous competition, attracting students to Tailai Driving School, boosting the popularity of the milk tea shop in the college supermarket, and suppressing the rise of our UGN.com. As for the consequences, why would they care? They can just issue a statement and give some benefits to get by. To put it bluntly, they don't take the participating students seriously at all, and they are certain that they can't cause any trouble. After hearing this, everyone had a pretty good idea of the other side's strategy. That was fucking black, so rotten it was practically using pus. Zhang Wenjie looked at Cheng Shi. Boss, what should we do now? Should our content department start writing posts right away to expose the truth and ruin this lousy competition? This statement was echoed by many people. Yes, those students who participated in the competition are, after all, our alumni. We can't just watch them get fooled and tricked. That makes sense. We must expose them immediately and let all the students know that this academic genius competition is, in essence, nothing more than a pure commercial marketing scheme. Damn it, they're so wicked, we can't let them get away with this. Looking at the indignant employees, Cheng Shi didn't know whether to say they were naive yet foolish, or foolish yet naive. Having a sense of justice and morality is certainly a good thing, but simply exposing their tricks won't make them kneel down and sing conquer. Even if we ruin this competition, so what? Given Renren's size, this loss is negligible. They can easily make adjustments and launch a new offensive, targeting UGN.com from other angles. As for Jean Tailai and Li Fengqin, they won't pay any real price. At most, they'll just get a few scoldings from the students. Do these two people care about being criticized? The more people criticize them, the better they eat and the sweeter they sleep. Everyone has a starry sky above them, but not everyone has morality in their heart. Cheng Shi shook his head and then said loudly, "Why expose them? What we should do is help them promote themselves." The employees were confused again. What kind of tactic is this from the boss? Why are you even helping them with publicity? Have you really defected to the enemy? Only Hong Yin, who had worked in the underworld for a few years, seemed to have grasped the situation and appeared thoughtful, though he hadn't fully understood it yet. Cheng Shi stopped keeping everyone in suspense and continued to explain. There's a tactic called praise to death, which is like the proverb, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. On Renren.com, instead of being vague and trying to mislead the participating students, they're adding fuel to the fire and making the competition really burn. For example, Zhang Wenjie's content department can post similar threads like the one below on Renren.com to stir up trouble. Shocking. The Gods of Learning competition is incredibly prestigious. The top 10 are guaranteed direct admission to graduate school. Terrifying, the competition for academic excellence can directly determine who wins the national scholarship. OMG, the God of Learning competition is guaranteed to be equivalent to a provincial-level competition. Go as outrageous as possible, exaggerate as much as you can. Regardless of whether everyone believes it or not, some people will believe it, especially those students who enthusiastically sign up and actively participate in the competition. Can participating in a competition guarantee you admission to graduate school, a national scholarship, or even marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, become a CEO, and reach the pinnacle of life? It's easy to imagine how crazy and excited the students at Sichuan University would be if they were led astray like this. Once public opinion has been thoroughly built up, if Renren.com dares to be vague again and ultimately fails to deliver on its promises, well, then it can expect to face the students' wrath. Students at Sichuan University, putting aside everything else, will definitely abandon Renren.com entirely. Although Sichuan University only has 50,000 to 60,000 students, it may seem like nothing compared to Renren.com's 70 million users. But which student doesn't have a few close friends? After suffering such a great injustice, how could they not complain to students from other schools? If word spreads quickly, it might cause a nationwide uproar among universities. If Renren.com then steps forward and righteously condemns Renren.com, it will attract a huge number of followers and take away a large number of Renren.com's users. As for Tailai Driving School and the college supermarket, they'll probably be destroyed by angry students. The consequences of this are unbearable for all three parties. They were forced to stand up and clarify, like shooting themselves in the foot, swallowing their pride, and explaining the true nature of the competition. It was nothing at all. We must ask Cheng Shi to be lenient and stop stirring up trouble for them. At that time, Cheng Shi would have to adopt a high-handed attitude and properly manipulate them. Renren.com is a large and powerful company, so it's unlikely to back down so easily. There will definitely be further measures against UGN.com. But Tailai Driving School and the college supermarket probably won't have the guts anymore. Local merchants, though observing from the sidelines, could still sense Chung Shi's shrewdness and cunning through the process. After Renren.com, it won't be so easy to persuade Tailai Driving School and college supermarket to join forces with local partners to create Ujin.com. This is the result Chung Shi truly wanted. It's not just killing 3 birds with 1 stone, it's killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The employees were completely convinced after hearing this, and their eyes were full of stars when they looked at Chung Shi. The boss is the boss, an absolute born shrewd businessman. Those 3 guys just now, do they even deserve to carry the boss's shoes? After clarifying their thinking and organizing their plans, Zhang Wenjia's content department immediately took action, posting on Renren.com to stir up controversy. Of course, it's impossible to say that if a post is published now, it will immediately gain momentum. There needs to be a fermentation process. It will probably take a day or 2, but Chung Shi certainly can't keep an eye on things all the time. He decided to go back to his dorm to catch up on some sleep. Before leaving the 101 headquarters, he specifically instructed everyone to be careful these next 2 days and not to let anyone from Renren.com sneak in and water his precious money tree. Zhang Wenjia found it amusing. Boss, is it really that serious? Chung Shi's expression was grave. Is it really that serious? When it comes to business warfare, most people in this era have a rather sophisticated and high-end impression of it. An ultimate battle of wits, a bloodless but brutal struggle, a silent contest beneath the surface of turbulent undercurrents. Intrigue, strategic planning, far-reaching schemes, subduing the enemy without a fight. After all, social media is not yet well developed, and people get their information from newspapers and television, or even classic business dramas like The Greed of Man. But Chung Shi knew all too well that the world was just a large, makeshift operation. For example, there's the case of seizing the company seal. Didn't Li Guoqing, the major shareholder of Dangdang.com, openly seized the company seal during a shareholders' meeting with several burly men? He then issued a statement saying he had officially taken over Dangdang.com. Later, with the intervention of the police, Li Guoqing returned the seal. The funny part is yet to come. Once, when Li Guoqing was doing a live stream, the chat asked him, "Mr. Li, where's your company seal?" Li Guoqing shrugged and said, "It's on my belt." The incident of cutting network cables occurred on Wall Street, where a CEO climbed over the wall in the middle of the night, broke into a competitor's company, and cut all the network cables. Besides these, there were also people who slashed car seats, stole people's batteries, poisoned cars. Everything was so simple and unpretentious. Since rebirth could happen to him, Chung Shi could no longer be an atheist. Instead, he became more superstitious. He's not afraid of Renren.com doing other things. He's just afraid that Ma Shiqiang will send people to pour boiling water on his precious money tree. Chapter 135, I once had a job. Probably because he hadn't slept well for several days in a row, Chung Shi slept exceptionally soundly during his second nap. When he woke up, it was almost noon. He got up, washed his face with cold water, and checked his phone. He found that there were many messages tagging him in the class group chat. It's not a university class group, but a high school class group. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Zhou Rui, Lu Wenwen, Wu Shan, Dai Jie, and the others had all been clamoring to come to Sichuan University as a group after their afternoon classes, tagging him to invite the host, the university manager, to dinner. The reason is quite valid. Old classmate, you've been in the newspapers, you're a big star in entrepreneurship, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? What could Chung Shi say? He had no choice but to agree. The friendships formed with classmates in high school are noticeably purer than those formed in college. Although Chung Shi doesn't like pointless socializing, he wouldn't completely cut ties with his old classmates after graduation. Treating them to a meal is still no problem. In the afternoon, Chung Shi obediently went to class. Coincidentally, the first 2 classes in the afternoon were the general education course, microeconomics. Chung Shi naturally attended the class next to Yu Baiwei. He mentioned to Yu Baiwei that some of his high school classmates were coming to visit him later and asked him to treat them to a meal. He asked her if she wanted to come. Yu Baiwei, of course, wanted to be with Chung Shi all the time and said yes, without hesitation. That Chung Shi hesitated for a moment. Yu Baiwei's bright phoenix eyes immediately filled with doubt. Chung Shi is usually very straightforward and speaks his mind, so why is he being so hesitant today? That's very strange. Chung Shi let out a sigh of relief. Xiaoning should be here too. After all, my high school classmate is her high school classmate. Yu Baiwei tilted her head and asked, Chung Shi, do you want me to see her? It's not a matter of whether you want to or not. It's entirely up to you whether you're willing to go. So, how would you introduce me to your high school classmates? How else can I introduce her? She's the boss's wife. Then I'll go. Yu Baiwei immediately became very happy, and her bright phoenix eyes shimmered with moisture. After class, Chengshi strolled towards the school gate, while Yu Baiwei returned to her dormitory. She told Chengshi that she was a little tired and wanted to go back to catch up on her sleep, and that he would call her when it was time to eat. Chengshi didn't think much of it. Actually, Yu Marin went back to her dorm to change clothes and put on makeup. She had actually met Xia Ning before, but she didn't know that the pretty girl with the high ponytail she met outside the corridor of the 101 headquarters that day was Xia Ning. Even she felt a sense of unease and nervousness when facing Chengshi's childhood sweetheart. She was afraid that she wasn't pretty enough and would be outshone by others. This is probably the first time in her life that Yu Marin has worried about her looks. All I can say is that this is what it's like to truly love someone. You always unconsciously put yourself in a lower position and then bloom into a humble little flower in the dust. When Chengshi arrived at the school gate, Zhou Rui, Wu Shan, Dai Jia, Lu Wanwen, and even Brother Huang were already there, and Xia Ning had arrived before him. A neat high ponytail shows off her excellent neckline. Her oval face was still sharp, and her peach blossom eyes were very bright. Compared to her high school days, she has shed some of her naivety and gained a touch of radiance. If beauty is truly a crime, Yu Baiwei is definitely guilty and deserves the death penalty. Xia Ning won't fare much better. She'll at least get life imprisonment. So even now, Chengshi doesn't think that he was blind to have fawned over Xia Ning for 7 years in his past life. His eyes were definitely not blind. He was just confused. As soon as Chengshi arrived, he heard Zhou Rui complaining that the transportation around the main campus of Sichuan University was too inconvenient. Not only were there few buses, but they were also always in a hurry. Unlike their University of Science and Technology, which had convenient transportation in all directions and made it easy to go anywhere. He also said that he was glad he was wise to choose the University of Science and Technology instead of Sichuan University when he took the college entrance examination. Hearing this, Big Brother Huang, who had always been at odds with Zhou Rui, couldn't take it anymore. He rolled his eyes and said, "Zhou Rui, have you forgotten that we were high school classmates? What are you pretending for? Do you think I don't know whether you can get into Sichuan University?" Zhou Rui's cheek twitched for a moment. Then he said dejectedly that he actually had the ability to get into Sichuan University, but he just didn't perform well. He also said that there were only so many academic opportunities in a class, and they were all taken by Chengshi. Upon hearing this, Chengshi looked at him with a mocking expression and said, "Squad leader Zhou, you've stopped studying the 15th year of Wanli and started studying feng shui now, haven't you?" Zhou Rui nodded knowingly. I know a little. Chengshi laughed and said, "That's great. I have a money tree in my office, and I'm wondering where to put it. Could you take a look for me later?" Zhou Rui continued to feign innocence. No problem. Wu Shan was somewhat surprised. "My idol, you actually practice feudal superstition?" Chengshi explained, "I have a sense of awe for fate." Xia Ning watched Chengshi joking around with other classmates, even chatting with Zhou Rui, but ignoring her completely and not even greeting her. She couldn't help but feel bitter inside. Could it be that she and Xiao Cheng can't even be friends, let alone lovers? They grew up together, so why is Chengshi so heartless towards her? At this thought, she felt deeply wronged. From Xia Ning's perspective, her current grievances are quite reasonable. After all, apart from that one time when she tricked Chengshi into confessing his feelings to her in order to prove her charm, she had never done anything excessive to him. Chengshi no longer revolves around her, and she can understand and let go of that now. But she really couldn't accept that Chengshi treated her like a complete stranger. How should I put this? Chengshi's understanding of Xia Ning, besides the shared experiences they had, also includes the 4 years of university life in his previous life when he was being kept on tenterhooks by her. Those 4 years were truly tumultuous, tormenting him to the point of near death, which is why his Dao heart is so steadfast now, and why he keeps his distance from Xia Ning. However, those 4 years are, after all, non-existent for Xia Ning now. Cheng's current treatment of her is certainly not fair. Of course, this is definitely not Chengshi's fault after all. He personally experienced those 4 years. All I can say is that this is fate. Sichuan University's main campus has 2 main gates. Cheng met his high school classmate at the east gate, while a middle-aged couple got out of a taxi at the west gate, carrying large and small bags. If Chengshi were to see this, he would be absolutely shocked had it turned out to be his parents, Old Cheng and Ms. Yuan. Old Cheng, carrying a lot of things, grumbled as he walked. "Honey, you said we were coming to see our son, so why didn't you tell him? Why did you have to do this surprise visit? Do you even know where his dorm is?" Ms. Yuan rolled her eyes at her husband. "If you don't know, you can ask. Besides, if we want to find him, we don't need to go to his dorm. We can go directly to his office. It's in the newspaper, right? Room 102, Startup Base Building. That's your son's office. We can also see what your son's company is really like and assess whether this kid is cut out for business. Chung Jangwo suddenly realized. So, this is why you launched this surprise attack, my dear wife? You were afraid your son would find out beforehand and try to cover up the truth, only reporting good news and hiding the bad. Yuan Xiangqin nodded and said, Old Chung, don't you know how cunning your son is? If we don't launch a surprise attack, we definitely won't see what he doesn't want us to see. Chung Jangwo gave a thumbs up and said, My wife is wise. Yuan Xiangqin immediately raised her head and puffed out her chest, saying, That's right, Chung Jangwo. It's a blessing that your Chung family has accumulated over 8 generations that you were able to marry me. This also shows that Chung Shi's smugness is definitely not inherited from the Chung family, but from his mother. The couple quickly found out the location of the startup base building. On the way there, Yuan Xiangqin looked at the college students coming and going and couldn't help but sigh. Old Chung, how come time flies? It feels like just yesterday I was taking your son to kindergarten, right? The kid absolutely refused to go, so I had to steel myself and drag him there. Goodness, he cried his heart out. When we got to the kindergarten gate, the kid probably knew that he couldn't skip school. As soon as we arrived, he stopped crying and even told me to throw away the bamboo stick. You're such a precious son. You've always known how to save face since you were little. In the blink of an eye, the brat is already in college. Chung Jangwo listened to his wife's sentiments and smiled gently. Yuan Xiangqin continued, Old Chung, what do you think the brat's expression will be when he suddenly sees us after we launch a surprise attack? Chung Jangwo continued to laugh. What kind of expression do you hope he'll have, rushing over to hug his dear mother? Yuan Xiangqin pouted. That's unrealistic. That brat has grown up. He's not as clingy to me as he was when he was little. As the couple talked, they came into view of the startup base building. After chatting with his high school classmates for a while at Dongdaemun, Chung Shi checked his watch. It was 4:30 or 5 o'clock, which was too early to have dinner. So he took everyone to visit Taipei 101 headquarters and then went to his office to sit and kill some time. The students, including Zhou Rui, were all excited about visiting Chung Shi's large-scale entrepreneurial base. He was initially jealous of Chung Shi, partly because of Xia Ning and partly because he felt that he wasn't much worse than Chung Shi, and that as long as he was willing to work hard, he might be able to catch up. Now, Zhou Rui has completely figured it out. Xia Ning's dislike for him has nothing to do with Chung Shi. It's simply because she doesn't like him. As for catching up with Chung Shi as Chung Shi becomes more and more dazzling had long given up, okay? It's completely unrealistic. Li Lao Heir, who has 1 cow at the entrance of the village, is likely to be jealous of Yang Lao San, who has 2 cows at the end of the village, but he is unlikely to be envious of the village chief, who has more than 10 cows. No, I don't deserve it. With his classmates in tow, Chung Shi arrived at the corridor outside the 101 headquarters. Just as he was about to go in, he heard a commotion inside and frowned, wondering what Zhang Wenjia and the others were up to. Were they treating the company like a marketplace? They were usually quite well behaved, but today, he had brought his high school classmates to visit, and now they were making a scene. Just then, Zhang Wenjia came out cursing and swearing, muttering, You wait here. I'm going to find security. This is too much. Watering our boss's money tree is one thing, but taking advantage of our boss is another. Wenjia, what's wrong? Why are you making such a fuss? Chung Shi grabbed him and pulled him back. Zhang Wenjia then noticed Chung Shi and quickly explained, Boss, you're a genius. Renren.com really did send someone to sneak into your office to water your money tree, and I managed to find out in time. Chung Shi's mouth dropped open. No way. They're really going to water it. He really just said it casually this morning. Zhang Wenjia continued to explain to him that 2 middle-aged people, a man and a woman, sneaked into his office. 102 was not only Chung Shi's office, but also a meeting room. So even if Chung Shi wasn't there, the door wouldn't be locked. Then the employees of 101 discovered there was surveillance. After observing for a while, I saw the woman pick up a watering can and start watering the money tree. That was unacceptable. Zhang Wenjia immediately led his men to stop them. Boss, guess what? These 2 actually started yelling that they were your dad and mom. And you know what? They do look a bit like you. Chung Shi became more and more confused as he listened. The idea that a competitor's website sent someone to water his money tree was still within his comprehension after all. This world really was a large-scale makeshift operation. They got caught, and not only did they deny it, but they also shouted that they were his parents. What kind of new trick is this? He's never met them in either of his 2 lifetimes. At this moment, Huang Ziwei suddenly widened his eyes and patted Chung Shi on the shoulder. Xiao Chung, your mother. Cheng Shi glared at him. "Da Huang, why are you cursing at me?" Huang Ziwei stammered, "No, it really is your mother." Then he respectfully greeted Aunt Yuan and Uncle Cheng. Cheng Shi turned his head and, sure enough, saw his parents through the door that 101 had opened. His brain immediately went blank. Xia Ning was also surprised, but she reacted faster than Cheng Shi. She stepped forward, took Yuan Xiangqin's arm, and sweetly called out, "Auntie." A few minutes later, the situation was finally clarified. The story goes something like this. When Mr. Cheng and Ms. Yuan entered his office, they didn't see their beloved son, but they immediately spotted his precious money tree. Ms. Yuan, who knew a bit about gardening, noticed that the tree was a little thirsty, so she took a watering can and prepared to water it for her son. Before they could even start watering, a few tall, burly young men barged in, shouting strange words like spy and agent, and rudely dragged them to room 101 next door. In other words, due to a series of coincidences, a huge misunderstanding occurred. Fortunately, neither Lao Cheng nor Ms. Yuan resisted. Although Zhang Wenjie and his group were rude, they did not actually hit anyone. At this moment, these goods stood side by side in front of Lao Cheng and Ms. Yuan, looking like a row of eggplants that had been hit by frost, drooping and listless, constantly apologizing and making amends. How could I not be afraid? I almost beat up the boss's parents just now. Thinking about how impolite they had been and how rough they had been with each other, the guys were filled with trepidation. If this matter isn't handled well, their fate might be simply, "I used to have a job." Chapter 136 Shameless. Cheng Shi's parents were both vocational school graduates, which was considered high achieving in those days. Back then, there was a saying that only those who couldn't get into a vocational school would go to high school and then try for university. The couple were both well-mannered and cultured. Although they had suffered a great injustice, once they realized it was a misunderstanding, they let it go and didn't really do anything to the young people. Ms. Yuan even praised the young men, saying they had a strong sense of collective honor and were very vigilant. She had just picked up her water bottle when the young men rushed in and grabbed her. "Auntie, I'm so sorry. I wish I could disappear into a crack in the ground." "Auntie, uncle, I'm sorry." Zhang Wenjie and the others became increasingly embarrassed and continued to apologize. Cheng Shi said with a hint of sarcasm, "Mom, didn't you say you'd come to see me on the weekend? Why did you come on Monday? Is this some kind of surprise inspection by the inspection team, or the Empress Dowager on a clandestine visit?" Ms. Yuan rolled her eyes at her precious son. "What's wrong? Why are you being so sarcastic? Don't you welcome your mother?" "Of course not," Cheng Shi chuckled. "By the way, have you two bought your train tickets back yet?" Ms. Yuan. Cheng Jiangwo. The couple were hoping that Cheng Shi would give them a hug after not seeing their precious son for so long, or at least say a few words of concern about their long journey. But the brat started by urging them to go home. Empress Dowager Yuan was not one to be jealous. She grabbed a feather duster from her desk, the kind her employees used to dust themselves, and began to hunt down a certain filial son. "Mom, I urge you to calm down. No, so many classmates and employees are watching. Can't you give me some face? I'm the CEO, CFO, and UFO of fruit technology now." "Ugh, you're really something. Lao Cheng, aren't you going to do anything about your wife?" There was quite a bit of chaos. The students of Class 6, Grade 12, and the staff of Taipei 101 headquarters burst into laughter upon seeing this. Who is Cheng Shi? He's always the one who makes others suffer, never the one who makes a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, he was also subdued by his mother, the Empress Dowager. Yeah, I felt really good. In the end, it was Xia Ning who spoke up and managed to persuade Empress Dowager Yuan to stop. "Auntie, what Xiao Cheng means is, if you and Uncle Cheng haven't bought tickets yet, don't rush to buy them. Stay in the provincial capital and play for a few more days." Cheng Shi quickly chimed in. Yes, Mom. That's exactly what I meant." Then he started to fawn over her, saying, "Mom and Dad, you haven't eaten yet, have you? It's almost lunchtime. We happen to have some high school classmates here too, so let's go out to a restaurant and have a good meal." "You brat, it's only because Ningming is protecting you. Otherwise I'd give you a good beating." Yuan Xiangqin glared at Cheng Shi again before putting down the feather duster. She didn't listen to Cheng Shi and went to eat immediately. Instead, she wandered around the 101 headquarters, asking questions every now and then. A mother worries when her son travels 1,000 miles. She was still worried after all. Cheng Shi is so young, yet he's already made such a big fuss. He's going to fall and dig a huge pit. Wouldn't that ruin his life? Not all parents hope their children will become successful. Ms. Yuan's greatest wish is that Cheng Shi can live a peaceful and smooth life, content with modest wealth and finding happiness in simplicity. However, after this round of investigation, Ms. Yuan found that her son was quite capable. The 101 headquarters may look messy, but it's only superficial and limited by the conditions. Each department has a clear division of labor, and everyone is doing their job. The employees may be young and inexperienced, but they are full of energy. This is a very cohesive team, and this strong cohesion ultimately came together with his son. Ms. Yuan was quite puzzled. How could so many outstanding young people be fooled by her own son and even admire him so much? Is her son really that outstanding? Well, from his mother's perspective, even if Cheng Shi were to actually beat up Heir Ma and kick Lao Wang in the future, he would probably still be a naughty and mischievous brat. After Ms. Yuan finally finished her review, Cheng Shi led everyone to a mid-range restaurant outside the school for dinner. It's not that he's unwilling to spend money or choose the best. You have to consider your parents' feelings. They've been frugal their whole lives, and they definitely won't approve of him spending money so extravagantly. Throughout the journey, Ms. Yuan barely paid any attention to Cheng Shi. She mostly talked to Xia Ning, who kept holding her arm. Ms. Yuan really liked Xia Ning and had treated her like her own daughter since she was a child. Xia Ning shared her daily life after entering university with Ms. Yuan. Ms. Yuan listened and occasionally gave her some advice, such as eating on time and dressing properly. When Cheng Shi was mentioned, Xia Ning's bright peach blossom eyes became noticeably dim, and there was more grievance and bitterness between her brows. Are these two still sulking? Ms. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. During the summer vacation, she met Yu Baiwei once and knew that this angelic girl was getting quite close to her son. But she still hoped that her son would choose Xia Ning. After all, the two families know each other well. More importantly, she could tell that Ningming cared about her son and was willing to make changes for him. As for Cheng Shims, Yuan didn't believe it. He had clearly liked Ningming for so long. Could he really just say he didn't like her anymore? It's not that she dislikes Yu Baiwei. From her perspective, the size difference between the Cheng family and the Yu family is simply too great. The Prince and Cinderella, that's a beautiful fairy tale. But what about the princess and the coachman? Throughout history, there has never been a good outcome for any of them. When dating, you can disregard everything else, but when it comes to marriage, you can't. Marrying someone of equal social standing is an unavoidable hurdle. Upon arriving at the restaurant and arranging for everyone to be seated, Cheng Shi said to Ms. Yuan, "Mom, you order the food. I'm going to pick someone up." Ms. Yuan asked in confusion, "Who is it?" Cheng Shi did not answer, perhaps because he did not hear, or more likely because he pretended not to hear, and left the private room directly. The others didn't think too much about it, assuming he was Cheng Shi's college classmate, or perhaps his good roommate. Only Xia Ning felt a sharp pang in her heart. For no other reason, her strong sixth sense told her that this person was Yu Baiwei. She suddenly became anxious and tormented, even feeling like she was sitting on pins and needles. She already lacked confidence when facing Yu Baiwei. Today, thinking it was just meeting a high school classmate, she didn't dress up deliberately and dressed casually, failing to show her best side, which made her even more insecure. After Cheng Shi left, the private room didn't become awkward. Cheng Shi's strong sense of social responsibility is not something that comes out of thin air, but rather stems from Ms. Yuan's genes. Yuan Xiangqin was concerned about Wu Shan's cough and told her not to tough it out and to go to the hospital immediately. Then she reminded Huang Ziwei to remember to call home, saying that his mother had complained to him about how he had forgotten his mother since starting university, and that he had mentioned Xia Ning the most, praising her for becoming more and more beautiful and considerate. Linxiong is not a big place. Yuan Xiangqin knew all the parents of the students in Class 6 of Senior 3, but she had at least met them. She was acting as the matriarch at this time, which made these young people feel a special kind of warmth. Just then, with a creak, the door to the private room was pushed open again. The conversation in the private room abruptly stopped. Zhou Rui, Dai Jia, Wu Shan, Lu Wenren. They were all petrified when they saw the tall girl following behind Cheng Shi, holding his hand. Chapter 137 Still Love You. The semester started in early September, followed by more than 3 months of university life. Now it's December, late autumn is receding, and early winter is approaching. The weather was lovely today, with the winter sun shining brightly. Even at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, the great sphere of light in the sky still had some lingering power, shining through the window into the private room, creating a beautiful and bright scene. The moment the girl entered, it was as if she absorbed all the light. She wore a bright yellow short cotton jacket, the vibrant color bringing visual warmth, paired with a white fitted undershirt, creating a striking contrast. Her lower body was adorned with a pure black A-line skirt with white lace trim, adding a touch of sweetness. Her facial features were undoubtedly flawless and exquisite, with a straight nose, bright almond-shaped eyes, and crystal-clear earlobes. She also had a good figure, tall and graceful, neither too fat nor too thin, just right. Xia Ning is already pretty enough, but compared to this oval-faced girl, she is visibly lacking in appearance, temperament, and figure. Individually, the difference may not be significant, but when considered together, they represent different levels. Even she paled in comparison, let alone Wu Shan, Lu Wanwen, and others, who were practically resembling apes in comparison. The girl is naturally Yu Baiwei, and can only be Yu Baiwei. This lofty flower, which should have been displayed on the cliff for 1,000 years, has now been tainted by the mundane world because Cheng Shi has been banished to the mortal realm. Perhaps because Cheng Shi's parents and Xia Ning were there, Yu Baiwei was visibly nervous. From the moment she stepped into the private room, her body was very tense. Cheng Shi could also clearly feel that there were fine beads of sweat on her palms. However, Yu Marin still kept Cheng Shi's instructions in mind, forced a smile, looked around, and introduced herself. Hello? I am Yu Baiwei. Then he greeted Ms. Yuan and Lao Cheng. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Zhou Rui, Dai Jie, Wu Shan, Lu Wanwen, and others were still dumbfounded. Although they all knew that Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei were getting close, as the saying goes, hearing about it and seeing it are two different things. Even brother Huang, who spent a lot of time with Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei during the summer vacation, still felt a sense of unreality, thinking that the fact that Yu Baiwei was Cheng Shi's girlfriend was still very much like science fiction. Not to mention them. All I can say is that in the hearts of all the 2009 graduates of Linxiong No. 1 Middle School, Yu Baiwei has a divine status. The sight of the goddess descending to the mortal realm was still too much of a shock for them. Ms. Yuan was also stunned. She often asked Cheng Shi how things were going with Ningning, whether they were still arguing, and how things were with Yu Baiwei, whether they were really dating. Cheng Shi always evaded the question and managed to fool him. So, despite being her biological mother, Ms. Yuan knew almost nothing about her son's love life. But now she knows Cheng Shi had no intention of hiding it at all. He was holding the girl's hand the whole time. After barely regaining her senses, Yuan Xiangqin secretly glanced at Xia Ning, who was sitting next to her, and clearly caught a hint of sadness and bitterness in her eyes. Why? She sighed, feeling a pang of heartache. Old Cheng didn't have any daughter-in-law bias towards Xia Ning. He looked at Yu Baiwei and smiled gently. Wei Wei's here. Please have a seat. After saying that, he got up and pulled out a chair for Yu Baiwei. Thank you, uncle. Yu Baiwei smiled again, this time not forced, but natural. The arrival of Yu Meirun, this unattainable beauty, evoked a range of emotions in the private room. The one who suffered the most was Xia Ning. Yu Baiwei and Xiao Cheng entered hand in hand. Even after they sat down side by side, their hands remained together. Yu Baiwei was already prettier than her, and she had dressed up specially today, which made her feel incredibly pressured and breathless. If Cheng Shi's parents hadn't been there, she definitely would have gotten up and left immediately. If you're going to desert, then so be it. She simply didn't have the courage to confront Yu Baiwei under these circumstances. If you can't compare, you can't compare. There's nothing shameful about admitting to the village chief that you're a cowardly little lamb. Xia Ning sighed, thinking to herself, Mom, I wish you had made me even prettier. Xia Ning ultimately couldn't hold on any longer. She forced herself to stay in the private room for another half hour before fleeing in a panic. Before leaving, she said to Yuan Xiangqin, Auntie, I'm not feeling well today, so I'll have to go now. I'll go shopping with you at Chuanxi Road tomorrow. Yuan Xiangqin knew, of course, why Xia Ning was feeling unwell. She was too worried about her to be angry with her, and escorted her all the way to the hotel entrance. Xia Ning forced a smile. Auntie, let's go back. So many classmates are still here. Yuan Xiangqin sighed. Ningning, things have come to this point, and I don't know what to say. I just can't understand how you and Cheng Shi, who were childhood sweethearts and inseparable, could end up like this. Wei Wei is very beautiful and outstanding, but based on my understanding of Cheng Shi, if there were no other reasons, even if Wei Wei were 10 times more beautiful, she wouldn't be able to get in here. Xia Ning gave a bitter smile. I really don't know how to tell Yuan Xiangqin. If she didn't act out, wasn't willful, wasn't unreasonable, and didn't tease Xiao Cheng to prove her charm. Even if she were Yu Baiwei, it wouldn't be so easy for her to steal Xiao Cheng away. The person sitting in the private room now, holding hands with Xiao Cheng, is most likely her, not Yu Baiwei. She started with a winning hand of 2 kings and 4 twos, so how did she lose the game so inexplicably? Unable to hold back any longer, tears welled up in her eyes and fell to the ground with a soft thud, like a mermaid crying to the moon. She sobbed, Auntie, can I hug you? Yuan Xiangqin pulled Xia Ning into her arms, gently patted her shoulder, and murmured something to her. Silly child. The students in Class 6 of Senior 3 were able to understand and empathize with Xia Ning's hasty retreat. After all, the person on the other side is the aloof and beautiful Yu Baiwei. Xia Ning's ability to hold on for so long already demonstrates her strong mental fortitude. The rest of the dinner went smoothly. Everyone ate and drank as usual. The atmosphere was a little strange, but overall it was quite warm and friendly. After the guests had enjoyed themselves, the group of high school classmates returned to their respective schools. Cheng Shi then took Yu Baiwei and escorted Ms. Yuan and Lao Cheng to a hotel outside the school. The couple were exhausted after a long day, so they didn't press Cheng Shi to say anything more and told him to hurry back to school, and they would talk about the rest tomorrow. After leaving the hotel, Yu Baiwei quickened her pace and took Cheng Shi's hand again, her grip noticeably stronger than usual, as if afraid that Cheng Shi would slip away from her. Cheng Shi vaguely sensed her thoughts, but said nothing. The two walked hand in hand into the campus. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, its quiet light spreading across the earth like frost and snow, casting two long, intertwined shadows on the ground. Without exchanging words, the two arrived at the girls' dormitory building. Let's go back. Cheng Shi released Yu Marin's hand and smiled. Yu Baiwei did not move an inch. Her mouth moved, clearly wanting to say something, but she didn't utter a single syllable. Cheng Shi let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had broken through that barrier himself. He gently patted her head and said with affection, "Silly girl, don't overthink it. There's absolutely no possibility between Xia Ning and me." Xia Ning. Yu Baiwei finally spoke, uttering the name. "Actually, I'm very grateful to her. If she hadn't played a trick on you that night, how would I have known you? I can feel it, and I can see it. She has feelings for you, and likes you very, very much, just like me. I saw her expression and demeanor just now. If you ever leave me, I'll probably feel the same way she does. What are you thinking? How could I not want you?" Cheng Shi. "You say, no matter what, I will not give you to her. How dare you talk like that? I'm not some object you can just give up whenever you want. Did I say something wrong? Relax, stop thinking about these things. Go back, the dorms are about to close." Yu Baiwei nodded and walked to the dormitory door. But then she turned back and shouted with all the courage she had ever mustered. "Cheng Shi, I really, really like you." Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "Yu Baiwei, then I can only say you have excellent taste." Yu Baiwei smiled and said, "Pa, shameless, but I still like you. I like you 100 times a day." Without waiting for Cheng Shi's reply, she blushed and ran upstairs. Cheng Shi's heartstrings were thus deeply plucked. It feels tingly, numb, and itchy all at once. Now, he really can't tell whether Yu Baiwei is genuinely dazed or pretending. To say she's not clueless is an exaggeration. She's often completely oblivious to matters between men and women. I've taken advantage of her many times without her even realizing it. To say she's dull is an understatement. In crucial moments, she seems incredibly clever. Could it be that the genius girl's talent is not only reflected in her studies, but also in her love life? Chapter 138. Old Chung also has a white moonlight. As soon as Yu Baiwei stepped into the dormitory, Su Shishir came over and asked her impatiently what happened during dinner today, and whether she had torn Cheng Shi, that so-called white moonlight, to shreds. Yu Baiwei first shook her head, then said seriously, "Shishir, I haven't even spoken to Xiaoning about this. Besides, she's not feeling well either. Why would I tear her apart?" Su Shishir looked at her with exasperation. "Wei, don't you have any sense of crisis? Seriously, you have to believe me. Based on my experience reading hundreds of romance novels by Zhang Henshui, Xiong Yao, Wan, and so on, never underestimate the power of a white moonlight on a man. You need to stand up straight. Don't have any inappropriate pity or sympathy. Just tear her to shreds and make sure she gets completely out of Cheng Shi's life." Yu Baiwei shook her head again. Sure. Cheng Shi told me that there is no possibility between him and Xiaoning." TCH, Su Shishir rolled her eyes. Wei, men's words are deceitful. You believe everything Cheng Shi says." Yu Baiwei nodded firmly. Sure. Cheng Shi is the best person in the world. He would never, ever lie to me." Su Shishir. Well, she was being unreasonable, trying to talk to Yu Baiwei, that damn love-struck fool, about these things. How could Yu Baiwei possibly listen to her? At this moment, Yu Baiwei said seriously, "By the way, Shishir, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Su Shishir, who had been looking listless, immediately perked up. "Wow, Wei, you've finally figured it out. You want your sister Shishir to teach you some of the secret techniques to tear apart your white moonlight." No, it's like this. I saw Cheng Shi's parents at dinner today." Yu Baiwei recounted the events briefly, then said with a hint of worry, Sure. I can sense that Aunt Yuan doesn't like me that much. What should I do to get closer to her? This. After thinking for a while, Su Shishir came up with an idea. Go shopping with her. What woman doesn't love shopping? While you're shopping, you can pick her up a gift. It's gotten colder lately, so how about gloves or a scarf? Is that so? Yu Baiwei seemed to understand. Then I'll tell Cheng Shi right away. Cheng Shi returned to his dormitory and chatted with his dogs for a while before he was about to wash up when he received a QQ message from Yu Baiwei. Inviting mom shopping? Sure, even a young, wealthy woman like you knows how to cultivate a good mother-in-law relationship beforehand. Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh. On second thought, she realized that Yu Marin couldn't possibly have suddenly become so clever. It was most likely that it was the strategist Su Shishir who came up with the idea. Looking at the time, and figuring that Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chung must have been asleep long ago after a long day of travel, I decided not to call and disturb them, and to discuss the matter tomorrow. The next day was Tuesday, and we still had to go to class, but thankfully there were only 2 classes in the morning. After class, Cheng Shi was about to call his mother to tell her about Yu Baiwei's invitation to go shopping when Ms. Yuan called him first, telling him to hurry to the hotel to meet her after class. She had made plans to go shopping on Chuanxi Road with Ningning and wanted him to come along and carry her bags. Cheng Shi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He made a solemn promise to Yu Baiwei last night, but it turns out that Ms. Yuan is going shopping with Xia Ning today. If it weren't for Xia Ning speaking up, it would have been her. How is Cheng Shi supposed to explain this to Yu Baiwei? After arriving at Ms. Yuan's hotel, Cheng Shi, looking distressed, told his mother about the matter. Yuan Xiangqin frowned upon hearing this. One is someone she watched grow up and who is practically like a daughter to her. The other is very likely to be her future daughter-in-law. She readily agreed to Xia Ning's offer yesterday, and her son patted his chest and agreed to Yu Baiwei's offer as well. This matter has become a dead end, hasn't it? Ms. Yuan sighed. Oh, son, what do you suggest we do? Cheng Shi pouted. Mom, there are always more solutions than problems. It just depends on whether you're willing to try. Then tell me, Yuan Xiangqin said with a worried look. We can't just call them all together, can we? That would be too difficult for Ningning. I'd be worried even if you didn't care. Cheng Shi waved his hand with a smile. How could that be? Does your son look like a complete idiot? This matter is actually very easy to handle. Just do a little time management. There's still plenty of time. Mom, you can spend the morning with your goddaughter and the afternoon with your future daughter-in-law, and that'll solve the problem. That's true. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Xiangqin slapped her thigh and decided to go with it. Otherwise, they're both flesh and blood, aren't they? Yuan Xiangqin was quite efficient. She quickly made a phone call and arranged to meet Xia Ning at the entrance of Sichuan University. Then Cheng Shi was asked to reply to Yu Baiwei, saying that she had some things to do in the morning and would go shopping around 2 p.m. Mom, stay calm. After doing so, Cheng Shi gave Ms. Yuan a thumbs up. By the way, where's my dad? Then Cheng Shi realized that he seemed to have, probably did have, an elderly father. Yuan Xiangqin said she went to see an old classmate, but whether it was an old classmate or an old flame disguised as an old classmate, only heaven knows. Cheng Shi laughed. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? My dad is a Martian. Even if he's working on the atomic bomb, he would never have an affair. Yuan Xiangqin snorted. That's hard to say. You brat, you don't know, do you? Before your dad met me, he had a female classmate he got along very well with. Later, that girl went to university in Beijing, and they gradually lost touch because of the distance between them. But they still kept in touch for 3 years. In your young people's terms, that's probably what you call a white moonlight. Cheng Shi chuckled. I knew it all along. I've already read those letters. Yuan Xiangqin asked in disbelief. How could you have seen this? After Cheng Jiangwo confirmed their relationship, he told her all about these letters and then told her to handle them. Yuan Xiangqin told Lao Cheng that she had burned everything, but she secretly kept it and put it in the box where she kept her dowry and private money. It was locked, so Cheng Shi could never know about it. Cheng Shi chuckled. Back in junior high, I was really obsessed with the legend of Mir. I didn't have money to go online or buy game cards, so I just took the money from your locker. I said, Mom, you didn't even know to buy a better lock. The one you used to lock the locker, I can open it with a toothpick. It's not challenging at all. You little rascal. Ms. Yuan was both amused and exasperated. I was saying that back then, my secret stash of money just wouldn't add up no matter how I calculated it. Turns out it was because of you, this little thief in the family. While speaking, he threatened to pinch Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi begged for mercy repeatedly, then said in a serious tone, We're mother and daughter. What kind of thief is this? It sounds awful. I was just borrowing it. I'll pay you back later. Yuan Xiangqin rolled her eyes at Cheng Shi and didn't continue the topic. As they were talking, The mother and son had already reached the bottom of the building. Yuan Xiangqin was about to call a tricycle to take her to the east gate of the school when Chengshi stopped her. He then took out his car key, pressed a button, and the sound of an Audi A6L unlocking came from the roadside. Chapter 139, The Actor's Self-Cultivation. Yuan Xiangqin asked in surprise, "Little one, you bought a car?" Chengshi nodded and said yes, then opened the passenger door and told her to get in the car quickly. Yuan Xiangqin, however, remained in a daze. This is an Audi A6L, which she considers a very, very good car. Over the years, she and Cheng Jiangwo have saved up several 100,000 yuan by living frugally, but they have never used the money to buy a car. It's not that I don't want it. Every time she went back to her parents' home, she saw that Cheng Shi's uncle's family and aunt's family were driving cars. Although they were only worth around 100,000 yuan, they still made Yuan Xiangqin extremely envious. The reason I refrained from buying was that I wanted to save all the money for Cheng Shi. In the future, he would get married, have children, buy a house, and buy a car. All of these things would cost money. As a result, the brat only went to university for 3 months and quietly bought a big Audi. Is the website my son is working on really that profitable? Mom, it's nothing, don't make a fuss. The bigger thing is yet to come. Upon seeing this, Cheng Shi found it amusing, but was mostly filled with emotion. He knew, of course, how much his mother wanted to buy a car, especially when his aunt was teasing her. I remember once when we went to visit my grandfather's grave, who had passed away a few years ago, my mother had already gotten into my uncle's car, but because my cousin brought his girlfriend back and wanted to go with her, my aunt forcibly pulled my mother out of the car. This incident angered Ms. Yuan so much that she couldn't eat for several days and almost severed her relationship with her uncle. Even so, she couldn't bring herself to spend the money to buy a car. What profound maternal love this is. He scrimped and saved his whole life, accumulating most of his meager salary. Also that Cheng Shi could have a smoother life in the future and not be so strapped for cash. In his previous life, Cheng Shi achieved success too late. He only truly made his fortune after the age of 30. Mr. Cheng and Ms. Yuan didn't have many good days before Mr. Cheng passed away due to illness. Thinking about all this, Cheng Shi became even more determined to work hard and make money. If he had achieved financial freedom sooner, his parents wouldn't have been so overworked, and their health wouldn't have deteriorated so quickly, especially in their early 60s. Thinking about all this, Cheng Shi was somewhat dazed while driving and almost missed his stop. It was only after his mother reminded him that he braked in time and parked the car at the entrance of Dong Demon. Yuan Xiangqin had spotted Xia Ning waiting at the door early on, rolled down the car window, and greeted her. "Ningning, over here." "Aunt." Xia Ning readily agreed and quickly got into the back seat. Looking in the rearview mirror, Cheng Shi noticed that Xia Ning looked rather haggard today, and even her eyes were a little swollen, probably because she had been crying in bed last night. He sighed inwardly, his lips moved, but he didn't say anything, nor did he know what he could say. Shaking his head, Cheng Shi turned the key and drove towards Chuanxi Road. Shopping is a woman's nature. Upon arriving at Chuanxi Road, seeing the rows of brand stores, Yuan Xiangqin and Xia Ning were quickly inspired to unleash their formidable fighting spirit. It was very cold this morning, with frost and fog, so Yuan Xiangqin and Xia Ning were both wearing down jackets. But as noon approached, the temperature suddenly rose, and the sun shone brightly in the sky. As they strolled around, Ms. Yuan's down jacket ended up in Cheng Shi's hands first, and not long after, Xia Ning's down jacket also moved to Cheng Shi's possession. He was hot too, so he unbuttoned his trench coat, revealing a fitted vest. With his tall stature of 1.83 meters and model-like figure with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he attracted quite a bit of attention. Of course, the most eye-catching one is Xia Ning. After taking off her coat, she was wearing a thin white tight-fitting wool sweater that accentuated her great figure. Paired with her classic and delicate oval face, her captivating peach blossom eyes that could be both indifferent and alluring, and her tall stature of 1.68 meters, it was hard not to attract attention. Even many blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners frequently cast their gazes at her, muttering, "Beauty girl," and a few of them even whistled at Xia Ning in a lewd manner. Cheng Shi didn't have any prejudice against Europeans and Americans, so he wasn't going to tolerate these guys. He directly gave them the middle finger. Foreigners may not understand Chinese, but they certainly don't understand this gesture it's universally used around the world. He was cursing and swearing, using European and American swear words like "fuck you" and "shit," and it seemed like he wanted to cause trouble for Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi stood with one hand on his hip, his eyes still showing a hint of arrogance, not taking these guys seriously at all. After discussing it for a while, the foreigners chickened out and slunk away in another direction. Cheng Shi chuckled. This also fit his preconceived notion of Westerners. All bark and no bite. All strength and no substance. Aunt Yuan, it's getting cold. Let me buy you a pair of gloves. Finally, Yuan Xiangqin and Xiaoning arrived at a Hermes store. Xiaoning picked out a pair of women's gloves for Ms. Yuan. They weren't cheap, but they weren't particularly expensive either, costing over 3,000, close to 4,000. Given Lao Xiao's ability to make money and his doting on his daughter, Xiaoning's secret stash must be worth tens of thousands of yuan, so buying these gloves would definitely not be a problem. Yuan Xiangqin refused, but Xiaoning had a way of manipulating her, shaking her arm repeatedly. Aunt Yuan, please, please accept it. You've always been so good to me since I was little. Just consider it a chance for me to show my respect to you. Well, okay then. Yuan Xiangqin was clearly someone who responded better to gentle persuasion than force. She had no choice but to accept Xiaoning's offer. Certainly, this was also based on the premise that she knew that the Xia couple's combined annual income was several million yuan. She would never have wanted Xiaoning if she came from an ordinary family. After putting on the gloves, Yuan Xiangqin was very satisfied with what she saw and said to Xiaoning with a smile, Ningning, you're so thoughtful. Unlike that brat Chengshi, he never brings me a gift when he comes back. But when he leaves, he always takes a lot of things from the house. Chengshi listened, his cheeks twitching slightly, but he didn't say anything. It's not that he's unfilial or doesn't know how to buy gifts for his mother. Buy the cheap stuff, there's no need for that. If we buy the expensive one, Ms. Yuan will accuse him of wasting money. Then let's just not buy it. Consider it saving up your credit limit so you can give your mom a big one later, like buying her a car. The sales assistant, who was in her 40s and about the same age as Ms. Yuan, made the sale and received a commission of 1 or 200 yuan. She smiled broadly. Sister, is this your daughter? She's so beautiful, like a fairy, and so filial. You're so lucky. Yuan Xiangqin sighed. If Ningning were really my daughter, I would be laughing in my dreams. It's a pity that I gave birth to a son back then. You know, that brat. He pointed to Chengshi, who was squatting on the side playing on his phone, looking utterly bored. So the sales assistant understood her rather. She thought she understood. Sister, so you're a daughter-in-law. You're so lucky. 9 out of 10 daughters love their mothers, but it's rare to see a daughter-in-law so devoted to her mother-in-law. This. Yuan Xiangqin was about to explain that Xiaoning was not her daughter-in-law, but she swallowed the words back. Because she noticed that Xiaoning's face showed obvious pleasure when the saleswoman said she was her future daughter-in-law. If she were to deny it now, wouldn't that be like rubbing salt into someone else's wounds? With the thought of a second half to come arranging for his mother to accompany his future daughter-in-law, Yu Baiwei, shopping again Chengshi was losing patience as he shopped for the first half. The time I had arranged to meet Yu Baiwei was fast approaching. But seeing that Ms. Yuan and Xiaoning showed no signs of stopping their shopping trip, how could he not be anxious? In fact, Yuan Xiangqin was also a little anxious, but she couldn't show it after all. She had just received such an expensive pair of gloves from Xiaoning. Looking at his watch, it was almost 1:30. Chengshi had no other choice but to put on an act. He suddenly clutched his stomach and said that he had a stomachache. While saying this, he secretly pinched his thigh. He was really a ruthless person. He could pinch himself until he was covered in sweat and his face turned pale. What is meant by an actor's self-cultivation? That's it. Chapter 140. Sister, how come you have 2 daughters-in-law? Not to mention Xiaoning. Even Yuan Xiangqin was frightened and kept asking him what was wrong with his youngest son. Chengshi, pale-faced, explained, I guess I've been too busy lately and often forget to eat breakfast, which has caused my stomach problems. Xiao Cheng, let's go to the hospital quickly. Don't drive, let's take a taxi. Xiaoning was also anxious, her face full of concern. Chengshi waved his hand and said there was no need to go to the hospital. He could just buy some medicine later. However, it was clear that they couldn't continue shopping on this street. So let's go back. Xiaoning, without any suspicion, nodded quickly. Ms. Yuan then realized that her son was faking illness. His expression immediately turned into a mixture of laughter and tears. They soon arrived at where Chengshi had parked the car, and the 3 of them got in one after another. They drove very fast and soon arrived at the west gate of Sichuan University. Xiaoning asked with great concern, Xiao Cheng, does your stomach still hurt? Do you want me to go to the school hospital with you? Chengshi twitched the corner of his mouth. It doesn't hurt anymore. It's strange, really, it only hurt for a little while just now. But you can't be careless. Stomach aches can be serious or minor. Shall I go with you to the school clinic? Really, that's not necessary. I'll go by myself later. I won't take you back to your dorm. Just get off here, I'll take my mom to the hotel, and then I'll go to the hospital. All right. Xiaoning nodded. After getting out of the car, she didn't forget to tell Chengshi to go to the hospital. Then she waved to Yuan Xiangqin, said goodbye, Aunt Yuan, and entered the campus through the west gate. Chengshi glanced at his watch. Good heavens. It was already past 1:50 and quickly stepped on the gas, heading straight for Dong Demon. Yu Baiwei's message arrived a few minutes ago, saying that she was already waiting at the east gate. Mom, please put your gloves away. On the way to Dong Demon, Chengshi didn't forget to remind Ms. Yuan to destroy the evidence. Yuan Xiangqin was both amused and exasperated. My dear child, this whole thing is like we're filming Infernal Affairs. Are you really sure that it's over between you and Ningning, and that you'll get along well with Wei Wei from now on? Chengshi muttered. Mom, what do you mean by it's over with Xiaoning? Nothing happened between us. The way you're talking makes it sound like I've found someone else and abandoned her. As for you, Baiwei, you know what kind of family she comes from, right? Do you think I can just get along with her whenever I want? Wow, you're actually quite shrewd. Looks like you've thought things through quite a bit. It's not that far. You have to walk one step at a time. Didn't you teach me when I was a child that you have to be strong yourself to succeed? My main task now is to study hard and work hard. As for dating, it can be a diversion, but it's not a necessity. My dear child, Wei Wei is a good girl too. You must never hurt her. Mom, I know. Your son has also been hurt in relationships and been fooled by love. I know what it means to do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. Why are you talking like such an old man lately? Yuan Xiangqin rolled her eyes at Chengshi, then said earnestly, what losses have you suffered, or what tricks have you been fooled? You used to like Ningning and tried every way to be nice to her, but that was all of your own free will. Ningning never did anything excessive to you, did she? You like Wei Wei more now, but there's no need to treat Ningning like your enemy. You two grew up together since you were little. Except for the lack of blood relation, you're her brother. The way you treat Ningning right now makes me want to slap you. This sigh. Chengshi sighed. This version of Xia Ning didn't do anything excessive to him. He can understand when his mother scolds him. But the 4 years of university that Xia Ning kept hanging on him in his previous life were also real events that he had personally experienced. How miserable and muddy he was in back then because of Xia Ning. Yang Jie must have been thoroughly humiliated by Yunyun. Compared to Chengshi in his previous life, he was utterly insignificant, a mere child compared to a great wizard. After shaking his head, Chengshi sighed. All right, Mom, I understand. For your sake, and for all the years Aunt Lu and Uncle Xia have taken care of me, I will try to be more polite to her in the future. You said it yourself, a real man, a promise is a promise. After saying that, Yuan Xiangqin stopped talking about the topic. A few minutes later, we arrived at Dong Demon. Chengshi rolled down the car window and immediately saw Yu Marin standing prettily at the school gate. She was clearly dressed up carefully today as well. Her features were exquisite, like a finely carved jade. Her skin was fair and tender, like freshly squeezed milk, radiating a soft glow under the warm winter sun. The most beautiful feature was her pair of phoenix eyes, clear and bright, like a deep lake or a vast starry sky. Yu Baiwei. Chengshi called her name. Hold head high. Yu Baiwei also saw Chengshi. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she ran over. After getting into the car, her cheeks were slightly red, and she greeted, Hello, Annie. Chengshi asked her somewhat teasingly, Where are you planning to take my mom shopping? After thinking for a moment, Yu Baiwei tilted her head and said to Yuan Xiangqin, Auntie, shall we go to Chuanxi Road? This? Ms. Yuan's cheek twitched slightly, but she finally nodded. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at Chuanxi Road in one car and began to stroll around. Chengshi, a straight man like him, doesn't like shopping, let alone going shopping twice a day, especially on the same street. He's absolutely despondent. Although Ms. Yuan enjoys shopping, doing the same thing twice is also a bit of a hassle. Putting everything else aside, my stamina is starting to give out. Fortunately, Yu Baiwei is naturally naive and didn't notice anything strange about Chengshi and Yuan Xiangqin. After browsing around for a while, I ended up at the Hermes store again. Yu Baiwei stopped in her tracks. Auntie, let's go inside and browse around. It's getting cold, I'd like to. I'll buy you a scarf. Ms. Yuan instinctively wanted to refuse. She really didn't have the habit of accepting gifts from people casually. But the words got stuck in my throat. She accepted the gifts that Xia Ning, her fake daughter-in-law, had just given her. Now that Yu Baiwei, her real daughter-in-law, is giving her gifts, it would be really unreasonable for her to refuse. With that thought in mind, Ms. Yuan nodded and said, Wei Wei, okay, but you have to promise Annie you won't buy anything too expensive. Yes, I know, Andy. Yu Baiwei was initially very nervous, fearing that Yuan Xiangqin would not accept it. Seeing Yuan Xiangqin nod, he immediately became very happy. After entering the brand store, he pulled Chengshi to pick out a scarf for Yuan Xiangqin. His little leather shoes made a clattering sound on the floor tiles. The sales assistants and customers in the Hermes store were quickly drawn to the stunning beauty of the poppy. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that such a beautiful girl really exists in real life? Compared to her, even the bright lights in the store seemed dim and colorless. 2 hours earlier, the saleswoman who had chatted with Ms. Yuan approached her again, her face full of shock and confusion. She lowered her voice and asked, "Sister, how come you? How come you have two daughters-in-law?" She was genuinely shocked. 2 hours earlier, the girl with the oval face who was with the mother and son was already quite beautiful. She was serene and radiant, like a fairy. This one, however, is clearly on a higher level in terms of appearance. The last one was like a fairy, but this one is an absolute fairy. As for why she said to Ms. Yuan, "How come you have two daughters-in-law?" The previous one was admitted by Yuan Xiangqin herself. This one is clearly visible to the naked eye. The two little ones are holding hands the whole time, their brows brimming with the sweetness only a young couple in love can have. Yuan Xiangqin was instantly embarrassed and stammered. Maybe yes? Presumably not knowing how to explain it, Ms. Yuan simply chose to give up. Tired? Let's destroy it, quick. Chapter 141. Better to die for a fellow Taoist than for this one. Before we knew it, 2 more days had passed. Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chang's trip to the provincial capital this time was not a quick tour. The couple were genuinely worried about their son, and both took a full week off from work. "I'm thinking of carefully evaluating my son's entrepreneurial project. If the risks are too great, I'll advise this brat to pull back from the brink and correct his ways. I don't want him to ruin his life because of a momentary impulse in his eagerness to prove himself." When they arrived and visited their son's company, the couple's worries instantly vanished. The couple seriously underestimated their son. He was incredibly capable, running the company successfully with everyone in a well-organized and efficient manner. The school leaders, both big and small, were very supportive and treated their son like their precious darling. Therefore, the advice to Cheng Shi to pull back from the brink remained unspoken. "But since we're already here and have taken the leave, we can't just go back like this. We might as well treat this trip as a vacation." The couple both attended vocational schools in Chengdu. Their alma mater no longer exists. It was merged after several rounds of education reforms. However, their classmates from back then are still around, and the couple has been contacting them these past few days to have tea and meals together. Cheng Shi's life did not pause with the arrival of her parents. He should go to class when he needs to, pursue his career when he needs to, and take you by way for a walk when he needs to. Every day, I just find some time to have a meal with my parents. After all, the adults are no longer children. It's time for them to learn to live independently. Mr. Ma Shiqiang, the head of Renren.com's Sichuan region, has been quite busy these past few days. He always felt that there was an invisible hand pushing the gears of fate, trying to drag him into the abyss. He partnered with Tailai Driving School and the college supermarket to organize a genius competition at Sichuan University. His ultimate goal was to use the competition's popularity to steal users from Ujian.com and nip this nascent website in the bud. Judging from the available data, his strategy was quite successful. Many experienced users of Ujian.com have been flocking to Renren.com these past few days to actively participate in and discuss the academic god competition. However, as the competition gained more and more attention, Mr. Ma felt that something was wrong, and something was definitely not right. Can participating in a competition guarantee a place in a graduate program? Directly receive the national scholarship? Could they even be selected as civil servants? Are these students crazy? What kind of sleeping positions do they have at night to have dreams like that? Anyone with a slightly normal thought process wouldn't believe that. The problem is these stupid yet naive college students actually believed it, and the story got more and more outrageous as it spread. Ma Shiqiang's scalp began to tingle. When he initially planned the academic genius competition, he deliberately didn't make these points clear, intending to guide the discussion in that direction. His purpose, of course, was to motivate students to participate and ensure the competition's popularity and buzz. Wasn't this how the online campus goddess competition was organized back then? It's clearly a shoddy competition, but it's being made to look like it's officially endorsed. He was just copying what others did. If you, Cheng Shi, are capable, then why can't I, Ma Shiqiang, be capable? That doesn't make sense. If a monk can touch, then I can touch. If Ko can go there, then I can go there too. But now, Mr. Ma has realized the difference. Whether she's a goddess or not, whether she has official endorsement or not, it really doesn't matter. After all, this thing is essentially just an empty title. If it can be recognized by most people, it has value, and no one will cause trouble for Cheng Shi afterwards. Academic geniuses are different. Once it's linked to things that college students care about most, like postgraduate admission, scholarships, and selection for civil service positions, how much fire can it ignite? The fire is burning too brightly. While it ensured the popularity of the competition, it also meant that Ma Shiqiang might get burned and destroy himself. Imagine if today's enthusiastic college students knew that the so-called postgraduate recommendation, scholarships, and selection for civil service positions were nothing but illusions. Could they bear such a strong sense of disparity? In a fit of rage, I'd smash up his office, or even dismember him. Being young also means being impulsive. What can't these hotheads do? Ma Shiqiang was quite shrewd and perceptive. He could sense that the reason the academic competition was so popular was because there was definitely someone behind the scenes deliberately doing this. He even guessed that Cheng Shi was the one who did it, although he couldn't find any evidence. This also shows that although Guoshi technology is small in scale, it has a solid technological foundation and is not intimidated by large companies like Renren.com. Ma Shiqiang had all the accounts on Renren.com that were stirring up trouble investigated by his technical staff, and they were all found to be normal, with their IP addresses evenly distributed across different colleges and dormitories at Sichuan University. From a technical standpoint, Ma Shiqiang couldn't find any clues to prove that Cheng was the one orchestrating this whole thing. As the momentum intensified and the fire burned ever brighter, Ma Shiqiang grew afraid, truly afraid. That noon, he steeled himself and went to Cheng Shi's office to visit him. The first thing he said was, "President Cheng, are you trying to set me up and trap me?" To Ma Shiqiang's surprise, President Cheng did not deny it, but nodded directly, accompanied by his signature eyebrow-raising gesture. "I'm the one stirring things up, so what? You got a problem with that?" "You." Ma Shiqiang was clearly taken aback, but he quickly suppressed his anger and sneered. "President Cheng, what a clever move. You dug such a huge pit for me without making a sound. But what's the use? Now that I've seen through it, I can just issue a statement to clarify the matter." Cheng Shi shrugged. "Mr. Ma, then hurry up and send it. What are you doing in my office? Do you want me to invite you for tea, or are you trying to secretly water my money tree?" Ma Shiqiang squinted. "President Cheng, is there nothing else? Can't I come and sit for a while? You wouldn't be so petty as to beat me out with sticks, would you?" Cheng Shi gave a forced smile. "How could that be? Hitting someone is against the law. At most, I'll find someone to dig a hole and bury you, Mr. Ma." Ma Shiqiang, meow meow meow. "Haha, just kidding, Mr. Ma. You have a good sense of humor, okay?" Cheng Shi genuinely laughed this time. After laughing for a while, he said seriously, "Mr. Ma, we're all sensible people, so let's stop rambling on. You can issue a statement immediately to clarify the competition, but that would mean all the massive resources Renren.com invested in organizing this competition would be wasted. How are you going to explain such a huge loss to Qing Yizhou?" Ma Shiqiang stubbornly insisted. "That's my problem." "All right, there's no point in being stubborn now." Cheng Shi waved his hand. "I have an idea that can guarantee you, Mr. Ma, won't lose out. Want to hear it?" After hesitating for a while, Ma Shiqiang still couldn't resist the temptation and softly hummed in agreement, although he felt like an ignorant girl at this moment, while Cheng Shi was showing his devilish tail. Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you?" He picked up the instant coffee on the table, took a sip, and said 7 words to Ma Shiqiang. "I'd rather die than see my fellow Taoist die." Just how dirty can Article 142 really be? Ma Shiqiang is a smart man. When dealing with intelligent people, there's no need to spell things out too clearly. Better to die for your fellow Taoist than for me. After Cheng Shi pointed it out to him, Ma Shiqiang instantly understood. Even when Cheng Shi picked up his coffee for the second time, he had already come up with a specific implementation plan. With this operation, Cheng Shi will definitely make a huge profit, but he will barely break even. So who will bear the consequences? Who else could it be but Kim Tae-rae and Li Bongjiam? The two of them were the fellow Taoists that Cheng Shi mentioned. "Mr. Cheng, thank you for your guidance." Ma Shiqiang clasped his hands in a fist salute to Cheng Shi. He had intended to leave, but as he reached the door, a thought struck him, and he turned back. "President Cheng, you are in a position to fulfill your responsibilities. While it is true that I was in charge of this operation against your website, I was also carrying out orders from our boss, Mr. Cheng." Cheng Shi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not that low. I have no interest in taking revenge on you. If I can't handle someone wielding a knife, then I can only blame myself. I don't have that ability yet. I'm not going to turn around and fight a knife." Ma Shiqiang clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Cheng. When I report back to Mr. Cheng, I will talk to him about reassessing the relationship between Renren.com and your website." "Thank you very much." Cheng Shi returned the gesture with a fist and palm salute. Currently, UGN.com is still too small and is not qualified to directly compete with Rinrin.com. It would be best if Chung Ejo could change his mind and stop seeing him as a thorn in his side. However, Chung Shi felt that even if Ma Shiqiang genuinely wanted to be a lobbyist, it would be difficult for him to succeed. In the internet industry, the winner-takes-all effect is too obvious. UGN.com and Rinrin.com are clearly competitors. If they don't fight now, they will in the future. With Chung Ejo's business acumen, it's impossible that he can't see the development potential of UGN.com. Preemptive suppression, or even nipping it in the bud, is the optimal solution. That's how business works. If you're not ruthless, others will be ruthless to you. If Chung Shi were in Chung Ejo's position, he wouldn't have allowed UGN.com to grow wildly. After returning to his office, Ma Shiqiang immediately convened a meeting with his employees. Following the meeting, Rinrin.com promptly issued a clarification announcement. The announcement roughly states that this competition has no special significance. It is merely intended to stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for learning and to create a positive learning atmosphere at Sichuan University. As for the possibility of being recommended for postgraduate studies, receiving scholarships, or being selected as a civil servant, such claims are completely unfounded. Rinrin.com reserves the right to the final interpretation of this event. After the announcement was released, the students were in an uproar. In no time, countless people posted online to criticize Rinrin.com, saying that they were deceiving people. As for those who had signed up for the competition, they naturally dispersed in a panic. What else? Forget about postgraduate admission, scholarships, and civil service positions. There aren't even any academic credits. The real reward for the academic genius competition is half-price driving lessons at Tailai Driving School, or a 500 renminbi shopping cart from the college supermarket. Whoever wants to go can go. Damn it, who do you think you are? What's the difference between this and finally getting access to a campus network with less than 100 kilobytes of bandwidth, downloading a torrent of sexy young woman fighting 7 strong young men, only to find out it's Calabash Brothers instead? A few hours later, Mr. Ma, most of the students have withdrawn from the competition. Many have even deleted their accounts and posted that they're never using Rinrin again. Our operation to target UGN.com has been a complete failure. So what if we fail? Admitting defeat now is a way to cut our losses, and it's better than getting burned. Chung Shi is such a scary young man. He completely controls our carefully planned scheme with just one praise-to-death gesture. Mr. Ma, should we notify the college supermarket and Tailai Driving School? After all, they are partners. Notify them? Notify them my ass. I'm still counting on collecting their final payment to recoup our losses. Keep it from them, since those two don't use the internet anyway. If you ask, just tell them everything's going great and to hurry up and settle the final payment. Mr. Ma, what if they want to see the back-end data? Do I need to teach them this? Just show them some data. Do you think Jean Tailai and Li Fengqin, these 2 junior high school students, can understand data? I understand. Although our plan failed, we were able to recoup our losses from Jean Tailai and Li Fengqin, and we can also give Boss Chung a satisfactory explanation. Mr. Ma, you are truly brilliant. Hearing his subordinate's flattery, Ma Shiqiang's lips twitched involuntarily. Could he say that such a wicked idea was actually taught to him by Chung Shi? This young man, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, how could his heart be so filthy? Chung Shi simply doesn't have super hearing. If he could hear Ma Shiqiang's inner thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes and tell him, "Dirty? This is nothing. Mr. Ma, your imagination is too limited. I can be even dirtier." He was sitting in the boss's chair in room 102 playing Snake when he suddenly heard cheers coming from room 101. He then roughly knew that Ma Shiqiang's side had completely backed down and had taken corresponding actions. He lifted his buttocks and turned towards 101. Zhang Wenjie leaned his large head closer, his face full of disbelief. "Boss, awesome. Rinrin.com has already issued a statement clarifying that this ridiculous academic competition is completely ruined." Chung Shi smiled nonchalantly, continuing to maintain his persona of being a model, just kidding, and enigmatic. As expected, with all that hype from us saying things like guaranteed admission to graduate school, national scholarships, and even a chance to be selected as a civil servant, the accolades were getting bigger and bigger. How could Ma Shiqiang dare to accept them? He had to issue this clarification announcement. "Hey boss, is this what they call a business war? It feels like it's over before we even got our pants off. Then you should buy some whips to nourish yourself." Who told you it's over? They just issued a clarification announcement. The competition hasn't been canceled. Everyone, hurry up and register. Meow meow meow. Everyone looked completely bewildered. Why would they participate in this ridiculous competition? Chung Shi looked at everyone as if they were idiots. Are you all stupid? Even a mosquito bite is still meat. Isn't half-price driving lessons more appealing? Or can't you buy anything with the 500 yuan shopping cart from the Academy supermarket? Now that most students have dropped out of the competition, if we go and participate, won't we be guaranteed a spot? Later I'll have Nan Shui make an automatic vote-buying script to boost our votes to the top and give Jin Tai Lai and Li Fengqin a good beating. They dared to come to our 101 headquarters and attack us face-to-face a few days ago. Look at them. This time they won't even be able to cry. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, everyone finally realized what was happening. Their faces filled with excitement, and shouts rose and fell. Holy crap. Yeah, I haven't even taken my driver's test yet. Half price means I can save over 2,000. A 500 yuan shopping cart from the college supermarket is a great deal. If I exchange it for daily necessities, I could use it until I graduate from university. Sign up. Sign up now. Senior Nan Shui, please help me get to number 1. I want to be a top student. Zhang Wenjie stared longingly at Nan Shui. Nan Shui was about to say, okay, when Cheng Shi interrupted. No way, first place is mine. My parents haven't left yet. I want them to see me win the academic genius trophy. Then I'll take it home and put it in the most prominent place in the house, and I'll show it off to my colleagues and neighbors whenever I have time. Zhang Wenjie said with a long face, Boss, you're already dazzling enough. Why don't you even let go of this shoddy award? Leave some room for others to survive. Crying won't help. Here's the deal. You're second place, the academic genius. You get a trophy too, just not as cool as the academic god. A top student, that's fine too. Enough to make my relatives feel good. Everyone else, listening and watching, felt their scalps tingle. I thought to myself, boss and manager Zhang, you too, have some decency. Why are you dividing up the trophy beforehand? One can imagine that when Kim Tae-rae and Li Bongxin see that the people going to receive the award are actually Cheng Shi and his gang of subordinates, they will have a stroke on the spot. The drama within is so intense that it could be turned into a storytelling performance. As the saying goes, Governor Jin's brilliant plan to secure the country resulted in the loss of his wife and his army. And as another saying goes, Sister Li was only clever throughout her life, but her cleverness backfired. Chapter 143, A Bad Premonition. It's already mid-December. A cold front from Siberia brought the people of Chengdu, who had enjoyed several days of warm winter sunshine, a real taste of winter. The temperature is almost 0 degrees Celsius. On the Sichuan University campus, apart from a few overly fashion-conscious female students, most students have put on their winter down jackets, thermal underwear, scarves, gloves, and the like. A warm cup of milk tea at this moment would be truly delightful. So after the cold wave hit, the business of Meet You Milk Tea Shop improved a lot. The Encounter Milk Tea Shop, located opposite the college supermarket, has seen a decline in business. Its customer traffic, which used to be half that of the Encounter Milk Tea Shop, has now dropped to 1/3, and there is a continuing downward trend. Li Fengqin was quite puzzled. If the cold wave is the reason for the decline in business, how come the business on the other side is rising instead of falling? Is the academic genius competition not popular enough? That's impossible. He's asked Ma Shiqiang before. He asks him every day, hasn't he? Mr. Ma confidently stated that the entire sector was booming, with sales in full swing and the duck meat market extremely hot. After thinking it over, Li Fengqin gritted her teeth and hired a few college students to distribute flyers at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, the place with the highest foot traffic. She vaguely remembered that Cheng Shi had done something similar when he organized a goddess competition. However, instead of flyers, they handed out round fans. But it's the dead of winter now, and it looks like it's going to snow. Even if she were brain dead, she wouldn't use a round fan. Li Fengqin doesn't think she's brain dead. She thinks she's a clever idiot. The flyer was printed with the words, God of Learning Competition, the first university-wide competition at Sichuan University, written in regular script. She paid out of her own pocket to have these flyers made, so the name and logo of the college supermarket were the largest and most eye-catching. I handed out flyers all morning, but very few students took them. Even those who did took them would look at me with disdain after reading the words, and then crumple the flyers into a ball and throw them in the trash can right in front of me. Damn it, are these students crazy? Li Fengqin was naturally furious. Jin Tailai was also leading a group to hand out flyers. Right at the intersection ahead, the Tailai Driving School's logo and name were the most eye-catching. His experience was very similar to Li Fengqin's. Few students accept it, and even if they do, they'll most likely throw it away. The two met at Shuilin Road Square and discussed their plan. Boss Jean, something's weird, what's going on? Boss Li, is it because we didn't give out round fans? I remember Cheng Shi gave out round fans back then, and the students used them to fan themselves. It was so much fun. I remember, but Mr. Jean, don't you see the temperature? It's almost snowing. If we hand out fans, the students will think we're crazy. This shouldn't be happening. It doesn't make sense. Boss Jean, let the students continue distributing the papers. Shall we go find Ma Shiqiang and take a look at the data? Then let's go. After discussing it for a while, the two threw all the flyers to the part-time students and then drove to Ma Shiqiang's office. Ma Shiqiang was out on business and not present. His assistant was the one who received the two of them. Xiaozhong, how's the back-end data going? As soon as Li Fengqin entered the office, she asked impatiently. Xiaozhong muttered, "Oh, it's General Manager Jean and General Manager Li. The situation is excellent. Everything is booming, and the buzz is incredibly high." Kim Tae-rae frowned. Really? If the data is so good, why aren't many students enrolling in my driving school? Mr. Lee's milk tea shop hasn't seen any improvement in business either. In fact, it's even declining. Xiao Zhang's eyelids twitched, but he quickly concealed it. He said seriously, "Gentlemen, that's why I say you don't understand the internet economy. For online buzz to spread offline, it takes time to ferment and settle. Think about it. Right now, all the students are busy with the competition. Their energy is all in voting and ranking. Where do they have time to sign up for your driving school, Mr. Jean, or go to your milk tea shop, Mr. Lee? Be patient. When the competition comes to an end, we'll do some offline promotion, and the effect will be absolutely fantastic." Although Jean Tai-lai and Li Fengqin still felt something was off, they couldn't find any fault with Xiao Zhang's explanation. All I can say is that no matter how shrewd these two are, they'll still be completely bewildered when faced with the unknown. Human knowledge cannot be created out of nothing. The internet economy sounds so sophisticated, but they really don't understand it. Xiaozhong, could you show us the back-end data? Jean Tai-lai was still uneasy and looked at Xiao Zhang expectantly. Mr. Jean, in principle, our website's back-end data cannot be shown to outsiders. What if user privacy is leaked? Of course, I trust you, Mr. Jean, so please take a look, but please do not take pictures. Don't worry, I absolutely won't take any photos. Xiao Zhang then turned on the computer and showed it to Jean Tai. Kim Tae-rae leaned closer and found that besides English, there were numbers and a number of statistical symbols that he didn't recognize and couldn't possibly recognize. How could he possibly understand it when he didn't even graduate from junior high school? He was at a loss. Xiaozhong, isn't there a Chinese version? Xiaozhong pouted. Mr. Jean, you'll have to ask Bill Gates why he doesn't develop Microsoft systems in Chinese. Although Kim Tae-rae and Li Fengqin saw the backstage data, they didn't understand the game at all and could only believe whatever Xiaozhong said. After Xiaozhong patted his chest and assured them that the situation was absolutely excellent, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the Sichuan University Square to continue distributing flyers and building momentum. As fate would have it, Cheng Shi, who was on his way to have lunch with his parents, happened to drive by and saw the two of them. He rolled down his window and greeted them with a smile. "Hey, Mr. Jean, Aunt Lee handing out flyers here? You two are in good health. Aren't you afraid of getting cold in this windy weather?" Jean Tai-lai and Li Fengqin exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat surprised. I never expected Cheng Shi to have such a good mental fortitude. Their academic genius competition is going very well, almost destroying his crappy website, and he can still laugh about it. I must say their teeth are really white. He's also very magnanimous. That day, they all went to the 101 headquarters and attacked each other face to face. If it were an ordinary young person, they would have gotten angry, but this guy could act as if nothing had happened. "Mr. Chung, please excuse my poor appearance." Kim Tae-rae replied with a forced smile. Li Fengqin clearly lacked Jean Tai-lai's composure. Not only did she ignore Cheng Shi, but she also let out a heavy snort from her nose. Cheng Shi shrugged, rolled up the car window most of the way, then rolled it down again and stuck his head out. "Aunt Lee, the academic genius competition will be over in a couple of days, right? I saw a special feature on renren.com that said the materials for the awards ceremony will be provided by the college supermarket. The trophy has to be really high-end, preferably gold-plated, the kind that sparkles and glitters. I'm a country bumpkin. I just love the flashy style." Li Fengqin, meow meow meow. "No, what does this academic genius competition have to do with you, surnamed Chung? Why are you telling her how to make the trophy? And it's twinkling and sparkling. Is it putting on a talent show for its old lady here? A dog catching a mouse meddling in other people's business." But then I thought about it again, and it's not a bad idea, since it won't cost much more money. This is Li Fengjia's magnanimity, and she's very open to good advice. Kim Tae-rae listened, but frowned. He didn't know why, but he had a premonition that things were getting worse and worse, and he felt like he was about to fall into a pit. Chapter 144. Good things come in succession. 2 more days passed, and it was Friday. This cold wave from Siberia is truly fierce, lasting for almost a week with no sign of abating. Chengshi even felt that if it continued to be this cold, it might snow in December. This is absolutely a rare thing in the Sichuan plain. In Sichuan, it doesn't snow every year. It only happens once every few years, and it usually occurs in January, the coldest month. All I can say is that this year is really cold. Sichuan is okay, but many other provinces and places have experienced snow disasters, which are being reported on the news every day. Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chung have already bought their return tickets for Sunday, which is the day after tomorrow. After all, both of them have to go back to work next Monday. These past few days, the couple has been seeing old classmates, a group of middle-aged people getting together to reminisce about the old days everyone has a youth. On Friday noon, when Chengshi was having lunch with his parents, Ms. Yuan mentioned to Chengshi that tomorrow, Saturday, she and his father's old classmates would be coming to Sichuan University. After all, we've bothered them for several days, so your dad and I are planning to treat them to a meal at Sichuan University. We'll also let these uncles and aunties meet you. Sure, Chengshi smiled, but I can't guarantee I'll be available all day. Yuan Xiangqin smiled and said, just be there when we eat. Oh, and invite Wei Wei along too. Chengshi hummed in agreement, indicating that there was no problem. After thinking for a moment, he asked Yuan Xiangqin one more question. Had she called Xiaoning? Yuan Xiangqin rolled her eyes at Chengshi. Your dad and I have been in Chengdu for a week, and Ningning has come to visit us more often than you brat. She's taken us to all the surrounding attractions. We're having a party tomorrow. How could I not invite her? Chengshi listened, somewhat bewildered. He really didn't want to put Yu Baiwei and Xiaoning together. First, he was suffering. Second, Xiaoning and Yu Baiwei would both be unhappy with each other, so why bother? But what Mom said makes sense. She couldn't possibly not call herself Xiaoning. If we don't call her, and it gets back to Aunt Lu Li's ears, will the two of us, who have been sisters for decades, still be able to get along? Helpless, Chengshi had no choice but to accept it, thinking about what he should do to alleviate Yu Baiwei's displeasure. As for Xiaoning, he couldn't care less about that now. He might not even be able to coax Yu Marin properly, let alone have the energy to do so. Besides, he doesn't have that kind of ability. So, all those male protagonists in novels who have women on both sides are complete idiots. True love can never tolerate a third party. Just as Chengshi told his mother a few days ago, his main task now is to build his career, and dating is just an embellishment, not a necessity. Although Yu Baiwei and Xiaoning will inevitably meet again tomorrow, which makes him a little flustered, he still has to work when it's time to work. After having lunch with his parents, he drove to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. The campus goddess competition here is nearing its end, and the voting and ranking are in full swing, becoming increasingly intense. In the School of Computer Science, a girl named Zhou Jingyi is firmly in first place. As long as she maintains her vote share, she will basically be the #1 goddess. In the School of Engineering, a girl named Sun Tiantian is currently ranked second. The gap between her and Zhou Jingyi wasn't that big. Both of them were far ahead of the third-place finisher. Sun Tiantian was clearly unconvinced, and her fan group was putting in a lot of effort to garner votes and narrow the gap with Zhou Jingyi. Zhou Jingyi couldn't just watch the cooked duck fly away, so she was also doing her best to rally her fans. These two really got into a fight. So much so that when Chengshi stepped into the campus of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, he even had hallucinations, as if he could clearly smell gunpowder. Chengshi was naturally delighted with this. Beat them hard, beat them until their brains pop out. Because of this battle between the two campus beauties, the number of registrations at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China skyrocketed, and the daily active users were also high, even surpassing the final stage of the Sichuan University Campus Goddess Contest. Although Xian Ning and Lu Jieqi's fans were also vying for the top spot at that time, neither of them personally participated. Relying solely on the fans' initiative was definitely not as effective as the efforts of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Chengshi went straight to the 505th branch base and held a summary meeting with the employees. At this stage of the competition, there's really no need for any more hype. Everything will fall into place naturally. So Chengshi held this meeting mainly to commend the outstanding technical and content teams, showering them with praise, and then instructed Sun Feifei, the finance staff who came to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China with his help, to distribute the bonuses later. With the emotional support from the boss and the lump sum of money in their pockets, the employees were incredibly excited and didn't feel the hardship of working overtime at all. Their initiative was off the charts. They were so eager to go through fire and water for Chengshi. This is what contemporary college students are like, untainted by worldly concerns, brimming with the dazzling youthful spirit of stars. Before leaving the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Cheng Shi also mentioned to Brother Huang that if he was free the next day, he should come to Sichuan University and have a meal with his parents. Big Brother Huang is a single guy who doesn't need to spend time with a girlfriend, so when there's something he wants to do, he readily agrees. The second round of promotion for UGN.com was carried out almost simultaneously at three universities: the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Chengdu University of Technology, and Chengdu Normal University. The University of Electronic Science and Technology of China is nearing completion, and the other two universities are making similar progress. So these past few days, Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie, the two leaders of the sub-battlefields, have basically been staying at the universities they are responsible for, busy wrapping things up and holding summary meetings. After finishing, they immediately sent the meeting reports to Cheng Shi. After Cheng Shi returned to Office 102, he received the meeting reports from the two people in his email at almost the same time. He made himself a cup of instant coffee to wash away his fatigue and then patiently began to read them. Both are pretty good. While the situation at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, where he personally oversaw the main battleground, wasn't far off, it wasn't much worse. Advertising costs, registration volume, and retention rate are all top-notch. This second round of promotion was a resounding success. The more Cheng Shi looked at it, the happier he felt. I guess his luck has finally turned around. The good things don't stop there. The development team led by Nan Shui has completed the alpha version of Fruit Farm. After debugging and confirming that there are no major problems, it started internal testing 2 days ago. Cheng Shi has already obtained the first batch of internal test data. It wasn't just an explosion, it was an explosion. Users who participated in the closed beta were extremely addicted to this web-based game where you grow, harvest, and steal crops, resulting in incredibly high user engagement. It can only be said that growing vegetables is something deeply ingrained in the genes of the Chinese nation. After reviewing the data reports provided by Nan Shui, Cheng Shi waved his hand and instructed the RD department to quickly prepare the beta version and launch the public beta as soon as possible. He also told them not to wait for data feedback and to develop the e-commerce system simultaneously. Once the number of users for the public beta version had increased, the system would be launched directly. Cheng Shi is now eager to squeeze every last drop of profit out of his users. There's nothing we can do. Who knows what kind of mischief Renren.com is up to this time. To counter Renren's suppression, Cheng Shi first needs to have money. This is called preparing supplies before the troops move. Chapter 145: The Last Stand. Kim Tae-rae and Li Bongjiam, who had poured their hearts and souls into the God of Learning competition, were now in the final stages of their studies. In the past 2 days, the two have made numerous phone calls, asking Ma Shiqiang about various data from the competition. Although the two of them couldn't understand anything, that didn't stop them from wanting to watch. Ma Shiqiang didn't have the time to waste with these two, so he simply handed over the entire coordination work to Xiaozhang. So, in the past 2 days, similar conversations have played out countless times. Xiaozhang, how's the backend data? Don't worry, the situation is excellent. How many participants are there? A very promising future. What about the number of voters? A very promising future. In short, the overall picture is very positive. Kim Tae-rae and Li Bongjiam are not truly stupid people. Even those who don't understand the internet economy will realize at this point that something is wrong, completely wrong. First, there's Jean Tailai. With the competition almost over, he's already spent hundreds of thousands on sponsorship fees, while Sichuan University hasn't attracted many new students. Compared to the data from the previous few months, while the increase isn't exactly insignificant, it's certainly not. Li Fengqin's situation was even worse. She spent a lot of money renovating her milk tea shop, and the advertising fees she paid to Renren.com were not much lower than the naming rights fee paid by Jean Tailai. And what was the result? The business of the Encounter milk tea shop was good for a few days, and then it kept declining. The number of customers dropped from half of that of the Encounter milk tea shop to a third, then to a fifth, and there is no sign of it stopping. If this continues, I'm afraid we'll fall into the Mariana Trench. In fact, the Mariana Trench is the limit of Earth's reach, not the limit of encountering a bubble tea shop. This is what they call a great situation? I'll give you a piece of my mind. Sensing something was amiss, the two found a college student working part-time and asked him to help them log into the Renren.com Academic God competition page. What they saw there nearly caused them to have a stroke on the spot. The current rankings for the Academic Genius competition are as follows. First place, School of Economics, Cheng Shi. Second place, Zhang Wenjie, School of Literature and Journalism. Third place, Li Feiyu, School of Chinese Language and Literature. Fourth place, good heavens, from 1st to 10th place, They're all from fruit technology. I won't even mention the first place. It's Cheng Shi, that little brat, the boss of Guesher Technology. As for the last 9, why is it so obvious that Jin Tai and Li Fengqin are Cheng Shi's henchmen? Because everyone's entry statement is the same. Welcome to MeetNet, the most fun and professional forum in all of China. Kim Tae-rae's mouth dropped open. How could this be? The first place winner of the academic genius competition is Cheng Shi, and second through 9th place are all his people? Am I out of my mind? Li Fengqin stared intently at the screen, her teeth itching with anger. Boss Jean, look at the vote count again. First place has over 30,000 votes. Second to 9th place each have over 10,000 or 20,000 votes. And then from 11th place onwards, they all have less than 3 digits, some even single digits. Jin Tai also realized what was going on. Damn it. So that means Cheng Shi and all his employees' votes were all faked? The academic god competition is basically just a bunch of clickbait traffic? Ma Shiqiang fooled us both. Li Fengqin slapped her thigh frantically. That damned Ma Shiqiang. I'm even starting to suspect that he's in cahoots with Cheng Shi, here to scam us out of naming rights and sponsorship fees. The two of them were so angry that they almost chewed their back teeth to pieces. Can you tolerate it? Obviously not. The two immediately drove to Ma Shiqiang's office, and upon entering, they launched into a tirade of abuse, either accusing him of having an extremely high level of obsession with mothers or of having a strong connection to the reproductive system. Ma Shiqiang remained calm, even lighting a cigarette and leisurely exhaling a smoke ring. Jin Tai slammed his fist on the table. You bastard surnamed Ma. You think I won't mess with you? If you really piss me off, I won't care who you are. Ma Shiqiang smiled and said, President Jin, you are a successful person with hundreds of millions in assets. How can you talk like a thug, always talking about fighting and killing? It doesn't conform to the core socialist values at all. I understand and sympathize with your anger, but this has nothing to do with me. I was just doing my job according to the contract. Li Fengqin cursed. You surnamed Ma. How dare you bring up the contract? What promises did you make to us? Did you deliver on them? Boss Jean and I have spent a lot of money, but you haven't generated any publicity whatsoever. Ma Shiqiang raised an eyebrow. Mr. Li, that's not how it works. What I'm telling you is just an expectation. What I mean by expectation is that it might be achieved, or it might not. What can I do if the students aren't interested in the academic genius competition? I can't necessarily hold a knife to their throats and force them to participate, can I? Besides, the situation online is indeed very good. Look at the first place winner, Mr. Chung. He has more than 30,000 votes, which means that more than half of the students at Sichuan University voted for him. How can you say that there's no buzz? As for why the online buzz didn't spread offline, that's definitely a problem with your own traffic generation strategy. It has nothing to do with me. After hearing Ma Shiqiang's shameless words, Jin Tai and Li Fengqin became even more furious. Li Fengqin shrieked, You surnamed Ma. Do you think I'm stupid? That little brat Cheng Shi obviously rigged the votes. Not just him. All the people in the top 10 are his people. They all rigged the votes. Kim Tae-rae echoed this sentiment. Ma Shiqiang shrugged. Vote rigging? No way. Mr. Chung has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He's not the kind of person who would cheat. As the saying goes, whoever makes the accusation must prove it. If you two really suspect Mr. Chung of vote rigging, you have to provide evidence. Otherwise, if it gets to Mr. Cheng's ears, he has the right to sue you for defamation. Kim Tae-rae, Li Fengqin. The two of them finally understood that Ma Shiqiang and Cheng Shi had definitely made some kind of shady deal. They dug a hole together and buried them. At this point, Ma Shiqiang changed his story again. Mr. Jin, Mr. Li, I think we need to face reality now. Mr. Cheng's scheming and skill are unparalleled in my life. It's not unjust for us to have fallen into his hands. You two should try to be more open-minded and considerate, as Mr. Cheng teaching us a lesson, and we've paid our tuition. Jin Tai and Li Fengqin must be getting angrier and angrier, to the point where they don't even have enough molars to chew on. But there was nothing they could do. First of all, they have no way of proving that Cheng was actually rigging the votes. Fruit Technology is a company that deals with networks. How could they, two laymen, find fault with them? That was an insult to Cheng Shi's intelligence. Since they couldn't find any fault with him, Ma Shiqiang's promises of traffic and popularity in the contract can be considered fulfilled or even exceeded. In other words, even if they take legal action, they can't get anything out of Ma Shiqiang. As for private revenge, what era are we living in? Who in their right mind would dare to do that? Furthermore, Ma Shiqiang is no nobody. He has a major internet company backing him. In conclusion, no matter how much Jin Tai and Li Fengqin were still resentful, they had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Of course, There was no shortage of cursing and swearing. Before leaving, Kim Tae-il kicked away a chair that was blocking his way. Then his face turned green. He'd touched his toe, and it really hurt. But Mr. Jean held back, clinging to his last bit of stubbornness. Chapter 146, A Bizarre Father and Daughter. Jean Tai-lai and Li Fengqin had both arrived at the door when Ma Shiqiang spoke up again. President Jean, Boss Li, according to the contract, after the academic god competition, you two need to hold an awards ceremony. Let's get this over with quickly and set it for tomorrow afternoon. You two should prepare the trophies, prizes, and so on. Kim Tae-rai staggered. Li Fengqin also strained her back. The thought of Cheng Shi receiving the award at tomorrow's ceremony made them want to give him a good scolding, and the two of them felt utterly hopeless. Is it okay to skip the award ceremony? That definitely won't work. That's a breach of contract. They'll have to pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. As Li Fengqin left Ma Shiqiang's office, her head buzzed. She suddenly remembered what Cheng Shi had said to her a couple of days ago when he drove by and saw her and Jean Tai-lai handing out flyers. Aunt Li, remember to make the trophy look really fancy, preferably gold-plated, the kind that sparkles and glitters. Li Fengqin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. That son of a bitch. So he was waiting for her here all along. This sense of disparity was far too intense for her. Kim Tae-rai was on the verge of tears, but he had no choice but to accept it and admit that he had been taught a lesson by an 18-year-old. The next day was Saturday. The cold wave that had been raging for almost a week finally subsided a bit. The weather was mostly cloudy, and the sun peeked out from time to time, bringing some rare winter warmth to everyone. Cheng Shi got up early in the morning, then went to the hotel to find his parents, and then went to a tea house called Old Times, near Sichuan University. Cheng Jiangwo and his wife Yuan Xiangqin, along with their old classmates, arranged to meet here. We drink tea in the morning, have a casual lunch, play mahjong in the afternoon, and have a formal dinner in the evening. Between 9 and 10 o'clock, old classmates arrived one after another, men and women, some with their families, and even a few with their children. They were all about the same age as Cheng Shi, and judging from their appearance, they were college students. Judging from the cars they drive, Cheng Shi's uncles and aunts are generally doing quite well. They own several luxury cars worth millions, and even the cheapest ones are worth 200,000 or 300,000. This is quite normal. After all, in their era, vocational school graduates were very prestigious. They were basically the best students in junior high school. After graduating, they were guaranteed jobs, either in one company or another. Their qualifications were extremely valuable. Unlike today's vocational schools, which are either shady or terrible, these schools were basically shelters for abnormal teenagers. Cheng Shi accompanied his parents throughout the reception, addressing this uncle and that aunt. The uncles and aunts were all very friendly. Those with children would give special introductions and then tell Cheng Shi to let the young people interact more. Cheng Shi thought to himself that he was at least a little host today, so he was quite enthusiastic towards these people of the same age, greeting them one by one with a smile. Several of his peers responded politely. As for why, basically, when he got to a girl whose looks were probably a 70 out of 100, Cheng Shi was met with a cold shoulder. The girl snorted at him and then sat down to play on her phone with a sullen face. Cheng Shi is really good. Is this person really that ill-mannered? After chatting with a few people his age, Cheng Shi learned more about this fairy-like girl. Her surname is Zhou, and her given name is Zhou Tong. She definitely has a princess complex. She didn't go to university in China. Instead, her family spent a lot of money to send her to study in Australia. However, she only studies sporadically and often runs back to China. They didn't mind the heat in Australia, so they went back to China to escape the summer heat. Australia is located in the southern hemisphere, so the seasons are the opposite of those in the northern hemisphere, and December is summer. Her father, Zhou Qingde, was the most successful among these old classmates, with a net worth of several small fortunes. As for why Zhou Tong was so ill-mannered, Cheng Shi soon found out the reason. Like father, like daughter. Zhou Qingde acted like a nouveau riche, acting all high and mighty from the moment he arrived, arranging this and that as if he were the host. Cheng Jiangwo was a kind-hearted man who valued their old classmate relationship, which is why he tolerated him all this time. Ms. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. Taking a chance, she lowered her voice and complained to Cheng Shi, saying that Zhou Qingde was the worst student in the class back then, while your father was the best student. He was acting all high and mighty today, obviously trying to discredit your father. Of course, these aren't Yuan Xiangqin's exact words, but that's the gist of it. Cheng Shi looked on in astonishment. Surely not. That's ancient history. Is this guy so vengeful that he's held a grudge for over 20 years? Besides, given my dad's personality, he would never have discriminated against him when we were in school. Yuan Xiangqin sighed. Because back then, Lao Zhou also pursued me. Then Cheng Shi understood was still deeply resentful. Then I have to help my dad take the hit. As Cheng Shi spoke, he took the initiative to go over and greet Zhou Qingde. Uncle Zhou. Zhou Qingde smiled and patted Cheng Shi on the shoulder. You must be Cheng Shi, a handsome young man. He quickly started chatting with Cheng Shi. First asked him about his college entrance exam and how many points he scored. Cheng Shi pursed his lips and said it was all right, barely enough to get into the School of Economics at Sichuan University. Hey, Cheng Shi, you're a top student now. What are your plans after graduation? How about coming to work at your Uncle Zhou's company? Your Uncle Zhou's company is short of talent like you. Uncle Zhou, what kind of business do you run? I'm in the manufacturing business. I own a steel plant with over 1,000 employees. It's not very big, but we're currently preparing to expand production capacity and aim to double it next year. Cheng Shi forced himself not to laugh. It's clear that China's steel production is about to surpass that of the rest of the world. There is a visible overcapacity. Instead of focusing on transformation, Zhou Qingde wants to expand production capacity. It's already 1949. Why do they still insist on joining the Kuomintang? It seems that this guy's ability to become rich was not due to his personal ability, but rather because he caught the wave of the times. That was how it was back then, a wild era when the market economy had just been implemented, where people dared to fight and were willing to overcome anything. Cheng Shi, of course, wouldn't say these things to Zhou Qingde. Instead, he flattered him, saying, Uncle Zhou, I wish you great success. Then she smiled and politely declined, saying that she hadn't considered working yet and planned to pursue a master's degree after graduating from university. As Zhou Qingde listened, he began to put on airs and act arrogantly. Cheng Shi, although there is an old saying that all other professions are inferior, only studying is superior. Studying too much is not necessarily a good thing. In my opinion, finishing university is enough. Why bother with postgraduate studies? How old will you be by then? Men should go out and make their way in the world as early as possible and accumulate social experience. Look at your Uncle Zhou. I was the worst student in my class when I was in school, but I still have hundreds of millions in assets just because I'm brave and hardworking. On the other hand, your dad had such good grades back then, but after all these years, he's just too timid. Cheng Jiangwo listened from the side, his embarrassment visibly obvious. No one would feel comfortable being criticized by a stranger in front of their own son. Cheng Shi frowned slightly. Ahem, Uncle Zhou, I can't respond to that. A son shouldn't speak ill of his father, for the sake of respecting his elders. His tone had turned cold, but Zhou Qingde didn't back down. He continued to lecture Cheng Shi, telling him not to be a bookworm and that good grades were useless. At this point, he suddenly slapped his forehead. By the way, Cheng Shi, I heard that your Sichuan University has produced a startup star. He started some website and earns $2 million a month, which is higher than the net profit of your Uncle Zhou's steel factory. In my opinion, you should learn more from him. That's what you call applying what you've learned. Cheng Shi was somewhat taken aback. Uncle Zhou, who told you this? I thought to myself that this guy definitely hadn't read the newspaper himself. Otherwise, why would I use this to lecture him? Using my own story to teach me a lesson is just ridiculous. It's utterly absurd. Chapter 147. Miss Zhou is very confident. Oh, I heard it from some friends chatting, Zhou Qingde replied. Cheng Shi, don't you believe it? Forehead. Cheng Shi's expression was still very strange. Zhou Qingde clearly misunderstood. He pursed his lips and said, You kid, your Uncle Zhou is a big shot. Do you think I would lie to you? Perhaps in your opinion, it's too exaggerated for a college student to earn 2 or 3 million a month. It's beyond your imagination, but that's reality. You have to learn to accept it and acknowledge the gap between yourself and others. What could Cheng Shi say? His cheeks twitched as he cupped his hands to Zhou Qingde and said, Thank you for your guidance. Zhou Qingde sensed Cheng Shi's perfunctory attitude. A normal person probably wouldn't argue with a junior. But Zhou Qingde was not a normal person. His pride was so strong it was almost abnormal, and he felt that Cheng Shi was disrespecting him. Cheng Shi, it seems you still don't believe me. Fine, Uncle Zhou will pull out the newspaper for you and let you see if your Uncle Zhou is lying. After saying that, he summoned a waiter from the old times tea house, gave him a 100 yuan bill, and asked him to find the issue of the West China City Daily featuring the Sichuan University entrepreneurial star. In Chengdu, tea houses of this type usually provide their customers with the day's newspaper. If it's expired, just put it away, but you can definitely find it. Okay, thanks, boss. The waiter was overjoyed to receive 100 yuan and immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Cheng Shi was both amused and exasperated. Uncle Zhou, I didn't disbelieve you. Zhou Qingde, like a child, said, Go away, you just don't believe me. A little while later, the waiter brought over the newspaper. Zhou Qingde raised his eyebrows. Come on, Cheng Shi, experience the excellence of your peers. As he spoke, he flipped through the newspaper, looking for the special report on Sichuan University's entrepreneurial stars. Cheng Shi's lips twitched. Uncle Zhou, I really don't disbelieve you, and I sincerely advise you not to turn it over. Zhou Qingde ignored him and continued flipping through the pages, looking like he was about to give the brat a good shove. What could Cheng Shi say? He has hurt many people in his life. But someone like Zhou Qingde, who forcibly came over and begged for help. That's truly the first time I've seen someone like that. The West China City Daily has more than 10 pages per issue, so it took Zhou Qingde some effort to flip through them. After finally finding it, he glanced at it hastily and handed it to Cheng Shi without hesitation. Cheng Shi, look, Uncle Zhou didn't lie to you, did he? Uncle Zhou, I'll say it again, I really didn't say you were lying to me. Then you go ahead and watch, kid. Hey, look, it says here. Cheng Shi, the entrepreneurial star and CEO of Yujian.com, earned over 2 million yuan a month in his freshman year of college. He's a role model for the new generation of young people. That's what makes someone truly capable. That's what it means to apply what you've learned, not just to read books blindly. You need to learn from that. Zhou Qingde muttered to himself, finally discovering the key point. Cheng Shi, what did you just say? What's that startup star's name? Cheng Shi. Same name as you? What a coincidence. It's really not that coincidental. This Cheng Shi is me, and I am this Cheng Shi. Zhou Qingde was instantly rendered a complete idiot. A few seconds later, he snatched the newspaper page from Cheng Shi's hand and started reading it himself. The most eye-catching photo in the special report was a picture of Cheng Shi, with a smile on his lips, looking sunny and handsome. Zhou Qingde glanced at the photo first, then looked up at Cheng Shi, and then looked down again to continue looking at the photo. It seems, perhaps, this Cheng Shi is indeed that Cheng Shi. Zhou Qingde's old face turned red visibly, so embarrassed that he could swear he had never been so awkward in his life. You brat. Zhou Qingde's cheeks twitched and his eyelids twitched. Cheng Shi shrugged. Uncle Zhou, I've advised you more than once, haven't I? Why do you insist on looking for the newspaper? Cheng Jingwo watched the whole process. Seeing this, he remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was laughing hysterically. Serves him right. That old Zhou really deserved it. He got slapped. Let's see if he dares to act all high and mighty again today. After being thoroughly slapped, Zhou Qingde remained well-behaved throughout the entire noon, including lunchtime, clearly still in a state of self-isolation. His daughter, Zhou Tong, remained arrogant and indifferent to everyone. She clearly considered herself a princess and saw everyone as her family's stable boy. After lunch, Zhou Qingde pulled Zhou Tong aside, lowered his voice, and told her to talk to Cheng Shi and try to get his contact information. Zhou Tong refused, rolling her eyes and saying, I'm about to immigrate. Why would I need to add his contact information? She genuinely looked down on Cheng Shi, feeling that Cheng Shi was far inferior to her blonde, blue-eyed, and hook-nosed foreign classmates. My silly daughter, do you believe that if you miss Cheng Shi, you'll never meet someone as outstanding as him in your entire life? Zhou Qingde was embarrassed by the incident, but he couldn't hide his admiration for Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi is only 18 or 19 years old, so young, even younger than his daughter, yet he has built such a huge business, earning more than 2 million a month. What does that mean? He's outstanding. Zhou Tong glanced at Cheng Shi, who was chatting with a group of uncles and aunts to her side. I think this kid is only a little handsome. What else is so outstanding about him? We don't have much money at home. We're just an ordinary dual-income family. It was precisely because she knew that Cheng Shi's family was poor that Miss Zhou was so arrogant towards him just now. Tong Tong, Cheng Shi's excellence has nothing to do with his family background. Zhou Qingde spoke earnestly, then handed the newspaper to his daughter. Zhou Tong finished reading with a puzzled look, and then her mouth dropped open in astonishment. She is from a wealthy family. That is precisely why she understands the power of money far better than her peers. With over 2 million a month, it's questionable whether her father even makes that much net profit each month. Considering Cheng Shi's age, so young, his future achievements are limitless. Just as her father said, if she misses this one, she'll probably never find someone as outstanding in her entire life. Zhou Tong immediately lost her arrogance and said nervously, Dad, I was a little rude to Cheng Shi just now. If I go to talk to him now, will he listen to me? Zhou Qingde analyzed for her. Give it a try. Cheng Shi is quite polite. He won't just ignore you. Besides, you're not bad-looking, daughter. Cheng Shi is busy with his career. He definitely doesn't have time for dating. As long as you take the initiative, you definitely have a chance. As the old saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is like piercing a thin veil. After pondering for a while, Zhou Tong nodded, feeling that her father's words made a lot of sense. So Miss Zhou, full of confidence, went to chat with Cheng Shi. She was very confident in her looks. Chapter 148, treating them like one's own parents. The man who always has his own background music when he enters once said, going to a banquet alone in a chicken feather outfit. Everyone else is dressed like a chicken feather. When old classmates get together, everyone eats and drinks, reminisces about the old days, and cherishes their youth. That's enough. There's really no need to put on airs. Cheng Jiangwo and Yuan Xiangqin certainly don't like to pretend, and Cheng Shi didn't intend to pretend for his parents either. But if someone insists on helping them pretend, then there's really nothing he can do. Zhou Qingde spent 100 silver dollars to have a tea house waiter dig out the issue of the West China City Daily featuring Sichuan University's entrepreneurial stars, but instead of educating Cheng Shi, he ended up hurting himself. As a result, Cheng Shi's success in starting a business at a young age, earning more than 2 million yuan a month, became known among his old classmates. Old Cheng, your little Cheng, is amazing. He's so young, yet he's managed to pull off such a big operation. Wow, that's more than 2 million a month. That's equivalent to 10 years of my salary. A hero emerges from among the young. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Comparison is the best policy. Comparison is the worst. If my little rascal could be even a tenth as good as Cheng Shi, I wouldn't have high blood pressure and high cholesterol. After the initial shock, the group of uncles and aunts all praised Cheng Shi. What could Cheng Shi say? He could only keep clasping his hands in a fist and saying things like, not at all, and just lucky. Cheng Jiangwo and Yuan Xiangqin's vanity was greatly satisfied. To put it bluntly, where does the greatest sense of accomplishment for middle-aged people come from? It's not about career success, but about the success of one's children. Seeing his parents' obvious smugness yet forced to hold back expressions, Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Just then, Zhou Chengde and his daughter Zhou Tong, who had been whispering to each other, came over. With a perfectly measured shyness, Zhou Tong walked up to Cheng Shi. Brother Cheng Shi, what's your QQ number? Let's add each other. Cheng Shi, meow meow meow. No, what's wrong with this woman? She wasn't like this before. She used to be so arrogant, never even giving people a second glance. When I greeted her, I was met with a snort from her nose, as if I had overstepped my bounds by speaking to her. Now, however, she's calling him Brother Cheng Shi in a soft, whimpering voice. Just because he knew he was a star entrepreneur earning over 2 million a month? This is so realistic. Cheng Shi really wanted to tell her, I still prefer your previous, unruly self. But they could only hold it in. Due to the occasion, Cheng Shi suppressed his disgust and added Zhou Tong on QQ, but he had already made up his mind to delete her later. Miss Zhou misunderstood, thinking that she was truly incredibly charming despite being so cold to him before. He was still willing to add her on QQ. She analyzed herself and felt that Cheng Shi was probably the kind of naive girl who only knew how to focus on her career and had a completely blank love life. If I just take the initiative a little and get Cheng Shi under my control, it'll be a piece of cake. Cheng Shi, of course, had no idea what Miss Zhou was thinking. If he had known, he would definitely have said something to her. What the hell are you thinking? How many dishes did you have for lunch? You're all drunk like this. Cheng Shi continued to spend time with his parents and chat with a group of uncles and aunts. As they chatted, an aunt asked Cheng Shi, Xiao Cheng, aren't you busy with your business and it affecting your studies? Cheng Shi responded with a smile, saying, Aunt Wang, there will definitely be some impact. Aunt Wang continued, Xiao Cheng, you are at the age where you can absorb knowledge the most. While you are pursuing your career, you can't neglect your studies. Trust me, the knowledge you are learning now will benefit you for a lifetime. Unlike Zhou Qingde's previous pretentious attitude, this Aunt Wang was clearly genuinely concerned about Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, Zhou Qingde leaned in again. Yes, Cheng Shi, actually your Uncle Zhou also thought so before. All other professions are inferior, only studying is superior. I really hate myself now. Why didn't I study harder when I was studying? Look at your father. Although he is not a big boss, he can be seen as very cultured and elegant. I have to learn from him. Meow meow meow. No, is it a problem with my memory? Or have I fallen into a parallel universe? Did Zhou Qingde really say that just now? Cheng Shi forced himself to hold back his laughter. Zhou Qingde's arrogant demeanor followed by his obsequious attitude is truly comical. He could be sent to stand guard at the entrance of McDonald's. It was probably the conversation between Aunt Wang, Zhou Qingde, and Cheng Shi that started the discussion. Then, a group of middle-aged people began to discuss whether it was more important for young people to focus on their careers or to acquire knowledge. In the end, everyone agreed that learning knowledge was more important. You should do what you're supposed to do at your age. You can start a business at any age, but if you miss the best time to learn during your youth, it will be very difficult to learn later in life, even if you want to. As times progress, academic qualifications and the wisdom that knowledge brings will only become more and more important. In their era, as long as you dared to fight and struggle, you had the potential to achieve something great. However, in the future, this probability will only decrease. As for Chengshi, he is just an extremely rare case and has no general significance. Moreover, his current success does not guarantee continued success. Entrepreneurship is inherently risky, but knowledge is different. Once you learn it, it's yours to keep, and no one can take it away. While they were discussing, they didn't forget to ask Chengshi if he agreed. What could Chengshi say? He could only agree, saying that his uncles and aunts were right. That made sense. He's not so brain-dead as to try to change the established perceptions of a group of middle-aged people. In the end, Cheng Jiangwo and Yuan Xiangqin, the couple, began to feel anxious, thinking that Chengshi shouldn't have started a business so early and neglected his studies. Chengshi was both amused and exasperated. Dad, Mom, I'm starting a business, but I haven't really neglected my studies. At least for now, I'm still able to balance both. Yuan Xiangqin pouted. Little one, you're just lying to me. There's no such thing as having your cake and eating it too. Your company has so many things waiting for you to handle every day. From what I've observed these past few days, you're missing classes every other day, right? And you're still trying to take care of. You're just bragging without thinking. Cheng Jiangwo was also worried. Chengshi, don't end up not even getting your diploma. In our Cheng family, you're the only one who got into a 985 university so far. If you don't get your diploma, your dad will lose face. Chengshi waved his hand and said that was impossible. To put it bluntly, even if he doesn't attend a single class from now on, as long as he takes the exams, Sichuan University will find a way to ensure he doesn't fail and graduates smoothly. The school leaders were hoping that Chengshi would give his alma mater face in the future. The couple didn't believe it, thinking Cheng was just being perfunctory. Just then, Chengshi's phone rang. After answering and saying a few words, Chengshi looked around and said apologetically, Dad, Mom, uncles and aunts, please sit down for a while. I have something to do and need to go back to school. I'll come over as soon as I'm done. Zhou Qingda asked in surprise. Chengshi, are you really that busy with work? Today is Saturday, so there are no classes at university. Naturally, I'll be busy with work. Chengshi explained that he wasn't busy with work, but rather went back to school to receive an award. Zhou Qingda immediately asked curiously, what award? Everyone else, including Cheng Jiangwo and Yuan Xiangqin, were also looking at Chengshi. The god of learning. Meow meow meow. Everyone stared wide-eyed. You're so busy starting your own business that you're missing classes every other day. It's questionable whether you'll even graduate. Winning a college student entrepreneurship award is understandable, but what the hell is this God of Learning award? He truly is a god of learning, Chengshi exclaimed confidently. This is arguably the most prestigious academic competition award in Sichuan University's more than 100-year history. You look down on me, Cheng Xiaoxin, don't you? You think I'm 100% going to fail my courses and might not even graduate, right? Just wait until I splatter you all and you're finished. So what if they're your own parents? They should be treated the same way. This wave is all about showing no mercy to family. Chapter 149, Loneliness Like Fireworks. About 10 minutes later, Chengshi strode over with an air of indifference and arrived at the second playground of Sichuan University's main campus, the venue for the awards ceremony of the Academic God Competition. He wasn't alone. He was followed by Lao Cheng, Ms. Yuan, Zhou Qingda, and a group of other middle-aged people. They genuinely couldn't believe that Chengshi, who frequently missed classes, could not only have a thriving career, but also excel in his studies, winning the God of Learning award, the most prestigious academic competition award since the founding of Sichuan University. Why didn't they suspect that the God of Learning award was a sham? Earlier at the tea house, Chengshi, finding explanations troublesome, logged into the renren.com God of Learning competition special page and showed it to them. That's exactly what it says above. Claims such as the most prestigious award in history, a role model for 50,000 students, and worth as much as an Olympiad gold medal. That's more than just awesome, it's downright awesome. With skepticism, the group followed Chengshi to the second playground, and then they had no choice but to believe him. Chengshi is indeed the God of Learning at Sichuan University. At this moment, Chengshi is speaking on the large stage of the playground. There were quite a few audience members below. In fact, there weren't many real audience members. Most of them were there to support Chengshi. For example, students from Finance Class 1, members of the Arts and Sports Department, employees and part-time staff of Fruit Technology. The problem is, Lao Cheng, Ms. Yuan, Zhou Chengda, and others didn't know that. They actually thought that this God of Learning competition was incredibly popular and fiercely competitive, and that Cheng Shi had overcome numerous obstacles to reach the top. Well, to be able to win the God of Learning award, the most prestigious academic competition award in the history of Sichuan University, I truly deserve it. I feel extremely honored. Thank you to the country. Thank you to the government. Thank you to CCTV. Thank you to MTV. Cough. Thank you to Sichuan University. Thank you to Renren.com. Thank you to Tailai Driving School. Thank you to the college supermarket. And thank you to my hardworking father and beautiful mother. Thank you for giving birth to me so good-looking and outstanding. If there were exams for nonsensical literature, Cheng Shi would definitely be a perfect scorer. At this moment, holding the glittering God of Learning trophy, he talked on, his lips moving rapidly without repeating himself. Hearing this, Ma Shiqiang, Jean Tailai, and Li Fengqin in the audience couldn't help but twitch their lips. President Cheng is indeed President Cheng. Others may be shameless, but he has absolutely no shame. Ma Shiqiang sighed sincerely. Jean Tailai and Li Fengqin were cursing and swearing. That son of a bitch, doesn't he know how he got this award? Damn it, I can't hold it in anymore. I feel like rushing up and punching him. Kim Tae became increasingly irritated as he listened, so he simply found a corner, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Old Jean, give me one too. Li Fengqin moved closer. You smoke too. Sometimes, when I'm feeling upset, like right now. Jean Tailai handed the cigarette case directly to Li Fengqin, lit it for her, and sighed, saying, oh well, just like that bastard Ma Shiqiang said, let's just consider it tuition. We'll just avoid him in the future. As the saying goes, a step back opens up a whole new world. After taking a deep drag of her cigarette, Li Fengqin said angrily, Old Jean, I don't have your magnanimity. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, especially when I think about how Cheng Shi not only caused me such a big loss, but he also brought his employees to get thousands of yuan worth of my shopping carts for free. Jean Tailai gritted his teeth. Boss Li, you only got a few thousand yuan, but I have to pay for 10 half-price driving lessons. I've been ripped off for tens of thousands of yuan. Old Jean, tell me, this kid looks all thick-browed and big-eyed. How come his heart is so dirty? How would I know? Damn it. I've been navigating the underworld for so many years, and I consider myself to know a thing or two about dirty tricks. Compared to this kid, I feel so naive and kind. As they talked, the two looked at each other, both on the verge of tears. Li Fengqin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and came up with an idea. Old Jean, I can't do it here. The shopping cards are all anonymous, but you can give this kid a hard time. Kim Tae-rae's eyes lit up. What do you mean? You could just give these 10 people a half-price driving lesson, assign them one car, and give them the most sluggish instructor, and just keep them at it until they graduate from university without ever getting their driver's license. That makes sense. Let's do it. On the other side of the stage, Cheng Jiangwo, Yuan Xiangqin, Zhou Qingda, Wang Jifan, and other old classmates watched Cheng Shi hold the trophy and speak on stage, which was accompanied by discussion. I'm convinced. I, Zhou Qingda, am truly convinced. Cheng Shi is a real genius. In just over 3 months of starting his business, he's built a huge operation while still managing to study. Out of 50,000 to 60,000 students at Sichuan University, he's the only academic genius. Old Cheng, I'm genuinely jealous of you now. I wasn't even this jealous when you won over Xiangqin back then. Old Cheng, Xiangqin, you two have given birth to a rare and precious child. Sometimes, the difference between people is indeed greater than the difference between people and pigs. My son isn't even worthy of carrying Cheng Shi's shoes. Zhou Qingda and others were filled with envy. As the saying goes, the greatest sense of accomplishment for middle-aged people is seeing their children succeed. As Zhou Tong watched Cheng Shi gesturing confidently and commandingly on the stage, a ripple of emotion welled up in her eyes. At this moment, when she looked at Cheng Shi again, she was truly seeing him through a filter, feeling that he was so unique, radiating light, and even emitting colorful bubbles. The employees of Guoshi Technology certainly don't have any inexplicable biases towards Cheng Shi. Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and the other top students, model students, and role models were all muttering to Cheng Shi at that moment. Hey boss, could you please say less? Yeah, boss, stop talking. You've already shown off all the time. What are we supposed to do? Please, give the kids some opportunities to perform. Cheng Shi is indeed a bit outrageous. His thanks to the national government, CCTV, MTV, are all barely acceptable. Just self-aggrandizement, but now he's actually thanking the school dormitory supervisor and the cleaning lady. Wait, boss, can we get any more outrageous? Why aren't we thanking the Trisolarans? Fortunately, after thanking the dormitory supervisor and the cleaning lady, Cheng finally stopped his magic and handed the microphone to Zhang Wenjie, the academic genius, who had been eagerly waiting for it. Cheng Shi walked off the stage with the trophy in his arms, waved to the audience who had come to support him, and was met with a barrage of compliments. Squad leader, you're so handsome, so incredibly handsome. Minister Cheng, this trophy is huge. Boss, does your styling make it so dazzling? Cheng Shi didn't immediately go to find his parents, whom he had just spit out. Instead, he walked towards Jin Tai Lai and Li Fengqin, who were hiding in a corner, smoking silently, their faces showing a loneliness that seemed to say, I am as lonely as fireworks. Chapter 150. You Baiwei's looks are just SOSO. Thank you, Mr. Jin and Aunt Li. Mr. Cheng, congratulations. You truly deserve the title of God of Learning. Kim Tae-rae still had some magnanimity and replied with a forced smile. Li Fengqin gave a cold snort. Cheng Shi smiled and said, Boss Jin, I'm here to thank you sincerely, and it's not just words. How about this? I'll have Ujian.com give your driving school some free publicity later. Upon hearing this, Kim Tae-rae's eyes lit up. He knew how much traffic the internet had, and the advertising effect was exceptionally good. Real. Of course it's true. Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and the others are going to learn to drive at your driving school, Boss Jin, right? I'll have them bring their cameras, take some photos, and then write a feature saying that your Tai Lai driving school has excellent service, responsible instructors, 1 car per person, and you can get your license in 1 to 2 months. Wouldn't that be great publicity? Kim Tae-rae's eyelid twitched, and he glanced at Li Bongqin, noticing that her eyelid was twitching too. No, does this kid have eyes that can see 1,000 miles or ears that can hear the wind? He seems to know that the two of them were just plotting to cheat on the half-price driving lessons reward. Kim Tae-rae was truly convinced this time. Cheng Shi's words could be interpreted as gratitude, or they could be interpreted as a threat. It means that if the service is inadequate, the instructors are irresponsible, and they can't provide one-on-one service, then expose them. Upon realizing this, Kim Tae-rae decisively backed down, forcing a dry laugh as he said, Oh, no problem at all. Don't worry, Mr. Cheng, for all the students from your company who get half-price driving lessons, I will definitely provide the best service. Upon hearing this, Li Fengqin's face immediately changed, turning both black and green. Cheng Shi noticed and said with a hint of teasing, Aunt Li, what's wrong? You look so pale. Li Fengqin cursed. What's it to you, kid? I'm on my period. Is that a problem? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Cough, I thought. Aunt Li, you've already gone through menopause. Li Fengqin. At this moment, Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, Sun Feifei, and other top students, role models and pacesetters were still giving their acceptance speeches on stage. Cheng Shi stopped arguing with Jin Tai Lai and Li Fengqin and walked towards his parents with the glittering trophy in his arms. We hadn't even arrived yet, but from more than 10 meters away, we could hear Zhou Qingde speaking. Xiangqin, is your Cheng Shi dating anyone? This? Before Yuan Xiangqin could answer, Zhou Qingde took over the conversation on his own. Cheng Shi is so busy, juggling his career and studies. He definitely doesn't have time for dating. By the way, Xiangqin, what do you think of my Tong Tong? Ms. Yuan politely replied, Tong Tong is doing very well. Well, I also think Cheng Shi is quite good. Cheng Shi felt increasingly uneasy as he listened. Before Zhou Qingde could reveal his true colors, he quickly walked over and interrupted him from continuing his spellcasting. Well, Dad, Mom, it's about time. Shall we go have dinner? The place where we ate was the same restaurant where Wang Tianyu had treated us last time. This restaurant is up to standard and the food is good. When choosing a restaurant yesterday, Cheng Shi simply suggested to his parents that they choose this place. What Cheng Shi found quite strange was that Zhou Tong, the little fairy, seemed to have some kind of illusion and kept trying to get close to him, calling him brother over and over again, even using that damn Taiwanese accent with a mixed tone sound. All he wants now is for Yu Baiwei to come over quickly and give this self-important little fairy a good pat on the back. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Cheng Shi checked his watch. It was just before 5:20, and there were still 40 minutes before Yu Baiwei arrived. Considering Yu Baiwei's social anxiety and the large number of people present, Cheng Shi decided to let her arrive right on time. Mom, where's Xiaoning? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Cheng Shi asked Ms. Yuan a question. Actually, for a fairy like Zi Zhoudong, there's no need for Yu Marin to step in. Xiaoning, who's a level below her, is more than enough. Just like in the Three Kingdoms game, Lu Bu with 100 martial prowess and Zhao Yun with 96 martial prowess would both be one-shot by a third-rate general with a round face and around 70 martial prowess. What difference is there? You mean Ningning? I forgot to tell you. She said she wasn't feeling well and came today. Chengshi simply said, "Oh," and didn't say anything more. In fact, both mother and son knew that Xian Ning was not physically unwell, but rather feeling tormented. I reckon she simply couldn't muster the courage to confront Yu Baiwei head-on. This is not shameful. Just like in the entire romance of the Three Kingdoms, apart from Zhang San, a reckless fool, no one would have the courage to fight Lu Bu alone. Xian Ning isn't coming, and Yu Baiwei won't arrive for a while, which means Chengshi will have to endure some more torment and continue being harassed by Zhou Tong. This girl really has no sense of propriety. She mistook Chengshi's basic manners and social skills for affection. Even though Chengshi was acting coldly and basically ignoring her, she kept trying to have an awkward conversation with him and even asked him to go to the movies the next day. That would have been bad enough, but to make matters worse, his taste was absolutely terrible. He chose an awful movie that made him feel nauseous just from hearing the name. Time always seems to pass especially slowly when you're suffering through the torment and agony. Finally, around 5:50, the waiter came over and asked Chengshi if everyone had arrived and if they could start serving the food. We're still missing one, but it's not a big problem. It'll be here soon. Let's go ahead. Chengshi nodded, and then led all the uncles and aunts into the private room. Everyone took their seats in turn. Chengshi had just sat down when he frowned slightly because Zhou Tong plopped down on his left. This is the seat that Yu Baiwei is used to sitting in, so that Chengshi can easily serve her food. Regarding this, Chengshi even asked Yu Baiwei why she liked him to serve her food so much. Yu Baiwei's answer was very direct. The food you serve tastes better. Well, you insisted on sitting in this reserved spot, so you're going to get smacked later. Chengshi thought to himself. Zhou Tong suddenly asked him, "By the way, brother Chengshi, you just said someone else is coming. Who is it?" Chengshi answered truthfully, "My girlfriend." Zhou Tong was struck dumb. You have a girlfriend?" Chengshi shrugged. Isn't it normal to have a girlfriend?" Zhou Tong was silent for a while, then asked hesitantly, "Brother Chengshi, is your girlfriend pretty?" "This one." Chengshi touched his stubble-covered chin. "Sister Zhou Tong, a person's appearance is actually very subjective. What is good medicine for you may be poison for someone else. I think that compared to appearance, personal cultivation is more important." He was actually telling Zhou Tong that even if she was overwhelmed by Yu Baiwei's AoE-level beauty, she shouldn't break down too much. Instead, she should improve her personal cultivation, and she might be able to find her own good partner in the future. Zhou Tong was indeed mistaken, thinking that Chengshi's girlfriend was just average-looking, at least not as good-looking as her. Chapter 151. Will my sister-in-law be angry? Zhou Tong, the little fairy, decisively mustered up the courage to poach someone's boyfriend. She said in a teasing tone, "Brother Chengshi, if I sit in this seat, my sister-in-law shouldn't be angry when she sees me, right?" Chengshi smiled, but before he could answer, his phone beeped twice. He looked at the message from Yu Baiwei saying that she had arrived downstairs, so he promptly got up to meet her. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Tong actually pulled Chengshi's chair closer to her, then took out a makeup mirror and started touching up her makeup, thinking that she must show her best appearance and give Chengshi's girlfriend a big scare later. A while later, Chengshi returned, followed by Yu Baiwei, who was dressed up and had exquisite makeup. "Wei, you're here?" In the absence of Xian Ning, Ms. Yuan was still very warm towards Yu Baiwei, greeting her with a smile. Old Cheng was even more direct, waving his hand and treating Yu Baiwei like family. "Wei, sit down quickly. Dinner will be served soon." Yu Baiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly greeted Ms. Yuan and Mr. Cheng, and smiled at the other uncles and aunts as well. She didn't greet everyone, and managing to force a smile was already the limit for someone with severe social anxiety like her. This group of old classmates were completely dumbfounded when they saw Yu Baiwei holding hands with Chengshi. The shock in his eyes even surpassed the shock he felt upon learning that Chengshi was an entrepreneurial star earning over 2 million yuan a month, and the recipient of the most prestigious God of Learning honor in the history of Sichuan University. Beautiful, so incredibly beautiful. She's not just like a fairy, she's an absolute fairy. The clouds yearn for her garments, the flowers for her face. The spring breeze caresses the railing. The dew is heavy. If not seen atop Mount Chuanyu, then met beneath the moon on the Jade Terrace. When contemporary readers read Li Bai's poem, Qing Ping Diao, they often feel regret that they were born more than 1,000 years too late and were not fortunate enough to witness the beauty and charm of Yang Gufei, who could make flowers blush. If he could see Yu Baiwei, he probably wouldn't do it. What a graceful and noble flower of wealth and honor. Even if Yang Guifei were resurrected as a young girl, this would be the best she could look and have the best temperament. After the initial shock came envy. With such an outstanding son and a daughter-in-law who is like an angel, what an amazing life. Because of the angle, Zhou Tong was facing away from Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei at this moment, and she didn't turn around to look what was there to see. Cheng Shi had just rambled on for a long time without answering whether his girlfriend was pretty or not, so it was obvious that she wasn't pretty. Brother Cheng Shi, I've scalded the bowls and chopsticks for you. After saying this in an increasingly sarcastic tone, Zhou Tong turned around and gave Yu Baiwei a provocative look. Brother Cheng Shi? A hint of wariness flashed in Yu Baiwei's eyes as she looked directly at Zhou Tong, her gaze changing from gentle to cold. In her mind, without any blood relation, Brother Cheng Shi was a title only she could call him. Xia Ning calling Cheng Shi Xiao Cheng was already the limit of what she could tolerate. The girl in front of her, with her heavy makeup, not only called Cheng Shi brother, but also helped him scald his bowls and chopsticks, which seriously crossed Yu Marin's bottom line. At this moment, the provocation in Zhou Tong's eyes had not yet faded, but it all turned into shock, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her face turned deathly pale, without a trace of color. Even the proud Xia Ning would have to give way to Yu Marin's beauty. Zhou Tong is at least 3 levels below Xia Ning. How can she be compared to Yu Marin? This is really unfair of her to try and take advantage of her. At this moment, Zhou Tong's head was buzzing, and he began to ponder 3 philosophical questions. Cheng Shi watched and chuckled inwardly. Serves you right for being so high and mighty. Now you've been given a taste of your own medicine, haven't you? To prevent Zhou Tong from making a comeback, Cheng Shi decided to give her another blow. Pretending not to notice anything, he smiled and introduced her to Yu Baiwei. This is my sister Zhou Tong, my uncle Zhou's daughter. We had a great chat just now, and she even asked me to go to the movies with her tomorrow. Cheng Shi's words, you could call him a tease, and he certainly is, but you could also say he was giving Zhou Tong a taste of his own medicine. Zhou Tong was the one who started the teasing. To call her a bitch wouldn't be quite right, since every word she said was the truth. Yu Baiwei's gaze grew even colder, as if it had transformed into a series of chilling knives, cutting into Zhou Tong's body. One can imagine the immense pressure this must have been. Zhou Tong couldn't bear it at all. She felt a chill run down her spine and wanted to run away, but she didn't. Their legs had gone weak. After sitting down to Cheng Shi's right, Yu Baiwei suddenly said in a soft, gentle voice, Brother, I want to go to the movies tomorrow too. Arrangements, Cheng Shi smiled, then turned to Zhou Tong. Zhou Tong, why don't you come along? Zhou Tong chuckled dryly. Cough, no need. I suddenly remembered. I have something to do tomorrow. She felt like she was being scalded. They soon started eating. Yu Baiwei guessed that her skills were off cooldown and pointed to the boiled fish on the table, which was her favorite dish. Brother, give me some. No problem, Cheng Shi smiled and put some on her plate, then asked Zhou Tong, little sister Zhou Tong, would you like some? Zhou Tong continued with a forced laugh. I don't like eating fish. She was absolutely certain that she was being venomed. Wah, stop. I was wrong. That's probably what she was thinking at that moment. Aside from Zhou Tong being shoved, the atmosphere at dinner was actually quite good. Everyone was happy and the guests enjoyed themselves. After a few rounds of drinks, Cheng Shi even told a joke about old Cheng and Ms. Yuan to the group of uncles and aunts. Once, Ms. Yuan suddenly had the idea to make braised pork. She failed the first time, and Mr. Cheng comforted her, saying, Honey, it's normal that you didn't do well the first time because you didn't have experience. You'll do better the second time. The second attempt failed again, but Lao Cheng continued to comfort him, saying that things don't happen more than 3 times, and that they would try one more time and would definitely not fail again. Ms. Yuan was greatly encouraged and tried it a 3rd time, but it still didn't work. At this point, Cheng Shi kept everyone in suspense. Uncles and aunts, guess what my dad did next? Aunt Wang guessed first. Your dad didn't ask your mom to make another one, so he made one himself? Cheng Shi shook his head and said no. Zhou Qingda's second guess, did he go out and spend money to buy a copy? Cheng Shi continued to shake his head, saying it wasn't true. Zhou Qingda rolled his eyes. Cheng Shi, stop keeping me in suspense. Cheng Shi said with a mocking smile, my dad smashed the pot on the spot. Zhou Qingda, displeased, rolled his eyes at Cheng Jiangwo. Old Cheng, this is really your fault. Although Xiangqin failed 3 times in a row and wasted a lot of ingredients, it only adds up to a few dollars. How could you get angry and ruin the whole thing? A wife is meant to be cherished. Uncle Zhou, let me finish, Cheng Shi continued. The point isn't that my dad smashed the pot, but what he said while he was smashing it. He was cursing as he smashed it. If my wife couldn't do it the first time, you could say she had no experience. If she couldn't do it the second time, you could say she wasn't skilled enough. If she still couldn't do it the third time, then it definitely wasn't my wife's problem, it was the pot's problem. What a piece of junk pot. Wife, let's not use it anymore. Let's get another one. Everyone was taken aback at first, but after they realized what was happening, they all burst into laughter, followed by sighs of relief. When it comes to loving one's wife, Cheng Jingwo is the best. Look at Yuan Shanqin now. She's in such great shape. She's over 40, her son is already so big, and her skin is still so good, you can't see a single wrinkle. That means she's always living a life of luxury. Chapter 152 Reflections on the New Track. The next day, Cheng Shi got up very early and drove Lao Cheng and Ms. Yuan to the train station. Ms. Yuan was clearly still reluctant to part with her son and asked him expectantly if he would come back for the winter vacation. Cheng Shi responded with a smile, saying that he would definitely come back, but not so soon, at least until the end of the year. All right, honey, our son is all grown up now and has his own things to do. He can't be like he was when he was a kid, always hanging around in front of you. Ms. Yuan wanted to say something more to Cheng Shi, but old Cheng cheerfully pulled her away. Old Cheng is quite insightful. He also hopes that Cheng Shi can be with him more often, just like when he was a child. But parents who love their children plan far ahead for them. After seeing his parents off, Cheng Shi rushed to the 101 headquarters and convened a relatively formal meeting with the core members of Fruit Technology. It mainly discusses the third round of promotional plans for Ugn.com. With the successful cases of Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Chengdu University of Technology, and Chengdu Normal University, the third round of promotion plan only needs to follow the same model, and there is no need for him, the boss, to personally get involved again. The third round of promotion targets all universities in Chengdu, aiming to make Ugn.com completely replace competitors like Renren.com and become the mainstream campus forum in Chengdu's university community before the winter break. With the leading effect of Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, both 985 universities, plus the large user base accumulated by the Science and Technology University and Normal University after 2 rounds of promotion, achieving this goal is not too difficult. After listening to the phase goals set by Cheng Shi, the employees were full of enthusiasm, patting their chests and making a solemn pledge, saying that there was absolutely no problem, and they could even complete the task ahead of schedule. This doesn't mean that everyone has become arrogant, but rather that after the first 2 rounds of successful promotion, Ugn.com has reached the critical point where quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. The explosive and exponential growth of users is almost visible to the naked eye. In terms of content, Ugn.com has a professional content team, as well as big internet celebrities like Ouyang and Wang Tianyu. Users are also highly motivated, and there are many posts every day that combine content and sensationalism. Speaking of marketing, how popular was the Campus Goddess contest? Not to mention, there were also advanced traffic driving methods from websites like Zhihu and Zaihongshu, which Cheng Shi plagiarized from later generations. In addition, the leaders of various universities in Chengdu are also very supportive. With all these factors combined, it's safe to say that Ugn.com's dominance over Chengdu's university circles is an inevitable trend. It's even possible that before the winter break, we'll achieve most of the next stage's goals, expanding our influence to the entire Sichuan province. As the meeting was about to adjourn, Nan Shui stood up and said to Cheng Shi, "Boss, the beta version of Fruit Farm has been debugged and the e-commerce system has been developed. It can be launched at any time." Cheng Shi asked in surprise, "So fast?" Nan Shui laughed and said, "Boss, it's not that fast. The Fruit Farm web game doesn't have any technical difficulties. With the experience of building Ugn.com, our R&D department is quite familiar with it. As for the mall system, it's even simpler. The difficulty was how to seamlessly integrate it into Ugn.com, but after our R&D department worked day and night for the past few days, the problem has been solved." Awesome. What could Cheng Shi say? He could only give a thumbs up to his amazing programmer. Then what are we waiting for? Let's release it online when we update at midnight today. Cheng Shi waved his hand, exuding a sense of high spirits and confidence. With such a large initial investment in Ugn.com, burning through tens of millions of yuan, it's no wonder he's excited now that it's finally time to reap the rewards. He believed that once the mall system was launched, it would definitely generate a lot of gold coins from many people. For example, Wang Tianyu has been complaining to him a lot lately, saying, "Luzi, your farm game is fun, but it's too grindy. You have to log in on time every day to water, fertilize, and harvest your crops. If you're not careful, someone can easily steal them. Damn it, I've been playing it for the past 2 days, and I've even got panda eyes. When will you release an automatic harvesting tool? I'm willing to pay for it. It is foreseeable that there are quite a few people like young Master Wong who are willing to spend money. Moreover, the items sold in the store are not expensive, and most people can afford them. Cheng sure didn't think he was selling too cheaply. If he sold in large quantities, he could still make a lot of money. After the meeting, Cheng sure left 101 and went to his office. He made himself a cup of tea and began to think about the next step for fruit technology. UGN.com is about to launch its third round of promotion, which will require a lot of money. Relying solely on a fruit farm to generate gold coins from users is simply too slow. Cheng sure was worried that if the money ran out halfway through, then everything would be ruined. As for the promotion of UGN.com, could it be done gradually and slowly? If there is no targeting from Rinrin.com, then it could be done. But now that we've been targeted, the path of building high walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying the proclamation of kingship is definitely not viable. We need to learn from the leaders and launch a blitzkrieg. We'll conquer Chengdu before winter break, then expand our influence throughout Sichuan next spring, and in another 6 months, we'll take over the entire southwest. In short, the faster the better. At that time, Rinrin.com was completely unable to deal with UGN.com. Cheng Yizhou even had to worry about whether he would be killed. Cheng sure never imagined that he would actually wipe out Rinrin.com and swallow up the entire domestic campus forum market. He could accept sharing the market with Rinrin.com. After all, they have the first mover advantage and now have a whopping 70 million users, while UGN.com has less than 1 million registered users. Cheng sure didn't confine the future of UGN.com to the small world of campus forums. Instead, he had already jumped out and planned to create a comprehensive community website that integrates Weibo, Zhihu, and Xiaohongshu. In the university market, leaving half of it to Rinrin.com is really not a big deal. Of course, this is all based on the premise that Cheng Yizhou has some sense of right and wrong and doesn't fight him to the death. To put it bluntly, if this boss Cheng wants to maintain a respectable appearance, Cheng sure will make him respectable. If he doesn't want to maintain a respectable appearance, then Cheng sure will help him maintain a respectable appearance. As the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach. Cheng sure wants to launch a blitzkrieg, but he can't do it without money. That's why he's constantly scratching his head, trying to figure out what new track fruit technology can open up with its current resources and make as much money as possible. His original plan was to make money by creating a legendary web game similar to Greedy Blue Moon. The establishment of a research and development department by the South to North Water Diversion Project and the subsequent fruit farm also serve as a prelude and preparation for this step. However, there is always a gap between ideals and reality. Recently, he took a closer look and discovered that the copyright for Legend of Mir was not so easy to obtain. Although half of the copyright for this game is held by its South Korean parent company, WeMade, in principle, it is indeed possible to bypass Shanda and obtain the copyright for the legendary web game. Cheng sure did send several emails to WeMade, but they all disappeared without a trace. They didn't even bother to reply. It's no wonder that WeMade is arrogant. Right now, fruit technology really has no brand recognition. It's not that it has no reputation at all in the industry, but it certainly doesn't. As for getting the copyright from Shanda, that would be even more impossible. Cheng Tianxiao has so tightly controlled the copyright of Legend that expecting Shanda to grant it a license is like hoping the sun will rise in the west. Due to a combination of factors, Cheng sure temporarily suppressed his desire to develop a legendary web game. A new track. What should we do? Chapter 153, A Chinese Ghost Story. Cheng sure spent the entire afternoon in his office, writing and drawing with pen and paper. It wasn't a typo, it was written and then crossed out. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology just launched 3G networks at the beginning of this year. The era of smartphones will not officially arrive until about 11 years later. This means that many paths that were destined to succeed are now not viable. For example, live streaming platforms, short video platforms, and ride-hailing platforms do not yet have the conditions to develop related apps. Cheng sure became increasingly agitated as he thought about it. He got up, stretched, and loosened his muscles. After opening the curtains, he realized it was already evening. As far as the eye could see, the clouds were brilliant and covered the entire sky above Sichuan University, a magnificent and colorful sight. Beep beep. His phone rang. He opened it and saw a message from Umarin asking him what he was doing. Cheng sure confessed truthfully, saying that he was sitting in his office thinking about something. Can I come and think with you? Can. About 10 minutes later, Yu Baiwei, wearing a fluffy coat, arrived at office 102 and sat down next to Cheng sure. Knowing that Cheng sure was deep in thought, she didn't disturb him. She just rested her head on her hand, looking at Cheng Shi's profile with a look of delight in her eyes. She always seemed to be like this, easily satisfied. As long as she could see Cheng Shi, even if Cheng Shi didn't talk to her, she could be happy forever. After reviewing the emerging trends in his memory again, and finding no suitable new tracks, Cheng Shi sighed. Therefore, even a reborn person is not omnipotent. They can only take off by riding the wave of the times, but they cannot create the wave themselves. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. How about I go with you to walk around the school? Cheng Shi closed his notebook and looked at Yu Baiwei. Yu Baiwei nodded, her phoenix eyes instantly narrowing into crescent moons. Unfortunately, the weather turned against them. Before they even left the house, it started raining heavily, and the rain seemed to be getting heavier. Shall we watch a movie then? Cheng Shi made the suggestion. Yu Baiwei certainly wouldn't have any objections. What you do isn't important. What matters is who you're with. Cheng Shi turned on his computer, logged into Youku, which now almost dominates the online marketplace, and started browsing for movies that he could watch. Speaking of which, video websites these days are still very conscientious. Almost all resources are free and there are no ads. Unlike later generations, where there are 120-second ads all the time, and you can only watch for 80p without paying money. After much deliberation, I finally chose a classic Hong Kong film, a Chinese ghost story, starring Leslie Cheung and Joey Wong. Because it was raining outside and room 102 was a bit cold, Cheng Shi found a blanket and covered his and Yu Baiwei's knees before watching the movie. After turning off the lights, the two of them leaned against each other and started watching. As she watched, Yu Baiwei probably felt her feet were cold, so she kicked off her little leather shoes and tucked her toes into the blanket. Throughout the entire process, her eyes never left the screen. She watched with great focus, clearly indicating that it was her first time seeing this movie. Cheng Shi had watched A Chinese Ghost Story countless times, and he seemed distracted with still thinking about the new track. Cheng Shi, don't you like watching this? Yu Baiwei noticed his absent-mindedness. No, it's just that I've seen them several times, so it's inevitable that I'll get bored. As Cheng Shi was speaking, he suddenly felt a warm touch in his palm. He instinctively grasped it, and even through the thin lace stockings, the feel was so delicate and soft. She offered it to me of her own accord, right? If I don't pinch it, wouldn't that be disrespectful to her? Cheng Shi always respected Yu Baiwei, so he kept pinching her. Yu Baiwei's cheeks visibly turned red, the color spreading all the way to her crystal-clear earlobes, but she did not resist. She continued to stare at the screen, pretending that nothing had happened and that she knew nothing. Cheng Shi suddenly found the movie to be incredibly good, and even felt that it was a bit short. How come it's only been 90 minutes? It should have taken 2.5 hours. Just as the plot was getting better and Ning Kaichen and Ye Xiaoqian had some intimate scenes, and Yu Baiwei's cheeks were getting rosier, the two suddenly heard a series of footsteps coming from the corridor, getting clearer and clearer as they approached. A Chinese Ghost Story is, after all, a ghost movie. The footsteps startled Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei. When they looked up, they saw a figure pressed against the window. The figure had long hair, and, in the cold wind, it really looked like a female ghost. Yu Baiwei was so frightened that her face turned deathly pale. Cheng Shi was also a little scared, but he didn't show it. He called out, "Who is it? Playing tricks?" Cough. The figure outside the window coughed softly. The meaning is clear. She is a living person, not some kind of female ghost. I'll go out and take a look. Cheng Shi patted Yu Baiwei on the shoulder, then left the office, passed through the reception room, and opened the door to see a long-haired woman standing in the corridor, holding a dripping umbrella. Clearly, she had come to take shelter from the rain. The corridor was lit, and with the light, Cheng Shi could clearly see the woman's appearance. She looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. She was wearing a black trench coat over a white shirt, a classic black and white combination that is both simple and timeless. Her long hair had a slight wave, giving her a typical urban woman look with a strong sense of sophistication. Is this lady here to advertise? Cheng Shi asked a question. The woman shook her head and said she came to take shelter from the rain. Cheng Shi complained, "If you're going to take shelter from the rain, don't stand so close to the window. I thought a female ghost had come." The woman was a little surprised. After thinking for a moment, she introduced herself. "My name is Yiziki. I'm a junior student." "What's yours?" "Cheng Shi. You're the boss of Fruit Technology?" "I guess so. Actually, I've wanted to visit you for a long time. I don't know if you've heard Professor Fan mention it, but when I was a student, I also started a business at Sichuan University, and coincidentally, my office was in room 102. "Is that so, Senior Yi? Well then, I've actually gotten a good deal from you. A lot of the things in my office are things you left behind, so I saved a lot of money." Yiziki first sighed, then smiled and said, "After my business failed, these things were just gathering dust. I never thought they could be put to good use by you, my junior. Senior Yi, if I may ask, what project did you work on back then?" It's all in the past, and I don't want to recall it. If you really want to know, Junior, go ask Professor Fan. She should still have detailed information on it. Chengshi said, "Oh," and didn't ask any more questions. He politely asked Yi Ziki if she wanted to come into the office to sit down. Yi Ziki probably realized that Chengshi wasn't sincerely inviting her, so she shook her head and said she had something else to do. By this time, the rain wasn't so heavy anymore, so she waved to Chengshi, opened her umbrella, and left. "This woman is pretty cool." Chengshi muttered something and went back to his office to continue watching the movie with Yu Baiwei. After the movie ended, the rain outside completely stopped. Chengshi pulled back the blanket and told Yu Baiwei that he would take her back to her dormitory. Yu Baiwei wiggled her little feet, which were still resting on the stool. "Chengshi, give me back my socks first." "Yu Baiwei, how did your socks end up with me? You took it off for me." "Impossible. Chengshi, am a man of integrity and upright character. How could I possibly take off your socks?" What's that in your hand?" Chengshi looked at the thin lace stockings in her hand with an incredulous expression. "My hand. When did it develop self-awareness?" After an awkward laugh, Chengshi quickly helped Yu Baiwei put on her socks. The next day was Monday. After finishing 2 classes in the morning, Chengshi went to the general office of the entrepreneurship base to visit Professor Fan. There are 2 objectives. One is to get Professor Fan to write more recommendation letters, which will be needed for the 3rd round of promotional plans of Yujian.com. The format is the same as the one at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, both set up as work-study programs to facilitate his exploitation of universities in Chengdu and other universities. Secondly, he was still curious about what exactly the startup project of the senior student Yi he met last night was. Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Although this senior student Yi couldn't give him any experience of success, she could provide him with many lessons from failure. Chapter 154, Finding Direction. Today is December 7th, 2009, and there are still a little over 2 months until the Spring Festival. Universities usually start their winter break quite early, generally about half a month before the Spring Festival. In other words, winter vacation is less than 2 months away. When winter break arrives, most students will go home. At that time, the main target customers will still be college students on Yujian.com, so there will be no way to continue promotion. The time left for Chengshi to complete the 3rd round of promotion is not much, and is even a bit tight. He needed to get Professor Fan to write a letter of recommendation as soon as possible and seize the time to build connections. His primary task was to establish good relationships with the leaders of various universities in Chengdu. General Office. Chengshi smiled broadly. "Professor Fan, please take your time writing. I'll pour you some tea." Professor Fan was writing furiously when he heard this. He stopped writing, took off his reading glasses, and glared at Chengshi. "Chengshi, I've realized that I've become your tool now." Chengshi grinned so wide he was practically showing his teeth, then handed Professor Fan a cup of tea, saying with a shameless grin, "Professor Fan, how can you say that? You're my godmother now. You little rascal, at my age, I'm more like your grandma." "No, Professor, you're only in your 60s, you barely have any frowns on your face, you're in the prime of your life. Calling you grandma would make you sound old. Besides, a teacher for a day is a mother for life. You're full of twisted logic." Professor Fan rolled his eyes again, then rubbed his sore wrist. "All right, you can go back now. I can't finish writing this in a short time. Once I'm done, I'll have Xiao Lu deliver it to you. You don't need to keep running around here all day long. It's making my eyes blurry." "Ahem. Professor Fan, wasn't it because I wanted to hear more of your teachings? Please don't misspell the title. It must be work-study program." I know. You've said it for the 8th time." Professor Fan waved his hand dismissively, but they found that Chengshi hadn't left yet. "What's up, kid?" "Something else. Professor, I ran into Senior Yi last night." Upon hearing this, Professor Fan's expression immediately became somewhat complicated. "You mean? Little Yi Ziki? Well, it's a long story. If you really want to know, I'll have Xiao Lu send you the relevant information later." "Okay, thank you, Professor." Chengshi was leaving Professor Fan's office and was about to return to the 101 headquarters when she was stopped by someone Wu Jiu. Someone grinned and said, "Oh, isn't this my beautiful, intelligent, and charming sister Wu? What can I do for you?" Wu Jiu rolled her eyes. "Chengshi, how can you be so shameless? You said you'd treat me to dinner last month. When are you going to keep your promise?" Even someone as thick-skinned as Chengshi, who was at the level of Chengchang Daoguai, couldn't help but feel embarrassed at this moment. He had mentioned inviting Wu Jiu to dinner a long time ago because of Lu Jieqi's joining the general office, but he always forgot about it when he got busy. Oh dear, I completely forgot about that. Well then, let's do it tonight. How about hot pot? Okay, I'll talk to Jieqi about it later, and we can come together. Okay. After finalizing the matter, Cheng Shi returned to his office. About half an hour later, Lu Jieqi, dressed neatly and carrying a letter of recommendation and a large stack of documents, knocked on the door of Cheng Shi's office. Holy crap, so much information. Just how much of a failure was Senior Ye's startup back then? Cheng Shi was startled. Lu Jieqi replied. According to Senior Wu, the commotion was quite significant. In the end, they owed wages to hundreds of part-time students, causing quite a stir. In the end, Professor Fan had to swallow his pride and have the school bail him out. This matter eventually became taboo in the entrepreneurship base. Anyone who mentions it will upset Professor Fan. It's only because of you that Professor Fan didn't get angry with you and even asked me to organize the materials and bring them to you. Is that so? Cheng Shi became increasingly curious about what project Yiziki had been working on back then. Actually, it was only 3 years ago. After chatting with Lu Jieqi for a few minutes and seeing her off, Cheng Shi started looking at the relevant information. Upon closer inspection, I actually became quite interested. Yiziki's entrepreneurial project is actually group buying. Should we say Cheng Shi had a forward-thinking vision, or was it too far ahead of its time? Yiziki back then was just like Cheng Shi now, a prominent figure on campus. She started making waves on campus as soon as she entered university. However, unlike Cheng Shi's steady and pragmatic approach, learning from Xingji's Renren.com, Yiziki's group buying involved many assumptions, and its starting point was not the internet, but offline. Organized by dormitory and class, and using QQ groups as a tool, we adopted a broad approach to compile a list of the items students needed and then purchase them from nearby merchants. To put it bluntly, it's just a disguised promotion offering discounts for bulk orders. As for profits, they mainly come from taking a cut from merchants' earnings. This model is fine for small-scale operations. Yiziki did a good job in the early stages, and Professor Fan was very optimistic about her and gave her full support. The support the school gave her was even greater than what is being given to Cheng Shi now. If Cheng Shi is indeed Sichuan University's godson, then Yiziki back then was his biological daughter. The problem arose after Yiziki became a big player. As the number of downstream partners increased, labor costs began to rise sharply. Management requires people, statistics require people, procurement, negotiation, every aspect requires people. Yiziki soon couldn't keep going any longer. She also came up with a solution, creating a website where students could choose the products they needed, and then a dedicated person would be assigned to purchase the products with the highest purchase rate. This does indeed eliminate many intermediate steps and saves on human resources. However, this strategy is like trying to hold down a gourd only to have another pop up. It essentially turns oneself into a mere intermediary. Real estate agents, as the saying goes, if you don't handle them properly, you'll end up pleasing neither side. The further along the team went, the more difficult Yiziki found it to manage. Customers were critical of her, merchants complained about her high commission rates, and the part-time college students failed to build cohesion. At this point, Yiziki's decision to cut her losses was quite wise. However, she refused to admit defeat and, relying on her family's good financial situation, started spending money, hoping to break free from her constraints. The outcome was obvious. She failed. The more she tried, the harder it became, and the further she strayed from the right path, ultimately ending up with nothing but a mess. From Cheng Shi's perspective, he felt a little sorry for Yiziki. In fact, she was only a thin membrane away from success. If she had stopped and thought carefully at that time, made a tough decision to get rid of the burdens in her team, and then changed her mindset from being a commodity intermediary to being a platform in a cloud market, she might have started the group buying era several years earlier. Group buying already had the foundation for development in this era. Although mobile payment was not yet widespread in 2009, Alipay transfers and refunds were already very convenient. Of course, Yiziki's failure does not mean that she lacks ability. After all, we cannot judge her actions at the time based on future perspectives. Not to mention back then, even now, almost everyone in a group buying group has a similar mindset. To put it bluntly, they are all tears of a bygone era. But Cheng Shi is different. He is the only bug in the era. Having foreseen the major development trends for the next decade or so, choosing any path he chose was like taking an open book exam. Campus group buying, it's definitely something worth doing. Chapter 155, Summoning the Dragon God. Cheng Shi was well aware that the real direction of the group buying industry was to build a platform and develop the cloud market. This might be difficult for others, but it was easy for Cheng Shi. Because he owns Ujin.com, it means he has a huge user base and merchant resources. If campus group buying is done well, it can easily replace advertising and become a real long-term benefit for Ujin.com. Cheng Shi's statement was not unfounded, nor was it based on mere fantasy. When the goddess contest was held previously, many merchants inquired about advertising and promotion. However, faced with the high advertising fees, most merchants were reluctant to spend the money and chose to back down. At this point, Cheng Shi, with the huge market of nearly 1 million college students in Chengdu, said he wanted to create an online group buying platform and invited them to join. Would anyone refuse? Okay, there will definitely be some. There are plenty of short-sighted people out there. But it's definitely possible to make it happen. If I were to actually enter this market, what should I call it? Fruit group buying, or fruit group for short? Thinking this, Cheng Shi silently apologized to Xing Gu in his heart. When he created Ujin.com, he was essentially learning from Xing Ji's Xiaonei.com. Now they're planning to do group buying, which means they've blocked half of Matewan's future path. Poor Xing Ji, he had no connection with Cheng Shouxian in either his past or present life, yet he had already been skinned alive by him. With fruit group buying on her mind, Cheng Shi was absent-minded throughout the hot pot dinner with Wu Jiu and Lu Jieqi in the afternoon, to the point that Wu Jiu couldn't help but complain. Cheng Shi, what are you thinking about? Thinking about your little fairy. Cheng Shi said. How could that be? I'm thinking about work. He simply explained his idea of doing campus group buying as well. Wu Jiu frowned immediately. Cheng Shi, are you out of your mind? Back then, Senior Yi did campus group buying, and she ended up pleasing neither side. You know she suffered such a huge setback, and you still want to follow in her footsteps. Lu Jieqi also looked worried. She also went to find out about it in the afternoon. When Yi Ziki started her business at Sichuan University, she built an even bigger operation than Cheng Shi does now, employing hundreds of part-time college students across major universities in Chengdu. Ultimately, the situation spiraled out of control, leaving many students owed wages. In the end, Professor Fan had to swallow his pride and get the school to step in and clean up the mess. If Cheng Shi were to tell the university leaders that he also wanted to do campus group buying, the leaders would probably jump in anger. Don't worry, although I also want to do campus group buying, my approach is different from Yiziki's. Her model, to put it bluntly, is just being an intermediary, a typical case of putting in a lot of effort for little reward. If I were to do it, I would choose to build a platform and develop a cloud-based marketplace. Cheng Shi roughly explained his thoughts to Wu Jiu and Lu Jieqi. Wu Jiu was confused. Although I don't understand it, it sounds really impressive. Lu Jieqi clearly has an incredible bias towards Cheng Shi. She said with admiration, Cheng Shi, although I didn't understand either, I have a feeling that as long as you do it, you will definitely succeed. Haha. Thank you for your kind words. Let's have a drink. Cheng Shi picked up his teacup. After finishing the hot pot and saying goodbye to Wu Jiu and Lu Jieqi, Cheng Shi asked Yu Baiwei on QQ what she was doing. Yu Baiwei told him that it was in the college square, near the milk tea shop. Wait, I'm coming to find you. After sending her this message, Cheng Shi headed towards the college square. About 10 minutes later, he arrived at the Meet You milk tea shop, but did not see Yu Baiwei. Just as he was wondering, he saw someone waving at him from the Encounter milk tea shop across the street and calling his name. Upon closer inspection, he was surprised to see Yu Baiwei, Su Shi, and Han Wenfang, all of whom were holding milk tea. Su Shi and Han Wenfang each took a cup, while Yu Baiwei was the most impressive, holding a cup in one hand. Why did Yu Baiwei go to the Encounter milk tea shop to buy milk tea? Did she switcheroo? Cheng Shi walked over with a puzzled look in his eyes. Su Shi complained to her. Cheng Shi, aren't you going to do anything about your Yu Baiwei? She's already drunk 4 cups of milk tea. Yu Baiwei, who was being accused, panicked and protested. I didn't. I only drank 2 glasses. The other 2 were drunk by Shi and Wenfang. Cheng Shi asked in confusion. Why do you drink so much milk tea? Aren't you afraid of gaining weight? Speaking of which, Yu Marin is quite gifted. She has a rather gluttonous appetite and never restrains herself from eating snacks, yet she maintains a very good weight, fluctuating between 98 and 102 pounds. This weight is definitely slim and slender compared to her height of 173 centimeters. Yu Baiwei blushed slightly and remained silent. Su Shi explained, Cheng Shi, there are 7 different styles of milk tea cups at the Encounter milk tea shop, and she wants to buy them all. I guess she wants to collect them all to summon the dragon. Cheng Shi responded with an "oh," acknowledging that rights and obligations are equal. He accepted the God of Learning trophy and encountered the milk tea shop, thus justifying the use of his image rights. What he didn't expect was that Li Fengqin actually used it. Didn't she feel uncomfortable about it? Yu Baiwei blinked her big eyes and looked at Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi, do you want to drink milk tea? I'll buy you a cup. Cheng Shi glared at her. Don't buy any more. Be more mindful. You're the owner of your own milk tea shop, yet you come to our shop to buy milk tea, and so many cups at once. What kind of behavior is that? People who don't know better will think our milk tea is bad. Cheng Shi, but I want every single mug that has your picture on it. Yu Baiwei spoke weakly, counting on her fingers as she spoke. 3 more are needed. Helpless, Cheng Shi could only look at Li Fengqin, who was eating sunflower seeds beside him, and ask, Aunt Li, how many cups are you giving to your spokesperson? Li Fengqin probably didn't want to argue with Cheng Shi over such a small matter, so she pouted and said irritably, Go get it yourself. Go get it. Cheng Shi looked at Yu Baiwei. Yu Marin immediately became very happy and went to pick out cups. She quickly collected 7 different styles of cups, so many that she could barely hold them all with her hands together. Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. He helped her stack all 7 cups and then said to her, Okay, now you have them all. You can summon the dragon and make a wish. Yu Baiwei placed all the cups on the table, put her hands together, and began to pray. After she made her wish, Cheng Shi asked her what she wished for, but she blushed and refused to say. Cheng Shi didn't ask any more questions. He checked the time and said, It's not too late yet. Shall we go for a walk? Upon hearing that she could go for a walk, Yu Baiwei's bright eyes immediately narrowed into crescent moons. Sure, Wenfang bye-bye. She quickly waved goodbye to Su Sure and Han Wenfang, then strolled off shoulder to shoulder with Cheng Shi. Ugh, she's so heartless when it comes to the opposite sex. Weiwei is always like this. As soon as she sees Cheng Shi, she throws us all over the place. Sure, you're not jealous, are you? Why don't you find yourself a boyfriend? After thinking for a moment, Su Sure shook her head. Let's forget it. Not everyone's relationship is as sweet as this couple's. I'll just enjoy the romance. Han Wenfang wholeheartedly agreed. That's right. It's never as interesting as watching others date when you're dating yourself. Su Sure had been shipping Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei for a long time, and now she's shipping them too. Really shipping them. Chapter 156. The capital is food isn't so tasty. In the evening, Sichuan University was desolate due to the cold front and several consecutive frosts. The leaves are withered and the grass is dying, but this does not dampen the enthusiasm of contemporary college students for dating. Couples can be seen strolling hand in hand everywhere. Today, Yu Baiwei wore a white coat, revealing a small patch of her fair collarbone at the neckline. With her tall figure and clear features, she looked like a chaebol heiress straight out of a Korean drama. Cheng Shi was dressed very casually, wearing a plain black trench coat that was old-fashioned and a bit too big, like a bodyguard for a young lady. Bathed in moonlight, Yu Baiwei appeared exceptionally radiant and captivating. Her profile was particularly stunning, fair and smooth, like a freshly peeled boiled egg, making Cheng Shi unable to look away. She quickly became shy. Cheng Shi, don't look at me like that. I'm shy. Cheng Shi pouted. I used to see you like that too. Why weren't you shy before? I don't know. Yu Baiwei. You say, are you starting to have inappropriate thoughts about me? I don't know either. How can you say you don't know? You should firmly tell me that you don't know. But I sometimes do. As Yu Baiwei spoke, the blush on her cheeks spread to her earlobes, and her phoenix eyes were watery, rippling with an unusual ripple. Cheng Shi dared not tease her anymore, so the two continued walking in silence, the atmosphere becoming quiet and strange. Here, this is for you. Cheng Shi raised his hand, picked a bright red maple leaf, and waved it in front of Yu Baiwei. I don't have any hands anymore. Yu Baiwei shook her left hand, which was holding 7 stacked milk tea cups. Where's your right hand? Here you go. Yu Baiwei raised her right hand, and Cheng Shi's left hand followed suit, the two hands clasped together, their fingers interlocked. When did you put your hand in mine? Cheng Shi, didn't you lead it yourself? Cheng Shi is really good. He wanted to let go of her hand, but he couldn't bear to part with the soft, smooth touch. He pretended to be fierce and said, Yu Baiwei, I'll let it go this time, but you're not allowed to sneak your hand into mine when I'm not looking, understand? Yu Marin promptly rolled her eyes at someone. Cheng Shi, you're a big bad guy. The next day, after finishing his morning classes, Cheng Shi arrived at the 101 headquarters without having lunch. He then went to check the data from the public beta version of Fruit Farm. As he expected, it was extremely popular. After the mall system went online, it lived up to expectations, successfully extracting a lot of gold coins from the notoriously stingy college students of today. Looking at the data showing a sea of red across the back end, Cheng Shi's eyes practically sparkled with excitement this time. He'd really struck it rich. It was all small change. Based on back-end recharge data, even if UGN.com were to stop its advertising business, it could still establish a sustainable positive cycle solely through the Fruit Farm e-commerce platform. Of course, accelerating expansion is clearly not enough. We need to seek new profit points, which is the new track that Cheng Shi has been thinking about recently. After thinking it through himself and having a rough outline, he called several key personnel to his office for a high-level meeting. First, rewards will be given based on merit. Senior Nan Shui, the success of the fruit farm is largely due to the efforts of your RD department. As a reward for your contributions, everyone in your RD department, from top to bottom, will receive a 10 salary increase starting next month. In addition, we will give out another bonus at the end of this month. Nan Shui said cheerfully. Boss, then on behalf of our entire RD department, I must thank you for your generosity. Cheng Shi smiled and waved his hand. There's nothing to thank me for. You all deserve it. Zhang Wenjia, Hong Yin, Zheng Dong, Wang Song, Li Feiyu, and other department heads, seeing that the RD department had received a raise, would be a lie to say they weren't envious, but they couldn't be called jealous either. They've all seen how hard the RD team has been working lately. They've been working day and night without rest. As the boss said, they deserve it. All right, now let's talk about the new track. Cheng Shi cleared his throat and returned to the topic of today's high-level meeting. Zhang Wenjia said, Boss, was it you who mentioned developing a legendary web game a while ago? Cheng Shi shook his head and said that this had to be postponed. The Korean company, WeMade, had not replied to me at all. If I couldn't get the copyright and started developing directly, Shanda would sue me. They would definitely win. I was afraid I would lose everything. The new track was not the legendary web game, but campus group buying. Campus group buying? Zhang Wenjia was the first to mutter. Boss, isn't this a startup project from our Sichuan University entrepreneurship base that we had a few years ago? It not only failed, but it also left a huge mess. Should we do it too? Can we even pull it off? The other managers also looked worried. They had all heard of Yiziki's campus group buying back then, which was a huge undertaking but ended up being a complete disaster. Now that Cheng Shi says that Fruit Technology's next area of business is also this kind of thing, how can I not be nervous? Although the boss has accomplished everything he has ever done so far, no matter how outlandish it seemed when he first proposed it, and implemented it perfectly, the boss is, after all, a human being, not a god. Given the current state of Fruit Technology, no matter how many times it has succeeded before, just one failure will lead to its downfall, or even its collapse. If that's why starting a business is so difficult. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, since I brought this up, I've definitely thought it through carefully. Speaking of which, I have to thank that senior student Yi for providing me with so many lessons from my failures. Cheng Shi smiled and then explained his thoughts in detail. Yi Ziki's failure ultimately stemmed from her misjudging the market. She took clients to merchants, only to end up becoming a thankless and exhausting intermediary. Cheng Shi's approach, however, is the opposite. He chose to build a platform and cloud marketplace, using the huge user base of UGN.com to attract merchants to join, and then attracting users with abundant product resources and prices that are definitely cheaper than offline. After users place their orders online, we will organize manpower, make unified purchases, and deliver the goods. To put it simply, it follows the same path as community group buying in later generations. This path has been proven by later generations to be absolutely feasible. This is also the biggest advantage of the reborn. In any field, you can learn by imitating others. It's like every exam you take is an open book exam, and the answers are readily available. Cheng Shi just needs to copy them. Isn't that something anyone can do? After Cheng Shi's detailed explanation, the heads of various departments fell into deep thought. I have to say, the more I think about it, the more plausible it seems. Being a platform and being an intermediary are two completely different things. It doesn't require a lot of human resources to maintain, and there's no need to argue with users. If there's a problem with the product, just ask the merchant to compensate. No compensation? Then get lost. Then let's learn about the penalty for breach of contract. Platform operators can be this domineering as long as they can guarantee a sufficient number of users. What's that saying again? If you don't do it, plenty of others will. Ultimately, the new campus group buying model received unanimous approval from all attendees. What else is there to say? Let's do it. Cheng Shi waved his hand and began assigning tasks. The team with the heaviest workload is the RD team, led by Nan Shui. They had just finished the fruit farm project, and now they have to work overtime to develop the fruit group purchase program. Nan Shui then realized why the first thing the boss mentioned in the meeting today was raising salaries and giving bonuses to the RD team. It turned out he was waiting for her to know this. As expected, capitalist food is never that delicious. Chapter 157, Focusing on Atmosphere. Senior Nan Shui, your RD department will have to work harder for a while longer. Hurry up and work overtime to get the framework for the fruit group purchase sorted out. Brother Song, your technical department has been doing its best to support senior sister Nan Shui's RD department these days, besides maintaining the website. Let's try to get the public beta version of fruit group purchase ready within half a month, so that we can catch the Christmas and New Year's holidays and get off to a great start. Then, Brother Hong, your marketing department can start contacting the businesses in the Chengdu University district. Take our proposal and invite them to set up shop. In the initial stage, you can relax the conditions appropriately and offer some discounts. Wenjia, your content department can also start doing some online promotions. At least before the fruit group buying deal is launched, let users have some basic understanding of campus group buying. Cheng Shi's mouth chattered on and on like a machine gun, assigning tasks in a chaotic yet orderly manner. Organization and logic. This is definitely Cheng Shi's most formidable hidden talent. This is also the core reason why he was able to achieve great things in his previous life. The managers listened attentively, taking notes as they went, but their minds were filled with thoughts like, the boss must have cheated. He must have cheated. He almost always speaks extemporaneously in meetings, yet he's so organized and logical. He's definitely born with an entrepreneurial spirit. I have to say, working for a boss like that is really comfortable. Unlike some bosses who hold long, rambling meetings filled with empty platitudes and platitudes. But when you seriously ask him, boss, what's the key to solving this problem? He'll only tell you that it's about finding the key problem and then let you figure it out yourself. With a boss like that, how could the employees not be good? But Cheng Shi is different. You don't need to ask him anything. Every time he holds a meeting, he will give a concise outline and a specific framework and direction. Subordinates only need to do each specific task, and eventually the problem will be solved. It's quite comfortable. All I can say is that a broad perspective and strategic vision are the most scarce resources in any team. After the high-level meeting, the managers went to their respective teams for departmental meetings to discuss how to implement the specific tasks assigned to each department by Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi slumped in the boss's chair, exhausted and hungry. Too lazy to go to the cafeteria for lunch. And besides, it was already this late. The cafeteria probably only had some leftovers left. He asked someone to buy him a bread roll, which he ate with plain water as his lunch. Just as he finished eating his bread, Lu Jiechi came over and told him that Professor Fan wanted to see him. Cheng Shi dared not delay and followed Lu Jiechi to the general office. Professor, what can I do for you? Professor Fan said seriously. Cheng Shi, some leaders are coming to visit you this afternoon. Get ready. Cheng Shi nodded, then asked again what level of leader it was. Principal Fu. Which vice principal? What vice principal? What principal? Forehead. Cheng Shi was somewhat bewildered. Professor Fan rolled his eyes at him. You kid. You don't even know that the president of Sichuan University is surnamed Fu? Cheng Shi shuddered instantly. In other words, his godfather, whom he had never met and the vice ministerial level principal, was finally going to favor him. As for why he is a godfather, he has never met. Isn't there always been jokes circulating that he is the godson of the president of Sichuan University? When the principal was coming to inspect, Cheng Shi naturally attached great importance to it. After returning to the 101 headquarters, he immediately gathered everyone and told them about it. Since Cheng Shi attaches such importance to this, the employees naturally feel as if they are facing a formidable enemy. The president of Sichuan University is a high-ranking official at the vice ministerial level, on par with the vice governor, and is perhaps the highest level leader they will ever encounter in reality. Everyone pitched in and quickly cleaned rooms 101 and 102. Zhang Wenjie came to report to Cheng Shi. Boss, everything is cleaned up. Would you like to take another look? After surveying the area, Cheng Shi frowned slightly. Cough, it feels like it's still lacking something. Zhang Wenjie exclaimed in surprise. Really? We cleaned so thoroughly. We even washed the floor twice. It's not that your cleaning was lacking, but I feel that our 101 headquarters is lacking something. Cheng Shi counted on his fingers. We're missing a few printers, a few sets of desks, and most importantly, we're missing a large air conditioner. Zhang Wenjie. He didn't quite understand what his boss was trying to say. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow and began issuing orders. Wenjie, have someone pack up all the laptops, move the heaters we bought to 102, and the water dispenser too. Oh, right, and those sofas and chairs, move them all over there, and then lock 102 up. Zhang Wenjie was even more confused. Boss, what are you doing? Are you stupid? Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. We finally managed to snag the chance for the principal to come and inspect, So shouldn't we make the most of this opportunity to cry poverty and squeeze as much money out of the school as possible? The squeaky will get the grease. Don't you understand such a simple principle? After being scolded, Zhang Wenjie immediately understood and took full initiative. He called on everyone to move everything of value from the 101 headquarters to the 102, and then put 2 locks on it. When he finished his work, he found Cheng Shizhing barefoot on the table, removing light bulbs. Zhang Wenjie was quite shrewd. Boss, is it really that bad? You're even trying to steal a few light bulbs? These things aren't worth much. After removing most of the light bulb, Cheng Shi explained, what do you know? I'm doing this to create a sense of atmosphere. When the principal comes, he'll see this dim environment, the dim lighting, and that there's nothing of value in sight. It's as austere and simple as it gets. How could he bear it? Wouldn't he give us more support? Zhang Wenjie immediately gave a thumbs up. Not only him, but all the employees of 101 headquarters looked at Cheng Shi with eyes full of admiration. If we're talking about dirt, the boss is the dirtiest. Compared to the boss, everyone else is a nobody. At this moment, after all the valuable items were removed and most of the lights were taken down, the 101 headquarters looked truly shabby and dim, with an atmosphere of hardship and simplicity that was so moving that it brought tears to the eyes of anyone who heard about it. At the entrepreneurship-based building, Sichuan University President Fu Qingfeng took the lead, walking at the very front. He was in his 50s, thin, without any of the fat that a middle-aged man should have. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a strong scholarly air about him. If you didn't consider his hairstyle, he would definitely be considered a handsome middle-aged man. As for why he couldn't consider his hairstyle had the eternal pain of many middle-aged men. He was bald, a typical M-shaped baldness. The hair on the sides was still decent, but the top of his head was very sparse. To cover it up, he tried his best to comb the hair on both sides towards the middle and even sprayed hairspray to style it, interpreting the last stubbornness of a middle-aged man. Accompanying him were Lu Guodong, the director of the school's publicity department, and Li Wenqing, a young backbone teacher of the publicity department who had met Cheng Shi once before. Behind them were Wu Jiyu and Lu Jieqi, who were representing Professor Fan and were responsible for explaining to the principal. She wouldn't want Professor Fan to explain it. So what if she's the principal? She's an old professor with countless students who was rehired by the school after retirement. The principal has to treat her like royalty. As Wu Jiyu walked, she introduced the projects at the entrepreneurship base to Fu Qingfeng, the president of Sichuan University. Chapter 158. How bitter is it? Think of the long march of 25,000 li. Principal Fu, Director Lu. This is a studio run by a student from the School of Media and Communication. This is a training course organized by the School of Foreign Languages. This is the School of Civil Engineering. Fu Qingfeng listened to Wu Jiyu's introduction, but showed little interest. To put it bluntly, every university has these kinds of projects, and they're all small-scale operations, so why would they catch his eye? After listening patiently for a while, he finally lost patience and waved his hand. Xiao Wu, let's not look at this anymore. Take me directly to 101 and see the website that Cheng Shi set up. During this period, Lu Ha, the dean of Cheng Shi's college, often mentioned Cheng Shi to Fu Qingfeng, and Fu Qingfeng had also been paying attention to Cheng Shi's entrepreneurial project for some time. I've been so busy, mostly traveling, attending this meeting or that meeting. That's why I only had time to come now. So a group of people went straight to the 101 headquarters. At this time, only a small portion of the lights in the 101 headquarters were on, making it quite dim. Apart from the 20 second-hand computers transferred from the School of Economics and the existing old desks and chairs, there were not many other items and nothing of value. 20 computers were definitely not enough for all the employees in 101. When Fu Qingfeng and the others entered 101, they saw this scene. In the dim light, at least one person was sitting in front of each computer, and 2 people were standing. It was a scene of hardship and simplicity. Principal Fu, Director Lu, this is the startup base of Yujian.com. After Wu Jiyu pushed open the door, she began to introduce herself, but after glancing around, she hesitated for a moment. Did I come to the wrong place? Take 2 steps back and check the house number. It's correct. But the 101 she remembered wasn't like this. Not to mention how good the conditions are, at least it has everything it should have. A water dispenser, a printer, a heater, a brand new desk, a swivel chair. Where did all of these go? Also, what's wrong with the lighting? It's so dim, like the lights aren't on at all. President Fu Qingfeng frowned immediately. Why are the conditions at this 101 so bad? Director Lu Guodong of the propaganda department also looked puzzled. Although Cheng Shi wasn't present when the West China City Daily interviewed him last time, he read the newspaper afterward. The 101 base in the newspaper looked quite nice, with dozens of laptops, brand new water dispensers and printers, and professional desks and swivel chairs, all fully equipped. But now, the laptop is gone, and the water dispenser, printer, desk, swivel chair, and the like have all disappeared. This feeling is like meeting an online friend in person, only to find that the stunning beauty in the photo has turned into a chubby, unattractive person in reality. Apart from the fact that they are both human, they don't match up in any other way. Wu Jieyu and Lu Jiechi exchanged a glance, both with a hint of mischief in their eyes, and then understood each other without saying a word. The two of them would run to the 101 headquarters every few days. How could they not know what 101 looked like? The fact that it was so shabby now was obviously Cheng Shi's doing. This guy had obviously dug a pit for Principal Fu and Director Lu to fall into. Cheng Shi, Principal Fu and Director Lu are here. Where are you? Wu Jiyu let out a loud cry. They're here. Cheng Shi then raised his head from a corner, in front of a desk piled with documents, and with a big smile, went to Fu Qingfeng and Lu Guodong, bowing and greeting them. Hello, Principal Fu. Hello, Director Lu. Welcome to our 101 headquarters. It's an honor to have you here. Fu Qingfeng was completely unpretentious, smiling kindly as he patted Cheng Shi on the shoulder. Cheng Shi, your MeetNet is really doing a great job, and the work-study program is progressing very well. It's just that I've been too busy lately, either in meetings in Beijing or Shanghai. Otherwise, I would have come to see you sooner. Cheng Shi smiled and said, Principal Fu, with your heavy workload, it is an honor for all of us at Guesher Technology to take the time to come and express our concern on behalf of the school. Fu Qingfeng listened with a somewhat surprised expression. It was truly rare for Cheng Shi, who was so young, to be able to speak so eloquently. Moreover, this kid wasn't nervous at all when facing him. Was it ignorance and fearlessness? Or was he a man of great wisdom and composure, with a natural confidence and composure? It should be the latter. He could sense that Cheng Shi possessed a maturity and composure far beyond his years, making him unlikely to be the kind of impetuous youth he was. At this moment, Lu Guodong spoke up. By the way, Cheng Shi, what's wrong with the light in your office? Cheng Shi explained that there was a power outage a couple of days ago, and then the power came back on suddenly. It must have been an overload, which burned out most of the lights. He said he had been too busy these past 2 days and hadn't had time to find the school janitor to replace them. Fu Qingfeng chimed in. Then we need to change it as soon as possible. Working under such dim lighting is really bad for your eyesight. Okay. Cheng Shi smiled and nodded, revealing 2 rows of big white teeth. He looked incredibly honest and simple. Lu Guodong then expressed his doubts again. Cheng Shi, something's not right. I saw that issue of the West China City Daily. In the photos, your 101 buildings seem to have pretty good facilities, with 20 or 30 laptops, water dispensers, printers, and all that. Why is there nothing here today? Ahem, Director Lu, it's like this. Cheng Shi calmly explained that he knew reporters were coming last time, and he was worried about embarrassing the school, so he borrowed a lot of laptops, water dispensers, printers, and other equipment, which were also rented. After taking the photos, he returned them all. I see. Fu Qingfeng, without suspecting anything, actually began to feel sorry for you. Then your fruit technology must have very difficult and simple conditions. It's even more remarkable that you can achieve such good results under such conditions. I'm not trying to criticize you, but Sichuan University is not without funding. You're lacking so many things. Why don't you ask Professor Fan for help? Cheng Shi's expression was serious. Principal, our Guesher technology has already received a lot of support from the school to develop to this point. So how could we possibly ask the school for help again? Let the conditions be tough. But what's that saying again? No matter how tough it is, think of the long march. Fu Qingfeng's expression became somewhat amused and exasperated. Cheng Shi, I'm pleased that you're able to carry forward the spirit of hard work and frugality. But it's too hard, and there's no need for that. Here's what you need. Quickly write an application form, clearly stating what you need, and I'll take care of it for you right away. Principal, I can't accept that. Cheng Shi was waiting for Fu Qingfeng to say those words, but his expression was awkward and embarrassed. The people standing next to Nan Shui, Zhang Wenjie, and others were all dumbfounded. The boss's acting skills were amazing. It would be a loss for the boss if the Oscar-winning actor didn't have the boss, but a regret for the Oscar. Chapter 159. I am irreconcilably opposed to gambling and drugs. Despite his pretense in acting, when it came to actually taking advantage of the school, this man surnamed Cheng showed no mercy. Principal Fu, since you've put it that way, it would be too formal and distant for me to refuse. He then found paper and pen and quickly made a list. Computers, air conditioners, printers, water dispensers. These are the big items. Cheng Shi also wrote down everything he could think of, including small items. For example, power strips, electric kettles, brooms, mops, dustpans, etc. Fu Qingfeng looked at Cheng Shixia, his smile gradually freezing, and then quickly turning into heartache. He told Cheng Shi not to stand on ceremony, but he didn't expect the kid to be so unceremonious. Fu Qingfeng coughed and said, "Cough. Cheng Shi, you really do need quite a lot of things here." Cheng Shi pretended not to understand. "Principal, it's because I'm lacking more." Fu Qingfeng, the president of Sichuan University and a high-ranking official at the vice-ministerial level, would at least be a nascent soul-stage expert in the cultivation world. Since he had promised Cheng Shi, it was impossible for him to go back on his word just because Cheng Shi wanted more. He reluctantly accepted Cheng Shi's note and told him that he would get it done for him as soon as possible. Before leaving, he patted Cheng Shi on the shoulder and told him to work hard and strive to make his alma mater proud of him in 10 or 20 years. Cheng Shi nodded emphatically, looking extremely grateful and filled with fervent enthusiasm. "Principal Fu, please come visit often." Fu Qingfeng had already reached the door when he heard Cheng Shi say this. He glanced at the application form in his hand, his lips twitched, and he pretended not to hear it. By now, how could he not realize that the shabby appearance of Produce 101 was definitely a performance put on by Cheng Shi? But it doesn't matter anymore. To put it bluntly, his visit to Base 101 was intended to provide Cheng Shi with further support. Cheng Shi dared to do this precisely because he had this idea in mind, in order to maximize his own interests. Fu Qingfeng didn't dislike Cheng Shi because of this. On the contrary, he appreciated him even more. It was precisely this kind of person who was suitable for doing business. After seeing Principal Fu and Director Lu off, Wu Jieyu and Lu Jiechi returned to the 101 headquarters. "Cheng Shi, you're really something. You even dared to act as the principal." Just now when I was seeing Principal Fu off, the wind blew, and I could clearly feel that the old man had become even balder. As soon as Wu Jieyu entered the room, she teased Cheng Shi with a face full of sarcasm. "Why?" Cheng Shi sighed, looked up at the non-existent sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with a bright sadness. "Senior Wu, do you think I want this to happen? Managing this family is really difficult. Think about it. Just over 3 months ago, I was a simple, kind, sunny, and handsome freshman. Now I've become so cunning and mercenary, reeking of money. Actually, I hate myself now. But, for the sustainable development of fruit technology, and to live up to the trust and expectations placed on me by hundreds of employees, I have to force myself to become the person I used to hate the most. It's so hard for me, my family, do you understand?" After speaking, Mr. Chung looked around. "You have to admit that today's college students are so naive, so innocently foolish." I was actually moved by Cheng Shi's affected and pretentious performance. Lu Jiechi, in particular, had red eyes and looked like she was about to cry. While others might be playing along with Cheng Shi's act, she genuinely felt sorry for him. Cheng Shi has been busy and exhausted ever since she started her business. She has seen it all. Take noon today, for example. When she went to Cheng Shi's office to inform him that Professor Fan was looking for him, Cheng Shi was eating bread with plain water. He was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat lunch. Wu Jiyu was also somewhat moved and said with some sympathy, "Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. Your team is so big, the burden on your shoulders is indeed very heavy. Well then, since I was in charge of this project, I was able to get the selection quota for civil servants entirely because of you. In the future, if there is anything we in the general office can help you with, just let us know, and we will help if we can." "Senior Wu, really? Really, would I lie to you? Wow, you're so kind. What a coincidence. I actually have something I need your help with." Wu Jiyu's cheek twitched. Goodness, I mean, why did Qingshi suddenly become so sentimental? Her feelings were waiting for her right there. She said irritably, "You tell me." Cheng Shi shamelessly said, "The third round of promotion for MeetNet is about to start, isn't it? Professor Fan has already written the letter of introduction for me. However, we still need a PowerPoint presentation for the project promotion. Senior, you've been involved in so many entrepreneurial projects. This is a piece of cake for you, if not a whiz. Go away, stop flattering me. This job is tough. It takes 2 days to finish. If I do it for you, will I get paid?" "Huh? Senior, given our relationship, wouldn't talking about money hurt our feelings?" "Junior, relationships can cost money." Cheng Shi gritted his teeth. "A hot pot meal. Make a deal." Wu Jiyu smiled. She didn't really want to ask Cheng Shi for money. She just didn't want Cheng Shi to contribute anything. She always had a strange feeling of being taken advantage of and tricked. "Cheng Shi, I've also learned how to make PPTs. I'll help Sister Jiyu get it done for you as soon as possible. Don't overwork yourself, especially remember to eat." With a slightly flushed face, Lu Jieqi said this, and then left with Wu Jieyu. At this moment, Zhang Wenjia's large head popped up. Boss, what's going on? Miss Lu seems to like you. Cheng Shi glared at him. You know that too? Then warn him. Never say this in front of your boss's wife. Xia Ning alone was already giving him a headache. If Lu Jieqi were added to the mix, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm not stupid, Zhang Wenjia chuckled. Hey boss, it's almost time to leave work. How about we play some cards? Let's play cards. Cheng Shi thought for a moment, then rolled up his sleeves. All right, people are in high spirits when they're having a good time. Let's play. With Cheng Shi's words, the employees quickly got excited, first putting the removed light bulbs back in, then clearing space, setting up their game, and getting ready to play cards. What do you mean by losing? Or are you just putting up a sticker? No way. If I play with you, boss, it'll cost money. No way. Playing with money is gambling. I, Cheng Xiaoxin, have sworn an oath long ago that I will never be able to live with gambling and drugs. Good heavens. Boss, you didn't mention Huang at all. I, Huang, am sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. Boss, your surname is Cheng. Okay. Well, heaven above. I, Cheng, am sworn enemies of gambling and drugs. After some joking around, they finally decided to play with money, which wasn't much, just 10 yuan a hand, a small bonus. Chapter 160, a very new tactic. Cheng Shi suggested playing Do Diju, a popular Chinese card game. He was good at it and had an amazing ability to remember cards, but the suggestion was rejected by everyone. Do Diju is played by 3 people, but there are still too few participants. At 101 headquarters, the most popular game right now is a game that Zhang Wenjia brought from his hometown. It can be played by 5 people, an emperor, a eunuch, and 3 commoners. The emperor is in the open, while the others are in the dark. Whoever runs out of cards first wins. The loser is the one with the most cards left. The fun is that it's hard to tell who the real eunuch is until the very end. Boss, do you understand? Do you want me to explain it to you again? After Zhang Wenjia finished explaining the rules, he asked Cheng Shi a question. TCH, who do you think you are? Let's get started. Cheng Shi waved his hand impatiently. He was extremely confident in himself. He was the only person in Sichuan province to get a perfect score in the 2009 college entrance examination in mathematics. Want to know more? With a brimming sense of confidence, Cheng played his cards with a flurry of moves and promptly secured last place. This shows that playing cards and doing math problems are indeed 2 different things. In particular, the game proposed by Zhang Wenjia requires 4 decks of cards, more than 200 cards in total, and the permutations and combinations involved are simply beyond the comprehension of the human brain in a short period of time. Zhang Wenjia spread his hands. Boss, pay up. In this round, he was the emperor and was the first to finish playing all his cards. Cheng Shi still had his principles when it came to gambling. He endured the pain and paid 10 yuan. Li Feiyu also spread his hands. Boss, there's also my share. Cheng Shi gasped. You have one too? Li Feiyu muttered. I'm a eunuch. Why did you have to be a eunuch? There are so many other things you could do. Cheng Shi muttered a complaint, his cheeks twitching, and handed Li Feiyu 10 yuan. Again, this person's Scorpio vengefulness has been completely unleashed. Boss, the losers shuffle the cards. Blanching. Helpless, Cheng Shi had no choice but to obediently shuffle the cards and start another game. This time, he was the emperor, but he still lost, and even implicated Zheng Dong, the newly appointed chief eunuch. Zhang Wenjia, Li Feiyu, and Nanshui across from them were practically laughing their heads off, and the other employees who weren't playing were also having a good time. Turns out the boss isn't all-powerful, he's a total novice at cards. Just then, the door to the 101 headquarters was pushed open, and a pretty face peeked in from outside. Her eyes were innocent and adorable, her full red lips glistened under the lights, and her fair skin was rosy and delicate, as if it could burst with moisture at the slightest touch. Boss lady, all the employees of 101 shouted in unison. Yumerin, whose expression had been somewhat aloof, instantly brightened up, a sweet smile spreading across her pretty face. After she entered the room, she obediently sat down next to Cheng Shi. Why don't you come and play? Cheng Shi handed the cards to Yu Baiwei. Yu Baiwei shook her head. I don't know how to play. I'll just watch you play. All right. Cheng Shi nodded and continued shuffling the cards. After 2 consecutive crushing defeats, he had at least learned some lessons. This time, the game was quite close off course. The more likely reason was that Zhang Wenjia, the best player, was carrying him. But they still lost. Cheng Shi successfully played the role of a terrible teammate this time. Even though Zhang Wenjia was almost godlike, he still couldn't carry him. Zhang Wenjia couldn't help but complain. Boss, you're not even good enough as a eunuch, are you? You're playing cards against me, the emperor? You think you can do that? Changshi rolled his eyes. Besides, I'm already a eunuch. How can you expect me to? It's not that I can't. It's that I don't have the ability. This remark caused a great uproar. Yu Baiwei also covered her mouth and chuckled. After Changshi glanced at her, she quickly composed herself, her innocent and adorable eyes seeming to say, I definitely didn't laugh. The game resumes. Changshi had a good starting hand, which made up for his lack of experience. The game was very close. When Changshi was hesitating about what to play at the crucial moment, Yu Baiwei, who had been watching quietly, suddenly stretched out her slender white finger, pointed at Changshi's cards, and told him what to do. Because the two were very close, her warm breath brushed against Changshi's face as she spoke, making him feel itchy. He had been counting cards, but now his mind was completely messed up. Damn it, isn't this woman messing with my Dao heart? Cheng Shiming had clearly gained an advantage, but he was still acting innocent in his heart. He turned to look at Yu Baiwei and said, Are you sure you want to play this? This is my best hand. If it gets blocked, none of my remaining cards will be able to escape. Yu Baiwei said playfully. Cheng Shi, they don't have a bigger hand than you. Cheng Shi didn't believe it. Really? More than 200 cards. I can't even remember them all. How could you? Yu Baiwei moved even closer to Cheng Shi, and in the softest tone, said the most resolute words. Yes, brother, I'll listen to my sister. What else could Cheng Shi do but throw out his best hand without hesitation? Otherwise, she calls me brother so sweetly. It's irresistible. I really can't resist. To his surprise, when he threw out this hand, Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and Zheng Dong on the other side all changed their expressions and shook their heads one after another, saying that they couldn't afford to play it. Amazing. Cheng Shi gave Yu Marin a thumbs up, then finished playing his cards. This is the first time he's won after playing for so long. In the next few rounds, Cheng Shi followed Yu Baiwei's instructions, playing whatever she suggested. He won more than he lost, and half an hour later, Cheng Shi became the biggest winner of the game. He won nearly 300 yuan out of 10 yuan per round, while the other 4 people lost money to varying degrees. Haha, now I finally know why you guys love playing cards. It's fucking fun. Cheng Shi was grinning so hard his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Despite being the winner, he quickly shuffled the cards and let them continue. I'm not playing anymore. The landlady is too good. How can we possibly beat her? Zhang Wenjie was the first to back down, throwing away his cards immediately. Nan Shui couldn't help but chime in with a comment. Boss lady, you've been corrupted by the boss. You're clearly so skilled, yet you claim you don't know how to play. Yu Baiwei said weakly, I really don't know how to play, but I can remember all the cards you play. Everyone was startled. It can remember over 200 cards? What kind of human computer is this? Cheng Shi decisively put on a little show. Ahem, I forgot to tell you. Your boss's wife scored 707 points in the college entrance examination, ranking 8th in the province. This is based on the premise that she never attends tutoring classes, never reviews her lessons on holidays, and only knows how to read fairy tales. Everyone was deeply shocked. The proprietress looks adorable and innocent, but her intelligence is actually off the charts? What's the point of playing then? No matter how skilled they are at cards, they can't possibly beat this humanoid computer. It was only in these days, before artificial intelligence like AlphaGo was invented, that Yu Baiwei would most likely have earned the nickname Alpha Wei. The group of men who had all lost money secretly vowed that they would never play cards with the boss again as long as the boss's wife was around. Otherwise, the wages the boss pays them will all be won back by the boss's wife. If this continues, wouldn't it be possible to repeat this process indefinitely? Damn, are these two developing a really new money laundering scheme? Chapter 161 Workplace PUA. After the card game ended, the employees left one after another. Cheng Shi checked his watch and thought that there should still be food in the cafeteria at this time, so he asked Yu Baiwei if she had eaten yet. Yu Marin shook her head. Her main purpose in coming to find Cheng Shi was to have him have dinner with her. Let's go to the cafeteria then. Let's go then. Cheng Shi was a little puzzled because after Yu Baiwei said, she didn't get up. She remained seated, looking obedient and with a cute expression. Her bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on him. What's the matter? Cheng Shi, my legs won't listen to me. Your legs are numb from sitting for so long. No, it's sealed by a mysterious force. I need your hand to transfer energy to me so that the seal can be broken. Cheng Shi was almost confused by Yu Marin, and it took him 2 seconds to react. Shaw, all he wants is to hold hands. This woman has indeed started to have improper thoughts about him. No wonder she kept snuggling into his arms while we were playing cards. Cheng Shi certainly wouldn't let her succeed, Sigma Man. Just kidding. Then you can seal it here slowly. I'm leaving now. Oh, by the way, Do you remember the long-haired female ghost from that night? She might come out again later. Cheng Shi spoke as he walked. Yu Baiwei's face turned pale instantly. She jumped up from the chair in a flash, her little leather shoes clicking as she quickly caught up with Cheng Shi. Uffed, the seal has been broken? Cheng Shi, you're a big bad guy. Yu Baiwei pouted, her phoenix eyes filled with displeasure. Cheng Shi shook his head and could only extend his left hand, making a loose grasping motion. Yu Baiwei was immediately delighted. She stepped forward and grabbed Cheng Shi's hand, but that wasn't enough, so she quickly intertwined her fingers with his. Yu Baiwei, do you really enjoy holding hands? Cheng Shi, during summer vacation, you were the one who held my hand first. Impossible. I was just making a marching motion, and then you offered your hand to me yourself. If I didn't take your hand, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? As they talked, the two walked through the corridor and arrived outside the startup base. Wah! Cheng Shi then realized that the wind was blowing outside, making the flowers, plants, and trees sway wildly. It looked as if Zhu Beiji had mistaken Sichuan University for Gao Laozhuang and was howling the wind to come and marry Gao Zuolan. Yu Marin was clearly a little afraid of the wind, so she clung even tighter to Cheng Shi, and her oval face turned slightly pale. The two walked side by side and soon arrived at the entrance of the second canteen. Just as they were about to go in, they suddenly bumped into Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui. Young Master Wang greeted Cheng Shi first. Hey, Lu Zi, what a coincidence, eating at the same table. Cheng Shi pursed his lips. No thanks. Eating with you two would be too much. There's a recessive gene for diabetes in my family, so I have to strictly control my blood sugar. Wang Tianyu rolled his eyes. Go away. You dare to say I'm being sweet? Aren't you and Yu Baiwei sweet? Look at those little hands, holding them so tightly. Cheng Shi waved his hand. Anyway, I'm not eating at the same table as you. Take last time, for example. How many tricks did Yu Baiwei learn from Xia Shui during a meal with that couple? Learn from your mistakes, Cheng Shi. Of course, must avoid this. You're acting like nobody cares, Shuemimi. Let's go upstairs and get some food. Wang Tianyu rolled his eyes at Cheng Shi, then turned to look at Xia Shui. The latter said sweetly, Okay, brother you. After the two left, Cheng Shi sighed and muttered to himself. It's really hard to believe that these two actually got together. Judging from their current state, they might actually be heading towards marriage. Yu Baiwei's expression suddenly turned serious as she listened. Cheng Shi, is it true that most college couples don't end up getting married? Based on the big data provided by statistics, that's the case. Then why are so many people so eager to start dating as soon as they enter university? Perhaps they don't want forever, they just want to have had it once. Can't I have both forever and having once possessed it? Yu Baiwei, you're being a bit greedy. Cheng Shi, it's because of you that I learned to be greedy. The next day was Wednesday. After finishing his morning classes, Cheng Shi hurriedly drove straight to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. The Campus Goddess Contest at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China ended a few days ago, but there is still an important wrap-up to be done, the awards ceremony. If there's a beginning, there must be an end. Cheng Shi plans to personally attend this awards ceremony. Of course, he also had a little bit of ulterior motive to take this opportunity to chat with Fu Guangming, the Deputy Director of the Youth League Committee of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Fruit Technology is about to start a new track by engaging in campus group buying. It's easy to talk to Sichuan University, but the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China is also a big market. To make it work, we can't do without the support of Director Fu. He was not alone. He was accompanied by Zhang Wenjie, Finance Officer Sun Feifei, and his secretary Li Feiyu. The advertising company that previously provided materials for the Sichuan University Campus Goddess Contest is called Best Advertising. At this moment, Lu Jiaming, the boss who had appeared on Tantan Traffic before and was still dressed in work clothes, was already there, leading several workers to set up the booth. Brother Lu, you've worked hard. Cheng Shi stepped forward, opened a pack of hard-packed cigarettes, and handed them out one by one. No, it's only right. Lu Jiaming, looking cheerful, took the cigarette, immediately pulled out a lighter, lit it, and chatted with Cheng Shi while puffing away. Mr. Cheng, your business is growing bigger and bigger. Oh, it's nothing, just a small stunt. Mr. Cheng, you're too modest. By the way, where's your angelic girlfriend? Why didn't she come along? Lu Jiaming had seen Yu Baiwei before at the second sports field of Sichuan University, and he was deeply impressed by her. It was not only because of Yu Baiwei's stunning looks, but also because Yu Baiwei could kick a soccer ball dozens of meters away and then knock down a tall and strong sports student. Cheng Shi replied with a smile. I'm in class. I can't be running around with me every day. Lu Jiaming then realized that the CEO Chung standing in front of him was essentially an 18-year-old college freshman. After reflecting on what he was doing at 18, Lu Jiaming felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority. Mr. Chung, I'll get back to work now. After finishing his cigarette, Lu Jiaming went back to directing the workers to continue building the stage. Cheng Shi then started chatting with Zhang Wenjie. Wenjie, you did a great job hosting the last Sichuan University Goddess Contest. Why don't you host it again this time? Zhang Wenjie complained. Boss, it's me again? Have you forgotten that I'm a content creator? I make a living with my writing skills, not my words. Hey, isn't that what the capable should do? That's why I came to you instead of someone else. Cheng Shi patted Zhang Wenjie on the shoulder, seemingly showing his appreciation, but it was actually workplace PUA. In reality, true seasoned professionals in the workplace will not readily agree to any work assigned by their boss that is outside their job responsibilities. It's a thankless task. If you don't do well, you'll inevitably get scolded. If you do well, they'll come back to you next time. The key is that if you do a good job, your boss will most likely not think you have made a great contribution. Instead, they will think that they have a great eye for talent, know how to make good use of people, and know how to discover new skills in their employees. Zhang Wenjie is quite tactful, but not exactly a seasoned veteran, so he was clearly manipulated by Cheng Shi. Just then, Fu Guangming, the director of the Youth League Committee of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, arrived with his deputy, Ma Bangda. After walking up to Cheng Shi, Fu Guangming said with concern, Cheng Shi, I heard from the employees of your Fruit Technology 505 that you're planning to organize a campus group purchase next? Chapter 162 Men are all faithful. Director Fu, that's the idea. You little brat, you were running a perfectly good website. Why did you have to get involved in campus group buying? Back then, Yi Ziki ruined our University of Electronic Science and Technology of China because of this. After receiving Cheng Shi's affirmative reply, Fu Guangming felt as if he had been hit hard in the chest, and he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Yi Ziki's entrepreneurial project back then wasn't just limited to Sichuan University. Like Cheng Shi's, it radiated throughout the entire Chengdu University circle. After her failure, she ended up in a mess, with Sichuan University suffering the biggest loss, while the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China was also significantly affected. Many teachers from the entrepreneurship and publicity departments of the two universities, including Professor Fan and Fu Guangming, have made self-criticisms, and some have even been disciplined. Upon realizing this, Fu Guangming immediately changed his expression. Cheng Shi, let me make this clear first. Everything else is negotiable, but if you want to do campus group buying at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, that's absolutely not allowed. I absolutely do not support it. Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, Director Fu, you'd better carve this sentence into a stone. When I've made a name for myself at Sichuan University, and you're begging me to hurry up and start working at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, then see if I, Cheng Shouxin, won't be so arrogant and you'll be finished. He thought that was what he was thinking, but he would definitely not say it like that. Director Fu, my first step will definitely be to pilot it at Sichuan University. It won't be possible to get it to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China anytime soon. I won't make any big promises. Let's wait for the results. Fu Guangming was still worried. You kid, you seem a bit cocky. Has the success of the internet made you arrogant? Take my advice, campus group buying is not so easy to do. Yi Ziki's family is 100 times better off than yours. She spent tens of millions of her family's money, and in the end, she still failed. Cheng Shi smiled and didn't argue with him. Once an adult's perception is formed, how easily can it be changed? Unless you get a good beating. Cheng has not yet accomplished anything and currently lacks the ability to bring light. Just then, Cheng Shi suddenly frowned at heard arguing coming from the other side of the playground. After watching for a while, he found that Zhang Wenjie and Sun Feifei, along with several part-time college students from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, had gotten into a conflict with about a dozen boys who were playing football on the playground during their lunch break. Fu Guangming and Ma Bangda also noticed and frowned slightly. Boss, I've tried everything, but those guys who play football still won't vacate the field. They say that if we're going to hold an awards ceremony, we should hold it in the auditorium, and the football field is for playing football. Should we ask security to help us get rid of them? Zhang Wenjie ran over, panting, and reported to Cheng Shi with an anxious expression. Fu Guangming and Ma Bangda exchanged a glance. Their mouths moved, but neither of them spoke. Given their positions at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, getting rid of these students who were playing football would be a piece of cake. But the two of them began to want to see how Cheng Shi would handle the situation. Wenjia, what they said makes sense. A football field is for playing football. Forehead, I'll go talk to them. Cheng Shi patted Zhang Wenjia on the shoulder and then walked towards the center of the playground. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Shi returned. The dozen or so boys who had been all brazen and ready to fight left the court arm in arm, chatting and laughing, waving to Cheng Shi as they went. Boss, that's amazing. How did you do that? Zhang Wenjia's expression was one of shock and admiration. Fu Guangming and Ma Bongda were also very curious. Cheng Shi explained with a smile. It's simple. I told their leader, what's the point of playing like this? Real men should fight for honor. Let's forget about this year. Winter break is coming soon. Next year when school starts, I'll sponsor a joint football tournament in Chengdu's university circles under the name of Yujian.com. I can get prize money, honor, and maybe even win the admiration of cute girls and start a sweet romance. Fu Guangming was quite surprised. It's that simple? Cheng Shi pursed his lips. Director Fu, how complicated could it be? Think about it. The weather is so cold now, yet they still play football in short sleeves during lunch break. They have absolutely no interest in goddesses or school beauties. They must be deeply in love with football. I promised them a big stage where they can unleash their youth and passion. How could they not want that? It's just a bit of a pity. Fu Guangming listened, seemingly lost in thought. Ma Bongda picked up the thread. Cheng Shi, what's the pity? Cheng Shi sighed. In our country, people who truly love football can't get into professional teams, let alone represent the country. Cheng Shi's words silenced everyone present. Director Fu, Director Ma, please excuse me for a moment. The banner the workers are holding seems to be crooked. I'll go talk to them about it. After bowing slightly, Cheng Shi walked towards the main stage. Fu Guangming sighed and looked at his deputy. Old Ma, can you see the difference? Director, what's the difference? The difference between him and Yi Ziki. I remember when Yi Ziki came to promote campus group buying, she encountered a similar situation. She directly asked me to intervene and call the school security to have people driven away. But Cheng Shi is different. He's more used to solving problems in his own way. Unlike Yi Ziki, who goes to teachers and the school whenever she encounters difficulties. Director, now that you mention it, Cheng Shi is indeed much more down-to-earth than Yi Ziki. He's more mature in his speech and actions. He seems to have a natural understanding of what the real adult world is like, how to socialize, and how to navigate relationships. Back then, Yi Ziki was still stuck in a student mindset. You can turn to teachers when you encounter problems at school, but who can you turn to in the real world? Thinking about it this way, Yi Ziki's failure was almost inevitable. People can indeed sense each other. Old Ma, how about we let Cheng Shi give it a try? Campus group buying? Fu Guangming nodded. Yes. You'll be in charge of this. If anything goes wrong, you'll clean up the mess. After all, you were the one who cleaned up the mess Yi Ziki left behind last time. You have the experience and the ability. Ma Bongda. No, we were having a nice chat. How did the burden suddenly fall on his shoulders? It is obvious that, just like Cheng Shi's manipulation of Zhang Wenjia, he was also manipulated by Fu Guangming. But what can be said? A higher-ranking official can have a crushing effect. About 10 minutes later, at 1 p.m. sharp, the awards ceremony officially began. The process was actually quite boring. Several goddesses on stage were flaunting themselves, while a bunch of otaku in the audience were screaming and yelling. As a science and engineering university, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China has far fewer female students than Sichuan University, so the quality of its female students is also a level below. Cheng Shi didn't even bother to look at her. The OE-level beauty of Yumarin was constantly in front of him, and his threshold for beauty had become exceptionally high. Fu Guangming and Ma Bongda, on the other hand, were watching with great interest. Men are always loyal, whether they are in their 20s or 50s, they all prefer to look at girls in their 20s. Chapter 163, The Little Secret, in the textbook. Cheng Shi, you're always so busy, you probably don't have time to find a girlfriend. The girls at our University of Electronic Science and Technology are top-notch. Have you seen anyone you like? Want me to play matchmaker for you? As Fu Guangming watched, he suddenly became a matchmaker. He liked and admired Cheng Shi very much. I have a feeling that this kid's future achievements are absolutely limitless, and he might just become one of the richest people in all of China. Fu Guangming's biggest regret is that Cheng Shi is not a student at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Finding a girlfriend at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China and eventually having a successful relationship would be a wonderful story. Although Cheng Shi wasn't a student at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, he was the son-in-law of the university, and he was the one who introduced them. This is something that can be talked about for a lifetime. Cheng Shi never expected that Director Fu would switch careers to become a matchmaker. After thinking about it, he had some mischievous thoughts. Director Fu, my eyes suddenly feel blurry. I can't even see my phone clearly. Could you help me check what time it is? As he spoke, he handed his phone to Fu Guangming. Fu Guangming, unsuspecting, looked closely and saw that Cheng Shi's phone wallpaper was a stunningly beautiful, tall girl. Her looks were absolutely gorgeous, so much so that even if you put all the goddesses on stage together, they wouldn't be enough to fill her teeth. That's not the point. The point is that Cheng Shi was standing next to the girl, holding hands with her, their faces full of sweetness. What time is it? Cough. I can't see clearly. Puffed. Director Fu, are you seeing things too? As Cheng Shi was talking, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Fu Guangming was speechless, his expression a mixture of laughter and tears. I was thinking, all I wanted to do was introduce you to a girlfriend. Even though I meant well, but messed things up, I was ignorant, and that's one thing, but you're just being mean. Why are you treating me like this? After finishing his business at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Cheng Shi rushed back to Sichuan University to attend his classes in the morning and afternoon. If only students didn't have to go to class. After parking the car, Cheng Shi rushed to the classroom. The first two classes this afternoon are college English, which, regardless of its origins, is Cheng Shi's least favorite course. The main problem is that most of the English taught in the classroom is not used in real life. Anyone who has been abroad should know that the daily communication between Europeans and Americans is very colloquial. If you use the standards of English courses, it is full of grammatical errors, but that's really how they say it. Cheng Shi genuinely couldn't understand why Chinese people would spend so much time studying various grammar rules when learning English. The essence of language is communication. He really wanted to skip those two classes and go back to his dorm to catch up on sleep, but he didn't have the guts. This semester, his absence rate for college English has reached the red line. If he skips class again, he won't even be eligible to take the final exam and will fail the course. He didn't care after all. A college life without failing a course is incomplete. Unfortunately, Dean Liu wouldn't allow it. I've told him repeatedly that he absolutely cannot fail the course. Cheng Shi could understand Dean Liu's good intentions. Sichuan University clearly wanted to invest heavily in promoting him. As the face of the university, failing a course in his freshman year would not sound good if word got out. Cheng Shi had been running around the whole way, but he was still late. Then he was surprised to find that he wasn't the only one who was late. All the guys from class 606 were standing outside the classroom, looking dejected. Judging from their appearance, they were being punished. Holy crap, guys, this is like going back to high school. What's going on? Cheng Shi was very puzzled. University isn't high school. If you're a few minutes late, no teacher will care. Just come in through the back door, sit in the back row, and don't disturb the other students. Wang Tianyu said resentfully. Lu Zi, it's all because of those idiots in the student council who are making a big deal out of nothing. They say they're carrying out some kind of academic discipline campaign, cracking down on tardiness and early departures. We guys were playing Dota at the internet cafe and didn't pay attention to the time, and now we've all been caught out. I see. Cheng Shi smiled at his dogs. Then you can stand there for a while. I'm going to class. Wang Tianyu shouted. Lu Zi, are you crazy? Those idiots from the student council haven't left yet. If you go into the classroom now, you'll just bump into the window. Cheng Shi ignored him and continued walking. The group of guys watched as Cheng Shi walked to the back door of the classroom. Then, those student council members who had previously been incorruptible and upright actually greeted Cheng Shi respectfully, saying in unison, "Hello, Minister Cheng." Then I watched him go into the classroom. Hu Junjie was the first to react. Zhao, how could I forget? Sixth brother is the vice minister of the school's student union. Wang Tianyu is really cool. Although Cheng Shi's career is thriving, he is also making rapid progress in the student union. They say comparisons are odious. At this moment, the student council members walked over. Hey, you guys, Minister Cheng said that you don't need to stand anymore, and you don't need to write your names. The guys immediately breathed a huge sigh of relief. Even someone as arrogant as young Master Wang had no choice but to accept this favor. All right, this time Cheng Liuzi is at least a decent human being. He quickly retracted his assessment because upon entering the classroom, Cheng Shi was arrogant and asked young Master Wang to treat him to dinner. The reason was quite valid. He had just sacrificed his virtue in order to get rid of Wang Dashao's name. Wang Tianyu rolled his eyes. Lu Zi, do you think I'm an idiot? Cheng Shi chuckled. Don't they say love makes people foolish? I was just using you as a test. English is also a college general course, taken by the economics department and the finance department together. So after the first class, Yu Baiwei, who couldn't sit still any longer, grabbed her textbook and ran to the back row to sit next to Cheng Shi. She wore a black turtleneck sweater today, The fitted style accentuated her curves, and paired with her fair skin, she looked both lively and innocent. After exchanging a few casual words with Yu Baiwei, Chengshi picked up her English textbook and started reading. Yu Baiwei snatched it away again, covering it tightly and refusing to give it to Chengshi no matter what, her cheeks turning bright red. Chengshi's curiosity was piqued, so he decided to put on an act. He suddenly looked towards the back door of the classroom, his face filled with horror. "Aunt Cheng, what brings you here?" The Aunt Cheng he mentioned was naturally Cheng Danqing. Although Yu Baiwei felt that it was impossible for her mother to suddenly come to the school, she couldn't help but look over, and then Chengshi snatched her English textbook away. Yu Marin covered her face, hid her head in the collar of her sweater, and decisively played the ostrich. After looking through the pages, Chengshi realized why she wouldn't let him see it. Almost every blank space in the textbook was filled with her delicate handwriting, but it wasn't classroom notes. It was his name, Cheng. Chapter 164. In my life, I am no less than anyone else. Before we knew it, it was Saturday again. As is customary, Fruit Technology holds a weekly meeting every Saturday morning to summarize the work of the past week and to plan for the tasks of the following week. At today's meeting, Chengshi mainly talked about the new track of campus group buying. At the end of 2009, the specific operations for developing this sector were certainly quite different from those in later years. After all, mobile payment was not yet widespread. Although Alipay had been promoting this business for a long time, there was still a relatively complicated transfer process, which was far less convenient than simply scanning a QR code in later years. Therefore, offline and online payment collection must be carried out simultaneously. This requires a significant investment of human resources. In other words, Fruit Technology's finance department needs to be upgraded. Sun Feifei, the finance director, will no longer be a lone commander and will soon have her own small team. As for specific marketing strategies, Cheng's current approach is as follows. With its relatively large user base, primarily composed of university students in Chengdu, Yujian.com can leverage this foundation to drive sales volume, thus creating a prerequisite for attracting merchants to join the platform. Cheng has three concerns. One question is whether the RD and content departments can develop the e-commerce system and embed it into Yujian.com before the Double Egg Festival, Christmas, and New Year's Day. Cheng Shi, after all, didn't understand technology, so he could only worry helplessly and pin his hopes on Nan Shui and Wang Song, his two capable assistants, who would not disappoint him this time. The second concern is whether contemporary college students can accept the online shopping model of paying first and then picking up the goods. Although Taobao has been around for many years, to be honest, online shopping is still a relatively new thing these days, and not everyone can accept it. Moreover, Alibaba's size and credibility are incomparable to Guisher Technologies. Therefore, after the online store is launched, Chengshi will need to organize some promotional activities, such as discount coupons for new users and promotions for new products, which will increase the initial operating costs. Is the money he has on hand enough to last? This is also an issue that must be considered. Thirdly, there's the issue of merchant onboarding. Although Yujian.com already enjoys considerable brand recognition in the commercial districts of Chengdu's universities, it remains to be seen whether traditional merchants will readily accept this entirely new sales model. However, this is easy to solve. We just need to set an example. For instance, Chengshi could first negotiate with several large shopping malls in the vicinity. When the time comes, other merchants will see this and think, wow, such a big company like company name has partnered with Yujian.com, which means this is reliable. Word will spread quickly, and they will all flock to it. After sorting out these 3 points in his mind, Chengshi, like a quest NPC in an online game, started issuing tasks to various departments with his little mouth. Zhang Wenjia, from now on, your content department needs to shift most of its creative energy to the upcoming fruit mall. It would be best to publish some advertorials recommending good products. To put it bluntly, it's about selling products online. Brother Hong, your marketing department is responsible for liaising with merchants, especially regarding product quality and price. There can be no sloppiness in the beginning. My requirement is that every product listed on the fruit mall must be of the best quality at its price point, and the lowest price for the same quality. Li Feiyu, you represent me and contact the heads of the student part-time job centers at various universities. In the early stages, we definitely won't be very formal, and we can't afford to hire that many full-time delivery drivers, so we'll mainly adopt the student part-time job model. As for wages, it's best to settle them weekly, and then hold back at least 3 days' wages. It's not that I don't trust the quality of college students, but human nature is not something that can be tested. As for Sun Fifi, finance department really needs to expand its recruitment. I'll give you 3 openings. You can go and choose the candidates. Cheng Shi continued to speak without a prepared script, and his presentation remained clear, organized, and logically sound. After clarifying their tasks, the department heads were all highly motivated and threw themselves into their work. As for Cheng Shi, he also has his own things to do. First, you need to go to the largest department store in the commercial area around Sichuan University and contact them. Ideally, you should sign a cooperation agreement in one go to gain a leading effect and attract other merchants to set up shop. Then there's the issue of students picking up their orders. How can part-time college students possibly stay in their dorms all day doing this? Everyone needs to attend classes. Therefore, this task is best done by the dormitory supervisor or the security guard. Both of these groups are under the jurisdiction of the school's logistics department, which in turn is subordinate to the administrative department. So who is the head of the administrative department? Upon asking, Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that the matter was already half settled. It turned out to be Vice Principal Kai Bin, whom he had dined with during the summer vacation. It turns out that Principal Kai is in charge of not only student admissions, but also school administration. This is understandable. No matter how busy or important the admissions process is, it only lasts for the first month of summer vacation. Alright, then he should find an opportunity to buy some fruit and visit Principal Kai to have a good chat with him about the income generation issues of the dormitory supervisors and security guards. Around 11 a.m., Cheng Shi, accompanied by his secretary Li Feiyu and accountant Sun Feifei, arrived at Millennium Department Store, the largest department store in the Sichuan University Commercial District, and found the owner, Sun Guoqiang. This man was in his early 40s, with a robust physique, and looked like the kind of person who was full of energy and had plenty of energy. Sun Guoqiang showed no airs of a billionaire. Upon seeing Cheng Shi, he beamed. "President Cheng, what a young hero. I never expected you to be so young." Cheng Shi immediately reciprocated by showering Sun Guoqiang with compliments. Then, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei were introduced to Sun Guoqiang. One was the Secretary General of Guoshi Technology, and the other was the Chief Financial Officer of Guoshi Technology. In short, they were introduced to people in the most prestigious and high-profile way possible. When you're out and about, you can't expect others to give you face if you don't put in the effort yourself. Ahem, so promising at such a young age, so promising at such a young age. Sun Guoqiang's face twitched as he listened. A secretary is a secretary, but they add chief to it. A finance person is a finance person, but they add chief and official to it. To be honest, even someone as big as Millennium Department Store shouldn't have such a grand display from its owner. He knew, of course, that Cheng Shi was trying to embellish his image, but he saw through it without saying anything. Standing next to Sun Guoqiang was a woman in her 40s who looked quite shrewd and capable. At this moment, he scoffed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Sun Guoqiang glared at the woman, then smiled and introduced her to Cheng Shi, saying that her name was Wei Lan, the general manager of Millennium Department Store. He, as the boss, usually didn't get involved in business. The specific operations were basically managed by General Manager Wei. Cheng Shi understood immediately. Is this a plan to give him a red and black color scheme? Sun Guoqiang plays the red face role, while Wei Lan plays the black face role. Sure enough, business people are all cunning. They've already started using tricks on him before we've even begun discussing business. However, when it comes to tactics, who has Qing Shouxin ever been afraid of in his life? To borrow a boastful saying from young Master Wang, in my life, I, Cheng, am no less than anyone else. Chapter 165 Agreement reached. After exchanging a few more casual words with Sun Guoqiang, Cheng Shi was about to reveal his yin state map, when, unexpectedly, Mr. Sun revealed it first. General Manager Wei Lan told Cheng Shi that their Millennium Mall planned to hold a promotion during the Double Egg Festival and intended to take over all the advertising on Yujian.com for the next few days. Regardless of whether it's homepage promotion, pop-ups, or accompanying articles, including those nooks and crannies on secondary pages, Millennium Department Store wants it all, and then let Cheng Shi name his price. Cheng Shi exclaimed, "Good heavens." He thought to himself, your Millennium Department Store has quite the appetite. Since that was the case, he decisively made an outrageous offer and quoted 500,000. These words immediately silenced Sun Guoqiang and Wei Langan. They were prepared for Cheng Shi to ask for an exorbitant price, but they did not expect that the price would be so high. Wei Lan's cheeks twitched. "President Cheng, are you kidding me? Our Millennium Department Store, after the whole event, it's questionable whether we'll even make $1 million in profit. And you're asking for half the profit?" Cheng Shi curled his lip and said that this is the market price. The advertising space on Yujian.com has already been sold until April or May of next year. 500,000 is definitely a fair price. There is no such thing as an advertising space now. His advertising space is grown in greenhouses. You think it is expensive, and I think it is expensive too. Sun Guoqiang. Wei Lan. After exchanging a glance, the two gave Cheng Shi a price that their Millennium department store could accept, cutting it in half to 250,000. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei did some mental calculations and felt that the boss's target price should be between 350,000 and 400,000. 250,000 was too little, and he would definitely not agree to it. Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan were also mentally prepared to negotiate with Cheng Shi again. Unexpectedly, Cheng Shi simply waved his hand and said two words, okay. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei were surprised. When did their boss become so easy to talk to? Was he still the same scoundrel capitalist they knew? After a moment of stunned silence, Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan were overjoyed. Mr. Cheng, you've got some finesse. Mr. Sun, don't be so happy yet. I can agree to 250,000, but I have one condition. What are the conditions? Cheng Shi took out a fruit group purchase business plan from his briefcase and handed it to Sun Guoqiang. Mr. Sun, it's like this. Our Guoshi technology is about to launch the Guoshi Group buying mall. I would like to invite your Millennium department store to join us. We will provide the customer base and promotion, and you will provide the products. As for the profits, we will only take 15%. Sun Guoqiang took it and studied it carefully. After 2 or 3 minutes, he frowned slightly. President Cheng, this kind of sales model is something I've never seen before in my life. Is it reliable? Cheng Shi smiled and analyzed. Whether it's reliable or not, Mr. Sun will know once the mall goes live. As a merchant personally invited by me, Mr. Sun's entry is free. I will only take a cut if you sell your products. In other words, Mr. Sun may not make a profit, but he will definitely lose money. Not to mention, I also waive 250,000 yuan of advertising fees for you. Sun Guoqiang was somewhat tempted. So it seems, we could really give it a try? Wei Lan, however, saw through Cheng Shi's rhetoric. President Cheng, how come we only saved 250,000? 500,000 was your quote, which we didn't agree to. Our quote was 250,000. Sun Guoqiang then realized what was happening. Goodness, this kid is young, but his tricks are incredibly deep. He almost fooled this old fox. This isn't to say that Wei Lan is actually more capable than Sun Guoqiang, but rather that they play different roles. Sun Guoqiang, as a boss, is used to focusing on the big picture and letting go of the small details, while Wei Lan, as the general manager, pays more attention to the details. If she were truly more capable than Sun Guoqiang, she would be the boss. Cheng Shi shrugged and said that this is the price for the current advertising space on our website. If Millennium department store thinks it's too expensive, there will always be someone who doesn't. This is his condition. You two should weigh it up. That's a rather arrogant statement, but Cheng does indeed have that kind of capability now. The effectiveness of advertising space on Yujian.com has been proven by the market. A mature businessperson will not turn down money. Take Mr. Jean from Tailai Driving School, for example. He was tricked by Cheng Shi so badly, but these past few days, he's still enduring humiliation and begging Cheng Shi to fulfill his promise to help him promote the school for free. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Guoqiang ultimately couldn't resist the promises Cheng Shi made to him. All right, Mr. Cheng, I agree to this. Anyway, I won't lose out. Let's see how big a deal Mr. Cheng can make. If it really works out, we'll all make money. From now on, I, old Sun, will follow Mr. Cheng. Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. President Sun, I dare not accept such a comment. I'd rather cling to your coattails. After finalizing the matter and confirming that there were no flaws in the letter of intent to move in, Sun Guoqiang took a pen and wrote his name. After the business was finished, Sun Guoqiang said to Cheng Shi, since it's almost lunchtime, Mr. Cheng, why don't you stay for a simple meal so I can show you some hospitality? Mr. Sun, we can skip the simple meal, but we might consider having some good wine and food. After his initial surprise, Sun Guoqiang laughed. Young people today do business in a way that is truly different from their generation. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older generation. Okay, I'll arrange it. Sun Guoqiang waved his hand and instructed Wei Lan to quickly call a nearby restaurant to reserve a table, as he needed to have a good drink with President Cheng today. Wei Lan quickly made a reservation, and the group headed to the restaurant. Because he was going to drink, Sun Guoqiang didn't let Cheng Shi drive, but instead called his own driver, intending to take them all over in one car. As for Cheng Shi's Audi A6L, just leave it here. He can drive it whenever he sobers up. Sun Guoqiang's car was a Bentley Flying Spur, a 7-seater business van from Bentley, which was definitely much more luxurious than Cheng Shi's Audi A6L. Cheng Shi looked at it with some envy. He had one of these cars in his past life. It was incredibly comfortable to drive. Boss, Mr. Sun, what kind of car is this? It looks so cool. Li Feiyu was a country bumpkin and didn't recognize him at all. Bentley. Is it expensive? It's all right. Only around 3 million. Not bad, that's all. Li Feiyu rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, Boss, aren't you getting a little too cocky? Mr. Sun's car, if exchanged for your Audi, would be more than 5 times the value of one. Haha, Mr. Chung, with your ability and talent, you'll be able to buy one in a few years. Sun Guoqiang looked very happy. He sensed the sourness in Cheng Shi's tone and immediately felt better. You little brat, you used to take advantage of the seller's market and bully me all the time. Now you've got what's coming to you. Cheng Shi could tell that Sun Guoqiang was mocking him. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. So what if he has a Bentley? My wife's family has a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Am I being arrogant? As a Scorpio, Cheng Shi has always been very vengeful and was already planning when to ask Uncle Xiao to borrow the car again, so he could give Sun Guoqiang a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 166, I really want to take a sip. The group of 5 arrived at the restaurant quickly and began to eat after the dishes were served. Sun Guoqiang was quite generous. He took out the 2 bottles of mitai he had left at the restaurant, thinking to himself that he had to get Cheng Shi drunk and make the kid look foolish. It's not that he really harbored such a deep grudge against Cheng Shi, but rather that people who enjoy drinking, to varying degrees, have this perverse sense of pleasure. They like to find a sense of accomplishment by getting others drunk. This is also the worst aspect of drinking culture. It turned out that Sun Guoqiang was overthinking things. Cheng Shi's alcohol tolerance was much better than he had thought. After drinking more than half a gene of 53 proof mitai, I felt completely unaffected, without even turning red in the face or getting out of breath. Sun Guoqiang decisively gave up. If he continued to force-feed Cheng Shi, he didn't know if Cheng Shi would be all right, but he was 100% sure he would be in trouble. After slowing down their drinking pace, Sun Guoqiang and Cheng Shi began chatting about all sorts of things. Sun Guoqiang was surprised to find that he and Cheng Shi, who was 30 years younger than him, had no generation gap at all. This guy was so mature, had his own unique insights into everything, was worldly wise and experienced in human relationships, as if he were his peer. After the alcohol took effect, the two became quite distant, which was evident from their way of addressing each other. One called him Brother Sun, and the other Brother Chung. Brother Chung, your business is so big, and you're always busy. Doesn't that affect your studies? It's all right, at least for now. I can still manage to balance both. Brother, I admire people like you who are good at studying. It's a pity that my Sun family doesn't have the gene for studying. Take my daughter, for example. She just started her senior year of high school this year, and her grades are so bad that I'm embarrassed to mention them. If she can get into a second-tier university, I'll be burning incense in gratitude. Brother Sun, studying does require a bit of talent, but if you're only aiming for the second-tier university entrance exam, it's not really about talent. As long as you don't have any intellectual disabilities and can maintain a proper attitude towards learning, it's impossible for you not to pass. That's true, but the problem is my daughter's attitude is just not right at all. By the way, bro, I heard that Sichuan University held a God of Learning competition a while ago. Do you know who won first place? If you know them, could you introduce me to them? I'd like to hire this God of Learning as a tutor for my daughter. Money is absolutely no problem. Cheng Shi's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Brother Chung, what's with that expression? Do you know him or not? No. Then hurry up and give me his contact information. I'll talk to him myself. Helpless, Cheng Shi took out his phone, found a photo, and handed it to Sun Guoqiang. Sun Guoqiang took a look and saw a photo of Cheng Shi receiving an award, holding a large, gleaming gold trophy with the 4 gilded characters, God of Learning, engraved on it. He was startled. Brother Chung, no way, you're the God of Learning? Cheng Shi curled his lip. How could this be fake? Sun Guoqiang's cheek twitched. This kid's business is thriving, and he's also doing so well in his studies. Is he a monster? This immediately dispelled the idea of hiring Cheng Shi as a tutor. He's so busy. How could he possibly find the time to teach his daughter? Brother Sun, as the champion of the first Sichuan University Academic God competition, I do have some insights into studying. Our daughter's foundation is relatively weak, and my study methods are too advanced to suit her. If you really want to find her a tutor, you need to find someone who isn't particularly bright, but has a very solid foundation. If you're willing, I do have someone in mind. Cheng Shi's words seemed to be a little self-aggrandizing, an attempt to embellish his own image. Since Sun Guoqiang has such a strong worship of knowledge, then he can just cultivate that persona for himself. Anyway, Sun Guoqiang wasn't from Sichuan University, so naturally he couldn't know that the so-called God of Learning competition was essentially a sham competition. He may have been pretending, but he was genuinely offering advice to Sun Guoqiang. Another candidate is Big Yellow Brother. He was of average intelligence, but he was very hardworking and down-to-earth. He was able to get into the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China because of this. During the college entrance examination, he almost got all the basic points. Sun Guoqiang's goal for his daughter is simply to get into a second-tier university. Having Brother Huang teach her is the most suitable option. In this way, Brother Huang can also earn a considerable amount of tutoring fees, which is a win-win situation. Brother Chung, your recommendation is definitely no problem. So let's set a time to meet first. Okay, that's how it was settled. After finishing their meal, Chung Shi didn't go back to Millennium Department Store. Instead, he took a taxi and drove Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei back to school. As for my own car, I'll drive it when I'm sober, and I'll also bring Brother Huang along to finalize the tutoring arrangement. In the taxi, Sun Feifei, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but complain to Chung Shi. Boss, you're really good at praising yourself. You don't know how weak your study god title is, yet you keep saying your study methods are too advanced. I almost choked on my food. Chung Shi rolled his eyes. What do you mean by gilding the lily? I'm telling the truth. Okay, first time, school-wide, champion. Is there a single word that's fake as for study methods? To get first place, I had senior sister Nan Shui and the guys from the RD department spend half a day creating a special vote-buying script. Isn't that high-tech? Sun Feifei and Li Feiyu were laughing so hard they almost went crazy. So this is what the boss meant by learning methods. Well, to be fair, this thing is the culmination of the wisdom of more than a dozen talented programmers in the Fruit Technology RD department. It's not just high-end, it's downright high-end. After downing nearly a pound of 53-proof Matai, even Chung Shi, with his high alcohol tolerance, was starting to feel the effects. Not to mention that he had just finished drinking and then spent half an hour in a taxi. Anyone who drinks regularly knows how painful it is to travel by car after drinking. Back in his office, Chung Shi collapsed onto his desk and fell fast asleep. He slept for at least 2 hours. When he woke up, he found himself covered with a thick blanket and a glass of cold water next to him. Chung Shi was in a daze. He picked up a glass of cold water and gulped down most of it. He immediately felt much better, and the effects of the alcohol had almost worn off. After shaking his head, he realized that there was another person in the office Baiwei. She sat next to Chung Shi, staring at him with a blank, innocent look. The blanket you covered me with, the water you poured? A warm feeling welled up in Chung Shi's heart. At this moment, Yumarin actually possessed some of the qualities of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Baiwei felt a little embarrassed by the stares, so she changed the subject. Chung Shi, it's snowing. Shall we go build a snowman later? It's snowing already? Chung Shi was somewhat surprised. Although it was indeed very cold this year, in his memory, many provinces would also experience snow disasters as the year drew to a close. But it's only mid-December, and it's already snowing in the Sichuan Basin? This is absolutely a rare thing. He got up, drew back the curtains, and looked outside. Sure enough, it was snowing, but not heavily. The crystalline snowflakes melted as soon as they fell, not enough to accumulate into snow. So building a snowman was definitely out of the question. There's no snow. What's the point of piling it up? Oh, Baiwei pouted. Her phoenix eyes filled with disappointment. Chung Shi turned on his computer, checked the weather forecast, and found that the cold wave would last for more than a week, and there was a high probability that it would snow. He smiled and told Yumarin, don't worry, there will be snow in 2 or 3 days, and then we can build more. Baiwei was immediately delighted and counted on her fingers, telling Chung Shi that she wanted to make 2, one for herself and one for Chung Shi. Chung Shi couldn't help but chuckle and gently pinched Baiwei's pert nose. Baiwei immediately pouted, her lips rosy and glistening with a crystalline luster. Someone suddenly felt their mouth was very dry. Looking at the soft, rosy lips of the poppy, I really want to kiss them. Chapter 167. 1 fish, 3 ways to eat it. 1 cart, 3 delicacies. 1. Chung Shi held back. We're not ready for this yet, but we're opening Pandora's box now. After stretching, he took Baiwei to the 101 headquarters next door. Because of this sudden snowfall, the already low temperature dropped by at least 5 degrees. It wasn't just cold, it was absolutely freezing. At this time, the large air conditioner that Chung Shi had gotten from the principal a few days earlier came in handy, making the entire 101 very warm. Hello, boss lady. As soon as Baiwei entered, everyone greeted her. Yumarin responded to each one with a sweet smile. Chung Shi, holding a laptop, found a spot and started working. Baiwei quickly sat down next to him, quiet and obedient, watching him work. About half an hour later, 2 visitors arrived at the 101 headquarters, a man and a woman. After introducing themselves, Chung Shi learned their identities as members of the student union's external relations department and also figured out their purpose. Damn it. They were here to freeload a campus debate competition, and they want our fruit technology to sponsor it. Minister Chung, this debate competition is a kind of selection competition within the school. The winning team will represent the school in the upcoming college student debate competition jointly organized by major universities in Sichuan to win honor for the school. Competitions definitely need funding, such as making team uniforms and flags. However, the surrounding businesses are all uninterested in this competition and refuse to sponsor it no matter what. We really had no other choice but to think of you, Minister Chung. Please. The girl speaking to Chung Shi at this moment was named Yang Jingyi. She was quite pretty, and her voice was soft and gentle, which was very pleasant to listen to. The External Relations Department sent her over to try and get something from Chung Shi, which probably involved some seduction tactics. However, no matter how beautiful Yang Jingyi is, she can't compare to Yu Baiwei. Of course, Chung wouldn't fall for her trick and wanted to refuse directly. Even other businesses know that sponsoring this debate competition is a money-losing proposition with no publicity. How could he not know that? Want to take advantage of him? What are you thinking? He always takes what others get. This one, Chung Shi was pondering how to refuse tactfully, yet firmly, when he saw Kai Bin's name on the judge's column and promptly changed his mind. Well, since it's about bringing honor to the school, Guoshi Technology, as a campus enterprise, naturally has an unshirkable responsibility. He was planning to visit Vice Principal Kai sometime to discuss the revenue generation issues for the dormitory supervisors and security guards. However, he has been in the school for so long and has never made a special visit to Vice Principal Kai. Now that he is going to ask for help, it seems rather mercenary and cunning. However, if you happen to bump into this during a debate and it comes up casually, then there's no real problem. Minister Chung, thank you so much. Minister Chung, don't worry, we won't take the sponsorship for nothing. We will definitely promote Ujin.com more during the debate competition. Yang Jingyi and her companions were clearly surprised that Chung Shi agreed so readily. After a brief moment of astonishment, they were filled with heartfelt gratitude. Their external relations department has been trying to secure this sponsorship by visiting all the commercial areas around the school, but they've been met with a lot of disdain. Cough, it's only right, it's only right. Chung Shi casually began to reveal the map of Yin State. When does the debate start? Tomorrow evening, from 7 to 9 o'clock. Can I go and listen? Minister Chung, of course you can. Could you please arrange for me to sit next to Principal Kai? In principle, there is no problem. Then it's a pleasant decision. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yang Jingyi and her companion prepared to leave. Yu Baiwei was unhappy and held up 2 fingers to Chung Shi. You're going too? Senior Yang, 2 seats available. Okay, all right. The next day was the weekend, and Chung Shi slept in late, which was rare for him. When he got up, he felt refreshed. I borrowed Uncle Zhao's car and drove with great momentum all the way to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, intending to pick up Brother Huang and go find son Guoqiang to finalize the tutoring arrangement. While you're at it, give him a good slap with your Rolls-Royce. That's how vengeful Scorpios are. Li Feiyu will also be traveling with us. This kid has a driver's license, so we'll let him drive his Audi back to Sichuan University. Big Brother Huang was already waiting at the door. Seeing that Chung Shi was driving Yu Baiwei's Rolls-Royce, his face twitched as he said, Xiao Chung, you're not even driving a Range Rover anymore. You're driving a Rolls-Royce? Have you considered my feelings? Uffed, you dog. This car isn't mine. What are you so jealous about? That's true. Huang Ziwei felt somewhat at peace. Chung Shi then changed the subject. But my future wife's and mine don't seem to be that different. Big Yellow, what do you think? Huang Ziwei. Whether Xiao Chung is human or not is debatable, but when he acts like a dog, he's a real dog. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business. Chung Shi steered the conversation back to the main topic and recounted in detail how he had been asked to tutor son Guoqiang's daughter. Huang Ziwei hesitated for a moment. Xiao Chung, am I capable? Chung Shi rolled his eyes. How would I know if you can do it or not? You got into a 985 university based on your own merit. Don't you even have this much confidence? Don't worry, son Guoqiang's daughter is terrible. She's barely even at the second-tier university cutoff. It would be a waste of your talent to teach her. After hearing what Chung Shi said, Brother Huang finally regained some confidence. By the way, are you still in contact with your senior, Sister Bian? Chung Shi suddenly started gossiping. Big Brother Huang said somewhat dejectedly, she's long gone. Senior Sister Bian must have found a boyfriend, and he's quite wealthy. I saw her get out of the passenger seat of a Qian that day. Chung Shi pursed his lips. Qian, that's definitely not something you can touch right now. It's better if you don't contact her anymore. Anyway, I don't think you have a good chance of winning her over. Huang Ziwei kept his head down and didn't respond to the conversation, clearly feeling somewhat inferior again. Cheng Shi waved his hand, changing the subject. I'm so hungry, Da Huang. You can have lunch. We'll go to Millennium Department Store after lunch. After thinking for a moment, Huang Ziwei made a suggestion. Xiaocheng, I know a Chinese restaurant nearby. Their specialty is fish prepared 3 ways. Is that okay? Cheng Shi turned his head. Feiyu, can we eat fish? After receiving Li Feiyu's affirmative answer, the 3 of them drove straight to the Chinese restaurant, attracting a lot of attention along the way. Rolls-Royce, the king of commercial vehicles, is a rare sight even in 2024, let alone 2009. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Huang Ziwei, the host, was quite generous, preparing not only the signature dish of 1 fish, 3 ways, but also several other hearty dishes. Of course, no alcohol was served, since Cheng Shi and Li Feiyu would both need to drive later. 3 lonely men eating together is nothing special, but halfway through the meal, a somewhat unexpected sound came from inside. What a coincidence, you're eating here too. Looking up, there was Bian Xiaoli, with a tall and handsome boy beside her, dressed in designer brands. The 2 were holding hands. Clearly in the throes of a passionate affair, this boy was obviously the rich and handsome boyfriend that Brother Huang had mentioned earlier. That's why they say, Sichuan people are unpredictable. Once you mention them, they're there. Cheng Shi had only mentioned Bian Xiaoli briefly, and now, just half an hour later, they've run into each other here. Chapter 168 1 Fish, 3 Ways to Eat It, 1 Cart, 3 Delicacies, 2. Xiaoli, is that your friend? The handsome, rich, and successful man scrutinized Cheng Shi. As for Brother Huang and Li Feiyu, he ignored them. They're obviously 2 losers, not even worthy of his attention. But Cheng Shi is different. She was dressed very simply, yet she possessed a composed and confident demeanor that commanded respect. Gao Yu, his name is Cheng Shi, a star entrepreneur. He's been in the newspapers. Bian Xiaoli explained. As for Huang Ziwei, she simply ignored him. Is that so? Gao Yu remained noncommittal. He is a senior in college this year. He studied in the UK for a year as an exchange student last year and has only recently returned to China. Therefore, he does not know who Cheng Shi is, and he has never even heard of Ujian.com. In his mind, so-called entrepreneurial stars were probably just campus agents or the like. As for being in the newspaper, Bian Xiaoli didn't specify which newspaper, and the school newspaper isn't a newspaper either. Gao Yu, Cheng Shi is really amazing. He's only a freshman and he can already buy an Audi. For some reason, Bian Xiaoli continued to praise Cheng Shi in front of her boyfriend. Gao Yu, being a true tall, rich, and handsome man, couldn't stand this. His expression immediately turned sour and he muttered, Audi, this kind of mid-range business car isn't suitable for people our age. It's more like a favorite of small business owners. As he spoke, he deliberately took out his phone and waved it around. That's not the point, of course. The point is, his Porsche Cayenne car key is hanging on his phone. After circling around 3 times, he finally stopped using his powers, put his arm around Bian Xiaoli's waist, and smugly walked towards the restaurant entrance. The 2 had clearly finished their meal and were preparing to leave. Cheng Shi immediately understood what Gao Yu meant by being so deliberate, but he didn't even have the desire to complain. I hate these low-level show-offs the most. Compared to this kid, even young Master Wang is quite refined and unconventional. Cheng Shi didn't care, but Brother Huang couldn't stand it. Watching Gao Yu and Bian Xiaoli leave, he clenched his fists and then relaxed them, his expression quite complicated. It's clear that he still harbors some resentment towards Bian Xiaoli. Have you 2 finished eating? A few minutes later, after Cheng Shi finished eating, he asked Huang Ziwei and Li Feiyu a question. Boss, it's ready. I'm all better now. I'll go pay the bill. Huang Ziwei quickly went to pay the bill, and then the 3 of them walked towards the parking lot. To make matters worse, we ran into Gao Yu and Bian Xiaoli here again. Forehead. Cheng Shi was somewhat puzzled. These 2 left 5 minutes ago. Why are they still here? Only after getting closer did I realize the reason it was related to him. When he parked his car, he didn't realize that he had blocked Gao Yu's Porsche Cayenne. Actually, there wasn't a real traffic jam. It's just that there wasn't much room to maneuver. If it were a regular car, Gao Yu would definitely have the guts to drive out there. Even if he got scratched, it wouldn't matter because he had insurance. The problem is this is a Rolls-Royce worth 7 or 8 million. Hey, I'll move it. Cheng Shi quickly stepped forward, a smile on his face. Since it was his own parking skills that were inadequate and he had blocked the other person's way, he was still quite polite. Gao Yu misunderstood, thinking that Cheng Shi wanted to help him move his car. You want to move it? He frowned slightly, looking suspicious. Cheng Shi, a Porsche Cayenne and an Audi A6 aren't the same type of car. The wheelbase is much wider. Can you handle it? Cheng Shi was a little confused. What are you talking about? Why would I move your car? I'm moving my own. Your own car? Gao Yu is also very cool. Looking around, I didn't see an Audi A6. Cheng Shi didn't say anything more. He quickly unlocked the imposing Rolls-Royce Phantom, got into the car under the astonished gazes of Bian Xiaoli and Gao Yu, then called Huang Ziwei and Li Feiyu to come up. Finally, amidst their stares, he drove off. Only Gao Yu and Bian Xiaoli were left, bewildered in the wind. Xiaoli, is this the Audi you were talking about? I've never seen such an expensive Audi in my entire life. I'm so embarrassed, I want to kill myself. Bian Xiaoli was also on the verge of tears. Brother Yu, Cheng Shi used to drive an Audi. On the way to Millennium Department Store, Li Feiyu and brother Huang, who were sitting in the back row, laughed the whole way. Boss, this is awesome, it's fucking awesome. I'm a country bumpkin, I love this kind of show. Uffed, that was really satisfying, especially Gao Yu's expression at the end. Xiao Cheng, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You must have done it on purpose, right? What do you mean by intentional? I really didn't mean to stab him. Who knew that Gao Yu would have such an ego? He actually thought I was going to help him move his car, and he even lectured me in a condescending manner, saying that the Kian's wheelbase is wider than the Audi A6. Even if it's wider, can it be wider than a Rolls-Royce? Cheng Shi was quite happy. Honestly, the feeling of someone offering their face to you and begging you to kiss them is really great, like eating a ginseng fruit, making every pore on your body feel refreshed. Half an hour later, we arrived at Millennium Department Store and went straight to Sun Guoqiang's office. To be honest, Brother Huang is the kind of kid who looks very honest and kind. As soon as Sun Guoqiang saw him, he agreed to most of the terms. After asking about the details and learning that he was Cheng Shi's best friend who grew up with him and a top student from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, the matter was settled immediately. He comes for tutoring twice a week, on Saturday afternoon and Sunday morning, for 2 lessons each time. As for the fee, Huang Ziwei originally wanted to pay 100 yuan per lesson. That's the typical price for private tutors at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Cheng Shi didn't let Brother Huang speak, but instead let Sun Guoqiang name a number himself. The latter tentatively gestured with 3 fingers. Then, 300 per class hour? Cheng Shi smiled and said, that's fine too. We're acquaintances, so consider it a discount for you, Brother Sunday. Huang Ziwei struggled to control his facial expressions before he understood why Xiao Cheng wouldn't let him speak. After chatting with Sun Guoqiang for a few more minutes about the fruit group buying mall, Cheng Shi said goodbye to him. Brother Cheng, let me see you off. As he spoke, Sun Guoqiang took Cheng Shi and his group directly to the parking lot. Brother Cheng, you're going the wrong way. Your car is over there. He pointed to where Cheng Shi's Audi A6L was parked. Feiyu, go open it. Cheng Shi smiled, tossed the Audi car keys to Li Feiyu, and then walked in another direction amidst Sun Guoqiang's surprised gaze. Sun Guoqiang then noticed that a powerful and imposing Rolls-Royce Phantom had been parked in the parking lot at some point. Is it really that bad? He had a bad feeling. Then the premonition became a reality. Cheng Shi skillfully unlocked the car, opened the door, started the engine, and quickly drove up to Sun Guoqiang. He stuck his head out and said in a cheeky tone, Brother Sun, how's my car? Sun Guoqiang, didn't he just slap that kid in his Bentley yesterday? The kid actually drove up in a Rolls-Royce and harassed him the very next day? Is it really necessary to be so vengeful? Chapter 169. 1 fish, 3 ways to eat it. 1 cart, 3 delicacies, 3. After leaving Millennium Department Store, Cheng Shi planned to take Big Yellow Brother back to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Sitting in the back row, Brother Huang was still reminiscing about the crime scene where Cheng Shi had stabbed Sun Guoqiang. As for why he stabbed him, Cheng Shi explained to him that Sun Guoqiang had stabbed him first yesterday. I'm so envious. Brother Huang is really envious. He decisively upgraded his life goal from owning an Audi to owning a Rolls-Royce. After all, Audi can only show off a little bit, while Rolls-Royce can flaunt its wealth to whomever it wants. While waiting at a red light, Cheng Shi's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw that it was Hong Ying calling him. Brother Hong, what's up? Boss, there's a problem. Fruit group buying is supposed to launch before the Double Egg Festival, but we're worried that our offline promotional materials won't be ready in time. Best Advertising said they're too busy and asked them to postpone it for a few days. How could that be? Best Advertising already gave us a heads up, and Lu Jiaming assured us that there would be absolutely no problem. The latter half of December is usually the busiest time for advertising companies, given the numerous holidays. There is the Chinese winter solstice, the Western Christmas, and the New Year's Day, which is celebrated all over the world. At this time, many shopping malls and stores will launch large-scale promotions. Promotions naturally require promotional materials, which will inevitably lead to a surge in orders for advertising companies, even to the point of being unable to keep up with demand. Cheng Shi had naturally taken this into consideration and had already communicated with Best Advertising. At that time, Lu Jianming, the factory manager of Best Advertising who was in charge of producing materials, also assured him that there would be absolutely no problem and that the needs of Guesher technology would be given priority. Now they're saying it needs to be postponed for a few days? Damn it. There's no need to wait until after Christmas and New Year's Day to produce promotional materials. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Hong Yin said on the phone. Boss, that's what Best Advertising said. They were very arrogant, saying that if we really can't wait, we should find someone else, and they can give us a refund. Cheng Shi frowned. During this period, he considered almost all possible scenarios for the fruit group buying mall and devised solutions and contingency plans for each one. I really didn't expect that the problem would occur in the promotional materials section. I've met Lu Jianming a few times. He seems like a very honest and kind man. How could he be so dishonest in business dealings? As for getting a refund from them and finding another company, it's too late now. During this period, Best Advertising's orders have skyrocketed, and other advertising companies must be experiencing the same. Hong Yin continued to explain the situation to Cheng Shi. Boss, this matter shouldn't have much to do with Lu Jianming. The factory at Best Advertising has probably changed its manager. Anyway, when I went there today, the person who received me wasn't Lu Jianming, and I couldn't get through to him on the phone. It was switched off. Cheng Shi muttered. Even if the factory manager is changed, they can't break their promises. Why should our orders be delayed instead of others? Hong Yin sighed. Boss, this is what makes me angry. The new factory manager is such a snob. He doesn't even look at me properly when he sees me riding an electric scooter, but he smiles so much when he sees others driving BMWs. His face is full of wrinkles. Damn, is a BMW considered a luxury car? Boss, of course it counts. The 7 Series is significantly more expensive than your Audi A6. All right, leave this to me. I'll go to Best Incorporated right away. After hanging up with Hong Yin, Cheng Shi briefly explained the situation to Brother Huang and then headed straight for Best Advertising's factory. The BMW 7 Series is indeed a luxury car compared to his Audi A6. But what if he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom there? How would that snobbish new factory manager react? Half an hour later, Cheng Shi drove the car directly to the back of Best Advertising's factory gate, then parked the car sideways, completely blocking the entrance. Anyone would be furious if their factory was blocked by cars. But being blocked by a Rolls-Royce is a different story. When the new factory manager heard that the gate was blocked, he was furious. He led a few workers, rolling up his sleeves as he walked, looking like he was about to smash a car. His eyes were red, as if he was breathing fire. But upon seeing the imposing Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance, his eyes instantly cleared, and like a Sichuan opera face-changing act, he immediately put on a smiling face and gently tapped on the car window. Bang Xingshi pretended not to hear it. Bang Xingshi still pretended not to hear it. The new factory manager still didn't dare to lose his temper, and his fingers tapping on the car window remained very gentle. Bang bang bang. It wasn't until he knocked for the 3rd time that Cheng Shi opened the car window and looked at him with a half smile. Young master, what is your surname and what brings you here? He was clearly surprised that the Rolls-Royce owner was so young. No need for formalities. My name is Cheng Shi, the owner of Guesher Technology. My people told me that I was treated extremely unfairly this morning, just because I was riding an electric scooter? What era are we living in? How can there still be such snobs? Cheng Shi deliberately unbuttoned his trench coat, displaying an arrogant and domineering attitude, as if he were a spoiled brat or a prince. Call your new factory manager out here. I have a *****ing rant to tell him. The new factory manager's face twitched. Cough. Mr. Chung, please calm down. Mr. Chung, please calm down. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. My name is Chung Yukai, and we're even from the same clan. I'm currently the acting factory manager of Best Advertising Company's production plant. So you're just an agent, huh? Look how capable you are. I'm here today specifically to ask you if our fruit technology order can be completed on time. Cheng Shi still maintains his frivolous, yet domineering persona. To put it bluntly, this is the only way to deal with someone like Chung Yukai. Yes, of course. We'll definitely work overtime and guarantee the quality and quantity. Chung Yukai continued to nod and bow. A Rolls-Royce Phantom alone wouldn't be enough to make him so obsequious. However, Cheng Shi's persona was so convincing that it completely fooled him. Of course, this is also largely due to the fact that the windows of the Yu family's Rolls-Royce were covered with special passes. These passes might be worth more than the Rolls-Royce itself. They're not something you can just get by having money. that represents the highest level of power and influence in this country. He's just a small factory manager and an agent at that. How could anyone dare to mess with him? Only after receiving Chung Yotsai's repeated assurances and seeing that the workers had indeed begun producing the promotional materials needed for fruit technology did Chung Shifang stop his outburst. Before leaving, he asked Chung Yukai where the former factory director, Lu Jiaming, was and why he couldn't get through to him on the phone. Chung Yukai explained with a forced smile that Director Lu had an elderly relative who had passed away and had gone back to hold a funeral. Because there was no signal in the mountainous area, the phone call couldn't go through. When he comes back, will he be the factory manager, or will you be the factory manager? Well, of course it's still Factory Director Lu. I'm just acting as acting director for a while. After giving in, Chung Shi didn't bother to say anything more, called out to Brother Huang, and strode away. If the factory manager is still Lu Jiaming instead of Chung Yukai, then he and Best Advertising can continue to cooperate. On the way back to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Brother Huang couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Chung, I only knew that one fish could be cooked in 3 ways before, but today I've learned something new. I didn't know that a whole cartload of fish could be cooked in 3 ways too. Chung Shi listened and couldn't help but chuckle. He borrowed Uncle Zhao's car today and first harassed Bian Xiaoli and Gao Yu. Sun Guiqiang was the second victim, and Chung Yukai was the third. Isn't that 1 car, 3 harassments? Go away, you're spouting rhymes all the time. De Huang, are you already preparing for graduate school in your freshman year? Chapter 170 Yumarin's tactics are getting more and more diverse. After sending his beloved Rolls-Royce back to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Chung Shi rushed back to Sichuan University without stopping. I checked the time. It was exactly 5 o'clock. There were still 2 hours before the debate started. Not only could I have dinner with Yumarin, but I could even take some time to visit the 101 headquarters, brainwash the employees, scratch that, give them a pep talk, and awaken their initiative. I'm a fucking ruthless and cold-blooded capitalist. Chung Shi parked the car directly at the entrance of the 101 headquarters. Upon entering the base, he clapped his hands and, to the still busy little leaks, gulped down several mouthfuls of freshly made chicken soup. The fruit group purchase will be launched in a few days. The journey of 100 miles is only half complete at 90. Comrades, now is the most crucial moment. You must not slack off. As long as you are willing to work hard, your boss will definitely be able to live the life you dream of. All employees, meow meow meow. Although what you said, boss, is probably true, is it really okay to be so blunt? Cough. Cheng Shizhen wanted to slap himself. Oops, I accidentally blurted out the truth. Cough. He coughed fakely, pretending he hadn't said anything, and continued spouting his motivational platitudes. But the employees weren't buying it. They rolled their eyes at him and gave him the middle finger. Having made a fool of himself, Cheng Shi had no choice but to stop using his magic. After sitting in his office for a while, he went to the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics to pick up Yu Baiwei. Goodness, all 6 of their dorm's beauties came downstairs dressed to the nines, including the usually carefree Aunt Sue, who was also made up. I must say, these Beijing girls really do look beautiful and cool when they dress up, with a unique charm. Cheng Shi asked in confusion. You guys want to go to the debate competition too? I didn't take your tickets. Su Shi rolled her eyes at him. What's the point of a debate? Who would be interested besides Yu Baiwei? Han Wenfang chimed in. Sure, Wei is definitely not interested in the debate competition. She's interested in someone else and wishes she could be their little shadow. Yu Baiwei, wearing a khaki-fitted coat, blushed instantly when teased by her roommates. After listening to the girls chatter for a while, Cheng Shi finally understood why they were all dressed up so beautifully. It turned out that they were from the Economics Class 1, and they were having a class get-together today. Su Shi didn't forget to remind someone. Cheng Shi, you'd better hurry up and get out of here with Yu Baiwei. If the boys in our class see you running off with the prettiest girl in our class, they'll swarm you and beat you to a pulp. Cheng Shi pursed his lips and looked at Yu Baiwei, whose coat was quite thin. Why don't you wear more clothes? Aren't you cold? Yu Baiwei shook her head and said that she had thermal underwear under her coat and wasn't cold at all. After chatting for a few more minutes, Su Shi, Han Wenfang, and the other 3 swayed off to their class reunion, while Cheng Shi led Yu Baiwei toward the second canteen. It's still early, so we can have a leisurely dinner before heading to the auditorium. She had only taken a few steps when Yu Baiwei stopped and said to Cheng Shi in a sweet voice that her hands were a little cold. Cheng Shi asked in confusion, Didn't you just say you weren't cold? Yu Marin answered matter-of-factly. Cheng Shi, it's my hands that are cold. What does it have to do with me, Yu Baiwei? Good chickens make sense. What else could Cheng Shi say? He could only take her outstretched hand in his own. The texture wasn't actually cold. It was warm, which shows that the poppy is indeed in excellent physical condition and very resistant to the cold. Cheng Shi, however, couldn't bear to let go. What a joke. It's so soft and tender, anyone who holds it knows. This hand is cold too. Yu Baiwei, however, was not satisfied and offered her other small hand as well. If you hold hands, wouldn't that be a hug? When did this girl become so adept at manipulation? Would Cheng Shi indulge her? Of course not. He's a Sigma man, and his main trait is cold-bloodedness. He said expressionlessly, then we'll hold hands in a little while. Snort. Yu Baiwei snorted, her rosy lips pouting up so high they could hold a soy sauce bottle. In the depths of winter, dusk and twilight seemed to stretch endlessly. Just moments ago it was dusk, but before we even reached the second canteen, night had fallen. The streetlights came on, their bright yellow lights spreading across the snow-covered roadside, yet it too seemed to grow cold and lonely. Inside the cafeteria, there was a bustling atmosphere and the air was thick with the aroma of cooking. After a leisurely dinner, the two held hands and walked even more slowly toward the auditorium. There were only 10 minutes left before the debate started. Looking up, the auditorium entrance was brightly lit and even had a red carpet laid out. Contestants and audience members were lining up to enter. Above, a striking bright red banner hung, with the words exclusively sponsored by Fruit Technology in yellow, which stood out prominently under the lights. This money wasn't entirely wasted. Thinking this, Cheng Shi pulled Yu Baiwei into the auditorium. Along the way, she attracted a lot of attention, mainly because of Yu Baiwei's stunning beauty. Many people are discussing why such a beautiful girl isn't on the list of campus goddesses. In the auditorium, there was a beautiful figure holding a DSLR camera, watching Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei. Her oval face clearly showed loneliness, and her bright peach blossom eyes also dim Xiaoning. As a campus reporter fully cultivated by the publicity department of Sichuan University, and the face of the school's external publicity for the next few years, she is here today, responsible for taking photos and collecting materials, and will also be responsible for writing articles after returning home. Cheng Shi didn't notice Xiaoning. After scanning the area, he found Yang Jingyi, who had come to freeload that day. She was wearing a student council armband and maintaining order. Senior Yang. Cheng Shi walked over and called out to her. Minister Cheng, your seat is the third seat in the second row, and the other seat is to your left. Yang Jingyi responded with a smile, pointed out the specific location to Cheng Shi, and then looked at Yu Baiwei with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Minister Cheng, shall we give a formal introduction? She had seen Yu Baiwei when she went to Taipei 101 last time, but she didn't know her name. However, it is quite obvious that this stunningly beautiful girl is in a relationship with Cheng Shi. Before Cheng Shi could introduce himself, Yu Baiwei spoke up. Hello, my name is Yu Baiwei, the boss lady of Richest Technology. Clearly, in her mind, being the boss's wife is not only a status, but also a position. After chatting with Yang Jingyi for a few more minutes, Cheng Shi pulled Yu Baiwei to their seats and waited for the debate to begin. Cheng Shi observed for a moment and found that Yang Jingyi ultimately did not arrange for him to sit next to Vice Principal Kai Bin, but rather behind Vice Principal Kai. Well, he can understand that. After all, Vice Principal Kai Bin was sitting in the first row, which was occupied by school leaders, judges, or both. Qing Shouxin was nothing, so why should he be in the first row? After glancing at which leaders were seated in the first row, Cheng Shi felt a pang of unease. Dean Liu was actually one of the judges, and he was seated right next to Kai Bin. Considering how many classes he had missed recently, especially college English, which had crossed the line of missing classes, he really didn't know how to face Dean Liu later. Chapter 171, such a strong sense of déjà vu. One by one, people also arrived around Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei. Those who can sit in the second row must be prominent figures in the school, either thriving in the student union or holding important positions. Whether they knew each other or not, everyone greeted each other and seemed very friendly, but in reality, each of them put on airs. Hello, the Vice President of the Journalism School Student Union is here to support our school's contestants. The Executive Deputy Director of the school radio station, come and collect some materials. We need them for tomorrow. I am the President of the Law School Student Union. Whether you believe it or not, our law school has the highest probability of winning this debate. Then everyone noticed Cheng Shi sitting in the center, their eyes filled with curiosity. Although Cheng Shi had been featured in the newspapers, the lights in the auditorium were dimmed to highlight the debaters on stage, so no one recognized him. Or rather, even if the lights are on, it's unlikely that they would recognize it. It's very simple. If you've seen someone's photo in the newspaper, can you still remember them 10 or 20 days later? The human brain is not a computer. However, everyone believed that Cheng Shi was no ordinary person either. After all, he gets to sit in the center position. The man in front of you is Kai Bin, the vice principal in charge of school affairs and admissions. Could he be an ordinary person? Hey, you look a bit unfamiliar. My name is Zhou Sitao, and I'm the student union president of the School of Civil Engineering. Finally, someone couldn't resist and started trying to get close to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. My name is Cheng Shi, the champion of the first ever academic god competition, the most prestigious competition in the history of Sichuan University. What the heck? Zhou Sitao was a little confused. The real buzz surrounding the academic genius competition lasted less than 2 days before being extinguished by Cheng Shi's urination. Zhou Sitao had never heard of this competition. However, since it is the most prestigious event in history, and it is both the first edition and the champion, it must be really amazing. He promptly clasped his hands in a fist and said, "I've heard so much about you." Cheng Shi responded with a smile. You flatter me, you flatter me. As the saying goes, when you're out in the world, you can't rely on others to give you face. You have to cultivate it yourself. At this moment, Kai Bin and Lu He entered, chatting and laughing, and sat down in the first row. The lighting was indeed dim enough that neither of them could see Cheng Shi sitting behind them. Dean Lu, Cheng Shi is quite generous. He sponsored the entire debate competition out of his own pocket. After Kai Bin sat down, he continued chatting with Lu He. I really didn't expect that this kid has only been in school for a little over 3 months, and he has already made such a big fuss. I had dinner with him during the summer vacation. Although I thought this kid was different from others, I didn't expect him to be so capable of causing trouble. Sigh. Lu He sighed and then continued. Old Kai, this kid is certainly capable of causing trouble, but I'm very worried about his studies right now. His English teacher, Ms. Zhang, just told me a couple of days ago that this kid keeps missing his classes and is on the verge of failing. Should we fail him or not? If we fail him, it won't sound good, since everyone in our propaganda department has been praising him to the skies. If we don't fail him, what will the other students think? Oh, so being a startup star means you can break the rules. This is indeed a problem, Lao Lu. You need to talk to him. You can't spoil him too much. You think I don't want to? This kid's too clever for his own good. He's been avoiding me lately. Kai Bin frowned slightly. Then when I see this kid again. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi didn't dare wait for Kai Bin to finish speaking. Principal Kai, you are incredibly insightful. How did you know that you would see me again? Kai Bin turned around in surprise, then didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lu He also turned his head to the side, his expression similar to Kai Bin's. Cheng Shi, with a shameless grin, explained to the two leaders. Ahem, Principal Kai. Dean Lu, I really didn't skip class on purpose, and I certainly didn't intend to target Teacher Zhang by skipping his class. It's just that the English classes are all scheduled for the first 2 periods every afternoon, which happens to be my busiest time. I know it's wrong to skip class, and I promise that once this busiest time is over, I definitely won't skip it again. Lu He rolled his eyes at him. You little brat, you said the same thing to me last time, and the time before that. I think you said the same thing too. Cheng Shi, shameless as ever. Dean, things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Things shouldn't happen more than 3 times. Lu He said seriously. Cheng Shi, you have to promise that you absolutely cannot miss any more English classes. I'll swallow my pride and ask Teacher Zhang to make an exception for you and not fail you directly, so you can take the exam. Dean, I swear, there will be no shortage of English classes this semester. Cheng now largely agrees with the saying, there are gods watching from above, so he vowed not to make any careless statements and specifically added a qualifier before, I haven't missed any English classes this semester. Lu He was unaware of Cheng Shi's rhetoric. He simply told Cheng Shi to keep his word and then let him off the hook. Actually, I can understand why Cheng Shi is missing classes. How can such a big undertaking not take a toll on one's energy? He said that Cheng Shi's only hope was that he could find a balance between entrepreneurship and his studies. By the way, Cheng Shi, since you're so busy, how come you have time to come listen to the debate? Principal Kai then noticed the tip. Cheng Shi said earnestly. Principal Kai, would you believe me if I told you that I missed you and came here specifically to hear your teachings? Kai Bin shook his head and said he didn't believe it. What a coincidence. I didn't believe it either. Cheng Shi laughed. Principal Kai, it's like this. I have something I'd like to discuss with you, but considering how busy you are, you might not have time to see me, so I decided to wait for you here. Kai Bin waved his hand, signaling Cheng Shi to speak directly. After all, Cheng Shi was the student with the second highest college entrance examination score he had ever received since he took charge of admissions work, the first being Yu Baiwei. However, Yu Baiwei was also brought over by Cheng Shi. In addition, Cheng Shi himself lived up to expectations. The success of the Yujioan.com project brought great honor to Sichuan University. So as long as it's within his authority and not an excessive request, he will agree. After organizing his thoughts, Cheng Shi began to speak. Principal Kai, it's like this. I'm working on a new project, and I'd like to invite the dormitory supervisors and security guards to work part-time for me. Since you're in charge of school affairs, I need your approval. What exactly do you do? It's just taking some time out of my spare time to do things like picking up goods and processing orders. It's not difficult. Anyone can do it, and it won't affect my main job. Oh, that's fine. But you need to explain your new project to me clearly. Luha also became interested and perked up his ears. You can think of this as online retail. I set up an online store where students place orders online. I collect them, then make the purchases, and then have delivery drivers deliver them on time. Considering that students' pickup times are not fixed, setting up something like a delivery station under each dormitory building and hiring 1 or 2 people to manage it is the optimal solution. This job is not suitable for part-time college students, as they all need to attend classes. Dormitory managers and security guards would be very suitable. When Cheng Shi explained the new project to the 2 bigwigs, he directly avoided the term campus group buying. Judging from the reaction of Fu Guangming, the deputy director of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, the psychological trauma that Yi Ziki caused to the leaders of various universities back then was extraordinary. Kai Bin and Lu He felt as if they understood, yet also as if they didn't, and they also had a strange sense of déjà vu. 2 big shots were also puzzled as to why they had such a strong sense of déjà vu. Chapter 172. Name your price, I'll buy. Lu He frowned. Cheng Shi, explain again. What exactly is the process of your online retail? Cheng Shi instantly activated his brain power, breaking down and blurring the concept of campus group buying, before spouting a whole bunch of nonsense. So-called online retail can be understood as a revolutionary business model, a brand new way of selling goods, which moves the concept of buying and selling, which has existed for thousands of years, from offline to online. This removes the limitations of time and location and can greatly improve the efficiency of both buyers and sellers. If it were someone who didn't know the business, they would definitely have been fooled by Cheng Shi. For example, Kai Bin was completely bewildered by Cheng Shi's actions. Subconsciously, I feel something is wrong, but I can't figure out what it is. However, Cheng Shi underestimated Lu Hidin. Lu was a top economist who immediately saw through the phenomenon to the essence. His expression changed drastically, as if facing a formidable enemy. You little brat, you're not thinking of starting a campus group buying business, are you? Kai Bin was instantly jolted awake. Yes, online retail, the model Cheng Shi just mentioned, is very similar to what Yi Ziki used to do, if not extremely similar. Cheng Shi's little trick was exposed, but he was not embarrassed at all. He continued to argue. Principal Kai, Dean Lu, I swear, what I did was absolutely not some kind of campus group buying. That stuff is such a ripoff. Let whoever wants to do it do it. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, what I did was online retail. Lu He rolled his eyes. Are you sure? Cheng Shi patted his chest and declared, Dean, if I want to do campus group buying, I'm sure I'll fail my final exam. Go away, Lu He waved his hand. With your frequency of absences, you'll fail the final exam whether you do group buying or not. Cheng Shi, stop arguing. What you're doing is campus group buying. Cheng Shi pursed his lips. Okay, I admit it, what I did was campus group buying, but please believe me, I'm different from Senior Yi. I learned valuable lessons from her failures and summarized a golden road that is destined to succeed. After using Yi Ziki as a shield, he started making grand promises to the 2 big shots. Principal Kai, Dean Lu, the era of the internet is just around the corner. The retail industry will inevitably shift from offline to online in the future. If the group buying track is successful, it will definitely be disruptive and creative, and may even change the lifestyle of 1.3 billion people in China. Its value is incomparable to that of UGN.com. Please believe me this time. Lu He's face twitched. Cheng Shi, it's good that you have ambition, but isn't your pie in the sky a bit too big? Cheng Shi's expression was serious. With confidence, I can live 200 years. I will ride the waves for 3,000 miles. Call me arrogant or lacking in self-awareness, but that's what I think, and that's what I do. After a moment of silence, Kai Bin asked, Cheng Shi, how far have you progressed with this campus group buying program? Everything is ready, except for the final push. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. To be specific, the Gueshir group buying mall will be launched before New Year's Day. I've prepared the promotional materials, and we've reached agreements with all the surrounding businesses, including large shopping malls like Millennium Department Store. We've also invested a lot of money. You could say I've poured all the profits from running the website, plus my savings, into it. You little rascal, are you going all in? If you don't have some skills, you won't dare to go to Liangshan. I have confidence in myself. Seeing Cheng Shi's resolute expression, Kai Bin and Lu He, the two bigwigs, couldn't help but be moved. Goodness, he's poured his entire fortune into this. Just how determined and confident must this kid be? On the other hand, throughout history, aren't those who truly achieve great things just like this? Just as the two bigwigs were pondering, a sweet and charming voice suddenly rang out. Principal Kai, Dean Liu, I believe in Cheng Shi. He can definitely do it. Kai Bin and Lu He then noticed that Yu Baiwei was sitting next to Cheng Shi. After thinking for a moment, Lu He said with a hint of mischief, Student Yu, then tell me, what makes Cheng Shi so sure he can succeed? Because Yu Baiwei bit her lip, because he is Cheng Shi. If he can't do it, then there really is no one in the world who can. This heavily filtered remark immediately made both of the big shots laugh. After thinking for a moment, Kai Bin waved his hand and said, Cheng Shi, I can agree to your request, but you have to sign a 3-party agreement with the dormitory manager and the security guards. If any problems arise, you will have to take full responsibility. The school also has its own difficulties. The pit that Yi Ziki dug last time has not yet been filled in. Cheng Shi grinned, absolutely. I'm prepared for that. I can't learn from Senior Yi. If I mess things up, I'd rather sell myself than let the school bail me out. Lu He waved his hand dismissively. Go away. You talk as if you're really that easy to sell. Yu Baiwei listened, but her brows furrowed deeply. After exhausting all his efforts to finally win over the school leaders, Cheng Shi let out a heavy sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, feeling a mix of satisfaction and exhaustion. Only then did he have some leisure time to watch the opening ceremony of the debate competition. Standing on the stage was a tall woman in an evening gown, the host of the competition. If Cheng Shi remembers correctly, she should be one of the candidates in the last Campus Goddess competition, and she ranked quite high. Moreover, she wasn't promoted by the collective sense of honor of the male students in her respective colleges, like Li Qian from the School of Civil Engineering and Wu Yumling from the School of Mechanical Engineering. She was promoted based on her genuine good looks. Under the dazzling lights, the girl's long, slender legs shone brightly, attracting a lot of discussion from the boys. Cheng Shi was also watching, and even said, nice legs. Then he felt Yu Baiwei, who had been holding his hand, suddenly tighten her grip. What are you doing? Cheng Shi looked at her with some confusion. Yu Baiwei said very seriously, Cheng Shi, stop looking. Her legs aren't as nice as mine. Cheng Shi. To be honest, Yu Baiwei's legs, with her rounded thighs and slender calves, as white as mutton fat, are indeed much prettier than the girl on stage. The problem is, even if Yu Baiwei was willing to let him see it, he wouldn't dare to look at it too much. It will cause nosebleeds, and the bleeding won't stop. A debate is a debate, just like any other university debate. Cheng Shi managed to listen for no more than 10 minutes before collapsing into his chair and falling fast asleep. When he woke up, the debate was long over, and the auditorium was empty except for a few cleaning ladies. Oh, and there's Yu Baiwei stayed by Cheng Shi's side the whole time, looking a little dazed. After the debate ended, she didn't wake him up immediately, but let him continue sleeping until Cheng Shi woke up naturally at that moment. Cheng Shi glanced at his watch. Good heavens, the debate had ended almost half an hour ago. Yu Baiwei, why didn't you wake me up? You're so tired, and you finally fell asleep. You should sleep a little longer. So, you're just going to stay here with me like this? Aren't you bored? Not boring. What a dullard. Cheng Shi couldn't resist gently stroking Yu Marin's pert nose, which earned him a slightly disgruntled hum, his expression changing from adorable to fiercely adorable. After standing up from his chair and stretching his limbs, Cheng Shi led Yu Baiwei out of the auditorium. Then I realized it was snowing outside, but thankfully it wasn't heavy. Scattered snowflakes drifted down, appearing exceptionally beautiful and sparkling under the streetlights. The two walked hand in hand toward the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics. As they approached, Yu Baiwei suddenly stopped, tilted her head, and asked very seriously, Cheng Shi, if you fail this time, will you really sell yourself to pay off your debts? Cheng Shi said mischievously, what else? A real man is a man of his word. Yu Baiwei wrinkled her delicate nose, lowered her head, and remained silent for 2 or 3 seconds before raising her head. Cheng Shi, then name your price. I'll buy it. She spoke in a timid tone, yet with the most domineering words. Chapter 173, The Biggest Advantage for Campus Entrepreneurship. Before we knew it, several more days had passed, and the timeline reached December 23, 2009. Fruit Technology's third project, Fruit Group Buying Mall, is scheduled to launch today. After the snowfall a few days ago, It only stopped for 2 days before a new round of snowfall began, and it was even more intense. The ground was covered with snow, and looking up, the Sichuan University campus was dressed in silver, looking exceptionally beautiful. Although not as thick as in the north, it's still enough to build snowmen and have snowball fights. On the playground, many college students were having a blast, making snowballs and throwing them at each other. The Sichuan Basin is, after all, the land of abundance, where the weather is neither too hot nor too cold, making it a rare opportunity to have a snowball fight. For many, it's the first time in their lives they've seen such heavy snow, so they have to play like crazy. At 8 a.m. sharp, the Fruit Group Buying Mall officially launched, and all relevant portals were opened, such as user registration and online ordering. The homepage of ugn.com even featured a large pop-up advertisement, and all ugn.com users would see the corresponding promotional interface as soon as they logged in. Offline, Chung Shi was also busy, hiring a large group of college students to distribute flyers in major areas with high foot traffic. With this dual-track approach, coupled with the content team starting to promote the product many days in advance and consciously guiding the audience, the Group Buying Mall received a considerable number of orders shortly after its launch. Damn, it's so cold this year. I need to buy a thick blanket. I think they have some on the Fruit Group Buying Mall. New users can also get a coupon, which is 20% off. Is this for real? I'll order one too. By the way, when will it be delivered? Isn't it written in the notice? They deliver twice a day, at 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. There are dedicated delivery people who bring it directly to the dormitory building. Then you just need to tell the dormitory supervisor your name and phone number, and you can pick it up. Damn it, my girlfriend still wants me to buy her milk tea in this freezing weather. She's so hard to please. Wait, Fruit Group Buying Mall supports online ordering. I can buy milk tea from Meet You Milk Tea Shop, and it even offers real-time delivery, right to my dorm room door. Wow, that's awesome. I'll give my godsister a drink too. Similar conversations occurred in many dormitories. Similar discussions have also taken place online, in the relevant sections of the website, Meet Me, and in various groups. Of course, the content team's guidance is indispensable in this process. In short, thanks to a barrage of marketing tactics, students, whether they use ugn.com or not, are now aware of this trendy new thing called campus group buying. It even created a feedback effect, causing those diehards at Sichuan University who would never use ugn.com and stubbornly stick to renren.com to waver. They quietly logged into ugn.com, registered an account, and prepared to try it out and see if this campus group buying was as convenient and fast as they boasted. The 101 headquarters was bustling with activity. The employees have been busy since 7 a.m., and it's almost noon now. At first, there was the final round of debugging before the official launch, followed by content guidance, order categorization, and data aggregation after the official launch. It was so hectic that there wasn't even time to take a sip of water. The three beauties of the entrepreneurship-based general office, Wu Jiu, Lu Jiechi, and Zhou Lina, were also at the 101 base camp at this time. Seeing this scene, the three golden flowers couldn't help but feel their blood boil with excitement. As for why the three of them were there, well, they were just there to enjoy the air conditioning. The only small air conditioner in the general office is Professor Fan's office, unlike Taipei 101 headquarters, which has a central air conditioning system, so no matter how cold it is outside, it's always warm and cozy inside. I never expected that so many people would be willing to try Ching Shi's online shopping mall. Is his brain really structured differently from ours? How come he can come up with so many ingenious ideas and actually realize them? Jolina couldn't help but sigh. At first, she didn't think Ching Shi was that outstanding, and even thought he was inferior to Lu Jiechi's suitor, the rich and handsome Senior Ding. I can't understand why Lu Jiechi and Xia Ning, two such beautiful and outstanding girls, would be jealous of each other over him. Why would the celestial beauty Yu Baiwei be interested in him? But now she understands a little Ding's excellence comes from his family background and the good looks brought by his excellent genes. Cheng Shi's excellence has nothing to do with these things. It all comes from within himself. This kind of boy is like a pot of Biluakun tea. The first sip may not taste like much, but the more you drink, the clearer and more refreshing the taste becomes, leaving a lingering fragrance in your mouth after you finish. Cheng Shi is indeed very bright. I've been in the startup base for several years, and I've never met someone as insightful and proactive as him. If he doesn't succeed, who will? I envy him, but I can't help but admire him. Wu Jiu echoed Zhou sentiments. Lu Jiechi didn't speak. She looked at Cheng Shi's tall and somewhat thin back, and a pang of heartache rose in her eyes. He really worked too hard. During this time, he seems to have lost some weight again because of the Fruit Group Buying Mall. The thought that Cheng Shi was working so hard largely to gain the approval of Yu Baiwei's family made even the magnanimous Lady Lu feel a pang of sadness. Yu Baiwei, oh Yu Baiwei, why is there such a beautiful and talented girl in the world? She's so outstanding that I don't even have the courage to compete with her. At this moment, Cheng Shi stood by the window, looking at the snow-covered campus, his expression unreadable, unlike the others in the 101 camp who wore their excitement on their faces. Being able to keep one's emotions in check is an essential quality for a team leader, and Cheng Shi does this quite well. Therefore, in every critical moment such as when Rinrin.com targeted him last time, he was able to quickly stabilize the morale of his team. But at this moment, there were still some ripples in his heart. After all, group buying was a bit ahead of its time in 2009. He took a gamble to start this new venture. Fortunately, he won his gamble. Of course, this is also inseparable from the fact that he adopted the most reasonable strategy. Yiziki's group buying involves students collectively selecting a certain product, then negotiating with merchants based on the volume of their purchases to obtain discounts, from which she takes a cut. This will inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among students and merchants. Students might think she's smoking too much, while merchants might think Yiziki is too ruthless and greedy when it comes to bargaining. Both buyers and sellers are dissatisfied with her. It would be a miracle if she succeeded. Cheng Shi completely overturned Yiziki's original idea. He was only responsible for providing the platform. The prices of goods are determined by the market. Merchants have the right to set their own prices. Whether students buy your goods depends on whether your prices are competitive compared to similar products. In this way, it's as if you've completely extricated yourself from the situation. Not to mention, Cheng Shi also connected the business districts around the school into a whole, so that no matter what the students buy, they can be combined into the corresponding orders according to the area and then delivered in a unified manner. While this model cannot compare to later platforms like Manhwa, Ili.me, and same-city delivery, it can provide real-time delivery, but delivering twice a day is sufficient to meet the needs of college students. In 2009, logistics were not very developed. If you bought something on Taobao, it might take a week to arrive. Fruit Group Buying Mall guarantees that if you buy in the morning, it will arrive in the afternoon of the same day. If you buy in the afternoon, it will arrive the next morning. The efficiency is already terrifying. Correspondingly, under this model of delivering only twice a day, the number of delivery personnel required will be greatly reduced, which alone can save a lot of operating costs. This is the biggest advantage of starting a business on campus. Customers are mostly students, and delivery locations are very concentrated. If we switch to a community model, this approach can be promoted with some difficulty, but the effect will be greatly reduced, and the operating costs will skyrocket. Chapter 170 for the legendary heiress. The Fruit Group Buying Mall, launching on December 23rd, the day before Christmas Eve, was something Cheng Shi had decided on long ago. He hadn't expected it to snow so heavily that day. Weather forecasts tend to become less and less reliable as time goes on. Such weather will inevitably affect the delivery efficiency of delivery personnel. If the online store experiences delivery delays on its first day of operation, wouldn't that damage its reputation? After standing by the window for a while, Cheng felt that he couldn't let this happen, so he immediately called Hong In and asked him to add all the delivery men in the newly created 500-person Deliverman QQ group and send a message. They said that today's situation is special, so everyone should work a little harder. As long as no delivery person is late today, they will receive an extra 100 yuan bonus at the end of the day. Money can move mountains. It's an age-old truth. Cheng Shi dared to do this after careful consideration. The weather was bad today, but not bad enough to affect cycling. As long as the delivery men were careful, there would be no traffic accidents. The delivery men of Guoshi Group Buying Mall all rode bicycles or tricycles, and motor vehicles were not allowed in the school business district. So even if a traffic accident does occur, it won't be a big problem. Upon seeing the message, the delivery drivers were overjoyed and all responded in unison. Long live the boss. We guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The bad weather affected delivery, but it led to a surge in orders for the Fruit Group Buying Mall. The reason is very simple. On snowy days, the weather is cold and the roads are slippery, so students are reluctant to go out. If they need to buy something, they will naturally think of the newly launched Fruit Group Buying Mall. In other words, as long as there are no problems with the delivery process, a successful opening for the Fruit Group Buying Mall is a sure thing. Zhou Hongyi is a student from Liangshan Prefecture, Sichuan Province, who is from a poor family. Thanks to the work-study program of Guoshi Technology, he has been working part-time at Guoshi Technology whenever he has free time. He has been able to earn a lot of money, which not only covers his living expenses, but also leaves him with some money to send home and buy winter clothes and shoes for his younger siblings. Poverty does not necessarily breed barbarity, but it will certainly increase the birth rate significantly. Take Liangshan Prefecture, for example. Families there typically have 2 to 3 children, and some even have 4 or 5. For example, Zhou Hongyi is the eldest child in his family, with a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. In order to ensure that his younger siblings could have a warm winter, this eldest brother was willing to endure any hardship. Early this morning, Zhou Hongyi rode the tricycle he bought from the secondhand market to the pedestrian street. Shivering in the cold wind, he scrolled through his domestically made knockoff loudspeaker phone, which he had bought for 300 yuan. He wasn't playing around. He was waiting for orders to be assigned to him from above. Fruit group buying, online shopping. President Cheng is really something, always coming up with ingenious ideas. But can the students really accept this kind of shopping method? While Zhou Hongyi admired Cheng Shi, whom he had never met, he also had some doubts. However, his doubts were quickly dispelled by a piece of information. This is a pickup list sent to him by the fruit shopping mall system, which accurately specifies the quantity of various goods and the merchant from which the goods will be picked up. Zhou Hongyi immediately perked up, pedaled his tricycle, and went to pick up the goods one by one according to the list. On this side of the pedestrian street, there were not just him, but as many as 20 or 30 delivery men. They were all equipped with similar gear, second-hand tricycles, baseball caps with the fruit group buying logo on their heads, and yellow vests with the same bright logo on their bodies. This was naturally Cheng Shi's idea, of course. He would never admit that he was copying Meituan from later generations. Brands are built from scratch. If we start now, people will think of Guoshituangu whenever they see a Guoshituangu delivery man. The advertising effect will be maximized, and it won't cost any money. Why not do it? Building number 7 has 6 quilts, 8 blankets, and 13 pairs of cotton slippers. 3 quilts and beds, 1 blanket, 8 pairs of cotton slippers, and 20 pairs of thick cotton socks for building number 8. Building number 9. After picking up the goods and filling the tricycle to the brim, Zhou Hongyi quickly pedaled to the college and began placing the goods at the service stations in various dormitory buildings. At this point, his work was considered complete. After calculating the money he could earn from this order, and seeing the message in the group that he could get a 100 yuan bonus as long as the delivery was on time, Zhou Hongyi's initiative was immediately boosted. He rode his bike to the pedestrian street without stopping, waiting for the system to assign him an order. At the 101 headquarters, Cheng Shi, keeping track of the time, waved to everyone. Let's go. Those of you who don't have any work to do, come with me and let's go to the various dormitories and see how well the delivery men are doing. So several senior executives, along with a dozen or so employees who had already finished their duties, plus the 3 beauties from the general office, all followed Cheng Shi on a grand patrol. Soon we arrived at the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics, where we saw several delivery men wearing yellow hats and vests pedaling their tricycles at breakneck speed as they delivered goods. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a surge of emotion. This is a kind of romance that belongs only to the 101 headquarters. By this time, the snow had become quite light, and the branches, treetops, rooftops, and roads were all covered with a white quilt. The walkway in front of the college square was covered with many deep and shallow footprints. Of course, it was still very cold, with a biting north wind, especially for the 101 students who had just come out of an air-conditioned room. But even the coldest weather couldn't dampen their excitement at that moment. Boss, look, there are so many people. Zhang Wenjie pointed to the newly opened rest stop at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, which was supported by Vice Principal Kai Ben. Cheng Shi looked up and indeed saw a huge crowd of people. Some came to actually pick up the goods, while others were just there to watch the spectacle, the latter being more numerous. Humans are just as curious about new things as cats. Then Cheng Shi spotted Yu Baiwei in the crowd. Yu Marin, wearing a fitted, thin white down jacket, stood on the snow at the entrance of the inn. Her oval face, wrapped in a scarf, was pure and beautiful. She was breathing out white breath while frantically tapping on her phone. They were on a shopping spree. Su Shi, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but complain. Wei Wei, I know you want to support your man, but you can't go on such a shopping spree. You've bought over 100 items already. How are we supposed to fit them all in our dorm room? Yu Baiwei ignored him and continued tapping her phone with her slender fingers. Unable to resist, Su Shi snatched her phone away when she wasn't paying attention. Ugh, Shi, please, give me back my phone. I'll only buy it for 5 more minutes. Good heavens, is this the legendary heiress of a wealthy family? Others are paid by the piece, but Yu Baiwei is paid by the piece. Chapter 175. Whether it's ignorance or anger, both are karmic fire. To be honest, Aunt Sue thinks it's quite endearing that Yu Baiwei is spending money recklessly and secretly supporting Cheng Shi. But their dorm room really couldn't hold that much stuff. Look at what this heiress bought. A wide variety of things, mostly useless items. Su Shi even saw a fully automatic double-sided razor. In other words, she was just buying things randomly to boost Cheng Shi's sales. It's not just blind consumption, it's downright reckless consumption. Sure, please give me back my phone. I really will only buy it for 5 more minutes. Believe me. Yu Baiwei tugged at Su Shi's sleeve and shook it up and down. Cheng Shi's joking remark that day that if they failed this time, he would sell himself to pay off his debts truly terrified Yu Marin. Of course, she wouldn't allow that to happen. So, as soon as the group buying mall went online, she started spending like crazy, without considering whether she actually needed the things she bought, or whether her dorm room was big enough to fit them all. No way, Su Shi firmly refused. Wei, even if Cheng Shi finds out about this, he'll still side with me, okay? In his words. Well, how did he put it again? Oh, you spendthrift woman. An absolute spendthrift woman. You're not allowed to buy any more. If you sell any more, I'll go to Cheng Shi and tell him on you. Yu Baiwei raised her chin, revealing her superior jawline. I'm not afraid of him. Real. Su Shi, with a mischievous grin, pretended to call Cheng Shi. Okay, it's fake. Yu Baiwei lowered her head in frustration. How could she not be afraid of Cheng Shi? What if Cheng Shi stopped taking her around? What if he stopped letting the employees of 101 call her boss lady? That would be the end of the world. Just then, Yu Baiwei's phone, which was still in Su Shi's hand, rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Shi immediately smiled. He thought to himself, you Sichuan people really are untouchable. It was Cheng Shi who called. Yu Baiwei's nickname for Cheng Shi wasn't just his name. She added Big Bad Guy to the end. TSK, still calling him Cheng Shi the Big Bad Guy. He's getting sweeter and sweeter. Su Shi said she was hit by a stumble again, and still didn't return the phone to Yu Baiwei, but instead pressed the answer button herself. Grandma, give the phone to Yu Baiwei. How did you know the phone was with me? Would you believe me if I said I have clairvoyance? Believe? I don't believe you for a second. What a coincidence. I don't believe it either. I was only 20 meters in front of you too, but there were too many people, and I couldn't squeeze through. Su Shi looked around and, sure enough, spotted Cheng Shi's figure under a large banyan tree in the college square. Yu Baiwei noticed this too and kept waving to Cheng Shi. Unfortunately, there were just too many people, shoulder to shoulder, and Cheng Shi couldn't squeeze through. It was impossible for her to squeeze through in a short time. She took the phone from Su Shi and said sweetly, Cheng Shi, I'm hungry. Take me to eat. It's impossible today. I'm so busy I barely have time to breathe. You'll have to ask Su Shi to take you out to eat. Okay. Then take me out to eat tomorrow. That's a good idea. Let's put aside the food for now. Let me ask you, are you crazy? Buying so much stuff. I checked the back end. It adds up to over 5,000 yuan. How did you know? I can check the back end. Yu Baiwei first stuck out her tongue, then said timidly, Cheng Shi, if I told you that Shi and Wenfeng bought those, would you believe me? Cheng Shi could almost see Yu Baiwei's expression at that moment. He couldn't help but chuckle, and too lazy to expose her. No matter who bought it, you're not allowed to buy any more, understand? Okay. Anything else to say? If not, I'm hanging up. I need to take some people to check out the other dormitories. Yu Baiwei tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then blurted out this sentence. Cheng Shi, you're a big bad guy. On the first day of the Fruit Group buying mall's launch, Cheng Shi was well prepared, having considered all possible contingencies and made corresponding plans. But plans never keep up with changes. For example, the number of orders far exceeded Cheng Shi's original estimate. Adding to the fact that it was snowing today, the first day of deliveries was rather chaotic in every aspect, especially the afternoon batch, which didn't get the order finalized until 5 p.m. There were definitely instances of timeouts, but fortunately, none of them were particularly serious. The students are generally of good character, so there are very few complaints. The online store simply gave them a few coupons and discount vouchers, and they were easily fooled. At 5:30 p.m., at the 101 headquarters, Cheng Shi, who hadn't even had lunch, was showing off a bucket of Master Kong instant noodles. He ate while looking at the sales data that his secretary, Li Feiyu, had prepared for him. The process was tortuous, but the result was perfect. On its first day of operation, the Fruit Group buying mall actually completed more than 3,000 orders. Considering that these more than 3,000 orders were all delivered by part-time college students riding tricycles and bicycles. It's not just scary, it's downright terrifying. The finance department had also finished calculating the data, and Sun Feifei reported to Cheng Shi with a beaming smile. Boss, Our Fruit Technologies group buying mall section has a gross profit of 165,896.3 yuan today. After deducting the deliveryman's wages and related operating expenses, the net profit is 49,285 yuan, nearly 50,000. This data startled Cheng Shi. It's important to know that the fruit group buying section is currently only open to Sichuan University, meaning it's just one university. On the first day of its launch, it generated 50,000 yuan in profit. If it could be rolled out to dozens of universities throughout Chengdu, how amazing would that be? I dare not think about it. I really dare not think about it. Cheng Shi seemed to see a glittering mountain of gold. Of course, if that's not how you actually calculate accounts. After all, Sichuan University is Cheng Shi's base, and it has the most loyal group of supporters of UGN.com. Many users, even Cheng Shi, the owner of Guoshi Technology, are personal fans. I placed the order simply to support him. For example, Yubai Marin bought nearly 10,000 yuan worth of goods by herself, and Cheng Shi discovered it too late. There was no way to get a refund. As for the user who placed the second highest order and also bought nearly 3,000 yuan worth of items, Cheng Shi looked at the user's ID and his expression became extremely astonished. Xia Shengban Xia. If he remembers correctly, that's Xia Ning's QQ nickname. What's going on in this woman's head? Although old Xia always dotes on his daughter and gives her a generous allowance every month, 3,000 yuan is almost a month's living expenses for her. What's she after? To support me? Why bother? Cheng Shi sighed, took out his phone, looked at Xia Ning's number in the blacklist, and had the impulse to remove it and call her, but in the end he gave up. I don't know how to say it, or what to say. He felt that this girl was now somewhat obsessed with him. The Buddha said that people have three poisons: greed, anger, and ignorance. In his past life, he must have been obsessed with Xia Ning. In this life, Xia Ning clearly harbored resentment towards him. Whether it's ignorance or anger, both are karmic fires that are not easily dispelled. Only when you truly understand them can you truly break free from them. He can't cure this poison. Chapter 176 Technical Adjustments. After shaking his head to forcefully banish the image of his past life's ideal woman from his mind, Cheng Shi continued to immerse himself in his work. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Wenjie appeared, and Cheng Shi began issuing orders. Wenjie, your content team could create a special section on the Fruit Group Buying Forum that UGN.com just launched, inviting users to post and share their experiences using Fruit Group Buying. We can also get everyone's opinions and brainstorm ideas. What's that saying again? Trust the wisdom of the masses. Of course, we still need to set the pace. In the early stages, you guys should post more encouraging posts to encourage sharing and sing the praises of the Fruit Group Buying Mall. Learn. Zhang Wenjie nodded and accepted the order. The content team he's in charge of is already very familiar with these tasks and has even developed fixed templates. Even if Cheng Shi doesn't explain the specifics of how to do it and lets him take the lead throughout the process, his thinking will be very similar to Cheng Shi's. Boss, I've finished writing the copy for the sales report on the first day of the Fruit Group Buying Mall. Would you like to take a look? No sooner had Zhang Wenjie left than Li Feiyu, the top writer at Guoshi Technology, came over. This talented student from the Chinese department was recruited by Zhang Wenjie after nearly 3 visits to his home and was to be groomed as the top backbone of the content department. However, Cheng Shi took her away and she became his personal secretary. Cheng Shi had previously said that he wouldn't even use a dog as a secretary, but Li Feiyu was just too useful, so he succumbed to the true fragrance law and decided to go with the dog, since he liked dogs the most. Cheng Shi glanced through it and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. A great talent is indeed a great talent. His writing is not just outstanding, it's simply outstanding. It was just a sales report, but I don't know how many sales pitches were used to create a sense of urgency that the promotion was about to end, and that if you didn't place an order now, you would regret it for at least 3 years. Cheng Shi watched with great delight, thinking to himself that his secretary was a real marketing genius. With such effortless writing skills and the ability to subtly sway emotions, who would have thought that Li Feiyu was the same naive young man who insisted on writing a kind of simple beauty for Li Qian during the goddess contest? This is probably a case of one is influenced by one's surroundings. Li Feiyu, who once upheld the professional ethics of an artist, has long been led astray to that remote corner of Mars because she hangs out with Cheng Shi every day. I'm generally satisfied, but there's one thing you need to change. Boss, where? Li Feiyu was somewhat puzzled. He revised this draft 3 times, boasting that even Jia Dao, the greatest poet of his time, could only achieve this level of quality. On the first day of the Fruit Group Buying Mall's launch, the number of orders exceeded 3,000. Cheng used his index finger to poke at the sentence. That's not right. It's not 3,000, it's 30,000. Li Feiyu was even more puzzled. Boss, that's impossible. This data was directly pulled from the back end by senior sister Nan Shui and given to me. Cheng Shi stroked his slightly stubbled chin. I'm not saying you got the data wrong, but rather that we shouldn't send out the real data. We should make some technical adjustments, like adding a zero or something. Huh? Boss, you're going to increase it tenfold. And you call that a technical adjustment? Li Feiyu was speechless. Cheng Shi explained seriously, we're not lying to people. Think about it. When users place an order, they usually don't just buy one item, but rather 7 or 8 items together. Some are even from the same dormitory, buying together as a group. When we add a zero, we're just breaking up these combined orders to make things look the way they should be. It's just a marketing tactic, a slight blurring of order volume and sales volume. Isn't that just a technical adjustment? What could Li Feiyu say? He could only say that the guy was right. The boss is the boss. He can only imitate, never surpass. All I can say is, it's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Sun Feifei, who had been eavesdropping, couldn't help but complain. Boss, the longest road I've ever walked in my life is definitely the one paved with your tricks. From now on, I won't dare walk behind you anymore. Why? I'm afraid you'll dig a hole as you walk, and I'll fall in and not be able to get out. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes at his chief financial officer. Feifei, I find your sarcastic and quirky side so cute. Your boss can't help but want to reduce your salary from 3,000 to 300. Sun Feifei turned pale with fright. Wah, boss, I was wrong. I didn't say anything. Would you like some coffee? I'll make it for you. Cheng Shi waved his hand and said that he would skip the coffee, as he had been drinking too much lately and was having trouble sleeping. He would just drink water. Sun Feifei quickly poured Cheng Shi a glass of warm water. Cheng Shi brought it over, took a sip, and then earnestly began to lecture his chief financial officer. Actually, it's not unusual for me to have Li Feiyu change the data. Many large companies use similar tactics. He pointed to the Master Kong instant noodles he had just finished eating on the table. Take this thing for example. The advertisements are so good, big chunks of fragrant beef, bouncy and crunchy in the bowl. But what's the actual product? Whether there's any beef at all is questionable. It's said that Master Kong only slaughters 1 cow a year, enough to last from the beginning to the end of the year, and they even have half left over to give to their employees for a meal. Does this affect their booming sales and annual revenue of billions? Cheng Shi's words were not only being listened to by Sun Feifei and Li Feiyu, but everyone else also temporarily put down what they were doing and listened attentively, seemingly lost in thought. Although Master Kong doesn't use a single cow a year, it's clear the boss is telling a joke. But the logic is really just that. The true essence of communication and marketing studies has never been about conveying the truth, but about tricking users into buying things. Cheng Shi didn't fall into the trap of the problem of people being fond of lecturing to argue with everyone about these things. He discovered that most of the employees at Fruit Technology had an overly strong sense of morality. They dared not disobey some of the marketing tactics he used, but they also had some slight resistance. If this continues, it will inevitably affect work efficiency. Let's take this opportunity to teach everyone a lesson. The next day, December 24th, is Christmas Day, and tonight is Christmas Eve. For the newly launched Fruit Group Buying Mall, this day is still crucial and cannot be missed. In fact, from yesterday until the end of the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, these 10 days are very important. If Fruit Group Buying Mall makes good use of the 10-day Double Egg Festival, it will surely reap both a good reputation and profits, and completely open up the market. Cheng Shi arrived at the 101 headquarters early in the morning. It's still snowing today, and the temperature is even 2 degrees lower than yesterday. Even Professor Fan couldn't stand it anymore, so he brought a thermos of tea and came to Taipei 101 headquarters to enjoy the central air conditioning. Chapter 177 The Real Skill Lies Beyond the Poem Itself. In the general office, Professor Fan's small office, although it has an air conditioner, has not had any refrigerant added for many years, so the heating effect is very poor. The situation is different here at Taipei 101 headquarters. The brand new central air conditioning system is incredibly powerful. On the other hand, Professor Fan herself enjoys spending time with young people. Otherwise, with so many students, she wouldn't have agreed to the school's offer to rehire her at over 60 years old. At this moment, she was reading the newspaper and drinking tea, feeling very comfortable. Professor, what kind of tea are you drinking? Cheng Shi took the initiative to strike up a conversation with the little old lady who had helped him a lot. Green tea. Give me a cup too. I heard green tea is good for cooling down. I've been so busy lately. I haven't been sleeping well, and I've even broken out in pimples. The tea leaves are on the table. Professor Fan didn't even look up, continuing to read the newspaper. One can imagine that she must have been the arrogant type when she was young. Okay, Cheng Shi didn't stand on ceremony and immediately instructed Sun Feifei to make him a cup of tea. Boss, let me emphasize this again. I'm in finance. Li Feiyu is your secretary. Making tea is his job. Sun Feifei grumbled with dissatisfaction, but her body was very obedient, and she went to make tea for Cheng Shi. Otherwise, if she doesn't go, Cheng Shi will most likely say to her in a cheeky way, Feifei, you're so cool when you're unruly and dare to talk back to the boss. I can't help but want to reduce your salary from 3,000 to 300. After taking the tea, blowing on it, and taking a sip, Cheng Shi praised it as good tea. It's really delicious, with a fragrant aroma and a refreshing taste. It's the finest Maojian tea. Professor Fan laughed and said, You like tea too, huh? I'll send you a tale or two later. A student recently sent me 2 jin, 1 kilogram, and I couldn't finish it all. Cheng Shi waved his hand. Professor, I can't possibly accept that. Fan Zhao rolled his eyes. Go away, kid. Stop being so polite with me. I don't like that kind of pretentious stuff. Cheng Shi grinned. Professor, don't you think 1 or 2 ounces is a bit too little? Professor Fan's cheeks began to twitch. I told this kid not to be so polite, but he really didn't stand on ceremony at all. After chatting with Professor Fan for a while, Cheng Shi called Zhang Wenjie over and assigned him a task to have the content team set the tone and encourage users to post some testimonials. There are 2 purposes. Firstly, it can attract more potential users. Secondly, user feedback is used to determine the next steps in the direction for optimization and adjustment of the Fruit Group buying mall. For any internet company, user experience is absolutely the top priority. Zhang Wenjie replied, Boss, do you even need to tell me? Our content team has been working on it for a while now, but users aren't very enthusiastic about sharing their purchases. I see. Let me think about it. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Shi had an idea. He took out his phone and called young Master Wang. Fifth brother, I need to tell you something. 10 minutes later, Wang Daxiao, who has tens of thousands of followers and an even larger number of haters on Ujian.com, decisively activated his supernatural power. To be honest, the Fruit Group buying mall is quite useful, convenient, and fast. But I've noticed a problem, young master. The products on it are too cheap. Young master is so rich. Is it not quite in line with my status to use such cheap and good products? Wang posted several similar posts in one go, each accompanied by pictures and corresponding prices. Chung was watching from backstage, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. Young Master Wang is young Master Wang. He is the legendary, innate master of pretentiousness, and creative blockages simply do not exist for him. He always manages to show off in the most unexpected places. Thanks to the promotion by young Master Wang, the biggest internet celebrity on Ujian.com, users have started posting their purchases one after another, and the situation is very promising. Chung Shi nodded in satisfaction. After closing the backend, he successively raised the key issues that needed to be addressed today to other departments and provided corresponding solutions. It remains concise, well-organized, and logically sound. Professor Fan appeared to be reading the newspaper, but he had actually been secretly observing Chung Shi. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. When she first met this guy, she thought Chung Shi and Xiao Yezi were the same kind of people. They all dare to think, dare to do, and have drive. But now, she noticed a clear difference. Back then, Xiao Yezi seemed decisive and efficient, but upon closer reflection, many of her ideas were impractical and superficial. She always keeps herself on high alert, because if she doesn't, she won't be able to command the situation. Chung Shi is different. He knows when to tighten his grip and when to loosen it. Not only do they get things done amidst laughter, anger, and scathing remarks, but they also often achieve the most perfect results. What does this tell us? This shows that he really thought things through before he took action. Unlike Xiao Yezi back then, who was mostly driven by circumstances and put in the same effort Iziki back, then was even more desperate and hardworking than Chung Shi is now, she didn't get a good result. The fundamental reason is that the two men have vastly different strategic visions. Take Fruit Group buying as an example. Chung Shi secured deals with the surrounding commercial district, large shopping malls like Millennium Department Store, and Vice Principal Kai Bin, who was in charge of school affairs. With the support of online and offline promotion and marketing, plus the added boost of snowfall and the Christmas and New Year holidays, the entire set of combined moves was executed flawlessly and demonstrated a strategic and comprehensive approach. With perfect timing, favorable location, and harmonious relationships, Fruit Group buying mall has achieved all of these, which is why it had a great start yesterday and is now steadily growing today. Was Chung Shi just lucky? Obviously not. This is because Cheng Shi, through his own efforts, forcibly brought together the right time, the right place, and the right people. If Hiziki had been half as capable as Cheng Shi back then, or even a third as capable, she probably wouldn't have lost so miserably. If you wish to learn poetry, the effort lies outside of poetry itself. Thinking about this, Professor Fan suddenly remembered Lu Yu's words. Tomorrow is Christmas, and tonight is Christmas Eve. With the added boost of the solar term and the snowfall still ongoing, students' enthusiasm for online shopping remains high, even surpassing yesterday's levels. It is foreseeable that, barring any black swan events, the Fruit Group Buying Mall's revenue and net profit today will be very impressive. Will Cheng Shi allow a black swan event to occur? Of course not. He prepared contingency plans for almost every possible emergency. He even considered low-probability events. For example, is it possible that someone, out of envy, might attack the firewall of the Fruit Group Buying Mall and paralyze the mall? So a few days ago, Nanshui contacted several experts from the Red Hacker Alliance and paid them a considerable consulting fee to provide online technical support during the Double Egg Festival. From a practical standpoint, Cheng Shi was overthinking things and wasted a considerable amount of money. But in his own opinion, the money was definitely well spent. He always plans ahead, which is why he rarely finds himself in a desperate situation when things get really bad. So, no one's success comes easily. Just as Professor Fan thought, if you really want to learn poetry, the effort lies outside of poetry itself. Chapter 178, A Kiss on Christmas Eve, 1. In the pedestrian street commercial area, Zhou Hongyi, a boy from Daliangshan, pedals his creaking second-hand tricycle with all his might loaded with various goods that are about to be delivered to the corresponding dormitory building rest station. Snow was falling heavily, and the weather was bitterly cold. But Zhou Hongyi didn't feel cold or tired at all. On the contrary, felt very hot, a kind of burning heat that made him feel grounded and full of hope for life. He earned 200 yuan in delivery fees and 100 yuan in bonuses for his hard work and busy schedule yesterday. Today, Mr. Chung was very generous as always. He said in the group early this morning that considering the heavy snowfall today, the bonus would remain the same, but with a different name, severe weather allowance. In other words, this welfare program has been formalized, and such subsidies will be provided whenever there is similar severe weather. Thinking about how the money he could earn from his part-time job these past few days could buy his younger siblings thick cotton-padded clothes and shoes, and even coal for the family to get through the winter, Zhou Hongyi was filled with enthusiasm and energy. He already admired Cheng Shi a lot, and now he clearly admires him even more. Yesterday, he still had some doubts, wondering if Mr. Cheng's idea of developing online retail was too far-fetched and wouldn't be accepted by most people. However, the facts soon proved him wrong, terribly wrong. Mr. Cheng is Mr. Cheng. He is a true genius, born to achieve great things. Zhou Hongyi secretly made up his mind that although he was working part-time, he must not neglect his studies. In the future, he would also join Guoshi Technology and, like the senior students in the 101 base camp, follow President Cheng to pursue the real stars and the sea. Among the part-time delivery drivers for Fruit Group Buying, there are quite a few impoverished students like Zhou Hongyi. Like Zhou Hongyi, they are also striving, working hard, fighting against fate, and looking forward to a better future. Dickens said, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." Some people are born into privilege, while many more are born into hardship. Romain Rolland said that there is only one heroism in the world, to see the world as it is, and to love it. Fate is never fair, but it will not let down anyone who truly works hard. Time always flies when you're busy, and soon it was afternoon. At the 101 headquarters, the employees finally finished their busy day. Everyone was sore and aching, and after turning off their computers, they kept rubbing their sore backs. Cheng Shi was also tired, but his inner excitement overshadowed his physical exhaustion. As he predicted, the financial report of Guoshi Group Buying Mall today is extremely good. Compared to yesterday, revenue increased by 30%, while net profit increased by about 35%. The improved profit margin is attributed to the various departments making corresponding adjustments in many details after summarizing yesterday's experience. In addition, Cheng Shi revealed his ruthless side by firing some of the delivery men who were slacking off, which improved delivery efficiency and reduced labor costs. After Cheng Shi announced that he was off work, he found that no one had left. Just as he was wondering, Zhang Wenjie winked and said, "Boss, it's Christmas Eve today. Aren't you going to arrange a dinner for everyone?" Cheng Shi curled his lip and said, "No wonder you all looked so shifty all afternoon. So you wanted to eat Dog Dahu's food. All right, let's get together then. Consider it an early celebration." After asking for everyone's opinions, The location for the gathering was quickly decided to be Bashurinjia. In this cold weather, and since most of the people at Taipei 101 are from Sichuan, hot pot is definitely their first choice. Professor Fan and Senior Sister Wu, Senior Sister Zhou, and Lady Lu, let's all go together. Chengshi certainly didn't forget the old man and the three children in the general office. Wu Jiu, Zhou Lina, and Lu Jiechi readily agreed. Professor Fan waved his hand and said, "Why should I join in your young people's gathering? Besides, I can't eat spicy food. They have hot pot with 2 broths, huh?" Chengshi grinned, turning to Zhang Wenjie. "By the way, Wenjie, I remember the clear broth hot pot at Bashurinjia is so fresh and nourishing." He kept making faces as he spoke. Most of the other members of Produce 101 would probably not be able to understand this, but Zhang Wenjie is shrewd enough to get it instantly. Yes, it's pure chicken broth, incredibly flavorful, and it even comes with sesame sauce. I tried it last time. It was so delicious, I almost cried. Professor Fan's Adam's apple visibly twitched. After Chengshi shamelessly invited her twice more, the old lady finally nodded. Well, being arrogant really doesn't discriminate by age. Although tomorrow is the real Christmas, today's college students love holidays so much that they've already started preparing for it. At this point in 2009, Chinese people still held a very strong bias towards developed countries in Europe and America, and particularly enjoyed celebrating Western holidays, which was also closely related to the endless marketing tactics employed by businesses. Those with boyfriends or girlfriends will definitely be inseparable from early in the morning, strolling around the school, looking at the Christmas tree, eating, building snowmen, exchanging gifts, doing whatever is romantic. Single people, influenced by the atmosphere, have started to pay more attention to rituals, such as having a meal together in the dormitory or buying an apple to eat together. Yu Baiwei, who was holed up in her dormitory, was sullen and had been pouting since morning until afternoon. Today is a holiday, but Chengshi has been too busy to come and walk her. Yu Meirin is naturally unhappy. But she endured it. Because she knew that what Chengshi was doing was extremely important, the kind of thing where failure would mean selling oneself, she couldn't disturb him. Su Shirshir couldn't stand it anymore. Wei, if you really miss Chengshi so much, just go find him directly. You know where he is. Yu Baiwei shook her head, her expression aloof. Shirshir, I'm not thinking about him. Is that so? Su Shirshir looked at Han Wenfang, who was also secretly laughing, with a teasing expression. Wenfang, I'm so bored. Let me tell you a story. Okay. There was once a wealthy family who owned a very beautiful clock. A neighbor saw it and wanted to steal it, but fearing that the clock would ring when he moved it, he plugged his ears. I know. That's just burying my head in the sand. Yu Baiwei. She glared at Su Shirshir. Su Shirshir, however, wouldn't let her off the hook and pretended to say to Han Wenfang, Wenfang, let me sing you another song. Sing now. They are most likely to forget the poems of the ancients and most disdainful of love. They guard their love for fear of being laughed at and even more afraid of being seen through. I've heard this song before. It's adapted from a poem by Wang Wei. Red beans grow in the south. How many branches will sprout in spring? I urge you to gather more, for this is the most cherished token of love. Yu Baiwei couldn't keep up the act any longer. She lowered her head and said, Okay, I admit it. I'm thinking about Chengshi. I miss him so much. Chapter 179, A Kiss on Christmas Eve, 2. Wei, you're such a dork. Su Shirshir felt very sorry for her. If you miss him so much, why don't you go find him? Instead, you're hiding in your dorm like a statue waiting for your husband. It's Christmas Eve today. Aren't you going to spend it together? I'm afraid of disturbing him. These few days are very crucial for him. Is your career more important or you, Wei? You just like him too much, so you always spoil him. If I were you, if my boyfriend dared to leave me hanging on Christmas Eve, I would have burned down the house for him. After a moment of silence, Yu Baiwei blinked her phoenix eyes and asked a question that completely surprised Su Shirshir. Shirshir, can you tell me what exactly is love? After a moment of surprise, Su Shirshir spoke up. Wei, aren't you and Chengshi dating? Okay, you two are indeed a bit different from other couples. I have a somewhat private question for you. Go ahead and ask. Have you and Chengshi ever kissed? Kiss. It's mouth to mouth. No. Yu Baiwei shook her head decisively. When she and Chengshi were walking around the school and stomping on ants, they did see many couples kissing. She found it very strange that they did this. Every time she asked Chengshi, he would dodge the question and talk about other things. I only learned today that this is called kiss. Really? You two have been together for so long and haven't even kissed. Su Shirshir was very surprised, and Han Wenfang, who was watching the drama unfold, was also quite astonished. Yu Marin's little mouth is so red and tempting. Even those two straight women sometimes can't help but want to kiss it when they see it. How can Cheng Shi, a grown man, resist? Could it be that he's impotent? No, that's not right. Kiss doesn't need to use that ability yet. In other words, why has Cheng Shi been enduring this for some other reason? Looking at her two best friends with strange expressions, Yu Baiwei asked in a daze, Sure, Wenfeng. Do couples in love always kiss? Not entirely. Han Wenfeng gave her answer. Some people prefer platonic spiritual love, which doesn't require physical intimacy. But the premise is that both people are this type, otherwise it definitely won't last. Yu Baiwei responded with an oh, her expression still looking adorably dazed. Su Shishir asked, Wei, do you want Cheng Shi to kiss you? Yu Baiwei nodded without hesitation. Before she turned 18, her world consisted only of herself. It was as if she had a thick cocoon covering her heart, isolating her from everyone except for her father, mother, Uncle Xiao, and a few other people. Perhaps she was used to being alone, because she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Until that chance encounter at the library, she met someone. That guy was so domineering. He easily tore through her defenses, moved into her heart, and never left. Her 18th birthday wish was to have a good friend, and the next day, she actually had a good friend, and then gradually, they developed into lovers in the eyes of others. But for some reason, she felt that there wasn't enough between her and Cheng Shi, that something more should happen, yet she didn't know what exactly should happen. A kiss means lips to lips. Yu Baiwei pondered Su Shishir's words, seemingly gaining some insight and deep thought. Just then, her phone rang. It was a message from someone. After reading it, Yu Marin, who had been depressed and listless, instantly became cheerful, and her phoenix eyes shone brightly. Sure, Wenfeng. I'm going out for dinner later. As Yu Baiwei spoke, she spun around, then added 3 more words with a look of pure joy on her face. Follow Cheng Shi. Yu Baiwei is the boss lady of Guoshi Technology, with a formal position, workstation, and employee badge. Of course, Cheng Shi wouldn't dare not invite her to the company dinner. If he could truly forget her, Cheng Shi didn't even dare to imagine how high Yu Marin's lips would pout. So after winning over the arrogant professor fan, he immediately messaged Yu Baiwei, told her about the dinner party, and then told her that he would wait for her downstairs at the girls' dormitory in half an hour. It takes less than half an hour, less than 10 minutes, to get from the 101 headquarters to the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics. However, Cheng Shi needed to go back to the dormitory first, take a shower, and change his clothes. He spent the whole day working in apartment 101 with the air conditioning on full blast. Even though it was several degrees below zero outside, he was drenched in sweat and felt like he was about to rot. In the past, when Cheng Shi often stayed in the dormitory, the cleanliness of dormitory 606 was among the best, if not the best in the entire boys' dormitory. However, as he became busier and could only stay in the dormitory for 2 days a week, often eating in the office, the other guys in 606 started to let themselves go. As soon as Cheng Shi entered the dormitory, he smelled a musty, pungent odor unique to male dormitories. It might have come from Wang Daxiao's socks that hadn't been washed for half a month and were stuffed under the bed, or more likely from the few suspicious wads of toilet paper in the trash can. Okay, this is what a boys' dormitory should smell like. I wonder what it smells like in Yu Baiwei's girls' dormitory. I can't say about other things, but Yu Marin's quilt must smell sweet. Thinking of this, Cheng Shi suddenly shook his head and shuddered. Well, he must be exhausted today, otherwise why would he be thinking about things he has absolutely no interest in? At this moment, all of us were. Hu Junjie continued to be his bookworm, hunched over the table reading. Yang Jie also leaned on the table, but instead of reading, he rested his chin on his hand, cosplaying as the thinker. Wang Jichao and Hu Junjie are playing a game, using Wang Daxiao's PSP 3000. As for the ultimate show-off, young Master Wang, he was huddled under the covers, furiously typing away at lightning speed. Without a doubt, he was having a sweet talk with his beloved Xuemei. Cheng Shi said with some doubt, Wang Laowu, it's Christmas Eve today. It's understandable that those single guys are staying in their dorm rooms, but aren't you going out to spend the holiday with your Xuemei? It's still early, Wang Tianyu said, glancing at his newly bought Rolex. I've already made plans with Xia Shui. We'll go eat first, then go to the second playground to build a snowman. I've also prepared a surprise for her. Wow, that's so romantic. What's the surprise? Young Master Wang pointed to the table, and Cheng Shi then noticed that there were 2 large bags of fireworks on the table. Awesome. Cheng Shi gave a thumbs up and prepared to take his wash basin and toiletries to the public bathhouse for a shower. Sixth son, Kaduma's father. You, Missy, what's your job? Young Master Wang jumped out of bed. In a couple of days, bring your Yu Baiwei along for a meal. Cheng Shi refused without hesitation. That won't do. You and Xia Shui are too affectionate. I'm afraid you'll corrupt Yu Baiwei. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to learn well, but a slippery slope to learn bad habits, let alone a girl like Yu Baiwei who has an explosive talent for learning. Just from that one meal with that couple, how many tricks did Yu Baiwei learn from Xia Shui? And she later used all of those tricks on him. Sixth brother. Calling me sixth uncle is not allowed. Sixth father. Damn it. Wang Laowu. Why do you insist on dragging me to dinner with Yu Baiwei? Cheng Shi looked puzzled. Young Master Wang sighed and explained the reason. Chapter 180 A Kiss on Christmas Eve, 3. During this time, as Wang Daxiao and Xia Shui's relationship warmed up, Xia Shui also introduced him to her roommates. As a result, Xia Shui had 2 roommates who were quite arrogant and acted like fairies, and they were always being sarcastic towards Wang Daxiao. Young Master Wang couldn't stand this, so he thought of Cheng Shi and planned to have him step in and put those 2 little fairies in their place. Cheng Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Little fairy. Fifth brother, do you have some special filter on me and overestimate me? There's nothing I can do about it. To be honest, I'm afraid of getting punched. Wang Tianyu sneered. Lu Zi, you're really not good at this, but your Yu Baiwei is. When it's time to eat, she just needs to sit there and not say a word. After all, those 2 are just self-proclaimed fairies, while your wife is a real fairy. Cheng Shi pondered for a while, but still did not intend to agree. It's not that he doesn't value his friends, but the last time they had dinner together left a deep impression on him. Yu Marin used to be so easy to coax. She would do whatever he said. But now, she's always acting cute and calling him brother with mixed accents. She's not only mastered Xia Shui's tricks, but she's also quickly surpassed her. Sir Isaac Newton, who famously said, "If heaven had not created such a person, the world would have remained in darkness forever," once said that a woman's charm is directly proportional to her beauty. With Yu Marin's AOE-level beauty, when she acts coquettishly and calls him brother over and over again, how can Cheng Shi resist? You could also blame him for his weak will and for letting a woman cloud his resolve. Tang Sanzang was resolute enough, wasn't he? When the queen of the women's kingdom in Zhu Lin's version called him royal brother, even this reserved monk couldn't help but reply, "If there is an afterlife?" Sixth uncle, let your eldest son finish speaking first. Before Cheng Shi could refuse again, young Master Wang shut him down with his own words. You have no idea how awful Xia Shui's 2 so-called roommates are. They said my Shui is so ordinary that she can only find someone like me. What the hell? How could I stand for that? Cheng Shi stroked his chin. That was indeed a bit excessive. Does your Xia Shui know about it? Of course she wouldn't know. Wang Tianyu shook his head. With Shui's fiery temper, if she found out, she would definitely give those 2 little fairies a good beating. That's why I wanted to ask you Baiwei to take action. As you know, Sichuan University has a strict academic atmosphere. If you hit your roommate, you'll at least get a disciplinary warning. Okay, I can agree, but we need to agree on 3 rules first. Hey, don't just say 3 chapters, 300 chapters will do too. Damn, hiring a ghostwriter really makes a difference. What? Cough, it's nothing, just 3 chapters. First, Xia Shui can't use consonants. Second, Xia Shui can't call me brother. Third, don't fucking show off your love. How can I not control myself? To achieve permanent peace through severance. After a few banter between the 2 brothers, the matter was settled. However, the mealtime could not be in the next couple of days. It would have to wait until after New Year's Day at the earliest. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Cheng Shi went to the girls' dormitory and met Yu Baiwei. The 2 then walked hand in hand towards Bashurinjia. When the 2 arrived, everyone else, including Professor Fan and the 3 beauties from the general office, was already there. The employees of 101 called out, "Boss lady," in unison. Yu Baiwei, who always liked this, immediately became lively and a sweet smile appeared on her lips. She was already stunningly beautiful, but this smile made her even more captivating. To exaggerate a bit, it was as if she had absorbed all the light in the private room. Professor Fan looked at Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei holding hands and couldn't help but say, they're a good match. A hint of melancholy flickered deep in Lu Jieqi's eyes. Although she quickly concealed it, it was still caught by Zhou Lina beside her. She knew that Lu Jieqi and Cheng Shi had some history, and she also knew that Lu Jieqi was the one who couldn't have him, so she couldn't help but sigh. If it were a girl next to Cheng Shi, it wouldn't be Yu Baiwei. She would have encouraged Lu Jieqi to compete for her. So what if she came first? When it comes to feelings, there's no such thing as first come, first served. It's not like queuing for food in the cafeteria. But she is, after all, Yu Baiwei, a high-class flower standing proudly on the cloud. Lu Jiechi is already excellent and beautiful enough, but there is still a gap in class between them. After Cheng Shi took his seat, he waved his hand, indicating that everyone should not be shy and should start eating. I've been busy since morning, and I'm sure everyone is starving. However, no one touched their chopsticks. Instead, they asked Cheng Shi, the boss, to say a few words first. Cheng Shi shook his head decisively. Let's forget about it. Don't you know what kind of literary talent your boss has? Zhang Wenjie laughed and said, Boss, it's a holiday, so if you don't say something, it just feels like something's missing. Everyone else agreed. Unable to refuse the crowd's requests, Cheng Shi had no choice but to stand up, even though he felt awkward. There were no jokes or banter. It was a rare moment of genuine emotion. To be honest, I've had a really good time working with everyone these past few days. I'm also grateful that you all trusted me, risked your bright futures, and stuck with me through all this silliness. We've all grown together. I once read a quote that went something like this. A person grows up 3 times in their life. The first time is when they realize they are not the center of the world. The second time is when they realize that no matter how hard they try, there are still some things they are powerless to change. The third time is when they know that there may be some things they are powerless to change, but they are still willing to strive for them. Our fruit technology has developed to the point where it seems to have achieved some success. But in essence, it's still a makeshift team, very immature, and can't withstand any major storms. I don't know if I have the ability to really lead everyone to build a business and leave something behind in this world in 10 or 20 years. But once the arrow is released, there's no turning back. What's done is done, so let's just go all the way. You trust me, and I'll try my best not to let you down. I'll do everything in my power to show you the winds of fate. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, everyone, including Professor Fan, applauded enthusiastically. It was obvious that Cheng Shi's heartfelt words touched everyone present. At this moment, Cheng Shi appeared sincere and resolute, spirited, and even radiant in their eyes. Isn't it a kind of luck to work for someone like that? So, Cheng Shi is this charming when he gets serious? How blind I was to think he couldn't compare to Senior Ding. As Zhou Lina pondered silently, she unconsciously intensified her romantic feelings for Cheng Shi and began to see him as a male god. Fortunately, she was self-aware and simply admired and worshipped him without any other thoughts. What a joke. With the angelic Yubaiwei around, even Lu Jiechi, who is 2 levels prettier than her, can't get her and can only feel sad. Who does she think she is? Chapter 181, A Kiss on Christmas Eve 4. At the subsequent dinner, everyone except Professor Fan drank alcohol, including Yubaiwei. This was her first time drinking alcohol. In previous gatherings, Cheng Shi had only allowed her to drink waha. After mustering her courage, Yubaiwei picked up her beer glass, took a small lick, and then couldn't help stick out her tongue, looking incredibly cute. Boss lady, you can't drink beer like that. It has no soul at all. You have to down it in one gulp. Nan Shui looked a little mischievous, then demonstrated the correct way to drink beer to Yubaiwei, picking it up and gulping it down in one go, then letting out a satisfied ah. Yubaiwei looked at Cheng Shi, who pursed his lips and said, Why are you looking at me? You can drink however you want, but you can only drink 1 bottle, not a single sip more. After receiving permission, Yumarin followed Nan Shui's example and downed half a cup of wine in 1 gulp. Then, she imitated him and let out an ah. This scene made everyone laugh. A fairy-like girl is truly a fairy-like girl. She can be so cute, even while drinking beer. My SAN value has been completely reset to 0. Perhaps it was because Cheng Shi rarely showed his true feelings, and everyone's hearts were touched. Next, everyone took turns drinking with Cheng Shi, and each person drank at least 3 cups with him. Even if Cheng Shi had a high alcohol tolerance, he couldn't withstand being forced to drink like that. After the dinner, although he didn't embarrass himself by lying under the table or doing something like that on live broadcast, he was still incredibly drunk, and Yu Baiwei even paid for the meal. Finally, Zhang Wenjie and Zheng Dong half helped and half carried him back to his dormitory. Cheng Shi lay on the bed, still feeling dizzy and disoriented. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to the toilet to vomit violently. Anyone who drinks beer regularly knows that it doesn't have much of a lingering effect. Once you vomit it up, most of the alcohol's effects will dissipate. Cheng Shi was in a similar situation. After vomiting violently, he had regained about 50 to 60% of his consciousness. After washing my face and rinsing my mouth, I felt about 70 to 80% awake. Lu Zi, are you alright? Wang Tianyu walked over and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. I feel much better after throwing up. Cheng Shi waved his hand, then asked in confusion. Fifth brother, what are you doing in the dorm? Didn't you go to celebrate the festival with Xia Shui? The fireworks are over. Wang Tianyu pursed his lips. Don't even mention it. We had a fight and couldn't set off the fireworks. Oh, Chung Shi immediately became interested, his face showing an expression that said, I'm going to watch this gossip. Hey, you're gloating, aren't you? You're definitely gloating, aren't you? How could that be? Haha. Lucy, when you shake your head, can you pay attention to your facial expressions? Your mouth is practically splitting open to the back of your head. I just suddenly thought of something happy. What? Hey, I forgot again. Wang Tianyu's cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. Tell me, what exactly happened that caused the argument? I'll give you some advice. Lucy, all I can say is, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, Wang Daxiao said with a face full of resentment. She asked me first if the girl with the red scarf across from me was pretty, and I told her the truth and said, she's pretty, and then she just ignored me. She wouldn't set off fireworks with me and went back to her dorm in a huff. Chung Shi curled his lip and said, Isn't this what you deserve? Wang Tianyu suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait a minute, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Why are you back already? You should be enjoying a romantic evening with Yu Baiwei right now. Oh, I forgot. You were drunk and had to be carried back. TSK, TSK, TSK. How embarrassing. Chung Shi ignored young Master Wang. Getting drunk after being toasted by dozens of people. Is that something to be ashamed of? Wang Tianyu's words just now made him think of something. Today is Christmas Eve, and girls especially care about the sense of ritual. He got drunk and left Yu Baiwei behind. Would she be a little upset? Should he make up for it? As he was thinking this, he suddenly noticed the 2 large bags of fireworks that young Master Wang had taken out with a smug look on his face, but then brought back dejectedly. Fifth brother, I need to talk to you about something. Chung Shi was completely drunk and had to be carried by Zhang Wenjie and Zheng Dong. Yu Baiwei followed him all the way to the boys' dormitory building and stood there for about 10 minutes until Zhang Wenjie and Zheng Dong went up and down to tell her that they had put the boss on the bed and covered him with a blanket. Only then did she return to her dormitory. As Chung Shi expected, she was indeed a little upset. It's Christmas Eve after all. She had dinner with Chung Shi, but there were so many people around. She still hoped to have some time alone with him. Wei, you're back so soon? That shouldn't be the case. It wasn't even 10 o'clock yet. When she returned to the dormitory, her roommates were quite puzzled. Chung Shi is drunk. Yu Baiwei looked somewhat listless. I see. Su Shi could clearly sense that Yu Baiwei was feeling down. After thinking for a moment, she suggested, Wei, a lot of people are building snowmen downstairs. Why don't we go and build one too? Han Wenfang chimed in. That's a good idea. Yu Baiwei shook her head and said she didn't want to go. Shall I take you to the supermarket? Yu Baiwei shook her head again. She opened her phone, opened QQ, looked at Chung Shi's dim profile picture, typed a few lines of text, but didn't press send. Instead, she deleted them all. Chung Shi was completely drunk. Even if he sent it, he wouldn't be able to see it. In other words, the first Christmas Eve I met him was destined to be less than perfect. With this thought in mind, Yu Baiwei sighed softly. Originally, she was prepared and had mustered up the courage to try kissing him tonight. That is, the kind of kissing that Su Shi had told her about, mouth to mouth. Just as Yu Baiwei was about to put down her phone to wash up, Chung Shi's dim profile picture suddenly lit up. Yu Baiwei's somewhat dim phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. Just as she was about to send a message to Chung Shi, someone else's message arrived first. What are you doing? Getting ready to wash up and go to bed. Are you all right? It's all right. The vomiting I did earlier has worn off the effects of the alcohol. That's good. You shouldn't drink so much alcohol in the future. I know, but today is an exception. Chung Shi. What? There are lots of people building snowmen downstairs in our girls' dormitory. Hey, those silly birds, it's so cold at night. Only an idiot would go and build that, don't you think? What does that mean? No, it's nothing. You should go to sleep early. After all, you drank so much. Okay, good night. Install. After the chat ended, Chung Shi's profile picture quickly went dark, while Yu Baiwei remained staring blankly at her phone screen. For a long, long time. Actually, I also want to build a snowman with you. And then kiss you. These were the words Yu Baiwei truly wanted to say to Chung Shi, but ultimately she didn't. She felt so sorry for Chung Shi. It was so cold outside, with so much snow falling, and he had drunk so much. If she really called him over to build a snowman, he would probably catch a cold. After a moment of stunned silence, Yu Baiwei prepared to put down her phone for the second time, then go wash up and go to bed. Chung Shi's dim profile picture suddenly lit up again. Yu Baiwei, you're such a dork. I'll give you 5 minutes to get downstairs right now. And to be honest, there are a lot of silly people building snowmen downstairs in your dorm. It makes me want to be one of them too. Hold head high. Yu Baiwei's phoenix eyes instantly sparkled, and she forgot to put on her coat before opening the door and running downstairs. Wei Wei, your coat. Luckily, Su Shishir noticed and tossed her the coat. Yu Baiwei took it, put it on as quickly as she could ever have in her life, and then headed out the door. What's going on? Han Wenfang looked puzzled. Su Shishir pouted. Is that even a question? Qing must have summoned her. Han Wenfang's eyes lit up, something sweet to watch. Su Shishir waved her hand decisively. Let's go down and take a look. Chapter 182, A Kiss on Christmas Eve, 5. This might be the fastest Yu Baiwei has ever gone downstairs in her entire life. After running downstairs, I soon saw 2 snowmen. One is genuine, but it's poorly constructed. It has a huge belly, a small head, a nose that isn't a nose, and a mouth that isn't a mouth. It's the kind of rubbish that only a super straight man with an engineering background could have managed to cobble together. The other snowman looks like a person at first glance, and upon closer inspection, it really is a person, stomping its feet every now and then. It is none other than Cheng Shi. Upon seeing Yu Baiwei, Cheng Shi pursed his lips, brushing the snowflakes off his body while pointing at the snowman he had hastily piled up. Hey, don't think it's ugly. I tried my best. For some reason, an immense emotion began to surge within Yu Baiwei. It felt sour and itchy. Hot tears welled up and streamed from her bright, almond-shaped eyes. 1 drop, 2 drops, falling straight down. She opened her arms, disregarding everything else, and charged headlong into someone. Cheng Shi, you big bad guy. Yu Baiwei, do you have any conscience? I braved this heavy snow to build you a snowman, and you actually call me a big bad guy? Cheng Shi muttered to himself, then realized something was wrong, and his eyes showed growing fear. Wait, stop. It's slippery here. Release the clutch and step on the brake. It's too late. Thump. The powerful impact of the poppy seed knocked Cheng Shi, who was intoxicated and whose lower body was unsteady, to the ground. Then the 2 of them fell together on the snow. Cheng Shi collapsed to the ground. Yu Baiwei, are you sick? I told you it's slippery here, but you still threw yourself into my arms without a care. It doesn't matter if you get stupid, you're already mentally challenged anyway, but what if you disfigure me? Can you bear to see Chuan Deshao have Takashi Kaneshiro, and Lin Xiong not have Daniel Wu? You would be a sinner against all mankind. Yu Baiwei didn't speak. Most of her body was lying in Cheng Shi's arms, rubbing her little head against his chest like a well-behaved and clingy kitten. Get up, you're crushing me. No. Listen to me. Get up. I have a present for you. What gift? Keep it a secret for now. Yu Marin Weiwei pouted, snuggled against someone's chest for a while, and then got up. Her expression showed reluctance, clearly still savoring something. Cheng Shi then sat up and kept brushing the snow off his body. Where's the gift? Close your eyes first and count to 10 in your mind before you open them, otherwise the gift will be gone. Okay. Yu Marin obediently closed her eyes, her slender and thick eyebrows resting softly on her eyelids, trembling slightly. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Yu Baiwei suppressed her itch and finally opened her eyes after finishing the countdown. There was nothing there. Cheng Shi was gone. Where was he? Just then, with a bang, a firework, with a long tail of flame, shot straight into the sky. When it reached its highest point, it exploded with a bang, turning into a colorful and fiery display. Wow, someone's setting off fireworks. So beautiful and romantic. My God, who is so reckless as to set off fireworks downstairs in the dorm? If security catches them, they'll at least get a warning. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This is the legendary romantic until death do us part. If any guy dared to set off fireworks like that with me, I'd marry him for life. And I'd even allow him to have 3 massages a year. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of hundreds of college students who were building snowmen nearby, accompanied by many exclamations and discussions. Then it spread to the girls' dormitory building, where more girls poked their heads out. Yu Baiwei then realized that Cheng Shi was the guy who set off the fireworks. By this time, Cheng Shi had already lit several firework boxes in succession. The dark night sky was constantly flashing with colorful and dazzling light. The girls watching the fireworks were very cooperative, exclaiming wow every time a firework went off, and then looking forward to the next burst of light. At the same time, she was incredibly envious of Yu Baiwei, who stood gracefully on the snow. How did you know these fireworks were for her? It's obvious. Cheng Shi lit the fireworks box around Yu Baiwei, which kept spewing fireworks, and arranged it in a complete circle around Yu Baiwei. Fireworks are brilliant, but fleeting. A few minutes later, after all the fireworks had gone out, Yu Baiwei, who had stood in the center and witnessed the entire spectacular display, was already sobbing uncontrollably. What girl doesn't love romance? She would never forget everything Cheng Shi did for her tonight, and if there were an afterlife, she would remember it in her next life as well. So, how was your Christmas Eve gift? Do you like it? Chung Shi walked slowly to Yu Baiwei, his face full of doting affection. Yu Marin did not speak, nor could she utter a word. She threw herself into Chung Shi's arms. Chung Shi, I like him, I like him, I like him so much. She was excited and kept repeating it. TSK, 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 so sweet. This grandma is totally smitten. Su Shi, who followed Yu Baiwei downstairs, looked completely satisfied. She was right. It's never as interesting as watching others date as you date yourself. I'm not just swooning over Shi, I'm practically spitting out sweetness. Han Wenfang echoed this sentiment. Influenced by Su Shi, she is now a new member of the Sweetheart Party. Zhao, sixth brother, knows how to have fun. No wonder the girl in the college is so attached to him. Who can resist his romantic gestures? I admit that scene just now was romantic, but why should I pay for Chung Liuzi's romantic gesture with his Yu Marin? So many fireworks, costing almost 1,000 yuan, and he lit them all for me. A few of the guys from 606 were standing not far away. Chung Shi was drunk, so his buddies were a bit worried and came along. As a result, they were fed dozens of kilograms of dog food. The one who must be the most upset is young Master Wang. He paid for all the fireworks Chung Shi set off. Why not let Chung Shi give him the money? It fits his image as a generous and magnanimous young master. You have to keep up the persona you've created, even if it's heartbreaking. Chung Shi, I've also prepared a Christmas Eve gift for you. What? Close your eyes. Also dozens of times. No need, 3 sounds are enough. All right. Chung Shi closed his eyes and began to count down. As soon as I counted to 2, my chapped lips felt a moist and soft touch. Suddenly opening my eyes, what came into view was Yu Marin's exquisitely beautiful face, magnified suddenly under the streetlights. Her eyes were closed, her eyelashes were trembling slightly, and her warm, sweet breath was blowing on his face. It felt gentle, soft, tingling, and even itchy. She kissed me. After a 2-second pause, Chung Shi realized what had happened. His mind went completely blank. Chapter 183, I'm not clean anymore. With the enlightening guidance of Xia Shui, a wise and virtuous teacher, and the teachings of Su Shi, Han Wenfang, and other advisors, coupled with her own terrifyingly talented learning ability, Yu Marin is no longer as clueless about relationships as she was in high school, completely blank slate. However, her foundation was too weak. In the context of cultivation novels, she would probably be a genius with a heavenly spiritual root who only formally embarks on the path of cultivation after reaching adulthood. She's currently somewhere in the middle. She has some things, but not much. Su Shi told her that lovers should kiss, so she mustered up her courage and kissed someone, which was mouth to mouth. But it was just a simple mouth-to-mouth contact. After holding this position for 4 or 5 seconds, she moved her rosy lips away from Chung Shi's somewhat chapped lips out of shyness. Chung Shi was still in a daze. He had been directly controlled. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After finally coming to his senses, he stammered, What? What are you doing? Yu Baiwei's cheeks flushed. Kiss. Tell me honestly, who taught you that? Chung Shi didn't believe that Yu Marin had evolved to the point of understanding this. There must be a cunning strategist behind her giving bad advice. After gathering his jumbled thoughts, he asked with a stern face. Yu Baiwei, like a child who had done something wrong, said weakly. Shi and Wenfang. They said that lovers should kiss, that is, mouth to mouth. Chung Shi thought to himself, they don't even stick out their tongues. What kind of kiss is that? Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart. How could he possibly say them out loud? If he dares to speak, Yu Marin might actually dare to do it. I don't want to accidentally trigger the rebellious streak of that academic prodigy. If things really developed to that point, who could resist? With that thought in mind, Chung Shi kept a straight face and said, as expected, those 2 women are no good people. You're not allowed to learn from them anymore, understand? Okay. Yu Marin nodded timidly at first, then after thinking for a moment, she said somewhat unhappily, Chung Shi, don't you like kissing me? Chung Shi looked at Yu Baiwei's rosy and glistening lips, pursed his lips, and thought to himself, is it a matter of whether I want to or not? Your mother has the dragon-slaying saber in her left hand and the heaven-reliant sword in her right, ready to chop off my dog's head at any moment. If I had the ability to fire her right now, I'd love to kiss your little mouth 800 times a day. This one. Chung Shi was unsure how to answer Yu Baiwei's question, so he decisively passed the buck back to her. And you, do you like it? Yu Marin finally became shy, lowered her head, and stammered. I don't know. Let's talk about it when you've thought it through. Okay. Yu Baiwei nodded habitually, then realized something was wrong. She was the one asking him. So how did it suddenly become him asking her? Her lips moved, clearly wanting to say something more, but Cheng Shi's expression changed drastically. Not far away, several school security guards with flashlights were already cursing and swearing as they rushed towards him. Hey student, how dare you set off fireworks downstairs in the dormitory? What if it causes a fire? Cheng Shi shrank his neck, thinking of making a hasty retreat, but after thinking about it, he stopped. What was there to be afraid of? He knew all the security guards and gatekeepers on this campus, including the section chief and several deputy section chiefs. Why run away? Fruit Technology holds marketing events and promotional ceremonies every now and then, and they bring in materials from outside the school countless times. Cheng Shi inevitably has to deal with the security guards and gatekeepers of the school's security department. He was naturally good at getting things done. Every time he passed by the main gate, no matter who was on duty, he would go down and stroll around, offering cigarettes to everyone. Sometimes, he would even throw whole packs of cigarettes into the security room. Hey, isn't this me, little Ma? Cheng Shi greeted the leader with a grin. This man is named Ma Jun, the deputy head of the security department. He is a retired soldier in his 30s. His favorite actor is Chow Yun-fat, or more accurately, Brother Ma from the movie Invisible Target. Since he also has the surname Ma, those who are close to him call him Brother Ma. Mr. Chung. Ma Jun was stunned for a moment, but he also recognized Cheng Shi. His expression instantly switched from fierce and menacing to a state of bewildered amusement. Mr. Chung, what are you doing? Did you set off the fireworks? Brother Ma, it's a holiday. Let's create some atmosphere. I was careful. I didn't fire any fireworks facing the buildings. That won't work either. The school has rules and regulations. Cough. This won't happen again. This won't happen again. As Cheng Shi spoke, he took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his trench coat pocket and quietly slipped them into Ma Jun's pocket. He has never smoked in either his past or present life, but he has always had the habit of carrying 2 packs of good cigarettes with him, and this has come in handy. This cough. In fact, after Ma Jun found out that it was Cheng Shi who set off the fireworks, he didn't really intend to do anything to him. What a joke. Mr. Chung is a star entrepreneur at the school, the apple of the school leader's eye. In addition, President Chung is usually very good at handling things. If he really takes this seriously and insists on sticking to the rules, then he would be a bit clueless. Mr. Chung, it's a deal now. You absolutely can't back out. Absolutely. Cheng Shi nodded quickly. To put it bluntly, even if he wanted to set off fireworks again, there weren't any left. He wouldn't be willing to pay for them himself. Why bother if it's just for a little over 1,000 yuan to make a noise? Sichuan University only has one young Master Wang. They can't find another sucker like him. After Cheng Shi promised to send people to clean up the trash left after the fireworks display the next morning, Ma Jun and the security guards left. The 2 fans who were obsessed with the sweet moments were still a little reluctant to leave. Wenfeng, to be honest, Cheng Shi is romantic. If any other guy could set off fireworks like this for me, I'd gladly give him my 100 pounds of fat. Sure. Even if a boy dared to set off fireworks for you, he wouldn't have Cheng Shi's ability to handle all the security guards. He'd probably just get a warning. On another note, are you sure you only weigh 100 pounds? Look at your waist. It's 2 sizes bigger than Weiwei's. And that's not all. Your chest isn't even as big as Weiwei's. Wenfeng, do you always say such hurtful things? Aren't you afraid of losing me one day? After saying goodbye to Yu Marin, Cheng Shi and the other guys from 606 who had come with him headed towards the boys' dormitory. Cheng Shi walked, but every now and then, he would raise his hand to touch his mouth. By the time they reached the second playground, Cheng Shi had already touched him 5 times, and Wang Daxiao finally couldn't resist anymore. Lu Zi, are you fucking serious? You're still reminiscing about it now. Cheng Shi shook his head and told his buddies that he wasn't reminiscing, but rather pondering a very serious question. 6th brother, what's the problem? Hu Junjia, this boy from Guangdong, was the most innocent and honest in dormitory 606. Sigh? I guess I should say I was forcibly kissed by Yu Baiwei just now. At this moment, Cheng Shi's expression was a mixture of 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts resentment. So, I'm not clean anymore. Everyone. That damned Chung Liuzi. He forced them to eat dog food earlier, and now he's feeding them like this? Can you tolerate it? Obviously not. Young Master Wang was the first to roll up his sleeves. Boss, let's get him. Let's get that bastard. Wang Jichao strongly agreed. We must do it. That bastard Chung Liuzi is too damn infuriating. We should kill him. Cheng Shi wasn't really a fool. He wasn't going to just stand there and let these 2 beat him up. He would definitely run away as soon as possible. Wang Tianyu and Wang Jichao refused to let him go, so they grabbed snow from the ground and threw it at him as they chased him. Liu Peisong soon joined the battle to kill Cheng Shi. Yang Lao Heir, Hu Lao Si, help me out. I'll have your sister-in-law introduce you two to girlfriends later. Outnumbered and suffering repeated defeats, Changshi decisively called for reinforcements. So the guys from 606 split into two groups and started a snowball fight. They had so much fun that they were completely exhausted before finally stopping and lying down side by side on the grass of the playground, panting heavily. Changshi felt a mix of emotions. He is truly lucky to have both youth and the experience of youth. Chapter 184. She's so happy, so cruelly happy. Changshi first set off fireworks for Yu Baiwei, then was forcefully kissed, and then had a snowball fight with his roommates on the playground. Finally, exhausted, he lay on the snow, panting heavily, and marveling at the gifts that fate had given him. It's amazing that one can simultaneously possess youth and the feeling of youth. What he didn't know was that all of this was being observed by a girl with a cool and aloof demeanor, Xiaoning. Xiaoning wasn't intentionally stalking Changshi. She was just angry with him, but she wasn't really obsessed. Despite her deep resentment towards Changshi, she always held on to the last vestige of pride in her heart. Today is Christmas Eve, after all. She had dinner with some of her roommates outside, and when they came back, they were all carrying a big apple. The female dormitories of the law school and the female dormitories of the economics school are not far apart. One is Building 9 and the other is Building 11, and both are located next to Shuyuan Road. On the way back to the dormitory, I will naturally pass through the college square. At this moment, a roommate suggested, Ningning, a lot of people are building snowmen. Do we want to go and build one too? Xiaoning shook her head and said it was too late, so let's forget about it. Those building snowmen at Shuyuan Road Square are mostly couples. Why would single people like them join in? Speaking of building a snowman, Xiaoning, who had already resolved to try not to think about Changshi, couldn't help but recall some past events. In the Sichuan Basin, it doesn't snow often. There's only one big snowfall every few years that's enough to build a snowman. The last time was 3 years ago, when she and Changshi had just started their first year of high school. She remembered that at that time, Changshi was obsessed with an online game called Legend, or Legend of Mir. He would often call Huang Ziwei late at night and sneak out to go online. The same thing happened the night it snowed. She told Changshi on QQ that she really wanted to build a snowman. Changshi was probably engrossed in playing the game at the time, so he only gave her half-hearted responses when talking to her. You damn Chung, you stinky Chung. Xiaoning was so proud back then. After sensing Changshi's perfunctory attitude, she immediately went offline on QQ and then sulked alone in her room. About half an hour later, she heard someone calling her name downstairs. She opened the window and saw Changshi downstairs, covered in snow. Next to him was a snowman about the same height as him, but incredibly ugly. Beside him lay Huang Ziwei, panting heavily, clearly having been drafted by Changshi. Such a large snowman must be a huge project. Xiaoning remembers that back then, ignoring her mother's scolding, she ran downstairs in her pajamas and, together with Xiao Cheng, decorated that ugly snowman into something very beautiful. She remembered that Xiao Cheng had complained to her at the time, saying, Xiaoning, only you would do this for me to build that stupid snowman for you in the middle of the night. Do you know that I was fighting a boss with Brother Huang at the time? I didn't even pick up this Summon Divine Beast book that Zuma Lord dropped, so I could come and build a snowman. Do you know what a Summon Divine Beast book means to a level 37 Taoist who can only summon skeletons? Xiaoning didn't play games, so of course she didn't know what it meant, and at that time, she was even less likely to take the initiative to find out. She clearly remembers that she gave a very arrogant answer at the time. Xiao Cheng, it's just a stupid game. How could it be more important than me? Thinking about all this, Xiaoning couldn't help but sigh, which turned into a thin, long white line in the damp, cold air. Just as her mother had told her, at that time she took it all for granted, enjoying all the good things Changshi did for her with a clear conscience. Or rather, Changshi's kindness to her was so subtle, it was woven into the smallest details of life, to the point that she didn't even notice it. Just like a fish in water, it's impossible for it to know how important the water is. If it were her now, she certainly wouldn't have given such an arrogant answer. In this world, many things cannot be compared. Just because Xiao Cheng is good to her doesn't mean that he should give up his other thoughts and pursuits for her. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in life. She understood this truth far too late. Xiaoning and her roommates and several other girls continued walking, and just as they were about to pass the Shuyuan Road Square, they were attracted by the dazzling fireworks that suddenly soared into the sky. Ningning, look, there's such a brave boy, setting off fireworks for his girlfriend. Wow, that girl must be so lucky. Xiaoning was lost in thought and didn't notice at first. It was the short-haired girl who had suggested building a snowman earlier who reminded her, patted her on the shoulder, and pointed in a certain direction. Then Xiaoning saw it. She saw Chung Shi setting off fireworks for Yu Baiwei, and she saw the two embracing and kissing amidst the fireworks. Tears welled up uncontrollably, streaming down my cheeks and landing on the snow, only to disappear quickly without a trace. In the end, I still feel uneasy. The person Xiao Cheng lit up with fireworks was supposed to be hers. How exactly did I lose Xiao Cheng? Ningning, what's wrong? Are you crying? No, it's nothing. I'm just a little touched. That girl, she's so lucky. Actually, Xiaoning knew that Yu Baiwei hadn't stolen Xiao Cheng, but she still couldn't help feeling jealous. The happiness that Yu Baiwei possesses at this moment is far too cruel for her. Instead of going back to the dorm with her roommates, Xiaoning wandered aimlessly around the school alone. Her shoes crunched on the snow, and it started snowing again. Many snowflakes landed on her shoulders and hair, then melted with her body heat, but she didn't care. Perhaps it was fate, but as she walked, she wandered to the second playground and saw Chung Shi having a blast with his roommates. She kept watching this spirited boy freely displaying his youth on the playground, until Chung Shi was exhausted and collapsed on the grass. In fact, the two were less than 30 meters apart, but Xiaoning did not go over to greet Chung Shi. The happiness that Yu Baiwei possesses at this moment is too cruel for her. But Xiao Cheng is just as happy, so why should she bother her? People always grow up gradually. At the very least, Xiaoning has learned to respect others. The next day was Christmas Day, and it was still snowing and still very cold. Chung Shi got up early in the morning, and with the howling cold wind, he rubbed his hands as he left the dormitory and headed towards the 101 headquarters. Looking up, all I could see was pure white, the world blending seamlessly into one color. Unlike the north, the snow in the south wasn't so grand and torrential. It had a more lingering and poignant beauty. None of that matters. The important thing is that it's really fucking cold. In terms of absolute temperature, the south is definitely warmer than the north, but the south is also damp and cold, which is a huge blow. As Chung Shi was walking, his phone suddenly rang. He didn't answer. If it's something important, the other side will definitely call it a second time. If they don't call it a second time, it means it's not important, so why would they take their hands out of their pockets to warm them up? He has always been so witty. The second call came quickly. Chung Shi had no choice but to shakily take out his phone and look at the caller ID. It was a landline from the general office. After the call was connected, Wu Jiyu's voice came through. Chung Shi, what's wrong? Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? We're outside. Let's get down to business. My hands are frozen stiff. Why are you being so fierce? I'm cold too. We have important business to discuss. Principal Fu is coming to inspect your 101 building this morning. He's here again? Didn't he come a few days ago? Senior Wu, could you talk to Principal Fu and ask him not to come again for now? We have enough supplies here for the time being. He can come again when there are new needs. On the other end of the phone, Wu Jiyu was silent for at least 3 seconds before saying irritably, "You little rascal, you're dreaming. Could it be that my beloved principal isn't here to offer assistance in the countryside? If so, there's even less reason for him to come. Go away. Go away. You can't just refuse to be received like that. This time it's a big deal. Besides Principal Fu and his entourage, there are more than 10 principals from universities in Chengdu. Such high specifications. That's right. So you really need to take this seriously. Learn." After hanging up Wu Jiyu's call, Chung Shi quickened his pace and arrived at the 101 headquarters. He then patted his frozen hands and told everyone to stop what they were doing, as he had something important to say. Chapter 185. You're the ape-like one. Your whole family are ape-like. Even without the fact that a group of more than a dozen university leaders came to visit, Chung Shi would still have held a morning meeting today. He discovered that although the fruit group buying mall seemed bustling and prosperous, the number of registered users was not as high as he had expected. In other words, some problems arose in the crucial step of converting users of Yujian.com into customers of the Guoshi group buying mall. This is not hard to understand. In this era when online shopping is not yet widespread, even college students have limited acceptance of new things. Compared to online shopping, they still prefer to buy in person and enjoy the process of choosing and selecting items. How can this be resolved? Chung Shi had a plan in mind: to smallly learn from the successful experiences of similar online shopping malls in later generations. For example, organize a group buying activity. He could talk to Millennium Department Store again and ask them to list a batch of slightly higher priced products, such as heaters and hair dryers, items that the whole dormitory would need. These items are too expensive for students to buy individually, and students wouldn't be willing to do so. Oh, so I paid for it all by myself, and then the whole dorm uses it? I'm not a sucker. That's when group buying activities come in handy, right? Group purchases by dormitories. With more than 4 people, are eligible for discount coupons on large items. Perhaps, in the previous dorm, only one person registered on the fruit group buying mall. In order to attract enough people to join the group buying, the roommates had to be asked to register as well. The fruit group buying mall and its previous promotional activities were all targeted at registered users, which is a short-sighted and unsustainable approach. This group buying activity targets the potential target group, thus expanding the capacity pool. They're both marketing, but the underlying logic is completely different, and the operational methods are naturally very different as well, so we have to hold a meeting to explain it clearly to the employees. Because the tour group was about to arrive, Chung Shi had to postpone the topic, talk about the tour group first, and then tell everyone to hurry up and clean up. After Chung Shi finished speaking, Zhang Wenjie, Zheng Dong, Hong Yin, and others thought they had gotten it. Good heavens, some moved computers and others removed light bulbs, making Chung Shi roll his eyes repeatedly. Hey, what are you doing? Boss, what else can we do? Pretend to be poor and take advantage of the school, right? Didn't you do that last time? Zhang Wenjie was holding 5 laptops right now, which was quite comical. Chung Shi spat at the guy. Wenjie, you're sometimes incredibly clever, sometimes incredibly witty, and sometimes you're so smart you exude a kind of innocent stupidity. Do you think Principal Fu is some kind of system NPC? Can you keep playing the same tricks on him forever? This time we're not pretending to be poor, nor are we taking advantage of the school. We're all young people of the new era, with a bright starry sky above us and lofty morals in our hearts. How could we do something so immoral? Everyone, look at the boss's righteous and indignant demeanor, as if he wasn't the one who led the charge in ripping off the school last time. Boss, what should we do? Zhang Wenjie put down his computer, somewhat embarrassed. Zheng Dong, the design department supervisor who was temporarily acting as an electrician, also stopped disassembling the light bulbs. They all stared longingly at Chung Shi. Chung Shi waved his hand. Hurry up and make our 101 room look nice. Today, apart from President Fu, all the people visiting are the top leaders or second-in-commands from other universities. We are representing the face of Sichuan University, so we must give President Fu face, understand? Clear. Everyone agreed and got to work. About half an hour later, 101 had become bright and clean, and even had a lot more green plants, borrowed from the startup base. As for whether or not it will be returned, that depends on whether Professor Fan remembers it in a couple of days. I realized it was borrowed. If I can't remember, then it's mine. Around 10 a.m., Fu Qingfeng, the president of the university, with his thick hair on both sides and a shiny head, led a large group of top leaders from universities in Chengdu to the 101 headquarters. Besides the leaders, there was a similar number of students following behind, all entrepreneurial talents from various universities, who came with the leaders to broaden their horizons. One of the girls, with short hair, was particularly eye-catching. Her looks were almost on par with Lu Jieqi and Xiaoning. Her name can be seen on her school badge. She is Michelle, from the Polytechnic University. Chung Shi had never met Michelle, but he knew of her before. She was the campus goddess of the University of Science and Technology. At the time, Michelle and another girl had very close votes, but in the end, it was Chung Shi who made the final decision. There's only one reason. Michelle's hometown is in Yuan, which is very close to Linxiong, so she's practically a fellow townsman of his. Everyone, this is 101, the headquarters of Guesher Technology. The conditions are a bit tough, but led by Chung Shi, the employees of Guesher Technology have carried forward the spirit of hard work, frugality, and striving very well. Fu Qingfeng introduced with a smile. You could tell he was a little smug when he introduced himself. Even vice-ministerial level officials need emotional value. Looking at the admiring and envious gazes of the top leaders of various universities, Principal Fu felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, and every pore in his body felt refreshed. President Fu, the fruit technology from your Sichuan University is truly remarkable. Yeah, I heard that Ujian.com has over 1 million registered users. That farm game is really popular too. My son plays it all the time, and he stays up all night to steal crops. And that new thing, what was it again? Oh, fruit group buying. That's also doing really well. Amazing, truly amazing. Chung Shi is a remarkable person. Considering the extremely limited conditions at 101, it's even more commendable. He's like a golden phoenix that flew out of a grassy nest. The bigwigs all praised him, some of which were flattery, but most of it came from the bottom of their hearts. As for the entrepreneurial talents from various universities, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. The absence of hatred is not because I don't want to, but because I don't deserve it. To be honest, if Taipei 101 is considered to have harsh conditions, then what are the people over there? The UNMO people living in caves? They're not even as good as them. Many of them don't even have a simple office. Cheng Shi certainly knew what to do in this situation. Never let your guard down. Be as humble as you can be and adopt the lowest possible attitude. Principal Fu can be smug, but he can't and doesn't deserve to. As for how to receive this ridiculously high-profile tour group, Cheng Shi also had a complete contingency plan. The 3 essentials of happiness: treating others to meals, beheading, and taking in someone as a dog. Shaw, it should be brochures, team-building photo albums, and fruits and tea. As the name suggests, a sightseeing group is someone who comes to see the sights, only to enjoy the spectacle, not to learn anything about the intricacies of the subject. Besides, even if Cheng Shizhen showed them the tricks of the trade, the leaders wouldn't be able to understand them. The real secret of fruit technology lies in that pile of back-end data. Cheng Shi is still often confused even though he watches it every day, and he needs Nen Shui to explain it to him in detail. What the bigwigs were most interested in was Fruit Technology's team-building photo album. Old Zhao, you know what, Fruit Technology, though small, is perfectly formed. Their team-building activities are quite impressive. If it weren't for the fact that the employees all look like green students, they wouldn't be any different from big companies outside. It's well done, but why is there a bear climbing a tree and stealing honey in the team-building photos? Looks like it was taken at the zoo. What bear? Old Zhao, that's clearly a person. And this tree is a marriage tree, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. Young people really know how to be romantic. Oh, there's another one here. Wait, how did it get broken? Really? Let me take another look. After speaking, President Zhao of the University of Science and Technology took off his reading glasses and carefully wiped them. Cheng Shi, standing to the side, was twitching uncontrollably. To this day, he still hasn't found out who took the photo of him secretly climbing the marriage tree that night to hang the sign and then falling flat on his face. He's tried to ask around, but no one dares to admit it. The students, however, were more interested in pretty girls and quickly spotted Yu Baiwei. Holy crap, this girl is so beautiful. She's like a fairy. What do you mean similar? She's practically a fairy. This photo must have been edited. In real life, how could there be a girl this exquisite? Our Michelle is the #1 goddess at the university. She's definitely at the pinnacle of beauty, but even she's not this pretty. It must have been repaired, but why only her and not the other girls? Compared to her, the other girls all look like apes. Nan Shui, Sun Feifei, and other female employees of Guoshi Technology listened with smiles on their faces, but in their hearts they had probably cursed, damn it, countless times. Ape. You're the ape-like one. Your whole family are ape-like. If you were put next to the boss lady, you wouldn't even be an ape. You'd just turn into a giant monkey. As for photo editing, it doesn't exist. The proprietress is so beautiful that you can't see any flaws even with a magnifying glass. There's no way she could have gotten any photoshopped features. This guy is so ignorant that he thinks this Michelle is the epitome of beauty. If he actually saw the boss's wife, wouldn't he be like a mayfly seeing the blue sky? Chapter 186 Group Buying Activity. Another half hour later. Just as Principal Fu Qingfeng was about to end today's tour and take everyone to lunch, Principal Zhao of the Polytechnic University was still not satisfied and said to him, "Old Fu, actually I'd like to see how fruit technology usually works." This statement was echoed by many people. On the one hand, I'm curious about what kind of work Cheng Shi does and what he relies on to bring together such a large group of outstanding talents in the 101 headquarters to follow his lead. On the other hand, it also makes it easier for students to take photos so they can write summary reports later. Unable to refuse everyone's requests, Fu Qingfeng had no choice but to agree and then told Cheng Shi about it. Want to see what I'm like at work? Cheng Shi frowned slightly. His usual work style isn't about PUA employees or on the path to PUA employees. Is it possible for tour groups to learn such core management techniques? Fu Qingfeng asked in confusion. Cheng Shi, is there a problem? Cheng Shi could only shake his head and say it was no problem. He was going to prepare for the regular meeting anyway, so if the leaders wanted to see it, then let them see it. Whether it's Yujian.com or Guoshi Group buying mall, their next strategic goal is to expand into the entire Chengdu University district, which will inevitably involve dealing with the leaders present. Now, we're letting leaders from various universities experience the operating model of Guoshi Technology in advance as a way of laying the groundwork. Upon realizing this, Cheng Shi clapped his hands, signaling all employees to stop what they were doing and prepare for a meeting. Everyone in the tour group perked up and found a place to sit down. "Principal, would you like to say a few words?" Cheng Shi asked a polite question. Fu Qingfeng knew he was just being polite, so he waved his hand and said, "I'll pass. It won't affect your meeting. You can start now." Cheng Shi grunted in agreement and immediately switched into his mature and ruthless capitalist mode. If it were an ordinary person, suddenly facing so many high-ranking leaders would definitely make them nervous. Fortunately, Cheng Shi was naturally not stage-frightened, and he had met a lot of high-ranking leaders in his previous life, including several ministerial-level bigwigs who were a level above Fu Qingfeng. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'll mainly be talking about the Fruit Group buying mall. Today is the third day since the mall officially launched, and objectively speaking, the results we've achieved are astonishing. Both sales volume and profits have met and significantly exceeded expectations. However, there are also problems. The biggest problem is that the number of registered users in the mall has not met expectations. In other words, we have encountered difficulties in converting users of Yujian.com into mall customers. The topic of today's meeting is how to solve this problem. Cheng Shi looked at Zhang Wenjie as he finished speaking. Wenjie, you're the head of the content department, and you're also in charge of the traffic generation section, right? Why don't you tell us what good ideas you have? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Wenjie said, Boss, the conversion rate is unsatisfactory, which means our content department hasn't done a good job. I'll start by making a self-criticism. As for solutions, I personally think we should continue with the previous strategy, distributing flyers offline, combined with online public opinion guidance. The two should act as a link to form a closed-loop effect. However, some technical adjustments need to be made to the details. Specifically, as the saying goes, one is influenced by one's company, and Zhang Wenjie is now quite eloquent, even possessing advanced vocabulary such as link, matrix, closed loop, and technical adjustment. The leaders present were all stunned, feeling a sense of awe and wonder. I thought Fruit Technology was just a makeshift operation, but it turns out they're so high-end and classy. Brother Hong, what about your marketing department? Do you have any additional supplies? Cheng Shi waved his hand, gesturing for Zhang Wenjie to sit down, and then asked Hong Yin to speak. Boss, my thinking is similar to Wenjie's. There's just one thing I want to add. I suggest we communicate with the merchants again and ask them to offer some more discounts to attract users who like bargains. Cheng Shi hummed in agreement, also offering no comment. After having Hong Yin sit down, he asked the others if they had anything to add. At Fruit Technology, regular meetings are no longer dominated by Cheng Shi's one-man show. Instead, they adopt a brainstorming model, allowing as many people as possible to express their ideas. Then, Cheng Shi, the boss, provides a concise overview and in-depth analysis to formulate the final solution. The wisdom of the collective is always greater than that of the individual. This is a concept that Cheng Shi has always upheld. Then other department heads also spoke up and gave their suggestions. Some people review past cases and seek answers from successful experiences. There are also top players in the pilgrimage industry who focus on developing their thought models. Whether these suggestions put forward by everyone can be truly implemented is another matter, but at least they all showed thought and fully demonstrated their initiative. The leaders listened and couldn't help but marvel at how great the atmosphere was at the meetings of Guesher Technology. Cheng Shi, as the top leader, possessed absolute authority, yet he did not turn the meetings into his personal monologue. When faced with the same problem, the heads of each department had their own thoughts and offered corresponding solutions. What does this tell us? This shows that Fruit Technology truly has a strong sense of community, with almost every employee treating the company as their second home. No wonder Fruit Technology was able to make such a big splash in just a few months. The team is united and has a strong sense of cohesion. Of course, all of this is based on Cheng Shi's strong personal charisma. Indeed, no one's success comes easily. As the leaders pondered the day's take, they took notes, preparing to share their insights with their school's entrepreneurship students when they returned. Of course, what the leaders are more curious about now is how Cheng Shi, the boss, will solve the problem he raised. From their perspective, the leaders felt that the solutions provided by the employees were already very good and had taken all aspects into consideration. Even if they were to come up with their own ideas, they couldn't think of any other constructive suggestions. Gentlemen, regarding the proposals you have put forward, I can only say that they have some merit, but not much. Cheng Shi shrugged and then offered his own ideas. He wrote 4 words on the blackboard. Group buying activity. Then, amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Cheng Shi spoke eloquently, clarifying everyone's doubts. Chapter 187, The Legendary School Beauty Collector. Your previous solutions were basically just treating the symptoms. None of them could solve the problem at its root. Take Wenjie's plan as an example. No matter how many technical adjustments are made, it's just patching up the original plan. There will be some effect, but it won't be much. As for what Brother Hong said about getting the merchants to offer further discounts, we've already squeezed their profit margins very low. If we ask them to offer more discounts, they won't make any money. Merchants are profit-driven. Why should others follow us to make money? The fundamental reason why conversion rates are not high is that many students simply cannot accept online shopping. It is very difficult to change a person's consumption habits unless someone gives them a push. At this point, Chung Shi tapped the blackboard. That's why I plan to organize a group buying activity. Specifically, it's based on dorm rooms. If there are more than 4 people in a dorm room, they can join the group purchase and enjoy discounts on bulk items. As for the specific discount amount, I'll have to talk to several major shopping malls, including Millennium Department Store, to decide on that later. At this moment, Zhang Wenjie raised his hand. Chung Shi waved his hand, indicating that he could speak. Boss, I still don't understand. What's the fundamental difference between your group buying activity and our current coupon activity? His question was also the question on everyone's mind, and they all looked at Chung Shi. Of course there is, Chung Shi smiled. For consumers and merchants, there's not much difference, but for our platform, it's a huge difference. The discount coupons and other coupons we've been offering are for registered users, and the goal is to stimulate their spending desire and get them to place orders. As for group buying activities, they're mainly for those stubborn people who would rather die than shop online, and they're for getting old users to bring in new users. To put it bluntly, this marketing method is essentially the same as Pinduoduo's cut-a-knife strategy in later generations. Whether you buy now or not, we'll lure you in and get you to register first. Boss, I think I get it. Sun Feifei raised her hand to speak. It's like if I want to buy a heater and want to enjoy a discount, I have to get my roommates to register and help me place an order. Most people will consider their roommates' feelings and have no choice but to register. Upon hearing this, the previously confused leaders suddenly realized this was the true purpose of the group buying activity. Chung Shi, that little guy, he's not just good at things, he's incredibly good at things. Everyone has cognitive limitations, and leaders are no exception. The marketing strategies of those marketing geniuses from later generations, led by Pinduoduo, were hard not to be amazed by. Wow, Fifi, you're so smart. Chung Shi gave Sun Feifei, who had suddenly appeared as his straight man, a thumbs up. Sun Feifei was immediately delighted. Boss, really? Of course, Chung Shi nodded. I remember when you first joined the company, we had already finished organizing the event, and you didn't know why. Now, before we've even started, you completely understand it. What does that mean? This shows that people can grow. Even a naive and innocent girl like Sun Feifei can evolve into a clever little devil. As long as everyone is willing to think and work hard, there's no reason why it can't be done. Sun Feifei, the head of finance at Fruit Technology, is currently confused. Is the boss praising her or insulting her? After Chung Shi finished the meeting, all the employees went about their respective duties and busy themselves with their work. The next key task is naturally for all departments to work together to make this group buying activity a success. Principal Zhao and other leaders of the tour group were whispering among themselves. Before the meeting, although they thought Fruit Technology was very good, they didn't feel that it was any different from other startup projects in essence. Especially Chung Shi, the boss, who kept serving them tea and water. If you didn't know him, you'd think he was just a handyman. But after the meeting started, the leaders really realized why this kid could be the boss. Her demeanor changed instantly. He speaks clearly and logically, and his aura is overwhelming, giving him a real domineering CEO vibe. There are probably very few people like that in those big companies. It's even more remarkable when it comes from a college student startup team in its early stages. It's extremely rare. Principal Zhao was envious and said to Fu Qingfeng with a hint of jealousy, "Old Fu, you've struck gold. Chung Shi and his Fruit Technology have an absolutely limitless future. Why didn't this kid apply to our University of Science and Technology back then?" Fu Qingfeng was overjoyed and said smugly, "Old Zhao, Chung Shi scored over 670 on the college entrance exam, and he was the only one in the province to get a perfect score in math. Tsinghua and Peking universities were fighting over him. He even accepted a place at Sichuan University, so why should he go to your University of Science and Technology?" The subtext is obvious. What kind of university are you? A science and technology university, trying to steal our students from Sichuan University? Principal Zhao was quite surprised and shocked. Chung Shi was so capable in starting a business, and his academic performance was also so good. Senior Brother Chung, may I ask you a question? While the leaders were discussing and summarizing the secrets to Guesher Technology's success, the accompanying students were also busy. Michelle, the campus goddess of the University of Science and Technology, and a girl from Yuan who is practically a fellow townsman of Chung Shi, approached Chung Shi to try and get close to him, intending to learn from his experience. Chung Shi nodded, letting Michelle ask directly, "Senior Chung, How can you guarantee that everyone participating in this group buying activity is from the same dorm? Um, why do I need to guarantee that we're in the same dorm? Didn't you say before? Me. In business, what others say is not important. What you want to achieve is the key. I'm doing group buying to attract new users. So what does it matter if the users who participate in the group buying are from the same dorm? Launching it in the name of the dorm is just to give old users a reason to invite their roommates to register. After all, in college, roommates are the people you are closest to. Michelle was quite clever. She immediately understood what Chung Shi meant and felt a profound shock that went straight to her soul. To put it simply, the sincerity and clarity that college students should have were absolutely absent in senior brother Chung. He's practically a born shrewd businessman. If he doesn't succeed, who will? Michelle is a junior in college this year. She has always been interested in entrepreneurship. In the 3 years she has been in college, she has done a lot of small projects, such as acting as a campus card agent and picking up and dropping off packages for students. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for her to come here as a representative of the university, led by Principal Zhao, for sightseeing and learning. She thought that among college student entrepreneurs, she was considered to be daring, hardworking, and capable. But compared to senior brother Chung, her previous entrepreneurial projects were nothing but child's play. The abilities she was so proud of were completely outclassed by senior brother Chung. Thinking about these things, Michelle's bright eyes suddenly sparkled. If it weren't for young Master Wang being here, he would definitely feel another wave of shock that goes straight to the depths of his soul if he were to witness this scene. Chung Liuzi truly lives up to his reputation as a campus beauty magnet. After exploiting students from their own school, they're now targeting students from other schools. Chapter 188 Principal Fu was very satisfied. Senior brother Chung, I've learned a lot from you. You're really amazing. No. Senior brother Chung, don't be modest. If you weren't amazing, would you have so many employees in 101 who admire you so much? I can tell they are all very outstanding, and they all admire you very much. Is it possible that they're all fans of my looks? Meow, meow, meow. Michelle's eyes widened. Objectively speaking, Chung Shi can be considered a handsome guy. After all, he is tall, has a well-proportioned figure, and fair skin, but he is definitely not a super handsome guy. Putting everything else aside, among her suitors, there are countless men more handsome than Chung Shi. Sigh. Actually, I didn't want to be this handsome either. It's all my parents' fault, Chung Shi said with a serious face. If they hadn't given me such a mouth, I wouldn't have been talking about it everywhere. Goose, goose, goose. Michelle was so amused that she trembled with laughter and kept making goose-like noises. Senior Ching, you're so funny. Let's add each other on QQ. I can ask you for advice if I encounter any problems with starting a business in the future. At first, me, the campus belle who had just won the title of campus goddess and was full of pride, did not think that Chung Shi was anything special. But now, she really has a soft spot for Chung Shi, and she thinks he's more and more handsome the more she looks at him. Out of basic politeness, Chung Shi added Mi Shui on QQ. When the tour group left, Mi Shui kept turning back to look at him. Even at the door, she kept waving her phone at Chung Shi, the subtext being clear, reminding him to remember to check the message. Boss, you're finished. You dare to flirt with girls behind your wife's back. At this moment, Zhang Wenjie came over, his tone sour. Michelle is the #1 beauty at the university. She's so beautiful that he noticed her as soon as she entered and went to chat her up, but she was very aloof and didn't even acknowledge him. When she got to the boss, the aloof school beauty turned into a devoted fangirl, a scene that felt incredibly disconcerting for Zhang Wenjie, who only had acne and no youth. Chung Shi rolled his eyes. Go away. Which eye of yours saw me flirting with girls? Zhang Wenjie sighed, then adopted a fawning tone. Boss, please share your experience with me. How can I, like you, so easily win over the girls? Chung Shi rolled his eyes again. Get lost. I'm neither a scumbag nor a player. What experience do I have? Zhang Wenjie continued shamelessly. Boss, how do you feel about yourself? What type are you? After pondering for a moment, Chung Shi squinted and said, your boss, am probably just an ordinary campus beauty magnet? Zhang Wenjie almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He already acknowledged being a campus belle magnet, but the boss insisted on adding ordinary. All I can say is that in the world of showing off, the boss is unrivaled, so much so that he's a little lonely. After leaving the 101 headquarters, Fu Qingfeng led the tour group to the second floor of the cafeteria for lunch. At the dinner table, the leaders continued to discuss fruit technology and Chung Shi. This trip to Sichuan University has been quite enlightening, but turning those insights into tangible gains is not so easy, and in fact, it's practically impossible. On other levels, other universities can invest resources at any cost to solve the problem. But where can they find another Chengshi? The most crucial element of a successful startup team is a leader with strategic vision. This is the most scarce resource. Old Fu, the more I think about it, the more I envy your Sichuan University. In any era, there will always be young people with ideas and the courage to fight. But people like Chengshi, who dare to think and act and actually succeed, are truly rare. President Zhao of the university continued to express his feelings. Fu Qingfeng responded with a smile, saying that Chengshi, this student, does indeed have some unique skills. On the one hand, his ideas are wildly imaginative. Whether it's building websites, creating web games like Stealing Vegetables, or the fruit group buying mall that's currently being promoted like crazy, they're all very trendy and even at the forefront of the times. On the other hand, no matter how imaginative his ideas are, he is very down-to-earth when he actually does things. He puts almost every step into practice, and even before doing anything, he has already considered all aspects of the possible problems and prepared contingency plans. Old Zhao, take the fruit group buying mall for example. Before this kid started it, including me, Old Kai who is in charge of school affairs, and Dean Liu of the School of Economics, we were not very optimistic about it. After all, there was the precedent of Yi Ziki. But in the end, this kid actually made it. Sometimes, I even suspect that this kid has some kind of precognitive ability. At this moment, Mi Shui, who was sitting next to Principal Zhao, couldn't help but interject, her face full of admiration. Principal Fu, senior brother Ching, is really amazing, especially his strategic vision. He was born to do great things. Senior brother Cheng? Fu Qingfeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Me? You're a junior this year, right? Cheng sure. He's only a freshman. Michelle's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. I thought senior brother Cheng was very mature in every way. I thought he was a graduate student. Fu Qingfeng said with a smile. Didn't you read that issue of the West China City Daily? It was written very clearly. Michelle replied somewhat embarrassedly. Principal Fu, I was naive. At that time, I thought, cough cough, so I didn't look closely. I really never expected, that senior brother Cheng was only a freshman. Although she already knew that Cheng Shi was at least 2 years younger than her, Mi Shui still kept calling him senior brother Cheng. Physical age doesn't mean anything. Cheng Shi's qualities in all aspects were far more mature than hers. Upon learning that Cheng Shi was merely a freshman, the other leaders at the dinner table expressed their astonishment once again. Then look at the so-called entrepreneurial talents in my school, compared with Cheng Shi. What a bunch of ugly and deformed people they are. The sense of unevenness is too strong. Fu Qingfeng watched, indicating that he felt a sense of satisfaction. Last time I went to inspect the 101 headquarters, Cheng Shi played dirty tricks and stole so much from me. President Fu was initially a little upset, but he is not now. Support. We absolutely must support that. President Fu even wanted to ask Cheng Shi again, are we still missing something? That arrangement is necessary. After the tour group left, Cheng Shi sat in his boss's chair, drinking the tea that Sun Feifei had brewed for him while reviewing the situation. Then he gave himself a score of 85 out of 100 for his performance. This not only gave Principal Fu a lot of face, but also left a deep impression on the leaders of Chengdu's higher education circles. They even got the phone numbers of several top leaders, including Principal Zhao of the University of Science and Technology. For some people, this thing is just a string of numbers, but for Cheng Shi, it's a huge stepping stone. The most difficult part of building relationships between people is going from 0 to 1, even more so than going from 1 to 100. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many brokers in the business world who just act as intermediaries, make connections, and organize dinners, yet dare to charge exorbitant commissions. Chapter 189 Before the Kiss, Write an application. As a typical STEM guy, Cheng Shi is used to doing quantitative analysis on everything as much as possible. Then he began to summarize his performance and identify the points he had deducted. During the meeting, in order to leave a deep impression on the leaders, I acted somewhat deliberately, with a bit of actively putting on an act. There's really no need for that. This item deserves a deduction of 10 points. The remaining 5 points are for the final stage. How could we forget to give the leaders a souvenir made during the last team building activity, a keychain with the Fruit Technology logo? Even if only 1 or 2 out of 10 leaders actually use it, it's still very worthwhile. After all, this thing isn't worth much. Just as I was thinking about these things, Professor Fan entered the 101 headquarters carrying a thermos cup. Clearly, the little old lady was there to take advantage of the air conditioning again. Cheng Shi, I heard a tour group came this morning. Yes, Professor, it's a very high-profile event. Principal Fu is leading the team, along with several top leaders from Chengdu's higher education circles. Principal Fu, You're so eager to use you to pat yourself on the back? Bureaucrats are bureaucrats. Cheng Shi dared not accept that. The old lady is a Yangtze River scholar who enjoys national subsidies. She dares to criticize Principal Fu to his face, let alone behind his back. Who does Cheng Shouxin think he is? Cheng Shi, although I'm quite averse to this approach, you are, after all, in business. Learning how to handle these matters is a required course for you. After the old lady finished complaining, she gave Cheng Shi some serious instructions. It's clear that she genuinely likes Cheng Shi and treats him like a junior member of the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said these things to him. Professor, don't worry about that. I understand social etiquette. Professor Fan hummed in agreement and said nothing more. She opened the thermos and went to get the tea canister to brew tea, but as soon as she did, she froze. Wait a minute, why is it so much lighter? Upon opening it, I found that the tea that was still more than half full yesterday was almost gone. Cheng Shi said with a forced smile. Ahem, Professor, I just used your good tea leaves to make tea. After all, there were so many leaders there, I couldn't just let them drink plain water. Just like you taught me, you have to be good at interpersonal relationships. Professor Fan, I taught you how to navigate social interactions, but I didn't expect you to apply those same skills to me. To take without asking is theft, and Cheng Shi's actions just now were a last resort, a desperate measure. After all, the tour group was like a surprise attack, giving him no time to prepare. He quickly corrected his attitude and apologized to the old lady. Professor Fan's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation, but he didn't really take it to heart. But Cheng Shi knew he had to be realistic. He shamelessly told the old lady that he would treat her to hot pot another day as an apology. Professor Fan disagreed, saying that while hot pot was delicious, it was also very expensive and not worth it at all. She actually had a very high salary and received government subsidies, so she was definitely not short of money, but she was frugal and hardworking her whole life. At this moment, Sun Feifei interjected. Boss, we don't necessarily have to go out to eat hot pot. We can just buy an induction cooker and a big pot, and cook it ourselves. Cheng Shi thought about it and realized that made sense. One should spend money where appropriate and save where necessary. As for hot pot ingredients, that's easy to solve too. Just buy some from Yang Yong, the owner of Bashurinjia. Yang Yong probably wouldn't sell to an ordinary person, but if it were Cheng Shi, he would definitely agree. After all, Cheng Shi was a big customer of Bashurinjia. Every time he took people out for hot pot, it was always for dozens of people. After chatting with Professor Fan for a few more minutes, Cheng Shi put on his coat and scarf and prepared to go out. He needed to go to Millennium Department Store to discuss the group buying activity with General Manager Sun Guoqiang or General Manager Wei Lan. The group buying activity mainly features bulk commodities, which this pedestrian street business district cannot meet. Only Millennium Department Store has that capability. Before she could even put on the scarf, she saw a pretty figure peeking in at the doorway. It was none other than Yu Baiwei. Today she was wearing a snow-white short-down jacket, still without a brand name or logo. Without a doubt, it was also custom-made by a top international tailor that Cheng Danqing had abroad. She wore black jeans on her lower body. Black and white is the simplest and most classic combination. These jeans are clearly the work of a master, perfectly outlining the curves of the legs, with full thighs, slender calves, and a perfectly accentuated hip curve. This style is definitely that of a mature and sophisticated woman. Walking on the snow, she would surely impress many and even make cute girls scream. My sister is cheating on me. However, when Yu Baiwei saw Cheng Shi, her aloofness quickly faded, and she seamlessly switched from a mature woman to a sweet girl. She gave someone a sweet smile. Cheng Shi, let's go. What could Cheng Shi say? He could only bring her along as well. On the way to Millennium Department Store, Cheng Shi asked Yu Baiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat and applying lipstick as he drove. You came all the way here to find me. Why didn't you ask if I was at Taipei 101? With all this snow, if I had left 5 minutes earlier, you would have made a wasted trip. Yu Baiwei said in a charming voice. I know you're here. Shi said she passed by 101 and peeked inside. You were in a meeting. Do you think Su Shi is lying to you? You've already complained to me about it, saying she often lies to you, telling you where I am, and then you always stupidly run over there. Sigh, how can you be so naive? Cheng Shi, I won't stay. Oh ho, still not convinced. Then tell me, why do you always get scammed? Because I always hope it's true. Actually, there was someone who was thoroughly charmed, but he tried his best to maintain his Sigma Man persona. Wow, Yu Baiwei, you answered so well. Don't answer so well again in the future. No, I'll answer just as well next time. No, you little girl, you've been getting more and more rebellious lately. I haven't even talked to you about what happened the other day. What do you mean that day? Cheng Shi, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yu Baiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and she pretended not to understand. Don't try to brush this off. You've got some nerve, daring to kiss me without my permission. If this continues, what will become of us? You dare kiss me today, you'll dare to. What do you dare to do? Yu Baiwei's eyes suddenly lit up. Meow, meow, meow. Is there something else besides kisses waiting for her to unlock? It's nothing. Anyway, you stole a kiss from me. And that's a very serious matter. I was wrong, Cheng Shi. From now on, I'll write you a request before I kiss you, okay? Chapter 190, What Woman Doesn't Love Shopping? Cheng Shi was both amused and exasperated, wondering if this was a matter of whether or not to write an application. He felt that Yu Baiwei needed to realize the seriousness of the matter. Humans are inherently greedy. Just like when he first met Yu Baiwei, he only wanted to know her name, but now he has already planned where their future child will go to kindergarten. Yu Baiwei just wants to kiss him right now. Who knows what she'll want to do later? Cheng Shi couldn't guarantee that he would be able to resist the temptation when the time came. So someone put on a stern face and said, Yu Baiwei, this isn't about whether or not to write an application. I think we need to reassess our relationship. Tell me, what kind of relationship do we have now? Lovers. Hee, that's not the case now. Let's continue to be good friends for a while longer. Oh. Yu Baiwei's face turned pale instantly, as if the sky had fallen. Cheng Shi, do we really not have to be lovers anymore? But just like before? Only good friends? What do you mean only? Does being my good friend mean you're doing me a disservice? I'm not upset, but okay, then, as good friends, can we still kiss? What are you thinking? Of course not. Where are we holding hands? That's a good option. That's all right. Yu Marin stuck out her tongue, then thought for a moment and asked Cheng Shi expectantly. So, how long do we have to be good friends before we can continue being lovers? Well, Cheng Shi decisively said, taking advantage of the increasingly rebellious Yu Baiwei. We'll see if you behave from now on. Yu Baiwei nodded quickly, patting her increasingly firm chest, and assured Cheng Shi that she would definitely behave well from now on. Cheng Shi's visit to Millennium Mall this time was not just about discussing group buying activities with Sun Guoqiang. He discovered that even though he had achieved some success with the fruit group buying mall, Millennium Department Store still didn't seem very interested. They would only give him perfunctory responses when they couldn't keep up the perfunctory attitude, and only offer a token response when they couldn't get away with it. What does this tell us? This shows that Sun Guoqiang still thinks online shopping is unreliable. He has already achieved great success, which has led to a fixed mindset, and he is unwilling to step out of his comfort zone. From this perspective, Mr. Sun is not even as progressive as the small vendors in the pedestrian street business district, nor is he as willing to accept new things. Cheng Shi had to find a way to change Sun Guoqiang's mindset. After all, if Guoshi Group buying mall wants to grow, relying solely on pedestrian street business districts will definitely be a waste. It must be deeply integrated with large shopping malls like Millennium Department Store. With Yu Baiwei by his side, Cheng Shi soon met Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan in his office. The two were immediately captivated by Yu Marin's AoE-level beauty for several seconds. Wow, President Cheng is really something. His business is thriving, and he's also far ahead in the dating scene. Cheng Shixian explained his plan to organize a group buying activity, and after discussing it with Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan, they quickly expressed their support. However, it was clear from the process that the two of them were still just giving him the runaround. After thinking for a moment, he shrugged at Sun Guoqiang. Mr. Sun, could you please provide me with a copy of Millennium Department Store's quarterly sales report? Mr. Cheng, what do you need this for? Sun Guoqiang was surprised and also somewhat reluctant to give it to them. Although he is already a partner with Cheng Shi does not do offline retail, but only online platforms, so it is impossible for him to compete with him. However, sales forms are too confidential. If they are accidentally leaked to competitors, Millennium Department Store could easily be targeted. Cheng Shi could roughly guess what Sun Guoqiang was thinking and rolled his eyes. Live streaming sales. What else? It's not necessarily about selling to other shopping malls, is it? Sun Guoqiang. Does this kid have roundworms in his stomach? How can you guess what he's thinking so accurately? After his cheek twitched for a while, he asked Cheng Shi to explain to him in detail what live streaming e-commerce meant. It sounds so fashionable. I don't understand it, but it sounds impressive. Wei Lan was also quite curious. This President Cheng always seemed to come up with some very trendy terms. Cheng Shi patiently explained the concept of live streaming e-commerce to the two people, and then explained the reasons for doing so. Millennium Department Store sells too many different kinds of products, and it would be easy for users to get overwhelmed if they just let them choose for themselves. So he decided to do a selection himself and have the content department write some promotional articles to promote the products. For a period of time, they would only promote a limited number of products. This way, they could concentrate the traffic and make the sales data look very good. Sun Guoqiang pondered. He was actually somewhat tempted, but he wanted to hear Wei Lan's opinion first. He, as the boss, usually doesn't get involved in anything. Wei Lan handles all the day-to-day affairs of the mall. You have to give your general manager the most basic respect. Wei Lan said with obvious skepticism. President Chung, aren't you being a bit too idealistic? Just because you sent someone to promote the products that day, does that mean someone would definitely buy them? Live streaming e-commerce is a completely new concept, so it's normal that Wei Lan doesn't understand it. Chung Shi was about to answer her question when Yu Baiwei spoke first. She said very seriously, yes, I'll buy whatever Chung Shi brings, and I'll buy as much as he brings. Chung Shi rolled his eyes, thinking that he was talking about serious business, and Miss Yu was causing trouble. There is no doubt about the purchasing power of this real heiress. She could probably empty Millennium department store with just one phone call to her father. Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan took it as a joke made by Yu Baiwei to support her boyfriend. Even if you beat those two to death, they would never have imagined that Miss Yu was serious. Don't make things worse. I just promised me I would behave and be a good girl. Chung Shi glared at Yu Marin. Yu Marin stuck out her little lilac tongue. Okay, brother. Sun Guoqiang. Wei Lan. Are you two here to discuss business, or to show off your love? Mr. Wei, let me give you an example. After thinking for a moment, Chung Shi began to explain things to Wei Lan. If I were to promote a lipstick from your mall, and I found a really handsome guy with excellent writing skills to write a promotional article, complete with his own photos, detailing the lipstick's pros and cons, along with his personal experience using it, and even calling you family and miss, and thoughtfully providing you with coupons, same-day delivery, and a return policy if you're not satisfied, would you buy it? This one. After pondering for a while, Wei Lan put herself in the shoes of a consumer and felt that she would probably buy it. With coupons, home delivery, and returns available, why not buy it? Not to mention, the person promoting this lipstick was a very handsome guy who kept calling everyone family and little sister. It's easy to get hooked on, okay? After asking Chung Shi a few more questions and receiving perfect answers from him, Wei Lan was convinced and looked at Sun Guoqiang. Mr. Sun, I think. Mr. Chung has a lot of ideas and can put them into practice. Our mall should strongly support this group buying activity. In fact, Sun Guoqiang had long been tempted and was very curious about just how far Chung Shi could go. Now that even Wei Lan has expressed her support, he naturally waved his hand and finalized the matter directly. At this moment, Wei Lan suggested, Mr. Chung, how about I show you and Ms. Yu around our mall? Chung Shi glanced at Yu Baiwei. Okay. Yu Baiwei was immediately delighted. What woman doesn't love shopping? Even the poppy is not immune to this. Chapter 191. Is there something wrong with my expression? Millennium department store is really big, with a total of 5 floors. The first floor sells clothing from various brands, the second floor sells furniture, and the third and fourth floors sell daily necessities and various electrical appliances. The top floor houses the staff area and Sun Guoqiang's personal office. Wei Lan led Chung Shi and Yu Baiwei on a tour starting from the 4th floor. Soon, Chung Shi was attracted by an induction cooker that looked very high-end. Mr. Wei, this induction cooker looks really high-tech. It would be so delicious to use it for hot pot, wouldn't it? Wei Lan understood immediately and said with a sigh of relief, Ahem, Mr. Chung, if you like it, just take it. I just hope that next month you won't raise our mall's advertising fees for no reason. During the Double Egg Festival, Millennium Department Store bought out advertising space on MeetNet. Although the cost was considerable, a full 250,000 yuan, the results were astonishing. After discussing it with Wei Lan, Sun Guoqiang decided to extend the cooperation with Yujian.com and planned to keep the advertisement running until the end of the Spring Festival. Chung Shi agreed halfway. Extending the advertising agreement was possible, but a monopoly was not. He had already received the advertising fees from Yujian.com by March or April of next year. How could he possibly only advertise for Millennium Department Store? No amount of money could make it work. If we do that, the other merchants who have already paid will rush over and blow up Taipei 101. The price also needs to be renegotiated. Last time, he offered a huge discount on the 250,000 yuan to get Millennium Department Store to join the Fruit Group buying mall. Ultimately, after rigorous data analysis, Chung Shi offered a quote that perfectly matched Sun Guoqiang's expectations. Even if it cost 10,000 more, Mr. Sun probably wouldn't buy that kind. So, Wei Lan is genuinely worried that Chung Shi will raise advertising fees again next month. Chung Shi waved his hand. President Wei, how could that be? I swear to God, the advertising fee will definitely not increase next month. But in my heart, I was thinking, who knows, maybe the month after next? Having received this promise, Wei Lan quickly shoved the induction cooker into Cheng Shi's hands. Cheng Shi feigned refusal. President Wei, this is not appropriate. Really not appropriate. Wei Lan continued to push. President Cheng, just accept it. It's not anything valuable. Well, then I'd be impolite to refuse. Cheng Shi chuckled and accepted it. After pondering for a moment, he looked at Wei Lan very seriously. Mr. Wei, we only have an induction cooker, but no pot, so we can't cook hot pot. How about you send me a bigger pot? Wei Lan. In the end, she had no choice but to give Cheng Shi another large stainless steel pot. As he delivered the package, he cursed himself inwardly. Why did he have to be so talkative? Why did he have to bring this kid to the mall? Cheng Shi definitely didn't intentionally try to take advantage of Wei Lan. It was just a coincidence. How coincidental was it? He just happened to need an induction cooker, and then he just happened to see one, and Wei Lan just happened to want to give it to him, so there was nothing he could do about it. If we don't accept it, wouldn't that be disrespecting our general manager Wei? After giving Cheng Shi an induction cooker and a stainless steel pot, Wei Lan dared not accompany him to any shopping malls again, making excuses that her feet hurt and that the wind was too strong to leave. Cheng Shi didn't mind. He left the brand new induction cooker and stainless steel pot at the bar and then continued to wander around with Yu Baiwei. On one hand, Yu Baiwei wasn't quite done enjoying himself yet. On the other hand, he also wanted to gain a general understanding of the types of goods sold at Millennium Department Store through this process, so that he could easily select which products to focus on promoting when he got back, based on the sales chart. Clothing and accessories, small appliances, daily necessities, beauty products. This is the general classification Cheng Shi made after browsing around. As for other large home appliances, furniture, hardware, etc., those are not within Cheng Shi's consideration. He's not out of his mind. Why would he even think of selling these things to contemporary college students? After briefly considering these things, Cheng Shi pulled himself out of his thoughts, and then he discovered that Yu Baiwei, who had been following him around like a little shadow, was nowhere to be found. Cheng Shi searched for a long time before finally finding her in the clothing section. Yu Marin stood gracefully in front of a brand store specializing in clothing for young people, her eyes brimming with the desire to buy. Oh, really? This young lady has plenty of clothes. If I remember correctly, Cheng Danqing just sent her several suitcases full of winter clothes from overseas last month. Just one of those clothes could probably buy this whole store. With some doubt, Cheng Shi walked over and finally understood why Yu Baiwei wanted to buy it. She was looking at couple outfits. Cheng Shi, shall we buy a set to wear too? When Yu Baiwei saw Cheng Shi, she tugged at his arm and pointed to two short down jackets that were the same style but different sizes. Cheng Shi shook his head decisively. That won't do. These are couple outfits. Only couples can wear them. We're just good friends now, so we can only wear good friend outfits. Upon hearing this, Yu Baiwei's eyes dimmed slightly. After a moment of contemplation, she began to spout nonsense with a straight face. Cheng Shi, you're wrong. These aren't matching outfits. They're just best friend outfits. Really? Cheng Shi's face was full of mischief. Real. Yu Baiwei nodded her little head like a chick pecking at rice, and then began to gently shake Cheng Shi's arm. Brother, please, buy it for your little sister. If it really is a set for best friends, then I'll buy it. Cheng Shi immediately reset the SAN value to 0 and prepared to pay. Little did they know that the clueless sales assistant would come over and say, "Are you two looking to buy matching outfits? Let me tell you, our store's matching outfits sell really well, and besides matching outfits, we also have matching shoes, matching scarves, and matching gloves. Why not get a set of everything?" Cheng Shi looked at Yu Baiwei. Did you hear what she was saying? Yu Baiwei's eyes showed a hint of panic, but she still chose to continue talking nonsense with a straight face. Cheng Shi, this lady said that in addition to best friend outfits, their store also has best friend shoes, best friend scarves, and best friend gloves. Do you want to buy them all and give them to your best friend? Cheng Shi chuckled. You want it that badly? Yu Baiwei nodded repeatedly. Brother, I really want it. So when Cheng Shi left Millennium Department Store, he was carrying an induction cooker and a large pot in his arms, and his body was covered with shopping bags, which were filled with so-called friends' outfits, friends' shoes, friends' scarves, and friends' gloves. Yu Marin seemed very happy, skipping and hopping around, sometimes walking up to Cheng Shi and spinning in circles, sometimes following behind him, imitating his walking posture. As for the sales assistant at that brand store, while she was delighted to have made such a big sale, she was also filled with doubts. Is there a problem with her communication skills? She clearly said they were a couple, so how come these two young people are talking about them as good friends? Chapter 192: The Joy of the Dog Capitalist. Group buying and live streaming e-commerce are a powerful combination, and one that has been summarized by countless business geniuses throughout history as an absolutely effective strategy. As he predicted, with this series of moves, the number of registered users on the Fruit Group buying mall finally increased. Group buying offers discounts of 20% to 10%, which may not seem like much, but if you buy a lot at once, like stocking up, or pool your money to buy an appliance that everyone needs, such as a hairdryer or an electric heater, the discount can be quite substantial. As for why Cheng-Shir initiated the group buying based on dormitory units, besides the fact that roommates are the closest relationship among contemporary college students and it's easy to recruit others, there are also business considerations. Many items, such as shampoo, shower gel, and tissues, are basically shared items in the dormitory. Take tissues for example. You might open a pack in the morning, use only 2 sheets, go to the library, and come back to find only a bag left. Unless you put it in the cabinet and lock it after you're done using it. But if I do that, I'll inevitably be ostracized by my roommates. They even lock me in the closet for a bag of tissues. Can't they be any stingier? But if we don't lock it, some roommates will be clueless and refuse to sell their own things, always using other people's. Therefore, the best way to buy these shared items is for roommates to form a group purchase. Cheng-Shir accurately grasped this point, and when the content department launched the first wave of live streaming sales, it focused on these kinds of products. As he expected, this batch of products sold very well, which naturally and significantly boosted the number of new registrations on the Fruit Mall. The reasoning behind it is quite simple. When there's no group buying or product promotion, you can make excuses like, I forgot, if you don't buy anything, and then feel at ease continuing to freeload off your roommate. But if a promotion comes out and your roommate asks you to join a group order, and you don't buy it, well, that's just laughable. Your roommates will have every reason not to let you use it. There is even a very high probability that you will be isolated simply because you don't participate in the dorm's group purchase. Unlike high school, the smallest unit of social interaction in college is not the class, but the dormitory. No one wants to be isolated by their roommates. Think about the consequences of being isolated. They won't invite you to meals, they won't sit with you in class, and they won't even let you play games with them. The first wave of group buying combined with live streaming sales was a huge success because Cheng-Shir had thoroughly understood human nature. As for the second wave of featured products, Cheng-Shir chose beauty products such as lipsticks, eyebrow pencils, powder compacts, small brushes, eyeliners, and eyelash curlers. This one is precisely targeting the user group with the highest spending power. Regardless of the era, women, especially young women, are always the most powerful consumer group. Otherwise, a certain innate reflective holy body could not possibly earn billions every year from his good sisters with tears and blood simply by calling them sisters and family members. That's not all. She's also a master of PUA, pickup artist, tactics, making her best friends feel wronged and ask them to reflect on why their salaries haven't increased over the years, whether they've worked diligently, and why they can't let her earn more money from them with tears in her eyes. Cheng-Shir also wanted to get gold coins from his best friends, but he would never pretend to be innocent after getting a good deal. Even a capitalist like him thought this was incredibly despicable. To sell products, you naturally need to try them out. Cheng-Shir went to Millennium department store yesterday, and that afternoon he compiled the first batch of product lists and sent them to Wei Lan. General Manager Wei has a very strong sense of execution. He sent someone to deliver the trial samples early the next morning. A dazzling array of dishes filled an entire table. Hey guys, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and try it out. At the 101 headquarters, Cheng-Shir curled his lip, looking at Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and the others whose cheeks were twitching. In this day and age, it's impossible to sell products via live streaming. We don't have the technology, we can only use text and pictures. Of course, the basic principles remain the same, and the general process is still consistent. The live streaming hosts first try out the products, then write reviews and promote them to their target customers in accompanying sales articles. Boss, are you kidding me? A bunch of grown men like us, you're asking us to try out these? Zhang Wenjie's eyelids twitched as he looked at the beauty products on the table, such as lipsticks, eyebrow pencils, and powder compacts. I, Zhang Wenjie, am a tall and handsome man, 7 feet in height. To ask me to wear lipstick and foundation, I'd rather die. This is an order. Cheng-Shir's face was cold, and his eyes were like knives, cutting into his brother's. To be fair, if you don't want to try it out, does that mean I have to do it? Zhang Wenjie was determined to fight to the bitter end and never surrender, but he discovered that there was a traitor among them, or rather, everyone except him was a traitor, having completely succumbed to the boss's power. He quickly started picking out items from the table, and by the time Zhang Wenjie realized what was happening, there was only one pair of very sexy black stockings left on the table. Boss, are you sure? You want me to try this thing? Zhang Wenjie bravely didn't cry, but his expression was definitely worse than if he had cried. Cheng Shi retorted, "What? Don't you have legs? Boss, even though I don't have a girlfriend, I still have a few people I care about in this world. I don't want to die. Go away, go away. How is wearing stockings so uncultured? Look at your uncultured appearance. Let me, your boss, educate you. Stockings were originally invented for men, and specifically for the upper class and gentlemen. They were so classy and sophisticated." Zhang Wenjie's cheeks were still twitching. At this moment, Li Feiyu came over and said, "Wenjie, how about we switch?" Zhang Wenjie was immediately moved, tears welling up in his eyes. "Feiyu, you are a good person. Don't be so sentimental, we're brothers, aren't we?" As Li Feiyu spoke, she took the stockings and then handed Zhang Wenjie a box of lipsticks. "Zhang Wenjie, I feel like I've been tricked. Applying this stuff is worse than wearing stockings. At least you can wear trousers over them, and nobody would know that a muscular man like him is wearing sexy black stockings under his trousers." In short, under Cheng Shi's powerful influence, the burly men of the content department, along with Li Feiyu, the top writer of Guoshi Technology, all tried out the batch of beauty products sent by Millennium Department Store. By noon, more than 10 articles on fruit selection had been published on UGN.com. The post with the most views was about Li Feiyu trying on black stockings. It was written with great literary flair and included several stunning pictures. To be fair, Li Feiyu is the type who exercises regularly and has a slender yet strong physique. When he wears stockings, his legs look better than most girls. So Lu Sun was right. When men get cocky, women have nothing on them. This post quickly garnered tens of thousands of views, and the number of comments soon exceeded 1,000. "Hey, isn't this Wang or Guzi from the next class? You're here to learn about fashion too. Of course. Wow, great legs, great stockings. I give you 100 thumbs up. Jia Junpeng, stop looking. You're drooling. Your mom told me to call you home for dinner." Seeing similar comments, Li Feiyu felt like crying. He felt that he was no longer the literary and artistic worker who had a bright starry sky above his head and lofty morals in his heart. However, looking at Zhang Wenjie sitting next to him, typing away on his keyboard, and seeing his bright red lips, the talented Li instantly felt better. At most, he was dirty. Zhang Wenjie was completely corrupt. As for Cheng Shi, hiding in Office 102, scrolling through the back-end data, he was grinning so hard his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. The happiness of a capitalist is that simple and pure. Chapter 193, a symbolic collection of a tiny parking fee. With the combination of group buying and live streaming e-commerce, the sales volume of Guoshi Group Buying Mall has been rising steadily and is booming across the board. The next morning, Cheng Shi sent the sales spreadsheet from the previous day to Sun Guoqiang, asking him to arrange for delivery as soon as possible. Sun Guoqiang was truly taken aback by the enormous sales figures. Online shopping, group buying, and live streaming sales. The combination is surprisingly powerful. President Cheng is a genius. Sun, who had initially looked down on Cheng Shi and thought his ideas were too far-fetched and impractical, completely changed his mind and wished he could kowtow to Cheng Shi on the spot. In the beauty section, the sales volume of Fruit Group Buying Mall in just one afternoon is equivalent to the sales volume of Millennium Department Store in a week. And you don't even need to pay rent for the storefront or hire sales staff. Holy crap, is this how you do business? Mr. Sun was completely shocked. With great difficulty, he managed to suppress his excitement and control his trembling hands, and quickly asked Wei Lan to arrange for someone to deliver the goods. Wei Lan was also quite excited. She quickly took out her phone and called the delivery company she had been working with for several years. There was no snowfall today, but the temperature was still extremely low, and the north wind was howling so hard it was maximizing the damage from magic. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, in the college square, Cheng Shi, Li Feiyu, and Zhang Wenjie huddled under the sunshade of the Meet You Milk Tea shop, but they were still shivering from the cold. They are waiting for Millennium Department Store to deliver the goods. Once the goods arrive, they will immediately arrange for delivery personnel to sort and distribute them. Today is the first delivery for the group buying event, and Cheng Shi attaches great importance to it, which is why he braved the wind and snow to personally take charge. It's both about getting off to a good start and building a good reputation. Looking at his watch, Cheng Shi frowned slightly. It's already 8:05. Why hasn't the delivery truck from Millennium Department Store arrived yet? Wasn't it supposed to be 8 o'clock? Zhang Wenjie was also somewhat dissatisfied. Boss, shall I call General Manager Wei and urge him on? After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi waved his hand and said, forget it. It's so cold. Delivery men have it tough. Let's just be a little late and be understanding. As a result, because of his understanding, he waited for another 20 minutes, and it was already 8:30. Cheng Shi couldn't hold back any longer and called Wei Lan directly. Wei Lan's feedback was that Millennium Department Store didn't have a dedicated delivery department. It was all outsourced. She had called to urge them, and they told her that the deliver man was on his way but was stuck in traffic. After explaining, he kept apologizing to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi pursed his lips, thinking to himself, what's the use of apologizing to me? If the delivery is late, the students will complain and give bad reviews, which will damage Guesher Technology's reputation. As a result, it wasn't until almost 9 o'clock that a small truck with Tongxing freight printed on it finally arrived. The delivery driver was young, only in his early 20s, with dyed blonde hair, pierced ears, and an earring, a typical gangster look. Even though he was almost an hour late, after getting off the bus, he didn't call Zhang Wenjie, who was in charge of contacting him, but instead took out a cigarette and started smoking leisurely, occasionally whistling at the female college students passing by, acting like a slacker. Oh shit. Zhang Wenjie couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to go up and yell at them. Cheng Shi stopped him. It's already 9 o'clock. Today's delivery will definitely be a little late, but a few more minutes won't make a difference. He wanted to see how long this guy could keep dawdling. After finishing his cigarette, the blonde-haired guy leisurely took out his phone and dialed Zhang Wenjie's number. 2 minutes later, Cheng Shi and his 2 companions arrived in front of this guy. The blonde-haired man lit another cigarette, looking arrogant. He didn't explain why he was almost an hour late at all. Instead, he impatiently waved his hand while puffing out smoke, telling Zhang Wenjie, who was in contact with him, to quickly arrange for people to unload the goods. Zhang Wenjie wanted to lose his temper, but Cheng Shi stopped him. There's no need for that. I'll just tell Wei Lan to change the freight company. Getting into a fight with this punk is beneath us. Cheng Shi never expected that his forbearance would be mistaken for cowardice by the young man with yellow hair. After unloading the goods and checking the list to make sure everything was correct, he was about to pick up the goods and leave when the young man with yellow hair stopped him. The blonde-haired guy still had that arrogant and cocky attitude. He stretched out his hand and said, in this freezing weather, I've made this whole trip and I don't even earn enough for gas. College student, give me 100 yuan for gas. Zhang Wenjie and Li Feiyu had long been fed up with this guy, and since he was clearly extorting them, they were unwilling to give in. The blonde-haired guy, however, acted self-righteously, cursing and saying, damn it. You call yourself a college student? You can't even afford this little bit of money? I got out of bed early this morning to deliver goods to you guys. Do you know how hard it is for me? 100 yuan, you have to pay, or don't even think about taking the goods away. Zhang Wenjie and Li Feiyu's eyes reddened as they listened, and they seemed ready to roll up their sleeves and beat up this blonde-haired kid, but Cheng Shi stopped them. He looked at the blonde-haired boy with a half-smile and asked, may I ask your surname? The blonde-haired guy revealed a fierce look. What? You want to complain about me? My name is Song Tianhao. People in the underworld give me face and call me Brother Hao. Tongxing Freight is run by my brother-in-law. You can complain all you want, but I'm telling you right now, if you don't give me $100, you can forget about getting your goods. Oh, it's Brother Hao? I've heard so much about you. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and simply took out 100 yuan from his wallet and handed it over. Song Tianhao took it, checked its authenticity, stuffed it into his pocket, then spat a mouthful of phlegm in front of Cheng Shi before leaving. Boss, this is outrageous. He's clearly trying to extort money from us, and you actually gave him the money? Zhang Wenjie could no longer contain himself, and his expression turned indignant. Li Feiyu was also furious. Boss, if you hadn't stopped him, I would have beaten him up already. What kind of bullshit brother how is he? What kind of gangster is he pretending to be? With his skinny frame, I could take on 5 of him by myself. And then, Cheng Shi shrugged. You beat them up. You vented your anger, but if the school finds out, you two will feel better with a disciplinary action, right? Forehead. This. Wenjie. Feiyu, remember what your boss said. The world of martial arts isn't about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social interactions. We're in business, so we must always put making money through harmony first. Boss, are we just going to put up with him like this? Boss, I really can't let this go. I can't stand for it, and I don't intend to tolerate him. Cheng Shi smiled, pointing to the ground. This is Sichuan University, our territory. We won't let some little punk like him bully us. Watch my moves. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Oh, Mr. Chung, what brings you here? Brother Ma, are you on duty at the gate today? Yes. It's like this. Cheng Shi briefly recounted to Ma Jun, the deputy head of the security department, how he had just been extorted. Ma Junguang got angry when he heard that. How dare a young punk with blonde hair extort money from our Sichuan University's entrepreneurial stars? Not to mention this guy even dares to call himself Brother Hao. Anyone who has seen A Better Tomorrow knows that Brother Hao is Little Ma's boss. Thinking about this, Ma Jun became even angrier. How could he let a little blondie take advantage of him like this? He said menacingly, President Chung, you tell us, how do you want the brothers to deal with this son of a bitch? Chung Shi was both amused and exasperated. What's there to pack up? We're not gangsters. Brother Ma, I just have a suggestion. When these off-campus vehicles come to our school, shouldn't we symbolically charge a tiny bit of parking fees? We absolutely must accept it. Ma Jun understood immediately. Chapter 194 The Seven Wolves Belt feels better. Back to my brother Hao's story. Song Tianhao, with the $100 he had extorted from Chung Shi, was happily driving towards the school gate when he was stopped there. The leader was a tall, imposing man, over 1.8 meters tall, with a neat buzz cut, a resolute gaze, and a strong military aura. The security guards standing nearby all gave off a similar vibe. They were all obviously veterans, and most of them had done reconnaissance work in the military. Song Tianhao, who was beaming with joy just a moment ago, suddenly became somewhat apprehensive. He also treats people differently depending on their status. They disregarded the students like Chung Shi and Zhang Wenjie, but dared not speak ill of the veterans like Ma Jun. They shamelessly asked, brothers, what's the matter? Ma Jun said coldly, this is an off-campus vehicle, isn't it? You have to pay parking fees when you go out. Song Tianhao was a little confused. There's such a saying? This isn't the first time he's come to Sichuan University. He's never had to pay before. Why is he being charged today? What's wrong? Ma Jun glanced at him sideways. Does Sichuan University need to submit a report to you about whether or not we charge parking fees? Bro, that's not what I meant. How much is it? Song Tianhao continued to smile obsequiously, but in his heart he was thinking, damn it, the money comes from the customer anyway. When I deliver the goods again tomorrow, I'll make sure that damn boss Ching not only gives me a 100 yuan subsidy for gas, but also pays for the parking fee. Anyway, that kid looks like a coward, easy to manipulate. Ma Jun compared it to a single finger. 10 yuan? Trying to send a beggar away? 100. Cough. Bro, you're kidding, right? My round trip takes less than half an hour. How could I possibly need 100 yuan? Oh, what do you think this place is? This is Sichuan University, the top 985 university in southwest China. It's normal that parking fees are higher than outside. Looking at you, you probably haven't even finished a junior college, let alone a 985 university. Ma Jun's face was full of disdain. Song Tianhao, he was furious, but he didn't dare to lash out at Ma Jun. Of course, he refused to pay the 100 yuan no matter what. He went to the side and called his boss, who was also his brother-in-law, to embellish the story and explain the situation. My brother-in-law, Zhou Tai, was playing cards at a tea house outside at the time. When he found out what was going on, he was furious and immediately called Zhang Wenjie. Chung Shi immediately asked Zhang Wenjie to put the phone on speakerphone. Manager Zhang, is Sichuan University out of its mind? We deliver goods to you, and you're asking us for parking fees. What's even more outrageous is that it's less than half an hour, and you're charging us 100 yuan. I mean, can't you? Fruit technology, right? Can't you coordinate with the university first? Who would dare deliver goods to you like this? My brother-in-law immediately launched into a tirade of criticism. Hello, I'm Chung Shi, the boss of Guoshi Technology. Chung Shi took the phone and waited until he finished venting before speaking. I don't care if you're the boss or the manager. Hurry up and coordinate this. My brother-in-law and his car have been detained by your school's security guards. Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. President Zhou, I'm too busy here and can't spare the time right now. How about this? You have brother Hao pay the money first, and he can come to me for reimbursement tomorrow, okay? I'll coordinate it as soon as I'm done with my work. I promise it won't happen again. You said it. After cursing and hanging up the phone, Zhou Tai called his brother-in-law again, asking him to send the money first. Unexpectedly, 2 minutes later, his brother-in-law Song Tianhao called again, his voice filled with despair. Brother-in-law, no, I understand now. It was that brat Ching Shi who deliberately messed with me. The security guards told me they would only accept the 100 yuan that Mr. Chung gave me. What? Song Tianhao had no choice but to confess that he had extorted money from Chung Shi for gas. After hearing this, Zhou Tai cursed. Damn it. Why are you causing me trouble? Why don't you just give it to me then? Song Tianhao sobbed. Brother-in-law, it's still no use. The security guards insist that Mr. Chung didn't give me this one. They haven't refunded my money, and they've impounded my car. Zhou Tai wasn't stupid. He knew that the one who tied the knot had to untie it. So, after calming himself down, he called Chung Shi again. His attitude naturally became less arrogant, and he said with a fawning tone, Mr. Chung, I just heard from my brother-in-law that he didn't have money for gas and borrowed 100 yuan from you. Look at the mess this has made. That kid didn't even finish junior high school. He doesn't know how to speak properly. Maybe his way of expressing himself caused you to misunderstand. Am I misunderstanding something? As Cheng Shi spoke, he glared at Zhang Wenjie and Li Feiyu, who were laughing hysterically beside him, telling the two of them to control themselves and stop laughing so loudly. They've made a fool of themselves, even though they're clearly in the right. Mr. Cheng, it's a misunderstanding. No, I remember it clearly. Brother Hao asked me directly for it, and even said something like, if I don't give it to you, don't even think about getting the goods. Goodness, that scared me to death, so I quickly offered it to him. Mr. Cheng, please stop teasing me. I promise you, I'll give that brat a good beating to vent your anger. Mr. Zhou, it's not that bad. By the way, what are you planning to use to beat them up? I have a suggestion, the Seven Wolves belt. It feels better to the touch. In the end, Cheng Shi chose to let things go leniently, calling Ma Jun and asking him to let Song Tianhao go, without telling Sun Guoqiang or Wei Lan about the matter. Well, if he can't even handle this small matter and only knows how to ask his partners to handle it, then Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan will look down on him. Besides, after suffering this loss, Brother Hao will definitely not dare to associate with him again. After all, my brother Hao already knows what kind of person Cheng Shouxin is at Sichuan University. All things considered, there's really no need to change drivers. Who can guarantee that the next one won't use some other trick? Zhang Wenjie and Li Feiyu, who were previously indignant, now feel very comfortable and admire Cheng Shi even more. If Cheng Shi hadn't been there, and it had been just the two of them picking up the goods, they would have inevitably gotten into a fight with Song Tianhao. As Cheng Shi predicted, the result would have been just as he said. They would have received a disciplinary action and made a complete mess of things. The boss, however, was very rational and calm, easily handling Song Tianhao and even making Zhou Tai apologize in person, promising to beat up his brother-in-law to vent Cheng Shi's anger. That's the difference. We must learn it. If the boss were a book, then this book would be enough for the two of them to read for a lifetime. That afternoon, Brother Hao, a local notorious figure, came to deliver goods again. Not only were they punctual, but after getting off the truck, they didn't dare to linger. They immediately called Zhang Wenjie to deliver the goods and even personally opened the truck bed, bustling around and helping to unload the cargo. After receiving the goods, Zhang Wenjie returned to the 101 headquarters and burst into laughter. He described the scene to Cheng Shi, then, clutching his aching stomach, added a sentence. Boss, my brother Hao might really have been whipped with 7 Wolves cigarettes by his brother-in-law. I saw him when he was helping to move goods. His arms were covered in bright red welts. TSK, TSK, TSK. It made my liver tremble just looking at it. Cheng Shi sighed. Actually, I still admire my brother Hao more this morning. That unruly, free-spirited young man. How could life have worn down his edges so quickly? Chapter 195, 2010 has arrived. Time flies when you're busy. The Christmas and New Year's holiday season, spanning 10 days, has finally come to an end. 2009 has passed, and Cheng Shi misses it dearly, but he looks forward to 2010 even more. This year was another year of China's economic takeoff, and a year in which countless new tracks on the internet officially began to take off. If Cheng Shi remembers correctly, it was in this year that China's total economic output surpassed Japan's, becoming the world's second-largest economy. The World Expo was successfully held in Shanghai. The government has also intensified its efforts to regulate the real estate market in order to curb rising housing prices. Of course, Cheng Shi already knew the outcome in advance. The containment was successful, but it was all for naught. From 2010 to 2022, for a full 12 years, the real estate market was in a phase of continuous growth, replacing the A-share market and acting as a reservoir for the domestic economy. If he wants to get involved and join this feast, this year is the best time. The real estate industry will undergo a brief period of technical adjustments. But as I said before, even capitalists have their principles. Real estate and finance are two sectors that, if not disastrous, will certainly bring harm to the people, and Cheng Shouxin would absolutely never touch them. Cheng Shi's goal this year is simple: to further promote Yujian.com, popularize it in Sichuan in the first half of the year, and radiate it throughout southwest China in the second half of the year. If it can compete with Renren.com, then the established goal will have been achieved. As for the fruit group buying mall, that's the real golden egg. As he boasted to Principal Kai and Dean Liu, the potential of the online shopping sector is enormous, far surpassing that of Yujian.com. However, the ultimate growth potential of Guoshi Group buying mall will depend on the number of users on Yujian.com. This is a chicken and egg problem. Ultimately, The internet is all about traffic, and MeetNet is the foundation of Fruit Technology's current business. Sigh, still short of money. You sons of bitches, we made. Are you so arrogant? I've sent you so many emails. Whether you agree to give me the copyright to Legend of Mir or not, you should at least reply to me, right? Considering that Eugian.com's promotion plan today requires burning a lot of money, there is really no way to make quick and big money that Chung Shur can think of right now that can beat developing legendary web games. Whenever he thinks about this, he curses WeMade in his mind. What a piece of trash Korean company. What's so great about them? Wait until I stand up in a few years and get into the mobile phone industry. I'll crush Samsung. On January 4th, 2010, the New Year's Day holiday ended, and students returned to their studies. With a sense of tension that was more or less coming up, the final exams were approaching. This year's Spring Festival is relatively late. It falls on February 14th, which is also Valentine's Day, and that's the first day of the Lunar New Year. However, this does not affect the holiday schedule of universities. Exams will generally begin around January 20th and end before the 25th, after which the holiday will begin. These remaining 20 days are practically the final sprint. Students should prioritize their studies. If Chung Shur wants to launch any marketing campaigns during this period, it would be counterproductive and unnecessary. It's better to take a break first, and we can discuss any ideas we have next spring when school starts. A balance of tension and relaxation is the key to success. When you pull your fist back at the right time, you'll have more power when you throw it next time. Furthermore, most of the employees at Fruit Technology are still students, and they need to use this time to catch up on their studies and try to avoid failing any courses. Chung Shur didn't want to fail either, so early this morning, he and his friends braved the biting wind and stepped on the withered grass frozen into ice crystals to arrive at the classroom. When his classmates saw him arrive, they were quite surprised, as if they were looking at an alien. After all, ever since the Fruit Group purchase was launched, this so-called class monitor has vanished as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth and has never appeared again. Other classes would hold get-togethers or organize dinners for the Double Egg Festival, but Finance Class 1 didn't have any activities. If it weren't for the fact that Chung Shur had accumulated a lot of goodwill in the past, and that his dragon head stick was big, thick, and long, he would probably have been kicked off the stage long ago. The deputy class monitor, Rin Li, looked at Chung Shur with eyes full of resentment. The great Sir Isaac Newton once said that class affairs do not disappear out of thin air, but only change from one form to another. Chung Shur enjoys the benefits of being class monitor, but doesn't have to fulfill any obligations. What does this mean? It means that Rin Li is carrying the burden for him. So there's no such thing as a peaceful life. Someone is being manipulated and manipulated. Yan Yan plopped down next to Chung Shur without saying a word, just staring at him intently. Chung Shur glared at her. Lu Yan Yan, if you keep coveting my good looks like this, I'll feel pressured too. What if I can't control myself one day? Maybe I'll really let you have your way. If it were an ordinary girl, she would definitely back down after being teased like that. But Yin Yin is no ordinary girl. As a girl from Shanghai, she is more feisty than all the girls from Sichuan and Chongqing in her class. Class monitor, it's a deal. You can choose between a small hotel or a grove of trees. It's up to you. I'm fine with either. Chung Shur's cheeks twitched, and he continued to roll his eyes. You pervert, stay away from me. If you flirt with me again, I'll summon you by way to splatter you. Squad leader, don't be so fierce. Have you noticed you've lost weight? Is there? Yes, here, have some. As she spoke, she handed Chung Shur a warm carton of yogurt and thoughtfully inserted a straw into it. Chung Shur didn't stand on ceremony and took a big sip. Wow, that's delicious. After the morning classes ended, Chung Shur was about to go find Yu Bai Wei and then have lunch together at the second canteen when Wang Tianyu came over and told him that they were going out for lunch this afternoon. Chung Shur was confused for a while before he remembered that he had indeed promised young Master Wang that after the busy double festival, he would bring Yu Bai Wei to have a meal with him and Xia Shui, and give Xia Shui, his two fairy-like roommates, a little treat. Chung Shur certainly wouldn't go back on his word, but he still needed to confirm it again. Wang Laowu, eating is no problem, but have you really talked it out with your Shui Mei? No showing affection in public, no whining. Young Master Wang pounded his chest so hard, he almost blew it off, indicating that he absolutely wouldn't. So when Chung Shur had lunch with Yu Bai Wei at noon, he brought up the matter. After hearing this, Yu Marin asked in a soft and cute voice, Brother, can I be your girlfriend for one day today? What could Chung Shur say? He had no choice but to agree. Of course, the cooling plan will continue to be implemented. Today is just a special case, so we are taking a temporary measure. Unbeknownst to Chung Shur, after he nodded in agreement, A glint of eager anticipation flashed in Yu Marin's bright phoenix eyes. She even took advantage of Chang Shi's inattention to lick her luscious lips with her delicate, lilac-like tongue. Chapter 196 Mental Blow. As the sun slowly set and a crescent moon rose, the temperature, which had been warming up, suddenly dropped again. The north wind howled, making one wish they could wrap themselves in a blanket before going out. Because of the air conditioning, the Bashu Rinjia hot pot restaurant was filled with customers and was enveloped in steaming heat, without any of the chill of a winter evening outside. Xia Shui went to order food in the private room on the third floor, leaving Wang Daxiao to face his two fairy-like roommates alone. The two little fairies are named Hanya and Xiu Wenwan. The two girls were dressed quite fashionably, and it was clear that they came from well-off families. With the help of heavy makeup, they could both be considered pretty girls. Of course, only they themselves know what they look like after removing their makeup. After all, makeup is one of the legendary 4 great evil arts of Asia. Wang Tianyu, don't you think your Xia Shui is dressed a bit too casually today? I admit she's pretty, but she's not some stunning beauty who can outshine everyone else just by going makeup-free. Yeah, Wang Tianyu, why don't you advise your Xia Shui to change her style? Girls should be more gentle and ladylike, and learn to put on makeup. Don't be so carefree and act like a man all the time. I don't know how you can stand it. No sooner had Xia Shui stepped out than these two reverted to their old habits, chattering away to Wang Tianyu. This also shows that it's perfectly reasonable for young Master Wang to be unable to stand these two self-important fairies. It's normal for roommates to have some conflicts and gossip behind each other's backs, but who would say such things in front of someone else's boyfriend? To say that these two have any deep-seated hatred for Xia Shui is an exaggeration. They were just being sarcastic and showing off their superiority. Wang Tianyu pursed his lips, wanting to lash out, but unable to. The species of boxer is not something that only appeared in later generations. It was just that it was accurately defined in later generations. Young Master Wang could easily guess what these two fairies would say to him if he got angry or upset. Oh, we were just saying it casually. You actually took it seriously? If there's something wrong, we'll correct it. If not, we'll strive to do better. We're only saying this because we care about Xia Shui. Wang Tianyu, you're a grown man. Is this all the petty thing you've got? How dare you argue with two weak women like us? Wang Tianyu had already seen this combination of moves before, so he was quite familiar with it. However, he appeared very calm and nonchalant today, which left Hanya and Xiu Wenwan somewhat puzzled. It's like throwing a punch with all your might, intending to obliterate the great Tao, but it hits the air instead. That's really frustrating. So the two continued their attack, resorting to sarcasm and ridicule to the fullest extent. Wang Tianyu initially ignored it all, his face expressionless, until he received a message from Cheng Shi saying that he had arrived downstairs. At that moment, he finally showed an expression, but it wasn't anger. Instead, he smiled. He laughed and said, "You guys always say my Xia Shui is ordinary. So what if she's ordinary? Most people in this world, including the two of you, are just ordinary." Hanya and Xiu Wenwan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Perhaps it's the blessing of the 4 great evil arts of Asia. Anyway, these two are very confident in themselves. They think that their family background, figure, and appearance are all above average, and all things considered, they are goddesses, so how can they be ordinary? Just as she was trying to find the right words to refute Wang Tianyu, the door to the private room was pushed open with the sound of footsteps. Hanya and Xiu Wenwan thought Xia Shui had returned, but when they looked up, they were immediately stunned. The young man in the lead was very tall and had fair skin. He was about the same age as them. As for his appearance, while he wouldn't say he was stunningly handsome, he could still be described as sunny and good-looking. Of course, that's not the point. After all, Wang Tianyu had already mentioned that a roommate was coming over. The key point is Yu Baiwei, who followed behind. Even the Trisolarans know that the beauty of the poppy is of AoE level, a strategic weapon with no blind spots from any angle. Because Cheng Shi had spoken with her and taught her how to do it, Yu Baiwei remained cold-faced after entering the room. She slightly raised her swan-like neck, revealing her beautiful, fair jawline. Her eyes were indifferent, exuding a cool and self-assured air, yet also carrying an innate nobility and elegance. What is oppressive force? This is oppressive force. Hanya and Xiu Wenwan, who had been quite confident, suddenly shrank back and their expressions became very timid. There's no way around it. Compared to Yu Baiwei, their looks are nothing special, if not just average. If they stood together, they'd be lucky not to be mistaken for apes. Ahem, let me introduce you. This is Cheng Shi, my roommate and also my buddy. And this is Yu Baiwei, Cheng Shi's girlfriend, who is also my sister-in-law. Wang Tianyu introduced the story with a cheerful smile, then patted the back of his head. By the way, where were we? We're both just ordinary people, with average looks, right? Hanya. Xiao Wenwan. The two finally realized why Wang Tianyu, who had been holding back for so long, had suddenly retaliated. It turned out that Wang Tianyu's counterattack was just a trigger. Yu Baiwei was the real strategic weapon. The two were speechless and choked with emotion. Faced with the overwhelming presence of Yu Meirin, all the confidence of the two fairies was shattered, reduced to dust, beyond repair. To be honest, compared to Yu Baiwei, aren't they just ordinary girls with average looks? I'll go check on Xia Shui. Why is she still ordering food after all this time? Yeah, wait, I'm going too. Embarrassed, Hanya was the first to lose her composure, and Xiao Wenwan followed suit by lifting her buttocks as well. Once the two little fairies left the private room, young Master Wang couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, slapping his thighs wildly. Then Cheng Shi had an objection. Wang Laowu, if you're going to slap your thigh, fine, but can't you slap your own? Hey, Luzi, isn't it because your legs are longer that they're easier to slap? Wang Laowu, your reaction is way too exaggerated. Are you really that happy? Luzi, I admit I'm a country bumpkin, and I'm really happy, but you have no idea how arrogant those two were before you and Yu Baiwei came. In front of me, they kept babbling on, making my Shui sister look worthless. They think my Shui sister is ordinary, but aren't they even more ordinary in front of Yu Baiwei? Besides, my Shui sister just doesn't like wearing makeup. If she really dressed up, wouldn't she blow them both away? At this point, Wang Tianyu, who had been quite cheerful, suddenly became somewhat melancholy. Hey, Luzi, just thinking that you can have this kind of happiness every day makes me a little envious of you. Cheng Shi shrugged. Then there's nothing I can do about it. To be honest, you'll only become more and more envious of me in the future, until jealousy makes you unrecognizable. After scolding Wang Tianyu, Cheng Shi felt a little happy himself. After all, Hanya and Xiao Wenwan looked so bad when they left, one could imagine the mental blow they were suffering. Chapter 197. This guy is hilarious. A few minutes later, Xia Shui, Hanya, and Xiao Wenwan returned. With a true celestial being like Yu Baiwei present, the two little fairies became much more obedient after being outmaneuvered. They no longer had their previous arrogance and domineering attitude, and even their voices became very soft. Wang Tianyu watched, continuing his own unique happiness. He understood all too well the torment and hardship that Hanya and Xiao Wenwan were experiencing at that moment. At the beginning of the semester, he thought Cheng Shi was just average and inferior to him in every way, especially when it came to pursuing girls. The result was that I was sprayed with several large spurts in a row, and I almost developed PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Perhaps Cheng Shi is indeed not good at pursuing girls, but he doesn't need to. Girls are pursuing him, and they are all of increasingly higher caliber. As Wang Daxiao was reminiscing about his unpleasant past when he first started school, the door to the private room opened again, and a boy who was even taller than Cheng Shi walked in. He was dressed very fashionably, had a good physique, and looked like he exercised regularly. He was also wearing an expensive watch. Hanya immediately stood up, took the boy's arm, and then introduced him with renewed confidence, saying that his name was Zhao Yifan, that he was her boyfriend, and that he was also from Sichuan University, but in the graduate program, and was a first-year graduate student this year. After the introduction, he even gave Wang Tianyu a provocative look, and Cheng Shi also suffered a wave of spilled damage as a result. How should I put this? Hanya couldn't do anything about Yu Baiwei. After all, she was a true celestial being. But that doesn't mean she can't get revenge. She can take a roundabout approach. If she can't beat him, she can beat him with her boyfriend. She thinks that her boyfriend, Zhao Yifan, is tall, handsome, rich, and academically excellent. He is a true male god, and is definitely not comparable to Wang Tianyu or Cheng Shi. Wang Tianyu is simply rich. In every other aspect, he is outmatched by Zhao Yifan. As for Cheng Shi, he is handsome, but he hangs out with a flashy rich kid like Wang Tianyu. So how outstanding can he be? Hello everyone. I just want to wash my car, so I'm late, sorry. Zhao Yifan himself was very courteous. After entering the private room, he smiled and nodded his approval to each person. However, upon seeing Yu Baiwei, he was clearly stunned for a moment, staring at her for several seconds until Hanya coughed several times before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. Cheng Shi hadn't originally planned to confront this guy, but since he was so clueless and didn't even understand the simple principle of don't look at what is improper, he couldn't be tolerated. He said with a half-smile, "Dude, it's so cold, and you still have to work at a car wash? You've got it tough. Hurry up and eat while it's hot. You'll have the energy to wash more cars." Meow meow meow. Zhao Yifan glared at Cheng Shi for 2 seconds, then realized that he was being targeted. As for the reason, Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei were sitting so close together, and their posture was so intimate, they were obviously lovers. I suppose it was because I couldn't help staring at this beautiful woman that I angered him. Damn it, a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. While Zhao Yifan was internally complaining, he still maintained a very courteous demeanor on the surface. He first clasped his hands in greeting to Cheng Shi and asked him his surname. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. No need for formalities. I am Cheng Shi. I am the champion of the first ever God of Learning competition, the most prestigious competition in the history of Sichuan University. Zhao Yifan. What is that? I've never heard of it. But it sounds really impressive, being the most prestigious and the first ever. Looks like this kid has some skills, but compared to me, he's still a bit green. Heh, just a freshman newbie. Thinking this, Zhao Yifan continued to cheerfully explain to Cheng Shi that he wasn't working at a car wash, but rather washing his own car. He also subtly teased Cheng Shi, saying, Junior, it's normal for you to misunderstand. After all, none of you undergraduates probably own a car. After saying that, he slammed his car keys on the table. A Japanese car, a Toyota Camry, priced at around 100,000 to 200,000 yuan. A car of this caliber would be nothing special in the general public, but at school, it's definitely something to show off. After all, the vast majority of college students can't afford even an electric scooter, let alone a car. Cheng Shi wanted to laugh at Zhao Yifan's affected manner, but he tried his best to hold it in. Young Master Wang couldn't help but sneer. Dude, you're showing off a Toyota? It's only because my parents don't let me drive in college that I'm already driving a Bentley. Hanya immediately retorted, Wang Tianyu, my brother Fan didn't mean to show off. It's just a habit of his. He likes to put his car keys on the table when he eats. We know your family is rich, and we can afford to buy you a Bentley, but let me correct you on one point. My brother Fan bought his car with his own money. Wang Tianyu. He's a master at spending money, but he's really not good at making money, so he couldn't refute Hanya's words. Cheng Shi smiled and said, Dude, you're pretty awesome. Zhao Yifan continued to feign humility. I wouldn't call myself amazing. I just ran a studio with a few friends and made a little money, maybe 200,000 or 300,000 a year, nothing to brag about. Hanya immediately chimed in. Brother Fan, you're being too modest. 200,000 or 300,000 a year. Many of our seniors from Sichuan University who graduated more than 10 years ago don't earn that much, let alone current students. There shouldn't be anyone more capable than you. You can't say things like that. The ceiling for entrepreneurship at Sichuan University is definitely not me, but the boss of Guisher Technology. I heard from our dean that he earns at least 2 or 3 million a month. Zhao Yifan quickly waved his hand in denial. His words were completely genuine, based on facts, and expressed his heartfelt admiration for the owner of Guisher Technology, the legendary entrepreneurial star. Hanya and Qiu Wenwan both gasped in surprise upon hearing this. They were also using Fruit Technology's products, such as MeatNet, Fruit Farm, and Fruit Group Buying. They knew Fruit Technology was very successful, but they never expected it to be this successful. If you make 2 or 3 million a month, wouldn't that mean you'd make nearly 30 million a year? It's not just terrifying, it's absolutely terrifying. In reality, most people in this world only pay attention to the people and things around them, passively accepting changes in the outside world, and are too lazy to understand who is leading these changes. How popular is TikTok in later generations? But most people don't know that Douyin belongs to ByteDance, and that the boss of ByteDance is Zhang Yiming. WeChat is more widely used, and most people probably know that it belongs to Tencent, and that the boss of Tencent is Manhwa. After all, Pony Ma has a cyber-savvy daughter who celebrates her birthday often, but they don't know much about Zhang Yilong, who actually created WeChat, and some may have never even heard of him. Zhao Yifan, Hanya, and Qiu Wenwan are in a similar situation at this moment. They knew about Fruit Technology and that its boss was very capable, but they didn't know that his name was Cheng Shi, and that he was now eating at the same table with them. Cheng Shi managed to hold it in, but young Master Wang didn't have such composure and burst out laughing. This guy is hilarious. On one hand, he's showing off his beat-up Toyota to his son, and on the other hand, he's sincerely expressing his admiration for his son. Chapter 198 The most advanced way to show off, legendary. Zhao Yifan said somewhat angrily. No, Wang Tianyu, what are you laughing at again? Water flows downhill, and people strive for higher positions. I admire the boss of Guisher Technology. Is there a problem with that? It's clear that this isn't the first time Zhao Yifan and Wang Tianyu have met. They've eaten together before, and there might even have been some unpleasant encounters. Cough. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'm not laughing at you. I just suddenly thought of something happy. What is it? My dog had puppies, a litter of 4. That's awesome. Come on, you're just laughing at me. I know your family is very rich, but what does that have to do with you? You're essentially a spoiled brat, only fit to shine the shoes of the boss of fruit technology. Um, I admit that Mr. Chung is indeed very outstanding. I did shine his shoes. But what does Mr. Cheng's excellence have to do with you? Hee hee, to tell you the truth, Mr. Chung and I are friends in real life, and we've even had dinner together. Perhaps because he had really gotten into a fight with Wang Tianyu, Zhao Yifan decided to brag a little. In his opinion, a spoiled brat like Wang Tianyu wouldn't even get a second glance from President Chung, so he couldn't possibly have any contact with him, and there was absolutely no way he would be exposed. Wang Tianyu burst into laughter, his shoulders twitching uncontrollably, until Xia Shui pinched him hard, which stopped him from laughing. Okay, you did have dinner with President Chung, but is it possible? I also peed with President Chung. To tell you the truth, actually, just as he was about to reveal his hand, Chung Shi coughed. Fifth brother, eat some vegetables, eat some vegetables. Wang Tianyu had no choice but to swallow back the words. Chung Shi is President Chung. Young Master Wang doesn't usually like to put on airs, feeling that it requires no skill. Today, I simply couldn't stand Zhao Yifan's bossy attitude anymore. Since Chung Shi had reminded him, he held back and didn't reveal the truth. He also understood why Qing Liuzi had stopped him. It was for his sake. Today, after all, it was him and Xia Shui who were hosting the dinner. If this unspoken understanding were to be revealed, would they still be able to enjoy the meal? There's no need for that. To put it another way, for someone like Zhao Yifan, there's no sense of accomplishment in slapping someone in the face. Zhao Yifan had no idea about the intricacies of the situation. He thought that by revealing his identity as President Cheng's friend, he had completely intimidated Wang Tianyu, this spoiled brat. So at the subsequent dinner, during the conversation, he still brought up the topic intentionally or unintentionally, saying how good his relationship with President Chung was. It was only because Chung Shi had excellent self-control and Wang Tianyu had been pinched by Xia Shui that the two brothers managed to hold it in. Unexpectedly, the accident still happened. Just as Wang Tianyu was about to pay the bill after finishing his hot pot, Yang Yong, the owner of Basharinjia, entered the private room carrying a large bag of frozen hot pot base. Mr. Chung, how was the meal today? Yang Yong greeted Chung Shi, his big customer, with a cheerful smile, and then handed him the hot pot base. Didn't you say the other day that you wanted to buy some hot pot base from me to cook for yourself? Forget about buying it. I don't need that little bit. I'll just deliver it to you myself. I just hope that Mr. Chung will patronize your business more in the future. Brother Yong, how could I possibly accept that? Chung Shi said this, but he didn't hesitate and accepted the hot pot base directly. He was never one to be polite and sincere. Zhao Yifan, Hanya, and Qiu Wenwan were all very confused. Chung Shi was just an ordinary freshman. Apart from his girlfriend being exceptionally beautiful and having a nonsensical title of God of Study, he didn't seem to have anything particularly remarkable about him. Why is the owner of Basharinjia so close to him? He casually gives away hot pot base worth several hundred yuan and calls him Boss Chung. You can't just say someone's surname is Chung and then add general to the end, can you? That doesn't make sense. Sichuan University only has one fruit technology and one fruit program. Wang Tianyu was ecstatic to see this. It's coming, it's really coming. The most advanced way to show off, as summarized by Qing Liuzi, is about to arrive. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. By the way, Mr. Chung, you changed your car? No. What do you mean, nothing? I saw you drive here just now. The Rolls-Royce has been replaced by an Audi A6. Uffed. Brother Yong, I did drive an Audi A6 today. Can't I have a car to drive around in? Besides, the Audi A6 is just in the same class as your Mercedes. Are you really going to force me to drive it? How could that be? I was just asking casually. Your business is so big now, Mr. Chung. It's even been mentioned in the West China City Daily. They said you can earn 2 or 3 million a month. As Chung Shi and Yang Yong continued their conversation, Zhao Yifan, Hanya, and Qiu Wenwan became increasingly confused. Meow meow meow, what's that? Does Chung Shi drive an Audi A6? That's fine. The Audi A6 is just for getting around, but he also has a Rolls-Royce. Besides, why did Boss Yang say that Chung Shi had been featured in the West China City Daily and earned 2 to 3 million yuan a month? Could it be that? Zhao Yifan suddenly had a very bad feeling, but he still couldn't believe his subconscious guess. This is absolutely outrageous. He doesn't believe it. Even if you beat him to death, he still won't believe it. Humans are always like this. They only want to believe what they want to believe. So Zhao Yifan spoke up, boss, why? Why do you call Chung Shi President Chung and say he earns 2 or 3 million a month? Are you mistaken? Or have you mistaken him for someone else? Yang Yong had no idea what had just happened in the private room. He was naturally annoyed at being questioned like that and rolled his eyes. President Chung is so handsome, you can't find another one like him in the entire Sichuan University. How could I mistake him? President Chung runs such a big company called Guisher Technology. What else should I call him but President Chung? As for earning 2 or 3 million a month, it's written in the newspaper, the West China City Daily, officially certified. How could it be fake? Zhao Yifan, Hanya, and Xiao Wenwan. The entire private room fell into a deathly silence. Strangely, young Master Wang heard the sound of the three men's Dao hearts shattering. So crisp, so resounding. Comfortable. That feels fucking good. He felt as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. His whole body was warm and comfortable, and he felt completely at ease. Since things had come to this, Chung Shi could only shrug. Okay, I'm coming clean. I'm not pretending anymore. I am Guo Chung, and Guo Chung is me. But Brother Yong, there's a trivial detail I need to correct for you. What? Yang Yong was a little confused. Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. According to Fruit Technology's financial report last month, my current income is no longer 2 or 3 million, but 5 or 6 million. Yang Yong. For some reason, he suddenly had a strong urge to get the hot pot base he had just sent out back. Chapter 199, The One Who Provokes First is Shameful. Zhao Yifan could swear to God that this was the most embarrassing moment of his life. It even surpasses the time when he was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, when he had diarrhea and broadcast it live in the classroom. Why brag about knowing someone and having a very good relationship with them in front of the person in question? Why show off his Toyota Camry worth less than 200,000 yuan to Mr. Chung, who owns a Rolls-Royce? So embarrassing, so incredibly embarrassing. I feel like I could tear the earth apart on the spot. If God could give him another chance, he would definitely be honest, not boastful or pretentious, and be a quiet and handsome man. Who knows? This chance encounter at dinner might actually lead to a connection with President Chung. Unfortunately, there are only apples in this world, no what-ifs. In an extremely awkward situation, even though the dinner was about to end, Zhao Yifan couldn't hold back any longer. He pretended to answer a phone call, said he had some urgent business to attend to, and then fled in a panic. Chung Shi expressed his surprise, pointing at Zhao Yifan's fleeing figure. Fifth brother, what is this guy doing? Why did he pick up the calculator that Brother Yong put on the table and make a phone call? Wang Tianyu stroked his chin. Lu Zi, this must be the legendary quantum communication. Hanya and Xiao Wenwan, these two fairies, were also quite embarrassed at this moment. First, they were thoroughly humiliated by Yu Baiwei. Then, Hanya brought her rich and handsome boyfriend, intending to retaliate and regain her dignity. Little did they know that the unassuming Chung Shi was actually the legendary Fruit Chung, who humiliated them even more severely. What's even more annoying is that they didn't do it voluntarily. They went up to them and begged them to do it. This boundless life, in the end, was all for naught. They were both so disheartened that they made up an excuse and ran away in a panic. At least 5 minutes had passed since the bill was paid, but Wang Tianyu was still laughing, with exaggerated expressions and movements. Xia Shui couldn't stand it and kept pinching him, but she couldn't stop the young Master Wang's uncontrollable laughter. I feel so good, so very good. Although today's events were the result of a series of coincidences, which led to such a great comedic effect. But in the end, isn't it still Lu Zi who's more capable? If Zhao Yifan had admired Guo Chung even a fraction less, the effect wouldn't have been the same. Wang Daxiao finally admitted that although he had made great progress in the race of showing off, he was still a tiny bit behind Chung Liuzi. As the saying goes, if heaven had not given birth to Chung Liuzi, the world would have been plunged into eternal darkness. The ancients were indeed right. Chung Shi felt a chill run down his spine as he watched Xia Shui constantly pinching Wang Tianyu. All right, today Xia Shui isn't whining anymore, and she's not using any consonant sounds either. Instead, she's using lousy Shidaishan and Balagir Kazalan. If Yu Baiwei were to learn this, she'd be better off just whining. Although he is a native of Sichuan with impeccable revolutionary credentials, Cheng Shouxin really doesn't want to be a henpecked husband. Fortunately, Yu Marin didn't seem to notice that Xia Shui had been secretly pinching Wang Tianyu, nor did she seem to understand the specific meanings of Lao Zi Shu Dao Shan and Paris Geyer Kazalan. After finishing their hot pot, Cheng Shi drove Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui to the pedestrian street. The couple planned to stroll around and buy some things. Someone turned to Yu Baiwei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and asked if she wanted to come along for a stroll. Yu Baiwei shook her head and said she would prefer to visit the school. Cheng Shi, out of selfishness, didn't want Yu Baiwei to have too much contact with the couple, who knew what strange skills she might unlock. So he dropped Wang Tianyu and Xia Shui off on the pedestrian street, stepped on the gas, and sped away. After parking the car at the school, he and Yu Baiwei started wandering around hand in hand. The cold wind howled, and the cold moon was like frost. The continuous low temperatures have dampened the enthusiasm of contemporary college students for dating. At 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, there are not many couples on campus, except for the college square, where there are more people. After getting to this side, Yu Baiwei suddenly suggested, "Cheng Shi, let's go to the college supermarket for a stroll." Cheng Shi was a little puzzled. You don't even stroll along the pedestrian street. Why do you go to the college supermarket? If you're looking to buy things, the pedestrian street area definitely has a wider variety of goods. Furthermore, Cheng Shi definitely wouldn't want to support Li Fengqin's business. That old woman was such a scoundrel back then, actually trying to ruin both Yujian.com and Yujiani milk tea shop. Yu Baiwei explained, I saw a cup with Shi at the college supermarket the other day, and I really want it. Can you buy it for me? Cheng Shi became even more puzzled. I thought to myself, you, miss you, are rolling in money. It's just a cup. Why don't you buy it yourself and make me buy it? Is there some special meaning behind this cup? With questions in mind, Cheng Shi was pulled into the college supermarket by Yu Baiwei. When Li Fengqin saw Cheng Shi, she instinctively wanted to spit, but she held it in. Then she put on a smile and humbly called him President Cheng. No, Aunt Li, I'd rather you keep calling me Toad Skin. It gives me the creeps. Li Fengqin continued with a fawning smile. President Cheng, are you still holding a grudge? I was wrong last time, but you didn't really suffer any real losses. It was me and Boss Jean who were completely fooled by you and Ma Shiqiang. President Cheng, you even got a trophy for being the god of learning. If we're talking about holding a grudge, then it should be me who holds a grudge. After shrug, Cheng Shi gave Li Fengqin 4 words. The one who starts it is despicable. After a moment of twitching, Li Fengqin surprisingly held back again and continued shamelessly. President Cheng, can we discuss something? Cheng Shi had already guessed what this old woman was up to and sneered. What? Aunt Li, do you also want to join the fruit group buying mall? Of course. Li Fengqin nodded quickly. Merchants in the pedestrian street area who joined the Guoshi group buying mall all saw explosive sales during the Double Egg Festival. However, her college supermarket, which was clearly a monopoly and the only shopping option for students on campus, was severely impacted by the fruit group buying mall, and its business was extremely sluggish and dismal. The principle behind it is very simple. Even if the college supermarket is nearby, you still have to walk there to buy things, right? Fruit group buying mall offers door-to-door delivery, right up to the dormitory building. I can easily grab it when I go to or from get out of class, and if I really don't want to do it myself, I can ask my roommate for help. Isn't it better than buying it from the college supermarket? Technology changes lives, especially the lives of lazy people. Which of the apps that have truly captured the market since then, food delivery, ride-hailing, local services, wasn't designed for lazy people? Not to mention, the fruit group buying mall holds various events and promotions every now and then, trying to get all kinds of discount coupons and vouchers into users' hands. More convenient and cheaper than yours. What can Li Fengqin's college supermarket do to compete with Guoshi group buying mall? She truly felt a great crisis, which is why she was able to endure Cheng Shi's sarcastic remarks and wanted the academy supermarket to join the fruit group buying mall. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Shi did not refuse. In fact, if it weren't for some previous unpleasantness with Li Fengqin, the first merchant he would have negotiated with when he started the fruit group buying mall would have been the college supermarket. There's only one reason. It's close to the students. Just like the Meet You milk tea shop, any order placed at the college supermarket can be delivered in real time. Just send a few delivery men to handle this. It doesn't increase labor costs much, but it can significantly improve the reputation of the fruit group buying mall among students and increase their user stickiness. Of course, it's important to know when to be tactful. After all, Li Fengqin needs him more now. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Aunt Li, I can agree to that, but I have 3 conditions. Chapter 200 Another Unclean Day. Cheng Shi's side offered the following conditions. Encounter milk tea shop. This knockoff of the Meet You milk tea shop is a piece of junk and must close down. To put it pretentiously, how can one allow others to snore on one's own bed? Cheng Shi would never allow a second competitor within a 500-meter radius of his Meet You milk tea shop, let alone a copycat of his. The second condition is that Li Fengqin must discuss with him what goods to stock each week at the college supermarket. After all, he has access to big data on students' online shopping, and through quantitative analysis, he can accurately determine which products are in high demand and at what time, and which products are prone to slow sales. Cheng Shi did not deny that Li Fengqin, who had run a supermarket for so many years, had experience in purchasing goods, but he preferred to trust data that could be seen and accurately analyzed. The third condition is that the college supermarket must unconditionally cooperate with the fruit group buying mall and offer appropriate discounts during the promotional activities held periodically. You can't say, I helped you boost sales, but when I ask you for a discount, you make excuses and refuse. That would ultimately damage the reputation of the fruit group buying mall. Although Chengshir's three conditions were quite demanding, they weren't particularly excessive. Take the Encounter milk tea shop, for example. Chengshir didn't want to close it down, and Li Fengqin herself didn't want to keep it open. We can't beat them. We really can't beat them. The Meet You milk tea shop completely surpasses the Encounter milk tea shop in terms of both quality and reputation. Not to mention, Chengshir, that business genius, would come up with marketing strategies every now and then that she would never have thought of. Take this recent example. The Meet You milk tea shop has started selling prepaid cards. On the Meet You website, they even created a special page called, If You Like Me, I'll Buy You Milk Tea. Many guys couldn't resist and bought them to give to the girls they liked. Li Fengqin hasn't been able to replicate this approach yet. Chengshir had the help of Yujian.com for promotion. What does she have? As for the latter two conditions, they were to be expected. Li Fengqin had looked into it, and basically all the merchants who joined the Guoshir group buying mall had signed similar agreements. It wasn't that Chengshir had deliberately created these conditions to make things difficult for her. So Li Fengqin didn't think about it for long before gritting her teeth and agreeing. Sisterly, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Chengshir smiled and shook hands with Li Fengqin. The college supermarket, the pedestrian street business district, and the Millennium department store. With the arrival of the college supermarket, the fruit group buying mall has formed a perfect closed loop at Sichuan University. In business, as long as it's profitable, Chengshir felt that his previous disagreements with Li Fengqin were nothing. Li Fengqin was somewhat taken aback. After a moment of stunned silence, she still shook hands with Chengshir. All I can say is that this kid is born to be a businessman. He doesn't have any of the baggage that young people should have. Before we started working with her, she called me Aunt Li all the time, but as soon as we reached an agreement, she started calling me Sister Li. The switch was so smooth. At this moment, Yu Baiwei came over, looking pretty and carrying two thermos cups. They were the same style, just different colors. One sky blue and the other porcelain white. What the heck? Chengshir looked at Yumarin. Yu Baiwei said in a serious tone. Chengshir, this is called the Good Friend's Cup. Hurry up and buy it, and give it to your best friend. Chengshir's lips twitched. He thought to himself, do you think I'm blind? The cup clearly says Couple's Cup on it. It's almost blinding me. I'm not buying it. Your best friend is broke lately. Then I'll buy it. I have the money. Chengshir wanted to persuade her not to buy it, but he swallowed the words back. Because he had deduced that after he persuaded her, the next thing that would happen would be Yumarin shaking his arm and saying in a soft and cute voice, Brother, please, buy it. How to deal with it? We can't handle it. After all, the great Sir Isaac Newton once said that the power of a woman's coquettishness is directly proportional to her looks. Chengshir could probably guess why Yu Baiwei liked buying the same style of items that she could use with him. He's gotten carried away. We want to incorporate each other into each other's daily lives, build many pure and beautiful bonds, and then fantasize about whether quantitative change can lead to qualitative change and turn the fleeting into the eternal. After all, she had once told him very seriously that after meeting him, she had learned to be greedy, wanting not only to have possessed him, but also to have him forever. Sisterly, what's this? A good friend's cup? How much is it? Chengshir compromised and turned to ask Li Fengqin. Oh, this one 100 yuan. Li Fengqin answered subconsciously. It's strange, she was clearly selling couples mugs, so how did they become friends mugs? Those three characters are so big, is this kid blind? Chengshir curled his lips, thinking that it was easy to make money off a girl who was blinded by blind friendship and couldn't extricate herself. He was too lazy to bargain with Li Fengqin, so he took out his wallet and handed her a 100 yuan bill. Li Fengqin happily accepted the cup. She didn't care whether it was a couple's cup or a best friend's cup, as long as she could make money. Yu Baiwei said sweetly, Sister, could you give us $1 in change? Oh. Li Fengqin didn't understand. Who would only cut the price by $1? Yumarin's expression turned very serious. 99 yuan, for eternity. Forehead. What else could Li Fengqin say? She could only give Chengshir a coin. Looking at the ridiculously beautiful young girl, and how radiant she looked after receiving the couple's cups, Chengshir, an old auntie who was almost menopausal, was actually a little moved and envious. How much good karma did Chengshir accumulate in his past life? After buying the good friend's cup that Yumarin had been longing for, Yu Baiwei took out her wallet and stuffed it into Chengshir's hand after leaving the college supermarket. Chengshir was thinking about something and subconsciously took it, There is a scientific basis for this. For example, if you hand something to someone who is on the phone, they will accept it. After thinking it over, Cheng Shi realized that he had a wallet in his hand. When he opened it, he found 5 or 6,000 yuan in cash and several bank cards. What? Are you going to keep me as a sugar daddy? Cheng Shi, didn't you say you were really broke lately? I have more money than I can spend, so you spend it for me. Although Yu Baiwei was telling the truth, the person still felt hurt. He said with a hint of mischief, then I really spent it. Yu Baiwei nodded repeatedly. Spend it as you like, and go get more when you're done. Each card has money in it. I don't know how much. The password is my birthday. As she said this, she patted her head. Oh, sure also borrowed 500 yuan from me. I'll ask her for it back tomorrow, and then I'll give it to you to spend. Yu Baiwei, have you thought about this? You've given me cash, bank cards, and even your clothes. What are you going to use? From now on, you'll have to eat with me, and I'll have to buy you all your snacks. As Cheng Shi was speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. As Yu Baiwei listened to his words, she seemed to become more and more excited and happy. Damn, I almost fell for their trick. I promptly returned the wallet to her. Go away, I don't want to. It's not that I'm really short of money. I just can't shake my habit of complaining about being poor. Okay. Yu Baiwei immediately looked very disappointed, her expression listless under the streetlights. After strolling around for a while, the two arrived at the girls' dormitory building. It's too late, let's go back. Cheng Shi released Yu Baiwei's hand. Cheng Shi, what's that over there? Yu Baiwei suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Cheng Shi didn't suspect anything at all. He subconsciously looked over and found nothing. He turned his head in confusion and saw a stunningly beautiful face. The face came closer and gently pecked his lips with warm breath. Cheng Shi was held captive for a full 5 seconds. By the time he came to his senses, Yu Marin had already run downstairs. She turned around and said mischievously, Cheng Shi, you promised me that we're not just friends today, but lovers, so I can kiss you, okay? What she said makes perfect sense. The logical chain is a perfect closed loop. The man surnamed Chung could only grumble inwardly. Ugh, another forced kiss, another unclean day. Chapter 201. Ducks know first when the river warms in spring. Following the Christmas and New Year holidays, students at various universities have entered a period of intense final exam preparation. During this period, any activity would be twice as effective with half the effort, so Cheng Shi didn't plan to do anything else. Moreover, most of the employees at Fruit Technology are still students and don't want to fail too many courses, so they need to make good use of this time to study hard. Cheng Shi also obediently returned to the classroom and even went to the study room with his dorm mates every night. That evening, in the study room, the students around me were all studying intensively, filling in any gaps in their knowledge. Cheng Shi is much better than them. He doesn't review, he previews. He missed far too many classes, especially professional courses like microeconomics. He barely attended any of the classes, and the textbooks were brand new, practically like he was just previewing the material. Oh no, at this rate, I don't know how many subjects I'm going to fail in the final exams. Cheng Shi looked worried and distressed. Although he had already made a choice between studying and starting a business, and could accept failing courses, failing too many courses was still not good. His parents would say he was not doing his job properly. He would have a hard time explaining it to the school leaders, and he would even feel embarrassed himself. The most academically gifted student in the history of Sichuan University, who failed 8 out of 10 subjects. Would he become a comedic figure? As I said before, comedy is Wang Dashao's exclusive domain, and Cheng Shi has no intention of competing with him for it. With a forced smile, Cheng Shi flipped through a few pages of the microeconomics textbook, but the more he read, the more confused and frustrated he became. Suddenly, he felt that the world was full of malice towards him. Those formulas on the book, taken individually, seem familiar, but when put together, they're completely incomprehensible. Then look at those few sons around me. Hu Junjie, the king of exams, goes without saying, he studies incredibly hard. He has ambition, aiming for the top 3 in his major's GPA. Wang Jichao and Liu Peisong, these two hardcore gamers, are actually studying very seriously, and it seems they're both making good progress. Since Yang Jie severed his ill-fated relationship with his adopted sister, he has become much more serious about his studies. Although he can't beat the exam king Hu Junjie, at least he won't fail any courses. Even Wang Tianyu, whose situation was much better than Cheng Shi's, also skipped classes, but not as many as Cheng Shi, and was barely able to keep up with the pace. After scanning the area, Cheng Shi felt increasingly resentful. Damn it, these sons of mine usually seem like complete losers, but when they get serious about learning, they become incredibly vicious. No, we can't let them learn like that. Since I can't learn it, then you shouldn't expect to learn it properly either. Cheng Shouxin is just that dark and selfish. At this thought, someone said righteously, Wang Laowu, can you be quiet? And Yang Lauer, can you stop peeking at girls and drooling? If you're not going to study, don't bother me. Meow meow meow. Wang Tianyu and Yang Jia were both completely bewildered by this person's barrage of criticism. Lu Zi, are you crazy? I didn't even say a word. Sixth brother, even if I did peek at the girls, it wouldn't affect your studies. Really? Cheng Shi looked doubtful. Impossible. If you weren't affecting me, why couldn't I concentrate on my studies? Yang Jia's cheeks began to twitch. Young Master Wang didn't tolerate this. Lu Zi, what's the difference between you blaming the earth for not having gravity when you can't poop? Yes, Cheng Shi said seriously. I can't do anything about the earth, but I can influence you. If I can bring you down to my level, then I'll feel more at ease. The guys in 606. Hu Junjie was both amused and exasperated. Hey, sixth brother, there's no need to be so harsh. Here's what we'll do. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Cheng Shi glared at him. Old Hu, the way you're talking makes it sound like I know something about you. Hu Junjie. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tianyu gave Cheng Shi an idea. Lu Zi, you can ask Yu Baiwei to tutor you. She gets such good grades, she'll most likely be number 1 in GPA this time. Cheng Shi shook his head and said that his method was unreliable. Wang Tianyu asked in confusion, what's unreliable about it? With her around, how the hell can I concentrate on studying? Are you overestimating my self-control or underestimating her looks? Cheng Shi countered with a question. Although he and Yu Baiwei are no longer lovers, but just good friends, staring at his good friend and having fantasies about her is impure, immoral, and very low class, and it does not conform to socialist values. But he just couldn't help it. Wang Tianyu. Okay, that makes sense. Just then, more people arrived at the class study room, mostly girls from the class, such as Xia Jingzhe, Lu Yinyan, and Zhou Yunyun. As for Why, it's basic, followed by Luo Jiahao, the warm-hearted classmate who was also carrying a dog. He was carrying 2 backpacks, one of which was his, and the other was obviously Xia Jingzhe's, which looked quite comical. Cheng Shi glanced up, then looked down and continued reading. Even if he didn't understand, he had to keep reading. He couldn't just give up. When Lu Yinyan saw that he was also in the study room, her eyes lit up, and she quickly sat down next to Cheng Shi. Anyway, now the whole class knows she's sucking up to Cheng Shi, so Yanyan doesn't bother to hide it anymore. No matter how indifferent Cheng Shi is to her, as long as Yu Baiwei isn't around, she'll sit next to Cheng Shi. A strange light flashed in Xia Jingzhe's eyes. Although we're in the same class, I haven't had many opportunities to see Cheng Shi, especially lately. She also wanted to sit next to Cheng Shi and talk to him, at least to let him know that she wasn't some kind of submissive woman, but she didn't have Lu Yinyan's courage and shrewishness. When Luo Jiahao discovered that Cheng Shi was also in the study room, his expression was quite complicated, even somewhat hostile. As the saying goes, ducks are the first to know when the river warms in spring. Perhaps even Xia Jingzhe herself didn't realize that she had already regarded Cheng Shi as a very special person, but Luo Jiahao could clearly feel it. After Lu Yinyan sat down, she struck up a conversation with Cheng Shi. Class monitor, what brings you to the study room today? Cheng Shi looked serious as he read intently. Of course, it's studying that makes me happy. Puffed. Lu Yinyan laughed uncontrollably. Class monitor, I almost believed it. What's wrong with it? If, class monitor, you hadn't held the book upside down. Cheng Shi's cheek twitched for a moment before he rolled his eyes. Lu Yinyan, you fucking hurt my pride. I don't want to talk to you right now, and I'm also throwing Wang Tianyu at you. Young Master Wang was displeased. Lu Zi, what the hell did I do? Why the hell did you throw me? Cheng Shi shrugged. You're more inferior. Wang Tianyu. Class monitor, could you do me a favor? After laughing for a while, Lu Yinyan suddenly blurted out this sentence. Chapter 202 So fucking slutty. Cheng Shi waved his hand, telling Lu Yinyan to tell him what it was about before deciding whether to help or not. Lu Yinyan hummed in agreement. Class monitor, it's like this. This afternoon, Xia Jingzhe, Yinyun, and I were cooking dumplings in the dorm when we were caught by the student council patrol. They confiscated our freshly made dumplings and the electric cooker, and they even wrote down all our names. Cheng Shi stroked his chin, then you'll all be punished. The school has repeatedly emphasized that high-power electrical appliances are not allowed in the dormitories. If a fire is caused, that's no small matter. Upon hearing that she would be punished, Lu Yinyan's expression changed slightly, but she wasn't too nervous. She has no interest in grades, scholarships, or anything like that. As long as she's not expelled, she can accept any disciplinary action, though she'll definitely feel bad about it. Xia Jingzhe, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, turned pale and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah." Lu Yinyan has no ambition, but Jingzhe does. If she gets a disciplinary action, it means that all the honors in university, including scholarships, will be out of her reach. Jingzhe felt like the sky was falling. Luo Jiahao quickly reassured him. Jingzhe is just cooking dumplings in the dorm. It can't be that serious, right? Cheng Shi is definitely bluffing. Xia Jingzhe immediately rolled her eyes at him. Luo Jiahao does care about her, but what's the use of just caring? When she encounters problems, like when she bumped into an old lady selling fruit on the pedestrian street while riding her bike, Luo Jiahao just gets anxious and even more flustered than she is, without any ideas, let alone helping her solve the problem. No matter how good Luo Jiahao is to her, he can never win her over. Lu Yinyan then asked Cheng Shi, "Class monitor, what do we do now? Are we just going to wait to be punished?" "Well," Cheng Shi continued, stroking his chin, "let's talk about it first. Why do you guys insist on making dumplings in the dorm? Anyone with a brain wouldn't do that. It's not like you can't buy them outside, and the cafeteria even sells dumplings. Since the student union checked the dorms in the afternoon, it's highly likely they haven't reported it to the college yet." Given Cheng Shi's position and connections in the student union, he could easily suppress the matter with a simple phone call. Cheng was now hesitating whether or not to help. He's the class monitor, not a babysitter. He can't possibly cover for every mistake his classmates make. "It's like this." Lu Yinyan first looked at Xia Jingzhe, then explained to Cheng Shi. "Jingzhe plans to make some dumplings to give to the old lady she bumped into last time. Buying them outside wouldn't be very sincere." "I see." After some deliberation, Cheng Shi finally relented and decided to help. "Wait for me a moment." After leaving the study room, he called the student union and the relevant person in charge to explain the situation. He is the vice minister of the Department of Arts and Sports, and also a star entrepreneur in the school. Last time, when the school held a debate competition and the student council couldn't get sponsorship, it was he who solved the problem. The person in charge on the other end wasn't some incorruptible Bao Wenjing, so he naturally gave Cheng Shi face and said he would cross out the names of those girls. It only took Cheng Shi 2 minutes to make the call. After returning to the study room, he told Lu Yinyan that the student union had taken care of it and removed their names. Then, with a cold face, he said that this was a one-time exception. He added that if anyone dared to use high-powered electrical appliances in the dormitory again, they could beg him for help, but he wouldn't bail them out. He said that he had incurred someone's favor for no reason. "Okay, fine, you're being mean." Lu Yinyan glared at Cheng Shi, then thought for a moment before speaking again. "Squad leader, we won't let you help us for nothing. We'll treat you to a late-night snack." After speaking, he looked at Xia Jingzhe. "Jingzhe, what do you think? The class monitor helped us so much. Shouldn't we treat him to a meal?" Xia Jingzhe nodded quickly. Compared to the carefree and fearless Lu Yinyan, she was the one who was more grateful to Cheng Shi. Those senior students from the student union's discipline inspection department had such fierce expressions. No matter how much they tried to reason with the girls, it was no use. They just acted like they were doing their job and were completely impartial. As it turned out, Cheng Shi simply made a phone call, which took less than 2 minutes, and settled the matter. It's easy to imagine what Cheng Shi's current status and position is at Sichuan University. When we entered the school, everyone started from the same point. It's only been less than a semester. How come the gap has become so big? Thinking about all this, and marveling at Cheng Shi's growing excellence and brilliance, Jingzhe also felt increasingly foolish. She had been so presumptuous back then, thinking that Cheng Shi was a frivolous and arrogant man. Luo Jiahao silently watched Xia Jingzhe, watching her look at Cheng Shi with gratitude and admiration, and once again felt the vicissitudes of the world. If only I had Cheng Shi's abilities and connections. Imagine this scenario. He made a phone call to the head of the discipline inspection department. "Hey, this is Luo Jiahao. I heard that a few girls in our class got caught using rice cookers in the dorm. Do me a favor and cross out their names, and then return the rice cookers." "Jingzhe, it's all settled. Those students are so clueless. They'll send the rice cooker back to you right away. You can cook however you want from now on." "Wow, Jiahao, you're amazing." Fantasizing about these things made Luo Jiahao's scalp tingle with pleasure. Unfortunately, fantasy is just fantasy. After returning to reality, Luo Jiahao felt an immense emptiness. Back to Cheng Shi, he hadn't planned to agree to go out for a late-night snack with Lu Yinyan and Xia Jingzhe, but his few roommates, drawn by the smell, came over. "What? Yinyan and Jingzhe are treating us 606 to a late-night snack? We absolutely have to go. Luzi, what do you say?" "Sixth brother, I also think we should go, otherwise it will be detrimental to the unity of the class." "Hey, you guys are shameless. He invited sixth brother. When did he say he was going to bring you along?" Of course, if sixth brother could bring me along, he would be my godfather today. Since all of Cheng Shi's sons had said so, what else could he say? He could only ask Lu Yinyin if he could bring all of his sons along. Lu Yinyin could also see that if Wang Tianyu, Hu Junjie, and the others weren't going, Cheng Shi definitely wouldn't go either, so she nodded decisively. Both she and Xia Jingzhe come from very well-off families, so inviting a few more wouldn't be a problem. Then let's go. Cheng Shi waved his hand and gave the order. So the guys from class 606, along with Xia Jingzhe, Lu Yinyin, Zhou Yunyun, and a few other girls from the class, as well as Luo Jiahao, Xia Jingzhe's accomplice, all followed Cheng Shi toward the school gate. Our destination was a food stall right next to the main gate. Cheng Shi walked in front, and Lu Yinyin quickly caught up with him, walking side by side with him, and intentionally or unintentionally creating some physical friction with him. Yin Yin is indeed bold and outspoken. She never hides her feelings for Cheng Shi. Despite being rejected time and time again, she is not discouraged at all. Instead, she tries different ways to seduce him. Perhaps it was the dim light from the streetlights, but from Cheng Shi's perspective, Lu Yinyin looked even more beautiful than before, and she exuded a fragrance that could stir a man's most secret desires. She seemed to have a natural understanding of men. All I can say is that the path of being glamorous also requires talent, and Yin Yin is clearly someone whose talent is off the charts. If Cheng Shi were still 18, he would probably praise her for her clear, bright eyes and her slender waist and graceful gait. Unfortunately, he was already 19 years old. It happened in the middle of the Christmas and New Year holidays. I was too busy and didn't even think about it. By the time I realized it, his birthday had already passed by several days. 19-year-old Cheng Shi racked his brains and could only say one thing to Yin Yin at this moment. She's so sexy, so damn sexy. Chapter 203 The Disappointed Luo Jiahao. He tried to avoid this woman several times, but she persisted relentlessly, eventually annoying Cheng Shi. You like taking advantage of me, huh? Fine, I'll let you take advantage of me all at once. He grabbed Lu Yinyin's arm, looking at her slender yet firm shoulders, and said in a feigned, fierce tone, Damn, I'll give you a break this time, just to the grove by the roadside. Lu Yinyin laughed so hard she almost fell over. Hey, class monitor, let's make this clear first. Whoever backs down is a dog. Woof woof. Cheng Shi immediately chickened out, shoved Lu Yinyin away, rolled his eyes, and cursed her as a female hooligan. If he really wanted to have messy relationships, he wouldn't have waited until today. Some things are better left unsaid. If you actually do them, what's the difference between you and a beast driven purely by hormones? Xia Jingzhe followed behind Cheng Shi and Lu Yinyin, but didn't hear what the two were whispering about. But she could sense that the two had a pretty good relationship, even a bit of flirting. Unable to suppress it, she felt a pang of sadness. As for comparing her to Yu Baiwei, she knew her own limitations and knew she couldn't compare, so she accepted it. But Lu Yinyin, who is clearly not as pretty as her, has a terrible reputation, is a typical bad girl, and her ex-boyfriend even chased her to school to beat her up. Why would Cheng Shi rather be intimate with Lu Yinyin than even glance at himself? Is she really so shameless that he finds her so repulsive? With this thought in mind, Jingzhe felt even more resentful. Jingzhe, give me your books, I'll put them in your bag. Luo Jiahao followed behind Xia Jingzhe, and as they walked, he noticed that she was holding a thick book in her hand, an introduction to microeconomics. She found it strange, remembering that when they left the classroom, he had clearly stuffed all of Xia Jingzhe's books into her school bag and then carried it on his back. You mean this? This isn't my book, it's Cheng Shi's. As Xia Jingzhe spoke, he switched the book in his hand to his other hand. And to be honest, the book was quite heavy. Luo Jiahao was taken aback. Cheng Shi's book, how did it end up with you? He just left without even taking the book. He must have been thinking about something and forgot. I just grabbed it for him. Luo Jiahao's body was somewhat stiff. He doted on Xia Jingzhe so much. Whenever the two of them were together, he was the one who carried her books and carried her bag. As a result, Xia Jingzhe took the initiative to help Cheng Shi carry the book. Although the analogy wasn't quite right, Luo Jiahao still felt a sense of disparity, like someone else was standing up and pedaling a bike that he himself was reluctant to ride. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the food stall. Lu Yinyin swayed her slender waist as she ordered food, while Cheng Shi found a seat and took out his phone to read a novel. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance. He turned his head and saw that Xia Jingzhe had sat down next to him without him noticing. He naturally didn't have a good impression of this girl below him and muttered, Jingzhe, why are you sitting next to me? Why don't you sit with Luo Jiahao? Upon hearing this, Luo Jiahao's previously dim eyes lit up, and he quickly pointed to the empty seat next to him and carefully wiped it with a tissue. Xia Jingzhe shook her head and said very seriously, Cheng Shi, you misunderstood. Luo Jiahao and I are just ordinary friends. Cheng Shi is really good. I didn't say you two were a couple. You two always sit together, so why did you suddenly explain like that? To be honest, whether you two are a couple or not is none of my business. As for Luo Jiahao, his arm, which was wiping the bench, froze instantly after hearing Xia Jingzhe's words. Oh, right, your book. As Xia Jingzhe spoke, he handed Cheng Shi the thick, brick-like book, An Introduction to Microeconomics. My book. How did it end up with you? You forgot to take it? I carried it for you all the way here. Is that so? Cheng Shi felt somewhat guilty. It's not that I feel sorry for Xia Jingzhe, but rather that I feel so sorry for my book. It had been gone for so long without me even noticing. I was just in the study room a moment ago, and we were all so close and intimate. Isn't this the most scumbag ever? Baby, I was wrong. I will never abandon you again. I, Cheng Shouxin, the god of learning, swear to God that as long as I have a bite to eat, I will give you a sip of soup. Cheng Shi, his face full of affection, coaxed his book. Where there's a will, there's a way. He believed that as long as he mastered the textbooks, he would definitely not fail the course. Meow meow meow. Cheng Shi's unconventional actions left Xia Jingzhe completely stunned. The guys in 606 love these free meals the most. After the food is served, they eat as much as they want. Plate after plate of roast beef is served, and they eat with their mouths full of oil. The dinner ended about an hour later. Lu Yinyin was about to pay the bill, thinking she would ask Xia Jingzhe for a refund after returning to the dormitory, but Luo Jiahao said that he had already paid the bill. Meow meow meow. Lu Yinyin is very good. She and Xia Jingzhe were treating each other to a meal, so why did this kid go and pay the bill? Luo Jiahao explained that Xia Jingzhe's matter was his matter, and it was only right that he pay for it. In the past, Xia Jingzhe would probably have just accepted it and taken Luo Jiahao's kindness for granted. But not today. Instead, she spoke very seriously to Luo Jiahao. Thank you for your kindness, but how can my business be your business? I'll make up for whatever it cost. After saying that, he took out his wallet. The awakening of insects, there's no need for that. Tell me quickly how much? Xia Jingzhe's tone became unquestionable. Luo Jiahao's expression turned listless, and he had no choice but to hand the invoice to Xia Jingzhe. After glancing at it, Xia Jingzhe quickly took out the money and forcefully stuffed it into Luo Jiahao's hand. The group left the food stall and headed towards the school. The girls' dormitory and the boys' dormitory were definitely not in the same place, so they split into two groups at the fork in the road. Luo Jiahao originally wanted to escort Xia Jingzhe downstairs, but was refused. After awkwardly scratching his head, he quickly walked a few steps and caught up with the guys from 606. Then he followed Cheng Shi closely, looking like he wanted to say something several times, but didn't actually speak until they were almost in the dormitory, when he finally called out to Cheng Shi. Squad leader, can we talk? Can. Cheng Shi nodded, signaling Wang Tianyu and the others to go up first. Sure, what do you want to talk about? The awakening of insects has changed. Under the long, cold moon, Luo Jiahao's face was full of resentment. People change, that's normal. Cheng Shi gave a perfunctory answer, completely clueless as to why this kid wanted to talk to him about this. What did it have to do with him whether Xia Jingzhe changed or not? Luo Jiahao sighed. Hey, class monitor, she used to never refuse my kindness, but now she does, especially when you're around. That means she's fallen for you. Cheng Shi was very surprised. That can't be right. I haven't even said more than a few words to her. Oh right, I even scolded her before, you forgot? Last time at the class dinner, I scolded her until she cried. How could she possibly like me? Class monitor, do you think I would joke about something like this? I've even seen her click on your QQ profile picture and just stare at it blankly several times. Huh? Is that so? This style is a bit weird. How about this? Why don't you change your profile picture to mine? Chapter 204 Arrogance is the passport. Hegemony is the motto. After a moment of twitching, Luo Jiahao's expression turned bitter. Class monitor, please stop joking. I'm feeling terrible right now, you know? Jingzhe and I grew up together. We went to the same kindergarten, the same elementary school, the same middle school, and then we went to the same university. I don't even know when I started liking her, but I'm certain that I'll never like anyone else in my life except her. This one. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi began to feel a little empathy for the pitiful child in front of him. Wasn't his life with Xia Ning pretty much the same story in their past life? As someone who has been through it all, Cheng Shi has some insights to share. He patted Luo Jiahao on the shoulder and earnestly advised him. Luo, you really can't force feelings. Life is so long, and you're just getting started. There's no need to hang yourself on one tree. There's a saying that goes, if you can't hold on to the sand, then let it go. Luo Jiahao continued with a wry smile. Class monitor, I understand the principles, but I just can't do it. Cheng Shi pouted. Then how do you suggest we do this? I don't want to be this outstanding either. I also want to understand why Xia Jingzhe likes me. How about this? You ask her what she likes about me, and I'll change it. Luo Jiahao sighed again. I don't have the guts to bring this up with her. If I do, given Jingzhe's personality, we might not even be friends anymore. Cheng Shi finally lost his patience. So what exactly do you want? Luo Jiahao stammered and couldn't give a clear answer. To put it bluntly, he hadn't thought about what he wanted to achieve before talking to Cheng Shi. It was probably more about simply confiding in someone. Cheng Shi had no time or inclination to wallow in self-pity with this kid. After saying he was really sleepy, he left him and went upstairs. With less than a month until the holiday, Cheng Shi hadn't planned to do anything new this year, but plans can't keep up with changes. In the past 2 days, Director Fu from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China has called him several times, urging him to come over as soon as possible to discuss the matter of joining the fruit group buying mall. Because of the psychological trauma left by Yi Ziki back then, Fu Guangming was originally very opposed to Cheng Shi's campus group buying. He later changed his mind, but it was only tacit approval. It was impossible for him to give 100% support like he would for a campus goddess competition. Cheng Shi then put aside the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China for the time being and focused all his energy on Sichuan University. The result was that Director Fu fell victim to the true fragrance law, a Chinese internet slang term for someone who is actually very envious of something. Seeing the fruit group buying mall thriving at Sichuan University, he became extremely jealous and regretted it so much that he pinched his thigh until it turned blue. He called Cheng Shi every few days, urging him to strike while the iron was hot and quickly promote the fruit group buying mall at their University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. He promised to mobilize all available resources to support it. After careful consideration, Cheng Shi agreed to Fu Guangming's request and decided to bring forward the original plan to launch the Fruit Group Purchase Mall at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China this year. The reason is simple. Cheng Shouxin saw the potential of group buying as a new market, and so did everyone else. Even things that couldn't be seen before can now be seen. In the information age, everything is transparent. For those big bosses with abundant capital, replicating Guoshi Group buying mall and creating a new and continuous success is not too difficult. At this point, it comes down to who can be faster. One step ahead can lead to continuous advantages. Since Fu Guangming has already expressed his full support, Cheng Shi has no reason to refuse. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't seize it, someone else might. On a bright and sunny day, Cheng Shi, along with Hong Yin, Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and Sun Feifei, his key confidants, filled his small Audi to the brim and drove to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Almost everyone knew the purpose of this trip, to expand territory and create new glories. So the generals were all quite excited, especially Zhang Wenjie, who was a chatterbox and kept talking nonstop the whole way. Unfortunately, this guy wasn't talking about work, but about girls. Brother Hong, there are some campus goddesses at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China who are quite pretty, although they can't compare to our boss's wife. Do you think we'll be able to run into them this time? Feiyu, can you take a look? Is my hairstyle a bit messy? Sigh. If I had known I was going to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, I should have gotten my hair done. Hong Yin and Li Feiyu were both thoroughly annoyed by this kid's constant harassment. Sun Feifei kept pouting, thinking to herself, Brother Jia, you can't find a girlfriend at Sichuan University, but that doesn't mean you can find one at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. In the boss's words, you're a typical example of someone who doesn't know his own limitations. Wenjie, you seem so happy. What are you talking about? Cheng Shi was focused on driving when he suddenly turned his head while waiting at a red light. He was also annoyed by this kid. Hey boss, I told them we must work hard today and try to get the fruit group purchase into the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China and finish all the preparations within 1 day. Wow, you're really passionate about your work, aren't you? Absolutely. Wenjie, you really are my right-hand man. In that case, I'll assign you the most challenging task later. Zhang Wenjie immediately wore a look of utter despair. The others were laughing hysterically. There's a saying, every creature has its counter. Just as brine sets tofu, to deal with Zhang Wenjie, the boss has to step in. In short, he's got his hands on him. Amidst laughter, the Audi A6L entered the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESDC, and then drove all the way to the entrance of the UESTC branch of the Meet You Milk Tea shop. Then comes the task assignment. Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie formed one group. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei formed another group, and as for Cheng Shi, he certainly wouldn't handle the specific business. He would be responsible for liaising with Director Fu and signing some supplementary agreements. Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie had both been in charge of projects independently before and had already developed their abilities. Therefore, their task was to contact and sign contracts with businesses around the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, as well as to provide relevant training. The main steps are order confirmation, goods delivery and handover, and amount calculation. With the experience provided by Sichuan University, these three steps have long been standardized procedures, and the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China naturally follows these standard procedures as well. Standardization and process orientation are points that Cheng Shi has been emphasizing from the very beginning. In the early stages, it may seem cumbersome, increase manpower consumption, and cause dissatisfaction among merchants. However, the advantages of standardization and process orientation will become more and more obvious as time goes on. After running a lap, the two were almost exhausted. Their main focus was on getting merchants to accept the standardization and process of the fruit group buying mall. The merchants couldn't understand it, feeling that fruit technology had set the rules too rigidly, strictly, even inflexibly, and completely inhumanely. Your fruit technology is too overpowered. This is hegemony, and it shows absolutely no respect for us. Zhang Wenjie was tired of hearing similar complaints. He didn't quite understand why the boss set such strict rules during the initial promotion phase, when he could have been more flexible to attract more merchants. But given Cheng Shi's capitalist power, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. So, after being annoyed by the dissatisfied merchants' questions, Zhang Wenjie simply put on a stern face and repeated the same sentence over and over. That's the rule. You won't accept it? If you don't accept it, haha, there are plenty of people who will. Zhang Wenjie dares to be so arrogant because he has plenty of reason to be so. No matter how dissatisfied or indignant the merchants were when negotiating with him, their eyes immediately cleared up after he presented them with sales data from similar merchants at Sichuan University, and they obediently signed a series of unequal treaties. In Cheng Shi's words, we are platform developers and cloud market operators. Arrogance is our passport, and hegemony is our motto. Merchants will eventually accept it as long as they don't hate money. Chapter 205 Zhoujingi. Zhang Wenjie and Hong Yin spent the entire morning exploring only half of the commercial area near the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Both were exhausted, so they found a roadside stall to eat rice noodles, replenishing their energy while discussing the issues. Brother Hong, don't you think the boss has set the rules too rigidly? It's a one-size-fits-all approach with absolutely no room for maneuver. No wonder those merchants are so unhappy and complaining so much. Hong Yin was older and had more experience in the business world, so his perspective was much more insightful than that of the naive Zhang Wenjie. He smiled and said, Wenjie, let me ask you this. Regardless of what those merchants said, did they ultimately sign the agreement? Yes, it's signed, Zhang Wenjie nodded. But that's because our fruit group buying mall was so successful at Sichuan University. Isn't that settled? Hong Yin interrupted before he could finish speaking. In the boss's words, what is a seller's market? They're begging us now. If we don't take advantage of them now, when will we? Do you really think working people are all simple and kind? If we don't set the rules for them from the beginning, these small vendors will cause a lot of trouble later on. Zhang Wenjie listened, seemingly understanding, but not quite. After thinking for a moment, Hong Yin added a few more words to this young man he quite liked. Wenjie, you need to understand one thing. Although our Guesher group buying mall is still small, it is the leader in the campus group buying sector. Therefore, it should have the right to set the rules, just like the United States is the world's superpower, so it has the right to mint coins. When our rules become the industry's truth, we will reduce a lot of trouble in the future. No one will ask why or what the basis is, because we have already made the rules since ancient times, understand? Zhang Wenjie pondered. Brother Hong, does that mean the boss is setting all the rules he can now for the long term? Because small problems now will become big problems later when the company grows bigger and stronger, so the boss is preparing for the future. Hong Yi nodded. That's what makes the boss so amazing. He always thinks 3 steps ahead, or even 5 steps ahead, when he does things. Brother Hong, I agree with that. The boss's strategic vision is truly amazing, and he understands human nature so well. He anticipated all the merchants' reactions. By the way, why does the boss insist that we go to each merchant one by one? Can't he just gather all the merchants together and sign the contracts in one go? This boss also told me that before signing the contract, we should try to avoid the merchants from banding together, because once they band together, they will have the leverage to negotiate with us, so we must talk to them one by one. So, do we have to go to each training institution one by one? No need for that. The boss said that as long as a contract is signed and there are legal constraints, they can hug each other however they want. Wow. It seems like the boss would be quite the fortune teller even if he set up a stall under the overpass. He seems to have considered all the possibilities. All we need to do is follow his instructions step by step. Zhang Wenjie couldn't help but sigh again. Hong Yi nodded in agreement. That's why some roads, when the boss leads us, are truly roads. If we have to walk them ourselves, we'll either be stuck in mud or swamps. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei went to the 505th branch base and gathered all the employees there for a meeting. Unlike Sichuan University, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China is only a branch. Chengshi and a few other capable people can't be there all the time. So the purpose of today's meeting is to select a capable person from among the employees at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China and promote them to be the head of the branch, responsible for overall coordination, and to directly liaise with Chengshi. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei are Chengshi's personal secretary and financial manager, respectively. They are both his most trusted confidants, yet they do not have much interest entanglement with other departments of Guisher Technology. Promoting branch managers is a matter that involves significant interests, and sending these two people is the most appropriate way to do it. There's no need to worry that these two people have ulterior motives. To use a somewhat inappropriate analogy, the people the emperor trusted most were not his ministers, but his eunuchs. Ultimately, the two finalized their choices, two outstanding and highly capable candidates from among the employees recruited by the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Their styles of doing things were different. One was aggressive, the other was cautious. Each had its own advantages, and the two couldn't decide which to choose. After some discussion, they unanimously decided to leave the decision to Chengshi. Well, how should I put it? You can't always bother your boss, but you also can't really not bother him at all. Do the trivial things well, and then hand over the final decisions to the boss. That's what makes a trusted confidant. People always grow. As fruit technology continues to develop and expand, these college students, who are both foolish and naive in Chengshi's eyes, are making rapid progress and improvement, and are even secretly fighting amongst themselves. If we compare fruit technology to a small imperial court, then Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie are like powerful regional officials who can stand alone, while Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei are like close advisors to the emperor. These two forces are already showing signs of competition. Did Chengshi notice? Of course he noticed it, but he turned a blind eye and even encouraged the competition. The reason is simple. A company without competition has no vitality. Wolf culture has its drawbacks, but it's fine to do it on a small scale. Returning to Chengshi himself, he was in the deputy director's office at that moment, acting as a ruthless signing machine. The joint agreement between the two schools, the work-study agreement, and a whole bunch of tripartite agreements, all require signatures and fingerprints, and many of these agreements are in triplicate, requiring 3 signatures and 3 fingerprints. Director Fu, is it because I didn't pay much attention to you the past 2 days that you're deliberately getting back at me? Are there really so many agreements that need to be signed? Go away, do you think I'm that petty? You're from another school, after all, and there are many procedures that need to be followed. It's very simple to resolve. Why don't you transfer to our University of Electronic Science and Technology of China? Well, that's not entirely impossible. Oh, really? It's fake. I'm the champion of the first ever God of Learning competition, the most prestigious competition in Sichuan University's history. If I transfer schools, won't I lose this title that I've been proud of my whole life? What the heck? Fu Guangming is a bit. The God of Learning, the first one ever, the most prestigious in history. What are all these things? I've never even heard of them. But it sounds pretty cool. He decided to go back and find out if it was possible to replicate the model at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. The suggestion to Chengshi to transfer schools was just a joke, of course. If he actually did it, Fu Guangming suspected that several school leaders, led by President Fu of Sichuan University, would probably rush over overnight and kill him. After all, Cheng is practically the biggest treasure of Sichuan University right now. Every time President Fu goes out to a meeting, he mentions him intentionally or unintentionally. So much so that even the vice mayor of the municipal government in charge of education has heard of this kid's name. Junior Cheng, if you're tired of writing, have a drink of water. At this moment, a sweet voice rang out, and then a senior student with a stunning appearance and a great figure handed Chengshi a paper cup filled with warm water. Thank you, Senior Zhou. Chengshi took it, And indeed, he was thirsty, so he gulped it down. This senior student's name is Zhou Jingyi. She is from the School of Computer Science at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESDC. She was the runner-up in the Campus Goddess competition at UESDC. She had always been in first place, but in the final stage, she lost to Sun Tiantian from the School of Engineering. It's not that they're not as good-looking, but rather that the guys from the engineering school have a stronger sense of collective honor. As for why she was also in Fu Guangming's office, she was a campus reporter from the publicity department of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, and she came specifically to interview Cheng Shi after learning that he was coming. This interview also received the support of Fu Guangming. He wanted Cheng Shi to give those unambitious guys in the entrepreneurship department of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China a good talking to make them realize the gap, and then feel ashamed, and then strive to improve. Chapter 206: The Legendary Pregnancy Nourishment Technique. Junior, what prompted you to start your own business in your freshman year? It was a coincidence. When I first entered university, I had nothing to do, so I would often browse forums and online communities. While browsing, I suddenly had a bright idea. Could I create a forum website specifically for us university students? I've always had this bad habit of doing whatever comes to mind, and lo and behold, I actually succeeded. That's how UGN.com came about. As for the later fruit farm and fruit group buying, they were all kind of forced creations. After all, running a forum requires burning money, and I didn't have that much money to burn, so I had to find ways to generate revenue to establish a positive cycle. Junior, you're too modest. You make it sound so simple. You must have encountered many difficulties during the entrepreneurial process. Senior Zhou, didn't our teachers say when we were kids that difficulties are like springs? The weaker you are, the stronger they become. Junior, what do you think is your greatest strength? After smiling, Zhou Jingyi asked Cheng Shi her second question. What is taking place right now is the so-called exclusive interview conducted by the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. It wasn't very formal. There wasn't even a photographer. It was just a written interview, which was then published in the school newspaper. If it were a major media outlet, like the West China City Daily, Cheng Shi certainly wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. He would definitely exaggerate the positive energy. But if it's just a campus media outlet, then it really doesn't matter. The main point is to emphasize a relaxed atmosphere. He replied with a smile, I have many good qualities, such as honesty, reliability, humor, wit, gentleness, kindness, justice, and humility. The biggest one, I should say, is that I'm handsome. Zhou Jingyi, meow meow meow. Cheng Shi continued, I owe my good looks mainly to my parents. Zhou Jingyi, thank you, uncle and aunt, for giving you such excellent genes. Cheng Shi shook his head. If my parents hadn't given me this mouth, I wouldn't be so shameless as to say I'm handsome every day. Goose, goose, goose. Zhou Jingyi was successfully amused by Cheng Shi and laughed heartily. Junior, you're so funny. So what do you think is your biggest weakness? Possessing high moral character and personal cultivation. Junior, you must have misunderstood. Shouldn't these be considered strengths? How can it be a strength? If I didn't have such high moral character and cultivation, I could definitely earn more money. What could Zhou Jingyi say? What you said makes so much sense. I'm speechless. In conclusion, the interview was very relaxed and enjoyable because of Cheng Shi's humor. You can tell from the fact that Zhou Jingyi laughed through her tears. As the interview continued, she became more and more interested in Cheng Shi. This junior was really different from the others. He seemed to have no idea what nervousness was. He looked like he was joking around, but he actually controlled the pace of the interview the whole time. As the interview was drawing to a close, Zhou Jingyi said with a smile, Junior, I have a rather personal question for you. You don't have to answer it. Do you have a girlfriend? Cheng Shi was somewhat surprised. Why would Zhou Jingyi ask this question? Does having a good friend count? Junior, a good friend and a girlfriend are different, aren't they? Okay, let's end the interview here. Zhou Jingyi smiled, began tidying up the manuscript, and then quietly and secretly took off a red string from her wrist. After finally signing this agreement and that contract, and completing the interview with Zhou Jingyi, it was already lunchtime. Fu Guangming took the initiative to invite. Come on, Cheng Shi, let's go have a meal together. We won't go out, just the second floor of the school cafeteria. Let you experience the skills of the chefs at our University of Electronic Science and Technology of China's cafeteria. I'm not bragging. It will absolutely blow your Sichuan University out of the water. Cheng Shi, of course, dared not refuse and happily agreed. Director Fu, I have a childhood friend here who made plans to have lunch with me this morning. It wouldn't be good for me to just stand him up. Could you invite him along too? The childhood friend Cheng Shi was referring to his naturally brother Huang. Actually, He hadn't made an appointment with Brother Huang beforehand. He's so busy, he doesn't have time to pamper Brother Huang. So, the idea is to find a pretext to make Brother Huang more familiar to Fu Guangming. As best friends who grew up together, Chengshi naturally hoped that Brother Huang would have a bright future and had been encouraging him to start his own business. He's not the kind of person who just talks the talk but doesn't walk the walk, so encouragement can't just be verbal. If Brother Huang wants to start a business while still in school, he'll definitely be sucking up to Fu Guangming. It's better to start licking now than to wait until you need it in the future. Although Big Yellow Brother probably can't lick yet, he can help lick it. Flattering the boss is not shameful at all. Fu Guangming waved his hand. What's wrong with calling them? Call them all. The school puts 2,000 yuan on my meal card every month. I don't even know how to spend it. Okay. Chengshi immediately texted Brother Huang, telling him to tidy himself up and go to the cafeteria entrance right away. Xiaozhou, you should come too. You must be starving after working so hard for so long. Fu Guangming asked Zhou Jingyi another question. It was purely out of politeness. The propaganda department wasn't under his jurisdiction, and this was the first time he'd met Zhou Jingyi. I thought she would politely decline, but to my surprise, she readily agreed. Okay, director. After glancing at Chengshi and then at Zhou Jingyi, whose gaze remained fixed on Chengshi, Director Fu understood. If Director Fu hadn't seen Yu Baiwei's photos, he would probably have been happy to see it happen and might even have taken the initiative to match them up. Unfortunately, he had already seen it. Xiao Zhou is very pretty, one of the prettiest girls at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, but she really can't compare to the girl on Chengshi's phone wallpaper. Therefore, Xiao Zhou was destined to be the goddess has a dream, but the king has no heart for her. More than 10 minutes later, Fu Guangming led Chengshi and Zhou Jingyi to the cafeteria. Brother Huang was already waiting at the door, dressed neatly, with his usual reserved and nervous expression. That's the deputy director of the school's youth league committee, one of the most powerful leaders in the school. If it weren't for Chengshi, he probably wouldn't have been able to speak to such a high-ranking leader until graduation. When Fu Guangming said he was having a simple meal, he meant it literally. There was no extravagance or waste. He only ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Throughout the meal, Brother Huang was very reserved, the kind of reserve that only answered questions with a single sentence. Fortunately, Cheng Shizhen was there, so he didn't need to say much. Watching Xiao Cheng chat and laugh with Director Fu, Brother Huang was very envious, thinking to himself, when he could be like Xiao Cheng and not be nervous in any situation. Well, like Xiao Cheng, I guess I have no hope in this lifetime, but even half of it would be good. During the dinner, Zhou Jingyi also took the opportunity to chat with Chengshi. Several times, she even asked him some more personal questions, pretending to be casual, clearly trying to find out whether Chengshi had a girlfriend. Chengshi was very surprised as to why this senior Zhou was testing him like this. He had clearly seen a red string tied around Zhou Jingyi's wrist during the interview just now, but it was gone now. Moreover, while in Fu Guangming's office, she would occasionally take out her phone and send messages to a boy. All signs indicate that she has a boyfriend. As Zhou Jingyi continued to probe Chengshi's mind and subtly hinted that she was still single, Chengshi finally realized the truth. Holy crap, is she planning to carry my baby? After Chengshi understood this, he wasn't angry, but rather felt a bit dumbfounded. I really didn't expect that any girl would be so arrogant as to try some kind of pregnancy nurturing technique with him. I really want to summon you Baiwei right away and give this senior Zhou a good thrashing. What kind of class do you think you are, little brat, daring to dream of using your brother Cheng as a backup option? Chapter 207, Mr. Zhang's Tea Appreciation Guide, 1. Chengshi only thought about letting Yu Marin come over and give this senior sister Zhou a little peck. He wasn't that bored. However, seeing Zhou Jingyi's self-satisfied attitude, Chengshi felt increasingly impulsive and sent her a JPG. The one with Hong Shixian's caption, "Hello, you're so sexy.jpg." After finishing her meal, Zhou Jingyi didn't linger. At the crossroads, she waved goodbye to Chengshi. Before leaving, she waved her phone at Chengshi, the subtext of which was clear. She wanted Chengshi to send her a message. As for his contact information, she asked for Chengshi's mobile phone number during the interview and also added him on QQ. Want to raise my baby? You're dreaming. Chengshi had been all smiles, but as soon as Zhou Jingyi turned around, his expression immediately turned disgusted. He was about to block this woman when, before he could do anything, Brother Huang suddenly said to him, "Little Cheng, can I ask you for a favor?" "Damn it, Big Yellow, you're disgusting me. What's with all this begging stuff? Just say it." Do you still remember Senior Bien?" "I remember, it's about bending down." "By the way, when I asked you last time, didn't you say that you two had lost contact?" We got in touch again later. Senior Bien broke up with her boyfriend, Xiao Cheng, Don't think I'm pathetic. I didn't mean anything by it. I just saw she posted several statuses. She seemed pretty sad, so I couldn't help but want to comfort her. I know that's how simps are. The two brothers walked and chatted, and soon arrived at the entrance of Meet You Milk Tea Shop, and found an empty seat to sit down. When store manager Zheng Xiaoru saw Cheng Shi, she wanted to come over and greet him, but Cheng Shi waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to and should continue with her own business. After stammering for a while, Huang Ziwei finally explained the matter to Cheng Shi. Xiao Cheng, it's like this. Your Guisher Technology is planning to recruit a few full-time employees at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, right? Senior Bian is also looking for a job, and she asked me to inquire whether it's possible for her to join Guisher Technology. Cheng Shi frowned slightly. Da Huang, that's not right. If she wants to join the company, she can just submit her resume. Why is she asking you? Huang Ziwei sighed. Because her GPA isn't particularly good, and there are many people who want to join Fruit Technology, so Cheng Shi finished speaking for him. So you found me, wanting me to give you special treatment? Big Yellow Brother remained silent. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi said earnestly, Da Huang, Fruit Technology is currently in the stage of burning money for expansion, which is only superficially impressive. At this stage, every full-time employee I recruit must be carefully considered to ensure they can create surplus value for me. Huang Ziwei understood and lowered his head. I'm sorry, Xiao Cheng, I didn't consider your difficulties. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Cheng Shi pursed his lips, shifted to a more comfortable sitting position, and half slumped in the chair, sizing up Brother Huang's dark, square face. Even though she had been rejected, there was no resentment on her face, only guilt, unease, and a hint of anxiety. Whether in past or present life, this silly person seems to have always been this silly. Cheng Shi suddenly remembered many things from his childhood. Da Huang, do you remember when we first started kindergarten? I wanted to sit with Xia Ning, but I was too embarrassed to ask the teacher, so I asked you to ask her. Huang Ziwei was puzzled as to why Cheng Shi would bring this up, but he still followed along and recalled. I remember, that kindergarten, it's run by a relative of mine. In the end, I went and talked to them, and then I moved to the one next to Xia Ning. You then asked me to give up my spot to you. Cheng Shi shrugged, his expression becoming somewhat sentimental. The more I think back, the more I realize that calling you Brother Huang was definitely worth it. You've spoiled me since I was little. I remember once, probably in first grade, you had a little ball that wobbled around when you shook it. It was so much fun. I insisted on taking the bladder out, and you cried while cutting it with a knife. Xiao Cheng, that was my favorite toy, and you insisted on cutting it. Damn it, I still get angry just thinking about it. My heart is bleeding. You still cut it in the end. You said it yourself. I've spoiled you since you were little. Another time, in the vegetable garden next to the school, the vegetable leaves were covered with white urea. I thought it was sugar, but I didn't dare to eat it myself, so I encouraged you to eat it first. Damn, this is infuriating. I went back home and had so much vomiting and diarrhea that I almost died. Ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, Cheng Shi suddenly changed the subject. Da Huang, go tell Bian Xiali to come to the Sichuan University Entrepreneurship Base Room 101 for an interview next Monday. As long as there are no major problems with her file, I'll pass her. Huang Ziwei was very surprised. Didn't Xiao Cheng just reject him? Da Huang, the reason I brought up those childhood stories is to let you know how important you are to me. We're both only children. I don't have an older brother, and you don't have a younger brother, but I've always considered you my older brother, and you've always considered me your younger brother. I can help you this time, and in the future, anything I can do, if you ask, I'll most likely still help you. It's nothing. But Cheng Shi continued speaking, his expression turning somewhat serious. Bian Xiaoli, I really don't like her, because I can tell that she doesn't like you at all, and is simply using you. Xiao Cheng, it can't be that serious. Asking you for special treatment wasn't what Senior Bian said, it was, I offered it myself. Huang Ziwei's expression turned very embarrassed. Childish. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. Da Huang, if I were Bian Xiaoli, I wouldn't offer to help her either. She knows about our relationship and how soft-hearted you are. All she has to do is act pitiful in front of you, saying how hard it is for her to find a job and how much she wants to work at Guisher Technology. You'll definitely offer to help her, and that way she'll achieve her goal without owing you a favor. Forehead. Huang Ziwei's expression changed slightly. Has Xiao Cheng gained supernatural insight? What Xiao Cheng just said was pretty much his chat history with Bian Xiaoli. But he still had a glimmer of hope, thinking that Senior Bian shouldn't be that kind of person, and that Xiao Cheng was just thinking too darkly about human nature. Cheng Shi knew Huang Ziwei very well. He could tell what Huang Ziwei was thinking just by looking at his expression. He chuckled and said, Da Huang, do you think I'm being too cynical about human nature. Brother Huang nodded honestly and said that there was a little bit. Cheng Shi shrugged and said it wasn't that I thought human nature was dark. It was just that human nature is inherently like this. Just then, the phone rang. It was a message from Zhou Jingyi saying that she had arrived at the dormitory and asking Cheng Shizhen what he was doing. Cheng Shi looked at it, not wanting to reply, but after glancing at Brother Huang, a thought suddenly struck him. Well, since this senior Zhou is so delusional, thinking she can use him as a backup plan, then Cheng Shouxin doesn't mind playing along and giving the foolish yet clear-headed Brother Huang a live lesson. It's to teach him what it means to be wicked and how cunning a woman can be. Thinking of this, Cheng Shi suddenly asked, "Da Huang, what do you think of that senior Zhou from earlier?" Chapter 208, The Zhang Family Tea Appreciation Guide, 2. Senior Zhou. Huang Ziwei recalled. She's great, beautiful, intelligent, and cultured. Xiaocheng, why are you asking this? He was startled. Holy crap, you already have Yu Baiwei, and Xianing's side is a complete mess. Does that mean you still want to have something happen with Senior Zhou? Cheng Shi waved his hand dismissively. Go away, I'm not a scumbag. But the current situation is that this Senior Zhou probably wants to keep me as a backup. That can't be right. Didn't Senior Zhou say she was still single when we were eating? Bullshit about being single. She clearly had a red string tied with 1,000 knots on her wrist when she was in Director Fu's office, but it disappeared when she ate. Maybe she felt uncomfortable and took it off? Xiaocheng, anyway, I didn't see that Senior Zhou intended to keep you as a backup. Huang Ziwei tried his best to explain. Even he himself didn't know why he insisted on explaining things for Zhou Jingyi, whom he had only met by chance. Cheng Shi, however, could understand. Brother Huang's explanation for Zhou Jingyi can also be interpreted as him explaining for Bian Xiaoli. Ultimately, he just refused to admit that the first girl he ever fell for, Senior Bian, was the green tea that Xiaocheng was talking about. Oh ho, you're still not convinced? Then let's give it a try. Cheng Shi immediately sat up straight, waved to Brother Huang, signaling him to lean closer, and then started typing away in front of him. Senior Zhou, I've realized I'm starting to like you. If you're not too busy, would you mind dating me? Then, under the stunned gaze of Huang Ziwei, he pressed the send button with a snap. Big Brother Huang's mouth dropped open. Xiaocheng, are you sick in the head? You already have you, the school beauty, and Xia, the class beauty, is still waiting for you. Are you out of your mind? You suddenly confessed to Senior Sister Zhou? What if she accepts? Cheng Shi said confidently. Hee, I'm pretty sure she wants to support my pregnancy. Based on that, she can't accept my confession, but she won't reject me outright either. She'll just give me an ambiguous reply, which shows her modesty. She's not the kind of girl who's easy to get, but also won't make me lose hope and give up on pursuing her. Impossible. Big Brother Huang kept shaking his head. You've only met once, and you're already confessing your feelings. Unless she's already fallen in love with you at first sight, she'll reject you outright. Cheng Shi smiled but remained silent. He reclined on the chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table, not at all like someone who had just confessed to a girl and was waiting for a reply. Big Brother Huang was even more engrossed in the role than Cheng Shi, completely immersed in the character. He kept staring at Cheng Shi's phone, and after half a minute, he asked impatiently, Little Cheng, why hasn't she replied yet? What's the rush? Don't worry, she'll definitely reply. Why should I? Aren't you getting a little too cocky? Because I'm not a poor bastard like you. If you were even a tenth as good as me, believe me, Bian Xiaoli would reply to your messages faster than a rocket. Big Yellow felt like he'd been critically hit. Not only were the blood vessels completely wiped out, but the system also ended up owing the system 2 tubes of blood. Whether Xiaocheng is a person is debatable, but when he acts like a dog, he really is a dog. Just as Brother Huang was feeling sorry for himself, a message arrived with a ding. Cheng Shi glanced at it, then smiled slightly and handed it to Brother Huang, who quickly took it and examined it closely. Here's the message. Junior, we've only just met. How can you confess your feelings like that? I think we should be friends first. Although I do admire you, you're ambitious and humorous. Huang Ziwei pursed his lips. Xiaocheng, I think there's nothing wrong with Senior Zhou's reply. She politely rejected you without hurting your feelings too much, showing her good manners. A tactful refusal? Cheng Shi sneered and, right in front of Brother Huang, sent another message to Zhou Jingyi. So Zhou is really that hard to pursue? I guess I'll just give up. Huang Ziwei scoffed. Puffed. Xiaocheng, I bet Senior Zhou won't even acknowledge you. Cheng Shi shrugged. If she didn't want to support my pregnancy, your analysis is correct. She would just be very angry and definitely wouldn't talk to me anymore. Unfortunately, she's a green tea bitch. I bet she'll reply within a minute and make me eat my phone. Before he could even utter the word drop, Zhou Jingyi's text message arrived. Chengshi glanced at it, smiled, and tossed the phone back to Brother Huang. Big Yellow Brother stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. The text message content is as follows. Junior Chung, you're really a great guy. Mature, humorous, and ambitious. I also have a good impression of you, but I'm really not ready to be in a relationship right now. Please don't pressure me. Give me some time to think about it. After a long silence, Brother Huang sighed. Xiao Chung, could it be that Senior Zhou is really what you call, a green tea bitch? How could it be fake? Chengshi scoffed. But you can tell from this text message that she's not very skilled. If it were me, I would also reply to the text message, but not so quickly, and my tone wouldn't be so soft. I would at least pretend to be angry for a bit. Big Brother Huang felt his hair stand on end. Little Chung, thank goodness you're not a girl. My dear Brother Huang, think about it again. Doesn't it taste the same? What does it taste like? Bian Xiaoli also has the same tea scent as Senior Sister Zhou. I don't even need to look at your chat content to know that during your conversation, Bian Xiaoli, just like Zhou Jingyi, is constantly releasing a scent called availability. Chengshi spoke eloquently. Zhou Jingyi's message is reminding me that she actually has feelings for me. I believe Bian Xiaoli also gave you similar hints. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that you came to beg me for her sake. How strong is your pride, Brother Huang? We've been together for so many years. How many times have you begged me? As Huang Ziwei listened, the hairs on his body began to stand on end. He was certain that Xiao Chung hadn't looked at his phone, but what Xiao Chung had just said was indeed the general outline of his conversation with Bian Xiaoli. The word availability, in particular, felt like a sharp knife stabbing into his heart, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. After a long silence, Brother Huang sighed. Xiao Chung, about Senior Bian's joining the company. Maybe we should just forget about it? Chengshi waved his hand. It's not that bad. You already promised her. If you don't keep your word, she'll look down on you even more. You're still young. It's okay to play around with this kind of green tea bitch for a bit. Although if things develop further, you'll most likely be the one being played. Cough. Consider it tuition. Is it better to be played by a scumbag woman now than to be played by her again after entering the workforce? Huang Ziwei. He's convinced now that what Xiao Chung said is most likely the truth, and that Senior Bian is indeed a so-called green tea, a manipulative woman. But Bian Xiaoli, ultimately the first girl in his life to make his heart flutter, was his red rose and his white moonlight. He still harbored a sliver of hope. Oh right, Xiao Chung, there's something else I need to tell you. Chapter 209 The Humble Little Sue. What? Mr. Sun, didn't you ask me to tutor his daughter? I'm afraid I can't continue this job. Mr. Sun's daughter is too rebellious. She doesn't listen to me at all and doesn't respect me. When I'm teaching her, she's basically playing on her phone. I don't feel at ease earning this money. She's playing on her phone, and you just let her? You're a teacher, don't you know you should be stricter? Xiao Chung, I don't have the guts. She said she's my student, only a year younger than me. You know, I've never known how to talk to girls since I was little. After pondering for a while, Chengshi told Brother Huang not to rush to resign from President Sun's position. He was going to Millennium Department Store again in the next couple of days to finalize some cooperation agreements, so he suggested going on the weekend. He would personally meet with this rebellious girl and see if there was any hope for her. Huang Ziwei had classes in the afternoon, and after chatting with Chengshi for a few more minutes, he left in a hurry. Chengshi lay down on the chair and took a nap. When he finished his nap, his capable assistants, Hong Yin, Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and Sun Feifei, were already sitting next to him. Judging from his posture, he had been sitting for quite a while, but seeing that he was sleeping soundly, I couldn't bear to disturb him. Tell me what's going on. Chengshi waved his hand. Zhang Wenjie was the first to report. Boss, there aren't any major problems with Brother Hong and me. Just like you analyzed, we set the rules very strictly. The merchants might make a fuss, but that's all they'll do. After seeing the sales data from Sichuan University, they eventually signed the agreements. Chengshi laughed and said, that's normal. In the adult world, interests are the only constant. I can help them make money, and I'd be happy if they called me Big Daddy. After speaking, he looked at Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei. Li Feiyu said, Boss, we have two candidates here, one named Yang Honghao and the other named Ma Luojun. They are both quite capable. The former has a more conservative approach, while the latter is more aggressive. You need to make a choice. After a moment's thought, Chengshi chose Ma Luojun. The reason is simple. The fact that Guoshi Group buying Mall entered the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China was a very risky move. Since it had already taken such a risk, it was bound to stick to one path to the end. It was impossible to have both. There are not many perfect things in the world. Therefore, Ma Luojun, with his radical personality and more adventurous spirit, is naturally more suitable than Yang Honghao. After finalizing the selection, Cheng Shi asked Li Feiyu to call Ma Luojun over. He first gave him a stern lecture, pointing out many shortcomings in his work. Ma Luojun listened with trepidation, breaking out in a cold sweat. Just as he was wondering if he was going to be fired by his boss, Cheng Shi changed the subject, patted him on the shoulder, and said that he was going to promote him to be the manager of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China branch of the Guesher Group, buying Mall, and that he would be directly in contact with him from now on. They're not firing me. They're giving me a promotion and a raise. Ma Luojun was completely numb. He was in hell one moment, and now he's in heaven the next. This roller coaster of emotions is taking a toll on his heart. Thinking about all the shortcomings in his work, yet his boss still entrusted him with important responsibilities, Ma Luojun suddenly felt a sense of a scholar would die for one who understands him. Their initiative was at its peak, and they were determined to live up to the boss's expectations, serving him wholeheartedly and repaying his trust with utmost loyalty. Well, all I can say is that this certain capitalist has already figured out the art of managing subordinates and plays it perfectly. After giving manager Ma a good dose of psychological manipulation, Cheng Shi considered his task at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China for the day complete. He checked the time. It was past 4 in the afternoon. He scratched his head. At this point, there was no time to arrange other work, but it was too early to go out for lunch. At this moment, Sun Feifei suggested, "Boss, the induction cooker and big pot you brought from Millennium Department Store have been sitting here for a long time. Anyway, it's still early. Why don't we go to the market to buy some vegetables and cook hot pot tonight?" Cheng Shi nodded directly. This is a good idea. He certainly wouldn't do such trivial tasks as grocery shopping himself. He would leave it all to Sun Feifei. Too lazy to drive. He gave the driver's seat to Li Feiyu, the learning champion, who had just finished her half-price driving lessons at Tailai Driving School and successfully obtained her driver's license. Cheng Shi was sitting in the passenger seat, texting Yu Baiwei nonstop. Actually, Yu Marin sent it to him first, and the content was quite witty. Friendly reminder, you haven't paid attention to your little cutie for half a day. It's dry and hot outside, so be careful, she might throw a tantrum. Cheng Shi smiled knowingly and replied, "So cute. What are you doing?" "Brother, your little cutie is thinking of you. Come walk me, okay? I think of you every minute and every second." Cheng Shi didn't notice anything strange about the first message, but he felt something was wrong with this one, very wrong. Although Yu Baiwei would sometimes be affectionate with him, she would never be this affectionate. It would be greasy. "Brother, why aren't you saying anything? Don't you want to kiss your sister?" Yu Marin's profile picture is still flashing, and messages keep coming in. Cheng Shi curled his lip. "Tell me, what kind of monster are you, Su Shi?" There was a silence on the other end for about 10 seconds, and then another message came in. The tone was soft, but the words were harsh. "Brother, I'm not Su Shi. I'm your Wei Wei. I really miss you so much. Rice, twice-cooked pork, mapo tofu, stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar. Hey, Mr. Su, this is what I ate for lunch. I've already thrown it all up. You have to pay me back." "Damn it, Cheng Shi, are you a dog? You can smell that I'm not your way even through a phone. Wait a minute. When you two are being affectionate, you often call each other brother and sister, right? Where did I give myself away?" In the girls' dormitory, Su Shi, who had tricked and deceived Yu Baiwei into giving her her phone, was very puzzled and somewhat exasperated. She thought that with the experience of flirting with men that she had gained from reading hundreds of romance novels, from Zhang Henshui to Qiong Yao to Shiwan, she should be able to easily win Cheng Shi over. How could he see through her at a glance? Shi, are you really confident that you can bring Cheng Shi back?" At this moment, Yu Baiwei looked at Su Shi with a nervous expression. "I'll call Cheng Shi back for you." That's what Su Shi told her, which is how she tricked her into giving up her phone. "Don't worry, it's not a big problem. Everything is under control. In short, the situation is excellent." Su Shi's cheeks twitched slightly, but she was still trying to maintain her persona as a dating expert and relationship guru. The message she sent to Cheng Shi, however, was a swift admission of defeat. "Ahem, Cheng Shi, I admit I'm Su Shi, but Wei Wei really misses you too. So come over and take her for a walk. Whether I come or not is my business. You give the phone to Yu Baiwei. Then you'd better promise me you'll come right now. I've already made all that boasting. If you don't come, my image will be ruined." Then beg me. "Brother, please, give Loli Su some face." "All right, I'll come right over, but some people will definitely be in pain in a certain place." After a few more words of arguing, Su Shi finally handed the phone back to Yu Baiwei, and then said with a smug look on her face, "It's all settled. Cheng Shi said he's coming right away." I told you, Sister Sue, you're capable. There's no man I can't handle. Yumarin carefully read the chat history. Then her pretty face gradually turned pale. Sure. You didn't fool Qingshi at all, okay? Oh no. Oh no. He said he's coming to spank me. He's just trying to scare you. He would never actually hit you. Then come with me later. I'll treat you to something delicious. Never mind. I suddenly feel a bit of a stomach ache. Sure. Qingshi is right. You're a bad person. I'll never listen to you again. Chapter 210 Maximum Drinking Limit, 5 ounces. After returning to Sichuan University from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Sun Feifei, Zhang Wenjie, Li Feiyu, and the others excitedly went to the nearby vegetable market to buy groceries in preparation for their upcoming hot pot feast. As for Qingshi, he naturally wanted to find Yu Marin and then spank her. She actually dared to give the phone to Su Shirshir and trick him together. Oh, right. Feifei, remember to buy a good bottle of wine at a reputable supermarket. Wuliangya, please. As they parted ways, Qingshi suddenly remembered something. Boss Baiju. Sun Feifei was somewhat puzzled. Who drinks this stuff when young people get together for a meal? Qingshi waved his hand. It doesn't matter, just buy it. All right. Sun Feifei accepted the order and left. Young people, except for a very few with a family tradition of drinking baijiu, Chinese white liquor, and raised from a young age, really don't like drinking it, but middle-aged people do. Just now, he received a call from Principal Fu Qingfeng, who said he would be coming to the 101 headquarters later to talk to him about something and asked when he would be free. Qingshi gave a rough time, around 6:30. The timing is quite tight. It will take Fu Qingfeng time to get here, so he probably hasn't had dinner yet. At that time, Taipei 101 must have already started preparing hot pot. When Principal Fu arrived, Qingshi invited him to eat some together, and he probably wouldn't refuse. After all, it was a coincidence. Most close relationships between people are built through eating and drinking together. 10 minutes later, Qingshi saw Yu Baiwei downstairs in the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics. In the depths of winter, darkness falls early. It's only a little past 5 o'clock, and the setting sun is already casting its last rays, its dim, yellowish light giving everything in the world a hazy, dreamlike glow. Yu Baiwei stood gracefully in the setting sun, wearing a soft white beret with a few strands of hair peeking out from under the brim, looking both gentle and playful. She was wearing a light white, thin-down jacket, fluffy and light as a cloud, with a turtleneck sweater underneath, the texture of which was delicate and perfectly accentuated her figure. Upon seeing Qingshi, Yu Marin's eyes darted away noticeably, like a primary school student facing their homeroom teacher after doing something wrong. Cough. Qingshi coughed dramatically, preparing to sternly reprimand her for ever giving the phone to Su Shirshir again. As for spanking or anything like that, it was just to scare her. Unexpectedly, after he coughed, Yu Baiwei timidly walked up to him and then stuck out her round and perky buttocks, including those under her tight jeans. Her face was slightly pale as she said, Qingshi, you can hit me, but you can only hit me once. Qingshi. Good heavens. Doesn't she know how tempting it would be for a man with perfect health to do that, given her great figure? Okay, she's so clueless, she probably didn't know, but the most deadly temptations are the invisible ones. Qingshi was both amused and exasperated. Puffed. Yu Baiwei, what are you doing? I was just saying it offhand. I didn't really mean to spank you. Really? Yu Baiwei made an adorable gesture of sticking out her tongue, and then patted her increasingly perky chest. Phew, that scared me to death. I'm terrified of pain. Then why are you sticking your butt out so I can hit you? I'm scared that you'll really get angry. Then why did you give your phone to Su Shirshir? Typical. Bad at games and loves to play games. Because she told me that she was 100% sure she could get you to come over. You idiot. You believe everything she says? No, Shirshir often lies to me. I rarely believe her anymore. Then why did you believe it this time? Because, even if there's only a 1% chance, I hope it's true, that I can see you right away. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Qingshi's SAN value was directly cleared to 0. So he held out his hand. Come on, best friend. Let's continue our friendship. Yu Baiwei had wanted to hold hands with Qingshi for a long time, but she hadn't had the courage because she had done something wrong today. Qingshi took the initiative to extend an invitation, and she immediately became very happy. She grabbed his hand and quickly intertwined her fingers with his. Brother, where should we go for a walk next? Why go for a walk? I'm exhausted. Let's go to Taipei 101 and have hot pot tonight. Okay. Yu Marin nodded directly. As long as she could be with Qingshi, she wouldn't object to anything. The two walked hand in hand, stepping into the twilight, slowly towards the startup base. The evening breeze was gently treading on the clouds, and the few streaks of sunset on the horizon were selling happiness. As the sun completely sank into the western mountains, the stars began to appear, gradually transforming into a vast Milky Way. When Cheng Shi led Yu Baiwei into the 101 headquarters, Sun Feifei, Zhang Wenjie, and others had already bought all the ingredients, and a group of people were busy preparing the food. The induction cooker I got for free from Millennium Department Store was already running at full power. A large pot sat on top, steaming with white vapor. As the hot pot broth was poured in, a rich aroma quickly filled the air, making one's mouth water just by smelling it. Professor Fan was also there. There are also the three beauties of the general office, Wu Jiyu, Lu Jieqi, and Zhou Lina. Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei entered hand in hand. Lu Jieqi watched them, and her heart couldn't help but stir a little, her expression changing slightly, but she quickly concealed it. This scene was still captured by Zhou Lina, who was sitting next to her. Looking at Yu Baiwei, whose expression was becoming increasingly lively, and who seemed even more beautiful than when they had dinner together last time, Zhou Lina sighed. With looks like that, who can beat her? It's not that her good friend Lu Jieqi isn't pretty or outstanding, but the person opposite her is truly blessed by heaven, the most perfect creation sculpted by the Creator with all his might. Boss, can we start eating now? Zhang Wenjie swallowed hard as he asked Cheng Shi. Sure, you must be starving, let's get started. Cheng Shi waved his hand. 5 minutes ago, he received a call from Fu Qingfeng saying that he was already on his way, but Cheng Shi did not choose to wait for him. If you wait too long, it will seem deliberate. There was nothing more to say. Since Cheng Shi had spoken, the starving crowd immediately started eating. The atmosphere of hot pot is the most important thing. The more people there are, the better the atmosphere. In addition, Cheng Shi specially approved Sun Feifei to buy 2 cases of beer with public funds. After a few beers, the atmosphere became even more lively under the influence of alcohol. Cheng Shi didn't drink any. He opened the bottle of Wulianye and filled a glass for himself and Hong Yin. This wine was originally intended for Principal Fu, but it couldn't be opened only after he arrived. That would seem too deliberate. So when Principal Fu Qingfeng arrived at the 101 headquarters, this was the scene he saw. A large group of young people huddled together, eating hot pot, drinking alcohol, chatting and laughing, in a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Cheng Shi, who had been keeping an eye on the door, immediately stood up. Principal, you're here. Haven't eaten yet? Sit down and have something to eat with us. Before Fu Qingfeng could refuse, she pulled him to sit in the chair that had been prepared for him. Well, let's eat something then. Perhaps it was the great atmosphere, or perhaps the hot pot was just too delicious. And since Cheng Shi had already pushed him into a chair, Principal Fu couldn't maintain his composure any longer and happily accepted the bowl and chopsticks that Cheng Shi handed him. Principal Fu, would you like a drink? As Cheng Shi spoke, he gave Zhang Wenjie, the most quick-witted one, a wink. Zhang Wenjie understood immediately, picked up the bottle of Wulianye, and poured wine for Fu Qingfeng. Fu Qingfeng quickly waved his hand, indicating that he would not drink. Zhang Wenjie's body was a little stiff, and he didn't know whether to continue or stop. Cheng Shi glared at him. Wenjie, what are you standing there for? The principal has already shown his palm, meaning you can't drink too much. You can only drink 5 liang at most. Fu Qingfeng. Chapter 211. Those who nurture the fetus will always be nurtured. Fu Qingfeng's status and position are undeniable. He's a vice-ministerial level official, on par with a vice-governor. In the context of cultivation novels, this would be equivalent to a powerful cultivator in the tribulation transcending stage eating with a group of lesser cultivators in the qi refining and foundation establishment stages. Naturally, the lesser cultivators would be nervous. Fortunately, Cheng Shi was a reincarnated cultivator, and in his previous life, he knew several ministers, not just deputy ministers, so he was genuinely not nervous. With him leading the way, the group of young Karami gradually became less reserved and regained some of their sense of ease. With the added stimulation of alcohol, the atmosphere gradually shifted from reserved to lively. Watching the group of young people chatting and laughing, Fu Qingfeng was also infected by their enthusiasm and sincerely praised the atmosphere on Produce 101. So after downing 2 ounces of baijiu, he was almost done with his limit, but he couldn't resist the urging of a group of young people and ended up having another cup. After finishing the hot pot, a slightly tipsy President Fu chuckled and patted a certain scheming scoundrel on the shoulder. Cheng Shi, your hot pot cooking activity was really well done. It can enhance team cohesion. You can do more of this in the future. Cheng Shi frowned slightly as he listened. Principal, it's possible to do it, but there's a problem. Fu Qingfeng asked in confusion. What's the problem? Chang Shi smiled and said, Principal, didn't you notice that we had hot pot today and a lot of dishes were left uneaten? It's a bit wasteful. Fu Qingfeng glanced around and said, It's a bit wasteful. It would be great if we had a refrigerator. Chang Shi raised an eyebrow and immediately chimed in. What? Principal, you're planning to arrange a double-door refrigerator for us? That's so inconvenient. After saying that, he kept winking and making faces at the others. Zhang Wenjie, true to his clever nature, said, Principal, thank you so much. Our 101 do really need a big refrigerator. You're a lifesaver. The others weren't stupid either, and they all chimed in, showering Fu Qingfeng with compliments. Fu Qingfeng. Did he really say he would provide Taipei 101 with a large refrigerator, a double-door one at that? It seemed like he had, but it also seemed like he didn't. Fu Qingfeng rubbed his aching temples. He was really quite drunk, and his mind was all foggy. Professor Fan watched silently, outwardly calm, but inwardly he was practically laughing his head off. So, is this kid's hot pot really that delicious? And is alcohol really that good? Not long ago, she lost a can of good tea, and today, Principal Fu, in a completely muddle, lost a large double-door refrigerator. After finishing the hot pot, Chang Shi quickly poured Principal Fu a cup of tea. After Principal Fu sobered up a bit, he started talking to Chang Shi about serious business. It's still related to the last tour group. After returning, the leaders of various universities were deeply impressed and decided to launch a wave of entrepreneurial support in their respective schools. They sought out Chang Shi because they hoped he would generously share his knowledge and provide specialized training for the entrepreneurial backbone of various universities. Principal Fu must have known that this so-called special training was more about form than substance, more about ideology than practice, and would take up a lot of Chang Shi's time. That's why he took time out of his busy schedule to make this special trip to talk to him in person. After a moment's hesitation, Chang Shi, despite his aversion to this kind of formalism, still agreed. We must give the principal face. After seeing Fu Qifeng off, Chang Shi took Baiwei to Office 102. Ever since she watched a movie with Heir, she seemed to have become addicted. Whenever Chang Shi wasn't busy, she would pester him to watch movies together. Unfortunately, Chang Shi is rarely not busy. So often, she would ask 10 times, and Chang Shi would only agree once. Today, Chang Shi had also drunk quite a bit, and in his drunken state, he was no longer suitable to continue working. So, he simply granted Heirin's wish and found a movie to watch with her. After locking the door and turning off the lights, room 102 became completely dark, with only the faint blue light of the computer screen flickering. Chang Shi and Yu Baiwei sat side by side in front of the computer, covered with a thick blanket. Brother, which one should we watch? You choose. As Chang Shi spoke, he opened a folder containing dozens of movies he had downloaded in advance. These were all films suitable for all ages, without explicit scenes or excessive promotion of romance. Films like Spirited Away, Hachiko, The Shawshank Redemption, Forrest Gump, and Zootopia. Yu Baiwei leaned forward and picked up the mouse to start clicking. Because of this movement, her little bottom was suspended in the air. Perhaps it was uncomfortable to be suspended for too long, so she changed her angle and then sat down on Chang Shi's lap. Hiss! Mr. Qing couldn't help but gasp. Heirin was completely unaware. She brought her delicate oval face close to the screen, intently selecting films. Her beautiful phoenix eyes shimmered with the screen's glow, sparkling and bright. I'm a decent person. She and I are just good friends right now. To have such thoughts about my good friend is neither noble nor pure. It's fucking low class. It doesn't meet the qualities and cultivation expected of a prospective party member. Feeling the firm and soft buttocks of the poppy, Chang Shi couldn't hold back at all, and many inexplicable images flashed through his mind. He took a deep breath and kept trying to brainwash himself, attempting to drive away all that nonsense. As a result, he failed. His hands, as if possessed, climbed uncontrollably up Heirin's slender waist and gently caressed it. Brother, it itches. Heirin swayed her waist continuously, like a water snake. The waist of the Heirin, a classical dance master at level 8, is so graceful and agile. The feeling that Chang Shi is experiencing now is indescribable to outsiders. If you're ticklish, don't sit on my lap. Chang Shi had a cold face. Oh, Yu Baiwei didn't feel that Chang Shi was taking advantage of her. She was genuinely ticklish and obediently moved her buttocks away. She quickly chose a movie, The Shawshank Redemption. Then the two sat side by side and started watching. Chang Shi definitely wouldn't be interested in an old movie like The Shawshank Redemption. It's not that the film is bad. It's ranked number 1 on Dubon's top 250 films list. Just kidding. It's just that it's such a classic, he's watched it countless times. Heirin, however, was completely absorbed in the story, deeply concerned about the fate of the protagonist, Andy, wondering if he could successfully escape from prison and regain his freedom. Beep beep. Just then, Cheng Shi's phone rang. It was a text message. Cheng Shi opened his phone and looked at the number. It was from Zhou Jingyi. He put one hand on Yu Marin's back, and with the other hand opened the message, almost bursting out laughing. The message content is as follows. Cheng Shi, I don't know why you suddenly confessed to me today, but I still decided to talk to you. I'm not a frivolous girl. The kind of love I long for is like the one described in the poem To the Oak Tree. If I love you, I will not be like the climbing trumpet creeper, using your tall branches to show off myself. I only want to be a kapok tree beside you, standing with you as a tree, plain as water, and I will be happy with that. Wow, they've even included To the Oak Tree, and they're doing it in a pretty artsy way. Cheng Shi originally wanted to delete and block Zhou Jingyi, this mid-level green tea bitch. After seeing the text message, he suddenly didn't want to delete it anymore. He decided to play along with her a little longer. Didn't Li Bai or Du Fu say this before? Those who nurture the fetus are always nurtured by others. Since this woman is so delusional as to think she can keep him as a backup option, then don't blame Uncle Chung for showing her some real skills and letting her experience the wickedness of society and the unpredictability of human nature. Chapter 212, A woman 30 years old delivers the empire. The message Zhou Jingyi sent to Cheng Shi was actually encouraged by her best friend. Not long after she returned to her dormitory, she received a confession text message from Cheng Shi, which immediately threw her into a state of turmoil. Zhou Jingyi does have a boyfriend, and the two have been together for almost 2 years. Except for the final step, everything that was going to happen has already happened. Her boyfriend treats her very well. You could say he dotes on her and everything. But after seeing Cheng Shi, who was so outstanding and also very witty and humorous, she couldn't help but be moved. That's why she tested Cheng Shi and kept hinting that she was still single. She did have feelings for Cheng Shi, but she hadn't decided whether or not to break up with her boyfriend. Cheng Shi's confession text message caught her completely off guard. She responded hastily, but Cheng Shi didn't reply, which made her feel anxious and uncertain. I simply told my best friend about it and asked her for advice. Thus came this seemingly literary but actually cunning text message. My best friend analyzed it this way. Cheng Shi is young, rich, and self-made, so he must like the kind of girl who can share his joys and sorrows. After sending the text message, the two sisters stared intently at their phones, waiting for Cheng Shi's reply. About 2 minutes later, Cheng Shi's text message finally arrived. Senior Zhou, the kind of love I long for is this. On a tree-lined path on campus, I hold you in my arms, and you lower your head, like a water lily, shyly trembling in the cool breeze. Logically speaking, since Zhou Jingyi has already associated him with Shu Ting, it's only natural that he would respond with Sujima. Yo yo yo. After her best friend read it, her face was full of teasing. Jingyi, it seems Cheng Shi has really fallen in love with you. Look at the messages he sent, they're so vivid. Jingyi, congratulations. From now on, this eligible bachelor Cheng Shi will be your devoted follower. But you need to be careful. From now on, you need to be a little more aloof and reserved. After all, men are creatures who don't cherish things that are too easily obtained. Yes, I know. Zhou Jingyi nodded quickly. The two sisters chose to ignore the objective fact that Zhou Jingyi had a boyfriend and they had been together for more than 2 years. On the other side of 102, Cheng Shi was holding Yu Marin while sending a message with one hand, which was ultimately a bit inconvenient. After noticing this, Yu Baiwei looked up and asked in a slightly coquettish tone, Brother, do you want to change your position? It's inconvenient for you to reply to text messages like this. Cheng Shi smiled and said, No, I'm used to using my phone with one hand. Okay, who are you chatting with? Oh, a senior I just met. I'm sharing with her our wonderful friendship. In the vast Chengdu area, encompassing 9 districts and 12 counties, there are likely men more outstanding than the man surnamed Cheng, but unfortunately, there isn't a single one whose skills are more impressive than his. Before we knew it, several more days had passed. Fruit Group Buying Mall has also officially opened a store at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Promotions, group buying, live streaming sales. The whole set of tactics left the naive yet naive contemporary college students, just like those at Sichuan University, completely bewildered. Hey buddy, did you hear? The Fruit Group Buying Mall has also launched at our University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. I heard about it. I've been keeping an eye on it. My classmate from Sichuan University was showing off the other day, saying they don't even need to leave their dorms to buy things. The Fruit Group Buying Mall delivers right to their dorms. Now, it's great that we can enjoy that convenience too. Guocheng is really something. It hasn't been long, and he's already opened a group buying mall here at our University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. At this rate, it won't be long before he has all the universities in Chengdu, and even in Sichuan, in his pocket. Hey, comparisons are odious. Why bother comparing yourself to this monster? I didn't mean to compete with him, but I feel like he's eyeing my wallet. I feel the same way. The allowance I just received this month feels like it's about to disappear from my life. Similar conversations took place in many corners of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. With the help of the powerful tool of Ujn.com for publicity, almost every dormitory was discussing it. The first promotional week offered generous discounts, enough to stimulate the shopping desires of contemporary college students. Manager Ma Luojun, who had been thoroughly manipulated by Cheng Shi, was also very helpful. With the determination of a scholar will die for one who understands him, he worked almost nonstop for the past few days and quickly completed the recruitment and training of delivery men. As for the dormitory aunt and the gatekeeper, with Fu Guangming's full support, there were no problems and everything was in place quickly. Cheng Shi didn't let brother Huang idle either and sent him to assist manager Ma. People are made through experience. Although brother Huang is very introverted and reserved now, he follows Ma Luojun around doing business every day. Eventually, quantitative changes will lead to qualitative changes, and he will truly grow. As for Bian Xiaoli, she came to Sichuan University 101 for an interview early Monday morning. Cheng Shi looked at her file and felt there were no major problems, so he hired her directly and assigned her to Ma Luojun's team. Saturday arrived quickly. Early that morning, Cheng Shi drove to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Ma Luojun was already waiting at the gate, looking energetic and capable. Big brother Huang was also there, still looking as a Chinese idiot, as ever. Old Ma, you've worked hard these past few days. After getting out of the car, Cheng Shi patted Ma Luojun on the shoulder, giving him full affirmation. Boss, this is nothing. I had so many shortcomings in my previous work, but you not only didn't fire me, you also promoted me and gave me a raise. If I don't put in 100% effort and do what you ask of me well, how can I live up to your trust and cultivation? Ma Luojun's words were absolutely heartfelt, not just flattery. He was a genuine student from impoverished background, from Liangshan in Sichuan. Through a work-study program and his recent job at Guoshi Technology, he earned a relatively substantial income without neglecting his studies. For Cheng Shi, the work-study programs that Fruit Technology collaborates with various universities may just be a tool for market expansion, but for impoverished students like Ma Luojun, they are a lifeline and a timely help. Cheng Shi smiled and then asked, by the way, how's my brother Huang doing these past few days? Ma Luojun smiled and said, Boss, Xiao Huang is doing a great job. I put him in charge of liaising with the dormitory supervisors in each dormitory building, and those supervisors really like him. Is that so? Cheng Shi's expression turned somewhat mischievous. It seems that's really the case. Big Yellow Brother has been especially loved by aunties and grandmas since he was a child, especially those in the 40 to 60-year-old range. Cheng Shi didn't understand why either, but he felt that brother Huang could definitely make the most of this quality. So what if you're older? Only aunties are caring. What was that saying again? A woman 3 years older than her husband is said to bring him wealth. A woman 30 years older is said to bring him an empire. Just thinking about it makes Cheng Shi feel incredibly awesome. Chapter 213 Rongqing Chamber of Commerce. I called out to Ma Luojun and brother Huang, and together we went to have breakfast, braving the howling wind, and each of us got a bowl of Chongqing noodles. The chewy noodles, topped with chili oil and garnished with vibrant green scallions and cilantro, smelled incredibly appetizing and tasted absolutely amazing. After finishing his noodles, Cheng Shi wiped his mouth and told brother Huang that he would go with him to Millennium Department Store later to meet the rebellious girl from Boss Sun's family. If there's still hope, then let's try to save them. If all else fails, explain the situation to Mr. Sun and return the tutoring fee to him. Sun Guoqiang certainly doesn't lack this amount of money, but one thing is one thing. Huang Ziwei hummed in agreement. He didn't think Xiao Cheng could keep Mr. Sun's daughter in check. She was too rebellious, with dyed hair and earrings. She didn't look like a student at all. She was more like a delinquent. I wonder how much Mr. Sun paid to prevent the school from expelling his daughter. Before leaving the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Cheng Shi chatted with Ma Luojun for a few more minutes. Old Ma, you'll be extremely busy for a while until the holidays, and it might even affect your exams. If you have any problems, let me know in advance, and I'll get you more staff. No need. I'm already a junior. The academic pressure isn't as great as yours in your freshman year. I usually do well, so as long as I take the exam, I can't possibly fail. By the way, boss, isn't it going to be the first week that the Fruit Group Purchase Mall is launching? Aren't you going to come and keep an eye on things and set the tone? No need. I trust you to handle things. Cheng Shi patted Ma Luojun on the shoulder again. Besides, I also need to study hard. After all, I'm the academic god of Sichuan University, and I can't tarnish my reputation. Ma Luojun was stunned. I thought to myself, my boss is amazing. He's running a thriving business and still manages to keep up with his studies. The god of learning, just hearing that name makes him incredibly awesome. With his simple-minded friend, Brother Huang, by his side, Cheng Shi stepped on the gas and drove straight from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China to Millennium Department Store, where he found Sun Guoqiang in his office. Mr. Cheng, please have some tea. Sun Guoqiang was all smiles and actually made tea for Cheng Shi himself. If his previous address to Cheng Shi, a young man with hundreds of millions in assets, as President Cheng, was mostly sarcastic, then this, President Cheng, is now a heartfelt expression of respect. The reason is simple. The fruit group buying mall is incredibly powerful, especially in the beauty category, where it's absolutely dominant, with one-day sales exceeding what they would buy offline in a week. Sun Guoqiang now sees Cheng Shi and sometimes thinks he looks like Zhao Gongming, and other times he thinks he looks like Guan Yu. If you ask what old Zhao and old Guan have in common, it's that they're both gods of wealth. Teacherly, have a cup too. It's cold. Have a hot drink to warm yourself up. After pouring tea for Cheng Shi, Sun Guoqiang poured a cup for Huang Ziwei as well. Brother Huang quickly got up and took it, looking very reserved. Having accepted tutoring fees but failing to properly educate Sun Guoqiang's daughter, Sun Kaiwei, Brother Huang felt extremely guilty and remorseful. This is also where he differs from Cheng Shi. When Brother Huang encounters problems, he is used to looking for the cause within himself. Cheng Shi would try to shift the blame whenever possible, and if he couldn't, he would forcefully do so. If he were in the role of Brother Huang, he would feel absolutely no guilt. He would only think that Sun Kaiwei was hopeless and had nothing to do with him. After a few casual words, Sun Guoqiang got down to business. President Cheng, I heard, the fruit group buying mall has already been launched at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China? Cheng Shi nodded, saying that there was such a thing, but the first 2 days were just trial operation, and it would not be officially launched until next Monday, so he had not notified Millennium Department Store. Sun Guoqiang exclaimed, President Cheng, you're amazing. The fruit group buying mall has only been online at Sichuan University for a short time, and you're already starting to open up a second market. I thought President Cheng would wait until next year to get to this point. Cheng Shi smiled and said, President Sun, the situation waits for no one. I'm not the only one who wants to do online retail. I'm using time to create space. Taking the lead now might mean taking the lead every step of the way. If you think everything through before you act, with my small frame, I'll be crushed on the beach sooner or later. Speaking of which, President Sun, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China will officially start next week, and we can't do without your support. That's why I came here today. Sun Guoqiang remained cheerful, waving his hand to indicate that there was absolutely no problem. He has no aversion to money, and as long as Cheng Shi can continue to generate profits for him, he will definitely be very easy to talk to. After exchanging a few more words, Cheng Shi was about to talk to Sun Guoqiang about his daughter when he suddenly noticed a red and gold invitation on Sun Guoqiang's desk, which looked very impressive. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and started looking at it. Invitation letter from Chengdu Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Sun, there's a Chamber of Commerce in Chengdu? This is the first time I've ever heard of it. After shrug, Sun Guoqiang explained to Cheng Shi that this so-called Chamber of Commerce was just a name that sounded impressive. Although it was semi-official, it was more about form than substance. Apart from organizing 1 or 2 gatherings a year to let those big bosses brag and make a sense of their presence, it was useless most of the time. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, how could it be useless? The fact that I had the opportunity to meet the richest people in Rongqing is what matters. Mr. Sun, are there any requirements for this gathering? Of course there are. The minimum threshold now is a net worth of 50 million. Mr. Sun, look, with my looks that would shock the United Nations, plus my title as the most prestigious academic genius in the history of Sichuan University, could I ignore the requirements and attend this gathering to broaden my horizons? Ahem, Mr. Cheng, if you really want to go, I can take you. But to be honest, this gathering is really not interesting at all, and the Chamber of Commerce has a rule that non-members are not allowed to ask chamber members for their business cards. Is that so? Cheng Shi pondered for a moment. In his previous life, he was already considered successful when he was able to join various business associations. People always shamelessly ask him for his business card, so he didn't know that similar chambers of commerce generally have this rule. Non-members are not allowed to ask members for their business cards. On second thought, I can understand it. There are bound to be some people who sneak into these high-end gatherings. For example, he now wants Sun Guoqiang to help him sneak in. Without this regulation, these scoundrels would definitely try every means to ask those big bosses for their business cards, which would drive the big bosses crazy. Therefore, this regulation must exist and be strictly enforced. Mr. Sun, it's fine if you don't want my business card. I just want to broaden my horizons. Oh well. Sun Guoqiang couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. However, he felt that even if Cheng Shi went in, he wouldn't gain anything positive. He's too young, and he hasn't achieved anything truly significant yet. Fruit Technology is currently one of the top companies on campus, but in the real world, it's nothing. Those big bosses, aren't they all arrogant and proud? Nobody would even give them a second glance. Mr. Sun, where is your daughter? Since Sun Guoqiang had agreed to take him to the party, Cheng Shi was bound to reciprocate. They intend to really take it to heart and see if they can correct this rebellious girl, Sun Kaiwei. Chapter 214, a little bit of empty fame, not worth mentioning. I'm so angry because I'm staying home and not going to class. What's wrong? My husband told me that his abilities are limited and he's afraid he can't teach her. I'm here today to apologize and to return the tutoring fee to you. Why? Sun Guoqiang sighed deeply after hearing what Cheng Shi said. Mr. Cheng, it's not Ms. Li's fault. I know my daughter Kaiwei very well. No matter how well Ms. Li teaches, what can I do if she doesn't listen? There's no need to refund the money. That would be insulting me. After pondering for a moment, Cheng Shi said, Mr. Sun, how about I give it a try? Sun Guoqiang asked doubtfully, President Cheng, you're so busy. Do you really have time to teach her? Cheng Shi waved his hand. It's not about teaching her. Even my brother Huang, who has such good patience, couldn't do it. I'm sure I'll be wasting my time too. I plan to take her to visit our school, let her experience the learning atmosphere of the top 985 university in Sichuan, and let her be influenced by it. Who knows, she might just be able to do it. Is that so? Then let's give it a try. Sun Guoqiang nodded. As the saying goes, studying well takes 3 years, but going astray can happen in an instant. Sun Guoqiang didn't think that Cheng Shi's indoctrination plan could have any substantial effect. But he agreed anyway, just in case it worked again. Outside, he's Mr. Sun, a wealthy businessman with a large shopping mall. But at home, he's also a father who worries endlessly about his daughter. After drinking tea for a full hour in Sun Guoqiang's office, Sun Guoqiang finally took Sun Kaiwei over. Just as Brother Huang described, she really didn't look like a high school student. She was more like a delinquent girl. Her hair was dyed green, and she had a side-swept fringe that covered her entire forehead and one eye. She also had thick, multicolored eyeshadow on her other eye, and both of her ears were pierced with 2 rows of earrings. Cheng Shi, who was drinking tea, almost spat it out. He thought that no matter how rebellious Sun Kaiwei was, she was still a rich girl and couldn't possibly be like a delinquent. But he still underestimated the power of the times. 10 years ago, what was the most popular trend? It was the legendary non-mainstream style. Those born in the 2020s would certainly not understand why those born in the 1990s had such bizarre aesthetics. Even Cheng Shi, a post-90s generation, couldn't understand it. But the fact is, in this era, non-mainstream is very fashionable among young people. When Big Brother Huang saw Sun Kaiwei, his cheeks twitched as he greeted her, only to be met with a glare from the rebellious girl. In her mind, Big Yellow Bro with his buzz cut was incredibly unfashionable. He was no match for the guy she knew on QQ who had big hair, earrings, nose piercings, and would do fancy disco dancing while sprinkling cement. She wasn't even worthy of carrying their shoes. Sun Guoqiang's cheek twitched, and after an awkward smile, he introduced Cheng Shi to Sun Kaiwei, telling her to call him Brother Cheng. Cheng Shi quickly waved his hand. President Sun, I don't intend to be a generation younger than you for no reason. Call me Uncle Cheng. Sun Guoqiang was both amused and exasperated, and had no choice but to have Sun Kaiwei call him uncle. Sun Kaiwei's evaluation of Cheng Shi was slightly higher than that of Brother Huang, but only slightly higher. In her mind, all boys who don't dye their hair, don't have an afro, and don't have pierced ears, noses, or any other kind of piercings are country bumpkins. The difference between Cheng Shi and Brother Huang is probably that Cheng Shi is a country bumpkin, and Brother Huang is a good-looking country bumpkin. So she rolled her eyes at Cheng Shi. Hee, how old are you? You already want to be my uncle. Should I call you Grandpa? Cheng Shi chuckled, thinking to himself, you little brat, go ahead and call me if you dare, and see if I agree or not. Sun Guoqiang's face was as black as Bao Zhang's. He scolded Sun Kaiwei with a fierce look, but Sun Kaiwei was not intimidated at all. She immediately started arguing with her father, leaving Chung Shi and brother Huang dumbfounded. What a wonderful drama of fatherly love and filial piety. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wonderful. Finally, Sun Kaiwei lost her temper. All right, Dad, I'm too lazy to argue with you. And don't pretend to hit me. If you dare to hit me, I'll run away from home and see who gets more aggressive. Sun Guoqiang's cheeks twitched. I didn't mean to argue with you. I called you here so that your Uncle Chang could take you to Sichuan University to experience the atmosphere of a university. Maybe then you'll see the light and want to go to university. With him, Sun Kaiwei glanced at Cheng Shi, shaking her head wildly, like a madman rattle. I'm not going. Cheng Shi spoke up. Let's go. It won't take much time to take a walk around. There's a big difference between university and high school. If you come with me for a walk, you'll have something to brag about to your girlfriends. The most handsome and academically gifted person in the history of Sichuan University will condescend to be your tour guide and show you around the campus. How awesome is that? Sun Kaiwei, meow meow meow. She didn't know what the god of learning was, but she could understand the phrase, the most beautiful person in history. How could this annoying guy surnamed Chung have the nerve to say that? They even lowered themselves to be polite and condescending. Bah, how shameless. However, to be honest, she was still quite curious about universities, especially Sichuan University, the top university in southwest China. Besides, she could sense her father's firmness. She couldn't refuse this trip. So after giving Cheng Shi another disapproving look, he still agreed. Mr. Chung, this is a problem. Sun Guoqiang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing. Cheng Shi smiled. Although Sun Kaiwei currently has a rebellious and arrogant demeanor, he is more than 50% confident that he can correct her behavior. It's okay if it doesn't work. If it works out, Sun Guoqiang will owe his boss a favor, since he'll need it someday. After leaving Millennium Department Store, Cheng Shi told brother Huang to take a taxi back, while he drove Sun Kaiwei straight to the Sichuan University campus. For her first stop, Cheng Shi chose the school's study room. Unlike the classroom, the university study room was full of young couples openly dating, their lovey-dovey interactions evident in their constant feeding each other milk, tea, and snacks. Holy crap, you college students can date openly like this? Sun Kaiwei felt the first wave of shock. High schools are so strict. Teachers treat students dating as a terrible thing. A small matter. Cheng Shi smiled calmly, then took Sun Kaiwei to stroll around the Meet You milk tea shop, coffee shop, second playground, and grove of trees in the college square. Today is Saturday, and the weather is lovely. Under the warm winter sun, young couples are everywhere, showing their affection in countless ways. The more Sun Kaiwei looked, the more her eyes widened. She couldn't help but exclaim, University is kind of fun. This is nothing. Come on, I'll show you around the girls' dormitory. As Cheng Shi spoke, he led her to the girls' dormitory building of the School of Economics, and then called Lu Yanyan, asking her to come down and take Sun Kaiwei to broaden her horizons. On his way back to Sichuan University, he texted Lu Yanyan and explained to her what to do. Half an hour later, Sun Kaiwei came out looking shocked. The arrogance and disdain in her eyes when she looked at Cheng Shi were gone, replaced by a hint of awe. Uncle Cheng, so you weren't bragging after all. All the girls at your school, including that pretty lady from earlier, say you're the #1 male god at Sichuan University. Cheng Shi said calmly. A little bit of empty fame, not worth mentioning. What else is there to say? They even say you're the legendary campus beauty magnet, with the 2 campus goddesses who are tied for first place at your Sichuan University, both vying for your attention. Even some campus beauties from other universities have a crush on you. Cheng Shi sighed helplessly. Well, I didn't want to be this outstanding. Then he waved his hand, telling Sun Kaiwei to stop talking about him and talk about something else, such as her specific feelings. Chapter 215, Where is my daughter? Uncle Cheng, I've discovered that the biggest difference between university and high school is freedom. In university, you can do almost anything you want without any restrictions. It's so much more fun than high school. Sun Kaiwei became more and more excited as she spoke, clearly longing for the freedom and flexibility of university life. Cheng Shi listened, raised an eyebrow, and increased his confidence level from 50% to 70%. After a moment of contemplation, he said earnestly, My dear niece, all those things you did in high school, dyeing your hair, getting your ears pierced, skipping classes to play games, were just ways to show off your individuality, not true happiness. You've seen it yourself. University life is much more enjoyable and fulfilling than high school. If you don't get into university, you won't be able to experience these things, and one day you'll always regret it, because university is the most beautiful time of a person's life. Uncle Cheng, really? Of course it's true. What's my name? Cheng Shi. That settles it then. As my name suggests, I've always been very honest and have never told a lie. I always say several sentences in a row. This last sentence reflects someone's inner thoughts and was naturally not spoken aloud. Seeing that Sun Kaiwei was already very interested, Cheng Shi hesitated for a moment and then decisively added fuel to the fire. My dear niece, the main reason you don't like studying now is that the teachers are too strict and your dad is always watching you. But once you get to university, the teachers will be too lazy to manage you, and your dad will be too far away to do anything. He'll just ask you every now and then, "Daughter, do you have enough money? Do you want dad to give you some more?" Doesn't that sound wonderful? Sun Kaiwei was completely convinced. Uncle Chung, that makes sense. I've made up my mind. I want to go to university. Cheng Shi listened and smiled knowingly. Side quest, Sun Guoqiang's favor. Got it. To put it bluntly, the reason why Lao Sun couldn't teach his daughter well was because she was too aloof. The things that her parents and teachers instilled in her from a young age also left her with this ideological imprint. That learning is a painful thing. Cheng Shi's strategy is to showcase the comfortable and free aspects of university life as much as possible, so that she will likely fantasize about such a life, thereby stimulating her motivation to study. My dear niece, go get your hair cut. You'll look better when it's clean and neat. Cheng Shi continued speaking. Although Sun Kaiwei had already stated that she wanted to take the college entrance exam, Cheng Shi felt that her transformation was not enough and that Sun Guoqiang should be able to see the difference at a glance. So let's give her a makeover. Sun Kaiwei shook her head like a rattle. No, no, wouldn't I look like a country bumpkin then? The most fashionable girls in our school all have hairstyles like mine. Well, okay, it seems your Uncle Chung needs to correct your aesthetic sense. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Yu Baiwei's summoning technique, action. About 10 minutes later, Yu Baiwei, wearing little leather shoes, appeared in front of Cheng Shi with a clattering sound. Today, she wore a neat high ponytail, revealing her beautiful neck curve, which was as graceful as a swan's neck. Her hair was as black as sesame seeds and had an excellent amount of volume. As she walked, her ponytail swayed back and forth. Sun Kaiwei was completely stunned. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that there could be a girl in the world who was so exquisite. In her mind, the high ponytail, which was considered extremely unfashionable, could actually be so beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. Yu Baiwei looked at Sun Kaiwei and frowned slightly. Cheng Shi, who is she? Cheng Shi said with a smile, "It's my friend's daughter," and then asked Sun Kaiwei to call her auntie. Uncle Chung, may I call you sister?" Yu Baiwei's eyes turned cold as she glanced at Sun Kaiwei. "Be good, call her auntie." The logic of the academic prodigy girl is very simple. If she calls Cheng Shi uncle, then she should call her aunt. Sun Kaiwei immediately cowered and obediently called out auntie. Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. "Hey, niece, how about I take you to get the same haircut as your Aunt Yu?" "Okay." Sun Kaiwei nodded quickly, like a woodpecker diligently at work. To put it bluntly, she got a non-mainstream hairstyle, pierced her ears, and wore earrings. What was the point? It's all to make yourself stand out, to be cool and stylish. But after seeing Yu Baiwei, she realized that her previous understanding of cool and sassy was too superficial. A hairstyle and temperament like Aunt Yu were the real cool and sassy. Well, she knows her own limitations. Even if she changed to a hairstyle like Aunt Yu's, she still wouldn't have the same temperament. But it doesn't matter. Half or even a third is enough to dazzle all the girls. Though we can't reach it, we yearn for it. Half an hour later, Sun Kaiwei, who had already gone to the hair salon and gotten the same hairstyle as Yu Baiwei, looked at herself in the mirror and could hardly believe that it was her. Holy crap, I can actually be a goddess. Although compared to Aunt Yu, it's just a poor imitation, but compared to my own girlfriends, it's a complete slap in the face. Cheng Shi started brainwashing Sun Kaiwei again. My dear niece, changing your hairstyle won't help. Do you know how terrifying your Aunt Yu was when she was in high school? Sun Kaiwei quickly pressed for details. She now idolized Yu Baiwei and was naturally curious about what Aunt Yu was like back in high school. Our school's academic genius, a flower blooming on a high mountain, the only school beauty for 3 consecutive years, the white moonlight and red rose in the hearts of all boys, the object of their unrequited love and unfulfilled longing. Her brilliance is not only due to her looks, temperament, and hairstyle, but more importantly, she always ranked first in the entire school, scoring 707 points on the college entrance exam, ranking 8th in the entire province. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Sun Kaiwei was completely shocked. If her previous admiration for Yu Baiwei was simple, now it was complete worship. So, my dear niece, a true goddess can't have any weaknesses. You can learn your Aunt Yu's hairstyle, her clothes, her walk and talk, But these are just superficial. You have to truly become excellent to have the same kind of elegance as her, inside and out. Uncle Chung, I understand. From today onwards, I will definitely study hard. Sun Kaiwei nodded repeatedly. It's obvious that Chung Shi's brainwashing of her was very successful. She has lost herself in her fantasies, hoping that one day she can become the white moonlight and unforgettable love in the hearts of the boys in the school, just like Yu Baiwei. After Sun Kaiwei finished getting her hair cut, the three of them each slurped up a bowl of rice noodles at a small shop next to the barber shop. Then Chung Shi took Yu Baiwei back to her dormitory and then drove Sun Kaiwei back to Millennium Department Store. At this moment, Sun Guoqiang was sitting at his computer desk, playing the Minesweeper game that comes with the Windows system. He knew his own situation best and didn't think much of Chung Shi's so-called influence plan at all. He knows his daughter's personality all too well. She's willful, capricious, and has extreme views, and she won't listen to anyone. Having spent a fortune hiring so many education experts, all of whom were helpless, Chung Shi, this so-called god of learning, will surely also suffer a crushing defeat. Bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Sun Guoqiang looked up and saw Chung Shi standing there. Mr. Chung, you finished touring the school so quickly? Where's Kaiwei? As he spoke, he stood up and apologized to Chung Shi. Oh, my niece drank too much water on the way and went to the toilet on the 4th floor. She'll be back in a bit. How's it going? Has this brat felt the influence yet? Chung Shi sighed. President's son, as the saying goes, Rome wasn't built in a day. My niece won't change overnight either. We should all be more patient and less blaming. Sun Guoqiang immediately sighed as well. Sigh, I knew it, Mr. Chung. Thank you anyway. Just then, he saw Sun Kaiwei push open the door and enter, and was immediately struck dumb. Who is this pretty and well-behaved little girl with a high ponytail in front of me? Where's my daughter? Chapter 216, The Chengdu Plan, is complete. Dad, I've made up my mind. I'm going to work hard to get into university. The first thing Sun Kaiwei said after entering the room made Sun Guoqiang, the old father, feel like he was dreaming, and he quickly pinched himself. Ouch, that really hurts. I should have pinched you less hard. In other words, he looked at Chung Shi, his face full of shock and admiration, and gave him a thumbs up. President Chung, you're truly a genius. Sun Guoqiang was speechless and could only sigh. He was just about to interview her daughter to find out why she was willing to cut her hair and why she suddenly wanted to go to university. Was President Cheng's so-called influence plan really that amazing? Sun Kaiwei was too lazy to pay attention to him. After mumbling a few words, she told Sun Guoqiang not to bother her, as she needed to study. After saying that, she flicked her ponytail and went next door. 10 seconds later, Wei Lan ran over with a look of horror on her face. President's son, something terrible has happened. Sun Guoqiang was a little confused. What's the big deal? He was still reeling from Sun Kaiwei's dramatic transformation and the resulting upheaval, his head spinning. Leave me alone. I need to study. My God, could those words really have come out of her daughter's mouth? Wei Lan said tremblingly. Kaiwei is actually reading a book. She even cut her hair and tied it into a high ponytail. She looks so well-behaved and innocent. I knew it all along. Sun Guoqiang pointed at Chung Shi. Look, it's all thanks to President Chung. He took this girl on a tour of Sichuan University, saying it was some kind of cultural enrichment program. And then this girl was like a completely different person. At this moment, Sun Guoqiang was still in shock, his eyes filled with admiration for Chung Shi. Wei Lan listened with deep respect. Chung Shi remained calm and slowly took a sip of tea. Next, Sun Guoqiang thanked Chung Shi profusely, treating him like a living Buddha. Chung Shi was very humble, repeatedly bowing and saying that he had only done a small job, and that it was mainly because of this girl and his own ambition. After some further discussion, Sun Guoqiang proposed. Mr. Chung, it's almost lunchtime. Shall we have a few drinks at Lion Tower? It's clear that he's genuinely grateful to Chung Shi. In Chengdu right now, Lion Tower is the most upscale restaurant. Former U.S. President Clinton and his wife ate there when they came to Chengdu to see the pandas. Chung Shi refused, making an excuse that he had something to do at his company and had to rush back immediately, and then he ran away. What a joke. Such a huge favor, and he thinks he can make Sun Guoqiang repay it with just a simple meal? That must be kept. It's only for crucial moments. Before we knew it, several more days had passed. These past few days, Chung Shi has finally started living like a modern college student, either studying in the library or on his way to study in the library. There's no other way. There are less than 2 weeks left before exam week, and final exams for all subjects will be held one after another. If he doesn't take advantage of these few days to cram, he might fail 8 out of 10 subjects. The first ever God of Learning, at Sichuan University is truly unworthy of such a title. At first, Cheng Shi was studying on his own, but his efficiency was incredibly low. There were just too many things he didn't understand. So he had no choice but to follow Wang Daxiao's advice and let Yu Baiwei tutor him. As expected of a top student, Yu Marin provided Cheng Shi with insightful guidance, highlighting key points and explaining knowledge. Cheng Shi quickly absorbed the material and became immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Of course, he would occasionally drift off into daydreams, and quite immorally, let his mind wander to his good friend. Fortunately, the frequency wasn't too high, and it didn't affect his study efficiency. Because he was studying with Yu Baiwei, Cheng Shi didn't choose to go to the classroom study room, but instead went to the library. The guys in the dorm, especially Wang Tianyu, were curious about Cheng Shi's daily routine of leaving early and returning late. They asked him what he was doing and whether he was secretly studying. Young Master Wang was quite enthusiastic about studying a while ago, but he started to slack off these past few days and has been spending most of his time cuddling with Xia Shui. Unlike Hu Junjie, who was known for his rigorous exam preparation, he didn't expect to win scholarships or rank in the top 3 in GPA. As long as someone wasn't at the bottom of the class in the dorm, Wang Daxiao was acceptable to them. He dared to be so negligent because he was certain that Cheng Shi was backing him up. Every time young Master Wang asked him this, Cheng Shi would roll his eyes at him and say, "Old Wang, do I look like someone who can concentrate on studying? Studying? Study my ass. I have so much to do at my company." Every time Cheng Shi said that, Wang Daxiao, who originally wanted to concentrate on studying for 2 days, would once again choose to slack off and continue to be affectionate with Xia Shui. To be honest, even someone like Cheng Liuzi, who failed 8 out of 10 subjects, wasn't worried. Why should someone like me, who can pass 8 out of 10 subjects, be worried? Poor young Master Wang. He is still too young and hasn't truly understood the wickedness of human nature. After 2 days of heavy snow, the sky finally cleared, and the warm winter sun hung high in the sky, gilding everything in the world with a soft golden edge. In the library, Cheng Shi, who was frantically absorbing knowledge under Yu Baiwei's guidance, received a phone call from Ma Luojun. He got up, left the library, and pressed the call button. "Boss, I've compiled the data from the first week of official operation at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China into a spreadsheet and sent it to your email. Have you seen it?" "I saw it. You did a great job, but I don't have the energy to come and throw you a celebration party right now. You should contact Sun Feifei and ask her to allocate the funds to you so that you can pay out all the bonuses you're due." "All right, boss, seriously, aren't you really coming over?" "I really can't come. I have exams coming up soon. I've decided to give it my all and try to get at least first place in my major." "Boss, you're awesome. No wonder you're the most accomplished academic genius in the history of Sichuan University." "Ahem, keep it low-key, keep it low-key." After hanging up with Ma Luojun, Cheng Shi didn't immediately return to the library to continue studying. Instead, he gazed at the distant blue sky and stretched. The on-campus and off-campus environments are ultimately different. Therefore, the second battlefield for Fruit Group Buying Mall, namely the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, is a crucial battle. Only by winning this battle can he have the confidence to negotiate with other universities next spring and promote the Group Buying Mall to the entire Chengdu University community. Judging from the current situation, this battle was fought very well. With solid data as a foundation, coupled with the powerful tool of work-study programs, Cheng Shi is full of confidence in the Group Buying Mall's promotion plan for next year. "Cheng Xiuxin, how come you're so awesome just because you're stabbing people?" Cheng Shi really hoped that at this moment, an audience member would applaud him. Unfortunately, no. All he can do is pat himself on the back. After stretching comfortably and daydreaming about the future, Cheng Shi was about to return to the library to continue immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge when Sun Guoqiang called to remind him not to forget to attend the Rongqing Chamber of Commerce gathering the following evening. Cheng Shi hummed in agreement, saying that he remembered. "Mr. Cheng, I'm not kidding you. Non-members are strictly prohibited from asking members for their business cards. Attending this gathering won't serve any real purpose for you. Are you sure you still want to go?" "Go ahead, Mr. Sunday, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble, and I definitely won't ask other people for their business cards." Mr. Chung, that's not what I meant. How about this? If there's someone you really want their business card for, just tell me, and I'll get it for you." "I really don't want to." Forehead. After ending the call with Cheng Shi, Sun Guoqiang was somewhat taken aback. If this kid isn't after business cards, why is he so eager to attend this gathering? Looks like they wanted to sneak in, take some photos, and then have something to brag about. The more Sun Guoqiang thought about it, the more certain he became of his guess, and he couldn't help but underestimate Cheng Shi. No matter how mature this kid looks, he still has some youthful spirit after all. Hey, no business card? What would I do there if I didn't have a business card? On Cheng Shi's side, after hanging up the phone with Sun Guoqiang, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Of course, he couldn't say one thing and do another. He promised Sun Guoqiang he wouldn't need business cards, but once he got inside, he started asking for them. Doing this not only made Sun Guoqiang lose face, but it also served no purpose whatsoever. Why should someone give it to you just because you asked them for it? He had other plans. If Dutch van der Linde is the king of ideas in the West, then Cheng Shouxin certainly deserves the title of Chengdu's planning guru. Chapter 217 Human Nature has been thoroughly understood by someone. Back at the library, Cheng Shi looked at Yu Baiwei's quiet and clear profile bathed in the brilliant winter sunlight, and his thoughts began to wander. The library. It was in the library that he met Yu Baiwei on Labor Day last year. She looked pretty much the same way that day. I still remember that day. The sunlight shone down from the sky, illuminating her delicate oval face, her beautiful phoenix eyes, her thick and long eyelashes resting quietly on her eyelids, so charming and touching. Brother, you're reading, don't look at me like that. Yu Marin felt a little shy being stared at so intently. It's not like I want to see you. My eyes won't listen to me. What can I do? All right. Yu Baiwei lowered her head, her cheeks becoming even redder, and under the sunlight, she looked so rosy that one would want to take a bite out of her. Do you remember where we met? Of course I remember, the library. It's strange, I don't know what I was thinking that day, but I went to the library. Brother, it was God's arrangement. That day was my 18th birthday. I prayed to God to give me a good friend, and then you came. Huh, is that so? Cheng Shi really didn't expect that their encounter that day would have such a unique meaning for Yu Baiwei. Perhaps she is right. This is God's arrangement. His rebirth might just be a prelude to meeting this precious girl beside him, someone he could cherish for a lifetime. In the afternoon, Cheng Shi conscripted Sun Feifei to accompany him to buy clothes. I'm going to such a high-end party tomorrow, so I need to at least put together a decent outfit. Suits, leather shoes, shirts, belts. I need to buy them all. In a brand store on Chuanxi Road, Cheng Shi changed into a pure black suit, straightened his tie, and looked at himself in the mirror. Holy crap, who's that handsome guy? TSK. He's a natural clothes hanger. This suit makes him look so elegant and slender, and he even exudes a sense of nobility and grace. He really is me, the Daniel Wu of Linxiong, the Takashi Kaneshiro of Sichuan University. After boasting for a while, Cheng Shi simply said that this was the set of rules. The sales assistant next to me was completely dumbfounded. Brother, you've said everything I wanted to say, so what should I say? If every customer were like this guy, she wouldn't feel secure receiving her salary. At this moment, Sun Feifei offered a suggestion. Boss, why don't you change the color? This set looks nice, but it makes you look like a hotel waitress. Does it really look like it? It really looks like it. Then we definitely have to buy it. That's exactly the effect we want. Meow meow meow. Sun Feifei's face was full of confusion. Cheng Shi didn't explain. After paying at the counter, he asked the sales assistant to cut off the price tag and then handed his phone to Sun Feifei, asking her to take a picture of him in his suit. Boss, you're so vain. Sun Feifei took photos while complaining. Boss, I have to emphasize this again. I'm the finance manager at Guesher Technology, not your secretary. Li Feiyu is your secretary. Why didn't you ask him to buy you clothes? Cheng Shi curled his lips. That stinky man. What does he know about aesthetics? Besides, at Fruit Technology, we've always believed that the capable should do more. Feifei, you're obviously a multi-talented person. How can you do justice to your overflowing talent if you don't take on multiple roles? Sun Feifei burst into laughter, honking like a goose. Boss, even though I know you're trying to brainwash me, why do I love listening to you so much? You like it? That's easy. How about I stop paying you a salary and just change it to sweet words instead? After returning to school, Cheng Shi contacted Lu Yanyan and asked her to do him a favor the next day. After Lu Yanyan agreed, she asked Cheng Shi what kind of help he needed. It's simple. Just dress up nicely tomorrow and come with me to the hotel. Class monitor, have you finally come to your senses and decided to let them off easy this time? Get out of here, you female hooligan. What are you thinking about all day long? You're a college student from a top-tier university. Can't you have a healthier mind? Think more about how to study hard and serve your country, instead of coveting my stunning good looks all day long. Hey, class monitor, you're so shameless. But it's so strange. The more shameless you are, the more people like you. TCH, plenty of people like me. You can wait your turn in line. Let's get down to business. Your task for tomorrow, to be specific, understand. Understand. The following afternoon, at the Jinjiang Hotel in Chengdu, The name Jinjiang Hotel may sound a bit rustic at first, but it is one of the top 5-star hotels in Chengdu and has a rich history. It was once a state-owned enterprise and the first choice for the municipal government to receive foreign guests and Hong Kong businessmen. Cheng Shi drove his Audi A6L, with Lu Yinyin in the car, to the underground parking lot. Today, Lu Yinyin was dressed very sexily and maturely, wearing black stockings, a pencil skirt, a white shirt, and a black women's suit, paired with bright red lipstick. She really mastered the OL style. Considering she's only 19 and her face is still full of collagen, no matter how mature her makeup is, it can't hide her girlish innocence. This contrast, coupled with her innate seductive charm, is something few men can resist. I've arranged everything else. You just need to do as I say. Any questions? Hee hee, class monitor, you can rest assured when I get things done. Lu Yinyin smiled charmingly and patted her rather impressive chest. At the elevator, the two parted ways. Cheng Shi did not go directly into the lobby, but went to the door and waited for Sun Guoqiang. About 10 minutes later, Sun Guoqiang arrived right on time. After exchanging a few words, the two entered the hall one after the other. The lobby of the Jinjiang Hotel was incredibly opulent. The walls were covered with picturesque landscapes, and the ceiling lights cast warm, golden rays that made the marble floor appear magnificent. Cheng Shi glanced around and soon spotted two nearly 2-meter-tall signs in the most prominent spot in the hall. One read, Guest Sign-In Area for the Banquet, and the other, Exhibition Area for Business Cards of Chengdu's Top Business Elites. Lu Yinyin stood gracefully between the two signs, occasionally handing pens to the guests as they entered to sign their names, and then smilingly instructing them on how to display their business cards. This setup is not much different from a sexy dealer dealing cards online. In just a short while, the business card display area already had more than a dozen business cards, each belonging to a chairman or CEO. Okay, this is Cheng Shouxin's plan for Chengdu Plan. If I can't get a business card, and they won't allow me to, then I'll lie. The Chengdu Chamber of Commerce is not a very rigorous organization. There is only one president, but nearly 10 vice presidents, which inevitably leads to the dispersion and ambiguity of power. No matter who it is, upon entering and seeing these two signs, they would assume it was arranged by the Chamber of Commerce. As for who arranged it, nearly 10 vice presidents have that authority. It's not like they have to ask each of them individually. The wealthier people are, the more they value rituals. If everyone else signs their name and gives out their business cards, and I don't sign or give out my name, wouldn't I be considered inferior and not a top business elite? That won't do. They must sign, they must release. It should also be signed in the most conspicuous position, placed in the top slot. It can only be said that someone has truly figured out human nature. Chapter 218. Even when pretending to be a grandson, he's still so handsome. Mr. Sun Guoqiang was dressed to the nines today, wearing a Versace suit, a crocodile belt, and sporting the same slicked-back hairstyle as the god of gamblers, Ko Chun. To be honest, it was quite in line with the aesthetics of his age group. As he passed through the lobby, he patted Cheng Shi on the shoulder. President Cheng, this year's annual meeting seems to be more upscale than in previous years. They even set up an autograph area and a business card exhibition area. TSK, 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 high-end, damn high-end. As he spoke, he took the pen from Lu Yinyin's hand, wrote his name on it, then took out his business card, put it in the display case, and even chose a conspicuous spot for it. Cheng Shi barely managed to suppress his laughter. Mr. Cheng, where's your business card? Please leave one here too. Not only did Sun Guoqiang release the goods himself, he also encouraged Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi shook his head and said, Forget about me. Didn't you see what it says above? Top business elites in Chengdu. How could I possibly be worthy of that title? The naive CEO's son thought that his words had hurt Cheng Shi's pride, so he quickly comforted him, saying, CEO Cheng, don't underestimate yourself. With your abilities, you'll have a place in the Chengdu business world in 3 to 5 years. At that time, no one will dare to look down on you. Cheng Shi cupped his hands in greeting. President's son, thank you for your kind words. Then tell Sun Guoqiang to go in and catch up with his old friends, and not to worry about him. Sun Guoqiang asked in confusion, Aren't you coming in with me? Cheng Shi shook his head, then glanced at Lu Yinyin, looking like he was about to drool. Sun Guoqiang thought he understood. Good heavens, he thought Cheng Shi was here to take pictures and show off, but it turns out he was here to pick up girls? To be fair, this office lady is indeed beautiful, with a pure yet alluring charm. If he were 20 or 30 years younger, he might have slept with her. But then again, this guy already has a girlfriend who's like a goddess, yet he's still not satisfied. Well, that's just how men are. Even if they're looking at a goddess every day, they'll get tired of it eventually. After Sun Guoqiang entered the venue, Chung Shi walked to Lu Yinyan's side and lowered his voice. How are you feeling? Any pressure? Lu Yinyan shook her head and said, what pressure could there be? It's just being leered at by those old men. It's not like I'll lose a piece of my flesh. Chung Shi gave her a thumbs up. That's why he didn't ask anyone else, but instead asked Lu Yinyan for help. Yin doesn't have any inhibitions. But, class monitor, how do you know that these big bosses will definitely leave their business cards? Chung Shi explained with a smile. What's wrong with big bosses? Big bosses also need emotional value. I provided them with a stage to show off. Looking around, they are all opponents of the same level, and no one wants to be outdone by anyone else. Lu Yinyan nodded. Yes, just now 2 people got into an argument over whose business card was on. Class monitor, you're a business genius. You understand the psychology of these big bosses so well. If you were a woman, I don't know how many rich people you would have fooled and treated like pigs to be slaughtered. What you're saying is, Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. I'm a man, I'd slaughter them like pigs too. After chatting with Lu Yinyan for a few more minutes, Chung Shi told her to remove the business cards once she had collected enough to avoid giving herself away. He then gave her the car keys and told her to wait for him in the car after she removed the cards. Class monitor, are you really going in? Lu Yinyan glanced at the entrance of the venue, her eyes filled with doubt. Didn't you say you were just here to collect business cards? Chung Shi explained to her, having business cards alone is useless. I need to match them to the right people, figure out the temperaments of these big shots, and then develop a strategy for contacting them based on each person's style. Lu Yinyan was deeply shocked, her eyes sparkling as she said, Class monitor, there's a reason you're so rich. Chung Shi smiled and said nothing more. He hurried into the venue, immediately put on a smiling face, and bowed and scraped to everyone he met. Then he went to listen in on the circles that interested him. Some people felt uncomfortable and asked him who he was. He said that he was a waiter arranged by the hotel to pour drinks for the business tycoons. He poured drinks for them while speaking, and then gestured for the big bosses to pretend that he didn't exist and continue chatting. The hotel staff were all dressed in black, so the big shots didn't suspect Chung Shi's identity, which allowed him to overhear a lot of useful information. Mr. Ma likes to chant Buddhist scriptures. He's in the clothing business. There's a possibility he could collaborate with Guoshi Mall. Chairman Zhang is a vegetarian, but he prefers red wine. He's a hotel tycoon in the Chengdu area. This isn't Guoshi Mall's business yet, but we can make a note of it. As Guoshi Group buying develops, it will eventually have to follow the path of Dianping. Chung Shi's ability to achieve the only perfect score in the province's college entrance examination mathematics demonstrates that his intelligence is definitely sufficient, especially at crucial moments, when the power is at its maximum. Even if you can't remember everything at a glance, or know which face corresponds to which name, which industry they work in, or what unique quirks they have, you can at least remember most of it. In short, by coming along with Sun Guoqiang to attend this annual meeting, he definitely made the most of his trip. From Lu Yinyan's perspective, she could see most of the banquet hall. Watching Chung Shi flit about among the bigwigs like a ghost, smiling and pouring drinks, the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Wow, no wonder he's the man I like. Even when he's pretending to be a coward, he looks so handsome. After gathering most of the necessary information, Chung Shi found Sun Guoqiang. By then the banquet was almost over. Mr. Sun had long noticed Chung Shi's strange behavior. Like a ghost, he would linger here and there, either smiling obsequiously or pouring drinks for people, but he never introduced himself or asked anyone for a business card. This completely baffled Sun Guoqiang. What's this kid doing here? Is he here to work as a hotel waiter for free? What's the point of him coming here? Mr. Chung, are you sure you don't need me to get you a few business cards? I really don't need it. I'm just a nobody. None of the big shots at today's annual meeting would really look up to me. It wouldn't be of any use even if I got their business cards. Oh well. Sun Guoqiang was even more confused after hearing what Chung Shi said. However, Chung Shi repeatedly said that she didn't need his help to get business cards, so he didn't say anything more. A few minutes later, the banquet ended, and Chung Shi and Sun Guoqiang walked out of the venue together. Mr. Chung, shall I have the driver take you first? No need. I drove, and I didn't drink. That's true. You were so busy pouring drinks for others. Sun Guoqiang smiled, waved to Chung Shi, and then took the elevator to find the driver. After Sun Guoqiang left, Chung Shi quickened his pace and arrived at the parking lot. He then took the business cards that Lu Yinyan had arranged and began to look at them one by one in a flash. Set aside anything you don't need for now, and only keep the industries you'll be dealing with. As you look at them, jot down notes and keywords with a pen. Even the best memory can't compare to a bad pen. He has a good memory, but he can't compare to those geniuses on the brain. He needs to quickly convert his short-term memory into words, and symbols that won't fade. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. Puzzled, Chengshi opened the car window and saw Sun Guoqiang's large head. The two looked at each other. Chengshi, who was flipping through the business cards, looked somewhat embarrassed. Sun Guoqiang, looking at the business cards in Chengshi's hand, was utterly astonished. Chapter 219, This Shameless Charm. Mr. Sun, didn't you leave? I was about to leave, but I happened to see your car with its hazard lights on and not moving. I thought something had happened, so I had my driver come over to check. Mr. Sun, should I say you're enthusiastic or just enthusiastic? Mr. Chung, I've really learned something today. You didn't ask for business cards, but you managed to steal almost every one's. Well, this is just a trivial skill, not worth mentioning. Mr. Chung, your method of tricking people out of business cards is indeed not worth mentioning. But not just anyone would have the guts to do it, let alone succeed. Ahem, please excuse my poor appearance. Sun Guoqiang gave Cheng Shi a meaningful look, then said quietly, President Chung, it would be an injustice if you didn't make a fortune in the future. When you make it onto the Forbes list, just don't forget to help me. Old Sun, get rich. Mr. Sun, you're just teasing me. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes first, then said shamelessly, let's not talk about the future. Now is the time for you, Mr. Sun, to mentor me, a junior. What do you mean? If any of the managers or executives come to you next year asking about me, you have to say a good word for me and emphasize that I am your Millennium Department Store's most important strategic partner. Sun Guoqiang was a shrewd man, and he immediately understood the sound of the strings. This kid is planning to use Millennium Department Store's reputation to endorse his credibility. Considering his daughter's situation, Cheng Shi did him a huge favor, resolving a major concern for him. In other words, he owed this kid a considerable favor. In addition, he genuinely admired Cheng Shi's shrewdness and skill and was optimistic about the future of fruit technology. After weighing the options, Sun Guoqiang nodded, which was considered his agreement. The younger generation is truly formidable, indeed. After making another remark, Sun Guoqiang waved goodbye to Cheng Shi. After he left, Cheng Shi continued tidying up the business cards. When he finished, he looked up and very seriously thanked Lu Yinyan. Lu Yinyan said quietly, Class monitor, I helped you. Not so you would thank me. Cheng Shi frowned. Then what do you want to do? You don't expect me to repay you with my body, do you? Absolutely not. How can I just give away my pure and innocent body like that? What was meant as a light-hearted remark suddenly made Lu Yinyan feel very disappointed. What's the matter? Class monitor, do you think a bad girl like me is dirty? How could that be, Lu Yinyan? If I really thought you were dirty, I wouldn't have said a word to you. Then why won't you give me even the slightest chance? How the hell can this be the same thing? I have a girlfriend. Are you trying to make me a jerk? Well, I didn't mean to compete with you. How could I possibly win? Class monitor, how about this? I'll be your lover. Puff. Cheng Shi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He glared at Lu Yinyan and said, What are you thinking about all day long? You're still so young. You have a bright future ahead of you. Find a good man, have a sweet romance, get married and have children. Isn't that great? Why be my mistress, with no status or recognition for the rest of your life? What are you after? A good man. Lu Yinyan sneered. Class monitor, all men in the world are the same. In your Sichuan dialect, love is a load of rubbish. I stopped believing in this stuff a long time ago. Anyway, in the end, all 100 pounds of my flesh will go to some stinky man, so why not give it to someone I like? Class monitor, I really like you so much. Please give me a chance. Don't worry. I swear to God, I will only be your lover for the rest of my life. I will not fight for you. I will not complain, and I will not regret it. From now on, you will be the only man in my life. You little brat, what do you know about liking or disliking? Cheng Shi shook his head, and then his face darkened. Lu Yinyan, today I'll pretend you never said anything, and you're not allowed to mention this again in the future. Otherwise, I can assure you, this will be the last thing I ever say to you. I respect you, and I hope you can respect me too. For a fleeting moment, Cheng Shi did feel a flutter in his heart. A girl like Lu Yinyan is not suitable to be married, but she would definitely be a perfect lover. Cheng Shi was confident enough to win her over and make her willing to stay with him for life without any official status. If it weren't for his past emotional experiences and how badly Xia Ning hurt him, Cheng Shi might have agreed. That's why he refused so firmly. It was because the hurt Xia Ning caused him made him realize how precious true feelings are and how they can't tolerate even the slightest imperfection. Lu Yinyan heard the firmness in Cheng Shi's tone, and tears immediately fell, hot and streaming down her cheeks. She knew Cheng Shi wasn't joking, so she didn't say anything more. Cheng Shi turned the key and started the car. The nearly new Audi A6L drove slowly down the evening street, like a black shuttle traveling through the night. With tears streaming down her face, Lu Yinyin looked out at the night sky. The moon is so bright tonight. It's useless to be bright, and it's bright even though it's useless. She really, really likes the man next to her. Liking it is useless, and liking it is useless. Half an hour later, they arrived at Sichuan University. Cheng Shi led Lu Yinyin all the way to the girls' dormitory building and then gestured for her to get out of the car. Lu Yinyin didn't get off the bus, but said quietly, "Squad leader, can you tell me a few lies as a way of thanking me?" Cheng Shi curled his lips. What kind of weird request is this? Who would rush to listen to lies? So tell me, what do you want me to say? When it comes to lying, I, Cheng Shouxin, have never been convinced by anyone in my life. Lu Yinyin's eyes, which had a hint of foxy charm even when she was crying, suddenly relaxed. Class monitor, I don't know what I want to hear. Just pretend I'm your girlfriend and say a few words to me. Cheng Shi frowned at first, then raised an eyebrow. Hey, that's easy. Yes, I'm listening. Lu Yinyin immediately closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly, waiting for someone's sweet words. Even if it's fake, she'd like to hear it as long as it's what he said. I'm going to take a shower. I was sleeping and didn't check my phone. I'm telling you one last time, your best friend and I are just ordinary friends. If you insist on thinking that way, then there's nothing I can do. What are you looking at me for? This is how I talk to my girlfriend. Cheng Shi had a face that begged to be punched. Lu Yinyin was so angry that she got out of the car and slammed the car door shut. Whether someone has never been convinced by anyone when it comes to lying is debatable. But when it comes to being cheeky, this guy is probably even more awesome than the Lord of Baiyin City. The cheap charm of that person just now, surpassing the snow-covered mountains and the clouds over 10,000 miles, makes even Yi Guqing, who brought a celestial being from beyond the heavens, seem like a mere junior. Chapter 220, He's Waiting for the Wind to Come. Sun Guoqiang drank quite a bit at the annual meeting and originally planned to go straight home. It was probably Cheng Shi's shrewd trick of stealing business cards that shocked him. When Mr. Sun thought back on Cheng Shi's entrepreneurial trajectory, he realized that Cheng Shi's actions had left a deep impression. Years of experience in the business world had given him an exceptional business acumen. Upon reflection, he vaguely sensed that the times were about to undergo a dramatic change. After rubbing his temples, he waved to the driver and said, "Don't go home. Go to the company first." Half an hour later, he chatted with Wei Lan in his office. Wei Lan asked in confusion, "Mr. Sun, you drank quite a bit tonight. I thought you would go straight home." While drinking his hangover tea, Sun Guoqiang said, "I suddenly have some thoughts I'd like to discuss with you." "In what aspect?" Wei Lan became serious. She sensed Sun Guoqiang's seriousness. "Let me tell you something first, about this kid Cheng Shi." Sun Guoqiang raised an eyebrow and recounted Cheng Shi's shady trick of scamming business cards to Wei Lan in detail. After listening, Wei Lan was initially at a loss for words, but then gave a fairly objective evaluation. "Mr. Sun, this kid is no ordinary person. He never lacks wildly imaginative ideas, and he even has the guts to do them. It's foreseeable that the batch of business cards he swindled will definitely play a significant role in his hands. This kid is truly a demonic blade." "A demonic sword?" Sun Guoqiang pondered. "You know what? It really does have that feel to it. Alan, I just thought carefully about this kid's entrepreneurial path and tried to understand his thinking, and suddenly I felt a great fear." "Fear?" Wei Lan was very puzzled. Sun Guoqiang's face was serious. "It's not fear of this kid, but fear of the general trend of the times. Alan, have you thought about it? If Chengdu, no, I should say the whole country, adopts online retail business models like Guoshi Group buying mall within the next 3 to 5 years, will our Millennium department store still have room to survive?" Wei Lan was still puzzled. "That's not right. Mr. Sunday, shouldn't this further increase the sales of our mall? Online retail products don't just appear out of thin air. Take Cheng Shi's Fruit Group buying mall, for example. No matter how big it gets, it still needs to cooperate with us to supply it with goods." "Alan, you're thinking too simplistically." Sun Guoqiang raised an eyebrow. "Cheng is currently seeking our supply because he's still small. Finding local suppliers and using our logistics channels to act as middlemen is his optimal solution. But once he grows bigger, he can completely bypass us and work directly with manufacturers. Without us blocking the middleman's markup, the profits he makes will be enough to offset logistics costs, and he can even further drive down prices, blocking our development and even our survival." Although Wei Lan's strategic vision was not as good as Sun Guoqiang's, she was a top-notch shrewd person. After thinking along Sun Guoqiang's lines of thought, she also felt great fear. If Sun Guoqiang's prediction comes true, then this model would be a devastating blow to retail malls like Millennium Department Store. At that point, no matter how Millennium Department Store responds, it will be powerless to fight back. Because this is the general trend of the times, an unstoppable trend. Her face paled as she said, Mr. Sun, then how should we deal with this? After taking another sip of strong tea, Sun Guoqiang tapped the table. Reform, Alan, we must reform. While the online retail business model is still in its infancy and hasn't really taken off, this period is our only chance. Mr. Sun, specifically, in which direction should we change it? Well, I don't know either. Forehead. Seeing Wei Lan's astonishment, Sun Guoqiang smiled and said, I don't know, but I believe there is someone who does. Wei Lan's eyes widened. President Sun, you mean? Cheng Shi. Yes, Sun Guoqiang nodded. I have decided to hire him as a special consultant for Millennium Department Store to help us complete the reform and keep up with the times. Wei Lan's face was full of surprise. President Sun, are you kidding me? Our big shopping mall is one of the top in Rongqing. Are you really going to hire an 18 or 19-year-old to decide our reform direction and even control our fate? Sun Guoqiang smiled first, then said firmly that although the idea sounded crazy, he was determined to take the gamble. He is only 42 years old this year, in the prime of his life. Although he has already achieved financial freedom, he still has a lot of ambition and passion. How could he be willing to be eliminated by the trend of the times? Sun Guoqiang was well aware that the era was about to change, but he didn't know which way the wind would blow. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't know, but Cheng Shi definitely does. This kid isn't standing in the right place at the right time. He's already taken many steps ahead and is waiting for the wind to come. Mr. Cheng, it would be an injustice if you didn't make a fortune in the future. When you make it onto the Forbes list, just don't forget to help me. Old Sun, get rich. These were the words Sun Guoqiang said to Cheng Shi in the underground parking garage earlier, and they were definitely sarcastic. However, after reviewing Cheng Shi's series of operations and barely figuring out his thinking, Sun Guoqiang completely changed his mind. Who knows, if Sun Guoqiang were to rise 2 more levels in his life and stand at the pinnacle of the era, he might really have to rely on Cheng Shi's help. Sun Guoqiang is also a very proactive person. The next morning, after he was completely sober, he called Cheng Shi and explained his demands. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi was naturally surprised. President Sun, are you kidding me? Hiring me as a special advisor to guide the reform direction of your Millennium Department Store? Apart from being so handsome that I am the Daniel Wu of Linxiong and Takashi Kaneshiro of Sichuan University, I am otherwise quite ordinary and unremarkable. Sun Guoqiang's cheeks twitched. Mr. Cheng, please don't be so modest. Am I being modest? Humble, extremely humble, modest, and open-minded, with a pure and refined spirit. Mr. Sun, you know how to talk. I suggest you say more. President Cheng, I'm not kidding you. Please take some time to come over and give our managers a lesson. Mr. Sun, my final exams are coming up soon. I really don't have time. You didn't waste your time. One lesson costs 50,000. Well, Mr. Sun, to be honest, I'm not a money-loving person. How could a mere 60,000 yuan shake my determination to study the Tao? But considering our brotherly relationship, if you insist on paying 70,000 yuan for my class, then I can only give you face and accept this 80,000 yuan with tears in my eyes. Sun Guoqiang's cheeks continued to twitch. Then he gritted his teeth. Okay, Mr. Cheng, 80,000 it is. I trust your abilities and I won't let you spend it in vain. Chapter 221 The Mighty God of Learning. How could he be so pathetic? Holy crap, Sun Guoqiang actually agreed. He's offering me 80,000 yuan to teach a class. At the 101 headquarters, Cheng Shi, who had just hung up the phone, looked completely astonished. Is this guy simply rich and flamboyant, or has he truly sensed some of the prevailing trends of the times? After pondering for a while, Cheng Shi felt that it should be the latter. As a self-made entrepreneur, Sun Guoqiang is very capable, especially in terms of strategic vision, which is absolutely outstanding. In that case, Cheng Shi continued to ponder, feeling that since he had already agreed and Sun Guoqiang had shown enough sincerity, agreeing to pay 80,000 yuan per class, he would definitely have to offer something substantial in return. What is the future of retail malls? Even from Cheng Shi's perspective as a reborn individual, the retail mall has no future. With the advent of the internet era, the widespread adoption of 4G and 5G networks, and the further development of logistics channels, it is inevitable that online retail will replace offline retail. This is the inevitable trend of the times. Anyone who tries to stop it will be crushed by the wheels of history, leaving nothing but fragments and bones. However, the fact that retail malls have no future does not mean that Millennium Department Store has no future. How to break this deadlock? It's simple. Just change your mindset and switch tracks. From retail to platform. As far as he knew, the entire Millennium department store building belonged to Sun Guoqiang, including the plaza downstairs and the surrounding shops, nearly half of which also belonged to Sun Guoqiang. That would allow them to gradually downplay Millennium department store's retail mall attributes and transform it into a comprehensive commercial center similar to Wanda Plaza in later years. At that time, even if Sun Guoqiang no longer engages in specific business operations, he can still make a fortune simply by collecting rent. More importantly, this model can be replicated in other cities, just like Wanda in later years. During the 2 years that Wanda was riding high, when Wang Jianlin was the richest man in China, it made many rash mistakes and was suspected of transferring assets abroad, ultimately facing the iron fist of the socialist dictatorship. If it were any other company, it might have collapsed completely. Evergrande was even bigger than Wanda, but it still collapsed just like that. Wanda's ability to cut its losses and achieve a second wave of growth is due to the ownership of hundreds of Wanda plazas across the country. Even in the 2020s, when the real estate bubble was gradually bursting, most Wanda plazas were considered high-quality assets. Standing at the beginning of 2010, Sun Guoqiang, who already had a net worth of several million, could have easily replicated the Wanda Plaza model. After all, Wanda at this time was not the behemoth it would become a few years later. Sun Guoqiang could potentially compete with it in the same arena and seize a certain market share. With his thoughts flowing to this point, Cheng Shi had a general framework in mind. Next, he just needed to make some adjustments within this framework, taking into account the actual situation of Millennium Department Store. That would roughly be the content of his lecture to Millennium Department Store. If we break it down, it would take about 5 class periods to teach it all. Was it worth it for Sun Guoqiang to spend 400,000 yuan to buy these things from Cheng Shi? Cheng Shi didn't know what others thought, but from his own perspective, it was more than just worth it. It was absolutely worth it. He had given Sun Guoqiang a rock-bottom price. He dared to ask Sun Guoqiang for an exorbitant sum because he truly had something to offer. Leaving Sun Guoqiang aside for the moment, Cheng Shi began to examine the business cards he had tricked out of the previous night. He then picked out a few and gave them to Hong Yin, the head of the marketing department. Brother Hong, the industries these bosses are involved in all have a high degree of compatibility with our fruit group buying mall, so we can establish cooperative relationships. Moreover, they are not very large, so they are relatively easy to approach. Cheng Shi drank tea and gave instructions. Your marketing department can do background checks first, and then try to make contact. Looking at the several exquisitely crafted business cards in his hand, 2 of which were even gold-plated, Hong Yin said with admiration, "Boss, are these all your haul from last night? Wow, that's impressive. You actually got so many business cards at once. As far as I know, these big bosses are so arrogant that they would never give out their business cards to people they don't know well." Cheng Shi boasted a bit. "My looks are what they are. There's nothing I can do about it." "Boss, let me be upfront about this first." Hong Yin frowned slightly. "These companies, although not the largest, are still much bigger than us. They may not necessarily give us a chance to meet." Cheng Shi smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. We can cast a wide net and catch more fish. If we try a few more times, there will always be people willing to cooperate with us. As for those who are really stubborn, that is definitely not our loss, but their regret. I can only say that they have been abandoned by the times." After giving instructions to Hong Yin, Cheng Shi got up, walked to the window, and looked at the campus bathed in the winter sun and covered in frost. His thoughts began to wander again. It took him a full semester to barely set up the framework from Yujian.com to Guoshi Group buying mall. To outsiders, he has already achieved great success, even qualifying as an entrepreneurial miracle. But from Cheng Shi's perspective, he felt it was slow, really too slow. Because no one understands better than him just how powerful the internet era will be once it officially begins, and how many outstanding individuals will emerge and frantically vie for dominance in every sector of this era. In the e-commerce sector, first came Jack Ma, then Lu from JD.com, and then Huang Zhong, who deeply explored the lower-tier market and rose to prominence later. The live streaming industry has evolved from YY to Douyu, then to Huya, and the comedic Panda TV, culminating in Douyin's near unification. In the gaming industry, from Shanda becoming the undisputed leader to Tencent and NetEase later surpassing them, and then Mihoyo's wealth miracle. Short videos, smartphones, ride-hailing apps, the sharing economy. Each track will be developed and activated in the next 5 to 10 years, deeply impacting this ancient Eastern country with a population of 1.4 billion and creating one wealth miracle after another. Cheng Shi could see all of these tracks. He could even reach out and touch them. Who doesn't like money? The man surnamed Chung naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. At the very least, he wanted to get a share of the pie. Therefore, he had to speed up his pace. Faster, faster, when you're the one who's truly waiting for the wind to come. Even with his mind full of lofty ambitions and grand plans, Comrade Ching Shoshin had to face an objective reality. The exam was less than a week away. The first two classes this afternoon were microeconomics, which gave Chung Shur the biggest headache. He went to the college supermarket, bought the most expensive pen, and then went to class with his dogs. In these two classes, the teacher highlighted the key points for next week's exam. Chung Shur listened very attentively, constantly marking up the relevant content with his pen, a stark contrast to his previous nonchalant attitude. Holy crap, Luzi, that pen of yours is so flashy. Young Master Wang sat down next to Chung Shur and then noticed the pen in Chung Shur's hand, which looked remarkably like a Mercedes sports car. Chung Shur pouted. How can it not be flashy? This pen is the most expensive in the entire school supermarket. Wang Tianyu clicked his tongue in surprise. Damn, Luzi, there's more to this than meets the eye? Chung Shur nodded. I plan to use this pen during the exam, to let the exam paper experience the power of capital, which will definitely greatly increase my chances of not failing. TCH, young Master Wang rolled his eyes wildly. Luzi, aren't you just looking for psychological comfort? What's that saying again? It's expensive stationery for bad students. You can't be sure you still can't do it. Damn it, Chung Shur rolled his eyes even more. Wang Laowu, I can tolerate you mocking me, but why are you even using rhymes? What, you want to take the postgraduate entrance exam too? Ahem, I'm sorry, young master. I've accidentally revealed all my knowledge. If I've inadvertently hurt you, I can only say, I'll do it again next time. Someone gritted their teeth. I never imagined that I, the god of learning, would have such an embarrassing moment, being mocked so blatantly by a muggle like Wang Tianyu. Chapter 222, having a good friend and forgetting his father. Being ridiculed by a true academic genius is one thing, but even someone like Wang Tianyu, who is constantly shifting between failing and succeeding in his studies, dares to attack him directly. Can you tolerate it? Absolutely not. This is usurpation. This is blasphemy. This is disrespect for the god of learning. After class, Chung Shur gave up going back to his dormitory to catch up on sleep. Instead, he prepared to wait for Yu Baiwei in the classroom where she was having class, and then asked her to accompany him to the library so he could continue tutoring her. The courses for finance and economics majors are not exactly the same. For example, this afternoon, the finance department only had 2 classes, while the economics department had 3. Chung Shur sat in the classroom for a while before slowly making his way to Yu Baiwei's classroom. At this point, there were less than 5 minutes left before get out of class ended. He leaned against the back door of the classroom, his gaze sweeping over the crowd and locking onto Yu Baiwei, who was sitting in the front row, listening attentively to the lesson. When Yu Marin attends class alone, she always sits in the front row. Only when she is with Chung Shur will she sit in the back row with her. TSK TSK TSK. No wonder she's my best friend. Even her back view is so beautiful, almost half as beautiful as mine. While admiring her, Chung Shur gave Yu Marin his highest praise for her looks. She's almost half as beautiful as me. Among the students in class 1 of the economics department, some naturally noticed Chung Shur, the bastard who stole their Yu Tianxian. Then, under the influence of strong forces, weak forces, Lorentz forces, and all sorts of forces, the phenomenon of human-to-human transmission occurred, sparking much discussion. Look, Chung Shur is here. Damn it. I still don't understand. What makes this dog so special that it could steal away the angel of our class? Come on, stop being so sour. They started pursuing him back in high school. They didn't give us a single chance. TSK TSK TSK. Even wearing matching outfits, I really can't accept it. Heavens, please send down a lightning bolt and kill this guy surnamed Chung. Similar discussions rippled through the room. Chung Shur heard a lot of this, but he scoffed at it. Thunder tribulation? You've been reading cultivation novels to the point of obsession. To be honest, he's a country bumpkin who just loves the way these sour grapes can't stand him, but can't do anything about it. Wei Wei, do you miss Chung Shur? Think. Then call me sister, and I'll conjure him up, okay? Elder sister. Su Shurshur also saw Chung Shur, but Yu Baiwei, who was listening attentively, was completely unaware, which led to the above conversation. Given Su Shurshur's long criminal record, Yu Baiwei has developed a strong sense of fraud prevention, and Su Shurshur usually can't fool her. However, every time Chung Shur is involved, all her fraud prevention awareness automatically drops to 0. Just as she herself said, even if she knows it's fake, she still hopes it's real every time. Balabala magic wand, transform. Su Shurshur decisively recited the incantation and then pointed towards the back door. Look, your man is right there. Sure, I know you're lying to me. Wei, you believed when you shouldn't have, and you didn't believe when you should have. This time I'm really not lying to you. If I lied to you, I'd be a dog. Yu Baiwei turned her head with some doubt, but when she actually saw Cheng Shi, her cool oval face immediately showed a lot of micro-expressions. Then she made a cute peace sign with Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi duo, you dog. He immediately made a fist. Yu Baiwei reacted quickly, instantly turning her handkerchief into a scissor, so Cheng Shi immediately switched to it. The two played this extremely childish game until the bell rang, making Su Shi roll her eyes. They were such childish kids, but strangely adorable. The teacher said get out of class was over a second ago, and the next second Yu Baiwei stood up, ran up to Cheng Shi, and stretched out her hand. Brother, take my hand. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her expression was so cute and innocent. Who could resist that? Anyway, Cheng Shi couldn't resist, so he grabbed her soft and smooth little hand, and the two of them swayed and walked towards the stairwell. This scene must have made countless boys in the economics department class green with envy and jealousy. At this moment, if a hero were to step forward, raise his arm, and shout, knife in hand, kill Cheng Go, many heroes would respond, and then chop that person into mincemeat. Yu Baiwei, I just got attacked by Wang Tianyu right in the face. I'm so angry. I'll give you a week. Are you confident you can get me into the top 10 in my major? I plan to dazzle him when school starts. After careful consideration, Yu Marin shook her head decisively. Brother, I have no confidence at all. Little sister, your serious expression is hurting your brother a bit. I know this is a little difficult, but can't we think of a way? Yu Baiwei tilted her head, thought seriously for a while, and then said to Cheng Shi, unless, when I'm explaining the problem to you, you can concentrate and pay attention the whole time, and stop staring at my chest. Puff. Cheng Shi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He remembered that when he peeked, he was very discreet and careful, thinking that she knew nothing. But it turned out that Yu Marin knew everything. She just didn't expose him. You, as a good friend, it's perfectly reasonable for me to occasionally sneak a peek at you and check on your physical development, don't you think? Brother, I think you're absolutely right. Cheng Shi glanced at Yu Baiwei suspiciously and furtively. At this moment, the academic prodigy was tilting her head, looking through the dense branches of the cedar tree at the rare warm winter sun, the pale golden light evenly painting her fair skin. She looks silly and innocent, like a naive and gullible girl who is easy to fool and deceive. So the person was completely relieved. She's so clueless. If she were to peek at her chest, she probably wouldn't see it any different from peeking at any other part of her body. Holding Yu Baiwei's little hand, Cheng Shi led her along a shortcut to the second canteen. The tree-lined path was covered with withered yellow leaves, and when you stepped on them, they made a rustling sound that was very relaxing. Once Yu Baiwei discovered this, she quickly became engrossed in it, making a clattering sound with her little leather shoes, and even urging Cheng Shi to join her in stomping. TCH, would a burly man like me play such childish games with a little girl like you? Cheng Shi decisively shook his head and refused. Brother, this is so much fun. Come with me and let's go for a walk. After Cheng Shi's SAN value was cleared to 0, he had no choice but to step on it as well. I have to say, the sound of the fallen leaves breaking when you step on them is incredibly crisp. That was a real stress reliever. So someone got hooked, and the two of them walked all the way to the entrance of the second canteen, leaving behind a tree-lined path full of scattered footprints. After the exams, there will be winter break, followed by the new year. What are your plans? Brother, what are the arrangements? Where will I spend my winter vacation? Where will I spend the Lunar New Year? Yes, wherever you are, I will be there. I'm definitely going back to Linqiang. Our Chung family is quite traditional. We always go back to our hometown for the new year, the whole family celebrates together, and we visit the ancestral graves. If you insist on taking me, that's fine too, but I need to lay the groundwork first. By the way, aren't you going to Shanghai to visit your father? I want to go, but I'd rather be with you. I'm in Shanghai. I'll stay for a week at most. Uft, Yu Baiwei. Other people forget their mothers after getting a wife, but you forget your father after getting a good friend. By the way, I've always been too embarrassed to ask you, why did your dad and mom get divorced? Chapter 223 Reform Plan. Yu Baiwei remained silent for a while before answering Cheng Shi's question. I don't know. I was only a few years old then. It was probably because of differing values. My dad is the kind of person who's more easygoing, while my mom has a very strong personality and always likes to control everything, including my dad and me. A strong desire for control, huh? That does make you a bit difficult to deal with. But with such a large business like yours, you definitely need a strong person to manage it. It was clear that Yu Baiwei wasn't really keen on talking about her parents, but she couldn't bring herself to refuse Cheng Shi at all. After Cheng Shi realized this, he did not ask any further questions. After dinner, the two went straight to the library and spent the entire evening there until after 11 p.m. This time, Cheng Shi was much more diligent in his review. With no distractions, he actually managed to digest two-thirds of the most difficult subject, microeconomics. It was almost 11:30 when I got back to the dormitory. I walked in with my head held high and my chest out. That's the confidence to study hard. Seeing his sons, except for Hu Junjie, the exam king, who was still doing practice questions, the other four were lying in bed, each more carefree than the last. Cheng Shi felt even more confident. Lu Zi, why are you so late? Did you go to study? Please don't. If you really want to study, I'll be so upset I won't be able to sleep tonight. As Wang Tianyu texted Xia Shui, sharing their last moments of sweet intimacy before bed, he looked up at Cheng Shi with a wary expression. Upon hearing this, the other brothers also looked up and stared blankly at Cheng Shi. If Cheng Shi were to focus on his studies, what reason would they have to slack off? Their guilt would be overwhelming. Cheng Shi curled his lip and said, "How could that be? My company is so busy, why would I study? Study my ass." So the guys were all relieved. Some sent text messages, some read novels, and some looked up game guides. Even Hu Junjie, the king of quizzes, turned off his desk lamp and went to bed. So, this is what you call a white lie. You gain valuable knowledge and maintain a friendship. What is emotional intelligence? This is emotional intelligence. Thinking this, Cheng Shi picked up the wash basin and went to wash up. Over the next few days, Cheng Shi spent most of his time in the library, leaving early and returning late to cram for lessons. With Yu Baiwei, a genius girl, acting as his cheat code, and given his already high IQ of over 140, his gains are substantial. Even if he doesn't do well on the upcoming final exams, he can at least guarantee that he won't fail. Anyone who has been to university knows that getting high scores and scholarships in university exams is very difficult, but if you adopt a 60 points is good enough attitude, it becomes very easy. If you maintain a good relationship with your teacher, you can get all 30 points for participation. For the remaining 30 points, you only need to achieve a score of 42 out of 100 on the written exam. You don't even need to. Even if you only score in the 30s, the teacher might take pity on you and pass you. Although Cheng Shi's relationship with the teachers was just so-so, after all, he had hardly ever attended any classes. He had connections at a higher level. As long as he can score 30 out of 100 on each subject's exam, he can basically guarantee that he won't fail. To put it bluntly, the school now wants him to fail even less than he does. After all, they want to use him as a figurehead for their publicity. Entrepreneurial star Cheng Shouxin has not forgotten his studies while working hard in his business. He has achieved excellent results in all subjects. Let's applaud him. Cheng Shi even helped the propaganda department come up with the publicity materials for next year's opening ceremony. Of course, he still had some self-awareness and only dared to exaggerate, barely passing to good, not excellent. When immersed in the ocean of knowledge, time seems to pass exceptionally quickly. Before we knew it, several more days had passed, and there were only 3 days left until the final exams. These past few days, Cheng Shi has been torn between resisting the allure of knowledge and maintaining the fragile, yet sincere friendship with his roommate, making him seem quite conflicted. Take Wang Tianyu as an example. His few sons, who were still slacking off, asked him with wide eyes why he was going out so early, wondering if he had betrayed them and gone to study behind their backs. Cheng Shi shook his head, saying, "How could that be? I, Cheng Shouxin, still stand by what I said. Study my ass." The brothers were skeptical, but Cheng Shi simply swore an oath, saying that if he went to study, he would be a dog, telling them to relax, sing, and dance as usual, and then he barked twice as soon as he left. There's no way around it. He's just that sentimental. He'd rather be a dog than feel alienated from his roommates. On Friday afternoon, after being urged several times by Sun Guoqiang, Cheng Shi temporarily left the boudoir of the goddess of knowledge, took a pre-written plan, and went to Millennium Department Store to give a lecture to the department store's marketing managers. Before the course started, Cheng Shi himself did not show up directly. Instead, he handed over the reform plan that he had printed out in advance to Wei Lan and asked her to distribute it so that the managers could study it first. These marketing managers, ranging in age from 40 to 50, are experienced, familiar with the market, and highly capable. However, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. This means that they have long been stuck in a fixed mindset and find it difficult to look at problems from the perspective of traditional retail. Cheng Shi's reform plan was not long, only 5 A4 pages and less than 6,000 words, but it left the dozen or so market managers scratching their heads with a vague sense of understanding. Some things are like that. They seem trivial, but they are terrifying upon closer inspection. They may seem like just a change of perspective, but they completely overturn traditional understanding. Good heavens, is this reform plan going to completely overturn the existing sales logic and rules? I think this business plan is exaggerating the potential of online retail too much. It claims that it will become widespread across the country in the next 3 to 5 years, capturing at least 70% of the retail market. That's impossible. Can consumers' habits, formed over decades, be changed so easily? The most crucial part is this instant payment and receipt, right? How is this possible? Using a USB key for transfers? That would take at least an hour or two. This is simply impractical. Lao Zhang, didn't the report say that Japan was already working on something called QR code back in the 1990s? In the past 2 years, my country's four major banks have also been upgrading their online banking services, and Alibaba's Alipay is also vigorously promoting its corresponding business. According to the predictions in this plan, as long as these three are combined, instant payment can be easily achieved. QR code? What's that? The Japanese invented it last century? Is it really that amazing? The managers were discussing it intensely, but the more they discussed it, the more ambiguous it became. Weilong was also reading it. Compared to the market managers whose heads were full of mush, she had studied a lot of relevant materials in the past few days and was more aware of the value of Cheng Shi's reform plan. The boss spent a sky-high price of 80,000 yuan per lesson to hire Cheng Shi as a special consultant for Millennium Department Store. This money might actually be well spent. Chapter 224 So Young. By sourcing directly from manufacturers and leveraging the increasingly sophisticated logistics channels of STO Express, YTO Express, ZTO Express, Yunda Express, and China Post, door-to-door delivery can be achieved within 3 to 5 days. Add to that the upgrades and widespread adoption of online banking. The things written in the proposal are not some fantasy. Someone is actually doing them. All the key links are on the verge of being connected. In 3 to 5 years, these things will be completely linked together, making online shopping incredibly convenient, fast, and seamless. With the barriers of time and space removed, the turnover cycle and warehousing costs in the manufacturing industry will be significantly reduced, and mobile information technology is about to undergo an upgrade. These are all signs that the wind is about to pick up. If this trend continues, retail malls like Millennium Department Store will be completely overwhelmed and mercilessly swept away by the tide of the times if they do not make changes. Wei Lan was increasingly shocked and terrified as she looked at the document. If she hadn't spent the last few days thinking deeply and researching various materials, she would definitely have thought, like the marketing managers, that Cheng Shi was a charlatan trying to swindle money from the boss with a dubious business plan. 80,000 yuan for a single lesson? That's practically robbing a bank with a legal license. But she doesn't think so now. The more they looked, the more they felt that what Cheng Shi described would soon become a fait accompli. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. Cheng Shi's strategic vision is so terrifying it's chilling. Just like the boss said a few days ago, he couldn't see where the future opportunities were. He was just standing there waiting for them to come. They have big ambitions. They don't intend to be a pig riding the wave of opportunity, but rather someone who stands at the forefront of the times and sets the future industry standards. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on President Cheng's reform plan? Before you all speak, let me add a couple more things. This time, the boss is really determined to implement reforms, and President Cheng isn't here for nothing. For each lesson he teaches you, the boss has to pay him 80,000 yuan. No matter how hard you've worked or how much you've contributed in the past, if you dare to slack off or drag your feet on this, believe me, the boss will show no mercy and fire you without hesitation. After the market managers had finished looking around, Wei Lan tapped on the conference table and spoke with a serious expression. What? 80,000 yuan a lesson? I've never heard of that before. Has Mr. Sun gone mad? President Wei, to be honest, I think this reform plan is completely worthless. It's full of assumptions and mostly baseless speculations. I agree with Lao Zhang. This guy, Mr. Cheng from Guoshi Technology, right? What makes him so sure that the future will be exactly as he describes? Not necessarily. Does he have some kind of precognitive ability? President Wei, let's take last year's data as an example. Sales increased by more than 30% compared to 2008, and the profit margin also increased by more than 20 percentage points. It's not exactly booming, but it's definitely steadily improving. We're doing very well, so why do we need to reform? President Sun and you, aren't you afraid that reforms will only make things worse? The market managers took turns speaking, their words filled with skepticism towards Cheng Shi's reform plan and a lack of understanding of the reform itself. To put it bluntly, In their view, Sun Guoqiang's actions were nothing short of utter nonsense. Gentlemen, I understand your complaints. In fact, a few days ago, when President Sun decided to implement reforms, my thoughts were similar to yours. But now I don't think so anymore. Wei Lan waved her hand, then had her assistant show the marketing managers a PowerPoint presentation containing materials she had studied in depth over the past few days. The first page features several recently popular e-commerce websites. The second page shows the growth in the number of online shoppers in China starting in 2006. The third page shows the increase in the activation rate of online banking services after the 4 major banks upgraded their services. Pages 4 and 5 contain information about Taobao, a subsidiary of Alibaba. The last page contains a QR code that was highlighted in Cheng Shi's reform plan. Its origins, underlying principles, and predictions regarding the disruptive effects that may result from its integration with online shopping. After reading it, the market managers' faces changed, their expressions gradually becoming serious, and they no longer had any doubts about Cheng Shi. They thought he was just a charlatan trying to swindle money. After everyone had a moment to process what was happening, Wei Lan continued, speaking earnestly. Gentlemen, isn't this a bit alarming? I used to think, like you, that this thing was still far away and wouldn't endanger us at all. But last night I tried out Taobao and found that this thing is really scary. One day, this thing will silently infiltrate our lives. Never underestimate the power of laziness. Once consumers get used to using more convenient ways of shopping, it's very difficult for them to go back. The market managers remained silent. They are still in a deep state of shock. It was a sense of emptiness, a feeling of having one's preconceived notions completely overturned. All right, next, let's welcome Mr. Chung from Guoshi Technology to give us the first lesson. Wei Lan continued speaking, and then led the applause. Thunderous applause erupted, a deafening roar that lasted all day. The impressive reform plan and the related PPT presented by Wei Lan completely shattered the arrogance of the market managers. They were extremely curious about what kind of genius this CEO of Guoshi Technology was, who could see the future development trend so far ahead of time. Under the watchful eyes of many, Cheng Shi made a dazzling entrance, followed closely by Sun Guoqiang. This shocked everyone. Holy crap, so young? It's questionable whether he's even 20. Cheng Shi still had a little bit of integrity. Although he was not polite at all when asking Sun Guoqiang for a price, he only earned what he was entitled to. So before starting the lecture, Wei Lan first distributed the reform plan to the market managers, and then gave them ample time to digest, discuss, and absorb it, instead of counting this time as part of their class time. His relationship with Sun Guoqiang isn't a one-off deal. They'll definitely continue to cooperate deeply in the future. In fact, it's fair to say that Millennium Department Store will be one of Guoshi Technology's most important partners in the next 2 years. Cheng Shi didn't feel guilty about cutting off his partner's flesh. He was already a seasoned capitalist. However, we can't cut too much at once. Sustainable, exhaustive exploitation is the key. Ahem, everyone, let's stop the applause for now. Although I like to hear it. Our CEO's son spent so much money. It's not like he's doing it just to hear you all applaud for him. After taking the stage, Cheng Shi waved his hand. Everyone burst into laughter, and Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan couldn't help but laugh as well. The tense and solemn atmosphere of the meeting immediately eased, and Cheng Shi completely took control of the meeting's pace. Why Millennium Department Store needs to reform is not the topic of my lecture today. Whether you understand it or not, the reform is already a fait accompli. I will only talk about how to reform it. Specifically, Chapter 225 Poor Tom. Cheng Shi had already figured out which direction Millennium Department Store should reform, and the plan also elaborated on that. When speaking, the ideas are clear and the logic is distinct. Offline retail is destined to have no future. This is the trend of the times, and no one can stop it. Therefore, the solution is to shift from retail to platform. The parts of the online store that need to be cut, that is, those that can be easily replaced by online shopping, must be cut. Change it to a service-oriented model. For example, restaurants, cinemas, lifestyle services, massage parlors, etc. This means redesigning the mall's layout, transforming it from a pure sales model to a comprehensive service model. In fact, what Cheng Shi mentioned had already been done by others, for example, Wanda, which provided him with the ideas. However, even Wanda was still in the exploratory stage at this time and did not have the systematic approach that Cheng Shi described. Everyone listened very attentively, asking questions from time to time, which Cheng Shi answered in detail. As the course continued, everyone, including Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan, felt enlightened. How should I describe it? The emergence of online shopping will undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to offline retail. If you don't want to be left behind by the times, if you don't want to be that stinky salted fish that gets slapped to death on the beach, you have to make changes. But finding the right direction precisely amidst the turbulent currents of the times is easier said than done. In other words, Chung Shi was able to ignore all the fog and accurately find the lighthouse hidden in the thick fog, where the light was barely visible, thus guiding him in the right direction. After listening to Chung Shi's first lesson, Sun Guoqiang, Wei Lan, and a group of marketing managers all felt that their thinking had been opened up and they had suddenly gained a clear understanding. That's exactly the feeling they were talking about. Originally, Sun Guoqiang was extremely distressed to pay Chung Shi 80,000 yuan per class, but he gritted his teeth and accepted it. But after the course ended, he no longer felt that way. He just felt it was worth it, so damn worth it. After finishing his lecture, Chung Shi declined Sun Guoqiang's invitation to have lunch together and went straight back to school. He had lunch at the second canteen with Yu Baiwei, who was waiting for him, and then headed straight to the library to continue studying. It was late at night when he returned to his dormitory. Then Wang Tianyu, who was lying in bed texting Xia Shui, started making a lot of noise. Lu Zi, what are you holding in your hand? Holy crap, it looks like a textbook? Chung Shi muttered to himself, holy crap. How could I have made such a silly mistake? I forgot to put the book in my backpack. He chose to play dumb. He brandished the thick, brick-like book on macroeconomics in his hand. Is this a textbook? Nonsense, what else could this be but a textbook? Confess now, have you betrayed me and been studying behind my back? Wang Tianyu looked extremely nervous. With only 2 days left until the final exams, he had made several vows to concentrate on studying, but he couldn't stick to it. He lacked initiative. It doesn't matter if he's bad, as long as Chung Liuzi is worse than him. To put it bluntly, Wang Daxiao doesn't care whether he fails his courses or not. He just wants to beat Chung Shi once before graduating from university. Chung Shi looked like he had just realized something. Holy crap, so this is a textbook. I thought it was a brick. I just picked it up this morning to prop up the table, and it actually works pretty well. Perhaps Chung Shi's acting skills are too good, or perhaps he usually slacks off too much, making him seem unlike someone who can concentrate on studying. Wang Tianyu chose to believe, and after a moment of contemplation, he said in a pretentious manner, Lu Zi, there are only 2 days left until the final exams. I advise you to cram at the last minute. Chung Shi sighed. Fifth brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm completely rotten and beyond saving. Wang Tianyu thought to himself that he was sure he had it in the bag. Overjoyed, he continued to pretend to comfort Chung Shi. Lu Zi, it's okay. The retake is easy. I haven't studied much these past few days. We can retake it together. Chung Shi looked deeply moved. Fifth brother, don't lie to me. It's a deal, okay? Whoever doesn't fail their course is a dog. Hey, absolutely. Wang Tianyu said this aloud, but in his heart, he barked twice. Then I decided to stop slacking off tomorrow and go to the study room to study seriously. See you at the library at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chung Shi was actually thinking, woof woof. Then he secretly sent a text message to Yu Baiwei. Failing a course? Haha, that doesn't exist. Having swum in the ocean of knowledge for so long, Chung Shi feels incredibly fierce now. Wang Tianyu, who is like a quantum leap between failing and succeeding, has long been left behind by him. He can't even catch a whiff of his exhaust fumes. For the next 2 days, Chung Shi went out early and returned late, having Yu Baiwei accompany him to review, fill in the gaps in his knowledge, and make a final sprint. Wang Daxiao stopped slacking off and studied diligently in the study room for 2 days. Unfortunately, he slacked off too much recently, and 2 days wasn't enough. He was in a quantum state of seemingly having learned something, but also seemingly not having learned anything. The timeline quickly brought us to the eve of the final exams. Wang Daxiao stayed in the study room until after 10 o'clock. When he returned to the dormitory, he found Chung Shi holding a laptop, not knowing what he was doing. Lu Zi, what are you doing? He began gathering intelligence on the military again. Looking at the back-end data, what else? It's not necessarily looking at questions. Even a dog wouldn't look at that stuff. Chung Shi immediately closed the exam questions from last year that he had downloaded from the school forum and switched to the back-end page of Eugene.com. Wang Tianyu peeked out, and, after confirming that it was indeed the case, breathed a sigh of relief. Then she comforted Chung Shi, telling him not to worry, that she would definitely fail the course with him. Then she went back to bed and secretly started studying like crazy. Chung Shi immediately reopened the page he had just closed and continued practicing coding problems. Perhaps it was his sixth sense at work, but the quieter Chung Shi was, the more uneasy Wang Tianyu felt, as if something was amiss. She looked up to check on Chung Shi every 5 minutes, afraid that he was secretly studying behind her back. Cheng Shi scored over 670 on the college entrance exam and was the only student in the province to get a perfect score in mathematics. His intelligence is far superior to Cheng Shi's. If Cheng Shi really studied hard, Cheng Shi would definitely be able to beat Cheng Shi. In this anxious state, he found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. Lucy, stop looking at the back-end data. Let's find a TV series to watch. Wang Tianyu suddenly spoke up. The decision was made to eliminate the last vestige of the possibility of Cheng Shi seriously studying. He's obsessed with winning against Cheng Shi just once. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes at him. Wang Laowu, why are you making such a fuss tonight? Can't you use your own computer to watch it? Wang Tianyu continued to lie. I'm out of internet access credit, and it's almost holiday time, so it's not worth it to top up my account. All right. Cheng Shi felt that he had already learned enough, so there was no point in continuing to learn. He went along with Wang Tianyu, opened Youku, and then clicked on Tom and Jerry. A few minutes later, the guys from 606 also gathered around Cheng Shi's laptop and started reading with great interest. As Wang Tianyu watched, he remarked, Guys, have you noticed that even the most childish stuff becomes incredibly interesting when everyone watches it together? Is that what they call a sense of atmosphere? Hu Junjie even commented on the plot. Alas, poor Tom, he's always being manipulated by totals galore. Wang Tianyu immediately chimed in. Hey guys, don't you guys think? Tom looks a bit like Yang Lauer. Yang Jia. He has a phrase that goes, fuck your mother. And he's about to say it. Chapter 226. I can endure 2 days, but not 3. The exam week, which has been both nerve-wracking and exciting for all Sichuan University students, has finally arrived. I'm anxious because I'm afraid of failing the exam. Excited? Then the exams are over, and we'll be on vacation. The exams lasted for 5 days, from Monday to Friday, with 2 to 3 subjects each day. After the exam, regardless of how well or poorly everyone did, they all looked relaxed, as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Cheng Shi became more and more confident with each test, thinking to himself that he was indeed incredibly fierce. A little test, just get it right. Wang Tianyu was in a lot of pain. He had been too lazy to study properly recently, and even after cramming for 2 or 3 days, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't fail his course. He analyzed himself and felt that he was bound to fail at least 3 subjects: advanced mathematics, college English, and microeconomics. As for the other subjects, there are 2 or 3 that are not very stable, and they are in a quantum superposition state where they may fail or not. Cheng Shi's relaxed demeanor after the exam once again aroused Wang Tianyu's vigilance. Lucy, why are you getting less and less nervous during the exam? Why would I be nervous? Damn, did you really study behind my back? You know all those questions. Fifth brother, it's you, a quantum state expert who only half understands it, who needs to be nervous. I don't know anything about it, so why should I be nervous? In order to maintain his fragile yet sincere friendship with young Master Wang, Cheng Shi decided to carry out the white lie to the end. Hey, judging by this, I'm afraid I'll have to repeat a grade. Fifth brother, as my good brother, shouldn't you comfort me? Wang Tianyu was successfully fooled by someone's superb acting skills, and his mood instantly improved. He patted his chest and said, Absolutely. Come on, fifth brother will treat you to a big meal tonight. So Cheng Shi started planning which high-end restaurant to go to and treat Wang Tianyu to a good meal. After all, what he had just said was enough to ensure that Wang Tianyu would be in a great mood throughout the winter vacation, so it was only right that he treat him to a big meal. Although a white lie is still a lie and will inevitably be exposed one day, the happiness that Wang Tianyu felt was real after all. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. A notice suddenly appeared in the class group saying that there would be a class dinner tonight, and the counselor, Xiao Quan, would also be there, so everyone should try their best not to miss it. The notice was sent by Ren Li, the executive vice class monitor. Originally, these were all tasks that Cheng Shi, the class monitor, was supposed to do, but he only enjoyed the rights and did not fulfill his obligations. Around 6 p.m., the guys from class 606, arm in arm, braved the cold wind and walked into the night towards a food stall outside the school. I've already seen many students on the road, carrying large and small bags, embarking on their journey home. The guys were all a bit emotional. School starts in early September and ends at the end of January. Nearly 5 months have passed in the blink of an eye. That's why they say time flies. Looking back over the past 6 months, among the group of friends, Wang Tianyu got a girlfriend, Wang Jichao reached the maximum level in DNF, Liu Peisong graduated from World of Warcraft, Yang Jia happily got poor Tom, and although Hu Junjie didn't win over Senior Yanzi, he's guaranteed to be in the top 3 in GPA. Both sides gained something. As for Cheng Shi, He reaped the greatest rewards, getting a girlfriend, making money, and even combining the two to get money from his girlfriend. The holiday is almost here, and everyone is in a good mood, making for a relaxed and enjoyable meal. As the dinner was drawing to a close, Counselor Xiaoquan sat down next to Cheng Shi and patted him on the shoulder. Cheng Shi, I was worried at first that you would fail a lot of courses because you focused your main energy on starting a business. I didn't expect you to be able to do both business and studies so well. Just now, Dean Liu, who has been concerned about your studies, called me and said that you did well in all your subjects, mostly above 80. You even got the only perfect score in the entire major in advanced mathematics. You really made me proud. Come on, Professor Xiao, let me toast you. Cheng Shi picked up his wine glass, downed it in one gulp, and then looked at Wang Tianyu and his several dogs, whose faces were practically screaming meow meow meow, and said with a hint of mockery, Teacher Xiao, didn't I say this before? I'm sure I can do both entrepreneurship and academics well, unlike some people who can't even do well in their studies. Wang Tianyu. No wonder he's been so restless these past few days. It turns out the reason is this. This kid lied to him and actually went to study in secret. That damned Cheng Liuzi. He's been fooling him all along, and now that the exams are over, he still wants to scam him out of a meal. Isn't this outrageous? Isn't this animalistic? Xiao Quan had no idea about the intricacies of the situation. He asked Wang Tianyu with concern, Wang Tianyu, are you sick? You look terrible. Your face keeps turning white and then green. Wang Tianyu. What else could he say now that things had come to this? This boundless life, in the end, was all for naught. Early the next morning, Cheng Shi arrived at the 101 headquarters, said a few words, and then announced a holiday. Guoshi Technology's three main businesses, Yujian.com, web games, and Guoshi Group Buying, primarily serve college students, so there's naturally not much business to do during winter break. All we need to do is select a few technical staff who are going to stay on campus anyway and don't plan to go home for the spring festival to do some maintenance work in the computer room. There's not much to say about the part-time employees. Just settle their wages and let them go home. As for the regular employees, Cheng Shi naturally continued to pay their salaries and even gave them a substantial year-end bonus based on their contributions. Although it was only half a year, he had already acquired many nicknames: the innate shrewd businessman, the dog capitalist, Yan Jianxing of Linxiong, and the granddad of Sichuan University. But in essence, he is not a stingy person. Be more generous than anyone else when you need to be, provided you can create more surplus labor value for him. As noon approached, the employees gradually left. Cheng Shi, with his hands behind his back, looked at the suddenly empty 101 headquarters, feeling a sense of melancholy. He touched the double-door refrigerator for a while, and then wiped the central air conditioner. It wasn't easy, really not easy. Such a huge 101, with so many items, but he basically swindled and cheated them from Principal Fu. Principal Fu only needed to stamp and sign, but he had to consider many other things. He had to use his brain cells to come up with clever excuses and abandon the dignity of a dignified god of students, shamelessly asking for this and that. This is so hard for me. Cheng Shi sighed like this. Of course, even more difficult is dealing with his wallet. Just a short while ago, several 100,000 yuan in year-end bonuses were distributed. Fortunately, the generous and magnanimous general manager's son spent a full 400,000 yuan to hire him as a special advisor, which can make up for this loss. Having taken someone's money, he naturally had to do their bidding. So when Yumarin asked him in the afternoon if he wanted to go back to Linxiong with her, Cheng Shi refused, saying that he still had 2 more days in the provincial capital and 4 more classes to teach for boss son. Okay then, brother. You must come and visit your little sister after you return to Linxiong. She can endure 2 days, but 3 days won't do. Chapter 227 Big Brother Huang. Your vision is too small. Cheng Shi looked at the message Yumarin sent, first unable to suppress a smile, then replied with some doubt. You Baiwei, weren't you going to Shanghai? Why are you coming back to Linxiong? Yumarin's text message arrived quickly. My mom is back from abroad and asked me to stay with her for a few days before going to Shanghai on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Oh, and my mom also said that you can come to my house for a meal when you have some free time. Cheng Danxing is inviting me to dinner. As Cheng Shi watched, the following scenario began to automatically play out in his mind. Halfway through the meal, Cheng Danxing suddenly sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then he clapped his hands, and 500 axemen, who had been lying in ambush, swarmed in. Cheng Shouxin was ultimately no match for their numbers and was hacked to pieces. Upon realizing this, the person couldn't help but shudder. No, it shouldn't be that bad. I was just touching her daughter's little feet. Oops, I meant giving her daughter a foot massage and occasionally sneaking a peek at her chest. Oops, I meant checking on her daughter's physical development. Good friends should help each other out, right? The more he thought about it, the more guilty he felt. After having lunch with Yu Baiwei at the second canteen, Cheng Shi escorted her to the girls' dormitory building. Uncle Xiao was already waiting at the dormitory entrance. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that Cheng Shi had borrowed and that had been used by many people was still as majestic and imposing as ever, bathed in the winter sun. While Yu Baiwei was getting her luggage from the dormitory, Cheng Shi chatted with Uncle Xiao for a few minutes, and then casually asked about the Yu family. Uncle Xiao seemed to have answered, yet he also seemed not to have answered. He neither made Cheng Shi feel uncomfortable, nor did he reveal any useful information. Cheng Shi couldn't help but sigh. The Yu family, being old money, truly had a solid foundation. A driver like Uncle Xiao, with all his qualities at their peak, was not something that nouveau riche families could have. Xiao Cheng, aren't you going back to Linxiong with Miss? After Yu Baiwei got into the car, Cheng Shi didn't get in. Instead, he waved goodbye to her. Uncle Xiao was a little puzzled, hence the question. Cheng Shi, I have some things to do at school. I won't be back for another 2 days. Uncle Xiao, please be careful on the road. Uncle Xiao said, oh, and started the car. Yu Baiwei poked her head out and stared at Cheng Shi with a reluctant look. Cheng Shi smiled and said to her, it's not safe to pull your head back. It's really only for 2 days. I'll be back early the day after tomorrow. Then, I'll take you hiking. Brother, pinky promise. Yu Marin stretched out her hand and raised her slender, jade-like middle finger. Helpless, Cheng Shi had no choice but to make a pinky promise with her, wrapping his middle finger around hers and then stamping it with his thumb. After seeing Yu Marin off, Cheng Shi went back to the dormitory to pack his luggage. By this time, the guys from room 606 had all embarked on their journeys home, and the once lively dormitory now seemed empty. Cheng Xing didn't have much luggage. It was all packed in a handbag. Besides a few personal clothes, the most bulky item was the gold-plated God of Learning trophy. He's definitely going to take this thing home, and he'll put it in the most conspicuous place in the house. Middle-aged people also need emotional support. During the Spring Festival, many relatives will definitely come to visit. With this, Mr. Cheng and Ms. Yuan will definitely have a very comfortable Spring Festival. The next morning, Cheng Shi picked up her handbag, threw it into the trunk, and prepared to leave school and drive to Millennium Department Store. He had already arranged the courses, 2 sessions in the morning, 2 sessions in the afternoon, and a QA session in the evening. He still had some integrity, and he didn't charge Sun Guoqiang for this time. After finishing my work, I checked the time and realized it was still early, so I headed back to Linxiong that night. If it was too late, I would go back the next morning. As soon as he stepped out of the school gate, he received a call from Brother Huang, who said that he was also on holiday and asked if Cheng Shi wanted to go back with him. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi said, Da Huang, I still have some things to do here. Why don't you come with me once I'm done? I'll just step on the gas and take you home. Big Brother Huang naturally had no objections. So Cheng Shi drove to the gate of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, picked him up, turned the key, and headed to Millennium Department Store. Sitting in the back, Brother Huang looked at the empty passenger seat and asked in confusion, Xiao Cheng, where's you? Why isn't she with you? Her mother also went back to Linxiong, and her family's driver picked her up at noon. Xiao Cheng, have you met Yu's mother yet? Yes, I saw it around National Day. Why are you asking about this? I just feel that the Yu family is not just rich and powerful, but I'm worried that you'll be mistreated after you marry into their family. You might even be bullied to the point of crying. Marry into my family? What do you mean, Dog Yellow? Why am I the one marrying into your family instead of me taking Yu Baiwei home as my wife? Hey, Cheng, don't blame me for being blunt, but while you're very talented, you don't have the ability. Yu is an only child, the sole heir to such a large conglomerate. How could she possibly get married? Wow, what you said makes so much sense. By the way, my dear yellow brother, don't you feel a little cold? It seems a bit cold. Holy crap. Cheng, when did you open the sunroof? How can it not be cold? Because you offended me. Huang Ziwei tried to close the skylight himself, but found that he couldn't close it at all, and soon he was shivering from the cold. Xiao Cheng, you son of a bitch, turn it off. I'm freezing. You can jump out of the car. After enduring it for a while, and with his nose starting to run, Brother Huang decisively admitted defeat and told Cheng Shi that he was wrong. Cheng Shi closed the skylight halfway and then asked him, Hee, what's wrong with that? Huang Ziwei sighed. Xiao Cheng, you're so strong-willed. Even if you're bullied, you probably won't cry. Cheng Shi, after rolling his eyes, he still closed the skylight. Playing around is fine, but we can't really let Brother Huang catch a cold. By the way, Da Huang, I heard from Ma Luojun that you've really charmed those dorm supervisors at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. You're doing a better job than they are at Sichuan University. They even said you've earned the nickname Auntie's Darling, which is even better than my god of study. Huang Ziwei's dark face, which had been bluish from the cold, instantly turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Xiao Cheng, don't listen to Brother Ma's nonsense. How can that be nonsense? Just tell me if those aunties like you or not. Go away, go away. I admit I like older women, but I can only accept someone like Senior Bien who's 3 years older than me at most. Those aunties are at least 30 years older than me. Okay. So you're thinking too narrowly, Brother Huang. My advice is, you need to broaden your horizons. A woman 3 years older than you can only give you gold bricks at most, but a woman 30 years older than you can give you an entire empire. Chapter 228: The Princess's Whole World. The two brothers joked and bantered as they arrived at Millennium Department Store. A class is a class. There's nothing to elaborate on. Cheng Shi was extremely busy all day, and after answering questions in the evening, he was almost completely exhausted. This also shows that Cheng Shi really put his heart into reforming Millennium Department Store. Taking the money was only one aspect. He also had his own selfish motives. After helping Sun Guoqiang complete the reforms, Millennium Department Store will inevitably become the largest integrated entertainment and business district in the greater Chengdu area. On the other hand, Fruit Group Buying Mall can take the opportunity to establish a deep cooperative relationship with Millennium Department Store and develop related businesses similar to Jianping in later generations. At that time, all the hot pot restaurants, clothing stores, beauty salons, cinemas, etc. in this area can be connected to the Fruit Group Buying Mall. With online coupons and offline discounts, this whole set of tactics is sure to entice consumers. In this way, Sun Guoqiang can leverage the online traffic of the Fruit Group Buying Mall to quickly gather popularity, achieve high sales volume with low profit margins, and earn a great reputation. Cheng Shi, on the other hand, can use this opportunity to seize the market, using Millennium Department Store as a base to quickly expand to surrounding businesses. The later Meituan has many businesses, but its core business consists of only 3: food delivery, online group buying, and group buying for in-store services. For now, let's not even think about food delivery. He doesn't have the funds to burn through them, and the technology won't be there within the next 2 or 3 years. Online group buying is something he has been doing. This is the model used at Sichuan University and the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. The group buying in-store segment was originally part of his plan for the second half of next year. The result was that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Since Sun Guoqiang wanted to reform, Cheng Shi would definitely take this opportunity to hitch a ride. That's how business works. It doesn't matter if you have no money or connections. You can spend other people's money to do your own thing. The best part is that people will be grateful to you. What does win-win mean? It means Cheng Shi wins twice. After the evening discussion ended, it was already past 9 o'clock. Cheng Shi was so tired that he gave up on returning to Linxiong that night. Driving while fatigued is a big no-no. The managers of various departments at Millennium Department Store also successively compiled their own reform plans and submitted them to Sun Guoqiang for review. Mr. Sun, I have an idea. Let's see what I have first. Mr. Sun, I don't just have ideas. I'm bursting with inspiration. Watch mine first. Mr. Sun, I've even drawn up a rough plan for our mall. Unlike those flashy, empty talkers, I'm different. Look at mine first. As Sun Guoqiang looked at the outlines and sketches written by everyone, his scalp tingled more and more, and his emotions became more and more agitated. His years of hard work and experience told him that most of these things were actually feasible. In other words, Cheng Shi only used 5 class hours plus a complimentary seminar to enlighten these business managers in their 40s and 50s. He now truly admires Cheng Shi. He can control his daughter, even if he can't. He can easily handle reforms that he can't manage himself. What does it mean to be awesome? That's what you call awesome. A genius. Holy crap. Brother Huang spent the whole day just observing, watching Cheng Shi teach a group of high-income professionals in their 40s and 50s, and how these people respected him. He was also very impressed. Despite having no prior experience in retail mall operations, Xiao Cheng could speak eloquently and even provide insightful, analytical guidance to a group of industry veterans, demonstrating remarkable skill and expertise. Logically speaking, he and Cheng Shi had been inseparable since they were toddlers, so it was impossible for him to have any bias towards Cheng Shi. But looking at Big Yellow Brother all day long, he gave off a feeling of awe and reverence, even like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. After the initial shock came feelings of inferiority. In his lifetime, let alone reaching Xiao Cheng's level, Even if he could only catch up to 1/10 of Xiao Cheng's level, that would be considered a stroke of good fortune for the Li family. Overjoyed, Sun Guoqiang pulled Cheng Shi aside and said earnestly, Mr. Cheng, since you're not leaving today, you absolutely have to follow my arrangements. Let's go grab a late-night snack first, and then go for a massage. Cheng Shi couldn't resist Sun Guoqiang's enthusiastic invitation. Mr. Sun, late-night snacks are fine, but as for massage parlors and such, let's just say no. Sun Guoqiang chuckled. Ahem, excuse me. It's just that you're too mature, Mr. Cheng, which makes it easy for me to overlook your age. This kind of thing is not something young people should get involved in. While having a late-night snack, Cheng Shi was forced to drink a lot of alcohol by Sun Guoqiang and his managers, and he blacked out completely. When he regained consciousness, it was already past 9 o'clock the next morning. A standard room in a hotel, with 2 single beds, one for him and one for Brother Huang. At this moment, Brother Huang was still fast asleep. Cheng Shi got up, kicked Brother Huang awake, and then the two of them washed up separately. After having breakfast downstairs, they drove home. 2 hours later, the two brothers arrived in Linxiong. Cheng Shi stepped on the gas first, leaving Big Yellow Brother stranded at his doorstep, and then leisurely drove home himself. Today is a work day, and both Mr. Cheng and Ms. Yuan are at work. After Cheng Shi got home, he first placed the God of Learning trophy in the most conspicuous place in the house. Along with it, he also placed other certificates that the school had given him, such as Military Training Pace Setter, 3 Good Student, Outstanding Student Cadre, and Top 10 Campus Youth. Showing off trophies and certificates to parents and waiting for praise might seem childish to a college student who is already a pillar of the nation, but it's just right for someone like Cheng, who is already 37 years old at heart. With these things, Cheng Shi believed that he would definitely have a good year. For example, tonight's dinner will definitely be very lavish, with at least 4 dishes and a soup as the base. As for Big Yellow Brother, who didn't bring anything home, he'd be lucky to even get to sit at the table for a meal. Cheng Shi had gotten very drunk last night and hadn't recovered yet, so he went back to his bedroom, lay down on the bed, and prepared to take a nap. There's no such thing as a golden nest or a silver nest if you don't have your own doghouse. Lying on this bed that he'd been using for over 10 years, Cheng Shi felt incredibly comfortable. Before going to sleep, he took out his phone to send a message to Yu Baiwei, who had arrived in Linxiong the day before yesterday, only to find that his phone was dead. After taking out the charging cable and plugging it into the port, the phone successfully turned on after a few minutes. Open QQ and dozens of messages immediately pop up, most of which are from Yu Baiwei. The content is not only completely devoid of any substance, but also utterly devoid of any substance, mainly consisting of silly nonsense. Cheng Shi, what time are you coming back tomorrow? Cheng Shi, what time will you take me hiking tomorrow? Cheng Shi, Mom is calling me to go to sleep. You should get some rest too. Brother, little sister's awake. Brother, you haven't spoken to your sister for 10 hours. What time will you arrive in Linxiong today? Brother, are you still sleeping? Wake up. You won't wake up without your little sister. As Cheng Shi watched, he couldn't help but chuckle, but he was also somewhat moved and touched. Is this what it feels like to be cared for and missed by someone? He once thought that a princess like her was born to have the whole world and had no need for a knight like him who didn't even have a lead horse. But now he knows that even without a tall horse, he is already the princess's whole world. Chapter 229 Two Old Rules. I was forced to drink by Mr. Sun last night and didn't even realize my phone was dead. I'm home now and just charged it. I'm too tired today. I'll take you out tomorrow. Cheng Shi smiled and replied to Yu Baiwei's message. He then half closed his eyes, waiting for Yu Baiwei to reply. But before he could get a reply, he became sleepy and slept until evening. Ms. Yuan came into the room to call him for dinner. With the God of Learning trophy and various certificates, Cheng Shi felt a different kind of treatment. For his first meal back home, Ms. Yuan arranged 4 dishes and a soup, including 3 main dishes. During the meal, Ms. Yuan served Cheng Shi food while showering him with concern, which touched Cheng Shi deeply. He realized he was still his mother's little darling. During the last 2 days of the National Day holiday, he became suspicious. He even started to wonder if the couple thought their main account was useless and wanted to create a secondary account. However, it's actually quite easy for a traveler returning home to be disliked by their own mother. For example, if a mother sleeps in late a few times or litters a few times, the speed at which her maternal love fades is unimaginably fast. 4 dishes in 1 meal is not the norm. 1 dish for 4 meals is the standard. In order not to give his mother a chance to dislike him, Cheng Shi got up early the next day, skipped breakfast at home, and got ready to go out after tidying up. Ms. Yuan, who was making breakfast in the kitchen, was puzzled upon seeing this. Son, It's only a little past 7, not even 8 yet. Where are you planning to go? Oh, I'm going to the library to read. Cheng Shi replied with one sentence and then disappeared in a flash. Reading books is definitely a lie. Who, as a proper college student, would read books during a holiday? He had arranged to meet Yu Baiwei at the library entrance. Coincidentally, if you draw a line between the Yu family's large villa and the Chung family's dilapidated number 3 primary school, the Linxiong Municipal Library is roughly at the midpoint of that line. I'm going out, are you going out? After Cheng Shi went downstairs, he sent a message to Yu Baiwei. Yu Marin replied instantly. Brother, I just went out too. Let's meet at the library entrance. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he put his phone in his pocket. Too lazy to drive or take a taxi, he decided to jog over the 2-kilometer distance as a form of morning exercise. On a winter morning, there were few pedestrians and vehicles on the streets of Linxiong, a small county town. Looking up, the buildings and trees on both sides of the road were shrouded in a fine white mist. The scene was somewhat like the heavenly palace created with a huge amount of dry ice in the old version of Journey to the West. About 15 minutes later, Cheng Shi arrived at the place, panting, and found that Yu Marin was already there. Today, she was wearing a pink down jacket and a beret. She was also panting, and her breath turned into thin white lines in the damp and cold air. Upon seeing Cheng Shi, her aloofness vanished instantly, replaced by a silly expression as she reached out her hand for Cheng Shi to hold. Cheng Shi took her small hand and asked her if she had eaten breakfast. Yu Marin shook her head and said no, then asked Cheng Shi to take her to eat. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi took her hand and strolled towards Brother Huang's breakfast stall. As I always say, save where you can, spend where you can. Big Brother Huang's breakfast is delicious and free, so why not go? We passed by Linxiong No. 1 middle school on the way. High school students were still on holiday at that time, and you could even faintly hear the students reciting their lessons. As Cheng Shi walked through the gate of No. 1 middle school, he suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Standing at the gate of his high school, walking a mongrel dog named Cheng Shi, who was recognized as the school's most beautiful girl for 3 generations, he felt great. Can it be any more enjoyable? The answer is yes. Cheng Shi suddenly let go of her hand, pretending not to want to hold it anymore. Yu Marin immediately became unhappy, glared at Cheng Shi, and then hummed and sulked as she offered her hand again. To prevent Cheng Shi from suddenly not holding her hand again, this time she chose to interlock her fingers with Cheng Shi's. Cheng Shi was even happier. Could it get any more enjoyable? There is an answer. Several vaguely familiar faces walked towards them. When they saw Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei holding hands, their mouths gaped open and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. These people weren't high school students, but rather first-year university students in the same year as Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei, who came to their alma mater to visit their teachers. After passing by Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei, the group couldn't help but start discussing. Am I seeing things? That girl wearing the beret looks like Yu Baiwei, the academic genius from class 1. That's her. Holy crap, the campus belle Yu is dating? Who's that guy holding her hand? He looks familiar, but I just can't remember his name. Cheng Shi from class 6 of senior 3, that guy whose grades improved by leaps and bounds in just 1 month, going from being average in the school to ranking 3rd in the city. Good heavens, this guy actually got together with school beauty Yu. I don't understand. How did he do it? Damn, I don't understand either. I'm afraid I'm going to have insomnia tonight. In the hearts of all the boys in the 2009 graduating class of Linxiong No. 1 middle school, the poppy truly possesses a divine quality. She is an unattainable dream, an unforgettable pure white in their memories. Even after entering university and seeing a wider world, they still could not forget the unreasonably beautiful school beauty from their high school days. The filter is even heavier now. Once viewed from afar, it was like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. Now, gazing at it from afar, it is like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. Compared to Yu Baiwei, those so-called campus beauties at their university are really nothing. Seeing the goddess descend to the mortal realm, holding hands with a boy, her eyes filled with the sweetness of being deeply in love. How could he bear it? His Tao heart shattered into pieces, beyond repair. Listening to these discussions, Cheng Shi, who was already feeling great, felt even better. It was like eating a ginseng fruit. Despite the sub-zero temperatures, he felt warm all over and even unzipped his down jacket. Don't ask. The answer is simply that I'm healthy and resistant to the cold. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Shi led Yu Baiwei to Brother Huang's breakfast stall. Hello, Uncle Huang. Cheng Shi greeted to Huang's father with a smile. Considering that Brother Huang's surname is Huang, Brother Huang's father naturally also has the surname Huang. His name is similar to that of Lao Cheng and Lao Xia. and it also has the unique feel of that era. His name is Huang Jingce. Huang Jingce had always treated Cheng Shi like a son since he was a child. When he saw him, his face immediately lit up with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, he asked him what he wanted to eat. Uncle, is that even a question? Same as always. No, today it's 2 sets of the same as always. Xiao Cheng, who is this? Huang Jingse was puzzled. Wasn't Xiao Cheng childhood sweethearts with the Xiao family's daughter? Why was he with someone even prettier today? Uncle, her name is Yu Baiwei. As Cheng Shi spoke, he introduced Huang Ziwei to Yu Baiwei, saying that this was Huang Ziwei's father and that she could just call him uncle. Hello, uncle. Yu Baiwei called out, looking obedient and charming. Hello. Dad wasn't a talkative person, and he quickly went to prepare breakfast for Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei. Chapter 230. Even brothers should keep clear accounts. Soon, 2 servings of Xilong Bao, soup dumplings, were served, along with 2 bowls of congee with preserved egg and lean pork, and a plate of pickled vegetables drizzled with chili oil. Just looking at them made my mouth water. Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei were eating when Aunt Huang came over with several empty bowls left over from the guests' meals. Looking at Yu Baiwei next to Cheng Shi, she reacted in the same way as Huang Jingce. Xiao Cheng, who is this? Cheng Shi had no choice but to introduce to Huang Ma again, and then have Yu Baiwei call her Auntie. Hello, Auntie. Yu Baiwei called out sweetly, which immediately immobilized Big Yellow Mom for several seconds. My goodness, Xiao Cheng is amazing. Where did he find such a fairy-like girl? Yuan Xiangqin is quite tight-lipped. They often play mahjong together, but she never mentioned it once. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cheng Shi asked De Huang's mother what his brother De Huang was doing and why he wasn't helping. De Huang's mother pouted and said that the people upstairs were sleeping in. Then she complained to Cheng Shi that the boy had become lazier and lazier since starting university. If it weren't for the fact that it was the first day of his holiday, she would have ripped off his bedding long ago. Cheng Shi readily agreed, even embellishing the story. That's right, Auntie. Even someone as outstanding as your eldest nephew, who brings home the God of Learning trophy, doesn't dare to sleep in late for fear of being punished by his own mother. Why would he dare to? Isn't that the truth? The God of Learning trophy? Xiaoqing, what's that? Auntie, this is the most prestigious award in the history of our Sichuan University, the first ever academic competition award. So Big Yellow Mom also felt the unevenness of the world. 2 minutes later, a sleepy-eyed Huang Ziwei came downstairs and looked at Cheng Shi with a resentful expression. Xiaocheng, are you crazy? It's the first day of your holiday, and you're up this early. You don't sleep in, so why won't you let me sleep in? Go away, go away. My aunt was waking you up with a feather duster. What does that have to do with me? That's all because of you, showing off your crappy God of Learning trophy to my mom. Even though you knew I came home empty-handed. Brother Huang, why didn't you tell my aunt that you're the auntie's treasure of your university? You're even better than my academic genius. Big Yellow Brother was on the verge of tears. You have to admit, when Xiaocheng gets angry, he really doesn't act like a human being. I just teased him the day before yesterday, saying that he would be bullied badly after marrying into the Yu family and becoming a live-in son-in-law. And this guy still remembers it. A little while later, Huang Ziwei also brought a bowl of noodles and sat down opposite him to start eating. However, seeing Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei so affectionate and inseparable, even feeding each other steamed buns, Brother Huang felt very uneasy and expressed his envy. He swallowed his pride and begged Cheng Shi to help Bian Xiaoli get a job at Fruit Technology, but this didn't lead to any further progress in his relationship with Bian Xiaoli. She just said thank you to him casually, and that was it. She didn't even treat him to a meal. I wanted to chat with Bian Xiaoli on QQ, but we always ran out of things to say after just a few sentences. I'm going to take a shower. Time to go to sleep. I've been so busy with work lately. These are all the reasons given by Bian Xiaoli. It's not that Brother Huang has no self-respect at all. Several times he mentally prepared himself not to text her anymore, but Bian Xiaoli would take the initiative to send him a message, asking about his well-being and showing concern for his daily life. Moved, Brother Huang rushed over enthusiastically again, only to be met with indifference once more. This cycle repeats itself endlessly. Cheng Shi noticed Huang Ziwei's unusual behavior and asked him how things were going with his senior, Bian. It would have been better if I hadn't asked. But as soon as I did, Brother Huang got all emotional, with a sullen face, as if Cheng Shi owed him millions. Cheng Shi sighed. De Huang, why bother? I've already analyzed it for you. Bian Xiaoli isn't right for you. Huang Ziwei also sighed. Xiaocheng, what kind of girl do you think would be suitable for me? After thinking for a while, Cheng Shi said seriously. De Huang, believe me, one day you will meet a girl who is gentle, considerate, kind, and generous. She won't mind if you're ugly or poor. She won't check your phone, and she won't squander your money. Holy crap, Xiao Cheng, are you telling a fairy tale? Where am I supposed to find a girl like this? Let me finish what I have to say. She doesn't want you either. Cheng Shi chose to change the subject. By the way, De Huang, what's going on between uncle and aunt? They haven't talked at all today. Did they have a fight? Actually, he had already noticed that De Huang's parents were not getting along today. Huang Ziwei lowered his voice to explain. Well, it wasn't exactly an argument. Here's what happened. My dad didn't want to sell breakfast anymore. It was tiring and didn't make much money. He wanted to open a hot pot restaurant. He had already chosen a shop and found a partner, but my mom disagreed. She said the investment was too big and the family's money was saved up for my future marriage. My mom wouldn't give me the money, so my dad got upset. Selling breakfast is indeed tiring, but opening a hot pot restaurant, I think it's a good idea. Linxiong is a large county with a population of several 100,000 in the urban area, and there aren't many hot pot restaurants there. At least for the next 5 to 10 years, it will be a period of great profits. Cheng Shi continued to ask questions while analyzing. Big Yellow, how much will it cost to get this thing up and running? It's about 300,000 yuan. My dad and his partner each contributed half. My dad manages the kitchen, and his partner manages the front desk. And you, De Huang, do you support your dad? Xiao Cheng, of course I support you. Just like you said, opening a hot pot restaurant is less tiring than a breakfast shop and easier to make money. But you know my mom's personality. She controls the money, and it's harder than climbing to heaven to get it out of her hands. What's the use of my support? Who said it's useless? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Sell me your arcade shares. I've done the math for you, and it should be worth 100,000 or 200,000 without much trouble. Tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan is definitely just a drop in the bucket for Cheng Shi right now. But if he were to give it directly to De Huang and his son, even if he said it was a loan, the father and son would not accept it. The arcade industry has just passed its peak and will only decline further until it loses money. The most sensible choice would have been to sell the arcade a few months ago. At that time, a businessman from Fujian wanted to buy it and offered a fairly high price. However, this arcade held special significance for both Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei, so Cheng Shi chose to continue operating it. This resulted in Brother Huang, who held a certain percentage of the shares, suffering a hidden loss, and he would suffer even more losses in the future. Even close brothers need to keep clear accounts, which is why Cheng Shi brought up the idea of having Brother Huang sell him his shares. Huang Ziwei clicked his tongue in astonishment. Xiao Cheng, are you kidding me? My shares are really worth 100,000 or two. Cheng Shi nodded. Why would I lie to you? Around National Day, a Fujian businessman came and offered a high price of 3 million, but I didn't sell. If I had sold, you would have owned 10% of the shares and could have received 300,000. But I can't give you that much now, just 200,000. You can decide for yourself whether to sell or not. A Fujianese businessman like that, who's willing to be ripped off, is a rare find. 200,000 is the real market price. Cheng Shi knew very well what kind of personalities De Huang and his son had. To put it nicely, they were straightforward. To put it bluntly, they were stubborn. Making this father and son owe him a favor is more painful than killing them. So sticking to business principles is the best course of action. Sure enough, as soon as Cheng Shi said that, Brother Huang immediately felt relieved. He chuckled and said, "Sell? What fool wouldn't sell?" Then he spread his hands and asked Cheng Shi for money. Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh and hit him with his chopsticks. What's the rush? 200,000 yuan. You need to make an appointment at any bank. Chapter 231. That year I was 18, my alma mater's dance, standing like a scoundrel. During the winter break, Cheng Shi had nothing to do anyway, so he simply helped De Huang and his son set up a hot pot restaurant. That's why Linxiong is such a small place. Cheng Shi didn't know De Huang's business partner, but he did know his son, who turned out to be Dai Jie, his high school classmate with Huang Ziwei. Dai Jie's father, Dai Hu, was the kind of person who was good at socializing and networking, and was indeed a master at being a receptionist. He and De Huang's father worked together, which complements each other. However, Cheng Shi rejected the plan that the two brothers had originally agreed upon, in which each would invest half and hold 50% of the shares. Even the smallest business cannot be done this way. There must be a core leader. At Cheng Shi's suggestion, Huang Jingse invested 180,000 yuan and Dai Hu invested 120,000 yuan. The shares were then divided according to the investment ratio, with one person holding 60% and the other 40%. Such a shareholding difference is sufficient to ensure that Huang Jingse's side can take the initiative in the event of a disagreement. The two brothers had already decided on the location for the hot pot restaurant, and Cheng Shi had also visited it. It was indeed a good location. However, Chung was not very satisfied with the taste of the hot pot base prepared by De Huang's father. It wasn't that the taste was bad, but rather that it wasn't good enough. After thinking about it, he called Yang Yong, the owner of Bashurinjia, and asked him if he would be willing to sell his formula. Yang Yong expressed his surprise. President Chung, are you kidding me? You run such a big business. Why would you look down on a small business like a hot pot restaurant? You work from dawn till dusk, putting in so much effort, and you don't even earn a penny. What are you after? Brother Yong, it's not me who owns it, it's my uncle. The place isn't in Chengdu, it's in my hometown of Linxiong, a small county town more than 100 kilometers away from Chengdu. It's definitely not in competition with you. Mr. Chung, if you can guarantee that your uncle won't open a hot pot restaurant near me, then I can sell you the recipe. Ugh, what do you mean by selling? We're like brothers. How about this? Next spring, I'm also opening a branch near the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, and Mr. Chung, would you give me a free shout-out on Ujian.com? Yang Yong was indeed a cunning fellow. His recipe isn't some kind of family secret. If he really sold it to Chung Shi, how much money could he make? He'd be better off using it to buy an ad space on Ujian.com. You should know that in the university town area, advertising space on Ujian.com is extremely scarce. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy it. Those businesses have already bought up almost all of next year's advertising budget. What could Chung Shi say? He could only nod and say, well, Brother Yong, let's leave it at that. Do you need me to come over and sign the contract? Sign for what? With your status as President Chung, you're not necessarily going to rip me off. Let's add each other on QQ, and I'll send you the formula directly. As a result, Chung Shi successfully obtained the hot pot base recipe from Bashurinjia. Dad immediately started researching and figured it out in one afternoon. After having people try it, the feedback was very positive. It was definitely a step up from the original ingredients. Once the most important aspects, such as site selection and formula, are settled, everything else is just a minor detail. The specific opening date of the hot pot restaurant was quickly set for 2 days later, on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, which is the Little New Year in folk customs, to bring good luck. On the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month, Chung Shi got up very early and then received a message from Yu Baiwei asking him what his plans were for the day. These past few days, Yu Baiwei has been like Chung Shi's little shadow, following him wherever he goes. She didn't need Chung Shi to take her anywhere special. As long as she could be with Chung Shi, she had no objections to anything they did, and she was extremely happy every day. While washing up, Chung Shi replied, today, I'm going to number 1 middle school this morning. I promised Principal Tao I'd give a speech to the younger students. This afternoon, let's call De Huang and Dai Jie and go to Gaodang Temple for the temple fair. It'll be the busiest place there. The hot pot restaurant opens tomorrow, so let's hand out some flyers. Half an hour later, Chung Shi brought Yu Baiwei to Linxiong number 1 middle school. Goodness, Principal Tao really gave him face. There was even a banner at the school gate that read, Welcome Mr. Chung Shi, an outstanding graduate of our school and chairman of Guoshi Technology, to visit his alma mater. Tao Yong and several school leaders were already waiting at the entrance. As soon as they saw Chung Shi, Tao Yong greeted him with a big smile and shook his hand. Principal Tao naturally extended his right hand, and Chung Shi also subconsciously extended his right hand, which ended up pulling Yu Baiwei's hand along with his. The two held hands tightly. Yu Baiwei frowned slightly. Just looking at Tao Yong, she showed no intention of letting go. Cough. Principal Tao had no choice but to switch to his left hand. Others might not know Yu Baiwei's family background, but he knew it all too well. I still remember when Yu Baiwei transferred here, it was Director Zhou of the Provincial Department of Education who personally escorted her. The speech began soon. In the vast number 1 high school, more than 3,000 students stood in unison on the playground, a truly magnificent sight. For an average person, this might be nerve-wracking, but for Chung Shi, it was a minor incident. He was just bragging to a group of younger students, so what psychological burden could he possibly have? It's worth mentioning that Chung Shi wasn't the only one invited by Principal Tao to give a speech back at the school. There was also a handsome young man who looked like a male lead in a romance drama. Lu Yunxin, the only student from Linxiong City to be admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University in the 2009 college entrance examination. However, unlike Chung Shi, who received a great deal of courtesy from his alma mater, with a banner specially displayed and the principal personally welcoming him, Lu Yunxin's treatment was relatively ordinary. Not only was there no banner, but the person who greeted him was his former homeroom teacher, Sun Mei, who had once tried to break up Chung Shi and Yu Baiwei. Lu was initially somewhat indignant. He ranked second in the city in the college entrance examination, while Chung Shi was ranked after him. Why is there such a big difference in treatment when they both give speeches at their alma mater? However, after learning about Chung Shi's achievements in college from his homeroom teacher, Sun Mei, all of Lu's resentment turned into inferiority. He thought he was already good enough. Even at Tsinghua University, the top university in China, in the best economics and management school, he still managed to get a GPA in the top 10 of his major. But compared to Chung Shi, he's really nothing. The speakers are definitely going to be the most important guests, so Lu Yunxian will go first. Standing on the stage, facing a sea of more than 3,000 junior students, Lu Yunxian couldn't help but feel nervous. Although he had prepared his speech in advance and only needed to read it aloud, he still stumbled over his words. The younger students didn't react very enthusiastically, and the applause was sparse at the end of the speech. Then it was Chung Shi's turn to take the stage. As the two passed each other, Lu Yunxian looked at Chung Shi, whose hands were empty, and asked in confusion, Chung Shi, where's your manuscript? Did you forget to bring it? Oh, I prefer giving speeches without notes, so I can improvise. Chung Shi smiled at Lu Yunxian, then walked onto the stage, tapped the microphone, and began to speak. He was genuinely relaxed and not nervous at all. Unlike Lu Yunxian's formulaic speeches, his speaking style was very down-to-earth, witty, and humorous, which was evident from the waves of thunderous applause from the younger students in the audience. Standing below the stage, Lu Yunxian looked up at Chung Shi, who was speaking eloquently and full of vigor, and suddenly felt like a lackey. At this moment, he truly felt the gap between himself and Chung Shi, a gap that he could not bridge through hard work alone. Then he noticed Yu Baiwei. When Chung Shi was giving a speech on stage, she was clapping the most enthusiastically, her eyes full of undisguised admiration for Chung Shi. Do you still remember me? I don't remember. Yu Baiwei shook her head, and when she looked at Lu Yunxian, her expression instantly switched to aloofness. My name is Lu Yunxian. We were classmates in high school. Lu Yunxian mustered the greatest courage of his life to withstand Yu Baiwei's goddess-like aura and told her his name. He had wanted to say this for half a year, but only said it today. He felt a sense of relief, even a feeling that he had no regrets in this life. Yu Baiwei's response was simple, just one word. Oh. Then he continued to look at Chung Shi on the stage, clapping enthusiastically, his eyes filled with admiration. Lu Yunxian's cheeks twitched violently. Okay, what's the point of saying it? It's better not to say it at all. Chapter 232, Walking Widely on the Road, and Rather Die. After the speech, Chung Shi was pulled away by his high school homeroom teacher, Huang Limin, to go to her current first-year high school class so that he could brainwash the younger students and make them listen to their teachers, study hard, and make progress every day. Yu Baiwei originally wanted to go with Chung Shi, but Sun Min, her high school homeroom teacher, pulled her to the office. She didn't know what they would talk about. It can only be said that Ms. Huang understands Mr. Chung. When it comes to brainwashing people, Chung Shouxin is a top-tier player in the entire Chengdu area. After the class, the younger students were incredibly motivated, excited, and eager to learn from Senior Chung so they could become CEOs and reach the pinnacle of their lives. This kid's got a whole repertoire of sales pitches. I wonder where he learned them from. No wonder he's built such a big business in just one semester. Huang Limin couldn't help but sigh. After class, several female students surrounded Cheng Shi, mustering their courage to ask him questions. Compared to their immature and naive peers, Cheng, who is handsome, humorous, attends a prestigious university, and has already achieved entrepreneurial success, is undoubtedly their idol. After answering a few questions with a smile, Cheng Shi took the initiative and said, "Junior girls, it's not just you asking me questions. Let me ask you a question too." The female students nodded in agreement. Listen carefully to the question. An iron ball, which can be considered a point mass, has a mass of m, a height of h, and an initial velocity of v. What is the answer? Just as the female students were already calculating in their heads, someone changed the subject and looked at the prettiest female student among them. "So, Junior, what's your QQ number?" The junior school girl named Luo Xian had never seen this before, and her face instantly turned red, her cheeks flushed. In the end, the man failed to get his way. It wasn't that the junior schoolmate was unwilling to give it to him, but rather that Yu Baiwei happened to come over from Sun Mei's place. As a result, Cheng Shi experienced the legendary death stare. Cheng stayed at number 1 high school until noon, visiting all the teachers who had taught him in high school and having lunch in the cafeteria before leaving. Then he and Yu Baiwei walked hand in hand toward Gaodang Temple on the outskirts of the city. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie were there in the morning and had been handing out flyers for most of the day. Gaodang Temple is quite well known in the greater Chengdu area. Every year from the Little New Year to New Year's Eve, a temple fair is held, attracting a huge number of people. Pilgrims from not only Linxiong, but also several surrounding counties come to burn incense and worship Buddha. It is more like a food festival or a small commodity exhibition than a temple fair. For a newly opened hot pot restaurant to attract customers in a short period of time, promotion is essential. Distributing flyers and making its presence felt in high-traffic areas is a highly effective way to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Soon the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, they saw stalls and tourists everywhere. The mountain was packed with people, not just a bustling metropolis, but also shoulder to shoulder. As the year draws to a close, festive red hues adorn the landscape, creating a breathtaking contrast with the white snow-covered mountains and forests. While climbing the mountain, Yu Baiwei suddenly called out to Cheng Shi, "Elder brother, what? If you want someone's QQ number in the future, you don't need to go through all that trouble. Just tell your sister, and she'll get it for you." Cheng Shi's lips twitched, and he turned his head to look at Yu Baiwei. She was clearly unhappy. Her rosy lips were pouting, the kind that could hold a soy sauce bottle. Cheng Shi couldn't help but laugh. "Yu Baiwei, what are you thinking? I'm not asking for it for myself. I'm asking for it for Brother Huang. Senior sister has too many tricks. He can't handle them. Junior sister is better. She's naive, cute, and easy to fool." Yu Marin said with a smile. Brother, I'm also silly, cute, and easy to fool." "Really?" Cheng Shi looked at her with some suspicion. "I feel like you're getting smarter and smarter. I even feel like you're acting, pretending to be easy to fool. That's impossible. If you don't believe me, ask your sister a question, the simplest kind. What is 1 plus 1? Brother, 1 plus 1 equals us." I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. When Yu Marin learns to flirt, let alone Cheng Shouxin, even the Buddha himself would have to turn into Qiao Linger. Cheng Shi had once taken Yu Baiwei along the winding stone steps from the foot of Gaodang Temple to the mountain gate, the day before the college entrance examination. Back then, Brother Huang was nervous, so Cheng Shi simply took him to burn incense and pray to Buddha for some psychological comfort. Yu Baiwei also came along. Cheng Shi still remembers that Yu Marin pointed to the stall selling love locks and asked him what they were. Cheng Shi tricked her by saying they were good friends' locks. Then, when he wasn't paying attention, Yu Marin bought all the locks on the stall, engraved her and his names on them, and hung them all over the entire marriage tree. Cheng Shi didn't know what Yu Baiwei was thinking as he revisited this place, but he himself was quite moved. There's no going back, really no going back. Back then, Yu Baiwei was truly naive, silly, and easily fooled. Now, she's often clearly just pretending to be stupid. You could only say that Yu Baiwei's learning talent is terrifying. Her tricks get more sophisticated every day. It's becoming increasingly difficult for him to fool her now. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the mountain gate. Brother Huang and Dai Jie were already there, handing out flyers with great enthusiasm. After all, it was for their own business, so their initiative was exceptionally strong. "Brother Cheng." Dai Jie greeted Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi glared at him. "Nephew, what kind of address is that? No respect for elders." Dai Jie's cheek twitched, and he changed his form of address. "Uncle Cheng. Uncle Cheng." Dai's father is a wonderful person. Just a couple of days ago, didn't Cheng Shi get a better-tasting hot pot-based recipe from Yang? To express his gratitude, Dai Hu took Cheng Shi to his home for a drink. Then both of them got drunk, and Dai Hu, for some reason, insisted on becoming sworn brothers with Cheng Shi, and then forced Dai Jie to call him uncle. My dear nephew, you're such a good boy. Here's a New Year's red envelope for you. Don't use it recklessly. Use it to buy school supplies after school starts. As Cheng Shi spoke, he took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Dai Jie. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. With tears in her eyes, Dai accepted the 10 yuan and then helped Yu Baiwei move a stool. Yu is here too. Please have a seat. Yu Baiwei didn't sit down, but just stared at him with an expression that was as aloof as could be. Under her gaze, Dai Jie felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered if he had ever offended this school beauty from 3 different graduating classes at Linxiong No. 1 High School. After a moment of confusion, he finally realized what was happening. Ahem. Auntie, please sit down. Yu Baiwei instantly became very happy. After thinking for a moment, she took out a 100 yuan bill from her pocket. Here you go, this is your New Year's money. Dai Jie happily accepted it. Suddenly I realized that I had broadened my path. Cheng Shi watched from the side, almost laughing hysterically, nudging the dumbfounded brother Huang as he laughed. My dear son, why don't you call her godmother too? You will definitely give you a big red envelope. Big Yellow shook his head like a rattledrum. Dai Jie had no psychological burden. He did, but he would rather die than call Yu Baiwei his godmother. Chapter 233, The Supreme Martial Arts Technique. Today is the Little New Year, and also the first day of the Gaodang Temple Fair, with a very large number of visitors, among whom are many of Cheng Shi's old classmates. This is easy to understand. Freshmen have an early winter break and don't yet have the pressure of finding a job or preparing for graduate school, so they can go all out and have fun. They are very willing to come to places like temple fairs, where they are likely to run into old classmates. You can join in the fun, bump into old classmates, catch up, and show off a bit. Isn't that wonderful? Indeed, most of the freshmen from the class of 2009 who came to the temple fair were in a very good mood. However, their good mood could only last until they reached the mountain gate. Seeing Yu Baiwei, the eternal white moonlight of Linxiong No. 1 High School, holding hands with Cheng Shi as they hand out flyers at the mountain gate, no boy could resist being moved. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Yu Baiwei, it's her. Brother, you're not wrong. The fault lies with this bizarre world, with this universe that's destined for heat death. Holy crap, the rumors were true. She really is in a relationship with that bastard Cheng Shi from Class 6 of Senior 3. During the National Day holiday, didn't Cheng Shi really humiliate Li Tsong from Class 5 of Senior 3 by showing off his affection for Yu Baiwei in front of him? This guy can't keep his mouth shut, and he has a very wide social circle. He tells everyone he meets that Yu Baiwei is dating Cheng Shi from Class 6, but not many people believe him. What a joke. That's Yu Baiwei, a flower blooming high in the clouds, a goddess who should be displayed on a cliff for 1,000 years. How could she be in a relationship? Who can win her heart? Who is qualified to be her boyfriend? Lu Yunxun, who is as handsome as a male lead in a romance drama and excels in both character and academics, is not suitable. Zhui Yunfei, the student in Class 3, who is widely recognized as the top rich kid at Linxiong No. 1 Middle School and whose family owns several coal mines, has no chance at all. What makes Cheng Shi so special? What gives him the right to do this? The reality was that they saw Yu Baiwei and Cheng Shi holding hands and handing out flyers. Such a sense of disparity was far too intense for them. After grimacing for a while, their pleasant mood vanished completely, and many people no longer wanted to go to the incense shop. They simply turned around and went home. People who have been caught in the rain often don't offer umbrellas to others. Instead, they hope everyone gets soaked to the bone. Therefore, Confucius understood human nature. He believed that the people and affairs of the world should not be worried about scarcity, but about inequality. When this group of people ran into their old classmates on the way down the mountain, they all pretended to be nonchalant. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they suggested to their old classmates that they must enter the temple from the East Gate, where there were talent shows that were absolutely amazing. As a result, more and more people have experienced the unevenness of the world, and their mentality has collapsed so much that they've fallen straight into the Mariana Trench. Yu Baiwei held such a position at Linxiong No. 1 Middle School. If having a crush on her would be a death sentence, then if all the boys from the 3 graduating classes of Linxiong No. 1 Middle School were dragged out and killed, there would definitely be innocent people among them. Killing every other boy would surely result in many swindlers escaping the net. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Yu Baiwei, she's really dating Cheng Shi from Class 6 of Senior 3. How could it be fake? They were holding hands. It's really unbelievable that a cold and aloof goddess like Yu Baiwei would one day descend to the mortal world and experience the joys and sorrows of everyday life. Yeah, she's a princess from a wealthy family, and she's actually helping Chung Shi hand out flyers. I don't understand. I can't accept it. Why is this happening? How could the campus belle of Yu University like Chung Shi? If it were Lu Yunxun or Zhui Yunfei, I probably would feel a little better. Well, you can't say that. Chung Shi is still very outstanding. Zhui Yunfei is just an arrogant rich kid. Compared to Chung Shi, he's nothing. As for Lu Yunxun, he probably can't compare either. How so? Dude, you went to university in another city, right? You're so out of touch. Chung is now a recognized entrepreneurial star in our Sichuan University circle. He's been featured in a special report by the West China City Daily. He earns several million yuan a month. Meow meow cat. You know MeetNet, right? Ever played Fruit Farm? Fruit group buying. Never mind, you probably don't know that. Anyway, Chengxian is awesome these days. Basically, every time a group of people passes by, similar conversations will occur. Dai Jia originally felt that it was a bit embarrassing for a 211 university student to come to the mountain gate to hand out flyers, and he was even more afraid of being seen by his fellow alumni. But he doesn't feel that way anymore. Instead, he stands tall and even arrogant. A truly awesome person is awesome at everything. Even handing out flyers with my Uncle Chung can make a huge impact. Who else can do that? At this moment, there should be background music, the song, How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. Mr. Chung was quite happy. It was strange, really. He was just handing out flyers and didn't do anything else, so why was he getting happier and happier? As time went on, more and more of my high school classmates were deceived and came to me for help. Many who were spurred on by the fair, feeling a mix of emotions, even made phone calls to those who hadn't planned to come, urging them to hurry up and visit the East Gate of Gaodang Temple, where there were amazing talent shows, and that they would regret missing them for the rest of their lives. Cheng Shi was, after all, a reborn person. He was fairly familiar with his classmates, but his memory of those in other classes was rather vague. Dai Jia, however, was a shrewd businessman who knew a lot about many people and kept talking to Cheng Shi about it. Uncle, that guy who rolled his eyes at you. His name is Li Yunsong. He's a total jerk. Back in high school, he would lie on the railing every day and peep at our aunt. Uncle, the guy who's giving you the middle finger is Zhang Tianlong. I think he went to learn how to fly a plane. Once, when he was drunk, he swore to the heavens that he would never marry anyone but you. Uncle, see that guy over there with the slick back hair? The one who grinned at you. His name is Sun Yaowei. He's a rich second generation. His family is probably in the top tier in Linxiong, but not nearly as well off as Annie's. Back in our second year of high school, there was that show-off who bought 999 roses, stormed into class 1, threw them down, and ran away. That was him. He's ridiculous. He had the guts to give flowers, but he didn't even have the courage to say a word to Annie. Cheng Shi listened, becoming increasingly amused. If Dai Jia hadn't told him all this, he really wouldn't have remembered that so many things had happened around Yu Baiwei during high school. After all, these are memories from almost 20 years ago for him. Uncle, they've started insulting you. Should you fight back? Dai Jia pointed in a certain direction. Sun Yaowei, Zhang Tianlong, Li Yunsong, and others gathered there, hurling insults and curses at each other. Why are you arguing? Isn't that childish? Cheng Shi first pursed his lips, then pointed to his cheek, and turned to Yu Marin, saying, Yu Baiwei, I'll give you a chance to take advantage of me. You're allowed to kiss me here. Okay, brother. Yu Marin was instantly delighted. She stood on tiptoe, pouted, and gave Cheng Shi a quick kiss on the cheek. After thinking for a moment, she seemed to feel that it wasn't enough, so she gave him another kiss. The winter sun is shining brightly today, and there's definitely no wind on the mountain. Sun Yaowei, Zhang Tianlong, Li Yunsong, and others watched this scene and felt a chill run down their spines. The wind was so fierce that it blew them so wildly that they were completely disheveled and could barely stand. Dai Jia was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, is this the level my Uncle Chung has reached now? Without uttering a single word, it can shatter a person's will from 100 meters away. It is simply the legendary supreme martial arts technique, the innate formless body-breaking aura. Chapter 234. The person I love already has a lover. Sun Yaowei, Zhang Tianlong, Li Yunsong, and others could no longer hold back. They've already kissed. What are they still cursing about? It's just the impotent rage of the incompetent. Their expressions became listless. Let's go, stop looking. The more you look, the more depressed you feel. You're just making yourself suffer. I still can't accept it. Maybe Yu Baiwei and Cheng Shi are just good friends. Uffed. Buddy, you're the prototype of Ah Q from Lu Sun's stories, aren't you? They're kissing. all over each other. How can they be good friends? Do your good friends just keep making those kissing noises all the time? Yeah, let's go, let's go. What a lousy temple fair. It's not interesting at all. I second that. Who the hell told me the air was good up in the mountains? It just rained acid, didn't it? It's so acidic it's giving me a toothache. After a while of shouting, the group, looking dejected and crestfallen, chose to descend the mountain. Then, after walking for less than 5 minutes, the group saw several boys walking towards them. The leader was incredibly flamboyant, seemingly unfazed by the freezing weather. He wore a thin, long overcoat, unbuttoned, revealing a white scarf underneath, and sported a slicked-back hairstyle, resembling the god of gamblers, Ko Chun, from Linxiong branch. This person is Zhui Yunfei, a graduate of Linxiong No. 1 Middle School in 2009, who is widely recognized as the #1 cool guy. Upon seeing Zhui Yunfei, Sun Yaowei, also a rich second generation, immediately lowered his head because he was embarrassed to discover that he and Zhui Yunfei had the same hairstyle. That was bad enough, but with the same god of gamblers hairstyle, Zhui Yunfei was much more dashing than him. When men have the same hairstyle, it's like when women wear the same outfit. Whoever looks worse is the one who feels awkward. Zhui Yunfei wasn't going to let him off the hook and stopped him directly. Hey, isn't this little son? Brother Zhua, you're here to visit the temple fair too? Little son, what's with your hairstyle? Did you copy mine? What kind of class do you have to dare to get the same hairstyle as me? There's an idiom called a monkey wearing a crown. Do you know what that means? Brother Zhua, please stop spitting on me. By the way, Brother Zhua, do you still remember Qingshi? I remember, he was in class 6, and I think he even had a rumored relationship with you by way. Damn it, just thinking about that makes me angry. What kind of guy is he, daring to like the same girl as me? Brother Zhua, what a coincidence. Qingshi is handing out flyers near the east gate. Why don't you go and smear him? Really? Brother Zhua, I'd be a dog if I lied to you. Zhui Yunfei immediately became interested. With a wave of his hand, he led his followers in a grand procession toward the east mountain gate. As soon as he left, Sun Yaowei and the others burst into laughter. I wonder what Zhui Yunfei's expression will be when he sees Qingshi holding hands with Yu Baiwei handing out flyers. The answer is no expression. About 5 minutes later, Zhui Yunfei descended the mountain with a livid face, quickening his pace and cursing as he went. Sun Yaowei, you bastard, I'll fuck you to death. It was something Qingshi never expected, that simply handing out flyers at the east gate would be enough to get all those prominent figures from high school, including Zhui Yunfei, covered in flyers. However, he was still quite amused, especially after seeing Zhui Yunfei arrive with a group of followers, but without saying a word, his face ashen, and then turn and leave. Handing out flyers was so boring that Qingshi lost patience after about an hour. He tossed the flyers he and Yu Baiwei were holding to Brother Huang and Dai Jie, and then took Yu Mare into the temple fair. The temple fair at Gaodang Temple was quite fun. There were stalls everywhere around the mountain gate, selling snacks, making sugar figurines, performing acrobatics, playing ring toss, and so on. There was a wide variety of things to see and do. The two watched the juggling act for a while, and then went to try their hand at ring toss. Yu Mare suggested it. She pointed to a fluffy bear plush toy and told Qingshi with a hopeful look that she wanted it. As a result, Qingshi tried dozens of times, but he didn't manage to catch a single bear, let alone a bear. The stall owner was really cunning. The rings were unusually small, making them not only difficult to slip onto the cloth, but even if you managed to slip them on, they were hard to keep on. Finally, Qingshi got annoyed and simply took out 50 yuan to buy the plush bear that Yu Baiwei really wanted, even at a premium to the stall owner. The stall owner was grinning from ear to ear, handing the bear to Qingshi as he told him, "Young man, come and play often in the future." Damn it. Even someone with my innate talent for shrewd businessmanship like me has to learn some shrewd business lessons. Even after they had been dozens of meters away from the ring toss stall, Qingshi was still cursing and swearing. Yu Baiwei hugged the teddy bear, her eyes filled with joy. By the way, why do you insist on having this bear? Qingshi was quite puzzled. In his opinion, this bear plush toy was exceptionally ugly. Qingshi, haven't you noticed that it looks a lot like you? No way. How could I possibly look like a bear? When you climbed the tree in the middle of the night to hang up a marriage plaque. Qingshi's cheeks began to twitch. This matter can't be let go, right? It's best not to let him find out who took that photo. So Hongyin, who was walking his child more than 100 kilometers away, suddenly shivered. After pursing his lips, Qingshi muttered, "Let's go. De Huang and my nephew should be almost done handing out the flyers. Let's call them and go down the mountain." Qingshi, but I'm hungry. What would you like to eat? Qingshi, I want to eat stir-fried chicken. Yu Baiwei pointed to the food stall in front of the two of them. What? Chung sure shivered. My goodness, do they even sell this? Regardless of what kind of creature's penis it is, this is just too brutal, both frying and stir-frying it. Following Yu Baiwei's direction, Chung sure looked up and then burst out laughing. My dear Miss Yu, the signs are read vertically. Tripe, fried rice, chicken leg, and chicken wing. Last year in May or June, in the last month before the college entrance examination, there were indeed rumors at Linxiong No. 1 High School that Chung Shi was dating Yu Baiwei. However, rumors are just rumors after all. At that time, the most intimate thing the two of them did was to have lunch together in the cafeteria. Soon after, due to the interference of Sun Mei, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, the couple didn't even eat lunch together. Only a very small number of people know the specifics of Chung Shi's relationship with Yu Baiwei. Things are different now. At the Gaoding Temple Fair, Chung Shi and Yu Baiwei were handing out flyers hand in hand and even kissed, and there were many eyewitnesses. Through channels like QQ groups, the news spread like wildfire, becoming a household name in Linxiong No. 1 Middle School in 2009, and even showing a tendency to spread to the 2 years before and after. On the night of the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, countless people lost their sleep because of this. That's Yu Baiwei. How many people cherish the ideal woman as their white moonlight and red rose? A love that is unattainable and filled with unfulfilled longing. They would rather believe that she was a goddess from heaven than accept the fact that Yu Baiwei could fall in love. Young people in this age group have a lot of inner monologues. I don't know who started it, but that night, many boys changed the background music on their QQ spaces to Chung Xiaochun's famous simp song. The one I love already has another lover. Every inch of her heart belongs to someone else. She's so happy, so cruelly happy. I both love and hate her. How can her love be so deep? Chapter 235: An Unexpected Encounter at the Shopping Mall. Chung Shi neither used QQ space nor had much contact with his high school classmates from other classes. It wasn't until the next day at noon, when he went to help out at the hot pot restaurant that was about to officially open that afternoon, that he learned all this through Daijia. As soon as Dai saw Chung Shi, he said worriedly, "Uncle, you have to be careful these next few days." Chung Shi looked completely bewildered. Be careful of what? Could it be that the news that I'm the Daniel Wu of Linxiong and Takashi Kaneshiro of Sichuan University has accidentally leaked out, and some female hooligan is planning to make a move on me? Uncle, what I admire most about you is your shamelessness. It's a mountain to be admired, a path to be followed. Though I can't reach it, my heart yearns for it. Go away, you're just spouting rhymes. If you don't pass the postgraduate entrance exam, I'll beat you with 7 Wolf cigarettes. Explain yourself clearly. Uncle, Zhui Yunfei, Sun Yaowei, and the others probably got provoked yesterday. They're stirring up trouble in all the class QQ groups, saying they want to start some kind of reverse movement. They even have slogans. Damn, these bastards went to college and studied Mao Zedong thought. They're different now. They even know how to start class movements. What are their slogans? Knife in hand, kill that dog Chung. Chung Shi knew, of course, that Zhui Yunfei, Sun Yaowei, and the others were just joking around and making a big fuss. Perhaps he felt really resentful, so he was looking for an outlet to vent. After a moment of bewilderment, Chung had a rather wicked idea. After raising an eyebrow, he said to Daijia, "Nephew, could you pass on a message to these bastards for me? Tell them I'll be helping out at the hot pot restaurant this afternoon and evening. Anyone who wants to rip me off, feel free to come. I'll let them rip Chung go off to their heart's content. Anyone who doesn't come is a coward, and anyone who comes but doesn't dare to rip him off is still a coward." Dai Jia clicked his tongue in astonishment. "Uncle, you're not kidding, are you? Even if you were willing to give them knives, they wouldn't dare." Chung Shi laughed and said, "Let me finish. Go to the clothing store next door and borrow a mannequin that's about as handsome as me. Then stick a label on its head that says, Chung Dog. Tonight, anyone who comes to the hot pot restaurant can show their receipt and get whatever they want from Chung Dog." After hearing this, Dai Jia was utterly shocked. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Uncle, you can even spot a business opportunity in this? If you don't get rich, who will? Chung Shi remained calm. Basic stuff, don't be silly. If you want to kill me, come at me. Anyone who doesn't is a coward. Chung Shi's message to Dai Jia in various QQ groups was extremely damaging to Zhui Yunfei, Sun Yaowei, and others who had already broken down. While they certainly wouldn't dare to actually kill Chung Shi, it wouldn't be to the point that they wouldn't even dare to come to the hot pot restaurant. Wouldn't that make them look like cowards? So when the hot pot restaurant officially opened at 6 p.m., in addition to the regular customers, there was a huge crowd of hundreds of disheartened young men who were still upset about their past mistakes, and the numbers seemed to be increasing. Then they saw a mannequin next to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. The mannequin had a label on its head that read Chung Go, Chung Dog. Chung Shi was standing next to it, pointing at a sign with the rules written on it. To celebrate our grand opening, we are holding a special Knife Chung Dog event. Participate with your receipt. Zhui Yunfei, Sun Yaowei, and others were completely dumbfounded by Cheng's outrageous move. Damn it. Chung Shi tricked us into coming here just to make money off us. Guys, are we going to let him get away with this? Let's go. The young men grumbled and prepared to leave. But Zhui Yunfei, who was clearly the leader, reached out and stopped him. Brothers, you can't leave. You absolutely can't leave. Someone asked in confusion. Young Master Zhua, is there an explanation? Zhui Yunfei's expression was solemn. Brothers, the slogan knife in hand, kill Chung Dog, was shouted by ourselves. If we don't succeed today, according to Chung Shi, we will all become his grandsons. Someone else asked, young Master Zhua, but isn't Chung Shi clearly setting a trap for us? He lured us in first, then slaughtered us like pigs for the new year. Zhui Yunfei sighed. Brothers, I'd rather be a pig than be Chung Shi's grandson. This is an open conspiracy. There's no way to escape it. After hearing his analysis, the young men present all looked quite unpleasant. That's definitely true. Chung Shi is such a damn scoundrel. They used this as an excuse to trap them all, making it a choice between chocolate-flavored poop and poop-flavored chocolate. They had to choose one and eat it. The young men were feeling frustrated when Chung Shi greeted them with a broad smile. Hey, isn't this Zhuo Xiao, the king of cool from number 1 high school? Come on in for hot pot. Come on in. Then he instructed Dai Jia, who was standing next to him. What are you standing there for? Arrange the best private room for our young Master Zhuo first. After a moment of bewilderment, Zhui Yunfei gave Chung Shi a thumbs up. Chung Shi, I'm really impressed with you now. To do business to this level, I can only say amazing. Chung Shi smiled innocently. Young Master Zhuo, you can't say that. I just knew you guys were a little upset, so I was giving you all a way to vent. Otherwise, it would be so uncomfortable to keep it all inside, and it could easily cause problems. That's why I have to say someone has high emotional intelligence. These words gave Zhui Yunfei and the others a way out. Zhui Yunfei smiled helplessly, looked around, and waved his hand. Let's go. Guys, let's go eat hot pot. After we eat, let's all follow me and stab Chung Go to death. Chung Shi laughed even more heartily. Yes, 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 stab him to death. Believe me, I just tried it. The feel is amazing. Everyone. Thanks to Chung Shi's shrewd move, the hot pot restaurant's revenue exploded on its first day of business, making it a resounding success. As for whether Huang Jingsa and Dai who can keep the hot pot restaurant's business booming, that's not something Chung Shi can decide. He only helped out at the hot pot restaurant for one day. Winter vacation goes by neither too fast nor too slow. Before we know it, it's already the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, and tomorrow is Lunar New Year's Eve. According to the tradition of the Chung family, every Lunar New Year's Eve, they must return to their ancestral home, have a New Year's Eve dinner together as a whole family, and visit the ancestral graves to pay respects to their deceased ancestors. Considering that he would be busy all day tomorrow and would definitely not have time to take Yu Baiwei out, Chung Shi sent Yu Baiwei a text message early this morning, asking her to go shopping. Chung Shi, what are we doing today? After meeting at the library, Yu Baiwei asked impatiently, her eyes full of anticipation. Will you come with me to buy New Year's goods? Okay. So Chung Shi drove Yu Baiwei to the only large shopping mall in Linxiong to start buying New Year's goods. Half an hour later, the shopping cart they were pushing together was completely full. Just as they were about to go to the cashier to pay, Chung Shi suddenly noticed that Yu Baiwei, who was holding his hand, was a little stiff. Chung Shi asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yu Baiwei didn't speak, but just looked in a certain direction. Chung Shi looked over and instantly understood the reason. Standing there was Xia Ning, the person he and Yu Baiwei least wanted to encounter. Chapter 236. My sister isn't afraid of tigers. In a small place like Linxiong, there is only one comprehensive shopping mall in the entire county, which is almost the only option for purchasing New Year's goods. Running into Xia Ning here the day before New Year's Eve is not a rare occurrence. Xia Ning wasn't alone. Her best friend Lu Wenwen was with her. The four of them stared at each other, feeling awkward, until Lu Wenwen finally spoke up and broke the silence. Ahem, Chung Shi, what a coincidence. Hello you. It's a bit of a coincidence. Wenwen, you just arrived, right? I was just about to pay and leave. Then you're busy. Oh, by the way, Chung Shi, our class is having a gathering on the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Do you want to come? Well, we'll see. Okay then, bye-bye. After ending his awkward conversation with Lu Wenwen, Chung Shi pushed his cart away without glancing at Xia Ning once. Yu Baiwei followed closely behind. then grabbed Cheng Shi's hand and quickly intertwined her fingers with his, the grip noticeably stronger than usual, as if afraid he would slip away. Looking at Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei holding hands, Lu Wenwen couldn't help but feel that the two were a perfect match. Yu Baiwei goes without saying. Her features are so exquisite that even with a magnifying glass, you can't find any flaws. My best friend Xianing's most outstanding feature is her facial features, but she is still a step behind. The difference in temperament is even greater than that in appearance. In summary, there's really no comparison. Cheng Shi, however, is equally brilliant, and her brilliance is only growing. In the entire Chengdu area, it's hard to find another peer as outstanding as him. What exactly did my best friend miss out on? With this thought in mind, she secretly glanced at Xia Ning and found that Xia Ning was also staring blankly at Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei with a very complicated expression. Lu Wenwen frowned. She knew Xia Ning was acting strangely again. She wanted to say something to persuade her, but she didn't know how. How should I put it? The more beautiful and perfect Yu Baiwei is, and the more outstanding and dazzling Cheng Shi is, the stronger Xia Ning's sense of disparity will be. No matter who it was, it wouldn't be so easy for them to get over it. Not to mention Xia Ning, who is naturally so proud and arrogant. The sweetness between Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei at this moment is indeed too cruel for her. And that is indeed the case. Xia Ning only looked away after Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei finished paying the bill, pushed their carts, and completely disappeared from sight. She said softly, "Wen, in Xiao Cheng's eyes, am I really something he hates? Just now, he didn't even want to look at me." Lu Wenwen sighed. "Ningning, try to think more positively. Things have come to this. If Cheng Shi hadn't been so resolute towards you, he would have really hurt you." Xia Ning listened and gave another bitter smile. She remembered a passage, though she couldn't recall the exact source, but it went something like this. So-called sorrow is nothing more than the inability to retrieve the past, the inability to find peace in the present, and the uncertainty of the future. I couldn't understand it before, but I can now. This must be what they call an eternal sorrow, one that will probably not fade with time. After leaving the mall, it took Cheng Shi quite a while to stuff all the New Year's goods, big and small, into the trunk. Then a problem arose: how to move it home. In the old residential area where he lives, cars cannot be driven downstairs. They can only be parked in the open-air parking area at the main gate. Moving all this stuff by one person? That would be a death sentence. After thinking about it, Cheng Shi called brother Huang and asked him and Dai Jie to wait at the entrance of his residential area so he could help him move his things. At this point in time, hot pot restaurants are unlikely to have any business, so these two readily available free recruits are a no-brainer. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Shi turned to look at Yu Baiwei, who was sitting obediently in the passenger seat. "Hey, my best friend, do you dare to come to my house?" Yu Baiwei puffed out her cheeks instantly. Her phoenix eyes sparkled, and her adorable expression was absolutely stunning. "Brother, let's go." Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle. After reminding her to fasten her seatbelt, he stepped on the gas and drove straight to the entrance of the residential area. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie were already waiting at the entrance of the residential area. Both of them were shivering from the cold, one stamping his feet and the other breathing on his face. In other words, college students don't need to write essays. Otherwise, Cheng Shi would definitely have included this scene in his essay. "There are two people in front of my house. One is a sand sculpture, and the other is also a sand sculpture." Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie looked at Yumarin, who got off the car with Cheng Shi, with somewhat surprised expressions. Holy crap, these two have already met each other's parents? And at such a delicate time as the Lunar New Year. Wow, the pace is so fast. Are these two going to get married before they even graduate from university? At this thought, Huang Ziwei muttered, "Xiao Cheng, you're already introducing you to your parents. If you and you are planning to get married, you should at least tell me 6 months in advance so I can save up for the wedding gift money." Dai Jie echoed this sentiment. Upon hearing this, Yu Baiwei's expression instantly became very pleasant. Cheng Shi curled his lips and said, "What nonsense are you making? What marriage or not? It's the new year. It's perfectly reasonable for me to bring my good friends home for a visit. Just like you, brother Huang. As another good friend of mine, you've visited my house every New Year, and you've even had New Year's Eve dinner at my house." After finishing his attempt to cover up the truth, the person pointed to the trunk. "What are you standing there for? Get moving the stuff." A few minutes later, Cheng Shi, carrying a box of Fuji apples, took the lead and walked at the front of the way. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie walked behind Cheng Shi, carrying large and small bags, clearly being treated like beasts of burden by someone. Yu Baiwei walked at the very back, empty-handed, her little leather shoes clicking loudly. She had wanted to help carry things, but Cheng Shi wouldn't allow it. Therefore, to truly understand a person, you shouldn't look at what they say, but rather at what they do. Chung Shi's home is on the 5th floor. Older residential buildings naturally cannot have elevators. The four of them started climbing the stairs. A few minutes later, Chung Shi took out his key, opened the door, and let the three people behind him into the room. Huang Ziwei had been visiting Chung Shi's house a lot since he was a child, and he was very familiar with the place. After entering the house, he put down his bags and collapsed onto the sofa. Dai Jia was similar. He was an older nephew visiting his uncle's house, so there weren't many formalities. Yu Baiwei was visibly nervous, her face tense, but she couldn't suppress her curiosity. While nervous, she secretly looked around. So this was Chung Shi's house. It was the first time she had ever realized that a house could be so small and so old. At the same time, one can vaguely sense that this small, dilapidated apartment of only 70-odd square meters has a very special feel that her family's large villa of over 800 square meters does not have. Dad, Mom, Chung called out twice, but no one responded. It was the Lunar New Year, and Ms. Yuan and Mr. Chung were not at home. I only found out when I called Ms. Yuan that Lao Cheng's company was having its annual party today, and Ms. Yuan went with them. Chung Shi was a little unhappy. No, Mother, you two went to the New Year's Eve dinner party and ate and drank well. But did you ever consider how your precious son feels? The house is all cold and empty. What am I going to eat for lunch? Ms. Yuan's response was hurtful. Chung Shi, you're an adult now. You need to learn to cook for yourself. That's all. I'm not saying anything more. Your mother is still playing cards. Then the phone went dead. Knowing that Chung Shi's parents were not home, Yumarin was less nervous. The small space in the broken room was only so big, a total of just over 70 square meters. Yu Baiwei quickly looked around at all the places she could go, and then stood in front of Chung Shi's bedroom. What's wrong? Chung Shi, this is your room, right? I'd like to go in and take a look. That won't do. There are tigers inside. Brother, please, I'm not afraid of tigers. Chapter 237 The Bragging Rights I Tried with My Life. Originally, Chung Shi had already developed some resistance to Yu Marin's skill of acting cute and calling him brother. However, he discovered that this skill, when used in specific situations, has a buff bonus. For example, right now, at home, in front of Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia, Yu Baiwei's soft and gentle brother completely drained his health bar. Left with no other choice, he had to open the door and let her in to satisfy her curiosity. Chung Shi's room is the same as that of most boys from ordinary families in Linxiu. The space is small, only a dozen square meters. There was an old-fashioned solid wood bed, without a mattress, but covered with straw, then a layer of cotton wadding, and finally a bed sheet. In Chung Shi's personal opinion, this old-fashioned solid wood bed is actually more comfortable than a mattress. Every time he sleeps at home, he sleeps soundly until dawn. Xiao Chung, what? I'm hungry. Let's cook something to eat. Yes, uncle. I'm so hungry too. All right, I'll show you what I can do since it's the new year. Chung Shi let Yu Baiwei play by herself, while he tied on his own apron and went into the kitchen. After fiddling around for about 10 minutes, he brought out 4 bowls of noodles. Just plain noodles, very vegetarian, with only salt, lard, and soy sauce. Xiao Chung, is this what you call showing off your skills? You're lucky to have anything to eat. How dare you be picky? Big Yellow, you're getting too cocky, you know that? After giving Big Brother Huang a disdainful look, Chung Shi went to call Yu Baiwei out to eat. When he opened the door, he found that she had already taken off her shoes and was lying on her bed, casually flipping through a novel he had placed on her bedside table, Lu Jinggong's classic work, The Three-Body Problem 2, The Dark Forest. Perhaps because he was lying down, from Chung Shi's perspective, it was a truly magnificent sight. This is probably what they mean by a mountain range scene from one angle, but a peak scene from the other. Cough. After coughing once, Chung Shi told Yu Baiwei to eat something. Okay. Yu Marin obediently got out of bed, put on her shoes, tidied her clothes, and went to the living room. Chung Shi stared blankly at the spot where she had been lying, his thoughts wandering. The most beautiful girl in the history of Linxiong No. 1 Middle School had just been lying on the small wooden bed he had been lying on for more than 10 or 20 years. It's fine if you don't think about it too much, but once you do, it gives you a dreamlike and tingling feeling. Xiao Chung, you're so stingy. You made us carry so much stuff, and all you treat us to is vegetarian noodles? You didn't even put in enough lard. Big Yellow Brother ate his noodles while complaining. He's the kind of person who can't live without meat. Yeah, uncle, you should at least add an egg. Dai Jia was also somewhat dissatisfied. The noodles Chung Shi cooked were so bland, they tasted like nothing at all. It's not like I have eggs at home. Someone was talking while eating noodles with their head down. At this moment, Yu Marin also started eating. As she ate, she suddenly looked up, her phoenix eyes sparkling. Chung Shi, my noodles seem different from Huang Ziwei's and Dai Jie's. There are 2 eggs in them and lots of sausages. Is that so? Chung Shi pretended to be confused even though he knew the truth, and his surprised expression was spot on. That doesn't make sense, Yu Baiwei. Did your noodle bowl come to life and know how to grow eggs and ham on its own? Huang Ziwei. Dai Jie. No, can we be any more fake? As I always say, to truly understand a person, you shouldn't look at what they say, but rather at what they do. After eating the noodles, Chung Shi directed brother Huang and Dai Jie to wash the dishes, while he turned on the TV and snuggled up on the sofa with Yu Marin to watch it. As she watched, Yu Baiwei curled up in Chung Shi's arms. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the curtains, spilling into the room like mercury, and also onto Yu Marin's pink and tender cheeks, making her already fair skin appear even whiter, like freshly squeezed milk. Yu Baiwei's expression at this moment was very pleasant and comfortable, just like a lazy tabby cat basking in the sun. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie, having just finished washing the dishes, saw this scene as soon as they stepped out of the kitchen. They immediately felt that they were clearly superfluous, muttered a few words, and then said goodbye and left. What else? Dog food really doesn't taste good. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. Chung Shi's original plan was to have Yu Baiwei stay until the afternoon, wait for Lao Chung and Ms. Yuan to return, and then have Lao Chung cook her a nice meal. However, around 5:30, Yu Baiwei received a call from Chung Danqing, asking her to return immediately. Chung Shi asked in confusion, "What's wrong? It's still early. Why did your mom suddenly call you?" Yu Baiwei explained that her mother had some urgent business to attend to and was about to fly to Europe. It's Chinese New Year, and your mom is still busy working? Chung Shi was initially taken aback, then realized he had made a fool of himself. Europeans don't celebrate the Spring Festival. I'll take you. He got up, stretched, and then took Yu Baiwei out the door. He quickly drove her to the Yu family's villa. Chung Shi, bye-bye. Bye-bye. Wait a minute. What's the matter? Next year is New Year's Eve, and your mother suddenly has to fly to Europe again. What will you do then? Will you have New Year's Eve dinner? Yu Baiwei tilted her head and said, Chung Shi, I have food to eat. Yu Baiwei, there is probably a difference between having food to eat and having New Year's Eve dinner. No matter how sumptuous the meal is, it's not New Year's Eve dinner if you don't have family with you. Is that so? Yu Baiwei counted on her fingers carefully, her expression turning somewhat disappointed. Chung Shi, then I haven't had a New Year's Eve dinner in 10 years. Chung Shi suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Hello. After a moment of contemplation, he made a decision that was by no means small for him. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll pick you up and take you to my hometown. We can have New Year's Eve dinner together, and I'll also introduce you to my grandparents. The Chung family is a rather traditional family. On New Year's Eve, Chung Shi took Yu Baiwei back to his hometown for New Year's Eve dinner. In the eyes of the family members, what kind of importance does Yu Baiwei have? His girlfriend wasn't just anyone. She was Chung Shi's fiancée, and it was clear that this wasn't a joke. They were going to get married. Okay. Yu Baiwei, who had been feeling a bit down, instantly became cheerful, her eyes filled with bright light. She waved to Chung Shi, her little leather shoes clicking as she entered the large villa, which was dozens of times bigger than Chung Shi's house, but felt rather uninhabitable. Chung Shi turned the key and drove home. By the time he returned to his residential complex, dusk had already fallen. In the neighborhood, many children were running around and setting off firecrackers. After lighting it with a lighter, he didn't throw it away immediately, but waited a while before throwing it. This is a competition that only exists among children. Whoever holds their firecracker the longest is considered braver and more powerful. Chung Shi also played this game back then. He could even time it perfectly so that the firecrackers would explode in midair. I've also gone too far with firecrackers. One exploded before I even threw it, leaving my entire palm numb, followed by excruciating pain. Chung Shi's childhood memories are mostly blurry, but he remembers the scenes from those times very vividly. After the firecracker exploded in his palm, it terrified the children around him. After a moment of stunned silence, they all asked him if it hurt. Chung Shi must have been in excruciating pain. His fingernails were even blackened by the firecracker. If the firecracker had been any more powerful, his hand might have been gone. How could it not hurt? But he held back, showing no emotion whatsoever, and casually told his friends, I have divine protection, I'm impervious to water and fire, and indestructible. It vividly illustrates what it means to show off with your life in those years. His friends were so surprised that they immediately bowed down and wanted to be his master, begging him to teach them martial arts. Chapter 238, A New Member of the Chung Family. The sun sets, and then rises again. New Year's Eve has arrived. The Chung family of 3 got up very early. After breakfast, they immediately started cleaning, putting up couplets, hanging door gods, etc. By the time they finished, it was almost noon. After a hasty lunch, I grabbed my bags and headed back to my hometown. Chung sure drove, carrying Lao Chung and Ms. Yuan, and it took them more than an hour to reach Pingluo town, which is under the jurisdiction of Linqiu. The Chung family's ancestral home is located here, where Chung Shi's grandparents also lived. Their children have gradually settled in the city over the years. The elderly couple had 3 sons and 1 daughter in their lifetime. The 3 sons were named Jiangwo, Jianjun, and Jianxi, and the daughter was named Chung Rong. Chung Jiangwo's lineage belongs to the eldest son's branch. However, Chung Jiangwo and Yuan Xiangqin didn't get married until they were 25 or 26, and Chung Shi was born 2 or 3 years later. So Chung Shi wasn't the eldest grandson, but rather the youngest of their grandchildren. Only his aunt's daughter, Chung Gua, is younger than him and is in her 3rd year of junior high school this year. As for why Chung Shi's aunt's daughter is named Chung Gua, her husband married into the family. The family was reunited, and the atmosphere was very joyful. Yuan Xiangqin and Chung Shi's 2nd and 3rd aunts, the 3 sisters-in-law, were responsible for preparing tonight's New Year's Eve dinner, while the others packed up incense, candles, paper money, and firecrackers. The large group first went to the ancestral graves to pay respects to their ancestors. After the ancestral worship ceremony, the whole family gathered together, watching TV and chatting. Inside the 32-inch Changhong color television, the show Country Love, starring Zhao Binshan and Fan Wei, was playing. Fan Debiao, a notorious ruthless character from northern Liaoning, was putting on a show of bravado. Mr. Fan's vivid and down-to-earth performance drew laughter from the audience. As the family chatted, the topic gradually shifted to Chung Shi. "Brother, I'm telling you, our nephew did so well on the college entrance exam. Why aren't you having a banquet?" The person who first brought up the topic was Chung Shi's 2nd uncle, Chung Jianjun. 3rd uncle Chung Jianxi chimed in. "That's right, eldest brother. Our Chung Shi is so successful, we should at least host a few banquets." Chung Shi is the only 985 university graduate in the Chung family, and the whole family cherishes him. The whole family, once they start talking, they can't stop. "Chung Shi, are you tired from university coursework?" "Chung Shi, I heard you started a business at school. Won't that interfere with your studies?" "Chung Shi, you must study hard. Try to get a master's degree in the future, and it would be even better if you could get a doctorate. In all these years, our Chung family has only had 1 student who graduated from a prestigious university." Chung Shi patiently answered while cracking sunflower seeds. Most of the elders' questions were about his life and studies, but his aunt Chung Rong was more of a gossip. She grabbed Chung Shi's hand and asked expectantly, "Chung Shi, have you found a girlfriend yet? If you found one, bring her home right away. If you haven't, hurry up and find one. Listen to your aunt. College is the easiest time to find a girlfriend. It'll be harder after you enter the workforce. I'm telling you right now, if you can bring a girlfriend home for Chinese New Year, I'll definitely give you a big red envelope." Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. "Auntie, you're not kidding, are you? There really is a big red envelope." Chung Rong nodded. "Not just me, my 2nd brother and 3rd brother will receive some too, right?" After speaking, he looked at Chung Jianjun and Chung Jianxi. The 2 brothers were delighted and nodded repeatedly, saying that since their little sister had spoken, how could they dare not give it to her? Chung Shi was secretly overjoyed, but remained outwardly calm. "Well, I'll try my best." "Strive for it. That means it hasn't happened yet." Chung Rong rolled her eyes at Chung Shi, looking somewhat disappointed. Then she asked Chung Shi to help check his cousin's winter vacation homework, and preferably to tutor her. Unable to refuse, Chung Shi had no choice but to ask her cousin, Chung Gua, to bring over her school bag so she could begin checking it. Perhaps it was just the Chung family's genes, that's how it was. Chung Shi discovered that his little cousin was very similar to him. She was good at math, physics, and chemistry, but her Chinese was a different story. Such a delicate little girl, yet her handwriting was so ugly, just like his. Especially her compositions, which were like scribbles. Upon reading the details, Chung Shi nearly coughed up blood. The essay topic was "Hardship makes one grow." This is a common question in middle school, used to cultivate students' values of hard work and perseverance. But this younger sister did something else. She only wrote about suffering. "My father was in a car accident last year and lost both of his legs." Chung Shi looked up and glanced at his uncle, who was sitting with his legs crossed, eating sunflower seeds. "TSK, TSK, TSK, what a filial daughter. My mother went blind from crying because of this." Chung Shi looked up again and glanced at her aunt, who was watching TV with great interest. "TSK, TSK, TSK, such a filial daughter." Chung Shi continued flipping through the pages, and then his cheeks began to twitch. He had seen himself. My younger cousin, Chung Shi, is over 30 years old and still can't find a wife because of his family's poverty and his unattractive appearance, but he remains optimistic and strong. Chung Shi frowned and pushed the composition book to Chunghua. Xiaogua. Think again. Who should be written here? After thinking for a moment, the little girl picked up a ballpoint pen, crossed out Chung Shi's name, and changed it to her older cousin Chung Wei. Then, with a flattering tone, she said, "Little cousin, is this okay?" Chung Shi raised an eyebrow and uttered a single word, "Good." At this moment, Chung Wei, the eldest grandson of the Chung family and the victim, looked at Chung Shi and Chung Gua and said to Chung Rong, "Auntie, look how patient Chung Shi is. He teaches Xiao Gua so well." Around 4 p.m., Chung Shi left the Chung family ancestral home and drove back to Linxiong to pick up Yu Baiwei. The whole family was quite puzzled. Chung Rong asked Yuan Xiangqin, sister-in-law, "It's almost time for New Year's Eve dinner. Where is Chung Shi driving off to?" Yuan Xiangqin, however, was unaware that the main theme was 1 question, 3 answers, 3 questions, 9 answers. Chung Gua chimed in, "Mom, I know. I overheard my cousin on the phone earlier. He said he was going to pick up my sister and have her come over for dinner." Chung Rong's eyes lit up immediately. Holy crap, this guy really has a girlfriend? If someone brings a girl to their hometown for New Year's Eve dinner during the Lunar New Year, she's almost certainly their girlfriend. So the whole family started discussing what Chung Shi's girlfriend looked like and whether she was pretty. Yuan Xiangqin, the mother, was both happy and worried. The fact that my son is going to pick up Wei Wei to come to our hometown for New Year's Eve dinner means that he has already made some decisions. The Yu family was an extremely prestigious and illustrious family. The son wants to marry Wei Wei, but how easy is that? You can't exactly say that she and Chung Jiangwo only have this one child, and that she'll have to marry into his family later, can you? If things really come to that point, she will never agree under any circumstances. More than an hour later, Chung Shi, holding hands with a nervous and apprehensive Yu Baiwei, stepped into the Chung family's old house. It was about 6:30 p.m., and dusk was already quite deep. The old house was brightly lit, and in the courtyard, 2 large tables were laden with a dazzling array of dishes. Both large tables were packed with people. The Chung family fled to Linxiong during a famine years ago. After nearly a century of growth and expansion, they have finally achieved the status of being a thriving and prosperous family. Leaves fall to the earth, seeds sleep beneath the snow, and a flower blooms and then withers. Over the course of time, star charts have changed constantly, mountains have risen from the sea, and through hundreds of generations of growth and decay, there have always been patches of vegetation that stand tall against the wind, just like their ancestors. The meaning of life is certainly not just about inheritance, but the ultimate meaning of life must be inheritance. With Yu Baiwei's arrival, the whole family stood up to show their respect, because they knew that the Chung family might be getting a new member. When Chung Shi led Yu Baiwei in, the whole family was stunned when they saw what the new member looked like. No, Chung Shi, that kid, he must have gone out in Shenzhou 7. Otherwise, how could he have brought a fairy maiden with him? Chapter 239 Wong Kar-wai is right. The way foreigners look at pandas is exactly the same way the Chung family looks at Yu Baiwei right now. Curiosity is followed by amazement, and after amazement comes even more amazement. If one did not see it with their own eyes, who would believe that there could be such a beautiful young woman in the world? Yu Marin was naturally nervous, and Chung Shi, who was holding her hand, could clearly feel that there was a layer of fine beads of sweat on her palm. However, she still kept Chung Shi's instructions in mind and tried her best to force a smile at everyone. What does it matter if she can't speak well? With her looks at that level, even a casual smile is incredibly sweet. How could anyone not like her? The New Year's Eve dinner was prepared long ago, and if it weren't for waiting for Chung Shi, the whole family would have started eating long ago. Without saying anything, Chung Shi pulled Yu Baiwei to a seat, then introduced her to his family, and then had Yu Baiwei greet people along with him. Starting with my grandparents, then my parents, second uncle, second aunt, third aunt, aunt's younger sister, uncle's younger sister, as well as several cousins and their wives, and my little cousin Chunghua. Sister-in-law, you are so beautiful. I don't understand. How did you fall for my brother? Chunghua stared intently at Yu Baiwei, her eyes sparkling. Little Guo, you talk too much. You don't want this year's red envelope, do you? Chung Shi first glared at his younger cousin, then made a blatant threat. In the Chung family, Chunghua is the only one younger than him, and Chung Shi gives her a red envelope every year. The budget is limited, but the main focus is on creating a sense of ritual. Chunghua wasn't afraid of someone's threat at all. Tisish, little cousin, the red envelopes you give me every year don't even add up to 100 yuan. If you don't want them, then don't want them. Yu Baiwei looked at Chunghua. You're Xiaoguo, right? Your brother mentioned you on the way here and praised you for being smart. Chunghua chuckled. Sister-in-law, has my brother ever told you that I'm not only smart, but also very pretty? All I can say is that the Chung family's shamelessness is truly a family tradition. Yu Baiwei explained earnestly. Xiaoguo, your brother didn't mention this. He told me on the way that if someone is good-looking, I should praise her for being pretty, and if someone isn't so good-looking, I should praise her for being smart. He specifically told me to praise you for being smart. Chengguo was furious and kept baring her teeth at Cheng Shi. Little cousin, what do you mean? Do you mean I'm pretty? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Little Guoyer, I have to say you're smart. Look, you've even learned to answer first. Chengguo, the siblings loved to bicker since they were little, and she was the one who lost more often than she won. Cheng Shi was such a jerk. He was several years older than her, but never gave in to her. The whole family was amused by the eye-catching bags, and amidst the laughter, the Chung family's New Year's Eve dinner officially began. The brothers Chung Jianjun and Chung Jianxi brought out the TV and watched the Spring Festival Gala while eating and drinking, having a wonderful time together. The 2010 Spring Festival Gala still featured Zhao Benchan and was generally quite entertaining. However, Yuan Xiangqin didn't care about the gala. She kept putting food on Yu Baiwei's plate. Seeing this, Yu Baiwei's second aunt, third aunt, and younger aunt also got excited and started picking at her food. Soon, Yu Baiwei's rice bowl was piled high with dishes. Yu Baiwei was naturally nervous and apprehensive, so she ate very, very slowly. Cheng Shi glanced at her, somewhat surprised. Yu Baiwei, you didn't eat like this before. Small bites, so ladle-like. Yu Baiwei's face tightened, and she said very seriously, Cheng Shi, you're mistaken. I've always eaten like this. Cheng Shi pursed his lips. That's impossible. You always eat in big mouthfuls, and your mouth is always full of oil. Yu Baiwei glared at someone. Cheng Shi, you're a bad person. Ha. Cheng Shi grinned widely. Then came the love from my mother. Yuan Xiangqin pinched Cheng Shi hard. You brat, you talk too much. Why are you bullying Wei Wei? Cheng Shi was in so much pain that he was grimacing in pain. A deep resentment welled up in Cheng Shi's heart. Good heavens, other people forget their mothers after getting a wife, but Ms. Yuan is different. She forgets her son after getting a daughter-in-law. Isn't this a classic case of crossing the river and then burning the bridge? Don't you even think back to the fact that without me, where would your daughter-in-law be? Chengguo then added fuel to the fire. Auntie, pinch him hard. My brother deserves to be taught a lesson. Yuan Xiangqin looked at Yu Baiwei, who was secretly laughing. Wei Wei, if this kid dares to bully you again, just tell me, and I'll beat him up. Yu Baiwei's bright phoenix eyes narrowed into crescent moons in an instant. Aunt Yuan, you're a good person. Cheng Jiangwo, who always believed in the golden rule of silence, surprisingly chimed in. Wife, your son really needs to be disciplined. He's been keeping everything a secret lately. Like today, he brought Wei Wei over for dinner without even telling us beforehand. With his words as a starting point, the whole family got excited and began criticizing Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi, so you're saying you're all family with Yu Baiwei? Fine, I'll leave then. After a joyful New Year's Eve dinner, the younger sister, Cheng Rong, was the first to keep her promise and gave Yu Baiwei an incredibly generous red envelope. Cheng Shi glanced at it and thought, wow, there are at least 10 cards guaranteed. He never received this kind of treatment before. His aunt would give him a red envelope with just 2 bills, which was considered a good amount. Then came the grandparents, the second and third uncles, and Ms. Yuan, the whole family. All the elders gave big red envelopes one after another. Yu Baiwei received so many red envelopes that her arms ached, and her small bag was almost full. In fact, all these red envelopes combined are not worth as much as any single one of the New Year's red envelopes she received in previous years. After all, Yu Baiwei almost became a millionaire simply by saving up her New Year's money. But her level of joy at this moment far surpasses that of any previous year, because she could feel that the red envelopes given by Cheng Shi's family had real warmth. There's definitely not enough room for all these people back home. So after the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone except my aunt's family naturally had to go back to their own homes. Cheng Shi had been holding it in until this moment, but he finally couldn't hold back anymore. Wait, where's my red envelope? My dear second uncle, third uncle, aunt. Have you forgotten about your smart, cute, obedient, and sensible eldest nephew? The aunt rolled her eyes decisively. You brat, what are you yelling about? Didn't I already give Wei Wei the red envelope? Auntie, I meant my share. What do you mean by your share? It doesn't matter who gets it. It's the same for you too, isn't it? Not only her aunt, but also her grandparents, second uncle, third uncle, and all her elders, including Cheng Shi's dear mother, Ms. Yuan, all gave the same answer. Cheng Shi. So Wang Kar-wai is right. Nothing in this world is permanent. The family ties that I thought would never change have quietly learned to shift. After driving back to Linxiong County, Cheng Shi first dropped off Lao Cheng and Ms. Yuan at their homes, then stepped on the gas and left Yu Baiwei at the gate of her large villa. Throughout the journey, Yu Marin was in a great mood, her eyes filled with joy, while she kept her small bag tightly closed. She was afraid Cheng Shi would snatch her red envelope. What time is your flight tomorrow? 8 o'clock in the morning. So early? Then I won't see you off. See you at school next year. Okay. After Yu Marin finished speaking, she did not get out of the carriage. Cheng Shi asked in confusion, what's wrong? Chapter 240 Life needs a little surprise. Yu Baiwei looked on with anticipation. Cheng Shi, I just saw a lot of people setting off fireworks over Binjiang Road. Shall we go set them off too? Cheng Shi glanced at the sky. It's going to snow soon. Besides, you have to go out very early tomorrow morning, so you should get some rest. Okay. Yu Baiwei looked visibly disappointed, and her rosy lips curled up slightly. Actually, she had no interest in setting off fireworks. She just wanted to find an excuse to spend more time with Cheng Shi. After all, she's going to Shanghai tomorrow, and she won't see that person again until the start of next school year. After getting off the bus, Yu Baiwei had only taken a few steps when she turned back and said, Cheng Shi, Happy New Year. Cheng Shi leaned out of the car window. Yu Baiwei, isn't it too early? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. All right, go back now. Cheng Shi waved at her. Yu Baiwei had no choice but to go home. Could someone be so clueless about romance? The answer is no. He simply felt that in a life that is mostly mundane, there should be some surprises. If not, then create some surprises. After watching Yu Baiwei go inside, he took out his phone and called Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia, telling them to hurry up and go buy him fireworks. Buy as many as possible, and then meet him on Binjiang Road to get reimbursed. Then he called Uncle Xiao again. Uncle Xiao, Happy New Year. Xiao Cheng, hee, you're having fun too. By the way, why didn't you let Miss play a little longer? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. When Miss came back just now, she was clearly in a low mood. Uncle Xiao, you need to time this right. Half an hour from now, no matter what excuse you make, get Yu Baiwei to Binjiang Road. What do you mean? Give her a surprise. TSK. You young people really know how to have fun. After making the call to Uncle Xiao, Cheng Shi drove towards Binjiang Road, stopping at every convenience store he encountered along the way. He then told the owners with an air of extravagance, bring out the biggest and most expensive fireworks from your store. When he arrived at Binjiang Road, his trunk was already stuffed with a lot of fireworks boxes, which was incredibly extravagant. At this moment, countless young people were setting off fireworks along Binjiang Road. Whoosh! Many plumes of fireworks rose up and then exploded in midair, turning into a sky full of fiery trees and silver flowers. In winter, the Binjiang River is in its dry season. The water is not turbulent and is as calm as a mirror, reflecting the fireworks in the sky and also illuminating most of the city. Cheng Shi stood on the riverbank and watched for a while before running into an acquaintance, Zhui Yunfei, the biggest show-off at Linxiong No. 1 Middle School. Young Master Zhui's attire today was still very flamboyant. He didn't cosplay the god of gamblers Ko Chun this time, but instead dressed up as another classic character played by Chow Yun-fat, Su Wenxiang from Shanghai Bund. Wearing a well-tailored black trench coat, a crisp white shirt, an elegant dark tie at the collar, a wide-brimmed black top hat, and a soft wool scarf, he looked dashing and debonair. To be fair, Zhui Yunfei's reputation as the number one show-off at Linxiong No. 1 Middle School is not only due to his family background, but also because he is good at showing off, handsome with a deep and three-dimensional face, a good figure, broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. Zhui Yunfei was also setting off fireworks, lighting cigarettes as he did so. His surroundings were already filled with empty firework boxes, while his several loyal underlings kept moving firework boxes for him. This scene attracted many young girls to watch, their eyes filled with stars as they looked at young Master Zhua. Observation is mutual. Cheng Shi saw Zhui Yunfei, and Zhui Yunfei naturally saw him as well. The two looked at each other, and Zhui Yunfei's cheeks twitched involuntarily. The entire Linxiong had a population of tens of thousands, and Cheng Shi was definitely the person young Master Zhua least wanted to encounter. The moment Zhua Daxiao sees him, Cheng Xiaochun's simp song automatically plays in his head, that addictive duck-like song. After staring at each other for a while, Cheng Shi first greeted Zhui Yunfei. Hey, isn't this young Master Zhua? Did you enjoy the hot pot the other day? Was the fight with Dao Cheng Go Dao satisfying? Zhui Yunfei stopped setting off the fireworks, pursed his lips, and asked with a puzzled look, Cheng Shi, why are you alone? Where's Yu Baiwei? Then, without waiting for Cheng Shi's reply, he filled in the blanks in his own mind. That's right. How could a rich young lady like you Baiwei, with such strict upbringing, possibly spend the night playing with you? You may look like you're in a relationship, but you're practically still single. Cheng Shi shrugged. Yeah, you're right. So what? Zhui Yunfei. Well, no matter how much he tries to comfort himself, it won't change the established fact that Yu Baiwei is Cheng Shi's girlfriend. At this thought, the melody began to play in young master Zhui's head again. The person I love is not my lover. Every inch of her heart belongs to someone else. After shaking his head vigorously to try and banish the catchy melody, Zhui Yunfei decided to continue setting off fireworks. Cheng Shi watched and commented, Young Master Zhua, don't you think the fireworks you set off were a bit too small? As he spoke, he opened the trunk and began unloading the fireworks box he had just bought. At this moment, Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia also arrived. Dai Jia was driving his father's van, with all the back seats removed. The space that was originally used for hauling goods was now filled with fireworks boxes. Bring everything out and line them up in a row. Then listen to my instructions. When I tell you to put them down, just do it. Cheng Shi directed Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia. Zhui Yunfei. Holy crap, is this kid crazy? Buying so many fireworks? Young Master Zhua is a man who cares a lot about his reputation, and he naturally couldn't stand being mocked so blatantly by Cheng Shi. When it comes to wasting money, he's never been more impressed by anyone in his life. He immediately pulled out his wallet, took out a thick wad of 100 yuan bills, handed them to his henchmen, and gave them orders through gritted teeth. Go buy me fireworks. The bigger the better, the more expensive the better. After Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia set up the fireworks boxes as Cheng Shi instructed, a Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly drove up through the night. There was only one Rolls-Royce Phantom in the entire Linxiong, and Yu Baiwei was naturally sitting in it. Uncle Zhao's excuse for tricking Yu Baiwei into going out was very lame. He said he also wanted to see fireworks and asked her if she wanted to go. Miss. Yu Baiwei didn't want to go in the first place. She didn't really want to see the fireworks, but rather wanted to spend more time with Cheng Shi. Since Cheng Shi wasn't there, watching the fireworks was meaningless to her. But then I thought about it again, and realized that Uncle Xiao probably said that because it was New Year's Eve and he was missing his family, so I agreed. Upon arriving at Binjiang Road, Uncle Xiao suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Miss, look, isn't that Xiao Cheng? Yu Baiwei didn't believe it and pouted slightly. Uncle Xiao, are you playing tricks on me too? Miss, I really didn't tease you. Xiao Cheng is really there, and he's even waving at us. Yu Baiwei opened the passenger window and leaned out. She saw Cheng Shi standing by the river. Under the streetlights, he was indeed waving in their direction, just as Uncle Xiao had said. Uncle Xiao, drive over there. Miss, aren't I driving over there already? Then drive faster. Uncle Xiao chuckled to himself. It's only a distance of 200 or 300 meters, and whether you're fast or slow, it only takes a few seconds. TSK, TSK, TSK. The young lady's attachment to Xiao Cheng is truly extraordinary. Chapter 241. The smile, gradually frozen. 10 years ago, even on New Year's Eve, there was not much entertainment in Linxiong County. There are only a few KTVs, and they get packed during holidays, which can easily lead to fights. Not to mention cinemas, which are currently experiencing the worst period of market downturn. There are few cinemas, and their hardware configurations are poor. To put it bluntly, the concept of a spring festival film season had not yet been formally established in the domestic film market at this time. Therefore, after having New Year's Eve dinner, strolling along Binjiang Road and watching fireworks has become the first choice for many young people. Xian Ning and Lu Wanwen. This is what the two sisters think, and this is what they do. As she strolled around, Lu Wanwen, with her sharp eyes, spotted Cheng Shi leaning against the riverside railing, looking quite dashing. Ning, look. Cheng Shi is over there. What's he doing there? It looks like he's going to set off fireworks. Damn, he's gone mad. He bought so many fireworks. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia are helping him move them. Lu Wenwen can see it, and Xian Ning can naturally see it too. Her eyes became complicated as she couldn't help but recall the scene from last year's Christmas Eve, downstairs in the girls' dormitory, where Cheng Shi set off fireworks for Yu Baiwei, and the two kissed. More than a month has passed, but this scene is still etched in her mind, and she can't shake it off. The happiness that Yu Baiwei possesses is truly too cruel to her. Today is New Year's Eve, and Cheng Shi bought so many fireworks. Could it be that? Her heart skipped a beat. Just as she was guessing what was going on, she saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the only one of its kind in Linxiong, drive from the other side of Binjiang Road toward Cheng Shi and stop in front of him. The car door opened quickly, and Yu Baiwei got out and jogged to Cheng Shi. The guess had largely come true, and Xian Ning's body stiffened involuntarily. What's so interesting about fireworks? They're not exciting at all. Ning, Let's go back and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Zhao Benchen's skit is about to start. Lu Wenwen wanted to pull Xiaoning away. Xiaoning shook her head. Stubborn diseases require strong medicine. She herself knew that she was almost obsessed with Cheng Shi. So I forced myself to keep watching. If my heart died, it probably wouldn't hurt anymore. Cheng Shi, you're lying to me. Didn't you say you went home? How come you're here? After running towards Cheng Shi, Yu Baiwei pouted somewhat in dissatisfaction. I did go back, but Brother Huang and my nephew insisted on dragging me to see the fireworks. I don't know what's so interesting about that crap. And those two just left me behind as soon as they arrived, running off somewhere to look for pretty girls. Cheng Shi lied without batting an eye, then asked her a question in return. Yu Baiwei, I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing here? Uncle Xiao said he wanted to see fireworks. I think he must be homesick, so I came with him to watch. I see. Cheng Shi, let's go buy some fireworks to set off. Forget it, it's a waste of money. We'll just watch others do it. It's the same. All right. Yu Baiwei didn't notice anything amiss, and she and Cheng Shi leaned against the railing by the river, side by side, watching the fireworks fill the sky. Beauties, do not lean on the railing, for the mountains and waters are cold when you do. The figure of Yu Marin leaning against the railing is absolutely stunning. Her phoenix eyes were as clear as autumn water, reflecting the twinkling lights of fireworks. Her long, jet-black hair, as smooth as silk, danced gently in the river breeze, a few strands brushing against her cheeks, adding to her beauty. No matter how beautiful the night view along the river is, or how dazzling the fireworks are, they can only serve as a backdrop. Time, like the eastward flowing river, which never stops, seems to have paused for her at this moment. Cheng Shi glanced at the time, thinking that Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie should have finished setting up the fireworks boxes. Just as he was about to give the order to start lighting them, Yu Baiwei's phone rang. She glanced at it, then turned her head and told Cheng Shi that Su Shi had called her to wish her a happy new year. Cheng Shi laughed and said, "Go ahead and answer it. Go hide in the grove over there and answer it. It's windy here, so you won't hear anything." Yu Baiwei nodded and walked towards the grove. Cheng Shi continued to lean against the railing, watching the fireworks while gesturing to Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie, who were hiding, to follow his orders later. Just then, a group of young people, both men and women, walked towards him. Cheng Shi glanced at them and found them all unfamiliar, but they took the initiative to greet him. Cheng Shi, it's been a long time. Ahem, it's been a long time. Cheng Shi gave a perfunctory answer, thinking that they were probably classmates from other classes in the same high school. He only remembered his classmates. He didn't remember any of the classmates from other classes. One of the bespectacled, well-mannered boys leaned close to Cheng Shi and said, "Cheng Shi, you're really famous now. A lot of alumni's QQ spaces are talking about you. I just want to ask you, are you really dating Yu Baiwei?" Cheng Shi countered, "So, do you think it's real or fake?" The bespectacled man, "It's definitely fake. I'd rather believe the sun rises in the west than believe Yu Baiwei would ever be in a relationship, let alone with you. Those bullshit rumors, I don't know who spread them, they're so outrageous. Some people even swore they saw you and Yu Baiwei holding hands and kissing at the temple fair. If that's true, I'll eat that thing on the spot." As he spoke, he pointed to the riverbank, noticing a huge pile of excrement left by a pet dog. Cheng Shi's cheeks twitched involuntarily. I thought to myself, dude, you're a real wolf hunter, betting so big. Others also began to whisper among themselves. Cheng Shi, there's no smoke without fire. Confess honestly, did you spread the rumors about you and Yu Baiwei yourself? That's quite possible. Cheng Shi used to be chasing after Xiaoning, right? He probably failed and couldn't save face, so he tried to use Yu Baiwei, the only one in our school who could keep Xiaoning in check, to make up for it. Damn, Cheng Shi, that's a bit despicable. Men and women chattered amongst themselves, making Cheng Shi roll his eyes. Damn, are you guys so good at making things up? If you guys were screenwriters, this year's Spring Festival film season wouldn't be so sluggish. Wouldn't the domestic film market have seen a major boom 3 years earlier? Just then, a rustling sound came from the grove behind Cheng Shi, and then Yu Baiwei, who had just finished her phone call with Su Shi, slowly walked up behind Cheng Shi. She clearly hadn't expected so many people to be around Cheng Shi. It was only because of the sense of security Cheng Shi's broad back gave her that she dared to slowly reveal her oval face from behind him. The group of alumni who had been sneering at Cheng Shi earlier gradually froze as they looked at the suddenly appearing, stunningly beautiful, and bright-eyed school beauty from number 1 high school. Chapter 242, Wanting to Burn Himself. Cheng Shi ignored the group of alumni and turned to Yu Baiwei. Finished your call? Yu Baiwei nodded. Oh, right. Cheng Shi. Shi asked me to wish you a happy new year. Chung Shi rolled her eyes. It's not like she doesn't have my number. Why doesn't she just tell me herself? She's so stingy. She can't even bear to send a text message. Yu Baiwei chuckled and said, Sure said that since we're a couple anyway, it would be more ceremonial for me to convey the message. Meow meow meow. Hearing the conversation between the two, the group of alumni were dumbfounded and speechless. A couple? Could the rumors actually be true? These two are really dating, and they've progressed to this point. They're practically a couple. Have they already gotten their marriage certificate? No, why should I? Could Chung Shi have saved the galaxy in his past life? They couldn't recover at all. Their minds were foggy, as if they had been struck by Thor's hammer, and their scalps were completely numb. The bespectacled man who had mocked Chung Shi the most was stunned for a moment, then stared blankly at the huge pile of dog poop. He just hoped that Chung Shi would let him go like a fart and not mention his earlier oath. Even though Chung Shi mentioned it, he still couldn't possibly eat it, but it would definitely be incredibly awkward. Chung Shi really did treat the guy with glasses like a fart, or rather, in his eyes, the guy with glasses was nothing at all. He had more important things to do. I don't have time to pay attention to this random passerby. With a slight upturn of her lips, Chung Shi looked at Yu Baiwei and said, Hey, let me give you a New Year's gift too. Yu Baiwei asked expectantly, what gift? Chung Shi continued to keep everyone in suspense. Close your eyes first, then open them when you hear the sound. So Yu Marin obediently closed her eyes, her long eyelashes resting on her eyelids, trembling slightly, so beautiful. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then came the sound of many fireworks soaring into the sky, rising high before exploding and turning into a sky full of fiery blossoms. Yu Baiwei quickly opened her eyes and discovered that a large number of firework boxes had been placed around the spot where she and Chung Shi were standing, forming a huge heart shape. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia were holding lighters and constantly lighting them. The grand fireworks display lasted for a full 10 minutes and attracted hundreds of spectators. Fireworks may fade, roses may wither, but romance lasts forever. Yu Baiwei was already sobbing uncontrollably as she watched the romantic scene that Chung Shi had meticulously prepared for her. She gently pounded someone's chest. Chung Shi, you're a bad guy. You're a bad guy. Chung Shi smiled and pulled her into his arms. Yu Baiwei, this is the first New Year's Eve we've spent together. I hope you're happy. Chung Shi, I'm so happy. Happier than I've ever been in my life. So happy I'm terrified. So happy I'm scared. I'm afraid that when I open my eyes I'll find that it was all just my imagination. Isn't God being too good to me? You're such a dork. Chung Shi's smile grew even more doting as he hugged her tighter. Believe me, it's not that God is being kind to you. It's that you've always been that good. Elder brother. Yu Marin's voice became a little cloying, and her cheeks flushed red, the blush spreading all the way to her earlobes. Can my little sister give you a kiss? It's Chinese New Year, so I'll spoil you this once. So Yu Marin tiptoed and breathed her warm breath on someone's face. It felt tingly and itchy, and then her delicate lips gently and softly pressed against someone's lips. After about 3 seconds, Yu Baiwei finally felt embarrassed. After all, so many people were watching. Yu Baiwei, actually, I've always wanted to correct you on something. Brother, what is it? Honey, that's not how you fucking kiss. After Chung Shi finished speaking, he put his arm around Yu Marin's slender waist, brought his mouth close to hers, and then somewhat forcefully opened her lips, capturing her soft, lilac-like tongue. A deep kiss, a lingering kiss, and a passionate kiss. Yu Baiwei's mind went blank. She had never imagined that kissing could be like this, not the mouth-to-mouth kissing that Su Shirshir had told her about. She felt herself transform into a balloon, floating and drifting in the rising heat, until she reached the clouds, then bobbing up and down with the sea of clouds. Her body began to act strangely. It seemed that every cell and every pore was craving something under the influence of her genetic instincts, yet she didn't know exactly what she should be craving. This process took about 10 seconds, and Chung Shi gently pushed away the beauty in his arms. Yu Marin was clearly moved, to the point that she overcame her shyness. She said sweetly, Brother, sister wants more kisses. Shut up. I already told you. I'm only spoiling you this once a year, during the new year. Brother. Then, when can you spoil me one more time? Next New Year's Eve? Oh. Yu Baiwei's mouth dropped open. She counted on her fingers, earnestly reciting. Next year's New Year's Eve. Wouldn't that mean I'd have to wait another 365 days? Chung Shi couldn't help but burst out laughing as he watched. The grand fireworks display on the riverbank, and the tender kiss between the two lovers beneath the fireworks, must have captivated countless viewers and fed them a lot of dog food, a Chinese slang term for witnessing public displays of affection. Led by the bespectacled man, the The group of alumni who witnessed the event up close were naturally dumbfounded, especially a few boys who clearly heard the sound of their own Dao hearts shattering. The girls were also envious. They all thought that if that boy could give them a grand fireworks show like Chung Shi, they might just be able to get their hands on his 100+ pounds of flesh. Who doesn't love romance? 20 or 30 meters away, Uncle Xiao opened the driver's side window, half reclined on the seat, his face beaming with a brother-in-law's smile. That's awesome, fucking awesome. Further away, Xia Ningren's once captivating yet ruthless peach blossom eyes had completely dimmed. She was certain that after witnessing what had just happened, her heart was completely dead, but she was saddened to discover that even a dead heart can still ache. Lu Wenwen sighed softly. Today's result is yesterday's cause. This scene was indeed very cruel for Xiaoning. But what she is going through now is exactly what Cheng Shi went through back then, or even worse. On the other side, Zhui Yunfei, the #1 arrogant guy at Linxiong #1 middle school, had a gloomy face, so dark it looked like water could be squeezed out of it. He kept cursing and swearing, and it was unknown how many times he cursed someone as F************************** ing bitch. Damn it. Don't they know that showing off your love will lead to a quick breakup? Young Master Zhuo was so jealous his teeth ached. Just then, his henchman finally brought back the fireworks and eagerly came to him to claim credit. Young Master Zhuo, I guarantee it's the biggest and most expensive fireworks in the whole city, a 100% rip-off of that son of a bitch Ching Shi. Forget it, I've lost interest. I don't want to keep it anymore. I'll just throw it away. Oh, young Master Zhuo, why? I don't understand. Yeah, it's so expensive. The underlings were all completely bewildered. One of the underlings asked with a concerned look, Young Master Zhuo, damn it, you don't look too good. What's wrong? Zhui Yunfei pointed in the direction of Cheng Shi and Yu Baiwei, his face full of desolation and melancholy. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like lighting a fire to liven things up for these two. After reluctantly handing Yu Baiwei over to Uncle Xiao, Cheng Shi treated Brother Huang and Dai Jia, his two tools, to a late-night snack at a roadside stall. By the time he got home, it was almost midnight. One after another, I started receiving New Year's greetings text messages from many people. Chapter 243. This money is too easy to swindle. Happy New Year, boss. Mr. Chung, may your business prosper. Most of the New Year's greetings text messages came from employees of Guoshi Technology, such as Zhang Wenjie, Hong Yin, Zheng Dong, Wang Song, Li Feiyu, and Sun Feifei. Cheng Shi was too lazy to reply to those text messages. It is worth mentioning that Sun Guoqiang also sent Cheng Shi a New Year's greeting text message. Cheng Shi initially planned to reply, but after thinking about it, she simply called him directly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two talked about some serious matters. Sun Guoqiang briefly explained his plans to Cheng Shi. After the new year, Millennium Department Store would begin its formal reforms, with the basic framework being the one Cheng Shi had set. When it comes to reform, Sun Guo gets quite excited, chattering away nonstop. After listening to him finish speaking, Cheng Shi offered a few supplementary suggestions. Just as he was about to hang up, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Mr. Sun, after the reform of Millennium Department Store, we can't still call it Millennium Department Store, can we? Of course not. After the reform, our main business will no longer be retail, so how can we still call it a department store? I plan to change it to Millennium Mall. What do you think, Mr. Chung? Mr. Sun, if we're going to change it, let's change it together. How about we stop calling it Millennium and start with Eason? What's the explanation? We're wholeheartedly dedicated to serving consumers, so we chose a homonym. Also, if we keep calling it Millennium, we'll always be overshadowed by Wanda. Changing it to Eason will change things. We'll be the ones overshadowing Wanda. Holy crap, Mr. Chung, that makes sense. Then let's do it this way. Let's call it Eason. After hanging up with Sun Guoqiang, Cheng Shi started composing New Year's greetings text messages and sent them to various leaders, including Fu Qingfeng, president of Sichuan University, Kai Bin, vice president, Lu Ha, dean, and Fu Guangming, deputy director of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. These leaders, both big and small, who were supporting Guoshi Technology, sent the messages to them. That's how it is during the Chinese New Year. It's never wrong to be overly polite. As midnight approached, Old Cheng got up and began to light candles and incense for the ancestral tablets in the living room. Then he called Cheng Shi over, and the father and son kowtowed 9 times to the tablets. 3 reverences for heaven, 3 reverences for earth, and 3 reverences for deceased ancestors. Although ghosts and gods are all illusions, life is all about rituals. After completing the entire process, Cheng Shi was exhausted and was about to go to sleep when he received several more New Year's greeting text messages. Happy New Year, Cheng Shouxin. Wishing you good health. This was sent by Lu Jiechi. Chengshi quickly replied, Miss Lu, you too. Then the two chatted for a while, sharing some of their daily lives during the winter break. Then Chengshi received another text message. Happy New Year, darling, I love you. Chengshi looked at it, first pursed his lips, then replied with a series of slaps. Lu Yinyin, what are you doing? Acting all flirtatious during the New Year. Who's your darling? Squad leader, you're so fierce. It's the New Year. Can't you pamper me just this once? That won't do. You can't just call someone darling like that. Then let's change how we address him. Happy New Year, Dad. Puff. Chengshi shuddered and almost dropped his phone. He just hopes that Pony Ma will develop the QQ animated GIF feature soon, so he can send that classic animated GIF to Lu Yanyan. Hong Shixian, you're so sexy.jpg. Get lost. I've kept myself chaste for so many years. Where would I get a daughter as big as you? Class monitor, don't be so fierce. By the way, I just made a New Year's wish. I hope I'm rich, and I hope you love me. Puffed. Yin Yin, that's a bit selfish of you. Class monitor, this isn't selfish of me, because you're already very rich, and I already love you very much. Lu Yinyan's message silenced someone completely. After giving her a few random replies and telling her to go to sleep, Chengshi took off her shoes and socks and lay down on her small wooden bed. At that moment, the booming of firecrackers could be heard outside the window. The new year had truly arrived. Although 2009 has long passed according to the Gregorian calendar, for most Chinese people, including Chengshi, the new year is only truly celebrated after Lunar New Year's Eve. 2009 has passed, and Chengshi misses it dearly. 2010 has arrived, and he looks forward to it even more. Beep beep. Another text message arrived from an unfamiliar number, but Chengshi knew who it was from just by looking at the content. Xiao Cheng, Lu Wenwen, and I saw the fireworks you set off on Binjiang Road just now. The fireworks were beautiful, and you are very happy. I hope you will always be happy. Chengshi paused for a moment, sighed, and ultimately didn't reply. He really didn't know how to reply. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, Uncle Xiao drove you by way straight to Shuangliu Airport and then flew directly to Shanghai. Chengshi kept his word and didn't actually go to see her off, but he still got up early in the morning and sent her a message telling her to be careful on the road. He then chatted with you by way until she boarded the plane. According to local custom in Linxiong, people cannot visit relatives on the first day of the Lunar New Year. So Chengshi simply drove his car with Lao Cheng and Ms. Yuan to a nearby scenic spot, an ancient town called Anren. Anren Ancient Town has a rich historical heritage. There is a Lu family manor in the town, which was the residence of Lu Wenkai, a famous landlord in western Sichuan. Not many people may know Lu Wenkai, but his nephew Lu Xiang is quite famous. Upon arriving at Anren Ancient Town, Chengshi regretted his decision. It was supposed to be a fun place, but just looking at the crowds, wow, it was absolutely packed. And the things were ridiculously expensive. At noon, I received another QQ message from Yu Baiwei, saying that she had arrived in Shanghai and then asked Chengshi if he missed her. Chengshi, being impulsive, replied with no, which clearly angered Yu Marin, who responded with a whole row of daggers. The man chuckled. He could imagine that Yu Baiwei on the other end of the phone was pouting, her lips so small they could hold a soy sauce bottle, her expression absolutely adorable. Upon this thought, he was surprised to find that he actually did miss her a little. My dear sister, have you missed me? I want to hold my brother's hand. I want him to take me for a walk, in short. I really, really want to. 62305-204XXXXXX. Brother, what is this? Good sister, just thinking about it is useless. You have to put it into action. This is my agricultural bank of China card number. If you miss me even once, transfer me 500 yuan, so I can feel it. It was supposed to be a joke, but throughout the afternoon, Chengshi received dozens of bank text messages saying, Dear user, 500 has been deposited into your account. Damn, if I'd known she was so easy to swindle money from, I wouldn't have bothered starting a business. Throughout the afternoon, Chengshi's lips would unconsciously curl upwards with each transfer he received, making him look like a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Chapter 244 Class Reunion 1. During the Chinese New Year, it's natural to visit relatives and friends. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Chengshi and his family of 3 arrived at his maternal grandmother's house with a trunk full of gifts. Unlike the warm and harmonious extended family atmosphere of the Cheng family, the kinship on Chengshi's maternal side is relatively weak. He wasn't very close to his 2 uncles when he was young, especially his eldest uncle's family. The factors were multifaceted, but the culprit was definitely Chengshi's aunt. There's something Chengshi always remembers. His maternal grandfather died young, and every year on the second day of the Lunar New Year, the whole family would go to his maternal grandmother's house to sweep his grandfather's grave. The place was a bit far, so they had to take a car. One year, when they went to visit the graves, Yuan Xiangqin had already gotten into her uncle's car, but her aunt pulled her out because her cousin had brought a girlfriend back and wanted to go with her. This incident angered Ms. Yuan so much that she couldn't eat for several days and almost severed her relationship with her uncle. When Cheng Shi visited his maternal grandmother's house, he drove straight into the yard. He just wanted to tease his aunt. As Cheng Shi had expected, his aunt's face turned extremely ugly when she saw the brand new Audi A6L. Of the three siblings on Yuan Xiangqin's side, her maternal uncle's family has always been the best off. Now Cheng Shi has become successful. He got such good grades in the college entrance examination, started his own business in college, and bought a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan on his own. How could his aunt, who had maintained a sense of superiority for more than 10 years, possibly stand it? Cheng Shi had deliberately driven the car into the yard. Looking at his aunt's expression, he felt extremely comfortable and happy. The eldest uncle, however, was oblivious to his wife's strange expression. After praising Cheng Shi, he asked Cheng Shi to give him the keys so he could experience driving a luxury car. Cheng Shi didn't have much of a problem with his uncle, knowing that he was often powerless to change things, so he tossed him the key. My uncle was very pleased with himself. He went for a drive outside and then parked the car in front of the gate. A little while later, my older cousin arrived with his wife and kids, and he started cursing as soon as he entered. Dad, Mom, which bastard parked his car in front of our house? Did he pay for parking? Just because he has an Audi doesn't mean he's so great. He's making it impossible for me to park my car. The eldest uncle immediately widened his eyes. Yuan Duo, how dare you talk like that? I'm the one who parked the car. If I'm a son of a bitch, then you're a grandson of a bitch. Meow meow meow. After a moment of stunned silence, Yuan Duo exclaimed in disbelief. Dad, you won the lottery? It's an Audi A6L. That must be worth 6 or 700,000. The eldest uncle waved his hand. Go away. I can't afford it. The car belongs to your little cousin. Your little cousin is amazing. He started his own business when he was only a freshman in college. It's all over the newspapers. He earns 2 or 3 million a month. Cheng Shi's older cousin, Yuan Duo, dropped out of junior high school and started working. After years of hard work and struggle, he has achieved some success, opening a decoration company that makes a profit of 3 to 400,000 yuan a year. Although he can't compare to those big bosses, he is considered one of the best in Lao Yuan's area. What's the use of studying? After all the hardship of getting into university, you still end up working for me after graduation? I guess they like to belittle what they lack. Yuan Duo's favorite thing to say was that studying was useless, and he would bring it up every Chinese New Year. He even told Cheng Shi more than once to stop going to school and come out to hang out with him as soon as possible. It's easy to imagine how awkward Yuan Duo's expression must have been after learning that the Audi A6L belonged to Cheng Shi, and that Cheng Shi had completely outclassed him. What would it look like to swallow a bowl of flies? That's probably what his expression was like right now. Cheng Shi watched, feeling even more comfortable, experiencing double the intense pleasure. After returning from her grandmother's house, Cheng Shi had a lot of free time. Old Cheng and Ms. Yuan still had many relatives to visit, but Cheng Shi was too lazy to go. Aside from his parents and a limited number of blood relatives, he didn't really care about other relatives. It's not that he's cold-hearted, but rather that he's already experienced some things once and really doesn't want to go through them a second time. When you're poor, no one cares even in the bustling city. When you're rich, distant relatives appear even in the deep mountains. In his past life, after he achieved fame and success, countless inexplicable relatives appeared, asking him for help and advancement. At first, out of consideration for his parents, Cheng Shi helped them whenever he could, but instead, they encountered a bunch of ungrateful wretches. He took it for granted that he would help. If you don't help enough, they might even turn around and complain that you're heartless and don't appreciate old friendships. A small favor is appreciated, but a large favor is resented. Cheng Shi understood this principle all too well. Therefore, his life was characterized by cold-bloodedness and ungratefulness. Helping you is a favor, not helping you is my right. Let these relatives talk about him behind his back. He'll just stay that way. The days passed slowly like this. After sleeping in for a few days at home, it was already the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, the class group chat for Class 6 of Senior 3 was buzzing with excitement, announcing that they were having a class reunion today. The location had already been decided, the hot pot restaurant that De Huang's dad and Dai Jie's dad co-own. Cheng Shi originally didn't plan to go, but after being repeatedly invited by brother Huang, Dai Jie, Wu Shan, Lu Wenwen, and others, and after he was indeed bored enough, he decided to go anyway. Class reunions are nothing more than eating and drinking, and then showing off to each other. Usually that's the main point. However, today's reunion of Class 6, Grade 12 was just about eating, drinking, and chatting, and no one dared to show off. Even Zhou Rui, who loves to boast the most, held back. There's only one reason. Cheng Shi is there too. With him as an outsider. Even if all the other students were tied together, they wouldn't stand a chance. If he doesn't pretend, who would dare to? Xiaoning also arrived. Today, she wore a long black coat with a crisp fabric that accentuated her slender figure. Her peach blossom eyes, like Xue Baochai's, which were moving even to the heartless, remained aloof and cold. Compared to her high school days, she has become noticeably thinner, and her oval face has become even more prominent. Throughout the meal, she barely spoke, only occasionally stealing a glance at Cheng Shi. When Cheng Shi's gaze seemed to sweep towards her, she would turn her head away in a slightly flustered manner. Lu Wenwen sat next to Xia Ning, and only she noticed these details. She couldn't help but sigh. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have found it hard to imagine that the proud Xia Ning would have such a humble moment, not even daring to look at Cheng Shi openly. Halfway through the meal, Brother Huang led in a tall, short-haired girl. Cheng Shi looked at him and felt that the face was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. After looking around, the short-haired girl greeted Cheng Shi first. "Old classmate, do you still remember me?" Cheng Shi was still completely bewildered. The short-haired girl's face clearly showed some displeasure. She was obviously angry that Cheng Shi didn't remember her. Big Brother Huang nudged Cheng Shi. "Little Cheng, Zhangli, she used to be in our class too. She transferred schools in the second semester of our junior year. I ran into her when I went out to help greet some guests, so I invited her in for a couple of drinks. We old classmates can catch up." Cheng Shi quickly said, "Oh," but actually, he still couldn't remember. For the others, it had only been a little over a year since they last saw Zhangli. For him, it had been almost 20 years. It would be a miracle if he could even remember it. Chapter 245 Class Reunion 2. Zhangli is now certain that Cheng Shi doesn't remember her at all. She was already a little angry, and now she was even angrier. As for the reason, actually, Cheng Shi was quite popular with girls back in high school. He's handsome and has a great sense of humor. He can be elegant when he needs to be, and roguish when he needs to be. He's especially good at manipulating girls' emotions. Zhangli had a good impression of Cheng Shi back then and hinted at it to him quite a bit. She was just short of making it clear that she was pursuing him openly. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi only had eyes for Xia Ning at that time and didn't respond at all, which hurt Zhangli a lot and almost made her depressed. In the second semester of her junior year of high school, she immigrated to Australia with her family. After more than a year abroad, she felt that she had seen a wider world and met more outstanding boys, so she naturally stopped taking Cheng Shi seriously. "I even think it was ridiculous of me back then to have a crush on such an ordinary guy. But it's one thing for her to think Cheng Shi is ordinary, but it's quite another for Cheng Shi to not remember her at all. Hey, you guys chat. I've had too much to drink. I'm going to take a dump." Cheng Shi smiled politely at Zhangli, then got up and left the private room. "Lily, sit down and let's talk." Even after Cheng Shi left, Zhangli's face remained grim. Seeing this, Xiaoning tugged at her sleeve. Before Zhangli transferred schools, she had a fairly good relationship with her. "Ningning, by the way, are you and Cheng Shi together now?" After Zhangli sat down, she asked with some curiosity. Xiaoning's eyes dimmed, and she shook her head. Zhangli misunderstood. She said with a hint of sneer, "That's true. Ningning, you're so beautiful and outstanding. It's unlikely that Cheng Shi will be able to win you over. He's just too ambitious. Ordinary guys should pursue ordinary girls, don't you think?" After he finished speaking, he looked around. He thought he would get a lot of support. At least Zhou Rui, Xiaoning's diehard admirer, would definitely agree. To her surprise, the expressions on the faces of all the classmates, including Zhou Rui, became quite strange. Well, if Zhangli had said those words more than half a year ago, I believe many people present would have agreed. But now, everyone in the class knows that Xia, the class beauty, has been pursuing Cheng Shi for a long time. And who doesn't know that Cheng Shi and you, the school beauty, have been a couple for a long time? You should pursue ordinary girls. Is you Baiwei an ordinary girl too? How many dishes did you have for lunch? You're already this drunk. No, everyone's expressions are so strange. Did I say something wrong? Zhangli looked very surprised. Cheng Shi is indeed very ordinary. How could he be a good match for Ningning? Zhou Rui, tell me. She was clearly still very indignant. How dare Cheng Shi not remember her? So he took the opportunity to make a scene, trying to save face for Cheng Shi. Zhou Rui's cheek twitched. Zhangli, let's change the subject. Cheng sure didn't do anything to you. Why do you keep bringing him up? Zhongli persisted. I wasn't holding a grudge against him. I was just telling the truth. If he were really that outstanding, how come he couldn't win Ningning's heart after pursuing her for 6 years? Zhou Rui said with a strange expression. Zhongli, Cheng Shi has really changed a lot in the year or so you've been abroad. He scored over 670 on the college entrance exam, ranking 3rd in the city. Zhang Li's mouth dropped slightly. He did so well on the exam. Even better than Li Qian? Li Qian pushed up her thick glasses. Zhang Li, Cheng Shi scored more than 20 points higher than me. He could easily get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Doing well on the college entrance exam doesn't necessarily mean he's outstanding. Zhang Li tried her best to make amends. Classmates, it's really only in China that people take the college entrance exam so seriously. Once you go abroad, you'll realize that foreign countries emphasize holistic education. Just studying by rote is useless. Many of my classmates in Australia started their own businesses after university. That's what you call truly outstanding. Upon hearing her say that, Brother Huang couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Zhang Li immediately retorted to Huang Ziwei. Da Huang, what are you laughing at again? What did I say wrong? Big Brother Huang said with a mocking smile. Zhang Li, starting a business in college is what you call being outstanding, right? Well, sorry, Xiao Cheng is now the chairman of a high-tech company with hundreds of employees. Zhang Li refused to believe it. Da Huang, are you telling me a science fiction story? I know you and Cheng Shi are in cahoots, and I'm trying to defend him. But this is just too outrageous. Huang Ziwei shrugged. I know this is pretty surreal, and you probably won't believe it, but unfortunately, it's true. Zhang Li's eyes widened. He's telling the truth? It is indeed true. Fruit technology, you can find it online. It's been in the West China City Daily. How could it be false? The newspaper said Cheng Shi earns 2 to 3 million a month. Oh, that was 3 months ago. It's definitely more now. Zhang Li then opened her mouth wide. I was shocked, bewildered, and embarrassed all at once. She turned to look at Xia Ning. She just couldn't understand it. Cheng Shi was already so outstanding. How come he still couldn't win her over? Lily, the reason Xiao Cheng and I didn't end up together isn't because he failed to win me over, but because… Xia Ning sighed softly. It's my fault for not being good enough. It's because I didn't learn to cherish things back then. It's me. It's me who lost Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng has a girlfriend now. She is prettier than me, more sensible than me, and gentler than me. Xiao Cheng is very happy now, and I wish him all the best and hope he will always be happy. The series of shocks left Zhang Li feeling dizzy. After a moment of processing, she stammered, Ningning, Cheng Shi, who's his girlfriend? Prettier than you? That can't be. She believed that Xia Ning was gentler and more sensible than Xia Ning. Many girls were gentler and more sensible than Xia Ning. But Zhang Li found it hard to believe that he was prettier than Xia Ning. Xia Ning's looks are top tier, even in the entertainment industry, and she's in no way inferior to those popular young actresses. She's not just good-looking, she's stunning. Realistically speaking, in all her years, Zhang Li has only ever seen one person prettier than Xia Ning. But that one, how could that be? Zhang Li would rather believe that the sun rises in the west than believe that the lofty flower hanging high in the clouds would fall to earth, get involved in worldly affairs, and fall in love with someone. Xia Ning did not answer Zhang Li's question. She is already trying to make peace with herself and learn to let go. But for her to say that name aloud would still be too cruel for her. Who is it? Zhang Li couldn't resist asking again. A boy said timidly. Well, who else could it be but you, Bai Wei? Besides her, who else could make our class beauty, Xia, completely submit to us? Zhang Li felt as if she had been struck by lightning. No way, it really is that one. After the initial shock came the disbelief, and after the disbelief came the embarrassment. Now that Cheng Shi is so outstanding and dazzling, and his girlfriend is still that stunning beauty who can also bring gentle warmth to the passing years, then her previous remarks against Cheng Shi must have been a huge joke. Her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment, and she wished she could disappear into the ground. Too ashamed to stay in the private room any longer, he made up an excuse and slipped away before Cheng Shi returned. As soon as he reached the door, he ran into Cheng Shi, who had finished emptying the water and returned. Cheng Shi was about to tell her, I remember who you are. Zhang Li's eyes darted away, and she didn't dare to look at him. She fled in panic. Cheng Shi, unaware of what had happened in the private room after he left, was somewhat bewildered by the sight, but too lazy to think about it. To him, this woman was no different from a stranger. Chapter 246, Challenging Your Own Weaknesses. After the class reunion on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Cheng Shi entered a state of complete idleness. Aside from occasionally going to the arcade or visiting Brother Huang's hot pot restaurant, I spend the rest of my time lying at home. As I said before, it's really easy to make your own mother dislike you. Just sleep in a few more times and litter a few more times. If you then complain about the food at home a few more times without any self-awareness, then I'm sorry, the speed at which your maternal love fades will be faster than you can imagine. Cheng Shi made all of the above mistakes in the past few days, and more than once. As a result, he quickly went from being called good son and good little boy by Ms. Yuan to being called brat and little rascal. Their treatment also plummeted, from being able to eat 3 dishes in one meal to eating only 1 dish for 3 meals. All right, maternal love is about to run out of credit. It seems it's time for the young master to leave. Sword not yet properly drawn. The journey ahead is the martial world. With this sigh, Cheng Shi decisively decided to leave 2 days early, not giving his mother any more chances to complain about him. Traveling alone is impossible for him. He's afraid of loneliness, and besides, it's no fun if he tries to show off on the road but has no one to listen to his jokes. Under the pretext of saving on transportation costs, Cheng Shi invited Brother Huang and Dai Jie to accompany him back to school early. These two have been helping out at the hot pot restaurant for the past few days and are exhausted. They want to go back to school early but are too embarrassed to ask, feeling guilty. After all, their fathers are much more tired than they are. Cheng Shi helped them carry it, and the two guys instantly lost their guilt, happily embarking on their journey back to school. Carrying large and small bags, the 3 of them traveled for nearly 2 hours in one car before arriving in the provincial capital. Cheng Shi didn't return to school immediately, nor did he ask Brother Huang and Dai Jie to return. Instead, he took the 2 of them with him to Millennium Department Store. Well, it's not called Millennium Department Store anymore. It's called Eason Mall. When Cheng Shi arrived at the location, he immediately noticed that Sun Guoqiang had changed the signboard. The 4 large characters, Eason Mall, on the new signboard were gleaming in gold. In Cheng Shi's view, in terms of ability, Sun Guoqiang is no match for Lao Wang, his biggest future competitor. Lao Wang completely outclasses him in every aspect. However, he has one major advantage that Lao Wang lacks. General Manager Sun listens to advice. He listens to suggestions and makes changes without any hesitation. Eason, TSK, it's starting to take off. Who knows, in 3 to 5 years, President Sun might actually be able to take over half of Wanda's business. With that thought in mind, Cheng Shi led his 2 followers into Eason Mall. Sun Guoqiang went on a business trip 2 days ago, accompanied by Wei Lan. Therefore, the person who received Cheng Shi this time was a vice president of Eason Mall with an interesting name, Zhao Dahan. He shared the same name and surname as the director Zhao in the popular TV series of later years, who embezzled more than 200 million yuan but did not dare to spend a single penny. Before Sun Guoqiang went on his business trip, he had already made arrangements with Zhao Dahan. So when Cheng Shi arrived, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Dahan began to show him the results of Eason's previous reforms. Zhao Dahan was in charge of the specific reform work of Eason Mall, so he introduced it with ease, and there was even a hint of pride in his eyes. It's not quite accurate to call it showing off. It's more like a student who has achieved something and wants to gain recognition and praise from their mentor. He is that student, and Cheng Shi is that mentor. Mr. Cheng, on the 4th floor, we've divided it into 2 areas. One half is for clearance sales of home appliances, and the other half is for renovations. Once the renovations on this side are finished, we'll move on to the other side. This way, it won't hinder our clearance sales, nor will it delay the renovation progress. Other floors that can do this are doing the same thing. As for the specific shops that will be moved in, the ones that have been finalized so far include KTV, bathhouse, hot pot restaurant, buffet, steakhouse, Sichuan restaurant. It took 2 whole hours, led by Zhao Dahan, to carefully tour all 4 floors of the Eason Mall business area, including the commercial plaza downstairs. Throughout the journey, Zhao Dahan did most of the talking, while Cheng Shi offered virtually no opinions, because he hadn't noticed any major errors. The management team at Eason Mall does lack strategic vision and needs him as a mentor to provide guidance and direction. However, their tactics are absolutely sound, and their execution is extremely high. As long as you set a framework and direction for them, they can execute it very well. After touring the area, Cheng Shi raised his opinion of Sun Guoqiang a bit. He was even a little envious of such a capable management team. Sun Guoqiang's reforms are in full swing, which Cheng Shi is naturally happy to see. By the time Eason Mall completes its reforms, Guoshi Group Buying Mall has also nearly completed its 3rd phase of promotion, covering major universities in the provincial capital such as Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Sichuan University of Technology, Normal University, and Southwest Petroleum University, connecting the dots into a broader network. At that time, the group buying to store business can be seamlessly integrated. It's not just silky smooth, it's absolutely silky smooth. With a favorable wind, I soared to the clouds. Chung Shi discovered that his entrepreneurial journey in this life was much smoother than in his previous one, as if he could encounter benefactors at every crucial juncture. When he was working on Ujin.com, the talented writer Oh Yang and the unintentionally successful young Master Wang were his benefactors. These two individuals, one with the hit novel Chengdu Tonight is Unprotected, and the other with the pretentious young Master Wang's Daily Life series of posts, have undoubtedly brought a tremendous amount of traffic to Ujin.com and saved it a considerable amount of advertising costs. When promoting Ujin.com, we received strong support from leaders such as Dean Liu, Principal Fu, and Director Fu. Even the special report in the West China City Daily came at just the right time, providing crucial assistance at key junctures. While developing the Fruit Group Buying e-commerce platform and planning to integrate group buying to store services, Sun Guoqiang proactively approached him, asking him to be a consultant and help with the reforms. Such smooth sailing made Chung Shi a little arrogant, thinking to himself, could it be that I am the legendary chosen one, favored by the heavens? Okay, all that talk about divine favor and divine blessing is just bullshit. In fact, life is not lacking in opportunities. The difficulty lies in whether you can seize them when they arise. There are many reasons why Chung Shi's life has been so smooth, but there is only one fundamental reason. He relied on the foresight of a reborn person and was already the one waiting for the wind to come. After shopping and having dinner, it was already evening, with a few beautiful fiery clouds hanging in the sky. Chung Shi was about to return to school when Zhao Dehan objected, telling him that President Sun had specifically instructed that everything had to be arranged properly tonight, and that a special fund had been allocated. He added that if the money wasn't spent, he would be held responsible. Arrangements? Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. President Zhao, how exactly are the arrangements? Zhao Dehan gave a knowing smile. President Chung, need I say more? Karaoke and bath all in one. Chung Shi hesitated for a moment, then did not refuse. Business socializing is a required course for him. He participated in it a lot in his previous life, and even took the initiative to organize such events. I don't have any moral fastidiousness in this regard. This opportunity also allows me to broaden the horizons of my eldest son and eldest nephew. Of course, his bottom line is limited to commercial establishments. Bathhouses and the like are out of the question. He can't subdue a full dragon, but he can try a half dragon, just to challenge his own weakness. Chapter 247 Sparkling Red Heart. Since they were drinking, they didn't drive. Zhao Dehan was in one car with two market managers who were there to drink with him, while Chung Shi was in another car with Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia. One was a good son, and the other was a nephew. Both of them were naive and had never seen the world. On the way, they kept asking Chung Shi what exactly a one-stop service was. Chung Shi was too lazy to explain. Annoyed by the questions, he rolled his eyes and said, "Don't you two have any literary cultivation? The dragon is the first of the 12 zodiac animals." The taxi driver, who was clearly knowledgeable and undoubtedly a tribulation crossing expert, couldn't help but chuckle. Two more young cultivators about to embark on the path to enlightenment. Under Zhao Dehan's arrangement, Huang Ziwei and Dai Jia walked through the magnificent hall in a daze and entered the dimly lit private room. They sat on a large sofa with a nouveau riche vibe and stared at the rows of female escorts wearing miniskirts and crop tops. They were completely dumbfounded and had a whole new world open up to them. Xiao Cheng, is this what they call a one-stop service? Uncle, is this what the adult world is like? The two naive boys looked at Chung Shi with expressions of utter ignorance. Well, they certainly couldn't have seen such a scene before. These two are so naive. Have some backbone. This is only half a dragon at most. Calm down. Chung Shi rolled his eyes at the two silly boys. Next came the much-anticipated selection process, with Zhao Dehan and the other two seasoned veterans all turning their attention to Chung Shi. He's the main character today, so he definitely has to be chosen first. Chung Shi didn't hesitate and randomly chose a backup singer who looked about his age and didn't have much of a worldly air about him. Dai Jia chose someone with tattoos. He was slightly older than Chung Shi and Huang Ziwei, both born in 1990, and was born at the end of 1989, which is the year of the snake. The saying, "birds of a feather flock together," applies here. His preference for people with tattoos makes perfect sense. Big Yellow Brother truly lives up to his reputation as the auntie's treasure, choosing a mature Digimon dressed in a business suit and bodycon skirt, exuding unparalleled allure and sexiness. Chung Shi watched, secretly pursing his lips. Tisich, you said you didn't like Auntie, but you've already given yourself away. So, as I always say, to judge a person, nothing is useful except what they do. Cheng Shi was only interested in the latter half of the touch and sing part, that is, the singing. Zhao Dahan and other seasoned veterans, with the aim of keeping Cheng Shi and the other two happy, naturally couldn't sing first. Huang Ziwei and Dai Jie were a bit hesitant, so Cheng Shi naturally stepped up without hesitation. Without any sense of propriety, he chose Jay Chou's Maple Leaf from his 2009 album November's Chopin. Jay Chou's fans should know how difficult this song is. It's impossible for anyone other than a professional to sing it completely. Cheng Shi naturally couldn't sing it either, and after a few consecutive A4 pronunciations, he started singing off-key. A typical contestant would choose to play the original recording and sing along, or use falsetto to glide through the song. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi wasn't a normal contestant. He was a stubborn one. So what if he couldn't sing? He'd just sing anyway, embodying the image of a father who's always been strong-willed. In addition, given his naturally poor musical sense and severe off-key singing, it's easy to imagine the psychological impact this song had on the people in the private room. Zhao Dahan's face twitched. Good heavens, listening to the girls sing only costs money, but listening to Boss Ching sing is like risking your life. That's bad enough. But I also had to applaud Cheng Shi against my will and praise him for singing so well. It was pure torture. So, Lao Zhao, you also think I sang well. Then shall I sing another one? Cheng Shi looked at Zhao Dahan with an expression that said, "You are my soulmate." Mr. Zhao tried his best to control his facial expressions. Mr. Cheng, it's not fun just singing. Let the girls sing first, and we'll have some drinks first. Cheng Shi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then handed the microphone to the girl next to him, who called herself Mi Lai. He then said in a serious tone, "Little sister, don't feel pressured. Although you can't possibly sing as well as I do, don't worry, I won't laugh at you." Miley. Cheng Shi's judgment was quite good. Although many of the female escorts at this KTV claimed to be college students to inflate their social status, more than 90% of them hadn't even finished high school, let alone college. Mi Lai is different. She is a genuine third-year student at the Sichuan Conservatory of Music. As for why she works as a hostess, there's no melodramatic story like a gambling father, a seriously ill mother, a rebellious younger brother, or a broken woman. She simply enjoys spending money, and this job happens to allow her to earn some. Mi Lai does have some professional skills. She chose a few songs by niche singer Stephanie Sun and sang them so smoothly that she even won someone's approval, who gave her the highest praise. She's almost half as good as me. Cheng Shi aimed for a relaxed atmosphere, while Dai Jie and Huang Ziwei appeared extremely awkward, not daring to have even the slightest physical contact with the female escorts beside them. Anyone who knew them would think they were there to sing erotic songs, but anyone who didn't would definitely think they were there for a blind date. Zhao Dahan and the two market managers found it extremely uncomfortable to watch. Mr. Cheng wasn't nervous at all, but he had absolutely no interest in touching the girl in any way. The other two younger brothers had the idea, but lacked the courage. The three seasoned veterans couldn't very well just hold the younger brother's hands and let them touch him. So he had no choice but to keep it to himself. To put it simply, this is the same principle as inviting someone to dinner. If the guests don't make the first move, how can the person who invited them do so? And so, what was supposed to be a risque song was turned into a serene performance. While Mi Lai was singing, Cheng Shi sent a text message to Yu Baiwei. Yu Marin sent him the message first, asking what he was doing. "I've already returned to school early and am currently in my dorm reviewing the material for next semester." Cheng Shi looked at the debauchery inside the private room. The room's lights flickered, projecting colorful spots of light. Looking up, all he could see were girls' snow-white thighs, half-exposed breasts, and alluring eyes that seemed to both refuse and welcome. Yu Marin was clearly skeptical. "Brother, really? You actually read the book beforehand?" Cheng Shi continued replying to the text message and casually put himself in the scene. "Why would I lie to you? You know what? The ocean of knowledge is truly dazzling, and the goddess of knowledge is so graceful. Brother, what should I do if my sister misses you? Didn't I tell you? If you miss me, just send me money. What's the use of just thinking about it? You have to put it into action." Okay. Soon after, Cheng Shi began receiving more text messages from the bank. "Dear user, 500 has been deposited into your account. Please check it promptly." Mi Lai sang 2 songs and then stopped, handing the microphone to the mature stage Digimon that Brother Huang had chosen. Compared to the professional contestant Mila, this mature stage Digimon's singing skills were rather average, but she was undeniably seductive. She sang and swayed at the same time, her high heels rhythmically striking the floor, her shapely buttocks wrapped in a bodycon skirt swaying in a captivating way, and she would occasionally throw a seductive wink at Big Yellow. This caused Brother Huang to turn red on the spot. After staring at Cheng Shi for a while with a lecherous look, Dai Jian nudged his arm and asked, "Uncle, did you figure it out?" "What did you figure out?" "That singing lady looks like our English teacher, Miss Gao." "Holy crap, nephew, I didn't think so until you said it. But the more you talk about it, the more it seems to me." "That's right. It would look even more like it if you wore glasses." So Cheng Shi also started looking at it lecherously. This isn't called being lewd. It's having a sparkling red heart that's nestled in an older sister's arms, acting all cute. Chapter 248. Look ahead, Brother Huang. "Brother Cheng, I think you're very unique." The mature stage Digimon that looked like the English teacher of Class 6, Grade 12, was singing when Mi Lai sat back down, getting even closer to Cheng Shi, and took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. "Unique?" Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. "I didn't think so." He pointed to Zhao Daihan and the others in the private room, as well as Brother Huang and Daijia. "I'm just like them. I have 2 shoulders and 1 head." "Brother Cheng, I wasn't talking about their appearance, but their demeanor. President Zhao and his group are regulars here, seasoned veterans." "Brother Cheng, your 2 companions are clearly new to this kind of place. They're both shy and reserved." "And what about me?" Cheng Shi smiled, showing some interest in the topic. "Brother Cheng, I can't see through you, but I can sense that you must be a very capable person," Mi Lai said earnestly. Counting on her fingers, "President Zhao and the others have a lot of respect for you. I can also tell that this respect doesn't come from your family background or your parents' connections, but from who you are." Cheng Shi curled his lip. "Mi Lai, you've obviously misunderstood. I'm just a little brother who came here with President Zhao and the others to broaden my horizons. In fact, this is the first time in my life I've been to an event like this." Miley smiled and said nothing more. She didn't believe Cheng Shi's explanation, but trusted her own judgment more. After the female escorts had each sung 2 songs, Zhao Dahan suggested that everyone play dice together. It's a very simple nightclub game. There are 6 dice in each dice box, and you have to guess how many dice have the same number in all the boxes. This game is essentially a psychological game, where you guess the distribution of other people's dice rolls based on your own dice rolls and their expressions. It's a bit like a lowbrow version of Werewolf. Cheng Shi is an expert among experts in this kind of game. He was the only person in the province to get a perfect score in mathematics in the college entrance examination. Coupled with his profound understanding of human nature, the 2 combined make him, in his own words, absolutely ruthless. That is indeed the case. After more than an hour, Cheng Shi won more than he lost, and he didn't even drink 2 bottles of wine. It's worth mentioning that during the drinking session, Mi Lai was very proactive towards Cheng Shi, her eyes practically sparkling with affection. Huang Ziwei and Daijia, the 2 younger brothers, were extremely envious. Even Zhao Dahan and the 2 market managers were somewhat taken aback. As regular customers of this nightclub, they still had some impression of Mi Lai, a rare genuine college student in the nightlife scene. She used to be so arrogant. She would accompany guests for drinks, but she would never go out with them or take the initiative. But judging from today's situation, Cheng Shi doesn't even need to spend much money. As long as he's willing, Mi Lai will definitely go out with him. Even in nightclubs, it's a different story whether you actively try to take advantage of a girl or she actively lets you. Some things cannot be bought simply with money. Ugly guys can never imagine how proactive a goddess they can be in front of a handsome guy, even if they throw money at her. Although Cheng Shi isn't the kind of super handsome guy who can make girls ovulate on the spot just by looking at him, he can still achieve a similar effect thanks to his emotional intelligence. Damn, President Cheng is a prodigy. He's incredibly skilled in business, and when it comes to picking up girls, he's unparalleled. Zhao Dahan couldn't suppress his emotions. The drinking party ended at midnight. As everyone left the private room and went downstairs, in the dim light of the streetlights, Mi Lai took the initiative to say to Cheng Shi, "Brother Cheng, I'm a little hungry. Can you treat me to a late-night snack?" Anyone who frequents nightclubs knows that this isn't just a hint. It's an explicit statement. If Cheng Shi nods, there will definitely be an even more exciting program later. Just as Zhao Dahan and the others, including Brother Huang and Daijia, were all showing a lewd smile, Cheng Shi refused without hesitation. "Mi Lai, I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of eating late-night snacks. There's a genetic predisposition to fatty liver in my family, so I strictly adhere to intermittent fasting." All right then. Malay's expectant eyes visibly dimmed. Then Cheng Shi, along with Brother Huang and Daijia, left without hesitation and hailed a taxi at the street corner. Zhao Dahan and the 2 managers followed. They had originally planned for the second half, but Cheng Shi refused so decisively that they had to give up, but they still wanted this general manager Cheng to personally see them off to the car. Mi Lai watched Cheng Shi's figure disappear and sighed softly. The tattooed girl that Dai Jia had chosen touched Mi Lai's hair with a hint of pity. Mi Lai, don't get too involved. Brother Cheng is obviously a ruthless person. He just turned his sleeves and left without even glancing at you. Mi Lai gave a bitter smile, suddenly overwhelmed by a profound sense of emptiness that came with the effects of the alcohol. She crossed her arms and said, Nana, I'm not coming to work tomorrow. I want to try a different way of life. Not coming to work? What do you want to do then? I can teach children to sing. Miley, how much is that? But, Nana, I want to be respected. Mi Lai turned around and hugged her best friend. Just now in the private room, I tried several times to muster up the courage to ask Brother Cheng for his contact information, but I couldn't bring myself to say it, because I know someone like him would never really respect me. I hope that one day, when I see him again, he will actually look at me. After hailing a taxi, Cheng Shi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, first fastened his seatbelt, then told his master the route. First to Sichuan University, then to Sichuan Normal University, where Dai Jie studied, and finally to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, where Brother Huang was. This would be the most economical way to travel. As for the fare, Brother Huang, who got out of the car last, would definitely pay for it. The street they were on was a nightlife street, with shops of all sizes and all kinds of bars. The mention of bars made Cheng Shi angry. In his previous life in Shanghai, he had spent hundreds of thousands of yuan on membership cards and millions of yuan on high-end foreign liquor at bars like Soho, Babyface, and 1912. He died in a car accident before he could even drink much of it. Then he was reborn. Thinking about it, he felt like he had lost out. The nightlife street was still bustling at midnight, filled with men and women indulging in debauchery. Cheng Shi, sitting in the passenger seat, half opened the window and looked at the night view outside. After a while, he frowned and asked the driver to pull over. Handsome guy, what's going on? Didn't you just get on the bus? The driver spoke with a strong Sichuan accent, his face full of doubt. Cheng Shi immediately pulled out a 100 yuan bill and stuffed it into the master's hand. I have two requests. Pull over and don't say a word. 10 years ago, the purchasing power of a 100 yuan bill was still quite strong, and the master craftsman, who had nothing to do with money, readily complied. The guy in the back row, Big Yellow, asked, puzzled, Xiao Cheng, what's wrong? Look ahead. Cheng Shi pointed in a certain direction. Big Brother Huang looked over, and then he was completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. His beloved senior, Bien, dressed in a glamorous and sexy manner, walked out of a bar hand in hand with a man in his 30s, her face beaming with sweetness. After a moment of stunned silence, Huang Ziwei sighed. Xiao Cheng, I see. Let's go. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. This is nothing to Huang. Do you want to guess where Senior Bien, who texted you every day during the Spring Festival, saying she was single and constantly hinting that you had a chance, will be sleeping tonight? Huang Ziwei. He didn't speak. He couldn't speak. Because in his line of sight, Bien Xiaoli was already kissing the man in his 30s. Chapter 249, Young Master Wang's defenses weakened again. What's it like to see the girl you like kissing someone else? I need an answer urgently. Cheng really wants to post something like this on UGN.com and then tag at Huanggo for a reply. It's not that I'm being a jerk and want to rub salt into poor brother Huang's wounds, but I hope he can finally see things clearly. His consistent view is that it's actually quite good for a man to encounter one or two bad girls when he's young. Youth is an asset. Don't be afraid to pay the price. Being played by a woman at 20 is better than being 40. Big Yellow Brother would probably answer like this. Mutations invade like lightning and thunder, like a bullet hitting your chest and exploding, causing all the cells in your body to stop thinking and metabolizing. This is an irreversible process. No matter how the world changes, even if the sea dries up and the rocks crumble, it cannot be filled. The huge wound is like the East African Rift Valley. The fierce winds blew for 10,000 years, the frost froze the entire ice age, and the rain and snow soaked an entire geological era. It is still embedded there, bloody and so conspicuous. At that moment, Huang Ziwei's mind went blank. He felt like he was suffocating and lacked oxygen. However, he is still trying to maintain his last shred of dignity. Xiao Cheng, how would I know where Senior Bien will be staying tonight? What does this have to do with me? Cheng Shi knew, of course, how uncomfortable Brother Huang was at that moment. However, he has no intention of giving up this golden opportunity that can help him grow rapidly. This is cruel. But how can a boy's transformation into a man be smooth sailing? So he continued to stab Brother Huang in the heart. Cough, it's definitely not going to a hotel. What would a lone man and woman do at a hotel? They can't possibly be playing cards all night, can they? Damn it, shut the hell up. Big Brother Huang exploded, roaring at Cheng Shi, the veins on his forehead bulging as if they were about to burst. In his past and present lives, spanning several decades, this was the first time Brother Huang had ever gotten so angry at Cheng Shi. After venting his anger, he suddenly covered his mouth, then quickly opened the car door, squatted by the roadside, and began to vomit violently, the alcohol in his stomach gushing out, mixed with tears and snot. The driver suddenly handed Cheng Shi a pack of tissues, who was about to get off the bus. Take it and comfort him. Sigh. I was young once too. I understand this feeling. Daijia also got out of the car, but stood there dumbly, not daring to breathe too loudly. Cheng Shi kicked him and told him to go to the convenience store to buy a bottle of mineral water. Oh well. Daijia accepted the order and left. Cheng Shi squatted down and gently patted Big Yellow Brother's back. Big Yellow Brother vomited violently, emptying almost everything in his stomach, then gasped for breath and sat down heavily on the ground. Cheng Shi handed him a piece of paper. Hey, are you feeling any better? Big Yellow Brother didn't appreciate it and shoved it away. Hey, you little rascal, you've really grown up. Cheng Shi continued to hand him a tissue, then said earnestly, Brother, don't be like this. It's not worth it for a green tea bitch. Cheng Shi's address of brother finally helped Brother Huang find himself again. His eyes were red as he took the tissue, wiped away his tears and snot, and looked at Cheng Shi. Xiao Cheng, what the hell is wrong with this world? She can dislike me. She can just reject me. I can accept all of that. But why does she string me along while sleeping with that old man? Just because I like her, does she think she can just treat me like a lapdog? Cheng Shi shrugged. Didn't I already analyze this for you? Love isn't something you can win over. It requires mutual attraction. Unfortunately, you don't have anything that can attract Bian Xiaoli. Big Yellow Brother was having some existential questions. Xiao Cheng, am I really that completely useless? Big Yellow, I don't agree with what you're saying. What do you mean by completely useless? Haven't you always been a virgin? Meow meow meow. Well, what I mean is, don't underestimate yourself. Actually, you have a lot of good qualities, such as being down-to-earth, steady, and loyal in relationships. It's just that none of your strengths are what Bian Xiaoli likes. Some women are like that. They can only see what's obvious, while you, Brother Huang, are clearly the kind of person who has inner beauty. Is that really the case? After Cheng Shi's comforting words, Brother Huang, whose Dao heart had been shattered, finally regained some confidence. He gritted his teeth. Xiao Cheng, I've made up my mind. What decision have you made? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow as usual. Have you finally figured it out? Are you going to make the most of your aunt's treasures and throw yourself into her arms? Go away. Big Yellow Brother glared at someone fiercely. I've decided. I'm going to learn from you. Forget about dating. I want to make money. Cheng Shi pursed his lips. Da Huang, I understand and support your desire to make money, but let me correct you on one point. He pointed to himself, his expression serious and earnest. I, Neohu Chung Garjia Shoshin, not only make money, but also pursue relationships, and I've successfully integrated the two. Lately, I'm frantically making money through relationships. Huang Ziwei. To reiterate, whether Xiao Cheng is even human is debatable, but when he acts like a dog, he's a real dog. Cheng Shi is the kind of person who has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Last night, Brother Huang was in such a bad state. How could he not feel at ease? So he simply gave up his plan to go back to school overnight. He found a cheap hotel nearby, booked a standard room, let Dai Jie and Huang Ziwei share a bed, and he slept in another one. His main idea was to save where he could and spend where he could. The three of them slept until after 10 a.m. the next day. After getting up and washing up, they had a cheap breakfast downstairs and then went their separate ways to return to school. As for Cheng Shi's Audi A6L, Zhao Dahan called during breakfast and said that someone would be sent to drive it to him in the afternoon. Bathed in the golden sunshine of early spring, Cheng Shi returned to the Sichuan University campus after more than a month's absence. Tomorrow is the real return to school day, but looking around, there are already many students like Cheng Shi who have returned to school early, carrying large and small bags. The reason is probably the same as Cheng Shi's. He caused too much trouble at home, and his own mother disliked him. Back in the dormitory, Cheng Shi found that two of his dog sons had already arrived, Wang Tianyu and Hu Junjie. Cheng Shi could understand why Hu Laosi was coming so early. As a handsome young man from Guangdong, he wanted to avoid the peak travel season after the Spring Festival, whether he chose to travel by train or plane to Sichuan. So, it was only natural for him to leave before the Lantern Festival, which is tomorrow. What surprised Cheng Shi was Wang Tianyu. Wang Daxiao was a local from Rongqing. It would only take him a bus ride to get to the school. Why was he here so early? After thinking for a moment, he realized what was going on and looked at young Master Wang. Fifth brother, is this a case of shame motivating you to study early? Oh, how could I forget? You failed 5 subjects and have to come early to retake them. Fifth brother's expression is a bit strange. Did I accidentally tell you the truth and hurt your feelings? This person's cheeky charm successfully broke down Wang Dashao's defenses. Chapter 250. It's all a routine, a routine. The final exam results for the School of Economics last semester were sent to the class QQ account by Counselor Xiao Quan several days ago. Wang Dashao studied hard for 2 whole days before the exam and successfully got the top score of 606. Unfortunately, he was among the last few. He was successfully fooled by Cheng Shi before the exam, which led him to give up too much and fail 5 subjects in total. The others, Wang Jichao and Liu Peisong, 2 gaming enthusiasts, failed 1 and 2 subjects respectively. Yang Jia barely passed. Hu Junjia, as expected of the exam king, ranked second in his major with a GPA of 4.12, which is not only terrifying, but downright terrifying. Cheng Shi was the second best in the 606 exam. He didn't fail any subjects, and none of them were below 80 points. Among them, he was the only student in the entire major to get a perfect score in advanced mathematics. His GPA barely made it into the top 10 in the major. Compared to his top score in the college entrance examination, this GPA ranking is insignificant, but considering how many classes he missed, it's quite alarming. Wang Tianyu glared at Cheng Shi, then cursed, "Cheng Liuzi, you bastard. You fucking deceived my feelings." TCH, Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. Wang Laowu, even if our eldest brother doesn't criticize the second brother, do you think I don't know? In the 2 days before the exam, you spent every day in the study room, and after returning to the dormitory, you even secretly studied under the covers with a flashlight? You even tried to fool me, saying that you hadn't studied either and that you would be taking the makeup exam with me. Wang Tianyu said dejectedly, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. I admit I'm not as good as them. Let's talk about something else. How was your new year? Cheng Shi replied, it's incredibly boring, and Hu Junjia added, it's about the same as in previous years. Then he asked Wang Tianyu, fifth brother, what about you? Didn't you bring Xia Shui home for the new year? Wang Tianyu shook his head. I did call her, but she refused to come, saying it was too early. I can understand that. After all, it's Chinese New Year, not any other time. If a girl is willing to go home with you for Chinese New Year, it means she's made up her mind to marry you. But my Shui said that if we're still together next Chinese New Year, she'll come home with me. At this point, he looked at Cheng Shi and said with a hint of superiority, Lu Zi, you have to work harder too. Try to bring Yu Baiwei home next year, just like me. Wang Tianyu is like this. He likes to compare himself to Cheng Shi in everything. If he can be ahead in any field, he will be smug for a long time. While making the bed, Hu Junjia asked Cheng Shi, sixth brother, did you watch the Spring Festival Gala? Xiao Xinyang's skit was really good. I almost laughed myself to death. I didn't watch it, Cheng Shi shook his head. When Xiao Xinyang came on stage, my mom was scolding me, telling me not to bully Yu Baiwei, and then the whole family joined in the scolding. Meow meow meow. Wang Tianyu's eyes widened. Holy crap, Lu Zi, you've already brought Yu Baiwei home for the new year. Cheng Shi's lips curled up slightly. Fifth brother, what kind of question is that? Bringing a good friend home for New Year's Eve dinner is just basic practice, isn't it? Wang Tianyu. He broke through the defenses again, his back teeth almost grinding to powder. Enraged, young Master Wang frantically racked his brains, trying to figure out how to get revenge. Hu Junjia patted him on the shoulder. Fifth brother, let it go. You're no match for sixth brother. Sixth brother is very cunning. If you keep arguing with him, believe me, he'll always find a way to trick you into having a meal in a way you never expected. Wang Tianyu. Okay, thinking about it carefully, that makes sense. Since I met Cheng Liuzi, this bastard has tricked me into having countless fancy meals. It's all a scam, a complete scam. After taking a deep breath, Wang Dashao decided to swallow his anger and buried himself in making the bed, refusing to respond to Cheng Shi's provocations. Hey, this is no fun at all. You've all figured out my tricks. How am I supposed to improve our meals now? Wang Laowu, how about this? Cheng Shi sighed first, then looked at Wang Tianyu. Let's skip the details and just treat me to a nice meal. Wang Tianyu cursed. Get out. Cheng Liuzi. Is that even human? Why didn't you treat me? Cheng Shi grinned. Huh. Then it's my treat. I'll take you and Hu Laosi out for hot pot later. Wang Tianyu's eyes widened immediately. Holy crap, did the sun rise in the west today? Cheng Liuzi is so generous. More than an hour later, the three of them made their beds and did a thorough cleaning of the dormitory. It was past 11 o'clock. Young Master Wang started yelling, Luzi, let's go get hot pot. I'm starving. Even now, he still finds it hard to believe that Cheng Shizhen would invite him and Hu Laosi to eat hot pot for no reason, but he can't figure out where he's going to set a trap. Then let's go. Cheng Shi waved his hand and led Wang Tianyu and Hu Junjie out of the dormitory. Even Hu Junjie was surprised. This was completely out of character for sixth brother. As Cheng Shi passed by the startup base building, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Fifth brother, fourth brother, wait a minute. Come with me to 101. I'll open the windows to air it out. It's been over a month since anyone's been here. It's probably all musty. So Wang Tianyu, Hu Junjie, and Cheng Shi entered the 101 headquarters. A room that has been unoccupied for a long time definitely needs to be ventilated. Yes, that makes sense. Fourth brother, could you wipe the table for me? It's so dusty. Since the room is well ventilated, it's only natural to remove the dust. Yes, that makes perfect sense. Fifth brother, see the mop? Since you're free anyway, why don't you mop the floor? If you've already ventilated and dusted, then it makes sense to also mop the floor. Yes, that's reasonable. More than half an hour later, looking at the bright, clean, spotless, and gleaming 101 headquarters, Wang Tianyu and Hu Junjie, who were exhausted and covered in sweat, finally realized what was happening. So, Cheng Liuzi's hot pot can really be that delicious? I haven't even had a bite to eat yet, and I've already done so much work for him. It's all a scam, a complete scam. After realizing what had happened, Wang Tianyu rubbed his aching back, which was throbbing from mopping the floor, and began to review Cheng Shi's actions. When this woman sets up her traps, it's like an old sow wearing a bra. She has one trap after another. He first lured them to the startup base building by offering them a meal, and they were grateful to him along the way. Then, under the pretext of opening the window for ventilation, he and Hu Junjie, who were completely unsuspecting, were tricked into going to the 101 headquarters. Then comes the guidance of phrases like, help me wipe it, and help me mop it. To put it bluntly, if someone is about to invite you to dinner and asks you for a favor, how can you refuse? There was no way to refuse. This is an open strategy. There's no way to counter it. And that's how it turned out. Hu Junjie was sweating profusely while wiping the table, and Wang Daxiao was aching from mopping the floor. Isn't this a classic case of luring pigs in and then slaughtering them? It's all a scam, a complete scam. Chapter 251 Save That Person. After leaving the 101 headquarters, exhausted and with a sore back, young Master Wang kept rolling his eyes. Luzi, you fucking have a human being. On the first day of school, you tricked me and Hu Laosi. You just wait. If I don't make you cry today, I'm not a Wang. Cheng Shi chuckled and waved his hand magnanimously. Eat. Eat whatever you want. Order whatever you want today. If I try to stop you, I'm not surnamed Wang. At least Cheng Liuzi has some conscience. Young Master Wang muttered to himself, then suddenly realized something was wrong. No, you weren't even originally surnamed Wang. Cheng Shi curled his lip. That's easy. You call me daddy, and I can make a decision that goes against our ancestors' wishes. I'll follow my father and take your surname, Wang. Wang Tianyu. Hu Junjie, who was watching from the side, was almost laughing his head off. So what's the point of celebrating the new year? Going to school is much more fun. With Wang Laowu and Cheng Liuzi around, you can listen to free crosstalk every day, which will definitely boost your emotional value. Cheng Shi originally planned to take Wang Tianyu and Hu Junjie to Basharinjia for this hot pot meal, and also to personally thank Yang Yong, who had been so decisive during the winter break, giving him the valuable hot pot base recipe without even signing a contract. When they arrived at the location, they found it was closed, so they had no choice but to go somewhere else. Just then, Zhao Dahan sent someone to bring him a car. Cheng Shi simply told the driver to drive directly to the east gate of Sichuan University, and then he drove himself, with his two dog sons in tow, to the Jiankyo area where there were many hot pot restaurants. In the end, he chose a restaurant called Shu de Xia. Young Master Wang wasn't just all talk. Once he sat down at the table and picked up the menu, he started sketching and marking things up. After a while, almost all the dishes he ordered were ridiculously expensive meat dishes. It wasn't until the waitress gently reminded him to order appropriately that young Master Wang finally stopped. During the serving of the dishes, Cheng Shi went out of the private room to answer a phone call. When he came back, he was smiling the whole time. His mouth was practically splitting open to the back of his head. Wang Tianyu, who wanted to see Cheng Shi's pained expression, was quite annoyed and said indignantly, Luzi, I ordered so many dishes and spent so much of your money. Why don't you feel any remorse? Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. People are in high spirits when they have good things happening. They've encountered something happy. What's the good news? Yuryu Marin is back at school. No, that's not it. I'm about to go to the Normal University and the Polytechnic University to promote my fruit group buying mall. Principal Fu just called me and said he's already communicated with the Normal University and the Polytechnic University, and they will give their full support. He told me to take some time after the semester starts to go and make some arrangements. I don't understand, so I choose not to listen. I'm just a soulless rich kid who doesn't need to make money. Wang Tianyu muttered something while rolling his eyes at Chengshi. Shu de Xia is the top-rated hot pot restaurant in Chengdu. Even at lunchtime, it's incredibly popular, and it took quite a while for the ingredients to be served. There was nothing to say. The three of them had been working for so long and were starving, so they started showing off as soon as they got to work. Young Master Wang wasn't interested in how Chengshi did business, but he was very interested in the fact that Chengshi took Yu Baiwei back to his hometown for New Year's Eve dinner. While eating hot pot, I asked about many details from various angles. Although this was considered a deliberate attempt to gain experience, young Master Wang still wanted to learn something that would definitely come in handy when he brought Xia Shui home next year. Lu Zi, tell me first, what kind of language skills did you use to get Yu Baiwei to agree to go back to your hometown with you? Chengshi did not answer immediately, but instead handed the dipping sauce dish to Wang Tianyu. What are you doing? Fifth brother, the tripe on your chopsticks is ready. Blanche. Wang Tianyu still wanted to learn from the experience, so he had no choice but to give the tripe to Chengshi. After finishing her meal with relish, Chengshi smiled and said, I didn't use any fancy words. She's so silly, whatever I say, she just says uh-huh or okay. She's such an obedient little duck. I told her to come to my hometown for New Year's Eve dinner, and she came. Young Master Wang listened, feeling somewhat suffocated. What about your family? How are they treating you, Baiwei? She's doing great. They keep praising her, saying she's beautiful and sensible. The elders all gave her red envelopes, and they were quite generous. Damn, just thinking about it makes me angry. I didn't get a single red envelope today. Obviously, my elders gave mine to Yu Baiwei as well. Chengshi looked indignant. Young Master Wang has realized that seeking advice from Chengshi was a huge mistake. The guy's experience is completely irrelevant to him. Yu Baiwei is so well-behaved and gentle. Chengshi's family will definitely like her. If the gentleness of girls from Sichuan and Chongqing is a whole bushel, then Yu Baiwei probably has 12 bushels, and the other girls owe 2 bushels. His little sister Shui is so fierce. She's only somewhat restrained with him. As for others, well, she's really irritable. She'll argue with anyone she sees, slapping a passing dog, shaking an egg until the yolk is broken, cutting an earthworm in half vertically, and stripping the feathers off birds and beasts. That's pretty much the kind of person she is. Lu Zi, I suddenly really want to beat you up. Wang Laowu, are you out of your mind? I treated you to hot pot, and you're going to hit me? Haven't you noticed that your life is going a little too smoothly? So smoothly that even a rich second generation like me, who's got all the reincarnation skills but no soul, can't even come close to it. Can't you encounter a little setback so I can feel a little better? That's easy. Chengshi raised an eyebrow. Fifth brother, let me give you an idea that I'm sure will make me encounter setbacks. You say, when it's time to settle the bill, you come over. You, Cheng Liuzi, want to treat us, but I, Wang Daxiao, will not let you. I won't let you have your way. If you dare to mess with me, I'll beat you up. In that case, I'll be so angry that I won't be able to eat for at least 3 days and won't be able to sleep for 2 nights. After a moment of twitching, young Master Wang rolled his eyes at someone. Go away, you wish. Do you really think I'm some stupid landlord's son? It's worth mentioning that while Chengshi and Wang Tianyu were bickering, Hu Junjie adopted a not my problem attitude and kept eating and drinking excessively. Then the after effects came. He got an upset stomach, turned pale, and left the private room to go to the toilet. This trip lasted for almost 20 minutes. Just when Chengshi and Wang Tianyu were wondering if the handsome guy had fallen into a latrine and whether they should call 119, Hu Junjie returned. Fourth brother, why were you gone for so long? Lu Zi and I were almost finished eating. This hot pot restaurant is so popular, there's a queue for the restroom, so I'll use the one outside. Chengshi asked in confusion. It shouldn't take that long. Sixth brother, I was just about to tell you that. I had just come out of the restroom when 2 older sisters surrounded me, keeping saying, "Essay the people, essay the people." Hu Junjie's face showed grievance as he spoke. To be honest, even though I'm from Guangdong, I've lived in Sichuan for quite a while now. So I told them not to speak English to me, as I can barely understand Sichuan dialect. Then I asked them who they needed to rescue, and whether they wanted me to call the police or an ambulance, and those 2 women started cursing at me, calling me a fool and a complete idiot. After looking at each other for a while, Chengshi and Wang Tianyu realized what was going on, their expressions becoming increasingly mischievous. As is well known, The Sichuan-Chongqing region is the birthplace of Old English. However, with the changing times, Old English and Modern English inevitably developed some differences. Save the people in Modern English means save that person, but in the context of Old English, it can be directly transliterated into Chinese. Master, is daily processing available? Chapter 252 Youth cruelly murdered. After finishing their hot pot, all three of them had very full bellies. After resting in their dorm for a while, Wang Tianyu and Hu Junjie took their books to the study room. Hu Laosi, as expected of the king of exams, he started taking exams before the official start of the semester. As for poor young Master Wang, he certainly didn't want to take the exam, but he has a makeup exam tomorrow, so he has to cram at the last minute. Cheng Shi lay down for a while and didn't get up until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon and went to the 101 headquarters. Hong Yin, the head of the marketing department, lives near Sichuan University. Cheng Shi called him, and he quickly arrived on his electric scooter. Accompanying him was a girl who had recently risen to prominence in the marketing department, named Sun Miao Miao. She was a junior in college and an absolute expert in sales. She had already been promoted to deputy head by Hong Yin. Cheng Shi's management style at Fruit Technology is a typical example of focusing on the big picture and delegating the small details. Each department is more like an independent small company. Hong Yin, as the department head of Guoshi Technology, is an absolute local lord with great power over personnel matters. Although he promoted Sun Miao Miao to deputy supervisor, it ultimately required Cheng Shi's approval. However, under normal circumstances, as long as the department had nominated someone, Cheng Shi would not object. Although Fruit Technology is still a makeshift operation, it will definitely grow bigger and stronger in the future, so it is not a good thing for too much power to be concentrated in Cheng Shi's hands. Planning ahead, he's already starting to gradually delegate authority. Hong Yin was a capable person. As soon as he entered 101, he skipped the small talk and went straight to reporting to Cheng Shi. Boss, I've started contacting the owner of the Magpie bird clothing chain these past 2 days. Magpie is the largest brand chain clothing store in Chengdu, right? If I remember correctly, the owner is a woman named Ma Xiaoling, who likes health and vegetarianism. Holy crap, boss, are you a humanoid computer? You still remember everything after all this time. The foundation trench should not be 6. Cheng Shi smiled. His memory is indeed excellent. Of the more than 100 business cards he swindled last year, he still has the memory of about 20 bosses who had a strong business relationship with the Fruit Group buying mall. Hong Yin became gloomy. Boss, it's like this. I've made several appointments with this Mr. Ma. But as soon as he heard that we're an on-campus company and a student entrepreneurship project, he didn't take us seriously at all and wouldn't even give us a chance to meet. Brother Hong, where's the call log? Was it recorded? Boss, we definitely have to record it. We didn't waste our time listening to your training course. Miao Miao made the call. After Hong Yin finished speaking, he gestured to Sun Miao Miao to turn on the phone's recording function. After listening, Cheng Shi habitually raised his eyebrows. Miao Miao. Actually, your call with Ma Xiaoling already contained enough useful information to help your marketing department connect with her. You just didn't realize it. Sun Miao Miao was a little confused. Boss, what do you mean? Cheng Shi smiled and asked, how did she refuse you this morning? Did she say she was going to a beauty salon for a facial tomorrow and didn't have time? Boss, you mean we can go to the beauty salon and wait for her beforehand? I've thought of that, Sun Miao Miao explained, but she didn't say which one specifically. There are so many beauty salons in Rongqing. Where should I go to wait for her? Cheng Shi continued to laugh. There are always more solutions than problems. There are quite a few beauty salons in Chengdu, but only a few are high-end. Ma Xiaoling is someone who cares a lot about the quality of life, so she can't possibly choose an ordinary one. Once we've narrowed it down, we'll just call them one by one to ask. Sun Miao Miao seemed thoughtful at first, then realized the difficulty. Boss, these high-end beauty salons are very concerned about customer privacy. What if they don't tell us if we ask? Cheng Shi still smiled calmly. Well, this requires a bit of tact. You can say you're Ma Xiaoling's assistant, and that your boss left her wallet behind when she came for a beauty treatment. Ask if they found it. Remember to be a bit stern, like you suspect they found it, but aren't returning it, and then threaten to call the police or expose them to the media. Psychology has long concluded that being wrongly accused is one of the most extreme human emotions. If they are wrongly accused, they will 100% prove their innocence. If Ma Xiaoling is not their client, they will directly deny it. If she is their client, they will most likely ask you to check the surveillance footage. After hearing Cheng Shi's explanation, Hong Yin and Sun Miao Miao were both stunned, their mouths agape. Holy crap, is this the boss's trick? We must learn it. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Shi began to give his instructions in detail. Meow meow. It's definitely not convenient for Brother Hong to go to a place like a beauty salon. After you get the address, you'll have to go alone. Remember to be sincere and compliment her on her beauty. The principle is simple. Build rapport first, then talk business. Boss, don't worry, I'll definitely complete the task. Sun Meow Meow stood tall and, somewhat comically, gave Chung Shi a salute. After chatting for a few more minutes and sharing some of their experiences during the Spring Festival, Hong Yin and Sun Meow Meow left first, clearly to prepare for the battle to take down Ma Xiaoling tomorrow. Chung Shi turned on his computer, checked the data on Yujian.com, and was about to leave when he noticed a head popping in. Nan Shui. Well, for a tech geek like Nan Shui, who has little social life and is also socially awkward, visiting relatives and friends during the Lunar New Year would definitely be an ordeal for her, so choosing to return to school early is understandable. Chung Shi looked at her, somewhat puzzled, and asked, Senior Nan Shui, how did you know I returned to school early? I don't know. I was just passing by and saw the door was open, so I came to check. Oh, I'm about to leave. You probably don't have any urgent work to report to me right away, right? Boss, I don't report to you about work, but there's something I need to tell you. Nan Shui, who is usually carefree, was actually a little embarrassed and shy at this moment. Oh, what's up? Boss, do you remember that website you gave me before? The one where I collected materials, the one with image sections and video sections. Cough. I remember. What's wrong? Nan Shui said hesitantly. Well, I was really bored during winter break, so I logged in again and took a quick look. Chung Shi teased. Huffed. Senior Nan Shui, you can look all you want, but why are you reporting it to me? Everyone has needs, you know what I mean. As the saying goes, male homebuddies waste electricity, female homebuddies waste paper. Senior, you're amazing. You waste both electricity and paper. Nan Shui ignored Chung Shi's teasing. She pushed up her glasses and said expressionlessly, Boss, I have bad news for you. I accidentally deleted all those treasures from your favorites. Chung Shi. What? They deleted everything. This was a treasure he kept throughout his 3 years of high school. At this moment, someone felt that their youth had been cruelly killed by the damned Nan Shui. Chapter 253, First Day of Business. Zhang Wenjie has always been the most adept at understanding the superior's intentions at fruit technology. If Chung Shi is Emperor Qianlong, then he is Hushin. Although Chung Shi did not mention in the work group that he would return to school early, Zhang Wenjie still chose to return to school early, even earlier than Chung Shi, arriving the day before yesterday. Then I would go to Taipei 101 every day for a stroll. If the boss returns to school early and sees that he has also arrived early, he will definitely be overjoyed. It doesn't matter if we don't have it. Anyway, there's no point in spending Chinese New Year at home. Zhang Wenjie has a clear understanding of himself. Compared with other regional officials such as Nan Shui, Hong Yin, Wang Song, and Zheng Dong, he, as the head of the content department, has the least core competitiveness and is the most easily replaced. If one's abilities cannot compare to those of the other elders, then one should focus on the fact that Jian is favored by the emperor. He didn't visit relatives during the Spring Festival. Instead, he watched 1587 and Emperor Yongzheng 3 times, boasting that he had already achieved considerable expertise in this area. Seeing the doors of 101 wide open, Zhang Wenjie hurried inside and saw the boss and Nan Shui, a senior student, sitting in front of a computer, discussing a problem with serious expressions. Senior, oh my god, is there any chance of finding it? Boss, that's a really poor question. If I could find it, would I need to tell you? Aren't you a hacker? Hack into their backend, dig out their source code. Boss, please don't apply movie plots to real life. If I had that kind of ability, would I need to borrow your membership account? What you said makes a lot of sense. Chung Shi sighed, looking utterly dejected. Zhang Wenjie, however, misunderstood, thinking that the boss and senior sister Nan Shui were discussing some important work. He secretly gave himself 32 likes. Zhang Wenjie, you're such a clever little devil. Even a top-notch programmer like Nan Shui, who is incredibly skilled, returned to school early and immediately started discussing work with her boss. If he, a sycophant who has no core competitiveness and relies on pleasing the boss to gain his position, had not returned to school early, wouldn't he have fallen out of favor? So, the workplace isn't so easy to navigate. Thank you 1587, a year of no significance. Thank you Mr. Huang Renyu. Thank you Emperor Yongzheng. Thank you Master Eriwi. After wallowing in self-pity for a while, Chung Shi suddenly saw Zhang Wenjie and was startled. Holy crap, Wenjie, you're back at school early too? When did you get here? You're like a cat. You walk without making a sound. Just now? Boss, what happened? It's rare to see you looking so upset. A crucial piece of data has been lost. What should we do then? Whoever lost it is responsible. I've decided I'm deducting Nanshue's bonus for this month. Nanshue gritted his teeth in anger. Chengshi glared at him. Oh ho, still not convinced. Nanshue, you should know that what you lost is an incomparably great intangible cultural heritage. The next day arrived. Today is the real return to school day. The campus, already showing signs of spring, is full of returning college students. Fruit Tech Eye's key promotional section, Fruit Group Buying Mall, also resumed operations today. The model remains the same as last year, with 2 deliveries per day. Given Cheng's current financial resources, he must find a balance between burning money and making a profit. Let's set aside for now the possibility of achieving real-time same-city delivery like Manhwa and Me in later generations. However, real-time delivery within the campus is still not a problem. For example, if students place an order at Meet You Milk Tea Shop or College Supermarket, a dedicated delivery person will quickly deliver the ordered items directly to their dormitories. For goods sold outside the school, we will still adopt a group buying model for now. Orders placed in the morning can be picked up in the afternoon, and orders placed in the afternoon can be picked up the next morning. It was a beautiful day. Chengshi got up early, had breakfast at the cafeteria, and then started wandering around the campus like a wanderer. Looking at the campus, now bustling with students and filled with people in yellow vests riding tricycles, a scene of prosperity, Chengshi felt very comfortable. Everyone says immortals are good, but someone only thinks the start of school is wonderful. Especially as the Lunar New Year approaches, students are well off, with both lucky money and newly received living expenses. At this moment, the students of Sichuan University were naturally unaware that someone had already set their sights on their wallets and had ample means to turn their small sums of money into their own. As the great Sir Isaac Newton famously said, money doesn't just disappear into thin air, it simply slips from the wallet of today's college student into Cheng Shouxin's wallet. After strolling around the campus and casually getting a free bottle of mineral water from Li Fengqin at the college supermarket, Neogalu Chenggai Lu Zishou Xian arrived at the 101 headquarters. At this time, most of the core employees of Guoshi Technology had already returned to school and were already in a state of intense work. As long as the employees suffer, the boss will eventually drive a Land Rover. What a bunch of adorable little leaks. Looks like I'll be driving a Land Rover soon. As the capitalist thought this, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, giving him a somewhat crooked-mouthed dragon king-like air. The boss is here. It's the first day of business. Aren't you going to say a few words? Zhang Wenjie, true to his reputation as a treacherous minister, was the first to greet Chengshi. So everyone else put down their work and waited for someone to speak. Chengshi smiled and said, everyone's initiative is at its peak. What else do I need to say? How about we just give everyone a 50 yuan red envelope? Sun Feifei pouted. Boss, only 50? Don't you think that's too little? After the new year, the CFO of Fruit Technology changed his hairstyle from long, elegant hair to a neat short haircut, shedding some of the naivety of a college student and already showing some of the temperament of an elite white-collar worker. Others also complained, saying that 50 yuan was too little and that at least 100 should be given. Chengshi looked convinced. Well, 50 yuan is a bit low. It doesn't quite reflect the status of your boss like me. Then, amidst everyone's expectant gazes, he abruptly changed his tone, adopting a cheeky and sly manner. So, I held back and didn't post it. Cut. Boss, you really haven't changed at all. Stinginess is your passport, and being thrifty is your motto. Even if Yin Jiansheng were to be reborn, or Grandet were to be reincarnated, they would be no better than this. Everyone started complaining. Someone didn't take it to heart, and even seemed proud, cupping their hands in a circle. You flatter me, you flatter me. Boss, Hong Yin rarely participated in such banter, and he went straight to reporting to Chengshi. We've got Ma Xiaoling sorted out with Miao Miao. We've reached a preliminary agreement with the Magpie Bird brand chain clothing store. Once the formal contract is signed, we can start integrating the group buying to store business. Chengshi was pleasantly surprised. Miao Miao is amazing, so efficient. Hong Yin was quite pleased that his trusted lieutenant, whom he had personally promoted, had gained the boss's approval. Miao Miao is truly capable. She's definitely a top-notch salesperson. Then the tone changed. But boss, Miao Miao won a battle, but I've run into a problem. I couldn't get in touch with Chairman Zhang, the hotel chain you mentioned. I've talked him until my lips are almost worn out, but he still won't give me a chance to meet him. Chapter 254 Umarin returns to school. Fruit Group Buying Mall mainly operates in 3 sectors: food delivery, group buying, and group buying for in-store purchases. While food delivery isn't working out yet, group buying has been underway for a while, and group buying for in-store purchases is a new track to be opened up. Contemporary college students, especially those in relationships, have a significant need for hotels, particularly chain hotels that offer good value for money. For the reasons mentioned above, Zhang Bin, the largest chain hotel owner and hotel tycoon in the Chengdu area, became the key target of the marketing department. After searching his mind, Cheng successfully retrieved Zhang Dong's information, a person who values quality, but has a particular fondness for red wine. He learned all this information by pretending to be humble at the annual meeting of the Chengdu Chamber of Commerce before the Lunar New Year. For ordinary people, this is worthless and redundant information, but for Cheng Shi, it is the key to unlocking the door to wealth. Brother Hong, there happens to be a large-scale wine and spirits fair on Chuanxi Road. Ask Fei Fei for some funds to buy a bottle of fine red wine. Send someone to deliver it to Chairman Zhang first. Then, put in some effort to find a classy vegetarian restaurant and invite Chairman Zhang to chat there. He will most likely agree. Boss, is there a reason behind this? Just cater to his preferences. At the last annual meeting, I overheard Mr. Zhang chatting with others and learned that he is a vegetarian but has a particular fondness for red wine. Hong Yin was utterly shocked. Holy crap, boss, how much did you memorize that day? Are you really a humanoid computer? Cheng Shi replied nonchalantly. Basic stuff. Don't get carried away. People tend to remember things they are interested in very well. Cheng Shi happens to be interested in making money, and he can basically remember any information that can help him make money. Manager Hong's execution ability was absolutely top-notch. He quickly went to Chuanxi Road to browse for red wine, while Cheng returned to his office, turned on his computer, opened Word, and began to organize the framework for the next steps. MeetNet, Milk Tea Shop, Fruit Group, Buying Mall. This is a combination of techniques. Without any one element, it wouldn't be as smooth. So far, this combination of measures has been implemented at Sichuan University and the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, and the results have been quite good. The next step is to move towards science and technology universities and normal universities. These 4 universities, in terms of student numbers, can all rank among the top 5 in the Chengdu area. There is also the Southwest Petroleum University, but its campus is in Xindu, which is too far from the main urban area, so it is not within Cheng Shi's consideration for the time being. However, once the market of these 4 universities is fully opened up, the dots will be connected into a broader picture. At that time, the group buying in-store section that Guoshi Group Buying Mall is focusing on developing can play a leverage role in truly bringing together the idle college student market and presenting it to relevant merchants in Chengdu. At that time, they will inevitably be just as shocked as Sun Guoqiang, marveling at the size of the student market and wanting to get a piece of the pie. At this point, Cheng Shi no longer needed to beg them to move in. Instead, it was the merchants who were begging him. So, it doesn't really matter to be a grandson now, because before long, Cheng Xiaoxin will have all sorts of bosses and directors rushing to call him grandpa. Last year, UGN.com was already being promoted at Science and Technology University and Normal University, and branches of UGN Milk Tea Shop have also opened there. Therefore, Cheng Shi only needs to get Fruit Group Buying Mall to be established in these 2 universities, and this combination of measures will be complete. Beep beep. Just as someone was imagining how he would soon be able to wield immense power and influence in Chengdu's business world, enjoying an incredibly lucrative life, his phone rang with a QQ message. Brother, your little sister's at school. Come walk me around. You by way, why did you call me brother right away? Where's the proper procedure? Shouldn't you call me Cheng Shi first, then I refuse, and then you call me brother? We haven't taken a walk in half a month, so let's skip the intermediate steps today. It'll be faster that way. You're such a clever little devil. Just wait. I'll be right there downstairs at the girls' dormitory to pick you up. In the girls' dormitory, Yu Baiwei lay on her bed, looking at her phone. The faint light from the screen reflected in her clear, yet lively eyes. Because she was in bed, she took off her little leather shoes, and her small feet, clad in white lace socks, swayed rhythmically up and down. Weiwei, did Cheng Shizhen take you home for New Year's Eve dinner? Sure, you've asked this 3 times already. I just wanted to know some details, so tell me quickly, do his parents and family like you? Did they give you a red envelope? Yu Baiwei shook her head shyly. Sure, can I not say? Su Sure pleaded, her face full of fervor. Weiwei, please, tell me quickly. I haven't been able to ship you and Cheng Shi for over a month, and I'm so craving it. It's driving me crazy. Sure, Cheng Shi's family is very nice, and they speak very kindly, especially Cheng Shi's mother. She kept putting food on my plate. When Cheng Shi bullied me, she even stood up for me and hit Cheng Shi on the head with her chopsticks. Bang, bang, bang. Uft, I can picture it now. What about Cheng Shi? What was his reaction? He was jealous of me. saying he felt like an outsider and that I took all the red envelopes that should have been his. When we got back, he even tried to snatch my red envelope, but I held onto it tightly and didn't give him a chance. Wei Wei, well done. Cheng sure is such a scoundrel. I've almost wanted to chop him up several times, but I never thought he'd get his comeuppance. At this point in the conversation, Yu Baiwei frowned and her tone became serious. Sure. Don't you dare cut him. I was just saying it jokingly. You can't even joke about it. Uffed, you're even protecting your good brother now. Aren't you ashamed? Sure, you're a bad person. Yu Baiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, the blush spreading all the way to her crystal-clear earlobes. Just then, Cheng Shi sent a message saying that he had arrived downstairs. Yu Baiwei quickly got out of bed, put on her little leather shoes, said bye-bye to Su Shi, and ran downstairs. From the first day of the Lunar New Year to the Lantern Festival, she hadn't seen Cheng Shi for a full 2 weeks and missed him terribly. Su Shi said she was so eager to see sweet moments that it was almost unbearable, which is definitely an exaggeration. She really missed Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi stood downstairs at the girls' dormitory, his gaze sweeping casually across the building. Goodness, there are so many couples today. They've taken over the entire college square, leaving absolutely no room for single people. It's obvious that after not seeing each other for a whole winter break, these college students in love are overflowing with longing. They're either hugging or kissing, so much so that the air is filled with the sweet and sour smell of romance. These love-obsessed people have no ambition at all. It's like there's nothing else in the world but romance. I'm different. My head is full of dreams, and I'm just taking some time to maintain a sincere and pure friendship. Looking at these couples deeply in love, someone's face was full of disdain, accompanied by inward grumbling. Then he saw Yu Baiwei, wearing a thin sweater, running all the way from the stairwell, and when she got to him, she didn't seem to stop. Cheng Shi had no choice but to open his arms, grab her slender waist, and then spin her around to dissipate the momentum from the inertia. Brother, do you miss your sister? Yu Baiwei nestled in someone's arms, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Well, maybe a little. Someone is stubborn as a mule. Even after he was holding Yu Baiwei and spinning her around, he still felt that he was different from those damn love-struck fools. It's perfectly reasonable for good friends who haven't seen each other for a long time to hug and spin around in order to continue their sincere and pure friendship. Chapter 255 Bien Xiaoli's Existential Crisis. Brother, where are we going now? After spending a long time cuddling with someone, Yu Marin asked in a charmingly coquettish tone. Whenever she was with Cheng Shi, she would hand over all the decisions about where to go and what to do to him. Let's go to the college supermarket first. I'll take you to buy some daily necessities. Okay, sure. So these two sincere and pure friends, hand in hand, went to the college supermarket. Oh, Mr. Chung is here. I've just received a lot of new couple-themed items. Would you like to take a look? Li Fengqin, the owner of the college supermarket, was lounging in a deck chair, sunbathing, with a fluffy chow chow in her arms. Upon seeing Cheng Shi, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Li Fengjia hasn't scolded Cheng Shi or spat at him for a long time. After all, Cheng is now putting aside past grievances and helping her make money. After the college supermarket connected with the fruit group buying mall, both her sales and profits increased significantly. Looking at the smiling Li Fengjia, Cheng Shi's keen sense of smell, typical of a capitalist, instantly detected a dangerous odor. Li Fengjia is setting a trap, not for him, but for Yu Baiwei. He's not love-struck, but Yu Baiwei definitely is. Otherwise, why would I have spent a full 99 yuan last time, and I don't even know how much of a premium I overpaid, to buy 2 broken cups from her? As expected, Yu Marin immediately put on the suit, her face full of excitement, tugging at Cheng Shi's sleeve and swinging it up and down. Brother, let's go take a look. I want to buy it. I won't buy it. Please. Begging won't help. They said they won't buy it, and they won't. Cheng Shi firmly refused. As a seasoned capitalist, he's always the one outsmarting others, not the one being outsmarted, especially by someone as lowly as Li Fengqin. All right then. Yu Marin did not persist this time. Something else attracted her. She turned her head and stared at the fluffy chow chow in Li Fengqin's arms. Auntie, can I pet the dog? Li Fengqin hates it when people call her auntie, so she sternly says, little girl, call me sister, and I'll let you touch me. Okay. Yu Marin nodded, rearranged her words, and said sweetly, Auntie, can I touch my sister? Li Fengqin's cheeks twitched, wanting to get angry but not daring to. This girl was Cheng Shi's darling. If she dared to be mean to her, Cheng Shi might just order the supermarket off her. Cheng Shi watched and burst into laughter. After shopping at the supermarket and buying some daily necessities, Cheng Shi took Yu Baiwei to the cafeteria, where they had a long and sweet dinner. Then, he accompanied her on a 2-hour walk around the campus until her calves ached and she could barely walk anymore. Only then did Yu Baiwei agree to go back to her dormitory. After taking her back to her dormitory, Cheng Shi rubbed his calves for a while before staggering back to 606. Tomorrow is the first day of school, and all of us from 606 have arrived. Perhaps because we hadn't seen each other for a long time, the atmosphere in the dorm was quite good tonight. Instead of teasing and nagging each other as usual, we shared some interesting stories from the Chinese New Year period. Cheng Shi was exhausted by now. He lay on the bed and fell asleep after listening to just a few words. He slept soundly through the night without any dreams. The next day arrived. Sichuan University officially opened on March 2, 2010. Cheng Shi, who is considered the most academically gifted student in the history of Sichuan University, made the decisive choice to skip class on the first day of school. I got up very early, grabbed a quick breakfast at the cafeteria, and then drove to the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China to hold a routine meeting with Ma Luojun and other key members of the branch. A meeting is a meeting, nothing much to say. Cheng Shi simply acted like an NPC issuing tasks, chattering away as he assigned the key personnel the important tasks to be done in the coming period. After issuing the task, he raised an eyebrow and glanced at Bian Xiaoli, who was sitting next to Ma Luojun and wearing light makeup. At the end of the meeting, I will announce a personnel appointment. Upon hearing this, all the employees tensed up and straightened their backs instantly. The boss is usually too busy to even bother with the HR at headquarters, so why is he suddenly concerned about the HR at their branch today? Could it be that? Cheng Shi tapped the table and said calmly, Bian Xiaoli, on behalf of Guoshi Technology, I am here to formally inform you that you have been dismissed. Go and complete the handover process. After that, go and settle your salary with the finance department. Bian Xiaoli's face turned pale instantly. She never expected that Cheng Shi's sudden announcement of this personnel change would be to dismiss her. She definitely wouldn't understand. She boasted that since joining Fruit Technology, she had been diligent and hardworking, working from dawn till dusk, and had not made any fundamental mistakes. Why would Cheng Shi suddenly fire her? On the other hand, she was recommended by Huang Ziwei to join the company. Even if she made a mistake, Cheng Shi wouldn't fire her out of consideration for their childhood friendship. Bian Xiaoli looked to Ma Luojun for help, clearly hoping that manager Ma could put in a good word for her. Ma Luojun, however, turned a blind eye. Cheng Shi was somewhat puzzled by Bian Xiaoli's sudden dismissal, but he didn't want to say anything. Currently, Fruit Technology is not a joint stock company. In other words, Cheng Shi, as the boss, has absolute ownership, which means absolute say and control. It's just firing a new employee. There's no need to explain it to anyone. When Bian Xiaoli's pleas for help went unanswered, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. President Cheng, I don't accept this. I haven't done anything wrong. So why are you firing me like this? Cheng Shi listened, first with some surprise, then burst out laughing. What? What are you laughing at? Bian Xiaoli felt a chill run down her spine from Cheng Shi's laughter. Why should I? Bian Xiaoli, don't you think your question is a bit ridiculous? Cheng Shi's lips curled slightly, with a hint of mockery. Fruit Technology is a company, and I am the sole owner of Fruit Technology. If I want to fire an employee, do I need to explain it to that employee? Please, we are all adults. Don't be so childish. If you really want to know the reason, it's because I like it, and I'm willing to. Upon hearing this, Bian Xiaoli blushed deeply under the gaze of many people. Cheng Shi waved his hand and announced the meeting was adjourned. After chatting privately with Ma Luojun for a few minutes, he left 505 and drove nonstop to the University of Science and Technology. He has a lot to do today. After visiting the University of Science and Technology, I still need to go to the normal university to meet with the directors of the Youth League Committee of both universities to handle the relevant procedures for joining the Fruit Group buying mall. Back to Bian Xiaoli's side. After being fired by Cheng Shi, she was distraught for a long time. In the end, she couldn't hold back and sent a message to Huang Ziwei on QQ, telling him about it. The response she received was a red exclamation mark indicating the message failed to send. Huang Ziwei had deleted her without her even realizing it. How? How is this possible? He's just a simp of mine. How dare he delete me? Bian Xiaoli's eyes widened completely, utterly questioning the meaning of life. Chapter 256, A Trick, a Sneak Attack. Cheng Shi's decision to directly dismiss Bian Xiaoli at the regular meeting of the Electronic Science and Technology University branch of Guoshi Technology was, frankly, somewhat hasty. It might even leave the branch staff with the impression of being authoritarian and domineering, which is not conducive to building unity. But he did it anyway. There's only one reason. He felt that doing so would make him feel better. Cheng Shi must be a very rational person. The fact that he could do something so irrational shows how important Brother Huang is to him. It's one thing for him to bully Big Yellow Brother all the time, but it's another thing for others to dare to bully his Big Yellow Brother. On his way to the university, Cheng Shi first went to a tobacco and liquor store and bought a bottle of Wulianya liquor, 2 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, and 2 boxes of Jinjun Mei tea. He then packed them into 2 black plastic bags and threw them into the trunk of his car. Hu Chunlin, a connoisseur of fine cigarettes and liquor. Su Yuanmao, neither smokes nor drinks, but enjoys black tea. The 2 individuals mentioned above are the secretaries and directors of the Youth League committees of the Polytechnic University and the Normal University, respectively. Cheng Shi bought all these fine cigarettes, wines, and teas, naturally intending to give them as gifts. As for whether the 2 directors will accept it or not, that requires a bit of language art. Upon arriving at Hu Chunlin's office, Cheng Shi smiled and handed him a black plastic bag containing cigarettes and alcohol. Director Hu, this is a local specialty from our hometown. It's nothing valuable. It just grows on our own land. Please accept it. The cigarettes and alcohol were wrapped tightly, with 2 layers of black plastic bags inside and out. Unless Hu Chunlin opened them in front of Cheng Shi, he would never be able to tell what they were. Dismantling it in person would be too abrupt, and Cheng Shi's words lacked any real warmth, so Hu Chunlin happily accepted it. He clearly didn't expect that Cheng Shi, a youngster who had just entered university, had already been influenced by the bad habits of gift-giving in society. Next came the procedural steps. Cheng Shi transformed into a ruthless signing machine, signing a whole bunch of documents, as well as corresponding tripartite agreements and supplementary agreements. Simply connecting the fruit group buying mall to the university wouldn't require so many procedures, but unfortunately, the Cheng Shi project is linked to work-study programs. Rights and obligations are equal. Being involved in work-study programs can earn you a lot of subsidies, but you also have to take on more responsibilities. Director Hu, I have another favor to ask. After signing all the agreements, Cheng Shi closed his pen and looked at Hu Chunlin. Cheng Shi, don't be so polite, just say it. Director, could you be our contact person for this project? This. After a moment's consideration, Hu Chunlin chose to refuse. Cheng Shi, I'm really too busy to handle this. I hope you understand. Besides, your Guesher technology is a university student startup project, not a company in the real world, so you don't need a contact person. Being a project liaison is a thankless and arduous job. Once he accepts the offer, if Fruit Technology causes any trouble at the university, he will be held responsible. Although the probability is small, it is still the same probability. He's over 50 years old and only a few years away from retirement, so his primary concern is stability. After being rejected, Cheng Shilian did not show any anger. Instead, he bowed respectfully to Hu Chunlin. Director Hu, then I'll do as you say. After leaving the University of Science and Technology, Cheng Shi stepped on the gas and headed straight for the Normal University. He was feeling rather annoyed. Hu Chunlin's refusal to act as the project liaison meant that Guesher Technology had no one to protect it at the university. In business, how can you expect to avoid any bumps and setbacks? If anything happens in the future, it will be incredibly troublesome to deal with. That old fox. Cheng Shi thought to himself, I'm grumbling. In comparison, Fu Guangming from the University of Science and Technology was much more straightforward than Hu Chunlin and didn't play these roundabout games with him. Of course, most of this was due to Professor Fan's influence. Fu Guangming was Professor Fan's student. Back to Hu Chunlin. After Cheng Shi left, he opened the tightly wrapped black bag and looked at the 2 bottles of Wulianya and 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes inside. His expression was one of utter bewilderment, neither laughing nor crying. This kid, does this kind of thing grow in your field? When Cheng Shi arrived at the Normal University, he went through a similar process to that at the Polytechnic University and successfully delivered 2 boxes of Jinjun Mei tea to Su Yuanmao through a little bit of linguistic artistry. Director Su, I have a favor to ask. Just like at the University of Science and Technology, Cheng Shi shamelessly invited Su Yuanmao to be the project liaison, but this guy was also a seasoned veteran. Like Hu Chunlin, he played the Tai Chi card and politely declined. To put it bluntly, even though Cheng Shi has lived 2 lives, he is still somewhat naive compared to this seasoned veteran in his 50s or 60s who has been immersed in officialdom for many years. No matter how eloquent his words were, he couldn't fool these 2. They were perfectly aware of the intricacies and the pros and cons involved. Damn it, this is a bad start. Neither of the 2 universities has a designated contact person. What are we going to do? We have to think of something. After returning to Sichuan University, Cheng Shi pondered deeply all night and finally came up with an idea. Two seasoned veterans are incredibly skilled at Tai Chi, unleashing a lightning 5-hit combo right off the bat. How should we respond? It's very simple. Try to deceive me, try to ambush me. The next morning, he went straight to Best Advertising, found Lu Jianming, and asked him to quickly make 2 banners and 2 certificates. The banner had 2 rows of large, gleaming gold characters on it. We wholeheartedly promote work-study programs and fulfill our responsibilities as teachers. The certificate content is slightly complex. The large text reads, Professor XX of XX University, who has made outstanding contributions to the work-study program, is hereby awarded the title of Outstanding Instructor. The smaller print reads, Building a Dream Campus, Caring for Students, Helping the Poor and Needy, Nurturing Countless Talents. After receiving the certificate and banner, Cheng Shi went straight to Sichuan University, stormed into the office of President Fu Qingfeng, and begged him to stamp 2 seals for him. President Fu looked on with suspicion. Cheng Shi, what kind of trouble are you up to now? He was cheated out of a lot by Cheng Shi. So at this moment, his first reaction was that this kid was up to no good again. Cheng Shi dared not lie. So he told the whole story, and then muttered, Principal, Director Hu and Director Su refused to be my project liaison. Isn't that just being dishonest? They only enjoy the reputation but refuse to take responsibility. So I came up with this idea. Give them a similar title, whether they admit it or not. Anyway, there's this cause and effect, so if something happens in the future, I can just shamelessly pester them. Fu Qingfeng's expression was a mixture of amusement and exasperation after hearing this. I wonder where this brat learned all these unorthodox methods. Chapter 257 The Boss is really a bit terrifying. After pondering for a moment, Fu Qingfeng shook his head. Cheng Shi, Sichuan University is a vice-ministerial level university. We don't expect you to use our official seal recklessly. You've come to the wrong place. Is that so? Cheng Shi's expression became somewhat listless. He had no political experience, so his understanding of officialdom was only superficial. Seeing this, Fu Qingfeng first smiled, then offered Cheng Shi an idea. Go find your Dean Lu. Your college's official seal is used, so what if it's stamped? Even if something goes wrong, our school can handle it. Principal, does our college's official seal have Sichuan University's name on it? I'm worried that if the name isn't prestigious enough, Director Hu and Director Su might look down on us. You kid, don't worry. Our Sichuan University has a higher administrative level than both the University of Science and Technology and the normal university. The official seal of your college is equivalent to the official seal of their university. Hu Chunlin and Su Yuanmao are not to be underestimated. Fu Qingfeng spoke with great confidence. This is what it means to be the top university in southwest China. I understand. Thank you, Principal. After bowing to Fu Qingfeng, Cheng Shi jogged straight to Dean Lu's office, found Lu He, and then shamelessly begged him to stamp the document. Perhaps because Cheng Shi had done very well in his final exams, Lu He only glanced at the certificate of honor and, finding no major problems, picked up the official seal. Then, somewhat puzzled, he asked, Cheng Shi, why did you think of asking me to stamp your documents? Knowing your temperament, you would definitely prefer a bigger stamp. Going directly to Principal Fu would be the kind of thing you would do. Dean, how could I possibly ask Principal Fu about something like this? Cheng Shi told a lie in a completely unapproachable way, because he could tell that Dean Lu was a little jealous. Uffed. So you have the nerve to come looking for me? That's because I'm closer to you. If Principal Fu is my mentor, then you are my benefactor. The kindness of a teacher is as great as the sky, and only you can say that. Master, revered teacher. TSK. That's quite an interesting analogy. As Lu He spoke, he stamped Cheng Shi's seal and then handed him the 2 honorary certificates. Cheng Shi accepted it respectfully, chatted with Lu He for a while, and after leaving the dean's office, he went to the 101 headquarters first, where he joined Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei. The 3 of them in one car headed to the Youth League Committee of the University of Science and Technology. Cheng Shi's self-made, dubious certificates, once stamped with the official seal of the School of Economics, gained considerable value, so he wasn't worried that Hu Chunlin would look down on them. It has to be of high quality, and it must also have a sense of ceremony. So along the way, Cheng Shi kept giving instructions to his 2 henchmen while driving. Feifei, when I present the certificate later, you hand over the banner. Make sure your eyes are shining, showing that you really admire Director Hu. Learn. Sun Feifei nodded. Having worked with Cheng Shi for so long, her acting skills have been greatly honed. Li Feiyu asked in confusion, Boss, what should I do? Cheng Shi rolled his eyes at his personal secretary. Are you stupid? Didn't I tell you to bring the camera? Just take pictures then. Make sure to capture the scene of Director Hu receiving the certificate and holding the banner. First, to satisfy his vanity, and second, to preserve evidence so that if any problems arise later, this old fox won't deny it. Learn. Li Feiyu nodded repeatedly. In my heart, I thought, as expected, it has to be the boss. He's always so meticulous in everything he does. The three of them arrived at the school's youth league committee office. Hu Chunlin was puzzled. Why was Chung Shi here again? Could it be that he was still up to no good and wanted to trick him into being a project liaison? Chung Shi simply put a big red flower on Hu Chunlin's head. Director Hu, thank you very much for your support of Guesher Technology. Please accept this certificate of honor and this banner. Before Hu Chunlin could think about it, Chung Shi had already respectfully handed him the certificate. Sun Feifei followed suit, holding a brocade banner and walking towards him. Li Feiyu held a DSLR camera, ready to take pictures. What is a sense of ritual? That's what we call a sense of ritual. It was filled to the maximum capacity. Chung Shi, you've made yourself look way too formal. I should have gotten a new hairstyle and changed my clothes. Hu Chunlin muttered this, but his body cooperated perfectly, smoothly accepting the certificate. He opened it and saw, lo and behold, the official seal of the School of Economics at Sichuan University. Director Hu immediately straightened his back, smiled, and looked at the camera. Click, click, click. Li Feiyu immediately transformed into a professional photographer, taking a lot of photos of Hu Chunlin and even trying out several different poses. After the whole process was completed, Chung Shi didn't dare to linger and left with Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei. Chung Shi, that kid, he really has high emotional intelligence. He knows what we retired senior cadres like the most. Even after Chung Shi left, Hu Chunlin was still feeling quite pleased with himself. He lit a cigarette, leisurely blowing smoke rings as he opened the certificate of honor and began to examine it carefully. Outstanding mentor? Wait, when did I become a mentor? Hu Chunlin finally realized that something was wrong. Chung Shi, that kid, gave him the title of mentor and took so many photos. What's the difference between that and being a project liaison? The answer is no. They are essentially the same, just called by a different name. With the official seal of Sichuan University and so many photos, it's as if they've linked him to the Guesher Group buying mall project. This is something that can't be denied just because someone says so. After all, it wasn't Chung Shi who held a knife to his neck and forced him to take pictures. He remembers that he was smiling very happily when the photo was taken. In other words, this seasoned veteran was actually tricked by this greenhorn Chung Shi. I was angry, but not much. More than anything, it was an appreciation for Chung Shi. This whole set of tricks can be said to have captured the vanity and desire for satisfaction of this kind of retired cadre with exceptional precision. It's terrifying. The more I think about it, the more terrifying it gets. If this kid doesn't succeed, who will? If he doesn't get rich, who will? Director Hu sighed in this way. My emotions included a slight annoyance at being tricked, but more than that, I felt a sense of satisfaction after my vanity was fulfilled. We wholeheartedly promote work-study programs and fulfill our responsibilities as teachers, building dreams on campus, caring for students, helping the poor and needy, nurturing countless talents. The more Director Hu looked at these words, the more he liked them. I made a decisive decision. I'll go back and frame the certificate and hang up the banner. To put it bluntly, with Chung Shi's abilities and the development potential of Guesher Technology, it might become a Fortune 500 company in a few years. Then this certificate and this banner are truly awesome, enough for him to brag about from his grandchildren to his great-grandchildren. After leaving the University of Science and Technology, Chung Shi and his two companions went straight to the normal university, where they also gave Director Su a smooth little combo similar to Hu Chunlin's. So, just like Hu Chunlin, Director Su inexplicably became a project advisor. Su Yuanmao's reaction was much the same as Hu Chunlin's. He knew he had been tricked, but he couldn't get angry. As Chung Shi left Su Yuanmao's office, he let out a heavy sigh. He admitted that he was gambling on the situation when he tried to manipulate these two leaders, and luckily, he won the gamble. At this moment, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei could only look up to Chung Shi with awe. A boss is a boss. He's someone most people can only dream of. They dared to trick even high-ranking leaders like the director of the school's youth league committee, and they even managed to keep these two leaders from getting angry, even though they knew they were being tricked. That's really a bit scary. Chapter 258 is he also considered a male god? Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei had spent most of the day running around with Chung Shi, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. As soon as they left Su Maolin's office, the two of them started arguing with Chung Shi, urging him to arrange lunch immediately. It is unscientific to expect a horse to run without feeding it. Chung Shi believed in science, so he waved his hand, indicating that he would immediately take the two of them out for a big meal. Long live the boss. Boss, what are we going to eat? How would I know? I'm not familiar with teachers' colleges at all. Cheng Shi muttered to himself, deciding to ask someone. I quickly thought of someone, my classmate Wu Shan. If I remember correctly, she attended Sichuan Normal University. He took out his phone and dialed Wu Shan's number directly. Wu Shan's signature goose-like honking immediately came from the other end. Hey, 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 my idol, did the sun rise in the west today? How could you bear to call me? Because I'm at your Sichuan Normal University, and I'm hungry. Quickly recommend a good Chinese restaurant so I can satisfy my hunger. My idol, you're really at Sichuan Normal University? Really? There's a shop called Meat Tofu Pudding near the main gate that's really good. Why don't you wait a moment? I'll treat you. Forget about me. I'm not alone. I have 2 employees with me. What's wrong? You just don't want to see me? How could this be? Well, do you know where the Meet You bubble tea shop is at your school? I'll go there after I finish eating. You can come find me, and while you're at it, do me a favor and bring some female classmates over. I'll take some pictures of them lining up to buy bubble tea, so they won't be wasting their time. I'll treat them to bubble tea. My idol, this is easy, leave it to me. Wu Shan readily agreed. Like Cheng Shi, she is a typical E-person, also known as socially adept syndrome, with a wide circle of friends. Cheng Shi's request for her help can be considered a wise choice. Half an hour later, Cheng Shi and the other 2 finished their lunch. Wu Shan is reliable. The Chinese restaurant she recommended has excellent food, especially their specialty meat-filled tofu pudding, which is incredibly smooth and delicious, with a spicy and numbing flavor that's perfect for Sichuan palates. About 10 minutes later, Cheng Shi and his 2 companions arrived at the Normal University branch of the Meet You milk tea shop. The shop manager is named Zheng Xiuxiu. As you can tell from her name, she is related to Zheng Xiaoru. She is Zheng Xiaoru's cousin. The person was introduced by Zheng Xiaoru. Like her cousin, she was young but had worked in a milk tea shop for several years and was very skilled. After observing her for a period of time, Cheng Shi found her to be very reliable, so he entrusted her with an important task and sent her to the Normal University to be the store manager. When Zheng Xiuxiu saw Cheng Shi, she quickly greeted him. Boss, what brings you here? Well, I just happened to be here, so I thought I'd take a look around and snap some photos to post online later to promote your shop. Cheng Shi responded with a smile. In essence, he is not the owner of the Meet You milk tea shop. The real owner is Yu Baiwei. However, Yu Baiwei didn't manage things, and Cheng Shi handled all the affairs of the milk tea shop. As a result, later employees like Zheng Xiuxiu naturally regarded Cheng Shi as their boss. Cheng Shi was too lazy to explain any further. After all, in the eyes of the employees, he and Yu Baiwei were one and the same, and trying to explain would only make things worse. If a good friend is the boss, then it's the same as being the boss. The logic is self-consistent and flawless. Compared to Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, the milk tea shops at Sichuan Normal University haven't been heavily promoted, and their business is just average. Their sales are less than 1/5 of those at Sichuan University and barely 1/3 of those at University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, indicating that there is still huge market potential to be tapped. Cheng Shilai is already here. Li Feiyu happened to bring his DSLR camera, and Wu Shan is a social butterfly. The timing, location, and people are all in place. How can we not take advantage of this opportunity to promote ourselves? Bubble tea shops may seem insignificant, but if they can be successfully built into a brand chain similar in scale to Heiti, Bawangchiji, Chaobaidao, and Shanyu's, then it would be an extraordinary business. The Meet You milk tea shop was the first gift Cheng Shi gave to Yu Marin, so Cheng Shi still cares about it very much. Cheng Shi had only been at the milk tea shop for a short while when he heard someone shout, "Male God," and looked up to see Wu Shan leading about 20 girls with pretty faces and figures, coming in a grand procession. Holy crap, Wu Shan, you're so awesome. You managed to get so many girls together in such a short time. My God, this is nothing. I knew you wanted to take photos, so I only chose pretty girls. If you didn't have this requirement, I could easily double the price. Well, never mind then. I'll have to pay for the milk tea myself. At this point in the conversation, Wu Shan was a little confused. My God. Didn't you meet your bubble tea shop owner? What kind of boss has to pay for bubble tea? Cheng Shi patiently explained to her that the Meet You milk tea shop was not actually his, but a gift he gave to Yu Baiwei. It operated under a different financial system than Fruit Technology, so he had to pay for the milk tea as well, otherwise the accounts wouldn't match at the end of the month. Wu Shan's face immediately filled with envy. The guys around her who were pursuing her would just give her milk tea, but her crush was different. He went straight to a milk tea shop, and it was a chain store with branches at several universities. So, a male god is a male god. When he makes a move, it's a game changer. Hey ladies, please make yourselves at home. I'll treat you to milk tea. Cheng Shi smiled, greeted the women around Wushan, and then went into the milk tea shop. He instructed Zheng Xiuxiu to immediately make 21 cups of the most popular flavor of milk tea at the Meet You milk tea shop. While chatting with Wushan earlier, he also managed to tally up the number of people. Making a total of 21 cups was too much for Zheng Xiuxiu to handle alone, so Chengshi simply put on gloves and helped out. The women Wushan brought with her began to gossip about Chengshi. They had no idea why Wushan had brought them there. All they knew was that there was free milk tea. Naturally, they couldn't imagine that Chengshi, who was treating them to milk tea, was the owner of the Meet You milk tea shop. He's Shanshan's crush? I don't see what's so amazing about him. Yeah, he's just a little handsome. In our school, as far as I know, there are several guys who are more handsome than him. Putting everything else aside, the football team captain is pursuing Shanshan. Oh, Jiang Haokuan, isn't senior brother Jiang more handsome than Chengshi? Well, maybe it's because he has good grades. After all, he's from the School of Economics at Sichuan University. This is a contest to choose a male god, not a contest to choose a top student. What's the use of good grades? After all, they were just a group of female college students whose average age was less than 20, so their judgment of people was superficial. For them, whoever is handsome is more like a male god. However, Xiao Shuai's Chengshi clearly does not meet this standard. Chapter 259 My Senior Brother Jiang is all about boldness. Wushan has a roommate named Xinjiai, who is the talkative type. She suddenly nudged Wushan's arm. Shanshan, your crush seems pretty average. Wushan rolled her eyes at Xinjiai. Jiai, then I can only say that you are still too ignorant. My idol's abilities are far beyond your imagination. Really? Xinjiai's face still showed doubt. She genuinely couldn't see anything extraordinary about Chengshi that made him stand out enough to be called a male god. He's good-looking and has a decent physique, but that's about it. He's definitely not the kind of stunningly handsome guy. As for his family background, he was dressed quite casually, in an ordinary brand-down jacket and domestic sneakers. He didn't look like a rich person's child at all. The other girls thought similarly to Xinjiai, believing that Wushan had poor taste. Despite having so many outstanding boys around her at school, she ignored them and instead treated the ordinary Chengshi as her idol. Just then, a tall, handsome boy dressed in designer clothes walked over. When he saw Wushan, his eyes lit up. Shanshan, you're here too. I'm playing against another school this afternoon. Come cheer me on. As luck would have it, this person was none other than Jiang Haokuan, the student the girls had just been discussing and who was being compared to Chengshi and the captain of the normal university football team. Jiang Haokuan is indeed quite handsome, and because he exercises regularly, he has a great physique, much like a branch of the Tsubasa Azora from the normal university. Moreover, his family is very well off. He belongs to the top small group of rich second-generation students in the school. Considering all these factors, it's no wonder that he's considered a male god by so many girls. Without hesitation, Wushan refused. Senior Jiang, not today. My crush is here, and I'm planning to show him around our school later. Jiang Haokuan is good enough, but compared to Chengshi, he's just SOSO. Just then, Chengshi came out of the milk tea shop. Wushan immediately left Jiang Haokuan behind, walked over quickly, and chatted and laughed with him. Jiang Haokuan frowned immediately, thought for a moment, and then walked over, saying with a hostile expression, Hey, you're Wushan's idol? I don't see what's so great about you. This guy immediately started criticizing himself, which confused Chengshi. He thought to himself, Dude, you've probably gone down the wrong track. Your exaggerated character should obviously appear in those Dragon King's son-in-law stories where he kills the whole family at the drop of a hat. Chengshi pursed his lips. I haven't asked yet. Jiang Haokuan said with considerable pride. My name is Jiang Haokuan, the captain of the Sichuan Normal University football team. What about you? What's your name and what's your background? Since the guy opposite him had already brought up his prestigious title as captain of the school's football team, Chengshi couldn't let his own prestige be diminished, so he immediately brought out his most illustrious title. No need for formalities. My surname is Cheng, and my given name is Shi. I am the most accomplished academic genius in the history of Sichuan University, and I am none other than myself. Jiang Haokuan, the god of learning? What is that? Besides, I didn't even ask your surname. You little brat. Why are you asking for exemptions? You're quite the smooth talker when it comes to praising yourself. Jiang thought that Wushan was from a small place like Linxiong and hadn't seen much of the world, which was why she regarded this ordinary guy as her idol. With this thought in mind, he became even more disdainful of Chengshi, which was evident from his extremely contemptuous gaze. At this moment, Wushan spoke up, Senior Jiang, my idol is really amazing. He's just too modest. That's why he hasn't shown off his truly outstanding qualities. These words were like adding fuel to the fire for Jiang Haokuan. He couldn't hold back any longer and spat out. Really? I'd like to see for myself. Shi, right? What makes you so outstanding? After thinking for a moment, Shi gave himself a fairly accurate definition. The main thing is being rich. Jiang Haokuan scoffed. You? You have money? What are you wearing? Cheap stuff. Shi couldn't stand this guy's aggressive behavior any longer and decided to dig a pit for him to fall into. After pondering for a moment, Shi had an idea. Senior Jiang, I don't care much about clothes, but I'm generous. See those 20 or so girls that Shan brought? I'll treat each of them to a cup of milk tea later. Are you impressed? Uffed. Jiang Haokuan laughed loudly. Little brother, are you kidding me? How much can a few cups of milk tea cost? You dare to flaunt this as wealth? Do you have a misunderstanding of what it means to be rich? Shi sneered, looking wickedly arrogant. Heh, all talk and no action is useless. You think a few cups of milk tea are worthless? If you can't afford it, then go away and don't interrupt my conversation with Shan. You think I can't afford it? Jiang Haokuan couldn't stand this. He pointed at Shi and said, Kid, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. After saying that, he stormed into the milk tea shop with murderous intent, pulled out a 100 yuan bill, slapped it in front of Zhang Xiuxiu, and pointed at Wu Shan and the other girls. Hey, I'll treat them to their milk tea. Zhang Xiuxiu was completely bewildered, thinking to herself, didn't the boss just say he would put it on my tab? Where did this sucker come from? What are you standing there for? Don't you know how to make money? Jiang Haokuan grew angry as Zhang Xiuxiu delayed in accepting the money. Classmate, 100 yuan isn't enough. 21 cups of taro milk tea will cost 168 yuan in total. Jiang Haokuan's face twitched, and he had no choice but to pull out another 100 yuan and slam it on the table. Then, with a look of curiosity, he added, no need to look anymore. After giving the money, Jiang Haokuan walked up to Shi with a provocative look on his face. Kid, I paid you, so what are you going to say now? Shi first shrugged, then gave him a thumbs up. What else can I say? You're so generous, so awesome. Senior brother Jiang, you're the one who's truly rich. I'm far inferior to you. I'm truly humbled. At least you have some self-awareness. Jiang Haokuan instantly became smug. So, you're not as handsome as me, nor as rich, so what kind of male god are you? Shi continued to chime in. Yes, that's right. Senior brother Jiang, you're the real male god. Seeing this, the other girls started gossiping among themselves. See? I told you Shi couldn't compare to senior brother Jiang. Under senior brother Jiang's aura, all he knows is to bow and scrape. To be honest, senior brother Jiang is the real male god. Indeed, Shan's taste is really quite poor. Listening to the chatter of the women, Jiang Haokuan, who was already quite pleased with himself, felt even more delighted. That 200 yuan he just spent was definitely the most worthwhile 200 yuan he's ever spent in his life. He looked down on Shi even more, pointing out that Shi was rich and that he had only spent a mere 200 yuan to make him submit. He wondered if Shi had any money at all. Just then, Zhang Xiuxiu came out with a cup of milk tea. Boss, I don't know what happened just now. She pointed at Jiang Haokuan and explained to Shi. This handsome guy insisted on giving me money, and he got angry when I refused, so I took the money. Should I give it back to him? Shi waved his hand. Why would you back down? Don't you have any sense? My senior brother Jiang is all about generosity. If you back down, wouldn't that be disrespecting him? Jiang Haokuan, meow meow meow. All the girls, meow meow meow. Is Shi the owner of Meet You Milk Tea Shop? Chapter 260. Jiang, feeling stifled. Meet You Milk Tea Shop is already quite well known in the Chengdu University area. After all, it has branches at Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Sichuan Normal University, and Chengdu University of Technology. With its excellent quality control and meticulous taste, it has won the recognition of many contemporary college students and has earned a good reputation. Once they learned that Shi was the owner of the Meet You Milk Tea Shop, the girls who had previously looked down on Shi immediately changed their expressions. Putting everything else aside, just take the Meet You brand as an example. If it were packaged and sold now, it could fetch at least 5 million. After all, he has already made a name for himself in the Chengdu University circle. With fame and reputation, there is naturally brand value. Shi is only a freshman in college, yet he is the owner of this chain of milk tea shops. It's not just scary, it's downright terrifying. They now finally understand why Wu Shan considers Shi her idol. Because at this moment, they also felt that Shi had a bit of a male god vibe. So what if I wear cheap clothes? That's called being low-key when you're rich. As for the scene where he was suppressed by Jiang Shixiang's aura, it naturally took on a different meaning in the hearts of the girls. They thought that Cheng Shi was not cowardly, but truly humble. Okay, this damn halo effect. Cheng Shi, so you're the owner of the Meet Your Milk Tea shop? You're amazing. Let me tell you, I really love your milk tea, especially the taro flavor. I have to drink a cup every day. Boss Cheng, for Shanshan's sake, could you give us a discount in the future? The women, having completely forgotten their earlier sarcasm towards Cheng Shi, instantly surrounded him, some showering him with praise, others with flattery. Well, that's just how real this world is. Cheng Shi looked around and cupped her hands in a respectful gesture. Ahem, as for discounts and such, I'll arrange promotional events from time to time. Just keep an eye on the notice board then. I'm very grateful that you ladies like our Meet You style. I'm honored. From the moment Jiang Haokuan learned that Cheng Shi was the owner of the Meet You milk tea shop, his cheeks had been twitching. Hearing these words, the twitching became even more severe. It seems like he bought the milk tea. Why are all the girls thanking Cheng Shi? So he probably just paid money and got nothing in return? Jiang was so frustrated that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Cheng Shi Duo, being the dog he is, had been secretly observing Jiang Haokuan the whole time. Watching the micro-expressions on his face and the twitching muscles in his cheeks, he felt incredibly happy. It was Jiang Shuachang who bought it, but Cheng Shouxin did the favor, and incidentally, he also showed off a little bit. It was more than killing two birds with one stone. It was killing two birds with one stone. Zheng Xiuxiu quickly brought over 21 cups of milk tea to the girls, who happily drank them with exclamations of praise. This is delicious. Indeed, it's no wonder that Meet You Milk Tea Shop was able to take over 4 universities so quickly. I really didn't expect that the owner of the Meet You Milk Tea Shop would actually be Cheng Shi. This is what they call a young talent. Those so-called rich kids in our school who only know how to squander their parents' money. They're not even worthy of carrying Cheng Shi's shoes. The last sentence was said by Shin Jiai. Jiang Haokuan's eyelids twitched again as he listened. Junior Shin, there's no need to be so veiled. You're practically just reciting my ID number. He wasn't stupid. By this point, he had almost realized that Cheng Shi was setting a trap for him. To put it bluntly, Cheng Shi deliberately acted so poor and arrogant in order to trick him into paying the bill, and then he actually fell into the trap himself. Or rather, he was the one who helped Cheng Shi dig this pit. After all, if he hadn't acted so arrogantly and domineeringly before, saying things like, "What kind of male god are you?" or "What's so great about you?" Cheng Shi wouldn't have dug this pit for him. And the brilliance of this trap lies in the fact that, regardless of whether you jump in or not, you're guaranteed to lose. If he doesn't pay the bill, the other person wins. If he does pay the bill, the other person profits. He has absolutely no options and is completely outmaneuvered. After figuring all this out, Senior Jiang gritted his teeth, still unwilling to swallow his anger, and decided to try to make amends. Jiang Haokuan scoffed. Heh, Cheng Shi, what's so great about opening a lousy milk tea shop? It only costs tens of thousands of yuan to open one. Cheng Shi, however, couldn't be bothered to pay him any attention. Li Feiyu had finished taking the photos, and her goal had been achieved. He had to rush back to the 101 headquarters for a meeting, so he didn't have time to waste with Senior Jiang. Frankly speaking, he wasn't worthy. Cheng Shi turned to Wu Shan. Thank you for today. I have to rush back for a meeting, so I'll be going now. Wu Shan's expression turned somewhat listless. My idol, are you in such a hurry? I was just thinking of inviting you to dinner later. That's easy. Cheng Shi smiled. I'll be visiting your Sichuan Normal University often these days, so there will be plenty of opportunities. After saying that, he pressed the car key, and the Audi A6L parked not far away immediately turned on its headlights. As a result, the group of beautiful women were once again shocked. The Audi A6L might not seem like much in the general public, just an entry-level luxury car, but on a university campus, it's the top-of-the-line model. The one with the strongest sense of difference is naturally Senior Jiang. It felt like I'd been hit with a critical strike, my health bar completely wiped out. If he hadn't tried to save face by saying, opening a milk tea shop only costs tens of thousands of yuan, things might have been a little better. But he did say it. A simple milk tea shop might not seem like much, but what if you add an Audi A6L worth hundreds of thousands of yuan to it? At this moment, Jiang felt like a clown. Shin Jiai stared intently as the Audi A6L drove away. Shanshan, your idol is so rich. He drives an Audi in his freshman year. What kind of family does he come from? Wu Shan said proudly, my idol isn't some rich kid. He comes from an ordinary dual-income family. He bought this Audi with his own money. So the women were shocked again. Are milk tea shops really that profitable? Seeing the shocked expressions on her sisters' faces, Wu Shan felt a surge of joy. as if she had just eaten a ginseng fruit, feeling incredibly clear-headed. Right now, all she hopes is that Cheng Shi can come to Sichuan Normal University more often and give her a good talking to, like Jiang Haoquan, who has a high opinion of himself but is actually nothing without his family. Cheng Shi rushed back to the Sichuan University 101 headquarters and immediately convened a meeting with the key members. The procedures at the University of Science and Technology and the Normal University are all in order, and the fruit group buying mall can be set up there at any time. Let's not delay, let's officially start tomorrow. At this point, Cheng Shi immediately began to appoint his generals. Hongji, Wenjia, you both have experience leading teams. You two will be in charge of the Polytechnic University area, with Hongji in the lead and Wenjia in the supporting role. The most important thing is to recruit the delivery team as soon as possible. Considering that we're using the work-study program as a pretext, we'll focus on students from impoverished backgrounds. Any questions? Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjia already had experience leading teams to develop markets independently, so they were considered to have been trained. Guosher Group Buying Mall entered the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China at the end of last year, and Cheng Shi basically guided them throughout the process. Both of them accumulated a lot of experience. In addition, under Cheng Shi's planning, a standardized process had already been established. So the two of them gladly accepted the order, full of confidence, and patted their chests as they told Cheng Shi that they would guarantee to complete the mission. As for the teachers' college, I'll be leading the team myself. Same as always, Fei Yu and Fei Fei, you two will be my assistants. Cheng Shi continued to make arrangements. Chapter 261 Your Little Cutie is online. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei both readily accepted the order. The two of them quite enjoyed going out with Cheng Shi to run business. It's tiring, but every time, it seems like I can learn something new from my boss. As fruit technology gradually grew stronger and more standardized, Cheng Shi stopped engaging in personality cults. But the employees generally still admired him very much. And the more key the member, the more they worshiped them. For example, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, these two close advisors to the emperor, have long been Cheng Shi's little fans. In the eyes of these two men, if the boss were a book, then that book would be enough for them to read for a lifetime. Brother Song, with the fruit group buying mall now located at Normal University and Polytechnic University, the number of users on the mall will definitely see a significant increase. You must optimize the mall well. This is the focus of your technical department's work in the next stage. Dongzi, your main job in the design department is to work with the marketing, content, and technology departments to explain promotional posters, milk tea packaging, promotional standees, and PVC ranking lists, striving for excellence. Cheng Shi looked at Wang Song, the head of the technical department, and Zheng Dong, the head of the design department, and continued to assign tasks. He speaks very fast, but his pronunciation is very clear. The key members of Fruit Technology present listened to Cheng Shi's speech while taking notes on their respective areas of responsibility and related work. Everyone's eyes were brimming with youthful vigor. They were full of energy, because they knew that a new round of fighting was about to begin. Winning this battle will propel Fruit Technology to a whole new level. By focusing on key areas, the scattered university student markets in Chengdu are truly brought together and presented to the relevant merchants. By then, in the vast business world of Chengdu, no one should dare to underestimate Guosher Technology, a campus company, or look down on these student kids. In the boss's words, now comes the moment to witness a miracle. With the boss leading the way, everyone is very confident. We must not only win this battle, but win it decisively, cleanly, and beautifully. After Cheng Shi finished assigning tasks to each department, he was about to adjourn the meeting when Nan Shui, who hadn't been mentioned yet, started to complain. Boss, are we just going to sit here doing nothing all this time? The RD department was the last department established by Fruit Technology, and it has only been a little over 3 months since then, but it has already made many great contributions. Fruit farms, group buying malls, these are all the fruits of the RD department's wisdom. However, since the fruit group buying mall was completed, the entire RD department has been relatively idle. Seeing the other departments bustling with activity, Nan Shui couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. Senior Nan Shui, I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Cheng Shi smiled. I already have a draft of the key tasks for your RD department in the next phase, but I need to review it again. Take advantage of this relatively free time to rest and recharge. After all, once your RD department gets going, it will definitely be the place in the entire Fruit Technology where everyone is working overtime the most. Nan Shui hummed in agreement. She's not afraid of working overtime. What she's afraid of is having nothing to do like this, feeling like she doesn't belong to this big group. In fact, The entire RD department, after being idle for more than a month, had a similar feeling to her. Taking the initiative to ask Cheng-Shi for work can be said to be the common sentiment of the entire department. These are the foolish yet naive college students of today. For the sake of dream, or more accurately, for this capitalist scoundrel Cheng-Shi, they were daunted by empty promises, and they were truly unafraid of hardship or fatigue. Their initiative is even stronger than that of their boss, Cheng-Shi. With such a group of adorable little leaks, a metaphor for easily exploited investors, how could Cheng-Shi possibly fail to achieve his great ambition? As a seasoned capitalist, Cheng-Shi certainly understood the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket. In the early stages of Guoshi technology, it only had Yujian.com under its umbrella. If Cheng-Shi's side had not been able to withstand the targeting of Rinrin.com at that time, and Yujian.com had failed, then Guoshi technology would have been finished as well. So, after temporarily repelling Rinrin.com by using some underhanded and dirty tricks, Cheng-Shi, sensing the crisis, quickly established a research and development department and created Fruit Farm. Later, he followed Yi Ziqi's lead and created Fruit Group Buying Mall. With the current fruit technology, it's like walking on 3 legs, greatly enhancing its ability to withstand risks. Yujian.com attracts traffic, while the web game section is responsible for monetizing that traffic, generating in-game currency from users, and also feeding back into Yujian.com, increasing user engagement. As for Fruit Group Buying Mall, it represents the future, with a development prospect far exceeding that of MeetNet and web games. Currently, Fruit Group Buying Mall is still in the blood-sucking stage. If it weren't for Yujian.com providing free traffic and Fruit Farm providing funding, it would have gone out of business long ago. However, Cheng-Shi firmly believes that as long as he grits his teeth and gets through this stage, the Fruit Group Buying Mall will be the biggest treasure trove. Cheng-Shi's confidence naturally came from later generations. Both Manhwa and Millionaire were behemoths with a scale of hundreds of billions. In other words, this track has almost unlimited development potential in South Korea, a country with a population of 1.4 billion. Although Cheng-Shi is unlikely to dominate or monopolize this track, he has such a big first-mover advantage that as long as he doesn't make any brain-dead mistakes or make any directional errors, he will be able to get the biggest slice of the pie in the future. Whether it's further promoting Yujian.com to acquire the most crucial traffic in the internet era or further developing Fruit Group buying, it all requires burning money. Relying solely on Fruit Farm to generate gold coins is clearly insufficient. In other words, developing a new web game must be put on the agenda, and this will be the focus of the RD department's work in the next stage. After the meeting, Cheng-Shi went to his office, opened Word, organized his thoughts, and continued to refine the draft he had discussed with Nan Shui. When it comes to developing specific web games, Cheng-Shi's first choice is definitely a legendary web game. Unfortunately, WeMade ignored him completely, and Shanda was out of the question. Without copyright, Cheng-Shi certainly wouldn't dare to do it. If he actually does it, he'll most likely be sent to jail by Shanda's legal department. If that's the case, then Cheng-Shi would be the greatest disgrace in the army of reborn people. Unable to create a legendary web game, Cheng-Shi had no choice but to settle for second best and continue developing small games similar to vegetable stealing. As for what specific games to develop, he plans to continue investing money, having Nan Shui recruit talent, and simultaneously develop 3 web games: Plants vs. Zombies, Angry Birds, and Getting Over It. These 3 mini-games have been proven by history to be sure to become nationwide hits. The idea is the same as vegetable stealing. After creating it, give it to users to play for free, and once users are hooked, open a store and sell items. Cheng-Shi racked his brains to recall the essence of the gameplay of these 3 games, and after spending nearly 2 hours organizing it into a document, he sent it to Nan Shui's email address. It's foreseeable that the RD department, which is currently struggling to find work, will be grappling with these 3 games for a long time to come, and who knows how many overtime hours and sleepless nights they'll have to work. After sending the message, Cheng-Shi stretched and checked the time. It was already dinner time. Just as he was about to go eat, he received a message from Yu Baiwei. Cheng-Shi, let me tell you a little secret. Your little cutie is online. Hurry up and talk to her, or she'll cause trouble. Chapter 262. That's just the kind of girl she is. So, what are you doing, cutie? Cheng-Shi smiled knowingly and quickly pressed the buttons on his phone to reply to Yu Marin's message. The little cutie's tummy is growling with hunger, waiting for you to take her to eat. All right, let's meet at the second canteen. About 10 minutes later, Cheng-Shi led his little cutie to a window seat in the second canteen of Sichuan University. As dusk falls and the setting sun casts its last rays, the vast campus seems to be shrouded in a thin veil of orange light. After entering March, the temperature has risen significantly. Today, Umarin is wearing a light blue coat without any logos, paired with a pure white t-shirt, which perfectly highlights her good figure. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the glass windows of the cafeteria, evenly painting her fair, rosy, and delicate facial skin, like clouds in the sky, tinged with red. She must be Yu Baiwei, the beauty of the School of Economics. She lives up to her reputation. She truly is the pinnacle of beauty at Sichuan University. Sigh, why didn't she participate in the campus goddess competition? That's such a shame. Well, it's certainly a pity, but not hers. It's the pity of the campus goddess contest. Sitting across from her, this unremarkable guy, that must be Guo Cheng, right? Damn, I really want to kill him. He actually managed to seduce this angelic girl back in high school, leaving us no chance at all. Dude, all talk and no action is no good. Remember to let me know when you're going to get your knife. This is what AoE level beauty looks like. Whenever he goes to a crowded place, he attracts onlookers. It used to be number 1 high school, now it's Sichuan University. The crowd of onlookers changed time and again, but the only constant was Yu Baiwei's stunning beauty. No, compared to high school, the current Yu Baiwei is clearly even more beautiful. She was beautiful in the past, but her face lacked subtle expressions, making her seem less lively, like a peerless beauty drawn by AI in later generations. Now, especially when she's with Cheng Shi, her facial expressions are much more vivid, making her even more eye-catching. Yu Baiwei, you sit still, I'll go get the food. Cheng Shi, I'll go. You've had a long day. All right. Cheng Shi was indeed quite tired, and without being coy, he handed his meal card to Yu Baiwei. A few minutes later, Yu Baiwei came over carrying a full plate of food. Cheng Shi looked on with surprise. Yu Baiwei prepared a lot of food, enough for 2 people, but it was only served on 1 plate and with only 1 pair of chopsticks. So, you're not going to eat? Isn't your stomach growling with hunger? I'll eat it. So, I'm not eating. You eat too. But there's only 1 pair of chopsticks. Umarin blushed slightly and pouted her pink lips. Brother, is it possible for you to feed your sister? Cheng Shi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A genius girl is a genius girl. The speed at which she evolves is simply terrifying. Now she flirts with him at the drop of a hat, and her tactics are becoming more and more sophisticated, making it impossible for him to defend himself. Yu Baiwei, I must seriously warn you that as good friends, it is an overstepping of boundaries for us to share a pair of chopsticks. It is immoral. Umarin pouted slightly. Cheng Shi, I'm not your good friend, I'm your girlfriend. Impossible. We've always been good friends, as pure as can be. But you've eaten my tongue. Cheng Shi told me that after you taste my tongue, I will get pregnant immediately and give birth to your baby next year. Su Shi is so shameless, actually trying to fool you like that? Yu Baiwei, please believe me. Even if I eat your tongue every day, you won't get pregnant. Really? I swear to God. Okay, Shi really is a bad person. She lied to me again. Umarin's mood clearly turned somewhat dejected. By the way, why do you tell Su Shi everything? I'm getting a little angry. Cheng Shi's expression turned somewhat serious. From now on, you can't tell anyone about things like me eating your tongue, understand? I'm sorry, I accidentally let it slip. But, Yu Baiwei first had a timid expression, then her tone changed, becoming somewhat cute and fierce. But, I'm definitely your girlfriend, not just a good friend. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Then let me explain this to you. The one who ate your tongue was me last year. What does that have to do with me now? In other words, you and me from last year were boyfriend and girlfriend, but with me from now, you can only be good friends, understand? No matter how naive and innocent Yu Baiwei is, she can't be fooled by someone so easily. She glared at Cheng Shi, her expression becoming even more fierce and endearing. Cheng Shi, you're a bad person. After having a very affectionate dinner with Yu Baiwei, where they fed each other, Cheng Shiyu held her hand and strolled around the campus for a long time. In Sichuan, March is considered early spring. Many deciduous trees on campus have already begun to sprout green leaves, and as far as the eye can see, the trees are lush and verdant. Many flowering trees have already formed flower buds, diligently absorbing nutrients, waiting for a warm breeze to arrive so they can truly bloom and become the most breathtakingly beautiful flowers of spring. Spring has arrived, all things are reviving, and it's mating season for animals again. This classic line from Animal World is equally applicable to humans. After all, humans are animals too. Looking up, The vast campus was filled with young couples embracing and kissing. Cheng Shi avoided these damned, love-struck people the whole way, thinking to myself, Ivory Tower, such a sacred and pure place. Can't you do anything truly meaningful except for dating? For example, like him, you can hold hands with your best friend, maintaining a pure and sincere friendship while feeling the breath of everything beginning to revive. Yumera naturally had no idea what Cheng Shi was thinking. Every time she walks hand in hand with Cheng Shi, her eyes become exceptionally bright, as if they are shining with light. Occasionally, like a babbling baby calling for mom and dad, they will repeatedly say someone's name. Cheng Shi, Cheng Shi, Cheng Shi, Cheng Shi. That's the kind of girl she is, clumsy yet passionate, giving her all once she falls in love. She never considered whether her dependence on Cheng Shi would make the relationship too unequal or whether she would appear too subservient. Perhaps in her worldview, any consideration of pros and cons, even in the slightest, is not true liking. Chapter 263. Say more, I love to hear. Before we knew it, several more days had passed. The Fruit Group Buying Mall has already begun its official promotion at normal universities and science and technology universities. On one hand, it's being done in full swing, and on the other hand, it's being done in a very lively atmosphere. Work-study programs are not only a booster for the Fruit Group Buying Mall, but also its most effective protective shield. How to put it? It's a bit like how ancient generals rebelled. They all needed a righteous cause first. For example, the most famous, purging the emperor's inner circle. Rights and obligations are equal. Cheng Shi enjoys the immense benefits of work-study programs, so he cannot say one thing and do another. Instead, he must put these things into practice. At the University of Science and Technology, in a classroom, Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie were interviewing impoverished students who had come to apply for part-time jobs. Both of them have experience leading teams on their own, so hosting a job interview was a piece of cake for them. Hong Yin was responsible for asking questions, and Zhang Wenjie was responsible for providing analysis. To determine who is suitable and who is not, the two people only need to ask a few simple questions to filter them out. Director Hu Chunlin, as the mentor, well, actually the project liaison, also participated in this recruitment. He wasn't very trusting of the two young men, Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie. He was thinking that he should do a good job of overseeing things, but he found that the two young people were very reliable and didn't need him to remind them at all. Watching the whole thing, he admired Cheng Shi even more. Not only was the young man mature and capable, but his subordinates also had a lot of his style. They were very efficient and decisive in their work, and they were in no way inferior to the elite white-collar workers in society. At the University of Science and Technology, there are also college students starting businesses, but compared to Cheng Shi and his team, they pale in comparison, making it seem like children playing house. That doesn't make sense. They're all young people, so where exactly is the difference? With these questions in mind, Hu Chunlin asked Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie a few questions after the recruitment process ended. One of the problems is this. The second-to-last student, I think he has great speaking skills, a lot of ideas, and a lot of part-time experience. Why didn't I keep him? Zhang Wenjie answered him. Director Hu, before Brother Hong and I came here, the boss specifically instructed us that we absolutely cannot hire this kind of old hand. The delivery men we need are the kind who can endure hardship. It's not that this kind of person is not good, but they are not compatible with our Fruit Group purchase. Is that so? After pondering for a moment, Hu Chunlin asked a question in return. Classmates, do you just do whatever Cheng Shi says? There's a saying that a general in the field may disobey orders, so don't you have any of your own ideas? Zhang Wenjie quickly replied. Director Hu, the boss said that a truly mature company should be like a machine, with each component performing its own function in order to achieve smooth operation. Before implementing a decision, everyone can hold a meeting to discuss it, but once it starts, each component must be aware of its role and must not have its own thoughts. Hearing this, Hu Chunlin raised an eyebrow, somewhat understanding where the difference lay. The entrepreneurial teams at the University of Science and Technology are too free and undisciplined. Everyone has their own ideas. Is there a truly decisive person who can bring these ideas together? This will inevitably lead to enormous internal friction. However, Cheng Shi's team was different. They were much more professional, and Cheng Shi, as the boss, also possessed enough personal charisma to convince every employee to willingly become bullets in his gun, hitting wherever he pointed. This thing sounds simple, but in reality, it's incredibly difficult to do. Let alone a makeshift organization like a campus enterprise. Even a Fortune 500 company would find it difficult to achieve unity of purpose from top to bottom. Yet Cheng Shi has managed to do it almost perfectly. TSK. This young man is quite something. I wasn't entirely wrong to fall for his tricks. The more Hu Chunlin thought about it, the more terrifying it became. At almost the same time, the teachers' college was also holding a similar job fair. The normal university team was led by Cheng Shi, but he did not serve as the chief judge at the recruitment fair, nor even as the second judge. Instead, Li Feiyu served as the chief judge and Sun Feifei served as the deputy judge. He called it training for the two of them, but it was really just Cheng's laziness acting up. He didn't even go to the classroom where the job fair was being held right away. Instead, he strolled around the campus of the normal university like a young man on a holiday, accompanied by his classmate Wu Shan. Hey, my idol, you know what? I was laughing so hard, I almost went crazy after you left that day. What are you laughing at? Brother Xiaojiang. His face was so dark, it was almost dripping with water. He didn't even go to play the afternoon soccer game. He's been much better behaved these past few days and hasn't bothered me anymore. Uffed, you mean senior brother Jiang? To be honest, I really didn't mean to spit on him. He came to me on his own, okay? To be fair, if he weren't so foul-mouthed, even if I deliberately wanted to spit on him, the effect wouldn't have been so good. He deserves it. So, my idol, you should come to our school more often and give these self-important bastards around me a good talking to. Wu Shan, judging from your tone, you have quite a few suitors. Why don't you pick one you like? I'd like to, but the problem is there's no one I like, my idol. Come to think of it, this is all your fault. My fault. Cheng Shi was somewhat taken aback. What does it have to do with me? Wu Shan pouted, her tone turning somewhat resentful. How can it not be your fault? It's all because you're too outstanding, which makes me think that any boy my age looks like a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Cheng Shi chuckled and habitually raised an eyebrow. Tell me more, I love to hear it. Let's get back to the job fair. At the entrance of the activity room, a large number of students were holding information sheets and entering in batches. Hello, interviewer, my name is. This was Li Feiyu's first time serving as the chief judge for such a large-scale recruitment fair, so she was inevitably a little reserved and nervous. Sun Feifei, who was next to him, wasn't in much better shape either. Her body was very tense. Fortunately, Fruit Technology has long since developed a relatively mature and standardized template for determining which employees are suitable and which are not. So, although the two were nervous, it didn't affect their work. This is the benefit of standardization and process that Cheng Shi has always emphasized, which is reflected in every aspect. Hello, both interviewers. Hello, Director Su. My name is Shen Jiai. It's worth mentioning that Wu Shan's roommate, Shen Jiai, who had met Cheng Shi once and even received a brief kiss from him, also attended the job fair. Her family is actually quite well off. She's not from a poor family. She came for the interview not so much to make money, but mainly to gain experience and improve herself. In fact, at least 1/3 of the students present were not from impoverished families, and they shared the same thoughts as Shen Jiai. Shen Jiai, have you had any part-time work experience before? Li Feiyu pushed up his glasses and asked a question in a formulaic manner. Before Shen Jiai could answer, she heard the door being pushed open. She was slightly startled and turned her head to look. She saw Cheng Shi walking slowly with his hands behind his back. Is this Shanshan's crush, Cheng Shi? What's he doing here? Is he also here for a part-time job? That can't be right, he's so rich. As Shen Jiai was wondering about this, she saw the two interviewers suddenly stand up and greet Cheng Shi respectfully. Hello, boss. Chapter 264, Playing the Lute to a Cow. Shen Jiai is the kind of person who reacts quickly. She reacted instantly. Cheng Shi wasn't there for a job interview at all. He's clearly the boss of Guoshi Technology. The fact that the Meet You Milk Tea Shop belongs to Cheng Shi was enough to shock Shen Jiai. The scale of Fruit Technology is dozens of times that of Meet You Milk Tea Shop, and it's actually theirs. Shen Jiai's shock at this moment is beyond words. Forget about senior brother Jiang. Forget about being a rich, handsome, and successful guy. He's all gone, really gone. He's not even worthy of carrying Cheng Shi's shoes. She now completely understood why her roommate Wu Shan, who was qualified to compete for the title of the most beautiful girl in the department and had many suitors, would regard Cheng Shi as her male god. She truly deserved it, shining like the sun. Even she felt an urge to give Cheng Shi a sob. After Cheng Shi sat down in the presiding judge's seat, he glanced at Shen Jiai with a nonchalant look. Actually, I was thinking of her. She was Wu Shan's roommate. However, he pretended not to remember, speaking in a businesslike tone. Shen Jiai, right? Have you ever done part-time jobs before? No. Shen Jiai was visibly nervous in front of Cheng Shi, and her words were not very clear. Don't be nervous, classmate. I'm not going to eat you. Cheng Shi smiled, trying to appear more approachable. Looking at your profile, your family is quite well off. Why are you doing this part-time job? You know, Part-time jobs at Guasher Technology are very hard work. I, I want to test my abilities. I, I can endure hardship. It's good that you're willing to endure hardship, and you're quite pretty. Being pretty is definitely an advantage for a girl. Okay, you can try your luck in the marketing team first. Next, Cheng Shi waved his hand. This is a success. Shinjai was a little confused. Cheng Shi's decisive actions greatly shocked her. The scene where Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei stood up to offer their seats to Cheng Shi just now was incredibly cool to her. Even half an hour after the interview ended, Shinjai's heart would still race uncontrollably whenever she thought of Cheng Shi, as if her heart was pounding wildly. He's really so charming, like he's glowing. I wonder if he has a girlfriend, and if do I have a chance? Yeah, who cares if it exists or not? So what if it does? As long as I swing the hoe well, what corner can I dig down? Cheng Shi just praised me for being beautiful in front of so many people. This is my chance. Shinjiai's looks are comparable to Wu Shan's, making her a strong contender for the title of most beautiful girl in the department. At this moment, she couldn't suppress the urge to pursue Cheng Shi. After successfully securing a part-time job at the Normal University, Cheng Shi, along with Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, went to see Su Maolin and spent an afternoon getting things sorted out with the dormitory supervisor and the security guard. At this point, all the prerequisites for Fruit Group Buying Mall to enter the Normal University have been met. That evening, the Fruit Group Buying Mall opened a section for normal universities, allowing students to register and place orders directly online. It was past 10 p.m., but the 101 headquarters, which usually closed long ago, was still brightly lit. Many employees were working overtime, their keyboards clattering so loudly they were almost smoking. Cheng Shi, holding a cup of coffee, went from his office in room 102 to room 101 and asked Sun Feifei, who was constantly watching the data, how the number of registrations and orders were from the students at the teacher's college. Sun Feifei said excitedly, "Boss, the situation is very good. In terms of absolute numbers, although the number of user registrations and orders cannot compare with the first-day data of Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, considering the number of students at Sichuan Normal University, it is far less than that of Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. In terms of proportion alone, this data is even better than that of Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China." As expected, Cheng Shi smiled, then asked Sun Feifei, "Feifei, do you know why?" Sun Feifei was stunned for a moment, then blinked her big eyes and said, "Because, boss, you're incredibly handsome." Cheng Shi listened and was taken aback for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's the reason. Feifei, you've made great progress recently. You've even learned to see through appearances to the essence." Sun Feifei chuckled. "Boss, of course. The real reason, of course, couldn't be because Cheng Shi was handsome. Firstly, it is thanks to Yujian.com's promotion and deep cultivation at Sichuan Normal University since last year that it has gained a large number of loyal users. These users can easily be directed to the Sichuan Normal University section of the Fruit Group Buying Mall. Then, with the successful experience of Sichuan University and the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, it was easy to promote this at Sichuan Normal University, if not effortless, and we could avoid many of the mistakes we had made before. The next morning, as dawn broke, the crimson sun rose slowly from the eastern horizon, painting a magnificent sea of clouds. With its light and heat, it dispelled the darkness and smog, bringing light and warmth to the world. Before 8 o'clock in the morning, Cheng Shi drove Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei to the Normal University. Around 8:30, on the campus of Sichuan Normal University, in an open area similar to the college square of Sichuan University, a large truck with the Tongxing Freight logo made a fancy drift and stopped in front of Cheng Shi and his two companions. Then a young man with blonde hair got off the bus, a cigarette dangling from his lips, with an arrogant expression that said, "I'm number one in the world." Upon seeing Cheng Shi, he immediately stubbed out his cigarette and put on a fawning expression. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Chung? Why are you here to pick up the goods in person today? After all, it's the first day. I feel more at ease coming to see it in person. By the way, Brother Hao, you're pretty punctual today. No, you're even about 20 minutes early. There's no traffic jam, right?" The blonde-haired guy was none other than Brother Hao of society, Song Tianhao, who had once extorted 100 yuan from Cheng Shi, only to be beaten up by Cheng Shi and then brutally whipped by his brother-in-law with a 7 wolves belt. Song Tianhao's cheek twitched, but he still wore a fawning expression. "President Cheng, aren't you shortening my lifespan? Just call me a Hao, just call me a Hao." Chung sure couldn't help but chuckle and patted Song Tianhao on the shoulder. Brother Hao, I'm really not used to your sudden change from arrogance to obsequiousness. To be honest, I still prefer your previous, unruly self. Song Tianhao, he wanted to remain defiant, but the problem was, he couldn't take a beating. After teasing Brother Hao of the socialite for a while, Chung Shi waved his hand and told the part-time employees at Sichuan Normal University to unload the goods and then sort them according to the dormitory buildings. About 10 minutes later, the goods were sorted. Set off. At Chung Shi's command, more than a dozen tricycles set off in different directions. Under the morning sun, the delivery men pedaling hard, with the Guesher Tuangu logo printed on the back of their yellow vests, looked particularly bright. Chung Shi stood with his hands behind his back, watching this scene, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Li Feiyu couldn't contain her emotions and exclaimed, "Boss, even though this is the third time I've seen this scene, I'm still incredibly excited. This is a unique kind of romance that belongs to our fruit technology." Although he has been led astray by Chung Shi, deep down he is still that artistic youth. Chung Shi gasped, you think it's romantic?" Li Feiyu asked in confusion. "Boss, don't you think your eyes are shining?" Chung Shi pouted, "My eyes are shining. Is it possible that I saw a lot of money? With so many goods, I wonder how many gold coins I can get from the students of the normal university. Just thinking about it makes me so excited." Li Feiyu. Sun Feifei. Well, talking about romance and ideals with a money-grubbing capitalist like the boss is really like casting pearls before swine. Chapter 265. The two generals are in trouble. With Chung Shi personally leading the team, and with the capable assistance of Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, the fruit group purchase was a success, and they successfully entered the normal university. The first day was a great success, and the data was not just good, it was absolutely fantastic. As for the Polytechnic University, Chung Shi entrusted the entire matter to Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie without asking them a single question. This has always been his style. Trust those he employs, and don't employ those he doesn't trust, knowing when to delegate authority. Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjie did not disappoint Chung Shi's trust. Their progress was slightly slower than that of the normal university, and their data on the first day was also weaker. However, considering that the number of students at the University of Science and Technology is much larger than that at the normal university, in absolute terms, the University of Science and Technology sales and profits on the first day far surpassed those of the normal university. Chung Shi has always been the type to save money where he should and spend it where he should. After both teams finished their work and all the data was compiled, he immediately convened a celebration meeting and distributed bonuses as appropriate. He also contacted Best Incorporated to produce a batch of certificates similar to Outstanding Employees, which he personally awarded to several of the most outstanding employees. The bonus is the substance, while the certificate is the prestige. Combining the two naturally yields excellent results. The fact that the employees who receive their certificates burst into tears on the spot is enough to prove it. Every successful capitalist is, at heart, a master of studying human nature. Chung was naturally well-versed in this art. He had mastered the art of cultivating a sense of honor and belonging. After the fruit group buying mall successfully entered the normal university and the Polytechnic University, Chung Shi finally had some free time. So, the god of learning at Sichuan University, who had skipped classes for more than half a month at the start of the semester, appeared in the lecture hall on a sunny morning with a few of his dog sons to attend his first class of the new semester. The students in the classroom looked at him as if they were seeing an alien. Am I seeing things? Did I get really excited today? This is Chung Shi, right? He actually came to class. It really is true. I thought he dropped out of school. What are you thinking? Chung Shi didn't fail any courses last semester, and he even got a GPA in the top 10 of his major. Why should he drop out? Damn, comparing goods is like throwing them away. Comparing people is like dying. I worked so hard last semester. I didn't skip a single class, and I still failed 2 subjects. Chung Shi skipped at least half of his classes last semester, and he still got such good grades. Is he a monster? You guys don't understand. Our class monitor has Yu Baiwei, who is ranked first in the entire college, tutoring him. It's a one-on-one tutoring session behind closed doors. How could the results be bad? Damn, are you kidding me? We were having a great discussion about studying, and suddenly you have to throw in some PDA? Chung Shi remained unmoved by these whispered discussions, showing not even a slight expression. He was used to the idea that mediocre people are not envied. To be honest, what can he do when his dear parents raised him to be so outstanding? In the lecture hall, it was naturally a large class, attended by the finance and economics departments together. Yu Baiwei did not know that Chung Shi was coming to class. As usual, She sat in the front row with a straight posture, revealing the superior curve of her neck, which was as slender as a swan. Her hairstyle was a high ponytail, which she learned from Xiaoning. For this hairstyle to look good, one must first have a lot of hair. Yu Marin is clearly blessed by the gods, with a lot of hair, good quality, as black as sesame seeds, and as silky as a waterfall. Changshi looked at her and had an urge to sit behind her and tug her a little. It would increase her attack speed, right? Yu Baiwei's oval face was initially tense, giving off a cold and aloof vibe that made people feel distant. After hearing many people talking about someone, she suddenly turned her head and saw Changshi sitting at the back. Her micro-expressions became rich at once. Her phoenix eyes, which were as calm as water, seemed to have a small pebble thrown in, and in an instant, they were rippling with water. Hold head high. She made an extremely happy sound, instantly lifted her bottom, and trotted to the back row to sit next to Changshi. Then, skipping all the intermediate steps, she placed her soft little hand into Changshi's palm. Wei, are you in such a hurry? You forgot your book. Su Shi, the fanatic, also came over, holding Yu Baiwei's textbook in her hand. As soon as Yu Baiwei saw Changshi, she ran straight to the back row. She was so anxious that she forgot to take her textbook. Yu Baiwei took the textbook, her cheeks slightly flushed, and sweetly thanked Su Shi. Su Shi stopped teasing the shy Yu Baiwei and instead looked at someone with some surprise. Changshi, did the sun rise in the west today? You actually decided to come to class. Changshi raised an eyebrow and said in a cheeky tone, although I'm the kind of God-level student who doesn't need to attend classes, can get full marks in advanced mathematics, and still ranks in the top 10 of my major in terms of GPA, I still have to come to class occasionally. Not for any other reason than to give you muggles some psychological comfort, so that you don't do something rash and try to commit suicide. Otherwise, wouldn't I be committing a terrible sin? Su Shi, I really want to kill him. What should I do? The courses in the second semester of freshman year at Sichuan University's School of Economics are no less numerous than those in the first semester. Not only are there 5 classes scheduled in the morning, but there are also 3 more. This intensity is comparable to that of senior year in high school. Changshi boasted to Su Shi that he was a god-level player, but in reality, he had been listening to gibberish all morning. It was all right to attend the large classes with Yu Baiwei. Although it was agonizing because I couldn't understand the lessons, I could play with Yu Baiwei's soft and fragrant little hands. The small classes that are held separately for financial management majors are nothing but torture. In the afternoon, Changshi was hesitating whether to continue listening to the cryptic lecture or simply skip class when a phone call made the choice for him. He drove straight to the normal university. The call was from Li Feiyu, who sounded quite anxious, telling him that there were some problems on their end, the kind that neither he nor Sun Feifei could solve. Half an hour later, Changshi arrived at the normal university and met up with his 2 henchmen, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, at the Meet You milk tea shop. After exchanging ideas for a while, they managed to figure out the situation. There are 2 main problems. The first one comes from the Meet You milk tea shop. The Meet You milk tea shop at the normal university opened last year, but it hasn't done much advertising. It has maintained its business solely through quality control, taste, and the good reputation it has built among students. When Changshi was thinking about how the fruit group buying mall was set up at the normal university, he figured that whether he was herding 1 sheep or 2, it was still the same thing, so he might as well take the opportunity to promote it. A few days ago, he asked Wushan to bring her friends to support him and treated them to a full 21 cups of milk tea. Well, actually, in the end, the generous and magnanimous senior brother Jiang paid the bill. The purpose was to get Li Feiyu to take a bunch of photos for publicity. Chapter 266 The Cars Here. Thanks to the massive traffic of Yujian.com, coupled with its superior quality control and taste compared to its competitors, the business has naturally become very successful. In just a few days, the turnover increased several times. Store manager Zheng Xiuxiu quickly consulted Changshi and hired 3 part-time college students to barely manage the business. It's easy to imagine just how booming the business is. For every person who is happy, there is someone who is sad. Milk tea sales don't increase out of thin air. When the sales of a milk tea shop surge, it means that the sales of other milk tea shops plummet. The owners of other milk tea shops near Sichuan Normal University were in a panic as their business declined, and even their regular customers were being snatched away by Meet You milk tea shop. They launched a price reduction and promotion campaign, but it was completely ineffective. Both are promotional tactics, but simply lowering prices can never compare to conveying emotional value. In this respect, Mr. Chung can be considered a master among masters, having a firm grasp on the psychology of contemporary college students. Meeting her was like pear blossoms reflected in spring water. Of course, I had to give her the first cup of milk tea of spring. For the rest of my life, through wind and snow, through ordinary days, through the tenderness in my heart, I offer you a cup of milk tea. The wind that blew with thoughts of you reached Sichuan Normal University, carrying the aroma of taro milk tea. Someone can come up with similar promotional slogans without thinking. These copywritings were all adapted from later bestsellers. They were incredibly effective at stirring emotions. Most college students today are both naive and innocent. They've never seen anything like this before. They feel as if the most secret string in their hearts has been violently plucked, leaving them feeling incredibly anxious and restless. Please, stop flirting. I'll buy it, okay? I'll just quit this life if necessary. Meet You Milk Tea Shop has maximized the emotional value of its customers. Other milk tea shops, simply by lowering prices, can't compete with that. Perhaps sensing impending doom, the bosses quickly gathered together to discuss countermeasures. I've heard about it. This damn Meet You place is run by a student. Let's go scare them a bit. It'll definitely work. Old Zheng, is your information reliable? Absolutely reliable. I have a cousin named Jiang Haokuan, the captain of our Sichuan Normal University football team. He's the one who told me this news. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, let's get him. So, under Lao Zheng's leadership, the owners of these milk tea shops have gone to Meet You Milk Tea Shop to cause trouble 6 times in just 2 days. It's like eating with Nima, punctual, once in the morning, once at noon, and once in the evening. Zheng Xiuxiu initially tried to solve the problem herself, but when she found that she couldn't, she quickly sought help from Cheng Shi's 2 henchmen, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, who were stationed at Sichuan Normal University. The 2 henchmen also tried to find a solution on their own. Look at Brother Hong and Wenjia. They did everything on their own, without ever asking the boss for help. After Cheng Shi delegated power and rarely came to Sichuan Normal University, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, who were in charge, naturally wanted to compete with Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjia. Though small, the sparrow has all the vital organs. Today's fruit technology can be roughly divided into 3 schools. The regional officials were led by Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjia. The close advisors of the emperor were led by Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, and the technical school represented by Nan Shui and Wang Song. Those with technical skills have nothing to lose and don't need to engage in any power struggles, but close advisors to the emperor and regional officials must fight each other. Cheng Shi knew that the 2 factions were secretly vying for power, but instead of stopping them, he seemed to be encouraging them to fight. Of course, it can only be a verbal battle, and we can't really hurt each other's feelings. To reiterate, while a wolf-like culture is undesirable, a company without internal struggles will never have any vitality. As it turned out, the 2 generals overestimated themselves. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei were both helpless against them. While these people caused trouble, they kept a very good balance. They didn't smash anything, they just made a lot of noise and talked a lot, creating chaos in front of the milk tea shop and severely impacting business. Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei had almost run out of saliva trying to persuade each other, appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them, but to no avail. Helpless, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his thoughts of competing with Hong Yin and Zhang Wenjia, and instead called for outside help. That is, to summon the boss. A few tough nuts, trying to act tough with me? You've come looking for trouble with me. Do you really think I, Cheng Shouxin, am some pushover that you can just bully? After learning the whole story, Cheng Shi was furious and kept cursing. Logically speaking, in business, everyone relies on their own abilities. Your milk tea shop has poor quality control, the taste is mediocre, and you're not as good at advertising as I am. If your business is bad, that's your own fault. What does it have to do with me? These milk tea shop owners actually chose to come as a group to cause trouble, which is no longer within the scope of normal business competition. If that's the case, then don't blame Cheng Shouxin for lacking martial ethics. Li Feiyu looked extremely anxious. Boss, what do we do now? They're all stubborn mules, completely unyielding. Cheng Shi's expression turned sinister. I can be even more ruthless than them. So what if I block the door and cause trouble? I can do that too. Li Feiyu immediately perked up. Boss, actually that's what I was thinking too, but I was afraid you'd get angry. I didn't expect you to think the same way. Is that so? Cheng Shi said with a half smile. Then tell me. Li Feiyu rolled up his sleeves. It's simple. Just do it. I immediately sent a message in the QQ group and called over dozens of part-time employees from Sichuan Normal University to block those lousy milk tea shops. This is what you call doing the first day of the month and doing the 15th. Wow, Feiyu, you're so awesome. Go on then. Cheng Shi first waved his hand, then rolled his eyes. But I'd like to give you a friendly reminder, your boss. These college students who are doing part-time jobs are a bunch of hotheads. If you stir things up, they might get carried away and cause some trouble. Don't blame me for being your boss then. We're a brotherhood, and we believe in taking responsibility for our actions. Li Feiyu. Did he misunderstand his boss? Sun Feifei picked up the conversation, giving Li Feiyu a way out. Boss, stop keeping me in suspense. What's the plan? Cheng Shi smiled and said, we definitely have to block the gate, but we can't let people gamble. I plan to use cars to block it. Sun Feifei asked in confusion. Boss, aren't you afraid of angering them and having them smash your Audi? I didn't say I'd use my Audi. I'm just planning to subtly reveal my superhuman identity by summoning a car. Trust me, no one will dare to smash this car. Perhaps it was a case of Chinibu, middle school syndrome, but Cheng Shi pointed one finger to the sky with great ceremony. If heaven had not given birth to Cheng Shouxin, the path of scum would have remained shrouded in eternal darkness. Scum, come here. Tui, come here. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, exuding an imposing presence, slowly drove into the campus of Sichuan Normal University, gradually attracting a large crowd of onlookers. Chapter 267. So your name is Zheng Guodong. Old Zheng's full name is Zheng Guodong. He is in his 40s. His brother-in-law is a minor official in the logistics department of Sichuan Normal University. Through this connection, he got a shop in the prime location of Sichuan Normal University and started a milk tea shop. The name is rather corny, really delicious, and the taste is also very average. However, thanks to the border crossing, they have made a fortune in recent years. Unfortunately, with the sudden emergence of the Meet You milk tea shop, his good days came to an end. Of the several milk tea shops on the campus of Sichuan Normal University, his Really Delicious was the most severely impacted because Meet You opened right across from Really Delicious. So when several milk tea shop owners conspired to suppress Meet You, Zheng Guodong was the most active. At this moment, he was sitting at the entrance of his milk tea shop, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, leisurely puffing away. While smoking and glancing at the time, Zheng Guodong thought, it's almost dinner time. It's time to gather the other bosses and cause another ruckus across the street. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and started sending mass text messages. He really didn't take the college students on the other side seriously. Those two so-called managers, named Li Something and Fei Something, were still immature. How could they possibly compete with him? Zheng Guodong believed that if he continued to make a scene like this, Meet You would have to close down and go out of business in at most half a month. Uncle, I heard you took some people to cause trouble at the bubble tea shop across the street. A handsome young man walked over, wearing a Ronaldo Brazilian national team jersey and holding a soccer ball in his hand. It was none other than the generous and elegant Jiang Haokuan, a senior student. Zheng Guodong said with a smile, Haokuan, that's right. Didn't you say that you had some friction with the owner of the milk tea shop, that kid named Cheng something? Your uncle here is here to stand up for you. Jiang Haokuan frowned. Uncle, this isn't a good idea. It'll definitely piss off Cheng Shi. Zheng Guodong didn't take it seriously. So what if he pisses me off? Do you think I'm afraid of a mere kid? What can he do to me? Although Jiang Haokuan has many of the spoiled habits of rich kids, he is still kind at heart and despises Zheng Guodong's behavior, which is completely unrelated to business competition. He advised, Uncle, that kid is really weird. Take my advice, don't go and cause any more trouble. Zheng Guodong had no reason to listen. On the contrary, he felt that his cousin had become stupid from studying too much. That kid is pretty weird, but he's just a greenhorn around 20 years old. How weird can he be? Upon realizing this, Zheng Guodong's expression grew even more disdainful. At this time, the owners of several other milk tea shops also arrived one after another. The group was about to continue causing trouble at the Meet You milk tea shop when they saw a Rolls-Royce slowly driving up amidst the onlookers of many students. As the emperor of commercial vehicles, Rolls-Royce is a name known to all. But at this point in time, there were very few of these vehicles in the entire greater Chengdu area. In reality, very few people had ever seen one, so it was normal for them to attract attention. Among the students watching was Shun Jiai, who had already joined the Fruit Group purchase business department and was handing out flyers in the area. She looked quite pretty today, wearing a light blue hooded sweatshirt, navy blue jeans, and white canvas shoes. The outfit was simple and clean. She had delicate light makeup on her face, and her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, fluttering lightly in the gentle spring breeze. She carried a beige woven shoulder bag with clearly visible hand-woven patterns. Inside were flyers to be distributed, adorned with a teddy bear keychain that swayed gently with her steps. Shinjiai dared to pursue Cheng Shi, which means she was indeed quite attractive. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty, she certainly deserved the description of a charming young lady from a modest family. Holy crap, am I seeing things? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yeah, wow. This car must be worth 7 or 8 million, enough to buy 5 houses in Chengdu. Our Sichuan Normal University is just a rundown second-tier university. Could there be some hidden rich young master or princess here? Zheng Guodong and the others were whispering among themselves as they prepared to meet the milk tea shop owner who had caused trouble. Then they saw the imposing and majestic Rolls-Royce Phantom drive right up to them without even braking. Zheng Guodong and the others quickly moved away. It wasn't that I was afraid the car would injure them, but rather that I was afraid I would damage their car. Even a single damaged car headlight could keep them busy for a year and a half. After they avoided it, they discovered that the Rolls-Royce had driven right up to the entrance of the really delicious milk tea shop. Then, with a flick of the plate, it executed a spectacular drift and came to a stop, completely blocking the entire milk tea shop. There's no way around it. Rolls-Royce's wheelbase is just that wide, designed to project a tall and imposing presence. What's going on? Zheng Guodong frowned, looking completely bewildered. They didn't dare to think about offending anyone. They have self-awareness. Who does he think he is, coming to block his door in a Rolls-Royce? Does he even deserve it? Many students' eyes were focused on the Rolls-Royce, wondering who would get out of the car later. Could there really be a legendary rich young master or princess at our Sichuan Normal University? The car door opened, and the first person to get out was a tall, middle-aged man in a black suit, black leather shoes, black sunglasses, and pure white gloves. He exuded the air of a British aristocrat, like a wealthy chauffeur from a TV drama who had stepped into reality. The middle-aged man was none other than Uncle Xiao, who had come in response to someone's summons. Putting everything else aside, just when it comes to image management, Uncle Xiao is absolutely impeccable, an elegant gentleman. To help Cheng Shi put on a show, Uncle Xiao got out of the car and deliberately drove a long way around on the left before opening the door for Cheng Shi, who was sitting in the back seat, and said respectfully, "Young master, please." The pretentious Cheng, behaving elegantly, slowly got out of the car, casually took off the sunglasses he had borrowed from Uncle Xiao, and then, with a hint of contempt in his eyes, looked around before fixing his gaze on Zheng Guodong, who was still in a daze. "So your name is Zheng Guodong?" Zheng Guodong, whose name was mentioned, immediately shuddered. No way, this incredibly wealthy young master really came here for him? His face was full of astonishment, and he truly felt unworthy. Let's be reasonable. The Rolls-Royce itself is worth 5 apartments in Chengdu, not to mention the special passes plastered all over the car windows. These documents are probably worth more than the car itself. They're not something you can just get with money. And then there's this quintessentially British driver. What kind of family background must this young master come from? If you want to control Zheng Guodong, do you really need to get involved personally? To put it bluntly, even a fart could kill him. Chapter 268: The Boss's Life. A Life of Extraordinary Success. Jiang Haokuan and Shun Jia were equally taken aback. Is this a Rolls-Royce? It belongs to Cheng Shi's family. Cheng Shi owns an Audi A6L, which is enough to make Jiang Haokuan jealous and Shun Jia envious. But today they switched to a Rolls-Royce. Shun Jia's eyes nearly popped out of her head as she watched Cheng Shi enter his pretentious, elegant mode. Takashi Kaneshiro and Daniel Wu have faded into obscurity. Under the halo effect, Shun Jia felt that Cheng Shi was the most handsome man in the world at that moment. Jiang, who was always proud and arrogant, couldn't help but feel a strong sense of inferiority at this moment. The sense of unevenness is too strong. Cheng Shi, who drives an Audi, felt he could barely keep up. Although he didn't own an Audi, his family could afford one. If Cheng Shi were to drive a Rolls-Royce, then he wouldn't be able to stage an accident for him at all. I understand now. Senior brother Jiang really understands. It's perfectly reasonable for Wu Shan to ignore him. Who does he think he is, to compare himself to Cheng Shi? To put it bluntly, if he were a woman, he would have loved to give Cheng Shi a kiss right then and there. Speak up, you fucking Zheng Guodong. Cheng Shi looked at Zheng Guodong, who was still in a daze, and continued to speak, his tone still frivolous and his eyes filled with disdain. Although he wasn't a spoiled brat, he had plenty of contact with that kind of person in his past life. I know several people who are at least a level above Wang Xikong. He imitated these kinds of princes so well that, if not perfectly, they were exactly the same. Zheng Guodong shuddered. Ahem, this young master, I am Zheng Guodong. What are your orders? I wouldn't dare to give orders. Cheng Shi raised an eyebrow. Boss Zheng is something else. He brings people to my milk tea shop to cause trouble every few days. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd with a chilling gaze. The other milk tea shop owners around Zheng Guodong all lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. It's only polite to reciprocate. I'm parking my car in front of your shop today. If you're not happy about it, write me a self-criticism, no less than 800 words. I'll post it in front of your milk tea shop as a warning to others. If you're not convinced, you'd better be convinced. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he patted Zheng Guodong on the shoulder and left without saying anything more. Zheng Guodong almost fell to the ground when Cheng Shi patted him so lightly. Even if you kill him, he'd never have imagined meeting your boss, whose family background is so impressive. To be honest, how much money can a milk tea shop make? How could it possibly catch the eye of a rich young master like him? But facts are facts, and it just happened in such an unreasonable way. Zheng Guodong was drenched in sweat and filled with trepidation. He didn't just kick a nut. He kicked the alloy armor of a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. My feet are numb. They really are numb. Old Zheng, what do we do now? A milk tea shop owner, his face deathly pale, looked at Zheng Guodong with trembling eyes. Zheng Guodong smiled bitterly. What can we do? What else can we do? Didn't young Master Cheng say that I should write an 800-word self-criticism and post it at the entrance of the Meet You milk tea shop? The man looked miserable. You're really going to write it? How am I supposed to get by now? The students at Sichuan Normal University will laugh at me for years to come. Old Zheng, whether you write it or not is your business, but I'm going to write it, and I'll start right away. Zheng Guodong showed none of his previous arrogance. He was as timid as a quail. Hey, Haokuin, don't go. Help your uncle come up with something later. An 800-word self-criticism. I doubt I even know 800 words. Jiang Haokuin rolled his eyes. Uncle, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? I told you Cheng Shi was really weird. Having finished showing off, Niugalu Cheng was about to return to the Meet You milk tea shop to deal with the second problem. Someone in the college student part-time team was causing trouble. He had only taken a few steps when someone called out to him, and a sweet, charming voice came from behind him. Boss! Cheng Shi turned around and saw Xinjiai, whose makeup was exquisite and who looked very pretty. It's you. Boss, you remember me. Xinjiai was somewhat flattered. Cheng Shi smiled and said, I remember, you're Wu Shan's roommate. And I was the interviewer when you came for the interview. Is there something you need? Xinjiai's eyes sparkled. Boss, I have to say, you were so cool just now, especially that last line. If you're not convinced, you'd better be convinced. It was so incredibly cool. Although Cheng Shi had enjoyed showing off, he also vaguely felt that it wasn't quite enough. Now he understands why. There are fewer female fans supporting him. Now, this girl named Xinjiai has helped him fix it perfectly. Her taste is absolutely top-notch. TSK, do you admire him that much? You're even squeezing your legs together. Xinjiai so tactfully praised him for being handsome. Cheng, with his high EQ, naturally had to reciprocate. Shun, you're very pretty too, especially your eyes. They're so bright and expressive. If you styled your hair like a ponytail, you'd be even more beautiful. Next year when we meet online, we'll probably be choosing a bunch of campus goddesses, and I'll choose you as the goddess of Sichuan Normal University. Boss, really? Why would I lie to you? All right, I have some things to do. You go ahead and get busy. Cheng Shi smiled, waved to Xinjiai, and then turned and left. To his surprise, his flattery of Xinjiai, which he reciprocated, completely captivated the girl, causing her to fall into fantasies and daydreams. He complimented me on my looks, and even said he wanted to choose me as his goddess. Could it be? Could it be that I'm not just having a one-sided crush? Could it be that he also has feelings for me? If he pursues me, should I first politely decline and then accept, or should I accept right away? If I marry him and have a baby, I wonder if the baby will look more like me or more like him? Xinjiai's thoughts drifted further and further away until she felt every pore on her body open up, as if she had taken an elixir from Laozi. She felt incredibly good. Her face grew redder and redder, and her legs squeezed tighter and tighter. Back at the Meet You milk tea shop, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei quickly came over to ask Cheng Shi how things were going, and Zheng Xiuxiu also leaned in to listen. Cheng Shi habitually raised an eyebrow. There shouldn't be any problems. Just wait. At the latest, it will be tomorrow or even tonight. Zheng Guodong and his bunch of idiots will come over with an 800-word self-criticism to apologize and admit their mistakes. Then you should post these self-criticisms in the most conspicuous place, as a way of making an example of them. I believe that in the future, no one in Sichuan Normal University will dare to target our Guisher technology. Li Feiyu clicked her tongue in surprise. Boss, it's done already? So fast. Sun Feifei was also surprised. Boss, did I hear that right? These scoundrels not only want to come and apologize, but also want to write a self-criticism? Boss, just tell me honestly, where did you buy the cheat? Things that I struggled with and couldn't solve were handled effortlessly by the boss. Is the gap between me and my boss really that big? The two couldn't help but recall a saying that Brother Hong once said. Some roads are only the right ones if the boss leads us. If we have to walk them ourselves, then they're all just pitfalls. The boss's life is an extraordinary one. Chapter 269, What Did She Do Wrong? The fact that Zheng Guodong and other tough guys could back down so quickly actually had little to do with Cheng Shi. It was mainly due to Yu Baiwei's Rolls-Royce covered in special passes. The matter involved was rather complicated, and Cheng Shi was too lazy to explain it further to Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei. He waved his hand and changed the subject directly. Let's talk about the second question. What exactly caused those part-time students to cause trouble? After organizing her thoughts, Li Feiyu began to speak to Cheng Shi. The part-time team at Sichuan Normal University is mainly divided into two departments, the delivery department and the marketing department. The delivery department is easy to understand. It consists of semi-full-time delivery workers like Zhou Hongyi, a student from a poor family at Sichuan University, who are responsible for picking up goods from nearby merchants and delivering them to the corresponding dormitory buildings every day. This job is quite tough, involving exposure to wind, rain, and sun, and it's also physically demanding, so the pay is relatively high. They mainly select the most hardworking and resilient students from impoverished backgrounds. The marketing department has a lot of miscellaneous tasks. For example, Shen Jai works in the marketing department. Today she might be responsible for distributing flyers. Tomorrow she might have to go out to the market and persuade merchants in the business district around the school to join the Guoshi group buying mall. And the day after tomorrow, she might be responsible for training these merchants and teaching them to become familiar with the standardized set of procedures of Guoshi group buying. Although it's a miscellaneous job, it's definitely easier than the delivery department, so the wages are lower. The problem wasn't scarcity but inequality, so some people started causing trouble, saying that the work in the marketing department was just as demanding, so why should they be paid less and demanding a raise? Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, of course, could not agree. The delivery department pays more than the marketing department, and this isn't unique to Sichuan Normal University. Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, and Sichuan University of Technology are all like this. If salaries are raised, wouldn't that mean the other three universities also need to raise theirs? How is that possible? Besides, the part-time students at the other three universities have no objections, but only your Sichuan Normal University has objections, so it's obviously your own fault. Communication between the two sides went wrong, leading to an argument. Then, with the help of someone with ulterior motives, the marketing department simply went on strike. Of course, not everyone participated. It was probably about 50-50, but it still seriously affected the promotion plan of the fruit group buying mall. Cheng Shi listened and couldn't help but smile. This problem is actually easier to solve than the one involving Zheng Guodong. A bunch of damn bastards, they studied Mao Zedong thought and read Marxism-Leninism, and now they think they've stood up and can band together to strike, huh? Unfortunately, these college students are destined to only learn the basics. The reason why the workers can go on strike is because they really have an iron fist and dare to smash the heads of the capitalists. Even if Cheng Shi put his head right in front of them, would these college students dare to smash it? Furthermore, do they have a program, a real organization, or a leader who can unite everyone? Not a single one. They dare to stage a strike? Even the funniest comedy isn't this funny. Cheng Shi's strategy was simple: recruit some, attack others, and divide and conquer. Faced with the immense power of capital, any organization without a guiding principle is like a bride's chastity belt. It can disappear in an instant. Specifically, first, fire the ones who jump the most aggressively. Then, within the content department, select a few hardworking individuals as role models and promote them. Salary increases are out of the question, but bonuses can be given. Promote them along the way, giving them titles like team leader, and then have them deal with the troublemakers. They would definitely enjoy it. Just like those traders during wartime, they were the most ruthless when it came to dealing with their own people. Both Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei felt enlightened after hearing this. The secretary gaped. Holy crap, boss, how come I didn't think of such a simple and effective method? Cheng Shi curled his lips. Feiyu, it's not that you can't think of it. It's that you dare not think of it, because this method is too insidious. You are not like me. You have morality, while all I have left is immorality. Sun Feifei sighed. Boss, it's lucky you were born in this era. If you had been born 20 or 30 years earlier, you would have gotten into trouble sooner or later and been dragged up by the workers and hung on a street lamp. Cheng Shi smiled and said, Feifei, this is easy. Something will happen sooner or later anyway. I'll just do it at noon. Sun Feifei. The boss's words made perfect sense, and she was speechless. As dusk falls and the sun sets, the campus of Sichuan Normal University, which has been established for nearly 60 years, is enveloped in layers of warm golden light. The newly built teaching buildings gleamed in the setting sun, while the old buildings with ivy-covered walls appeared spacious and quiet, like old women sitting languidly in deck chairs, reminiscing about the past. Love truly requires courage to face gossip and rumors. As long as you give me a look of affirmation, my love has meaning. After a busy day, Shunjai returned to her dorm with her small crossbody bag on her back, humming a tune, and a large bag of snacks in her hand, bought by her boyfriend. As for why Shunjai, who already has a boyfriend, still wants to pursue Chengshi. Just like in her lyrics, love really needs courage to face gossip and rumors. She felt that she had finally met her soulmate. What's wrong with being in a relationship? As long as Chengshi agrees to be with her, she can immediately break up with her boyfriend. After all, they're just dating, not married. But then again, can't you get divorced even if you're married? Big data can prove that the divorce rate has increased year by year since the beginning of the 21st century, indicating that most people hold this view. She just wanted to pursue true love. What did she do wrong? Jai, what's making you so happy? You've been humming a song the whole way. The speaker was Wu Shan, who was lying in bed reading a novel. She was a loyal fan of Ouyang and had been following her novel, Chengdu Tonight is Unprotected, for a long time. The plot is now in its final stages, and the female lead will have to make her final choice between her childhood sweetheart and the newcomer. Wu Shan is completely engrossed in watching it. As the saying goes, being tall while lying down is the real height, and Wu Shan's lying posture perfectly highlights her bust curves, making her an extremely rare D-level ability fruit owner among Sichuan girls. Shan, there is something to be happy about. Shunjai felt a sweet warmth in her heart when she thought about how Chengshi had praised her for being beautiful and said he would choose her as the campus goddess next year. It was as if a honey-scented moon could bloom within her. By the way, Shan, can I ask you a question? Before Wu Shan could ask her why she was so happy, Shunjai changed the subject. Go ahead and ask. Wu Shan continued reading her novel without even looking up. How far have things progressed between you and Chengshi? As soon as Shunjai asked this question, the other two girls in the dormitory perked up their ears. Chapter 270 Sun Guoqiang Seeks Help. The roommates were also very curious about the relationship between Wu Shan, the prettiest girl in the class, and her crush, Chengshi. Lovers? It shouldn't be. It doesn't seem like Wu Shan was actively pursuing Chengshi. Although she kept calling him her male god, she usually did whatever she was supposed to do, never even sending Chengshi a phone call or a QQ message. That's very strange. If you clearly like someone and you're not bad off, why don't you pursue them? Don't you know the saying, a woman pursuing a man is as easy as piercing a thin veil? Which step? Wu Shan was a little confused. Shan, let me rephrase the question. Are you pursuing Chengshi? Of course not. He's Chengshi. How could I possibly win him over? Wu Shan's expression was a mix of amusement and exasperation. Let alone her, even Xia Ning, who is 2 levels prettier than her, has no chance. After all, Chengshi's current girlfriend is a high and mighty flower, unlike anyone else. Speaking of Xiaoning, Wu Shan still clearly remembers how disappointed Xiaoning looked and how sorrowful her eyes were when she answered Zhang Li's questions. It's my fault I lost Xiaocheng. Even now, Wu Shan can't believe that such humble words actually came from Xiaoning's mouth. She's the universally acknowledged proud little princess. Shunjai had no idea what Wu Shan was thinking at that moment, but she was very happy after hearing Wu Shan's answer. Shan, since you're not planning to pursue Chengshi, then I'm going to make my move. Meow. Wu Shan looked completely stunned. Are you planning to make a move? Who do you think you are? Don't even compare to Xiaoning. You're not even as good as me. As for you, Baiwei, well, I'm sorry, compared to this unattainable beauty, you're just an ape. Oh, what's wrong? Didn't you say you weren't planning on pursuing Chengshi? What's wrong with me pursuing him? Shunjai couldn't understand why Wu Shan had such an expression, and the strange look Wu Shan gave her made her very uncomfortable. Wu Shan scoffed. Jai, I understand why you sang courage just now. You want to woo my crush. Not everyone has that kind of courage. Shunjai snorted. Shan, it's fine if you're a coward, but why are you laughing at me? I dare to love and hate. I'm braver than you, and I'm more deserving of happiness. I'm telling you right now, when Chengshi comes to Sichuan Normal University next time, I'll confess to him immediately. If I succeed then, don't hate me. Wu Shan was overjoyed, and even began to look forward to seeing what Shunjai's expression would be when she was overwhelmed by Yu Baiwei's low-level beauty and questioned her existence. Yes, it's sure to be great, absolutely amazing. At this moment, Shunjiai certainly didn't think she would be attacked. She was full of confidence in herself. After all, Cheng Shi had praised her for being beautiful and even said he would choose her as the campus goddess next year. In her view, this was Cheng Shi's way of implying that he had feelings for her. As for why he was being so subtle, it's probably because Cheng Shi was too beautiful and was shy. The world is full of wonders. Some women are like this. They are very easily overconfident. If you simply give her a friendly look or say a few flattering words out of basic courtesy, she'll assume you have a crush on her. For example, those women on the subway who see someone holding a phone and immediately assume that someone is secretly taking pictures of them. Aren't they this type? Lost in her daydream, Shun Jia started humming a song again. I can feel you even in the crowded streets. Your true heart is in my palm. The more Shun Jia hummed, the happier she felt, until her boyfriend called. She and her boyfriend were high school classmates, but they went to different universities and talked on the phone every night. Normally, the two of them would talk on the phone for at least 2 hours. They were so affectionate. Today, her boyfriend, as usual, kept asking about her well-being and saying sweet words. Baby, you can tell me if you need money. I can give you some of your living expenses. There's no need to go to work part-time. It's too tiring. It breaks my heart to see you like this. In the past, her boyfriend's words would have definitely moved Shinjiai. But now, she only feels that her boyfriend is really low, saying nothing but useless nonsense. They're talking about giving themselves some living expenses, 2 or 300 yuan. What good is that? They can't even afford a few cups of milk tea. If Cheng Shi were her boyfriend, he would truly treat her like royalty and buy her whatever she wanted. Thinking of this, Shinjiai felt so good that her scalp tingled, and she couldn't help but squeeze her legs together again. I had absolutely no interest in chatting with my boyfriend anymore. I gave him a few perfunctory replies, said I was tired, and hung up the phone. Feeling confident in herself, Shunjiai had indeed made up her mind. She was just waiting for Cheng Shi to come to Sichuan Normal University again before she would confess her feelings to him. But after waiting for several days, it still didn't arrive. I was filled with endless longing and agonizing anticipation. She became increasingly irritable, to the point that she picked fights with her boyfriend several times for no reason. This caused her childhood sweetheart, who was deeply in love with her, to become anxious and insecure, suffer from insomnia, and lose clumps of hair. Cheng Shi had neither the ability to see into the heavens nor the ability to hear the wind, so he couldn't possibly know that just because he was being polite and casually complimenting Shinjiai, she would have such a big fantasy, which would indirectly cause a poor guy to lose sleep for several nights in a row. If he knew, he would definitely feel guilty and say, I'm sorry a few times. Having been through similar experiences, he could empathize deeply with Shunjiai's boyfriend. That's really how it is with feelings. The one who is favored takes it for granted, and whoever loves more deeply becomes more humble. Girls like Shinjiai are essentially similar to Xia Ning from her previous life. When she's head over heels for you, she can indeed have a sweet romance with you, making you feel like you've met your true love and that you'll marry no one but her. Unfortunately, this type of girl won't only be infatuated with you. Cheng Shi didn't come to Sichuan Normal University for several days in a row, not because he had some kind of premonition and was avoiding Shinjiai, but because he had more important things to do. Logically speaking, Fruit Technology now uses the entire Panchingdu area, including 9 districts and 12 counties, as its chessboard. As the sole player, it's impossible for it to only focus on a remote corner like Sichuan Normal University. Compared to the entire chessboard, Sichuan Normal University is too insignificant to warrant investing too much of his energy. Sichuan Normal University isn't qualified, but Mr. Sun Guoqiang is. Group Buying In-Store is one of the 3 core sections of Guoshi Group Buying Mall, and the key to making this section truly successful is Eason Mall after Mr. Sun's reforms. In addition, Eason Mall is the only major channel for group buying on the Guoshi Group Buying Mall platform. The commercial areas around the school are mostly small supermarkets and shops, where you can only buy small items. If students want to buy larger items in bulk, they can only place an order on Eason Mall. For at least the next 3 years, Eason will be Guotuan's most important strategic partner. Recently, Eason's reforms encountered some minor troubles. When Sun Guoqiang called, Cheng Shi immediately skipped class and rushed over to offer him advice. What exactly is Chapter 271? Time always seems to fly by when you're busy. School started in early March, and Cheng Shi hadn't even had many classes yet, and almost a month had already passed, bringing us to the end of March. After the cold snap in mid-March, the climate in the Sichuan Basin warmed up completely, ushering in early summer. That's how the basin climate is. Spring and autumn are not distinct, while winter and summer are exceptionally long. Cheng Shi habitually sits in the back row during class. When Sun Guoqiang called, he was too lazy to leave the classroom, so he simply squatted down, tucked his head inside the desk, and pressed the answer button. After understanding Sun Guoqiang's demands, he tossed the nearly brand new textbooks to Yu Baiwei, asking her to keep them for him, and then prepared to make his escape. This class is college English, Cheng Shi's least favorite class, without a doubt, and he skips it without any psychological burden. The English you learn in textbooks is completely different from the English you use in daily communication. Furthermore, when he reaches the point where he needs to communicate with foreigners, how could he possibly not be able to afford a translator? Even in situations where he needs to give a speech in English, Cheng Shi feels that with his mediocre English, he can generally handle it. Does poor English hinder entrepreneurship? It doesn't affect anything at all. That guy named Junior, who always has a dong 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 background music when he appears, has worse English than Cheng Shouxin. And he keeps saying, "Are you okay?" But his mobile phones still sell like hotcakes, and he can even lead the times in car manufacturing. The teacher was writing on the blackboard at that moment, and he simply slipped out the back door, making it impossible for him to be discovered. And that was indeed the case. Cheng Shi, who had successfully slipped out of the classroom, was about to go downstairs when he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw the pretty Yu Marin, who was also imitating him, slipping out of the classroom like a chicken thief. If Cheng Shi were to do the same thing, it would definitely look rather sleazy. But Yu Marin is different. Her looks and figure are undeniable, making her undeniably adorable. Cheng Shi was startled. "Yu Baiwei, what are you doing?" Yu Marin said sweetly. "Cheng Shi, I don't want to go to class anymore. I want to go out and play with you." "Be good. Listen to me. Go back to the classroom. I'm not going out to play." "Brother, please take your little sister with you. I promise I'll be very good." Yu Baiwei started to act coquettishly, tugging at Cheng Shi's sleeve and shaking it back and forth, making soft whimpering noises. "That won't do either, Yu Baiwei. As a college student, a pillar of the nation's future, how can you skip class?" Cheng Shi spoke earnestly. "Our motherland has not yet achieved the 4 modernizations, and our nation has not yet achieved its great rejuvenation. You must study hard to acquire scientific and cultural knowledge so that you can serve your country in the future." Presumably, these words were too shameless, and even Yu Marin couldn't stand it anymore. So she rolled her eyes at the person. Cheng Shi, sure is right. No matter how shameless you are, you can say it without blushing at all. Aren't you a college student too? And you skip classes every day? Cheng Shi curled his lip. "I'm different. You're a pillar of the nation, while I've long since grown crooked. I'm just a crooked tree. If the country intends to use me as a pillar, it'll collapse sooner or later." Cheng Shi, if you're a crooked tree, then I'm a crooked tree too. Uft, you really want to go out with me that much? Brother, I really want to. Let me make this clear first. I definitely won't have time to take you out. And my car is also in for maintenance. Brother, I can call Uncle Xiao. As Yu Baiwei spoke, she took out her BlackBerry phone. "Oh, how could I forget? You, the true princess of a wealthy family, already have your own driver. I was planning to take you on the bus." Upon hearing Cheng Shi's words, Yu Marin immediately put down her phone. "Brother, my phone is dead. Let's take the bus." Cheng Shi looked at the BlackBerry 9700 in Yu Baiwei's hand, its screen still glowing brightly. "Are you sure it's out of power?" Yu Baiwei's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still nodded firmly. "I'm absolutely sure. I'm lying to you. I am the older sister." She wasn't taking advantage of Cheng Shi. The sister Yu Mei mentioned was the Chow Chow owned by Li Fengqin, the owner of the college supermarket. Yu Baiwei often teases this dog, and not only does she tease it herself, she also drags Cheng Shi along. This Chow Chow was definitely not originally called Sister. After all, it's a male dog, but Yu Baiwei got used to calling it that and couldn't change it. "Okay, I believe you. Let's take the bus then." What could Cheng Shi say? He could only grant Yu Baiwei's wish. Ever since that one time she rode on a crowded bus with Cheng Shi, she has repeatedly asked him to take her on such a bus again. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi had already bought a car, so he was unable to fulfill his wish. As for why Yu Baiwei liked taking crowded buses, she particularly craved the feeling of Cheng Shi holding her completely in his arms. It was rush hour, and Yu Baiwei got her wish. The two boarded a bus that looked like a human can. Cheng Shi gripped the handrails behind his back with both hands, struggling to support himself with his arms. The muscles in his arms were taut, barely enough to create some space for the tall and slender Yu Marin. Yu Baiwei nestled completely in Cheng Shi's arms, feeling his broad chest. Her expression became joyful and comfortable, and she let out soft humming sounds from her nose, like a kitten snuggling with its owner. From Cheng Shi's perspective, one can see the near-perfect curve of her neck. Her fair and tender neck skin, under the dim sunlight, resembles freshly squeezed milk, with pale blue veins hidden beneath the skin. With a slight twitch of the nostrils, one can smell the subtle fragrance emanating from the poppy, like orchids and musk, stirring the most hidden chord in one's heart. If that's all there is to it, someone with excellent self-control would probably not have any wicked thoughts. The problem lies with the drivers who treat the bus like a Ferrari, drifting on every curve and accelerating to overtake at every gap, making the whole bus sway and rock, much like some kind of indescribable sport. Marin's figure was naturally excellent, possessing a near-perfect hip curve. As the bus swayed, a catchy melody began to play in Changshir's mind. One step, two steps, one step, two steps like claws, like the steps of a devil, rubbing, rubbing, on the smooth ground, rubbing, rubbing. Elder brother. The voice of Marin had become somewhat cloying. What's wrong? Something is poking me. Cough. It must be the phone in my pocket. Okay. Marin secretly glanced at Changshir's right hand, his phone, which he had clearly been holding the whole time. So, what exactly is it? She naturally couldn't understand it. But her body's instinctive reaction caused her cheeks to gradually turn red, much like the extremely bright and beautiful sunset clouds on the eastern horizon. Chapter 272 Fermat's Great Conjecture. It is said, and it really is just said, when Albert Einstein first came up with the theory of general relativity, very few scientists in the world could fully understand it, let alone ordinary people. To make it understandable to muggles, Einstein made up this joke. In the dead of winter, with temperatures below -10 degrees Celsius, George stayed in the cabin with a warm fireplace, while Paige shivered in the snow. An hour had passed, but the flow of time was clearly different for George and Paige. At this moment, Changshir was sometimes tormented, as if he had become Peppa Pig, wishing time would pass quickly. At other times, he felt relaxed, as if he had become George, wishing time would slow down, and slow down even more. It's quite divisive. Fortunately, time is a unidirectional vector in the three-dimensional world, destined to only move forward. Whether it was pleasant or agonizing, half an hour later, this bus, which was practically a human meat can, finally arrived at the bus stop in front of Eason Plaza. Changshir got off the bus and, to hide his embarrassment, plopped down on a bench under the bus stop sign. Brother, weren't you going to see President's son? Why are you sitting here? Baiwei was very puzzled. What puzzled her more was, what exactly was that bumping against her just now? So she tried to observe secretly, but Changshir had his legs crossed and didn't give her a chance to observe at all. I'm thinking about a math problem. What kind of question? Baiwei's expression turned somewhat strange. Brother, if I remember correctly, this is Fermat's last theorem. Trust me, you can't solve it. This problem has puzzled all of humanity for over 300 years. If heaven had not given birth to Chengshouxin, the art of numerology would have remained in perpetual darkness. I clearly feel a mysterious force in the darkness giving me enlightenment. Really? Of course it's fake. Chengshir Gang was pondering how to solve Fermat's last theorem, and thus successfully shifted his attention. Feeling less awkward, he stood up, ruffled Baiwei's soft, long hair, and then walked away first. Let's go find President's son, help him solve some problems, and see if we can squeeze anything out of him. Reasoning. Only someone reborn with a high-tech academic system could handle the show-off Fermat, put on over 300 years ago. A reborn person like him, who is very innocent and unpretentious, can only make money and take advantage of others. Okay. Baiwei caught up with Chengshir's pace. Throughout the journey, she secretly observed Chengshir, but found nothing about him other than his phone that could bother her. That's strange. It was definitely there just now. How come it's gone again? The academically gifted girl frowned. Suddenly, I feel like there's a really scary bug in this world. In Sun Guoqiang's office, he was sipping a cup of warm De Hong Pao tea, taking small sips. While waiting for Chengshir to arrive, Wei Lan reported on the renovation progress of each floor of Eason Mall. Sun Guoqiang is a very capable person. Since he has made up his mind to reform, so as not to be swept away by the tide of the times, he will not hesitate to make a decision. Therefore, the progress of the reforms on each floor is quite good, with most exceeding 50%. At this rate, the reform will be fully completed in another month. A commercial district similar to Wanda Plaza in later generations is about to emerge in Chengdu. Apart from Chengshir, the prophet, even those who were directly involved in the reforms, such as Sun Guoqiang, Wei Lan, and Zhao Dehan, could not have imagined the immense impact this business district would have on the surrounding area and even the entire Wuhou district once it was formed. Why did those prefecture-level cities in later generations go to great lengths to get Wanda to build Wanda Plaza? Because this thing can really boost the economy. Boosting consumption, raising housing prices, and even enhancing a city's reputation. It's not just killing three birds with one stone, it's killing three birds with one stone. Of course, it won't be easy for this business district to truly take shape. Even with Chung Shi's reform plan and his diligent 8-lesson lectures to the managers at Eason, problems still arose. For example, the signage is unclear, the floor locations are not specific, the rest areas are not well designed, and the storefronts are all the same, too serious and lacking in hierarchy. These are minor flaws, seemingly insignificant and not affecting the overall reform. One or two won't make a difference. But what if there are 10, 20, or even more? How much can a snowflake weigh? But what about a massive avalanche? What kind of destructive power does it contain? Even the biggest avalanche is made up of individual snowflakes, isn't it? Sun Guoqiang, Wei Lan, and Zhao Dehan, along with the managers in charge of specific reform matters, all knew that they were not good at handling the details, but they were at a loss as to how to do the details well. Many things are like that. They're easy to say but hard to do. Just like Fermat's last theorem, such a seemingly simple formula has stumped so many geniuses over the past 300 years. Gauss, Euler, Newton, Leibniz. Which one of them hasn't made a name for themselves in history? Which one hasn't shone brightly? Left with no other choice, Sun Guoqiang had to ask Chung Shi for help again, already prepared to be ripped off once more. No matter how good the relationship is business is business. Mr. Chung makes a fortune every day. Why would he sacrifice his precious time to help Eason optimize its reform plan? Sun Guoqiang is a very shrewd businessman. Like Chung Shi, he does not believe in so-called business friendships. He believes that only interests are eternal. By the way, Wei Lan, it's been almost a month since the start of the semester at all the universities, right? How are the sales figures for the Eason Mall section of the Fruit Group buying mall? After reviewing the reform progress schedule for each floor, Chung Shi still hadn't arrived. Since Sun Guoqiang had nothing better to do, he decided to continue listening to the reports. He was very interested in how much benefit Chung Shi could bring to Eason Mall. Wei Lan, unusually, kept everyone in suspense. President Sun, you can guess. Sun Guoqiang gave a random number. Is there 100? That's just nonsense. In business, he's even better at delegating and focusing on the big picture than Chung Shi, and he basically doesn't care about the specific data. Mr. Sun, you've guessed wrong, terribly wrong. The real number is 3.62 million. Holy crap. Sun Guoqiang was so frightened that he trembled. If he remembered correctly, Eason's monthly sales last year were only around 10 million. For Chung Shi, simply having an additional online shopping channel has brought their monthly sales to more than a third of EXIN's offline sales. It's worth noting that Eason has a full 5-story building and more than half of the shops in the plaza below, making it one of the largest shopping malls in Chengdu. This data is truly terrifying. It even shocked the well-informed Sun Guoqiang. Mr. Sun, how should I put it? We've all underestimated the potential of the university student market. Mr. Cheng's progress is too fast. The Guoshi Group buying mall has already covered 4 universities: Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Sichuan University of Technology, and Normal University. Wei Lan was filled with amazement. This represents 200,000 to 300,000 people with significant purchasing power. Many county towns and urban areas don't even have this population. Not to mention, with the Fruit Group buying mall, it's only a matter of time before it expands its reach to the entire university district of Chengdu. After pondering for a while, Sun Guoqiang said with a sigh, Alan, how much does Chung Shi earn each month? I feel like he earns more than me. Mr. Sun, I dare not make any wild guesses. Guoshi Technology is not a joint stock company, at least not at present. Mr. Cheng owns 100% of the shares, and he is not required to disclose financial statements. He himself does not say so, and we outsiders cannot possibly guess the accurate data. But this data must be extremely frightening. As the two were discussing this, there was a knock on the office door, and then Chung Shi led you by way in. Chapter 273 is actually a mutant. Sun Guoqiang has been extremely stressed lately due to the detailed problems encountered after the deepening of the reform of Eason Mall. Wanting to solve the problem but unable to find a specific approach, I thought of Chung Shi's great demon sword. As soon as Chung Shi pushed the door open and entered, President Sun stood up abruptly, his face beaming with smiles, as if he had seen a savior. Mr. Chung, I've been waiting for you like the stars and the moon. I'm here over here. Sun Guoqiang was about to complain to Chung Shi about the problems he was encountering. Chung Shi waved his hand. President Sun, let me guess what you want to say. Are you trying to say that the deepening reform of Eason Mall has encountered many problems at the detail level, and you want me to help you solve them? Sun Guoqiang clicked his tongue in astonishment. President Chung, How did you know? Wei Lan was also quite surprised. When General Manager's son called Cheng Shi over, he only mentioned that he had encountered some problems, but did not specify what those problems were. How could Cheng Shi know so much about them? Could this kid have planted an inside man in Eason Mall? General Manager Wei was clearly overthinking things. He instantly imagined the entire Infernal Affairs trilogy. Mr. Chung, do you have the ability to predict the future? Sister Wei, this is indeed one of my hidden skills, but whether it will work depends on the situation. How exactly should I put it? For example, when Mr. Sun wrote the problem directly in his notebook and circled it in red pen. Cheng Shi smiled mischievously and pointed to the open notebook on Sun Guoqiang's desk. It was filled with notes on the reform of Eason Mall and the problems that needed to be solved at present. Sun Guoqiang. Wei Lan. After a moment of stunned silence, Sun Guoqiang burst into laughter. Ha ha, Mr. Chung is indeed Mr. Chung. Such a humorous bastard, damn it. However, this incident also served as a reminder to him to develop the habit of closing his laptop whenever possible. In reality, many business leaks involving large companies are not as dramatic and complex as depicted in TV dramas. The problems often lie in details that many people overlook. Cheng Shi smiled, and then brought the topic back to the main point. President Sun, show me around first, and we'll talk after we're done. Okay. Sun Guoqiang wasn't one to dawdle, so he immediately led Cheng Shi on a quick tour of all 5 floors of Eason Mall, including the commercial plaza downstairs. Throughout the entire process, Sun Guoqiang kept chattering away, while Cheng Shi mostly just watched and didn't say a word. In fact, as Eason Mall's reforms entered deeper stages, many detailed problems arose, which Cheng Shi had anticipated. During the Chinese New Year period, with nothing to do, he even spent a few days thinking about how to solve the problem, and he basically came up with solutions and documented them. In other words, Sun Guoqiang's renewed request for help was something someone had anticipated. He didn't directly present his solution, but rather intended to use it to his advantage to see what he could get out of Sun Guoqiang. As someone born with the makings of a shrewd businessman, this person never gets up early for nothing. Cheng Shiyan is not short of money now. After all, the 4 major universities are his hunting grounds. With the help of 3 powerful tools, MeetNet, Fruit Interactive Entertainment, and Fruit Mall, he is frantically extracting gold coins from contemporary college students every day. It's worth mentioning Fruit Interactive Entertainment, a newly spun-off subsegment of Fruit Technology. Currently, it only has one web game, Fruit Farm, but it ranks very high, alongside MeetNet and Fruit Group Buy. This is because Cheng Shi will be adding a lot more things to it in the future. For example, the R&D department led by Nan Shui is currently developing 3 web games, Angry Birds, Getting Over It, and Plants vs. Zombies, which will all be added to Fruit Interactive Entertainment in the future. If Cheng Shi were to acquire the copyright to Legend and develop a series of similar web games, he would include them all. He even considered including MeetNet in the package, but that's not feasible right now. MeetNet is now the foundation of Fruit Technology, and its ranking cannot be lowered until Cheng Shi finds another traffic pool. In fact, this is a plan that later internet giants, such as Tencent, ByteDance, and Baidu, have been pursuing, called the pan-entertainment strategy. The future internet will definitely be dominated by smartphones, and the entertainment time of nearly 1 billion netizens will be divided and fragmented by major internet giants. Whichever internet company can capture more of users' fragmented time will stand at the pinnacle of the times. The most typical example is ByteDance. The sudden emergence of Douyin, TikTok, has captured a lot of user time that originally belonged to Tencent, Alibaba, and Baidu, which has enabled ByteDance to successfully overtake others and become the company with the highest market value in the domestic internet industry. We're not short of money for now, so what should I ask Mr. Sun for? As Cheng Shi strolled around, he was lost in thought. When he saw that nearly half of the 5th floor of Eason Mall was still vacant, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. What Fruit Technology currently lacks most is an external office. One of the main reasons why the bigwigs in Chengdu's business community don't even give Guoshi Technology a second glance is that Guoshi Technology doesn't even have a proper office area. The 101 headquarters is essentially a converted activity room. No matter how elaborately Cheng Shi decorated it, it wouldn't be presentable in the eyes of truly successful people. Furthermore, given the current state of development of Fruit Technology, it is indeed necessary to have a formal office off campus for external communication and business engagements. But frankly, Cheng Shi was reluctant to spend real money to rent an office space. Fruit Technology's cash flow looks ample right now, but further expansion will inevitably require burning through more money. Cheng Shi doesn't want to seek angel investment yet. He knows all too well the true colors of those investors. If he lets them in too early, it's a minor issue if he, as the founder, loses power. He could even be kicked out by a single oversight. Therefore, he must spend every penny he has now on the most important things. Sun Guoqiang happened to see the glint in Cheng Shi's eyes and was immediately alarmed. He naturally couldn't guess what Cheng was thinking, but his sixth sense told him that this kid was definitely after him. Nobody wants to be taken advantage of. Sun Guoqiang naturally didn't want to either. But Cheng Shi is a very cunning guy. If this kid really wants to trick me, can I defend myself? Sun Guoqiang is actually a very confident person. But now, he has no confidence in himself at all. The business card scam incident made Mr. Sun realize the cunning and scheming of a certain person. A normal person's heart has 4 chambers, but Cheng Shi's definitely has more. This kid is a mutant. He's got at least 100 tricks up his sleeve. After shopping at the mall and returning to the office, Sun Guoqiang looked at Cheng Shi expectantly and asked, Mr. Cheng, now that you've reviewed everything, how should I resolve my issue? Mr. Sun, shouldn't you be asking me if I can solve this? You have so much confidence in me that you're sure you have a way. Absolutely. I admire you 120 times over, Mr. Cheng. Is there any problem in this world that your great demonic blade can't solve? That's impossible. I can't even solve Fermat's last theorem. Chapter 274 Naive and Childish. Well, Mr. Sun, to be honest with you, I do have some ideas about your problem, but solving it will take a lot of my energy. I really don't have the time. I have an important matter to attend to right now. Mr. Sun, you see, Sichuan University and Eason Mall are so far apart. It would take me half a day to make a trip there. It would be better if our offices were next to each other. Mr. Cheng, aren't the promotions at your University of Science and Technology and your normal university on track? Is there anything else urgent you need to do? Busy looking for an office. Then Sun Guoqiang understood. No wonder that kid kept swallowing his saliva when he was staring at the vacant area on the 5th floor. He got his eye on it. It's obvious that this guy is trying to use helping him solve his problems as leverage to rent or even free his office space. Can I refuse? Mr. Sun felt he couldn't refuse. This time, Cheng Shi didn't resort to tricks. It was an open strategy, and there was no way to counter it. Hey, Mr. Sun, you're definitely more familiar with the Wuhou district than I am. Could you give me some advice on where I should look for a suitable office building? Cheng Shi looked like he was sincerely asking for advice. Sun Guoqiang's cheek twitched slightly. He thought to himself, your acting is really amazing. You have no sense of realism at all. If you switched careers to become an actor, you could probably win a few Best Actor awards. To put it bluntly, Cheng Shi's previous hints were simply that he wanted the vacant office space on the top floor of Eason Mall. Especially that line. It would be more like our offices were next to each other. Isn't that a classic case of the true colors are revealed at the last minute? Sun Guoqiang has a passion for history, and he immediately thought of Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the king of Qin. However, he was clearly the one being manipulated and had no choice but to cooperate with Cheng Shi's performance. Well, Mr. Cheng, what a coincidence. I happen to have a spare office space here, big and spacious. If Mr. Cheng can help me solve the problems I'm encountering after the reform of Eason Mall enters the deepwater zone, I'll rent it to you at half the market price. Cheng Shi's expression shifted to one of delight. Zhao, Mr. Sun, how come I didn't think of that? This way, our offices will be next to each other. It's a perfect win-win situation. Then I'll definitely have time to help you optimize and reform, Mr. Sun. But at half the market price, Mr. Sun, aren't you at a bit of a loss? Sun Guoqiang. Wei Lan. Perhaps due to excitement, Cheng Shi's performance at this moment was somewhat exaggerated, far less natural than before. What should have been a mixture of surprise and embarrassment turned into a getting a good deal and then acting innocent expression. Isn't that infuriating? That's incredibly infuriating. What's even more infuriating is that we have to keep playing along with his act. Sun Guoqiang, suppressing his pain, said, well, Mr. Cheng, you're right. It's definitely a win-win situation. As for whether it's a loss or not, we're brothers. Cheng Shi chuckled, revealing 2 rows of bright white teeth. Mr. Sun, then, I'd be too polite to refuse. President Cheng, what about the reform? Well, fine work takes time. Mr. Sun, give me a week, and I'll give you a detailed correction manual. A week? Okay, a week it is. Sun Guoqiang himself knew how troublesome this matter was, so he directly accepted the deadline. He was a decisive person, and he immediately waved his hand and instructed Wei Lan. Alan, what are you standing there for? Go and print out a contract. I'll sign the lease agreement with Mr. Cheng. Half an hour later, the lease agreement was signed for a 3-year term, at a price that was only half or even lower than the market price. In other words, Cheng Shi saved a huge amount of money and acquired a super large single-level office in the core commercial area of Wuhou district simply by talking. After signing the contract, Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan took Cheng Shi to tour his future office. After taking a walk around, Cheng Shi had already planned in his mind how to design and divide this super large single-level apartment. The boss's office must be the largest, and then each department head must also have a separate room. Of course, don't think the area should be too big. Just enough to move around freely is fine. The large central area can accommodate 4 rows of desks, separated by whiteboards, easily accommodating 100 people. Considering that this office is only responsible for external liaison and business negotiations, Guesher Technology's External Affairs Office will not need to be moved for at least the next 3 years. Woohoo, take off. Having such a large, real office of his own, even Cheng Shi, who had lived 2 lives, couldn't help but feel excited. Compared to the hardships of starting a business in his previous life, this life has been really smooth. He has met only good people, especially Mr. Sun, who is so generous and elegant, with the style of Lord Xinling from ancient times. Yu Baiwei had the same idea as Cheng Shi. She said sweetly, "Brother, Mr. Sun, he's a very nice person." Yu Marin's words reminded Cheng Shi of something. He looked at Sun Guoqiang. "By the way, Mr. Sun, the 3rd floor is the food and beverage area. I just walked around and didn't see any milk tea shops." Sun Guoqiang said with some disdain. "President Cheng, how much money can a milk tea shop make? If not, then so be it." In his plan, the 3rd floor dining area was intended to invite truly big brand restaurants to set up shop. He never even considered milk tea shops. The shops along the street in the commercial plaza downstairs are where milk tea shops should be located. "Mr. Sun, you can't say that. Bubble tea shops may look inconspicuous, but they're actually very profitable. After all, their profit margin is there, and they have a strong ability to attract customers. Believe me, a good bubble tea shop can bring just as much traffic to our Eason Mall as a branded hot pot restaurant." Really, Sun Guoqiang has never drunk a cup of milk tea in his life. In his mind, this thing was just like those low-class street food. Cheng Shi continued his charade. "Why would I lie to you? Take our school, for example. A new milk tea shop just opened, and its business is absolutely booming. Every time I go, I see long lines of students. If Eason wants to attract young people, there definitely needs to be a milk tea shop inside the mall." Sun Guoqiang was clearly convinced. "Is that so? Then I'll look into it and allocate a spot for a milk tea shop. But which milk tea shop should I approach to set up shop there? We at Eason don't have any connections in that area." This is exactly what someone was waiting for. "Mr. Sun, I do have one. I'm quite familiar with the owner of that milk tea shop at our school. If you're really interested, I can help you make the connection." "That's possible." Sun Guoqiang nodded subconsciously, then suddenly became alert. "President Cheng, you're always the type to do things for personal gain. Why are you suddenly helping me make connections? Tell me honestly, what's going on here? Are you trying to charge me a commission?" Poor Mr. Sun, he's really been terrified of being tricked by Cheng Shi. It's almost given him PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Cheng Shi immediately looked very angry. "Mr. Sun, if you put it that way, then I'll get angry. Didn't I just say that when we do business, we believe in a win-win situation? You help me, I help you. It's mutually beneficial. I'm just helping to make connections. Why would I charge you a brokerage fee? Am I the kind of person who's only interested in money? You're being a bit too disrespectful to me." He sneered inwardly. "You're afraid I'll trick you, so you're wary of me, right? You'll avoid being tricked if you're wary of me. Naive, childish. Too young, too simple, sometimes naive." Chapter 275, Getting Scammed and Still Having to Thank Them. Perhaps someone's performance was too realistic, because looking at the indignant Cheng Shi, Sun Guoqiang actually felt a little guilty. He quickly put on a smile and said, Mr. Cheng, that's not what I meant. I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. In that case, I'd like to ask Mr. Cheng to help me make an introduction later." "No problem, no problem." Cheng Shi cupped his hands in greeting, then pointed to Yu Marin, who had been obediently following him around like a little shadow. "President Sun, let me introduce you to my best friend, Yu Baiwei." Sun Guoqiang was surprised. I know." Although he still couldn't understand why Cheng Shi kept emphasizing good friends, when the two of them were clearly dating and being extremely affectionate. Is this guy developing a very trendy new kind of romantic relationship? "Mr. Sun, what I mean is, Yu Baiwei is the owner of that milk tea shop." Yu Baiwei smiled at Sun Guoqiang, looking naive, cute, and easily fooled. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy, book search robot. Choose Xiaohu, stable and reliable, avoid pitfalls. Then Sun Guoqiang understood. Despite my best efforts to prevent this, I still fell into this kid's trap, and twice in one day. Does Yu Baiwei seem like someone who knows how to do business? Obviously, the real owner of this milk tea shop is still that kid Cheng Shi. Of course, There is also the possibility that the milk tea shop does belong to Yu Baiwei, but Cheng Shi is managing it from start to finish. Sun Guoqiang thought the latter was more likely the more he thought about it. Suddenly, I felt like Cheng Shi had pried open my mouth and forcibly fed me a whole bag of dog food. Others send milk tea as gifts, but you send it directly to a milk tea shop? Wow, really wow. You're really willing to spend money to pick up girls. No wonder you managed to snag this angelic beauty. Mr. Sun, who enjoys reading history, let his mind wander again. He thought that if Cheng Shi were in ancient times, he might have been a Wu Sangui. One loved beauty more than the country, while the other went a step further and simply built a great country for the beauty with his own hands. The entry of the Meet You milk tea shop into Eason Mall was essentially a win-win deal. So after some hesitation, Sun Guoqiang accepted it and called Wei Lan to work on the contract, which was quickly signed with Yu Baiwei. Yu Marin, a true princess who was born with the whole world, has no concrete concept of money and doesn't understand the potential of the Meet You milk tea shop, which already has 4 branches and is about to open its 5th. However, she was in a very good mood when she signed the contract, her phoenix eyes shining brightly. Since the milk tea shop was a gift from Cheng Shi, the more the better, ideally all over the world, so that everyone in the world would know that she and he are the best of friends. Because of someone's constant brainwashing, Yu Baiwei, who had already awakened to some aspects of consciousness, was successfully led astray. Now she feels that her best friend is a relationship that goes beyond that of a lover or even a spouse. Yu Baiwei had no idea how to sign contracts, so Wei Lan assisted her throughout the process. Looking at this shrewd and capable businesswoman, Cheng Shi had another wicked idea. He said with a smile, "Sister Wei, once I finish renovating my office, we'll be neighbors. Please take good care of me." Wei Lan waved her hands repeatedly. "President Cheng, aren't you insulting me? You're the one who should be taking care of me." Cheng Shi said seriously, "I'm serious. As our Guoshi Technology and Eason Mall deepen their cooperation, there will definitely be a lot of work that requires coordination with Sister Wei, or even assistance from you. After all, my team consists of college students who are just starting out and don't know much about many things." Wei Lan smiled and said, "President Cheng, you're too kind. Assisting you is my job. According to you, this is a win-win situation. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will do my best." Sister Wei, really? Of course it's true. Hearing this, Sun Guoqiang, who was standing nearby, suddenly had a bad feeling. Holy crap, I think I smell the trap again. No, I think he's definitely digging a trap. Because the next thing this kid said was, "Sister Wei, I happen to have something I'd like to ask for your help with. I'm going to set up my foreign affairs office, and I'll definitely need to hire a group of full-time employees who aren't currently enrolled in school. I really don't know much about recruitment. Could you temporarily serve as the HR, Human Resources, manager for our Guoshi Technology?" Wei Lan's cheeks twitched slightly. Good grief, this guy just dug a pit for President Sun, and now he's trying to seduce her again? After a moment's hesitation, she didn't refuse. She had said it herself, so she had essentially put herself in a difficult position and couldn't refuse. However, she did not intend to agree, but instead chose a policy of appeasement to divert the trouble to the east. "Well, Mr. Cheng, I'm not very familiar with HR either. How about this? I'll recommend someone to you. Vice President Zhao Dahan. He started out in HR. That's great. Let's make it a happy decision then. Sister Wei, you'll be the head, and Vice President Zhao will be your assistant. I believe that with your help, our Guoshi Technology General Office will definitely be able to recruit a group of capable people. Sister Wei, don't worry. For every day you work at Guoshi Technology, I'll pay you for that day. As for your salary, it will be the same as General Manager Sun's, and the same goes for Vice President Zhao." As Cheng Shi spoke, he extended his hand and made a loose handshake gesture. He had no intention of giving the future another chance to shirk responsibility. Children make choices. He's 19, a real adult, so he wants it all. Wei Lan. Sun Guoqiang. Is this even possible? Okay, I've learned something, I really have. However, on the other hand, Wei Lan was quite happy to receive double pay for a while. Of course, this was on the premise that Sun Guoqiang had no objections. Sun Guoqiang didn't have any objections. On the contrary, he was happy to see it happen. Wei Lan and Zhao Dahan are both veterans who have followed him for many years. He is worried that Cheng Shi might poach them. This opportunity could allow me to infiltrate fruit technology and learn in depth about Cheng Shi's management style, the Great Demon Sword. Stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Wait a minute. Seeing the meaningful smile on Cheng Shi's lips, Sun Guoqiang shuddered again. Could my reaction have been anticipated by this kid? If that's really the case, just how amazing must this kid's understanding of human nature be? I'm convinced. I'm truly convinced. Those who have achieved something can be my teachers. Mr. Sun expressed that he really wants to learn. Mr. Chung, why don't you stay for lunch? We can have a few drinks. After all the matters had been discussed, Sun Guoqiang invited Cheng Shi to have dinner together. He really wants to have a few more drinks with Cheng Shi, and then, while he's drunk, learn more from him. Mr. Sun, please forget about this. I have class this afternoon. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he cupped his hands in farewell and took his leave, looking incredibly cool. Sun Guoqiang was quite emotional as he watched Cheng Shi leave. Alan, if he didn't tell you, who would guess he's still a freshman in college? I don't know where he learned those shady tactics. Even a seasoned veteran like me who's been in the business world for decades can't guard against them. Just now, for example. This kid keeps talking about win-win situations, but what happened? The so-called win-win situation was that he won twice, swindled my office building, and tricked you and Zhao Dahan into helping him. Wei Lan agreed wholeheartedly, but then thought it over and felt something was amiss. President Sun, strictly speaking, President Chung won 3 times. As for the milk tea shop, he also benefited. President Sun, you offered to have him introduce you. You can't possibly ask him for the franchise fee again, can you? Blanching. Sun Guoqiang then realized what was going on. Bite. Just then, Sun Guoqiang's computer, which had been on all along, beeped with a notification sound for a new email. He opened it and was stunned. Chapter 276 Tom and Jerry is too unhealthy. Seeing this, Wei Lan asked in confusion, President Sun, what's wrong? Sun Guoqiang didn't speak, but waved to Wei Lan with a very complicated expression. Wei Lan leaned closer to take a look, and her expression became similar to Sun Guoqiang's. A mixture of astonishment, amusement, and even a profound sense of awe. The email body was a Word document with the title in bold black font, Detailed Guide to Deepening Reform of Eason Mall. The document, spanning over 40 pages, is divided into 5 main parts, covering a wide range of issues. These include problems that Eason has identified but lacks a solution for, as well as problems that they haven't yet discovered but which are indeed present. The pen is so sharp, so insightful and penetrating, that even a cursory glance was enough to enlighten both Sun Guoqiang and Wei Lan. This isn't a guide. It's a peerless secret manual. Anyone who practices it will become incredibly powerful. Alan, what did Cheng Shi say just now? He said he'd finish this guide within a week, but he's only been gone for less than 10 minutes. Mr. Sun, to be fair, 10 minutes is still within a week. Well, he must have written this guide a long time ago, but he's been holding on to it without ever bringing it out or even mentioning it. He's just patiently waiting for us to take the initiative to contact him so he can sell it at a higher price. Is Cheng Shi's behavior despicable? That was definitely a dog, and not just any dog. But would Sun Guoqiang dare to get angry? He dared not. This guide is indeed highly valuable. It can serve as a shining beacon, guiding the confused Eason and helping it avoid many detours. From this perspective, what he had sacrificed before was nothing at all. In other words, he not only couldn't be angry, but he also had to be grateful to Cheng Shi. Sun Guoqiang's emotions were very complicated. After a moment of sighing, his admiration for Cheng Shi deepened even further. What does it mean to think 3 steps ahead before taking one? That's what you call thinking 3 steps ahead for every 1 step you take. Look at the editing time of this document. Early February 2010. That is to say, before the Chinese New Year, people had already figured it out and started digging a hole for him. He fell into this trap and was convinced of its truth. Given the embarrassing incident that happened on the bus that morning, Cheng Shi planned to take a taxi back to school, but Yumarin refused, constantly whining to Cheng Shi that she wanted to continue taking the bus. Cheng Shi couldn't resist Yu Tianxian's whimpering and had no choice but to give in, thinking to himself that it was impossible for every bus to be as crowded as the one that morning. As it turned out, Murphy's Law came into play again. What I feared most came to pass. The bus to Sichuan University was even more crowded than it had been in the morning. After boarding the bus, it was the same as in the morning. Cheng Shi held onto the handrail with both arms, and Yu Baiwei curled up in his arms like a well-behaved kitten. Their bodies were pressed together, and they stumbled and rubbed against each other as the bus swayed. The spring clothes are light and thin, and the intoxicating feeling is something that cannot be explained to outsiders. Fortunately, many people got off the bus along the way, and when there were still 2 stops to go before Sichuan University, there were finally empty seats. Cheng Shi quickly pulled Yu Baiwei to sit down, and then studied Fermat's last theorem in his mind for a while, finally driving away those inexplicable demons and monsters that had appeared and disturbed his Tao heart. After returning to school, Cheng Shi attended the last 2 classes of the afternoon right on time, and then went straight back to his dormitory for a nap. He slept very soundly and had some strange dreams. Sometimes he transformed into a fish, swimming freely in the water. Other times he became a bird, floating in the clouds. And finally, he became a wild horse, running wildly on the grassland, with the spring breeze combing his mane and the wild grass flirting with him. Something just surged out like a river of spring water flowing eastward. Upon waking up, the person cursed under their breath, glanced around the dormitory, and thankfully found no one there. They quickly got up, took a basin, and took a shower, casually washing their underwear along with the bathwater. After he changed into some clean clothes and returned to the dormitory, he found that his dogs had all come back and were gathered in front of Wang Tianyu's Apple computer, watching the classic Tom and Jerry. This is a habit that developed in Dormitory 606 when the final exams were approaching last semester, and now it has almost become a daily routine in the dormitory. Chung Shi watched for a while, but the more he looked, the more something seemed off, so he rolled his eyes. Hey guys, you're supposed to be graduates of top-tier universities. Can't you watch something a little healthier? Young Master Wang was the first to look up at someone. Luzi, are you perhaps seriously ill? We're watching Tom and Jerry. What's wrong with that? The other guys were also very puzzled. Chung Shi muttered, that white cat Tom likes, named Toodles. Don't you guys think she's really sexy? Holy crap, the more I look at her, the sexier she gets. I'm not looking anymore. She's practically destroying my pure heart. Everyone. No, does Chung Liuzi know what he's saying? Only Wang Daxiao, who had been through it all, seemed to have some thoughts and insights. During the time when he and Xia Shui were most affectionate, whenever he had nothing to do, he would go into the woods and Xia Shui would press him down and kiss him, making him unable to control himself and whimpering. He seemed to have the same symptoms as Chung Liuzi. He was incredibly aroused, and everything he saw seemed lewd. In other words, this kid and his Yutianxian have also progressed to this point? So young Master Wang inwardly scorned the person. Tisich, a good friend indeed, but a hypocrite. Don't let me catch you whining like that, or I'll laugh at you, Chung Liuzi, for the rest of my life. In early summer, the campus of Sichuan University is filled with the chirping of insects, rising and falling in waves. Most biology students know that when insects chirp at night, they are actually releasing a mating signal. In late March and early April, spring has not yet completely departed, and summer has not truly arrived. It is a time when all things revive and living beings multiply. That night, there was wind, clouds, and the moon. The wind blew through the clouds, quickly obscuring half of the moon, as if the moon was shy and had hidden itself in the clouds. Yu Baiwei also had a strange dream tonight. In her dream, there was only her and Chung Shi. The two of them first cuddled, then kissed, and then did something else, but Yu Baiwei couldn't remember it after she woke up. Perhaps it was done, perhaps it wasn't. Okay, most likely not. Scientific research shows that even in dreams, people cannot dream of things beyond their cognitive range. Yu Marin is so innocent. Those things that are impossible for Chung Shi to dream of. Yu Baiwei sat up in bed, her long, willow leaf-shaped eyebrows slightly furrowed, trying hard to recall the dream from last night that made her feel shy, yet vaguely expectant. After the kiss, did anything else happen between her and Chung Shi? There shouldn't be any. But her genetic instincts told her that it should exist. Chapter 277 Husband and Wife in Harmony. Sichuan Normal University side. Ever since she made it clear to Wu Shan that she wanted to pursue Qin Shi, Shun Jiai had been hoping that someone would come to Sichuan Normal University. She is a very proactive person. Once she makes a decision, she will definitely do it. She told Wu Shan that happiness belongs only to those who are truly courageous. That's what she thought, and that's what she did. She even wrote a love letter to Qin Shi in advance. It is a long and heartfelt piece, totaling more than 3,000 words, with a focus on a hot and passionate theme. He carried it with him every day, waiting for Qin Shi to come to Sichuan Normal University so he could give him the love letter. However, even though she was ready to confess her feelings to Qin Shi, she still did not choose to break up with her boyfriend. The growth curves of girls and boys do not overlap. Girls enter puberty earlier and generally mature earlier as well. Shin Jai subconsciously knew to leave herself a way out. Although she was confident in herself and felt that it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, Qin Shi was also 100% fond of her. Otherwise, why would he praise her for being beautiful? But what if it doesn't work out? Even if her current boyfriend is 1,000 or 10,000 times worse than Qin Shi, he's still a perfect provider. Gossip spreads most easily in two places, on campuses and in the workplace. Fruit Technology is a campus enterprise, thus possessing both characteristics. Once gossip is circulating, it spreads incredibly fast. It's like it's been propelled by rockets or airplanes. Wu Shan is not a talkative person and did not spread rumors that Shun Jai plans to pursue Qin Shi. However, She wasn't the only one who knew about this. Her other two roommates weren't exactly tight-lipped. So the news gradually spread among the part-time students at Sichuan Normal University. From initial speculation to escalation and then to widespread controversy, it all happened in just a few days. That noon, several part-time students from a teacher's college surrounded Xinjiai, subtly probing her to satisfy their burning, gossip-loving souls. Jai, is it really true? I heard you're planning to pursue the boss. You must have misheard. Wasn't the boss planning to pursue Jai? Jai is so beautiful. It's only natural that the boss would be interested. Yes, that makes sense. As the old saying goes, a fair maiden is sought after by a gentleman. Jai is a fair maiden, and the boss is a good catch. What the heck? Oops, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Everyone was talking at once, discussing it nonstop. Xinjiai blushed slightly, but couldn't help but smile. She said with a hint of shyness, "Oh dear, please don't tease me. I admit it, I do like the boss. A man as outstanding as him. What's wrong with admitting it? But I have no idea what the boss thinks of me." Jai, be more confident. As the saying goes, it's easy for a man to pursue a woman, but difficult for a woman to pursue a man, but easy for a woman to pursue a man. Not to mention you're so pretty. I think you have a chance. Just throw a few flirty glances, and the boss will be completely bewildered. Jai, now that you're the boss's wife, don't forget about us. When Lao Ding and the others started trouble the other day, we didn't participate at all. We're definitely the most loyal servants of your family. The crowd began to praise him again. One of the bespectacled guys was particularly cunning, even using the phrase, your family. Reasoning and saying nice things doesn't cost any money. This is going to succeed. They will be meritorious followers. If it's all just rumors and the boss has no interest in Xinjiai at all, then it won't be them who feel awkward, but Xinjiai. No matter how you calculate it, you're not losing out. Who is the fastest runner in the world? It wasn't Usain Bolt, but that man named Manga. After all, speak of the devil and he shall appear. This person clearly had some of the Chow Chow style. At noon, the group of part-time students were discussing him. In the afternoon, he was escorted by Li Feiyu, the left envoy of light, and Sun Feifei, the right envoy of light, and he arrived in Sichuan. In someone's grand chessboard, the Sichuan master is in a remote corner and not very important. However, it is still very necessary to occasionally come and visit the hardworking employees. In plain terms, it means coming over periodically to brainwash the employees in order to achieve someone's sustainable, exploitative strategic policy. This kind of work of offering condolences and support is actually not suitable for him, the boss, to do himself. He needs to maintain his public image and keep his distance from these part-time employees. So when he came to Sichuan Normal University today, he also invited Yu Baiwei. The boss plays the bad cop, and the boss's wife plays the good cop. This is called husband and wife in harmony. Condolences cannot be expressed verbally. Upon arriving at Sichuan Normal University, Chen Shi told Yu Baiwei that they would split up. He would go ahead and go to the activity room where the part-time students were gathered to brainwash them. Brother, what should I do? Go to Meet You Milk Tea Shop and find Zheng Xiuxiu, an outstanding employee you've never met. Have her make milk tea. After I've finished brainwashing, after the meeting, you will personally lead the team to deliver milk tea to the employees. Yu Marin, however, was not happy and shook her head like a rattle drum. She did not want to be separated from Chen Shi. Chen Shi looked at Yu Baiwei, who was pouting, and asked, "Do you want all the employees at Sichuan Normal University to call you boss lady from the bottom of their hearts? Think. Then do as I say and send them milk tea." If I don't deliver milk tea, will they stop calling me boss? They call it that too, but it's very perfunctory and insincere. All right. Yu Baiwei was successfully persuaded by someone. In a certain activity room, all the part-time staff of Sichuan Normal University gathered together. It's not as big as Sichuan University or the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, but it's not small either. The marketing department and the distribution department together have about 40 or 50 people. Looking up, the large activity room was packed to the brim. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today not to talk about work, but just to chat with you all, have a heart-to-heart talk, and listen to your needs. After taking the stage, Chen Shi immediately began his speech. With someone's top-notch eloquence and persuasive skills, it would be incredibly easy for them to brainwash these naive and innocent college students. With just a few words, he stirred up everyone's emotions, and they were all excited. Many even felt that they would die for a true friend, thinking that the boss understood me so well. How should I put it? When you feel that everything someone says makes sense, or even that every word resonates with you, it's highly likely that they don't truly understand you. Rather, they are simply trying to be more accommodating. Chapter 278 Public Execution. When Chengshi launched his brainwashing technique on stage, Shinjai was also in the audience. Looking at the eloquent and radiant man on the stage, her eyes were filled with stars. This is my future boyfriend. He's not just outstanding, he's absolutely dazzling. Shinjai wasn't the only one with stars in her eyes. Wu Shan's eyes were sparkling too. Perhaps out of boredom, she also joined the marketing department and spent a few days running around the market. Unlike the clueless Shinjai, Wu Shan admired Chengshi, but she had no unrealistic fantasies about him. She knew all too well what level Yu Baiwei was in, trying to steal her boyfriend. Why not just live a normal life? About 10 minutes later, Chengshi finished the brainwashing. He had already seen Yu Baiwei peeking in from the doorway, accompanied by Zheng Xiuxiu and 3 part-time college students dressed in the uniforms of the Meet You milk tea shop. Yu Baiwei was empty-handed, while the other 4 each carried 2 large bags of milk tea. Cough. Chengshi cleared his throat, just about to say, "Your boss's wife is here to bring you milk tea," when Shun Jai suddenly stood up and rushed to Chengshi. Jai, what's wrong? Boss, this is for you. With a flushed face, Shun Jai stuffed the love letter she had written long ago, with a red heart attached to the envelope, into Chengshi's hand. A chorus of jeers erupted immediately. Chengshi understood, and his expression turned to one of utter astonishment. I don't remember ever saying more than a few words to this woman. What's going on? How did I confess my feelings to her? And in front of everyone, no less. Ahem, Jai, please have a seat. Your boss has brought you some milk tea. Chengshi quickly urged Shinjai to go downstairs first. At this moment, Yu Baiwei was watching from the doorway. Shinjai had actually confessed her feelings to her. How could Yu Baiwei not resent her? Chengshi didn't even dare to imagine that scene. Cruel, absolutely public executions, as cruel as it gets. Shinjai stood frozen in place, and everyone else was also taken aback. The proprietress? I've never heard of fruit technology, and they don't have a boss lady. So the boss isn't single? At this moment, Zheng Xiuxiu and her part-time students entered the classroom first, carrying large and small bags of milk tea. The manager of the Meet You bubble tea shop is the owner's girlfriend? No way. The employees couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Like her cousin, Zheng Xiuxiu is simple and hardworking, but her looks are just average. If she is indeed the boss's wife at Fruit Technology, then she and the boss are really not a good match. When Shun Jai found out that Chengshi had a girlfriend, she was indeed embarrassed and wanted to back down gracefully. But when she saw Zheng Xiuxiu, who was so ordinary looking, her confidence soared up. As long as you swing the hoe well, there is no corner you can't dig down. Just like Bian Xiaoli's best friend who mistakenly thought Zheng Xiaoru was Chengshi's girlfriend, she was now full of inexplicable confidence. Boss, the letter contains all the things I want to tell you from the bottom of my heart. Chengshi was at a loss for words, and before he could say anything, Yu Baiwei followed him into the classroom. Her stunning oval face was taut, exuding an aloofness, and her eyes were as cold as frost, fixed on Shunjai. The activity room, which had been somewhat noisy, suddenly fell silent, so quiet that even breathing could be clearly heard. A dimensional reduction attack. Yu Marin's AoE-level beauty absolutely crushes any girl from Sichuan Normal University. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. A classic beauty's features, an oval face, a delicate nose, narrow phoenix eyes, and willow leaf eyebrows. Her features were so exquisite that they were flawless. She had undoubtedly received the greatest gift from the creator. Her skin was also exceptional. Bathed in the light of dusk, it was as white as porcelain fired by the finest artisans, without a single blemish. She also has an excellent figure, standing at 1.72 meters tall, and with the exquisite physique honed through her level 8 classical dance training, she vividly embodies the meaning of graceful and elegant. What stands out most is her temperament, an innate grace combined with cultivated nobility, all blended perfectly. What is a celestial being? This is what you call a celestial being. After a few seconds of silence, the chatter resumed. So this lady is our boss. Did the boss save the galaxy in his past life? I don't think he deserves it. The staff at Sichuan Normal University all greatly admire Chengshi, and many regard him as a god. But now, they suddenly realized that the boss was really just SOSO. He was at most a grassroots god, while the boss's wife was a true celestial being. Their divine status was on completely different levels. Those who were close to Shunjai and had previously fantasized about serving the emperor and making meritorious contributions all lowered their heads, feeling so embarrassed that their scalps tingled. Shunjai is indeed a beauty, but compared to the boss's wife, there's no comparison. That's just a scam. Amidst their embarrassment, These guys glanced at Shun Jai out of the corner of their eyes and found that she was even more embarrassed than all of them combined. Her cheeks were twitching uncontrollably, and her small hands were twisting the hem of her clothes so tightly that her knuckles were visibly white. Yu Baiwei's appearance finally gave her a clear self-awareness. It turns out that fantasy is just fantasy. How could an ordinary girl like her possibly possess a man as dazzling as Cheng Shi? No wonder Wu Shan, whose looks are no less than hers, had no interest in pursuing Cheng Shi at all. She must have known all along that Cheng Shi had a girlfriend, and that the girlfriend was so ridiculously beautiful. Embarrassing, so embarrassing. Shin Jai felt her cheeks burning and wished she could disappear into the ground. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Drink your milk tea, your boss paid for it. Cheng Shi waved his hand, breaking the sudden silence in the activity room. The employees then seemed to wake up from their daze and rushed to collect their milk tea. Each one who received a milk tea was quite smug, loudly saying, "Thank you, boss lady." Yu Baiwei loved this kind of thing. Every time she heard the word boss lady, her tense oval face would relax a little, and her cold, frost-like phoenix eyes would gradually lose their frostiness and reveal traces of pleasure. However, when she saw the love letter that Cheng Shi was still clutching in his hand, her eyes turned cold again. "Brother, what is this? Let your little sister see it." "Ugh, what's so interesting about this?" Cheng Shi didn't dare give it to her. Who knows what Xin Jia would write in the letter? "Okay, then I won't look at it. I'll return the letter to this lady for you. Here you go." Cheng Shi had no choice but to give the letter to Yu Baiwei. Yu Marin then handed it to Xin Jia, who was in a stiff state. He didn't say a word throughout the entire process. No need for it. In this world, the only girl who can make her nervous is probably Xiaoning. Chapter 279, almost there. Xin Jia, who was publicly executed, was in a daze all afternoon and didn't even know how she got back to her dormitory. Cheng Shi's polite compliments gave her a great illusion, and the praise from those around her, saying that with her beauty, she could definitely win over the boss, made her completely lose her way. She even put herself in the role of the proprietress beforehand, imagining many scenarios that would make her feel incredibly excited. But the more idealistic one is, the more skeletal the reality becomes. Cheng Shi not only has a girlfriend, but she's also a true angel who completely outclasses him in every way. To put it bluntly, she's not even worthy of carrying Yu Baiwei's shoes. If Yu Baiwei were a young lady from a noble family in ancient times, she would at most be a lowly maid, and even the maids around him would be prettier than her. At first, I was high in the clouds, but in an instant I fell into the abyss. The sense of shock was too intense. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. Unfortunately, when she returned to her dorm, she was met with further insults from her clueless roommate. For example, a girl who had overheard her conversation with Wu Shan that day came up and asked, "Jai, I heard Cheng Shi came to our Sichuan Normal University today. Did you successfully confess your feelings?" Xin Jai looked listless and shook her head. The girl looked surprised. "Huh? You failed? That can't be right. Don't they say a woman pursuing a man is easy? And Jai, you're so pretty. Don't ask anymore. I'm upset. Don't mention Cheng Shi again. He has a girlfriend." Xin Jai replied again and then fell silent. She chose to isolate herself. It was not even 6 p.m. when she lay down on the bed and covered her head with the blanket. It's as if this way, there's no more embarrassment or discomfort. The roommates' burning gossip spirits didn't subside. When Wu Shan returned, they asked her again what was going on and whether Cheng Shi really had a girlfriend. Wu Shan sighed and lowered her voice, saying, "Can't you see Jai is upset? Why are you all so gossipy? I'll only say this once. From now on, no one in our dorm is allowed to talk about their crushes anymore. My crush does have a girlfriend. Her name is Yu Baiwei. She was the most dazzling girl in the 3 grades before and after us in high school, and she's the most beautiful girl I've ever seen in my life. Believe me, no one can beat her." Is it really that bad? My roommates didn't really believe it. Let me put it this way. Wu Shan looked at her roommates, who were full of suspicion. Cheng Shi is already outstanding enough, isn't he? He's handsome, has a great physique, excels academically, and his business acumen is off the charts for university students. He's also witty and humorous. But in the eyes of almost everyone at Linxiong No. 1 High School, he's not a good match for Yu Baiwei. Take winter break, for example. After they found out these two were dating, I don't know how many boys couldn't sleep at night. Some even contemplated suicide, and there was even a knife in hand, Kill Chungo movement, with several hundred people participating. My roommates were all startled by what they heard. Really? That's amazing. Shanshan, you're not kidding, are you? There really are girls like that in the world. Why would I lie to you? Wu Shan rolled her eyes first, then couldn't help but sigh. The highest praise boys usually give to girls is the ideal of humanity, but Yu Baiwei is different. She is a higher dimensional being, a fantasy of humanity. Confucius, standing by a river, said, "Time flows on like this river, never ceasing day or night." Before we knew it, a week had passed in the blink of an eye, like a fleeting moment. After a week of setup, the external office of Guoshi Technology at Eason Mall is almost complete, and Chengshi has also arranged for the corresponding personnel to move in. It is impossible for Nan Shui and the technical personnel represented by Wang Song to relocate. The departments led by Hong Yin, Zhang Wenjie, Zheng Dong, and others, which had to handle many trivial matters, also remained in their original locations. Therefore, Chengshi only sent his two protectors, Li Feiyu and Sun Feifei, to assist Wei Lan and Zhao Dehan in setting up the two new departments that the Foreign Affairs Office was about to establish, the Publicity Department and the Commerce Department. As the name suggests, the former is responsible for advertising planning and marketing, while the latter is responsible for cooperation negotiations and customer maintenance. The work in these two departments was initially coordinated by Chengshi himself. Now that the departments have been formally established, it's like further reducing his workload. Once the relevant personnel are recruited and trained, these two departments will undoubtedly be able to share most of his repetitive and tedious work. He only needs to come over periodically and provide some guidance. To be honest, the term oxen and horses is usually used to describe employees. How can a boss be more tired than any employee? Over the past week, under Chengshi's leadership and coordination, Guoshi Technology has been like a tightly wound, oiled machine, continuing its expansion without stopping. As the core traffic pool, Yujian.com has begun its fourth round of expansion. In the first 3 rounds of expansion, they successfully acquired 4 universities: Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Sichuan University of Technology, and Normal University. Moreover, thanks to the good reputation it has built among students, it has begun to spread throughout the entire Sichuan province. The main purpose of the fourth round of expansion is to fuel this trend and completely capture the market of universities in Sichuan. How can I allow others to snore on my bed? Before the end of this semester, Chengshi intends to turn dozens of universities in Sichuan into his hunting grounds. He doesn't care how powerful competing websites like Renren.com are in other provinces, but in Sichuan, they will inevitably have to rely on him and be constantly eroded and suppressed. Meanwhile, at Fruit Interactive Entertainment, the Nanshui team is also working overtime to develop those 3 web games. The simplest of them all, Angry Birds, has already entered the closed beta testing phase. Hundreds of experienced users were invited to participate in the evaluation. The response was as Chengshi had predicted, it was very positive. After all, history has long proven that this is an addictive game that can easily get you hooked. Once these 3 web games are launched on Guoshi Interactive Entertainment, Chengshi believes that they will be able to generate a steady stream of gold coins from users, just like Guoshi Farm, to support Guoshi Technology's current cash-burning strategy of first seizing the market and then considering profitability. The group buying of fruits is also progressing well. Needless to say, the group buying business has the successful experience of Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. The 2 new markets of Sichuan Normal University and Sichuan University of Technology are also booming. As for the group buying in-store business that Chengshi has been promoting this semester, it is also about to complete the incubation stage and be officially launched. He had almost finished his preparations, relying on the business cards he had obtained through deception last semester. The marketing department, led by Hong Yin and Sun Miao, had successfully persuaded many companies to join the platform after a period of hard work. However, the foundation of group buying to store still lies with Eason Mall. The reform of Eason Mall is also in its final stage and will be completed in about a week. That is also the time when group buying in stores will be officially launched. Everything is perfect, but I still feel like something's missing. Chapter 280 Annie, we're not a good match. In Office 102, Chengshi frowned, pondering what was still lacking for the group buying to store business to achieve a successful start. After pondering for a while, he realized all that was missing was the right opportunity to send group buying to the store soaring into the sky. When Yujian.com officially launched, the Sichuan University Campus Beauty Contest was at its peak. When the Fruit Group purchase was launched, the east wind was a heavy snow that lasted for nearly half a month, as well as the double holiday of Christmas and New Year's Day. So where does the impetus for group buying to store come from? Chengshi thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a solution. After shaking his head, he simply stopped thinking about it. Even a brilliant strategist like Zhuge Liang couldn't always borrow the east wind. Even without it, The data on the first day after the launch of group buying in stores won't be too bad, but it certainly won't be as explosive as the group buying business of UGN.com. Looking at his watch, it was a little past 11 a.m. Chung Shi's stomach started rumbling. He was just about to text Yu Baiwei to ask if she had finished class and if she wanted to have lunch together when his phone rang. It was Vice Principal Kai Bin, who was in charge of school affairs, calling. Chung Shi dared not delay and quickly pressed the connect button. Principal Kai, I'm at school. Coming to your office? Okay, I'll follow you. After hanging up the phone, Chung Shi turned off his computer and went straight to Kai Bin's office. Kai Bin, as the leader in charge of school affairs, has a different style of doing things than Fu Qingfeng. Even if Fu Qingfeng had something to discuss with Chung Shi, he would always inquire about his studies and life before talking about the matter. The main job of the top leader is to focus on ideological development and implement the party's program. Kai Bin cut to the chase, not waiting for Chung Shi to sit down before saying, Chung Shi, I'm looking for you, kid. There are two things. The first one, he tapped rhythmically on the desk. Our school is about to hold its summer sports meet, and many media outlets will be invited to cover it, including a reporter from Rongqing TV. I was thinking, why don't we just elect you as the student representative and let you get some exposure? Chung Shi was a bit annoyed. Principal Kai, they're here to interview the athletes at the sports meet. Why should I join and you can't expect me to participate in the sports meet too? Can you let me make this clear? I'm completely useless and know nothing about farming. If you insist on signing me up for an event, I'll just be a complete novice. I'm not afraid of making a fool of myself, but I'm afraid our school will be embarrassed because of me. Kai Bin said with a smile. I didn't ask you to sign up for any projects. Just talk about your entrepreneurial experience or something. Fighting hard on the field can show your talent. And being successful in the business world can also reflect the new spirit and new image of contemporary college students, right? What could Chung Shi say? He could only give a thumbs up and say, what you said makes perfect sense. That's why the entire Sichuan University treats him like a godson. If there's an opportunity to make him look good, let him take it. If there isn't, create one. Chung Shi was somewhat moved. After composing himself, he asked, Principal Kai, what about the second matter? Kai Bin, still beaming, said, well, Zhou Yunju, the deputy director of the Provincial Department of Education, happens to be having a meeting at our school. I don't know why, but she seems quite interested in you. So she asked me to ask if you have time. She wants to talk to you. Okay then. Chung Shi nodded, but he wasn't very interested. The deputy director of the Provincial Education Department sounds impressive, but his rank is actually lower than that of Vice Principal Kai Bin, who is a full-fledged department-level official. Not to mention compared to Fu Qingfeng. With Sichuan University and the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, both top-tier universities under the Ministry of Education, Chung Shi has absolutely no need to curry favor with a deputy director of the Education Bureau whose actual power is questionable. If he were a full-fledged official, that would be more appropriate. Moreover, he couldn't understand why this deputy director Zhou specifically requested to see him, since he was in the entrepreneurship field and had absolutely nothing to do with the education field. Surely they wouldn't actually consider him the god of learning at Sichuan University. To be honest, this thing can only fool a moron like Sun Guoqian. At this moment, Kai Bin added, by the way, Chung Shi, Deputy Director Zhou, is from the same hometown as you. She's also from Linxiu. Chung Shi finally cleared up his doubts. Really? What a coincidence. After drinking tea for half an hour in Principal Kai's office and chatting about all sorts of things, Chung Shi heard footsteps and then saw two women, one tall and one short, walk in. The youngest was in his early 20s, carrying a briefcase. He was average-looking, average-figured, and average in every way. He looked like a lowly secretary or something similar, so Chung Shi instinctively ignored him. The older one was in his 40s, about the same age as his parents. He wore a wool coat that went past his knees and gold-rimmed glasses. He was of average appearance, not stunning, but had a scholarly air about him, and his gaze was gentle and kind. Deputy Director Zhou, this is Chung Shi. Kai Bin introduced himself with a cheerful smile. Chung Shi dared not be pretentious and quickly stood up to greet Deputy Director Zhou. Zhou Yunju looked at Chung Shi with exceptionally friendly eyes and even took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with him. This level of friendliness could not be explained by a simple hometown relationship, which puzzled Chung Shi, who was already naturally suspicious. After shaking hands, Zhou Yunju said with a smile, Chung Shi, don't be shy. I just came to see you. You must have graduated from Linxiu No. 1 High School, right? Chung Shi nodded and said, yes. A couple of years ago, the school invited me to its 70th anniversary celebration. I was planning to go, but an important meeting came up at the last minute, and I had to cancel. After chatting with Chung Shi for a while, Zhou Yunju began to communicate with Kai Bin. From these two people, Chengshi learned that they were actually university alumni. No wonder Zhou Yunju wanted to see Chengshi not through the school, but through her personal relationship with Kai Bin. Vice Principal Kai Bin graduated from Peking University, and Chengshi knew about this. In other words, Zhou Yunju is also a student at Peking University. Wait, he graduated from Peking University, and his name even has the character bamboo in it. Chengshi suddenly had a sense of déjà vu, but he really couldn't remember where he had seen the relevant information before. While chatting with Kai Bin, Zhou Yunju would occasionally turn her head to glance at Chengshi, her gaze still as friendly as ever. But it wasn't all goodwill. There was also a deeply hidden, special meaning. Someone else might have overlooked it, but Chengshi is known for being extremely meticulous. He accurately captured this peculiar meaning, and after some thought, the conclusion he reached gave him a real scare. It was clearly the look he was giving his ex-boyfriend. No, Auntie, although you take good care of yourself, you are still over 40 years old. The way you look at me really makes me panic. This is a distorted kind of love, and we're truly not a good match. The Auntie's treasure track belongs to my brother Huang, okay? Or should I introduce it to you? Achoo. So Li Xingji, who was showing off his lunch at the cafeteria of the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China next door, suddenly sneezed loudly. Chapter 281 My Stepmother. Perhaps because she had official business to attend to in the afternoon, Zhou Yunju did not stay in Kai Bin's office for too long. Kai Bin got up and personally saw her off, with Chengshi following closely behind. When they reached the building entrance, they both stopped. It was raining heavily outside. Oh no, I don't have an umbrella in my office either. Kai Bin was somewhat at a loss. Old Kai, it's all right, my car isn't far from here. You and Chengshi don't need to see me off. As Zhou Yunju spoke, she and her assistant prepared to drive off in the rain. Chengshi stopped Zhou Yunju, saying to wait a moment. Just as she was wondering about this, she saw a boy with a face full of acne carrying several umbrellas walking quickly through the heavy rain. After walking up to Chengshi, he handed him several umbrellas from his arms. The visitor was none other than Zhang Wenjie. A sycophant should have the awareness of a sycophant. He was always the most enthusiastic about bringing umbrellas to the boss. It turned out that Chengshi had heard the sound of rain in the office earlier. After observing for a while, he found that Zhou Yunju and her assistant did not have umbrellas, and there were no umbrellas in Vice Principal Kai's office either. So he quickly sent a message to Zhang Wenjie and asked him to bring some umbrellas. Chengshi handed one of the small umbrellas to Zhou Yunju's assistant, then opened the large umbrella himself. Let's go. Director Zhou, I'll see you downstairs. Although he wasn't interested in flattering Zhou Yunju, he was determined to continue flattering Principal Kai. After all, Kai was the vice president of Sichuan University in charge of university affairs. If Fu Qingfeng was the GOAT, then Kai Bin was the executive vice GOAT, equivalent to LeBron James in the NBA. As expected, Principal Kai couldn't help but show an appreciative look at Chengshi's thoughtfulness. Zhou Yunju did not hesitate. She gently lifted the hem of her wool coat and slowly walked down the stairs. This is what elegance is. Chengshi, holding an umbrella, led Zhou Yunju towards where she had parked her car. The spring rain was dense and persistent, pattering against the large black umbrella, making a crackling, popping sound like popping beans. Looking up, the vast campus is shrouded in mist and water, which is quite pleasing to the eye. Chengshi was looking at the rainy scene when he suddenly heard Zhou Yunju's voice. Chengshi, how is your father? Cheng Jiangwo doing lately? What? The person looked very surprised, thinking they had misheard. Zhou Yunju smiled and said, Old Kai was here just now, so there were some things I couldn't say to you. Actually, your dad and I were high school classmates. Even after we went to university, we kept in touch through letters for quite a while. You and your dad looked at least 70% alike when you were young. At the meeting this morning, your principal Fu specifically promoted you in our education sector. As soon as I saw your photo, I knew you were Cheng Jiangwo's son. Chengshi understood. No wonder I had a sense of déjà vu just now. A Peking University graduate, and with bamboo in his name. Isn't this Deputy Director Zhou right in front of me his father's White Moonlight, the Aizhu mentioned in those letters? And Zhou, all I can say is, what a small world. Chengshi was somewhat moved. Since they had already made their relationship with his father clear, he had no choice but to change his address and call her Annie. The two had already reached the car. Chengshi held up an umbrella and opened the car door for Zhou Yunju. After Zhou Yunju got into the car, she turned around and handed Chengshi her business card. Xiao Cheng, if you encounter any problems in the future that Principal Fu and Vice Principal Kai can't solve, you can come to me. Without saying anything more, he waved to his assistant and started the black Santana. After watching the Santana disappear from sight, Chengshi couldn't help but mutter to himself. If Principal Fu and Vice Principal Kai can't solve this, you think you can? That sounds incredibly arrogant. To be honest, how can a deputy director of the education department, whose actual power is questionable, be more powerful than the president and executive vice president of Sichuan University? Expansion, and not just any kind of expansion. After he finished reciting it, he casually threw the business card into the trash can. Unsolicited kindness is either a sign of malice or theft. As a son, he couldn't give this woman the chance to cheat on his mother. After seeing Zhou Yunzhu off, Cheng Shi returned to Principal Kai's office. Kai Bin was sitting with his legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, and praised Cheng Shi highly, saying that he was meticulous and capable. Cheng Shi quickly replied, "That's all thanks to your excellent teaching." And after chatting with Kai Bin for a few more minutes, he got up to take his leave. As they reached the door, Kai Bin suddenly blurted out, "Cheng Shi, I can tell that Lao Zhou likes you quite a bit. You should seize this opportunity. According to the information I received, she's about to be transferred to our Wuhou district as the district head. Your Guesher technology is going to expand beyond the campus, and you'll need Lao Zhou's support in the future. You know, my name and your Principal Fu's name aren't as effective outside of the campus." Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shi stumbled. "Oh, what's wrong?" Kai Bin was puzzled. "It's nothing. I just feel a little dizzy from sitting for so long." After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he dashed off to the trash can where he had thrown his business card earlier. They're both at the Deputy Director General level. A Deputy Director General in the education sector really isn't anything special. But the district head of Wuhou District is completely different. He's a real power-wielding official, equivalent to the executive deputy head of Wuhou District. Fruit technology is making a fortune these days, so why hasn't any department or organization come to take advantage of it, or started by finding fault before taking advantage of it? It's definitely not because Cheng Shouxin is handsome. Instead, he had two prestigious universities, Sichuan University and University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, both part of the 985 project, protecting him, and he was also supported by leaders such as Fu Qingfeng, Kai Bin, Lu He, and Fu Guangming. The connections made at school don't hold up as well once you leave. As Kai Bin said, Guesher technology needs to expand beyond the campus, and there will be countless opportunities to utilize Zhou Yunzhu's expertise in the future. Cheng Shi finally understood why Zhou Yunzhu dared to say those words earlier. She wasn't just boasting. She truly had the ability. It's like they forced immense wealth on him, and he just threw it away. The rain was still heavy. When Cheng Shi got to the trash can, he didn't even bother to use an umbrella, nor did he care about the dirt. He started rummaging through it. But something strange happened. He clearly threw it in this trash can, so why can't he find it? Cheng Shi became increasingly agitated as he searched, accompanied by grumbling and cursing. Just then, a few acquaintances came from another direction, holding umbrellas. They had probably just finished lunch in the cafeteria and were heading back to their dorms. "Yin Yin, isn't that Cheng Shi? What's he doing?" Jingzhe, it really is the class monitor. He seems to be rummaging through the trash can." Among them were Lu Yanyan and Xia Jingzhe. The two discussed as they walked toward Cheng Shi. "Jingzhe, wait for me. Wherever there is the Xia Jingzhe, awakening of insects, solar term, there is Luo Jiahao," and he followed along eagerly. Looking at Cheng Shi, who was covered in sweat, Lu Yanyan said with a mischievous grin, "Class monitor, it's raining so hard. Why are you rummaging through the trash cans? Didn't your mother tell you that you should use an umbrella on rainy days, and you definitely shouldn't eat things from the trash cans?" Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. "Go away. You're here just in time. Hurry up and help." What exactly are you looking for?" "A business card." Cough. "Okay." Lu Yanyan had no choice but to squat down and help Cheng Shi search. Only Cheng Shi could persuade someone as clean as her to rummage through the trash cans with her on a rainy day. I'll help too." As Xia Jingzhe spoke, he squatted down and helped search together. "Jingzhe, are you crazy? Cheng Shi didn't call you." "How disgusting." Luo Jiahao tried to stop him, but failed. Seeing his inviolable goddess rummaging through trash cans for another man, Jiahao felt a strong sense of injustice. Why? I'm going crazy. Lu Yanyan has good eyesight. She found it for her. It wasn't in the trash can after all. It was blown out by the wind and stuck to the other side of the trash can, in a blind spot. Cheng Shi was overjoyed to have his business card returned to him. Lu Yanyan asked in confusion, "No, class monitor, whose business card is it that you're so concerned about?" Cheng Shi carefully put away the business card. "My stepmother." Chapter 282, The Silencing Spell. Stepmother, Lu Yanyan, Xia Jingzhe, and Luo Jiahao all felt a profound shock to their souls. What the heck? For how many years since the founding of the People's Republic of China, a monogamous system has been in place? Yet Chung Shi has a stepmother. So, the class monitor's awesomeness must be hereditary. Well, thanks. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. After Chung Shi finished speaking, he turned around and went to the 101 headquarters. At this moment, the 101 headquarters was bustling with activity. All departments are working together to conduct final debugging and marketing for the official launch of Group Bind to Store. The marketing department went to great lengths to achieve a successful start, persuading almost all partner merchants to make profit concessions, with exceptionally large discounts. For example, Zhang Ben, a hotel tycoon in Chengdu, released 520% off coupons for all his hotels directly on the Guoshi Group buying mall. For college couples with raging hormones, renting a hotel room is an absolute necessity. They might skip meals, but they can't give up this. One can imagine that the day group buying for in-store purchases officially launches will be a fierce battleground. Other entertainment venues, such as internet cafes, billiard halls, gyms, beauty salons, and nail salons, also offer similar coupons. Thanks to the hundreds of business cards that Chung Shi obtained last year, almost every consumer item that college students might need can be found through the Guoshi Group buying mall. In addition, Sun Guoqiang's side, such a large comprehensive entertainment mall, has been entirely integrated into Guoshi Group buying. Once the group buying to store service is launched, the 4 major universities will truly become Cheng's private hunting grounds. Just as no South Korean can escape Samsung's exploitation, no student at the 4 major universities can escape Chung Shoshin's oppression. This is what it means to control or manipulate. However, before the group buying to store service officially launches, Chung Shi still wants to take advantage of the opportunity to achieve great success and have a truly successful start. He just hadn't figured out where he could borrow this favorable wind from. Boss, the sports meet is coming up. Have you signed up for any events? As he was thinking, Li Feiyu asked him a question. The kid was lifting dumbbells to build muscle. Clearly he had signed up for a program and was making the most of his time to get fit. I'd like to sign up for a project. I'm an intelligence-based hero, not in the same league as those muscle-bound guys. Chung Shi shook his head. That's true. Boss, you seem so confident, Sun Feifei chimed in. No, there's a project you're definitely good at. Zhang Wenjie asked in confusion. Feifei, how come I didn't know that the boss had any special skills? He's so lazy. From 102 to our 101, he'd rather take a taxi. Sun Feifei said with a teasing look. Our boss is good at climbing trees. This remark drew a burst of laughter. Chung Shi. So this meme will never be over, right? Wait, the sports meet damn. Chung Shi smacked his head and cursed himself as a complete idiot. They were still thinking of taking advantage of the situation, but wasn't Sichuan University's summer sports meet the biggest opportunity? This is a university-wide event with official organization and even full publicity. If you are a student at Sichuan University, you have to participate, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you will be labeled as lacking a sense of collective honor, and you might even be isolated by other students in your class. The campus goddess competition is popular enough, but it pales in comparison to the sports meet. Chung Shi could easily be the exclusive sponsor of this year's games, and then run a massive advertising campaign. Wouldn't that create a favorable environment for the games? I acted on my idea immediately. I was just about to contact the student union. Before he could even make the call, the student union's landline rang first. It was Fan Min calling him. If it weren't for this phone call, Chung Shi would have almost forgotten that he was still the vice minister of the school's cultural and sports department, a job he had to perform to help the school organize the sports meet. A preparatory meeting for the summer games? Okay, minister, send me the classroom and the specific time, and I'll come right away. After hanging up with Fan Min, Chung Shi hummed a song with a smug look on his face, the one that goes, "So it turns out you're my big brother pig." No wonder he's had such a lucky life. He was just about to contact the student union to discuss sponsorship when they came to him on their own initiative. Chung is so shrewd. With a little analysis, he knew that Fan Min's special call to him from the student union's landline was not just to ask him to perform his duties and attend some preparatory meeting. The arts and sports department usually has a lot of things to do, big and small, so why doesn't Fan Min ever contact him? She knows he's busy. Now they've suddenly approached us, and with such seriousness. What's their purpose? It's obvious. They want this rich bastard to sponsor the school sports meet. Although Chung Shi himself wanted to sponsor this sports meet, the feeling of gratitude is different when you take the initiative to approach someone versus when someone else actively seeks you out. This involves the issue of maximizing benefits. He needs to keep his demands hidden so he can maintain a high stance when making demands. Fan Min quickly sent Chung Shi the classroom and the specific time of the meeting. Chung Shi glanced at the time. It was 2:30 p.m., an hour away. There was no rush. He went to his office, made himself a bowl of instant noodles, and then took a nap on his desk with a pillow. It wasn't until a little past 2 o'clock that he leisurely made his way to the meeting room. When he arrived, there were already dozens of people sitting in the classroom, including student union members, such as the president and ministers, as well as representatives from various colleges. Chungshur looked around and found that his direct supervisor, Fan Min, was not there. She's studying at the Wangjiang campus and preparing for graduate school entrance exams, so she's probably just making excuses to skip class. Fan Min wasn't there, meaning that none of the student council officers present recognized him. And because he arrived the latest, many eyes were focused on him. The man sitting next to the podium was a tall, imposing young man in a white shirt. His name and position could be seen on the nameplate on the conference table. Tang Pengfei, first vice president of the Student Union of Sichuan University. Okay, another executive vice president goat. Tang Pengfei frowned instantly upon seeing Chungshur. Hey student, didn't I already notify everyone in the student council group that we had to be here before 3 p.m.? Look at the time, it's already past 3:10 p.m. How can you be so disorganized and undisciplined? Why didn't you wait for Vice Principal Kai to arrive before you came? These words were spoken in such an official tone, clearly implying an attempt to establish authority by targeting Chungshur. Chungshur raised an eyebrow, but didn't give this guy a piece of his mind. The student council, as they say, is all too familiar with. They love to wield power like it's nothing. Chungshur doesn't have time to waste on such people. He tried his best to look timid. Ahem, Chairman Tang, I'm sorry, I'll come earlier next time. As it turned out, Chungshur was fine if he hadn't backed down, but Tang Pengfei thought he had met an easy target and became even more aggressive. He said arrogantly, next time? Heh, which college are you from? Never mind, it's not important. I'm here on behalf of the student union to formally inform you that this meeting is the last one you'll attend. Chungshur looked at him. What do you mean? You got fired. Then I'll leave. Why are you leaving? Vice Principal Kai is almost here. Listen to his teachings before you go. Find a corner to sit down and don't say a word. You have no right to speak. Vice Chairman Tang was incredibly arrogant. The way he spoke to him had a swaggering air about him, as if he had the final say and that his words carried the weight of the law. He effectively put a silencing spell on Chungshur. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open again, and Kai Bin walked in slowly. Tang Pengfei immediately changed his attitude, greeting him with a beaming smile. Principal Kai, you've finally arrived. Everyone's been waiting to hear your teachings. He's really mastered the art of flattery and sycophancy in officialdom. Chapter 283, From Arrogance to Obsequiousness. With Kai Bin's arrival, the preparatory meeting for Sichuan University's summer sports meet this year officially began. The attendees were mostly prominent figures in the Sichuan University Student Union. Under Kai Bin's chairmanship, these so-called officials thoroughly enjoyed their official duties, speaking enthusiastically and engaging in lively discussions. The overall atmosphere of the meeting was incredibly enthusiastic. Chungshur, who had been placed under a silent spell by Tang Pengfei, dared not overstep his bounds and remained completely silent throughout, not daring to utter a single word. This left Vice Principal Kai, who had been paying close attention to someone, quite puzzled. This kid is usually so lively. His little mouth chatters like a machine gun. Why is he so quiet today? It's not like him at all. He was thinking that when Chungshur spoke, he could casually mention asking him for sponsorship. Otherwise, he's the executive vice president of Sichuan University. After all, he can't just keep chasing after a student asking for money. However, Chungshur remained silent, so Vice Principal Kai had no choice but to take the initiative to start the conversation. Well, according to Principal Fu's guidance, this year's sports meet should be held in a grand manner. After all, we have invited so many media friends to cover it. In order to showcase the spirit of our century-old Sichuan University, all kinds of arrangements should be complete. So in terms of funding, I hope that your student union will be more proactive in all aspects and get more sponsorships. After Kai Bin finished speaking, he looked at Chungshur. Clearly, he still wanted Chungshur to step forward and take the challenge himself. Chungshur still didn't respond, which infuriated Vice Principal Kai. Is this kid pretending to be confused when he knows the truth? Other cadres, including Tang Pengfei, spoke up enthusiastically, but they mostly complained about their grievances. Principal Kai, we want to try and get the money, but those merchants are all so stingy. They either say their business isn't doing well this year, or they only donate a tiny bit, which is hardly enough to make a difference. Yes, those merchants are all incredibly shrewd. According to them, instead of sponsoring the games for a little bit of exposure, they'd rather just advertise on ugn.com. Principal, it's not that we're not doing our job, it's just that it's really hard to get sponsorships this year. Kai Bin raised an eyebrow. Well, Those small businesses are short-sighted and stingy, so there's no need for you to look for them. In my opinion, you should look for big businesses, preferably those from our school. His words were practically a recitation of someone's ID number, and after he finished speaking, he glared at that person. Chung Shi, however, remained unresponsive, acting as if he had no ears or mouth. Tang Pengfei then chimed in. Principal Kai, you mean to talk about Guesher technology, right? It's not that we haven't thought about it, but we're a little embarrassed. After all, Guesher Technology was the exclusive sponsor of the last debate competition. Would it be a bit inappropriate to ask them again for the sports meet? Besides, President Chung is too busy. He's always off campus, and we can't find him. Kaibin waved his hand. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Guesher Technology has received a lot of benefits from the school, and now it's time to give back to the school. I'm just afraid that some people will pretend not to know what's going on. He figured that since he had been so sarcastic, Chung Shi would definitely have to respond. But to his surprise, the kid remained silent. Principal Kai couldn't hold back any longer and said irritably, Chung Shi, I'm talking to you. Why haven't you said a word? Swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to Chung Shi, accompanied by whispers and murmurs. That's Gueshirchen? Oh my god, he's really that young. Yeah, is he 20 years old? So it turns out President Chung was at the meeting all along. Looks like he was invited by Principal Kai. Are we just looking for a better option while already having one? Do you guys remember, just now Vice Chairman Tang seemed to give President Chung a really hard time. Hearing these comments, Tang Pengfei's expression immediately changed. No way, this kid is Guo Chung, the ultimate show-off at Sichuan University, and was he specially invited by President Kai? Why didn't you say so sooner? If I had known earlier, he would have been out of his mind. He would have been busy trying to seduce me. Everyone knows that Guo Chung is Sichuan University's biggest treasure. He now only hopes that Chung Shi will be magnanimous and let him go like a fart. Would Chung Shi be so magnanimous? The answer is no. He likes the idea that fortunes change, and when it comes to him, it turns in his direction. So he complained to Kai Bin, feeling wronged. Principal Kai, it's not that I'm unwilling to take the challenge. You know, Guesher Technology has nothing but a few bucks. If the school needs our help, I'll definitely step up without hesitation. But just now, Vice Chairman Tang told me to shut up the whole time, which directly deprived me of my right to speak. After all, I'm a member of the student union. The leader has spoken. How could I disobey? If I spoke, wouldn't that be overstepping my bounds? Tang Pengfei. Damn it. Are you really that vengeful? Kaibin looked at Tang Pengfei with some doubt. Xiao Tang, are you really saying that? Tang Pengfei gave an awkward smile. Ahem, Principal Kai, I did say that. With so many people watching, he didn't dare to deny it. He didn't explain why, that he only said that because Chung Shi was late. To say that would be truly foolish. Who is Principal Kai? How could he not see through his little scheme of showing off his official power just now? Unfortunately, I kicked a steel plate like the fruit tree. I can only blame my bad luck. The first thing he needs to do is to correct his attitude. Just as Brother B said, if you're wrong, you have to admit it. If you're going to get beaten, you have to stand up straight. So, the previously arrogant Vice Chairman Tang immediately became like a quail, shamelessly looking at Chung Shi. President Chung, I'm sorry. It was my ignorance that offended you. Please forgive me. What does it mean to be arrogant at first and then obsequious? This is called being arrogant at first and then obsequious. The contrast between his previous and current behavior was so stark that it truly resembled a clown's act, and many people couldn't help but let out soft chuckles. Tang Pengfei's face turned even redder, so embarrassed he just wanted to disappear into the ground. Chung Shi looked extremely terrified. Vice Chairman Tang, I don't think you're offending me. You're the leader. Even if you say something wrong to me, I should correct my mistakes and strive to do better. Tang Pengfei cursed 1,000 times in his heart, but he could only continue to be shameless. President Chung, please stop humiliating me. I was wrong, really wrong. Just let me go like a fart. Kaibin looked on, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, Chung Shi, Xiao Tang was wrong in this matter. He was just making a mountain out of a molehill. And you're no better, just sitting there trying to act innocent. Do you want me to apologize to you too before you calm down? Chung Shi scratched the back of his head. Principal Kai, aren't you shortening my lifespan? How about this? Our Guesher Technology will be the exclusive sponsor of this year's summer sports meet at our school. Real? Kaibin was somewhat surprised. He wanted to take advantage of Chung Shi, but he didn't expect him to be so aggressive. Exclusive sponsorship must cost tens of thousands of dollars. Chung Shi said with a smile. Principal Kai, to be honest, I've been making so much money lately that I'm almost burning it up. Kaibin, damn it, this kid's trying to show off to him? Chapter 284: The Intimidating Power of the Empress. After some discussion, the student union leaders gave Cheng Shi a number, 50,000. Cheng Shi agreed without hesitation. However, he had one condition: all the materials for the sports meet had to be made by him. Sponsorship definitely requires advertising, and Kai Bin and the student union can understand that. After the meeting ended and he left the venue, Cheng Shi immediately took out his phone and called Sun Guoqiang. "Oh, Mr. Cheng, what brings you here?" Sun Guoqiang's strong voice came through the phone very quickly. "Mr. Sun, this is great news. Our group buying in-store project is about to launch, and coincidentally, our school is also holding a sports meet. So I took the liberty of negotiating with the school in the name of Eason Mall, wanting to be the exclusive sponsor of this year's sports meet. Principal Kai really gave us face and actually gave us this opportunity." "What? You're asking how much it costs?" "It's not expensive at all, just a mere 50,000 yuan. You can easily earn it back." "Why would I be so kind?" "Mr. Sun, what you're saying is a bit disrespectful. Didn't I already say that we're doing business together as partners? Of course, I'll think of you whenever something good happens. That's a win-win situation." Eason Mall, top floor office. After hanging up Cheng Shi's call, Sun Guoqiang couldn't help but shiver. This chill came from the last two words someone uttered: win-win. Mr. Sun has developed PTSD from those two words. He reviewed the situation in detail again. With just 50,000 yuan, you can become the exclusive sponsor of Sichuan University's sports meet this year. This is a grand event with 50,000 to 60,000 students participating. Moreover, according to Cheng Shi, it's being held in a particularly grand manner today, with Sichuan University inviting many media outlets to cover it. With such a large amount of exposure, coupled with the launch of group buying in-store, Eason can indeed easily make back its profits. In other words, he will definitely make money from this wave, and make a huge profit at that. But why does he still feel like he's been tricked by Cheng Shi? Where exactly is the problem? Mr. Sun racked his brains, but still couldn't figure it out. Sun Guoqiang's current income mainly comes from two sources. One source is the profit generated by Eason Mall's own retail and fast-moving consumer goods business. Secondly, there's the rent collection. All the merchants who have moved into Eason Mall, including most of the merchants in the plaza downstairs, have to pay him a considerable amount of rent every month. New tenants also have to pay a franchise fee. This means that Mr. Sun's cash flow is exceptionally abundant. 50,000 yuan was indeed nothing to him. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how Cheng Shi would try to scam him this time. So he directly wired the money to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi immediately transferred the money to the student union's official account, aiming to be an honest middleman and never take a cut. Every word he said to Sun Guoqiang on the phone was true, but he didn't finish his sentence. At that time, all promotional materials for the sports meet will feature the Eason Mall logo. This is his promise to Sun Guoqiang. However, the promotional materials will also feature the Fruit Technology logo, even more vibrant and eye-catching. That's what he's hiding. In other words, I spent Mr. Sun's money to do things for him, but I also took the opportunity to do my own thing. Is this operation shady or not? That's pretty dog-like. But even in front of Sun Guoqiang, Cheng Shouxin dared to say with his hand on his chest, this is a win-win situation. Without the support of group buying at the store, Sun Guoqiang would never have been able to recoup his 50,000 yuan sponsorship of the sports event if he had used it alone. With 50,000 to 60,000 students at Sichuan University, a university-wide sports meet is not something that can be organized on a whim. The preparatory meeting has just ended, and there is still a full week before the sports meet officially begins. Cheng Shi has been in a relatively relaxed state this week. All of Guoshi Technology's other businesses are progressing rapidly on their established track. In order to take advantage of the sports meet, they also need to wait for Eason Mall to complete the final work of its reform. The group buying in-store business has also been put on hold and has not yet been launched. Boss Cheng Shi really doesn't have much to do. Thus, the great god of learning at Sichuan University once again graced his loyal classroom. Sixth brother, what's gotten into you lately? Why are you coming to class every day? The one who said this was Hu Junjie, the king of scrolls. Cheng Shi was so weak last semester, but he managed to get into the top 10 in his major by cramming for a few days before the exam. He was genuinely shocked by someone's terrifying learning talent, so his words carried a hint of crisis. Old Hu, what are you saying? I'm a student. What am I supposed to do if I don't attend class? You're actually saying I'm crazy in class. Tell me honestly, what are your intentions? The handsome Guangdong guy, his little scheme exposed, said somewhat guiltily. Sixth brother, that's true, but with such a big company like yours, aren't you busy? Cheng Shi replied smugly. Kid, you don't understand. The first thing a mature capitalist needs to learn is to reduce his own burden. If you have to do everything yourself, then why should I pay my employees' salaries? If you're going to be a boss, you have to have the awareness of a boss. Wang Tianyu was eavesdropping nearby, and upon hearing this, he quickly wrote down what was said, to use for showing off later. Young Master Wang has been studying Cheng Shi for quite some time now, so it's not surprising that he's taking notes. Strangely enough, Luo Jiahao was also secretly taking notes. He wasn't trying to show off, of course. He wanted to study what qualities Cheng Shi possessed that enabled him to succeed in starting a business and maintain that success. Yes, Jiahao also wants to pursue an entrepreneurial path. Because he discovered that as Cheng Shi became more and more dazzling, Xia Jingzhe's eyes were truly only on Cheng Shi, leaving no room for him even in the most obscure corners. We all have two shoulders and one head. If you, Cheng Shi, can do it, why can't I? We're all graduates of top-tier universities. Luo Jiahao's competitive spirit was completely ignited, and he began to study how he should start his own business. After some research, he took the first step, starting with studying Cheng Shi, which is called learning from others' experiences to improve oneself. The two beauties of finance class 1, Lu Yanyan and Xia Jingzhe, were both staring at Cheng Shi. After all, Cheng Shi doesn't appear in class very often, so we have to feast our eyes on him today, right? Everyone's watching Cheng Shi. The two girls are still different. Lu Yanyan was open and aboveboard. Even after the first class ended, she boldly kicked Wang Tianyu, who was originally sitting next to Cheng Shi, to make him move so that she could see him up close. Xia Jingzhe secretly watched, and when Cheng Shi's gaze occasionally swept over her unintentionally, she would blush instantly, lower her head, and twist the hem of her clothes tightly. When they arrived at Yu Baiwei's large class, the two girls kept their distance from Cheng Shi, not even daring to steal a glance. How to put it? It gives off a vibe of a maid seducing the master, and then being afraid of being discovered by the empress. That's the power of the poppy. Though she has no intention of doing anything, she can always use her beauty to commit crimes. Chapter 285, I Won't Tell You. The little maid wouldn't dare to flirt with the master in front of the empress, but the fangirls dare to openly and honestly enjoy the sweet moments. Yu Baiwei had just sat down next to Cheng Shi and hadn't said a word when Su Shi, the leader of the sugar baby party, plopped down and asked, Cheng Shi, I heard you bought an electric scooter? I bought it. It's for Yu Baiwei to ride. Your dorm building is a bit far from the 101 headquarters. She goes there often, so it's more convenient to have an electric scooter. Su Shi decisively found the right angle to hit. Oh, so you feel so sorry for your Weiwei. Cheng Shi pursed his lips. What else? After all, we're best friends. Su Shi rolled her eyes. Cheng Shi, are you sick or something? There are so many couples who are about to get married, and you two aren't as lovey-dovey as each other. You still won't admit it, and you keep calling us good friends. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes even more, thinking to himself, do you think I want to cool down Yu Baiwei's ultimate love-struck brain every now and then? Sooner or later she'll evolve to know everything, then show her little devil tail and devour me. Chun. If he really gets eaten, he can accept it. After all, if I don't go to hell, who will? If the little devil is going to eat people anyway, then let his good friend bear the consequences. The problem is that when this actually happens, a bunch of big bosses who don't even have health bars yet will definitely appear on the Yu family's side. He is still too inexperienced. He is far from being ready to confront this issue directly. The more he liked Yu Baiwei, and she certainly deserved that kind of liking, the less he wanted to let things become a mess. Speaking of which, Aunt Sue, I've always wondered, out of all the real couples in our school, why don't you go and ship them? Why are you specifically targeting our two best friends? Su Shi snorted. None of your business. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi waved for Yu Baiwei to stick her head over. Good sister, come here, I want to whisper something to you. Hold head high. Yu Marin obediently nuzzled her head against the wall, docile and gentle, just like a clingy little kitten. Cheng Shi lowered his voice. I'm not telling you. Yu Baiwei looked confused. Cheng Shi smiled mischievously. The secret is just, I'm not telling you. Yu Marin had no idea what the person was trying to do, and her eyes were still blank. However, she was quite enjoying the process of Cheng Shi speaking close to her ear, and her expression gradually became more pleasant. Su Shi watched, and she was indeed very anxious. She wondered what secret Cheng Shi had whispered to Yu Baiwei that made her look so happy. After class, Cheng Shi went straight to the 101 headquarters, while Su Shi stopped Yu Baiwei. Weiwei, what exactly did Cheng Shi whisper to you just now? I'm not telling you. Su Shi shook Yu Baiwei's arm. Good sister, please, don't be so cruel. Tell me quickly. We are the best of sisters. Yu Baiwei frowned. Shi, I already told you. I'm not telling you. Su Shi was going crazy. Did Cheng Shi warn you not to tell me? Just tell me secretly, he can't know. If you don't tell me, I definitely won't be able to eat later, and I definitely won't be able to sleep tonight. Sure, he only said that one sentence. Which sentence? I'm not telling you. I'm going crazy. Why can't you tell me? So, it's still Brother Huang who summarized it best. Whether Cheng Shi is even human is debatable, but when he acts like a dog, he's a real dog. You like to kowtow, huh? Haha. There will always be a time when your dear Aunt Sue can't kowtow to you and is itching with frustration. The opening ceremony of the Sichuan University Summer Games is scheduled for April 15th, which is still about a week away. This week, not only Cheng Shi, the boss, but also all the employees at Guisher Technology were relatively relaxed. Cheng Shi wasn't the kind of boss who couldn't stand seeing his employees idle, so naturally he didn't cause any trouble or add extra work for them. Consider it a time to recharge and recharge. With the launch of group buying in-store services, it's foreseeable that everyone will become exceptionally busy. Of course, being too relaxed is also not good, as it can easily lead to laxity and a loss of cohesion. Cheng Shi did not assign any extra work, but he did arrange a team-building activity. Compared to the first team-building event at Fruit Technology, which only involved the Sichuan University team, the second team-building event was much larger in scale. Sichuan University, University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Normal University, University of Science and Technology of China. There are 4 teams from 4 universities. Cheng Shi has done its best to screen out those part-time employees who only work sporadically and haven't received any invitations. However, in the final count, nearly 200 people, including full-time employees and key part-time employees, were eligible to participate in the team-building activity. Holy crap, my team has grown this big already. Cheng Shi was shocked when he saw the data compiled by his secretary, Li Feiyu. If we add in the non-core part-time students from the 4 major universities, the number of students currently making a living under Cheng Shi's control would be even greater, reaching a staggering 500 or 600. What does that even mean? Many non-labor-intensive companies with revenues exceeding 100 million do not have this many employees. For example, Cheng Shi dared to guarantee that Sun Guoqiang's Eason Mall had far more soldiers than his own. If we were to package up Fruit Technology and estimate its value right now, how much would it be worth? Cheng Shi couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Finally, a rough figure was obtained. It's worth at least a small goal. In other words, from a certain perspective, Chen Shouxin is already a billionaire. Chen Shouxin, you are indeed amazing. With just a casual move, you have reached the limit of the college student group. Cheng Shi is someone who is used to finding positive feedback for himself. He promptly praised himself and even secretly belittled Yiziki, who was trying to cross the river by feeling for something. Back when Yiziki was running a campus group buying business, at its peak, she had about half the number of part-time students working under her, but it had already turned into a complete mess. In the end, the school had to step in to help her clean up the mess. On the other hand, his team was larger, yet they were united, well-organized, and thriving. This is what we call a gap. After indulging in self-aggrandizement, Cheng Shi took out paper and pen and began to draft a team-building invitation list. The second team-building event at Fruit Technology couldn't be as hasty as the first one, which only involved internal employees. We definitely need to invite the necessary partners, such as Sun Guoqiang's side. This is similar to holding a banquet when there's a happy occasion in the family. Whether someone comes after you invite them is one thing, whether you invite them or not is another. These are all about human relationships and social customs. Chapter 286, Xiaoning's Cell Phone. The university leaders of the 4 major universities should be invited. For example, President Fu, Vice President Kai, Dean Liu, etc. at Sichuan University. Fu Guangming from the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, Hu Chunlin from Sichuan Normal University, Su Yuanmao from Sichuan University of Technology. These leaders are all protecting and supporting Guisher Technology. Professor Fan from the university's student entrepreneurship base goes without saying, we absolutely must invite him. Incidentally, Wu Jieyu, Zhou Lina, and Lu Jieqi, these 3 beauties of the general office, shouldn't be left out either. Cheng Shi kept writing and drawing, writing down every name he could think of. He'll call them one by one later to personally invite them. Should we ask my stepmother for help? After writing down all the names he could think of, Cheng Shi, as if possessed, thought of his husband Chin's white moonlight, namely, Deputy Director Zhou Yunju. Shaw, he's already the district head of Wuhou District. Both are at the Deputy Director General level. The district head of Wuhou District is not the same as a Deputy Director General in the education sector. Not to mention that Chengdu is a sub-provincial city, and Zhou Yunju, as the district head, enjoys the treatment of a bureau-level official in Chengdu. Strictly speaking, she is half a level higher than all deputy directors and is between a deputy director and a director. Please, you absolutely must invite them. So many people would kill to get this connection. It's like God is forcing this incredible fortune into my mouth. I can't just refuse it. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Shi made up his mind. Mom, I'm sorry. It's not that I'm an unfilial son. It's just that my stepmother has given me so much. Cheng Shi originally thought that it would be good if half of the people on his invitation list came. After all, they are all high-ranking leaders. If not extremely busy, they are certainly very busy with official duties. The result was that, apart from President Fu, who was attending a meeting and training in the capital, all the other leaders made an appearance. This also includes Zhou Yunju. He readily agreed and chatted with him for a while, asking about his husband Old Chen's health. Considering the large number of leaders attending, the team-building event couldn't be held at a farmhouse. After consulting with Sun Guoqiang, Cheng Shi chose a hotel and booked the entire banquet hall. It's not a five-star hotel. After all, Fruit Technology is essentially a makeshift operation, so there's no need for such extravagance. Team building is just team building. It's nothing more than eating and drinking. Cheng Shi, with his social skills, is definitely in his element in this kind of setting. He chats with the leaders one moment and jokes with the employees the next. No one feels neglected. Yu Baiwei, the boss lady of Guoshi Technology who has a workstation and an employee badge, naturally participated in the team-building activity as well. She rarely dresses up, but today she was dressed to the nines in a pure white evening gown with exquisite workmanship, undoubtedly the masterpiece of some international master tailor. Her overall style is conservative, with only a slight exposure of her shoulders, but this does not detract from her beauty at all. She is radiant and dazzling, which is the best interpretation of her. Most of the other employees at Fruit Technology were attending this kind of cocktail party for the first time, and they all dressed up quite fancy. Hong Yin, Zhang Wenjie, Zheng Dong, and a few others were all dressed in suits, ties, and with hairspray. Well, as the earliest pioneers of Fruit Technology, they had a great sense of superiority compared to the backbone of other schools. It was like a high-ranking official from the capital meeting a local official. They couldn't afford to lose face. However, no matter how formally he dressed, wearing a smart suit and combing his hair like an adult, he couldn't hide the childishness on his face, as well as the restraint and nervousness between his brows. If Zhui Yunfei, the young master of number 1 middle school, were here, he would definitely say something like that. They're all a bunch of charlatans. The few female employees at Fruit Technology, such as Chief Financial Officer Sun Feifei, the talented programmer Nan Shui, Sun Miao Miao, who has recently been making waves in the marketing department, and the 3 beauties in the general office, all changed into evening gowns. Led by Lu Jieqi, several girls, all with good figures and looks, and brimming with youthful energy, moved back and forth in the banquet hall, creating a beautiful scene. It's worth mentioning Nan Shui. Who would have thought that a tech geek with such a simple style of dress would possess the most magnificent mind in the entire Fruit Technology? Yu Baiwei's D-rank ability Fruit is already considered legendary, but Nan Shui is a level above that, reaching the epic level of E-rank. Such a magnanimous heart made her surpass Lu Jieqi and Xia Ning, becoming the second most eye-catching girl at the banquet. Even Cheng Shi couldn't help but take a look, and then couldn't help but sigh. Damn, Senior Nan Shui usually keeps things so well hidden. Why didn't she say something earlier? As for why Xia Ning was also in the banquet hall, it certainly wasn't Cheng Shi who invited her. He's not stupid enough to have his head stuck in a door. Xia Ning came with Kai Bin. As a campus reporter heavily promoted by Sichuan University's publicity department, Kai Bin brought her along so that she could take some photos to record Guoshi Technology's team-building activities, which would come in handy in the future, for example, when doing student recruitment publicity. Sichuan University has invested so many resources in Cheng Shi. Isn't it all for this bit of reputation? Xia Ning was the only girl present who wasn't wearing a formal dress. She wore a business suit, which made her look elegant and capable. Throughout the banquet, she was the busiest, holding the camera and taking pictures here and there. She didn't interact with Cheng Shi at all, only when the camera captured Cheng Shi talking to Yu Baiwei next to him, and the two of them looked sweet on the surface, would a bitter smile involuntarily appear on her lips. Watching Cheng Shi shine brighter and brighter, she even wanted to personally document his brilliance. Xia Ning did indeed regret it. She was indeed upset, and she did have many things she wanted to say to Cheng Shi. I wanted to tell him that all my previous confidence was unfounded. She already knows exactly what she did wrong. You can learn to be his equal, and even stop having that fragile self-esteem. Let him see just how humble he can be now. If only he could wait for her one more time. Of all the people in the world, Xiao Cheng, only you can make me abandon my dignity. But in the end, she still didn't speak to Cheng Shi. Instead, they chose to bury this bitterness deep in their hearts. It's a bit embarrassing, but you only need to experience it once in your life. Even if her confidence is unfounded and her pride is indeed worthless, this is what will sustain her through the rest of her long life. After the banquet, the leaders left, while the employees stayed behind to continue their entertainment. Some played board games, others played mahjong. Cheng Shi was pulled along by Ma Luo-jun, the supervisor of the university, and started playing cards with several key members of the university. However, his luck was exceptionally bad. He started with a $5 bet, but after playing less than 10 rounds, he lost nearly $300, which made him quite frustrated. Just then, Zhang Wenjie entered the private room. "Boss, an employee found his cell phone, but we don't know whose it is. Could you take a look?" Cheng Shi took it, glanced at it, and knew immediately whose it was, Xiaoning. This phone is Motorola's latest model, which was only released last month. Cheng Shi was able to recognize whose it was not because of the phone itself, but because of the charm on it. It was a gift he gave Xia Ning on her 15th or 14th birthday. Cheng Shi never expected that she would keep this pendant, which cost only a few yuan, until now, and even hang it on her new phone. Chapter 287. My sister liked you first. I don't know whose it is. I'll keep it for now. The owner will definitely ask me about it when they realize their phone is missing. As Cheng Shi spoke, he put his phone into his pocket. I don't know why, but suddenly I just don't want to play cards anymore. He glanced at Yu Baiwei, who was sitting quietly to the side, watching him play cards. My dear sister, why don't you come and play? Cheng Shi, I don't know how to play. This is very simple. Cheng Shi smiled and explained the rules of the game to the academically gifted girl. You have 13 tiles in your hand and 14 tiles to win. You must be missing one suit. Then you can win with X asterisk AAA or Y asterisk ABC plus DD. X and Y can be 0 or AAA plus A. You can Kong tiles. You can Kong yourself or tiles discarded by others. Usually, you Kong whenever you can because it adds points. Yu Baiwei tilted her head, thought for a moment, and then said sweetly, Cheng Shi, I've already learned it. Cheng Shi stood up. Then you come on, try your best, and try to win back the money I lost. Yu Baiwei, brimming with confidence, patted her proud chest and said, Brother, leave it to your little sister. You play first. I'm going to the bathroom. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he left the private room. He felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. It was probably a text message from Xia Ning. She must have realized his phone was missing. Inside the private room, Ma Luo-jun and his two companions, who had already won a considerable amount of money from Cheng Shi, were too embarrassed to bully Yu Baiwei, a novice. Ma Luo-jun said cheerfully, Don't worry, boss lady. We'll only take advantage of the boss today. We won't bully you. I'll feed you the cards later. Unexpectedly, Yu Baiwei shook her head directly. There's no need to feed me cards. This game is really simple. I think you definitely can't beat me. Ma Luo-jun and the others were all speechless. No, it would be more reasonable if the boss said that, since the boss is known for being clueless. Is the landlady this smug too? Is this what they mean by those who aren't family don't enter the same door? Boss lady, if that's how you put it, then we really won't hold back. Ma Luo-jun and others were extremely competitive. After thinking for a moment, Yu Baiwei uttered two words from her rosy lips. Go for it. Zhang Wenjie, watching from the side, was practically laughing his head off. But he didn't laugh. He tried hard to hold it in. A bunch of brats. Clearly they don't understand what level the boss lady is at. People call her Alpha Wei. Just kidding. At headquarters, who hasn't been lectured by the boss's wife? And who would dare to play cards with her? Looking at Ma Luo-jun and the others, Zhang Wenjie seemed to see his past self. Well, a bit of clarity amidst foolishness, and a bit of foolishness amidst clarity. After leaving the private room, Cheng Shi turned on Xia Ning's phone. These days, phones didn't have lock screen passwords. As he expected, it was indeed a message from Xia Ning, roughly saying that she was begging the person who found her phone to return it to her, and that she would offer a generous reward. Cheng Shi replied to her with a message, I am Cheng Shi. Your phone is in my hand. An employee found it. Should I leave it at the hotel front desk for you to pick up yourself, or should I send someone to deliver it to you tomorrow? You just leave it at the front desk. I'll take a taxi to pick it up. Okay. After sending the text message, Cheng Shi slowly walked towards the hotel front desk. Just then, Xia Ning's phone rang twice, not with a text message, but with a QQ message. Cheng Shi is definitely not the kind of person who likes to snoop on other people's privacy, but he has OCD. If he doesn't open a message, he feels worse than if he's dead. because if you don't open it, it will keep flashing. So I clicked on it directly and found it was a message from the class group. He was sure he wouldn't look at it, so he was about to exit QQ when he caught a glimpse of something strange out of the corner of his eye. His name and profile picture were actually pinned to the top of Xia Ning's QQ app. Why is it so strange? He deleted Xia Ning a long time ago. What the hell? Could there be another me in a parallel universe chatting with her? Extremely puzzled, Cheng Shi hesitated for a few seconds before clicking on the chat box. He froze, his mind racing with a mix of emotions. The Cheng Shouxin that Xia Ning was chatting with wasn't the real Cheng Shouxin. It was a new QQ account that Xia Ning had created herself, but she had changed the name and profile picture to his. Cheng Shouxin, smiling face, smiling face, smiling face. Stranded mermaid, Xia Ning's new nickname. What's up? Smug expression. Cheng Shouxin, Xia Ning, I want to confess my feelings to you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? Stranded mermaid. Humph, what about you, Baiwei? Don't you like her? Cheng Shouxin, after examining my own heart, I realized that I like you more. I'm sorry I hurt you. Stranded mermaid. Then confess your love again. Smug expression. Cheng Shouxin, Xia Ning, I like you so much. Please say yes. Stranded mermaid. Humph, seeing how sincere you are, I'll agree to your request. Xiao Cheng. Actually, I like you a lot too. Even more than I like myself. Cheng Shouxin. Heart. Rose. Red lips, red lips, red lips. The stranded mermaid. Xiao Cheng. If this were true, wouldn't that be wonderful? How did I lose you? For the rest of your life, take good care of yourself, and also take care of that girl who is prettier and gentler than me. I hope you two are happy, although your happiness is too cruel to me. Cheng Shi was not a heartless person after all. Xia Ning's words to himself finally broke his defenses. Xia Ning in his previous life did indeed do many terrible things to him. But can all of these things really be passed on to this version of Xia Ning? The worst thing she ever did to herself was probably playing that truth or dare prank, making me confess my feelings to her at a karaoke bar. Xia Ning, why did you have to do this? Cheng Shi couldn't help but sigh. After shaking his head, he forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in his heart, then handed his phone to the receptionist and explained the situation to her. At the banquet just now, he toasted the leaders and was toasted by the employees. He didn't know how much he drank. Now the alcohol was really taking effect, and he felt dizzy and lightheaded. So he decided not to go back to the private room, but instead found a sofa and lay down for a while. He fell into a deep sleep on this trip, and when he woke up, almost 2 hours had passed. Back in the private room, the card game was still going on, and Yu Baiwei's face was flushed. Her excitement was palpable. The expressions on Ma Luojun and the other two's faces were all incredibly unpleasant. Looking at the table in front of Yu Baiwei, there was already a thick stack of 100 yuan bills. Judging from this, it was more than 3,000. Cheng Shi laughed. Good sister, is mahjong fun? Yu Baiwei nodded repeatedly. Yes, it's so much fun. Cheng Shi looked at Ma Luojun and the others. By the way, you guys, you've almost lost all your prize money, haven't you? Team building activities are not just about eating and drinking. Cheng Shi also rewarded those who had made contributions in the previous period, distributing bonuses accordingly. Upon hearing this, Ma Luojun and the others broke down completely and simply overturned the card table. I'm not playing anymore. If I keep playing, I'll lose all my salary, let alone the prize money. Indeed, the landlady is too amazing. She calculated every hand I played perfectly. How am I supposed to play like this? Zhang Wenjie, who had been watching the game, was also very amused. Brother Ma, only students from other schools like you would dare to play cards with the boss's wife. We students from our own school have already been taught a lesson by the boss's wife. The boss's behavior is too shameless. He gives us bonuses 1 minute and lets the boss's wife win them back the next. This is clearly a unique money laundering method developed by the two of them. Yu Baiwei suddenly spoke up. Zhang Wenjie, could you repeat what you just said? Zhang Wenjie was somewhat bewildered. A unique money laundering method? A little further ahead. A couple. Here you go. This is a bonus the boss gave you. Yu Baiwei was instantly delighted and immediately pulled out a 100 yuan bill, handing it to Zhang Wenjie. Zhang Wenjie was almost stunned by this sudden wealth. The boss's wife is so kind. She even gave him a bonus. Wait a minute. Why does everyone else have it, but I do? After thinking for a moment, he realized. Could it be because of his own words couple? Holy crap, it seems I've found an incredible new path to wealth. The card game ended, and everyone went back to school. Having drunk alcohol, Cheng Shi was unlikely to drive. He took Yu Baiwei's hand and walked towards the hotel entrance, intending to hail a taxi there. As it happened, Xia Ning ran into her. She was at the front desk picking up her phone. The three looked at each other, then lowered their heads and passed by. Cheng Shi could clearly hear Xia Ning's soft sigh coming from behind him. As they exited the hotel, Yu Baiwei tilted her head and asked, Cheng Shi, so, was that phone hers? Cheng Shi had no choice but to confess honestly that it was indeed Xia Ning, and that the pendant on her phone was a birthday gift he had given her several years ago. He explained that he hadn't mentioned it earlier because he was afraid of upsetting her. Cheng Shi, I'm not unhappy. Actually, I feel more grateful to her. If she hadn't accidentally lost you, how could I possibly be a part of your world? Yu Baiwei, do you really think so? If I'm lying, I'm the older sister. The academically gifted girl giggled, then started circling around Cheng Shi, playing with his shadow under the streetlights by stepping on it with her little leather shoes. Cheng Shi smiled and said, Yu Baiwei, let me tell you a little secret. What little secret? I like you. I know. I'm not talking about the kind of liking that comes from being good friends. I know that too. So, you really did know everything, and then you pretended to be stupid with me. I didn't. Brother, believe your sister, I was really stupid. Shaw, nobody would believe that. Elder brother. Yu Baiwei stopped stepping on Cheng Shi's shadow. She turned around, hugged Cheng Shi, rested her head on his shoulder, and spoke in an exceptionally sweet voice. What's the matter? Brother, it was your sister who liked you first. Yu Baiwei's words were like a gentle knife, piercing someone's heart and then bursting out with many colorful bubbles. On a summer night, insects chirped, and the wind was so gentle and tender, as sweet as an orange-flavored lollipop. Chapter 288. Should I retract my decision? The next day was Saturday. Cheng Shi woke up at 7 o'clock, washed up, and returned to the dormitory at around 7:30. Hu Junjie, the bookworm, got up even earlier than him and had already gone to the library with his books. Wang Jichao and Liu Peisong went to an internet cafe all night last night and haven't come back yet. In the dormitory, only Wang Tianyu and Yang Jie were present. Cheng Shi was about to leave the dormitory when he suddenly noticed that young Master Wang was sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking his lips, clearly having a sweet dream. A strong sense of disparity suddenly arose in my heart. I, Cheng Shouxin, am a peerless handsome man whose looks rival those of Pan and Shen Yu. Yet, to make a living, I have to work from dawn till dusk every day, and I don't even get to sleep in on weekends. Wang Tianyu, that jerk, looks like spaghetti mixed with number 42 concrete. But just because he was born into a good family, he can sleep until he naturally wakes up every day and doesn't lack money at all. Is this fair? This is not fair at all. So Cheng Shi decisively shook Wang Dashao awake. Lu Zi, what the hell are you doing? Wang Tianyu looked very unhappy. Fifth brother, you're going to be late. Get up now. What time is it? It's 7:30. There's an 8 a.m. start today. I heard that Dean Liu will most likely be coming to inspect our class. If you're late, you can forget about having a good semester. Holy crap. Considering the close relationship between Cheng Shi and Dean Liu, they are father and son who are not related by blood at all. Young Master Wang jumped up in a flash. Then he realized the problem. Wait a minute, Lu Zi, young Lauer is sleeping too. Why don't you wake him? Cheng Shi lowered his voice, giving him a, are you an idiot? Look. Fifth brother, whether he's late or not is none of my business. In the whole 606, you're the only one I consider a buddy. Young Master Wang was immediately moved. 6. I knew you'd be good to me. Fifth brother, I'm heading out now. You should hurry up and wash up, or you'll be late. After Cheng Shi finished speaking, he left the dormitory. Wang Tianyu quickly went to wash up, and after returning to his dormitory, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Hey, what classes do I have this morning? Or rather, what's the date today? Young Master Wang took out his phone and then froze there. About 2 seconds later, he pointed to the sky and cursed. You damn Cheng Lu Zi, today is Saturday, and you tricked me into working at 8 a.m.? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Yang Jie was still fast asleep, so Wang Xiao felt even more resentful and simply shook Yang Jie awake as well. Wang Laowu, what are you doing? Yang Jie was completely bewildered. Wang Tianyu said with a serious expression, you didn't snore at all this morning. I was afraid you were going to die, so I shook you. Yang Jie. He really does have a phrase that goes, fuck you. And he's about to say it right now. Cheng Shi's work this morning was to assist Best Advertising with setting up the large playground. This kind of work definitely requires clearing the area, so he contacted the student union in advance. Early in the morning, Tang Pengfei, the vice president of the student union, and Fan Min, the minister of the school's cultural and sports department, arrived at the main playground with a large group of members, all wearing student union armbands, and began clearing the area. Although student council officers are nothing outside of school, they still wield considerable influence within the school. Those playing football, basketball, dating, or playing cards on the lawn were all cleared out. Then, 5 trucks from Best Advertising, a company with which Guesher Technology has a deep partnership, drove into Sichuan University and eventually parked at the designated location on the main playground. The leader was still Cheng Shi's old acquaintance, Lu Jiaming, who had been on Tan Traffic Police's team and had been brainwashed by Officer Tan. Under his command, many blue-collar workers in work jackets began to quickly unload goods, move materials, and set up the site. The speed and efficiency were so great that they vividly illustrated what it means to say that money is the primary productive force. In other words, Cheng Shi hadn't even reached the playground yet. He was about to get there, and he wanted to take a picture of this lively scene from all angles, send it to Sun Guoqiang, and then say to him, "Mr. Sun, you really got your money's worth." As for why the promotional materials include not only Eason Mall, but also the logo of Guesher Technology, with the latter being significantly more prominent and eye-catching. That's because Mr. Chung doesn't always do business like this, spending other people's money to do his own thing. Holy crap, Guesher Chung is really going all out. So many materials, filling 5 trucks, and the workers are also responsible for installation. How much will this cost? I don't know, but it should be no less than 50,000. Wow, is doing business really that profitable? It's making me want to start my own business too. Buffed, buddy, did you get up early today? Are you still half asleep? Just because Gueshirching succeeded doesn't mean you can too. If starting a business were that easy, would it even be your turn? Remember Senior Yi? Her abilities and family background weren't top-notch, but she tried to run a campus group buying program, and it failed miserably, leaving a huge mess. Yet Gueshirching made it happen. That's what you call ability. That's true. Sometimes the difference between people is greater than the difference between people and pigs. No, brother, if you want to call me a pig, you can just say so. Why beat around the bush like this? The student council members were all talking about it. Of the 50,000 to 60,000 students at Sichuan University, only a very small fraction actually witnessed the process. However, Guo Cheng's reputation was already well known to everyone. In just 6 months, he personally built MeetNet, Fruit Interactive Entertainment, and Fruit Group Buy. The 4 top universities are his hunting grounds. Judging from this momentum, it's only a matter of time before they expand their business to the entire Chengdu University district. What does it mean to be utterly terrifying? This is truly terrifying. Where's Cheng Shi? He called us over early this morning. Where did he go? The speaker was Tang Pengfei, and Fan Min was standing next to him. Look, aren't they here? Fan Min pointed to the entrance to the playground. Tang Pengfei looked over and saw Cheng Shi riding a flashy pink electric scooter. After entering the playground, he headed straight for Lu Jianming, threw a few packs of cigarettes to the workers, and then rode over to them. Fan Min gasped, "Junior, your car." Cheng Shi chuckled. "Senior, isn't my car beautiful?" "It's beautiful, but Junior, you're a grown man over 1.8 meters tall. Are you sure this car is suitable for you? Why aren't we doing it anymore?" Cheng Shi pouted. To be fair, who doesn't have a pink, girly heart? Right, boss. He then looked at Tang Pengfei. The latter's cheek twitched. "President Chang, is this the first thing you say to me this morning, and it's the first thing you do? Did I insult you? It's dirty. Is it really dirty? That's really dirty. Should I undo it with Control plus C?" Tang Pengfei's cheeks continued to twitch. I thought to myself, you're really holding a grudge like no other. He was embarrassed and apologized at the preparatory meeting that day, but Cheng Shi still wouldn't let him go. As soon as they met, she started to brainwash him relentlessly. Fan Min, watching from the side, was almost laughing hysterically. She didn't attend the meeting that day, but she had heard what happened. Chairman Tang, who was always arrogant, got a good beating from Cheng Shi. Chapter 289. So annoying. Cheng Liuzi has tricked me again. What can hold a man captive for 10 seconds? It wasn't Zhang Yuanying spinning around, but an excavator that was actually working. What is something that can both forcefully control a man and make him smile like a doting ant? The answer is a pink excavator that is working. Cheng Shi bought this pink electric scooter for a similar reason. This bike was originally meant for Yu Baiwei to ride. As it turns out, Yu Marin, being a true princess of a wealthy family, didn't ride it at all. Whenever she didn't have classes, she would aloofly assign Cheng Shi to be her driver, taking her around the campus aimlessly. Cheng Shi couldn't understand what was so fun about riding an electric scooter, but Yu Marin seemed to enjoy it immensely. Every time she got on the back seat, she would hug his waist tightly, rest her head on his back, and occasionally blow on him, acting quite playful. Tang Pengfei asked with some curiosity, "By the way, Mr. Chung, how much did you spend on materials for these 5 trucks in total?" After thinking for a moment, Cheng Shi replied, "It's probably around 40 or 50,000. That's all." Chairman Tang gasped in shock upon hearing this. Then Cheng Shi continued, After all, it's not my money. See the Eason Mall logo on the promotional materials? Eason paid for all of that. Tang Pengfei was a little confused. President Chung, what kind of operation is this? The materials do have Eason's logo, but your Guesher Technologies logo is clearly bigger. Chung Shi explained with a smile. I told Mr. Sun of Eason that I could exclusively sponsor the sports meet of Sichuan University for just 50,000 yuan. Mr. Sun transferred the money over in a heartbeat and thanked me profusely. Mr. Sun is such a good person, so generous and magnanimous, just like the man from the time of Emperor Xinling. Tang Pengfei. No wonder Cheng Shi agreed so readily at the preparatory meeting that day. He wasn't at all as stingy as rumored. So they had already planned ahead, finding a sucker to foot the bill. He's really mastered the art of being generous with other people's money. The problem is that he cheated others, and they were genuinely grateful to him. Who can he complain to about this? After a moment of silence, Tang Pengfei asked again, by the way, Mr. Chung, Rongqing TV will be coming to interview us this afternoon. Could you share some tips on how to face reporters and cameras? Chung Shi countered, you're going to give an interview too? Tang Pengfei chuckled. Well, I'm honored that Principal Kai thinks highly of me and gives me a chance to shine. Chung Shi understood. Snakes and rats each have their own ways. Being interviewed by your hometown TV station during your undergraduate studies is not only something to brag about, but it also adds luster to your academic record. Putting aside everything else, Tang Pengfei is a master at currying favor with superiors. What insights could you possibly have? Just say what you need to say. Focus on creating a relaxed atmosphere, and don't forget to mention the school and the leaders. Absolutely. By the way, Mr. Chung, the interview this afternoon is from Chengdu TV, after all. Aren't you nervous at all? Why should I be nervous? Cheng Shi asked, puzzled. Is it possible that it's an honor for Rongqing TV to interview me? Tang Pengfei. Well, this kid splattered my face again. However, to be fair, Cheng Shi's words were quite pretentious, but he had the right to say so. Given the potential that fruit technology has shown so far, its future achievements are limitless. Who knows, they might even be on CCTV someday. Chengdu TV station, no matter how you look at it, is still a local media outlet, so Cheng Shi had no reason to be nervous. So, it's not wrong to like showing off, as long as you have the ability to back it up. After finishing setting up the promotional materials while keeping watch over Lu Jiaming and the others, Cheng Shi inspected them and, finding no flaws, settled the final payment with Lu Jianming, displaying a generous attitude. After all, it wasn't his money that was being spent. After leaving the playground, Cheng Shi rode his bright pink electric scooter to the girls' dormitory of the School of Economics, picked up Yu Baiwei, and the two had lunch at the cafeteria first, and then drove around the campus. Early summer is when Sichuan University is at its most scenic. Sunlight filters through the leaves, casting dappled patterns that seem to blanket the campus in brilliance. A gentle summer breeze rustles the leaves, while ripples spread across the surface of Macho Lake, reflecting the sunlight like flowing fragments of gold. Yu Baiwei hugged Cheng Shi tightly around the waist, then rested her delicate oval face on his back, her eyes filled with joy. Her thick, flowing hair danced gently in the wind as the electric scooter moved, adding a touch of delicate charm to her already stunning beauty. This walk lasted for more than half an hour. After sending Yu Baiwei back to her dormitory, Cheng Shi went back to his dormitory and took a short nap for half an hour. After recovering his energy, he tidied himself up a bit, changed into a suit that he rarely wore, and prepared to go out, only to be interviewed by Rongqing TV. Wang Tianyu called out to him, Damn, Lu Zi, you look pretty handsome today. Your looks are almost threatening mine. What's up? Judging by this, another newspaper is coming to interview you? Cheng Shi shook his head. How could that be? Do you think the newspaper has nothing better to do than interview an ordinary college student like me? Phew, that's good. Young Master Wang breathed a sigh of relief. If you, Cheng Liuzi, could make it into the newspaper every semester, I would be absolutely jealous. Then I would lose my appetite, sleep soundly, and become haggard. Cheng Shi rolled his eyes. Fifth brother, what you're saying is a bit narrow-minded. As brothers, can't you hope for something good in my heart? TCH, do you think I don't know what kind of person you are, Cheng Liuzi? You're always calling me brother, but if something really happens to me, you'll probably just ignore it. That's bad enough, but you're always finding ways to trick me. I haven't even settled the score with you for what happened this morning. Young Master Wang muttered to himself, still feeling curious. Since this isn't a newspaper interview, why are you dressed up so extravagantly? Aren't you the type who plays dumb to fool others? Cheng Shi smiled ly. Oh, Rongqing TV sent two beautiful female reporters over, specifically asking to interview me. I have to go now, or I'll be late. Wang Tianyu. What? This time it's not a newspaper, it's been upgraded to a TV station. I'm so angry. They managed to trick Chung Liuzi again. Life is full of encounters that can catch you off guard. The interview team from Chengdu TV was much larger than that of the West China City Daily. There were more than 10 technical staff, including print reporters, on-camera reporters, photographers, directors, sound engineers, and lighting technicians. These are not the main points. The main point is that Cheng Shi saw an acquaintance in the interview team, Zhou Jingyi, a slightly more sophisticated green tea than Bian Xiaoli, a beginner-level green tea. Chapter 290. The more I think about it, the more resentful and regretful I become. Zhou Jingyi is a junior at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, UESDC, and has been a campus reporter for 2 years. She has considerable interviewing experience, and her image and temperament are definitely up to par. After all, she was the second most beautiful girl on campus at UESDC, and she lost to the first place not because of her looks. She was born for this job and was perfectly suited to be a reporter. Wang Bingbing, who later became incredibly popular, held this position. However, Cheng Shi was still quite surprised to see her in the interview lineup of Rongqing TV. After all, she's only a junior in college, and to find such an internship is something that can't be explained simply by being pretty. Her family must have some connections. Zhou Jingyi wasn't surprised to see Cheng Shi again. She already knew that Cheng Shi was one of the key interviewees today. She looked at Cheng Shi, her eyes showing no surprise, but rather resentment. Well, Cheng Shi did confess his feelings to her back then, and although she didn't accept it, she didn't explicitly reject him either. They even gave a lot of hints that he had a chance. The result? The guy flirted with her and then ran away, without making any further moves, leaving her with a strong sense of disappointment that she had ultimately wasted her time. Several times, she even lowered her stance and took the initiative to send him messages, but Cheng Shi basically didn't reply. Even when he did reply, it was just perfunctory words like ah, oh, or okay, acting like a cold and aloof guy. It gives the impression that she is shamelessly pursuing Cheng Shi. The question is, why? He was the one who confessed to her first. He was the one who confessed to her first. Just because I didn't agree directly, this kid gave up? What makes him think he can give up, and what makes him dare to give up? To be honest, you need to bait the fishing spot before fishing. This kid made a fishing pose, but he didn't even bother to put any bait on the hook, let alone prepare any baiting area. Who pursues girls like that? It's understandable that Zhou Jingyi harbors resentment towards Cheng Shi. Of course, in her resentment, she clearly forgot the established fact that she had a boyfriend. This is Cheng Shi, our Sichuan University's entrepreneurial star, the founder of Guoshi Technology. Cheng Shi is a very innovative young man. He's the one who created Yujian.com, Guoshi Interactive Entertainment, and Guoshi Group Buying. He's also a model student, one of the top 10 college students in Wuhou District, an outstanding college student in Rongqing City, and a pacesetter in entrepreneurship in Sichuan Province. After Cheng Shi arrived, Vice Principal Kai Bin pulled him aside and cheerfully introduced him to the TV station's interview team. His tone was full of pride. To be honest, Principal Kai's list of titles is quite impressive, as evidenced by the shocked expression on the face of the reporter on camera, Guan Wan, an intellectual beauty. To Guan Wan, who frequently interviews celebrities, Cheng Shiyan's current achievements are nothing special. But considering Cheng Shi's age, having just turned 19, it's really a bit scary. This is Tang Pengfei, the vice president of the Student Union of Sichuan University. You can just call him Xiao Tang. Kai Bin's introduction of Tang Pengfei was rather perfunctory. To put it bluntly, this is the normal attitude of a department-level cadre like Vice Principal Kai towards students. He's quite arrogant. He could be completely unpretentious in front of Cheng Shi, and occasionally even joke around with him, calling him "you rascal" over and over, because Cheng Shi could indeed bring a lot to Sichuan University. And as Cheng Shi becomes more and more successful, he will give back more and more to his alma mater. Such an unparalleled demon's sword must be treasured and cherished. The following is the normal interview segment. The photographer set up the camera, the lighting technician was in charge of lighting, and the director, sound engineer, and others quickly took their places. The reporter at the front desk, who was in charge of asking questions, was the intellectual beauty Guan Wan, and the intern Zhou Jingyi was her assistant. Which of you will go first? Guan Wan smiled and looked at Cheng Shi and Tang Pengfei. Tang Pengfei was still a little nervous and was about to suggest that Cheng Shi go first, but Cheng Shi pulled another fast one, waving his hand with a mischievous grin. "Boss, please go first." Chairman Tang had no choice but to bite the bullet and proceed. After straightening his clothes, he sat upright in front of the camera and then involuntarily swallowed. Guan Wan was somewhat disappointed that Tang Pengfei went first. The station's leaders had already given instructions that Cheng Shikai was the main focus of this interview, while Tang Pengfei was someone Vice Principal Kai Bin had forced into the interview. Even if Tang Pengfei was interviewed, it would most likely be completely cut out later. Don't be nervous. Just answer whatever I ask. Try to relax, just like you would when you're having a normal chat. Although she felt she was doing something pointless, Guanwan's professional ethics were impeccable, and she quickly began the interview. Cheng Shi sat with his legs crossed on the sofa outside the interview room, drinking tea and chatting with Kai Bin from time to time. He had thought that Tang Pengfei's interview would take at least half an hour, but in just 5 minutes, the guy came out of the interview room covered in sweat. What happened? Did something go wrong with the interview? Tang Pengfei smiled wryly. No problem, it's over. Reporter Guan only asked me a few questions, and then told me. I can leave now. Cheng Shi glanced at his watch, then patted Fei's shoulder with a look of sympathy. Brother Fei, it hasn't even been 5 minutes yet. You need to replenish your energy. Meow meow meow. Brother Fei, don't worry. I'm in good shape. I can definitely last at least half an hour. That way, if we split it up, you'll have 10 or 20 minutes, which won't be a disgrace to us Sichuan University guys. Your sister. Under Tang Pengfei's resentful gaze, Cheng Shi entered the interview room with a mischievous grin on his face. Guanwan was about to say a few polite words to reassure Cheng Shi, but after glancing at him, she swallowed all the words she had prepared. Ahem, Cheng Shi, the camera's on. Button up your shirt and put your legs down. We can relax, but not this much. Well, I'm used to it. It's mainly because you're so approachable, Sister Guan. Whenever I see you, it's like seeing a beautiful older sister next door who looks like Louis Fei. It's like I'm still at home. Cheng Shi smiled, obediently put down his crossed legs, buttoned his clothes, and sat up straight. Guanwan was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. She was now completely certain that the kid was genuinely not nervous at all and wasn't faking it. After all, he dared to praise her and flirt with her at the same time. Perhaps this interview will be quite interesting? Guanwan couldn't help but think. As Zhou Jingyi watched from the side, her heart couldn't help but stir with many emotions. She noticed that Cheng Shi had become noticeably more handsome after not seeing him for several months. His face had completely shed its childishness, transforming into a man's fortitude and ruggedness. His eyes remained clear, yet they had gained a touch of depth. His slightly upturned lips exuded a confidence that a man of his age shouldn't have, and his brows carried a hint of untamed charm, making him increasingly captivating the more you looked at him. Guanwan is so elegant. She's a famous beauty at Rongqing TV. Zhou Jingyi started her internship at Rongqing TV right after the start of the semester and has been Guanwan's assistant ever since. She's participated in so many interviews, but no one has dared to flirt with her. This kind of intellectual beauty has an aura of her own. Men with average skills would stutter and stammer if they try to flirt with her, let alone even try to talk to her. Cheng Shi, of all people, flirted with her, and he did it very successfully. Zhou Jingyi could feel it, and Guanwan wasn't angry at all. Perhaps I shouldn't have fantasized about stringing him along, but instead, I should have just said yes. Zhou Jingyi, what an amazing man you missed out on. The more Zhou Jingyi thought about it, the more resentful she became, and the more she regretted it. Chapter 291 Hee, you scumbag woman. Cheng Shi, if there are no problems on your end, shall we begin? Okay, so, let's start by talking about your original intention in founding UGN.com. After the interview began, Guanwan and Cheng Shi entered into a question and answer session. Cheng Shi had already answered the first question during the interview with West China City Daily. His answer this time was pretty much the same, the core idea being to give college students their own professional forum. He also casually criticized competitors such as Rinrin, Mop, Tianya, and Baidu Tieba. In short, in Cheng Shouxin's words, UGN.com is so pure and so unpretentious, while other competitors are all pretentious and cheap. Whether or not these things can be broadcast is none of his business. Perhaps Cheng Shi's answer was too blatant and too obviously disparaging, so Guanwan didn't dare to ask any further questions and quickly moved on to the next one. Cheng Shi, what has been the biggest challenge you've faced since you started your business? Well, the difficulties come from all sides, both external and internal, but the biggest problem comes from within myself. Oh, could you tell me more about it? During the entrepreneurial process, I was anxious every day, thinking about what to eat for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Guanwan was stunned for a moment, then had no choice but to switch to another question. So, besides studying and starting a business, what are your hobbies? Of course there are. Tell me about it. For example, fighting zombies. Guanwan remained stunned. Cheng Shi, are you kidding me? Why would I lie to you? Crossfire's biohazard mode is a lot of fun. A sense of humor is indeed something that can be innate. Chung Shi's serious yet unserious way of answering questions is particularly good at stirring people's emotions. Even Guan Wan, a professional who has received rigorous training, couldn't help but laugh at Chung Shi's antics. Although Chung Shi's joking remarks are unlikely to be broadcast, they will be cut out during post-production. But the process of interviewing him was quite enjoyable. After the interview, Chung Shi and the interview team left the interview room together. Kaibin came over and said cheerfully, "Reporter Guan, how did Chung Shi do?" Guan Wan gave it a very high evaluation. "Principal Kai, it was great." Chung Shi was not only not shy, but also humorous and witty. The whole interview was full of clever remarks. "I even want to apply to the station to do a special interview with Chung Shi." Kaibin listened and smiled with satisfaction. Sichuan University is clearly trying to make Chung Shi their face. The more outstanding Chung Shi is, the more proud they, as leaders, will be. Tang Pengfei felt a pang of sadness as he watched this scene. He prided himself on being worldly wise and having far more experience than the average college student. Facing the camera, he couldn't suppress his nervousness, let alone show any sense of humor. He couldn't even say the usual platitudes. Chung Shi was 2 or 3 years younger than him, and had only been in university for a little over half a year. He came from an ordinary dual-income family, so it was impossible for him to have seen many big events. Why is he not nervous at all? Is the difference between people really that great? After the interview, Vice Principal Kai, on behalf of the school, hosted a dinner for the interview team from Rongqing TV. Chung Shi was also present. Halfway through the meal, he needed to urinate and went to the restroom. However, on his way back to the private room, he was blocked by Zhou Jingyi. Her eyes were slightly red, and she looked at Chung Shi with a resentful expression. "Senior Zhou, is something the matter?" "Chung Shi, are you really that heartless? You didn't even look at me once today, just because I didn't accept your advances?" Chung Shi's confession to Zhou Jingyi a few months ago was essentially an opportunity to teach Brother Huang a lesson, so that he would know what kind of girl is a so-called green tea. After class, he naturally threw Zhou Jingyi, who was fantasizing about keeping him as a backup option, to the winds. He had anticipated that Zhou Jingyi would harbor resentment, but he never expected her to be so resentful. However, he already had a contingency plan for how to deal with it. "Chung Shi, say something. Or are you treating me like some kind of easy girl, confessing your feelings to me just to play around?" Zhou Jingyi's tone became increasingly resentful and even aggrieved. Chung Shi began to sneer, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. "Why are you laughing?" "Senior Zhou, I laughed because I didn't understand why you felt wronged. Chung Shi, you were the one who confessed to me first. Although I didn't accept you directly, it's not like I didn't give you a chance to pursue me. What did you do? You just ignored me. Even when I contacted you, you kept giving me the runaround, making it seem like I was the one chasing after you. Why can't I be wrong? Why should you feel wrong?" Chung Shi continued to sneer. "Senior Zhou, the one who should feel wronged is me." "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Chung Shi looked very hurt. "Senior Zhou, I was deeply attracted to you the first time we met. I fell in love with you at first sight, which is why I mustered up the courage to confess to you. I was thinking that no matter whether you accepted me or not, I would not give up and would keep pursuing you." Zhou Jingyi was taken aback. Then why didn't you pursue her anymore?" A heart-wrenching pain flashed in Chung Shi's eyes as he displayed his Oscar-caliber acting talent to the fullest. "Senior Zhou, that's because you lied to me. Didn't you tell me you were single that day? But you're not single at all. You clearly have a boyfriend." Zhou Jingyi's body stiffened. All the previous resentment and frustration, which had been theatrical, turned into panic. "What do you mean? What? You not only have a boyfriend, you've been together for several years, and you're almost talking about marriage." Perhaps he was really into the role, because his eyes were red and his expression had a perfectly timed ferocity. "But you lied to me and said you were still single. I was so overjoyed that I immediately went for it. Now that I think about it, I feel like a ridiculous clown. Zhou Jingyi, the reason I didn't look at you today is because I didn't dare. Don't you know that in matters of the heart, whoever falls in love first is more submissive? I can't even imagine how shy and tender you would be when your boyfriend holds you in his arms. And you still have the nerve to ask me why I didn't pursue you. Hey, you scumbag woman." After disguising himself as a perfect victim, the man walked past Zhou Jingyi with a cold smile, but his eyes still revealed a hint of reluctance that, though subtle, was enough for Zhou Jingyi to catch. In terms of acting skills, to put it bluntly, all the boys in the entire Sichuan region are a bunch of lousy bastards. Not a single one of them can fight. Chapter 292 The Scumbag Woman Deserves a Lesson 1. During the rest of the dinner, Zhou Jingyi appeared very depressed, occasionally glancing at Chung Shirji with self-blame and apology in her eyes. As for whether these apologies and self-blame are an act or genuine, only she knows. After the dinner, Chung Shir rode his pink electric scooter to his office, picked up a pen and paper, and began to write and draw. The main focus is on reviewing the operations of the past few days and providing some insights into the upcoming group buying in-store section. The Sichuan University Summer Games will open the day after tomorrow, Monday. Riding this wave of opportunity, the group buying to stores section was also scheduled to launch on this day. Before going live, UGN.com will definitely increase its promotional efforts. The corresponding section of the Fruit Group Buying Mall will also release a wave of discount coupons and vouchers, and you can start buying online a day in advance, which is tomorrow. Offline promotion should also be carried out simultaneously. The first step was distributing flyers. Although this thing is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and expensive, and its effect may not even be as good as a homepage banner on UGN.com, it should still be posted. Then all merchants that cooperate with Guoshi Technology also need to carry out corresponding promotions. They put up signs and banners at the entrance. Whether the merchants are willing to cooperate or not, that's not up to them. Chung Shir is so cunning. When they were invited to join the Fruit Group Buying Mall, there was a corresponding supplementary agreement in the contract they signed. All merchants who join the platform must unconditionally cooperate with Fruit Group Buying in carrying out relevant promotional activities. If the merchants don't comply, they are in breach of contract. Chung Shir can not only sue them for breach of contract and make them pay the penalty, but also kick them out of the Fruit Group Buying Mall. The former merchants might not care, since they would have to go to court. The latter, however, accurately pinpointed their Achilles heel. These days, every business owner around the school knows that following Guoshi can make them rich. With online and offline promotions working together, coupled with the momentum of the sports meet, Chung Shir believes that the data will be phenomenal once the group buying in-store section is launched. It even ignited the entire Chengdu business community, making business people fully realize how vast the college student market is and what kind of consumption potential it possesses. My God, if this continues, if the Rongqing Chamber of Commerce holds its annual meeting today, and I, Qing Shouxin, don't even sit down at the table, no one will dare to touch their chopsticks. Chung Shir felt increasingly pleased with himself, and his whole body felt numb with pleasure. After organizing his thoughts in the office, Chung Shir went to the 101 headquarters next door to begin the final pre-battle mobilization with the key employees. In other words, brainwashing. Brothers, sisters, family. Have fun, joke around, but don't joke about your career. These past few days have been relatively relaxed, but that doesn't mean there's nothing for you to do. It's just that you've had time to recharge. As you all know without me saying it, a new battle is about to begin. The group buying in-store section is a crucial part of our Guoshi group buying platform, and we absolutely cannot afford to lose it. The next week will be quite busy for everyone, and we will need the full cooperation of all departments. Do you all understand? Learn. Boss, don't worry, my broadsword has been itching for a fight for a long time. Mission accomplished. After Chung Shir finished his brainwashing, the employees were all incredibly excited. Zhang Wenjie was the most ridiculous guy. He patted his somewhat sunken chest loudly and said, "Boss, don't worry, we will definitely endure all the hardships so that you can drive a Land Rover soon." Chung Shir immediately rolled his eyes at this guy. Damn it, why are you spouting such obvious truths? After returning to her dormitory, Zhou Jingyi was completely distraught. She felt guilty, but not much. She felt mostly annoyed. How did I make a mistake? The best friend who had encouraged Zhou Jingyi to send Chung Shir the poem to the oak tree noticed something was wrong and came over to ask her what was wrong and why she was in such a bad mood. Zhou Jingyi sighed deeply and recounted the events of the day in detail. Jingyi, so that's why Chung Shir stopped pursuing you. After listening, her best friend continued to act as her advisor and began to analyze the situation for Zhou Jingyi. I fell in love with you at first sight, so I just went straight for you and used my ultimate skill to confess my feelings. Now I feel like a clown. When it comes to feelings, whoever falls in love first is the one who becomes subservient. Jingyi, these are almost all Chung Shir's exact words. In other words, he still likes you, even likes you a lot. He just can't accept that you have a boyfriend and feels like he's been deceived, so he pretends to be indifferent and ignores you. In private, he's even cried for you. Really? Zhou Jingyi simply couldn't imagine what Chung Shir, who was so dazzling in public, would be like when he cried for love in private. Her best friend said with absolute certainty, "Jingyi, you have to trust my judgment. What should I do now?" Zhou Jingyi looked at her best friend with longing eyes. "Jingyi, it depends on whether you can make up your mind. Chung Shir is far superior to your boyfriend in every way. But Han Dong is very good to me. Well, Han Dong is very good to you. He buys you breakfast every day and studies with you at night. He's a grown man, and when it's cold, he even knits you sweaters, afraid that you'll get cold. But Jingy, have you ever considered that a guy like this is only suitable for dating, not marriage? Her best friend counted on her fingers, analyzing each point with Zhou Jingy. Think about it. Once you enter the workforce, what about food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities? If I remember correctly, Han Dong's family background is quite ordinary. If you were to marry him, your aunt and uncle would definitely object. But Chung Shi is different. He's so outstanding that your parents would love him. If you marry him, you'll never have to worry about money again for the rest of your life. This. Zhou Jingy carefully considered her best friend's words and finally made up her mind. He took out his phone and quickly sent a text message to Han Dong. Han Dong, I think we're not right for each other. Let's break up. A male dormitory at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China. Looking exhausted, Han Dong returned to his dormitory, drank a glass of water, and ate a somewhat cold and hard steamed bun. He recently joined the large part-time delivery team of Fruit Technology. Every morning and afternoon, he rides his tricycle to deliver goods twice, rain or shine. It was definitely hard work, but he felt it was worth it. After all, the salary was high. He was planning to save up some more money so he could get Zhou Jingy a new phone. With a burning love in his heart, Han Dong is full of energy. Bite. A message has arrived. Han Dong quickly pulled out a second-hand counterfeit mobile phone from his pocket. He didn't need to look. He knew it was Zhou Jingy who sent it to him. His family background was indeed difficult, while Zhou Jingy was a pampered princess. Han Dong knew he was not good enough for Zhou Jingy, so he spent every penny he had saved on her. As a result, he never participated in any group meals in the class or even the dormitory. This also resulted in him having no friends. Besides Zhou Jingy, naturally no one else would send him messages. Jingy, she must be reminding me to eat on time, right? As Han Dong thought this, he opened the text message and looked at the breakup message. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, as if the sky had collapsed. Chapter 293, A Scumbag Woman Deserves a Lesson 2. Jingy, why? Is there something I didn't do well enough? Han Dong was in agony, feeling as if his heart had stopped and the air around him had become thick, making it hard for him to breathe. He was like a fish suddenly thrown ashore, trying to open his mouth wide, but unable to get any air in. It took her a long time to recover from the near-death experience, and then, holding back her tears, she replied to Zhou Jingy's message. Because of his family background, he always felt inferior after getting together with Zhou Jingy, feeling that he was not good enough for such a good girl. So he has always worked very hard. He has excellent grades and receives the National First-Class Scholarship every year. Whenever I have free time, I do part-time jobs, such as repairing computers, tutoring, and recently, I joined Guosher Technology as a deliverman for Guosher Group Buying. Han Dong tried everything he could to improve himself so that he could be worthy of Zhou Jingy. But now, he suddenly felt that all his previous efforts and perseverance had lost their foundation. It's like a skyscraper under construction that suddenly has its supporting pillars removed. Collapse is its only fate. Han Dong, you're a good person, but we're really not a good match. First of all, you can't give me what I want, and secondly, my parents won't approve of us being together. Zhou Jingy's text message arrived quickly, and Han Dong opened it immediately. After reading it, he let out a sigh of relief and patiently replied, trying his best to salvage the situation. Jingy, I have nothing right now, but you've seen how hard I've worked, right? So, I'll give up on graduate school, and I'm sure I'll find a high-paying job next year during the campus recruitment season. Besides, we're still young, we can work hard together. As for your parents, please give me some time, okay? I'll get them to accept me. Please, Jingy, don't leave me. You're my whole world. To be honest, apart from his poor family background, being born in a rural area, having parents without social security, and having two younger brothers, Han Dong is otherwise quite outstanding. He was very handsome, a campus heartthrob. Otherwise, Zhou Jingy would never have accepted his advances back then. In the School of Computer Science at the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, which ranks among the top in the country in terms of academic performance, they consistently maintain a top 3 position. The text message Han Dong sent to Zhou Jingy was so humble that it left him with no dignity whatsoever. Zhou Jingy's reply, however, was so heartless. Han Dong, I'm sorry, I can't wait. A girl's youth only lasts a few years, and I've already wasted 3 whole years on you. Please forgive me, and please, let me go. This text message completely devastated Han Dong, especially the last line, forgive me, and let me go. In this relationship, he ultimately loved the one more, so he didn't try to win her back. To love someone is to want them to be happy, even if the person who brings them that happiness isn't yourself. Chung Shi could never have known that his Oscar-worthy performance would lead to Zhou Jingyi and Han Dong's breakup, leaving another heartbroken person in the world. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't feel guilty. To put it bluntly, at best, he acted as a catalyst in this process. As anyone who has studied chemistry knows, a catalyst itself does not participate in the reaction. It only accelerates the reaction. The poverty of Han Dong's family of origin is an unsolvable problem in his relationship with Zhou Jingyi. Even if Zhou Jingyi doesn't break up with him now, once she leaves campus and sees so many outstanding men in society, given her beauty, it's impossible for her not to have outstanding men pursuing her. She will eventually break up with him. Han Dong is devastated right now, but if we look back on this in 5 or 8 years, Chung Shi can even be considered his benefactor. A man can't truly mature until he's been hurt by a woman. It's best to learn from this mistake as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that the interview with Chung Shi by Rongqing TV was broadcast on the morning news program the next day. To Chung Shi's great disappointment, most of the boasts he had made were cut out. Even if you time it with a stopwatch, his footage didn't last more than half a minute. As for Tang Pengfei, our chairman Tang is even worse off. Chung Shi at least had a half-minute appearance, but he didn't even get 5 seconds. He was just a green leaf to embellish Chung Shi's red flower. However, Chung Shi had no intention of hiding his brilliance in the dark. He immediately ran to the 101 headquarters and showed off to the key employees. You all saw it, right? Your boss is on the news. Tell me, aren't you awesome? The employees still had a strong sense of collective honor and felt proud of each other, so they started showering Chung Shi with compliments. Zhang Wenjia's face was full of pride, but also a little smug. Boss, now that you're famous, does that mean I'll become famous too? I'm a little nervous about it. Should I practice my signature beforehand? Chung Shi rolled his eyes at Zhang Wenjia. Good grief. You even practiced your signature beforehand. I've never dared to act like that. Are you overthinking things? After rolling his eyes, Chung Shi added a sarcastic remark. Wenjia, why are you famous? Did you see yourself in the domestic content section? Zhang Wenjia didn't understand at all. Boss, what's a domestic region? The other employees were also completely bewildered. Area 91 and all that, that's several years from now. Never mind if you don't understand. Chung Shi waved his hand somewhat forlornly, then explained the real reason he had come over to show off. You guys, remember to mention to the part-time employees at various universities that I'm on the news. Being interviewed by a TV station and having my story broadcast on the news as the founder of a company can increase the employees' sense of collective honor. Okay, boss. No problem. I saw the news. To be honest, the boss is quite photogenic. The employees started talking all at once and discussing it. Wang Song, the head of the technical department, came over and said, Boss, it's almost midnight. Should we open the coupon-grabbing window for the group buying section now? Chung Shi nodded, indicating that it was ready to open up the market and release all the corresponding discount coupons and vouchers for users to snap up. He then instructed Zhang Wenjia's content department, Hong Yin's marketing department, and Zheng Dong's design department to coordinate their efforts in promotion and to intensify offline marketing activities. Yes, sir. Okay, boss. Mission accomplished. Everyone accepted the order and went about their tasks. Looking at the thriving and bustling 101 headquarters, Chung Shi habitually raised his eyebrows, full of confidence. With such a massive online and offline promotional effort, coupled with the use of every conceivable traffic-generating method and the added boost of the summer games. After the group buying in-store section goes live tomorrow, frying is a certainty. The only question is how many fryings we can get. Chung Shi was already hungry. I first arranged to have lunch with you by way on QQ. Just as I was about to ride my pink electric scooter to pick her up, I suddenly received a message. Chung Shi, this is Zhou Jingyi. I'm at the east gate of your school now. Can we come out and talk? Chapter 294 Scumbag Women Deserve to be Taught a Lesson 3. Upon seeing the text message, Chung Shi was initially surprised. After thinking about it, he decided to go out and meet her. He was genuinely curious about what this woman planned to say to him. So he told you by way on QQ that he still had some things to do, and if she could wait a little longer. If she couldn't wait, she should go eat first. About 10 minutes later, Chung Shi saw Zhou Jingyi at a coffee shop near the east gate of the school. She was clearly dressed up carefully today, with makeup that was neither too heavy nor too light, giving her a mature and sophisticated look, yet also a touch of femininity. This makeup style avoids appearing overly weak or lacking assertiveness, while also preventing an overly strong aura. Instead, it is more likely to arouse men's, especially successful men's, desire to conquer. Roses with thorns are the most tempting. Moreover, Chung Shi noticed a detail. The clothes she was wearing today were exactly the same clothes she wore when they first met. It's more likely not a coincidence, but something she did on purpose. So what Zhou Jingyi wanted to say to him, Chung had already guessed it pretty accurately. However, he pretended not to know what was going on. Senior Zhou, what's wrong that you have to tell me in person? It's the weekend, don't you need to spend time with your boyfriend? Zhou Jingyi stirred a latte with a slightly nervous expression, the glass rod tapping against the cup, making a soft knocking sound. Call. She first exhaled a breath of stale air, then said sincerely, Chung Shi, the main reason I came here today is to apologize to you. I shouldn't have lied to you about having a boyfriend. Chung Shi raised an eyebrow. Heh, you've already lied to me. What's the point of telling me all this now that things have come to this? Chung Shi, I know I hurt you, and I know that apologizing is useless, but I still want to say I'm sorry to you. Zhou Jingyi sighed deeply, then changed the subject. Then why don't you think about why I would lie to you? Chung Shi rolled his eyes. How would I know? Maybe you think I'm stupid, naive, and easy to fool, and you think it's funny? Or maybe you just want to use me as a clown to amuse yourself? Zhou Jingyi said with utmost seriousness. Chung Shi, you're usually so smart. How come you become so silly when it comes to feelings? You silly little thing. I'm lying to you because I like you too. I fell in love with you at first sight too. Puff. Chung Shi didn't drink coffee. He ordered a glass of lemonade and was drinking it when he heard this. He almost spat it out, especially the words little fool, which gave him goosebumps all over. What the hell is this little idiot? He likes to play awkward games, doesn't he? Chung Shi, please don't do this. I truly love you. Senior Zhou, I feel like you're just here to make fun of me today. If you really like me, what about your boyfriend? How about the three of us becoming a happy family of three? Chung Shi, please let me finish. I've already broken up with Han Dong, who is my boyfriend. If you don't believe me, I can show you the text messages. As Zhou Jingyi spoke, she unlocked her phone and pushed it in front of Chung Shi. Chung Shi didn't stand on ceremony and grabbed it to read. After reading it, his expression became unusually strange. Good heavens, it felt like looking in a mirror. He could clearly sense a humble yet sincere soul in Han Dong's words. Wasn't he just a complete idiot like this, the one who was hopelessly in love with Xia Ning in his past life? At first, he only thought Zhou Jingyi was a green tea B *TCH, but now he has decisively added the label of scumbag woman to it. What else is there to say? You can't give me what I want. Please let me go. A scumbag is a scumbag. She doesn't even dare to tell the truth after a breakup. She had clearly found a better provider, yet she still tried to manipulate the man before leaving. It makes the man feel guilty, thinking that he is not good enough or outstanding enough. He was utterly and unequivocally scum. Chung Shi couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He felt that this kind of scumbag woman really needed to be taught a lesson, and he happened to have the means to deal with her. Senior, you two really broke up? Chung Shi, I've shown you the text messages. How could they be fake? Do you really like me? I'm so excited, so nervous, even scared that all of this is just a dream, that when I wake up, I'll still be with senior brother Han. Silly boy. Zhou Jingyi uttered those 3 words for the second time. She was extremely satisfied with Cheng's current reaction and expression. My best friend's analysis was spot on. Chung Shi really is deeply in love with her, to the point of being unable to extricate himself. She had already started fantasizing. Once she became Chung Shi's girlfriend, she could easily use some tricks to bewitch this emotionally naive young man, making him completely fall at her feet and be at her mercy. Zhou Jingyi felt increasingly pleased with herself, her sense of accomplishment reaching its peak, to the point that she could barely control her facial expressions. Senior sister. Still calling me senior sister? Zhou Jingyi rolled her eyes at Chung Shi, with a touch of coquettishness that was just right. Jingyi, then, would you like to be my girlfriend? Silly girl. Of course I'm willing, otherwise, why would I break up with Han Dong for you? But, the thought that the happiness and sweetness I have with you are all like stabbing Han Shixiang in the chest makes my conscience uneasy. Chung Shi, as long as we truly love each other, we haven't wronged anyone. No, we really can't do this, Jingyi. Why don't you make up with senior brother Han? What I mean is, we can be together, but we should at least let senior brother Han feel involved, for example, by using the condoms he bought and letting him hear the sound. Zhou Jingyi was completely dumbfounded. She thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until she caught a glimpse of a mischievous smirk on Chung Shi's lips that she finally realized what was happening. I've been played. This guy was just playing with her from beginning to end. He claimed to have fallen in love with her at first sight, acting like a clueless romantic. It's all fake. It's all fucking fake. Zhou Jingyi couldn't help but recall a saying. The most skilled hunters often appear as the prey. This guy has always been on a higher level, treating her like a clown and making a fool of her. She was very upset. He considers himself a hunter of geese, but he was pecked in the eye by the very goose he thought he was hunting. How could he not be annoyed? Then all the frustration turned into anger, endless anger. Cheng Shi, you fucking bastard. Zhou Jingyi finally lost her temper, picked up the latte, and prepared to throw it at Cheng Shi. Hey, have you thought this through? If you dare splash me, I'll make sure you don't even get your diploma. Cheng Shi sneered, still looking at Zhou Jingyi with a mocking gaze. If the other party is an average-level fairy, you'll definitely get splashed with water that day, and you might even get slapped. Unfortunately, Zhou Jingyi is not. She is at the mid-level. This also means that she is more rational and better at weighing the pros and cons. So after staring at each other for 3 seconds, Zhou Jingyi slumped into a chair in despair. Regardless of whether Cheng Shi was exaggerating or not, she didn't dare to gamble. Just like nuclear blackmail between major powers, regardless of whether I dare to use it or not, as long as I have it, you have to be wary. Senior Zhou, you should actually thank me for taking the time out of your busy schedule to give you a free lesson. Cheng Shi shrugged, tapping rhythmically on the glass table with his fingers. We men are never the prey of you women. On the contrary, most of the time, you are the prey. The more successful and outstanding a man is, the less likely he is to be blinded by lust. You are now paying the price for your blind confidence. You should be more glad that I'm not a scumbag, otherwise I would have torn you to pieces. After saying that, he got up and left. As Cheng Shi reached the door, he turned around. Oh, and remember to pay the bill. I don't have the habit of treating bad girls to coffee. Zhou Jingyi. I've finally figured myself out. Now she only finds Cheng Shi terrifying. It was so terrifying that even though I had been tricked, I couldn't even muster the thought of revenge. I dare not, nor am I worthy. Chapter 295 Opening Ceremony. My dear sister, have you gone to eat? After leaving the coffee shop, Cheng Shi sent a message to Yu Baiwei and glanced at his watch. Teacher Ching spent quite a bit of time teaching Zhou Jingyi, and it's almost 2 p.m. now. No, I've been waiting for you downstairs in the dorm. Didn't I tell you earlier that if you couldn't wait, you should go eat by yourself first? I don't feel impatient at all. What could Ching Shi say? I had no choice but to drive my pink electric scooter to its highest setting and head straight for the girls' dormitory building of the School of Economics. A few minutes later, Cheng Shi spotted Yu Baiwei from afar. She stood gracefully at the dormitory entrance, under a lush paulownia tree, constantly looking around, occasionally rubbing her calves, probably because she had been waiting for too long and they were sore from standing. Cheng Shi rode his bike directly in front of her, then braked suddenly to a stop. Hold head high. Yu Baiwei was startled at first, but after seeing that it was Cheng Shi, the coldness she had been pretending to have vanished instantly, replaced by many happy little sparkles in her eyes. Cheng Shi took the initiative to invite her to lunch today, but it took so long. Most other girls would probably be angry, or at least throw a little tantrum. But Yu Baiwei did not. Upon seeing Cheng Shi, her face showed nothing but joy and delight. Cheng Shi invited her to get in the car, and then took her to a Chinese restaurant outside the school. The school cafeteria had long since run out of food by then. When the dishes were served, Cheng Shi apologized to Yu Baiwei. Yu Marin was very puzzled and asked Cheng Shi why he had apologized to her. I've kept you waiting for so long today. Aren't you angry at all? Brother, why would your sister be angry with you? What are you saying? Do you mean you'll never be angry with me? Never. Yu Baiwei answered firmly. Then let me set up a scenario for you. Cheng Shi habitually raised an eyebrow. Yu Baiwei, if one day I make an appointment with you in advance, ask you to wear your most beautiful dress, and you even buy 2 of your favorite strawberry chocolate ice creams and stand under the paulownia tree waiting for me, but I never come, and the ice cream melts and stains your most beautiful dress, will you be angry then? Yu Marin listened attentively, her brows furrowing slightly. Brother, why haven't you come? Did I upset you? Cheng Shi shook his head. No. Yu Marin smiled and said, That's good. My brother will come to find me eventually, and then we'll go buy ice cream together. Cheng Shi felt like he had been teased again, and unable to resist, he ruffled Yu Baiwei's delicate and soft hair. You're such a silly little thing. After lunch, to make up for being late, Cheng Shi rode his bike around the campus with Yu Baiwei on the back. They rode until the electric bike was almost out of power, then set it up by Macho Lake, found a bench, and sat down side by side, chatting casually. Macho Lake in early summer is absolutely the perfect place for romance, with its shimmering surface, gentle breeze, and absence of summer mosquitoes. Several couples were not far away, and at first they were talking normally, but soon they started kissing each other. Someone couldn't help but complain. Damn, in such a large and sacred campus, can it even accommodate a pure and sincere friendship? Then look at Yu Baiwei. She watches others kiss with such fascination that her eyes are practically glued to the screen. Elder brother. What's the matter? Do you want to kiss? To be honest, I do have some thoughts about it. Then Yumarin closed her eyes, pouted her rosy lips, and her slightly curled, thick, and long eyelashes rested on her eyelids, trembling gently. What is the power of silent temptation? This is called silent temptation. No, what are you doing? Brother, didn't you want to kiss? I admit I have that thought. Chengshi pointed to the couple closest to the two of them, but I don't have the guts. Look at her boyfriend. He's so muscular. I'm afraid he'll hit me. After Yu Baiwei realized what was happening, she couldn't help but pout. Her lips pursed so much they could hang a soy sauce bottle on them. Chengshi, I take back what I just said. I'm really angry with you now. You're a bad person. Time flows like water, quietly passing by, and soon the next day arrived. The basin climate, especially in late April and early May, is usually sunny with little rain and pleasant temperatures. The land of abundance is truly well-deserved. Today was another beautiful, sunny day. The morning sun shone gently, dispelling the fine mist and even the slight chill that had been present. The summer breeze is gentle, blowing slowly, like the smoothest silk, bringing out the vibrant life that only early summer can bring. The 2010 Sichuan University Summer Games have officially begun. University sports meets are naturally not comparable in scale to formal sports meets. They often last for 10 days or half a month, totaling only 3 days, with a very dense schedule. Accompanied by the familiar melody of Athletes March, Chengshi entered the main sports field and headed straight for the stands of the School of Economics. By this time, the main playground had already gathered a large number of people, including the contestants who were all ready to compete, and even more spectators who came to cheer them on. The sports meet is, after all, a matter of honor for the department and class. Everyone, from leaders to counselors to class officers, attaches great importance to it. Chengshi prides himself on being an intellectual hero, so naturally he's not interested in the competition. The school sports meet doesn't have events like rhythmic gymnastics or synchronized swimming. If those events were included, he would definitely watch with great enthusiasm. Looking at the banners, murals, and bulletin boards covering the entire playground, with the prominent logo of Guesher Technology, Chengshi felt quite accomplished. I sponsored this huge sports event all by myself. Isn't that awesome? Perhaps it was some kind of preordained connection. Sun Guiqiang, sitting in the Bentley, couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Mr. Sun is on his way from Eason Mall to Sichuan University. He just wanted to see if his 50,000 yuan was really as worthwhile as Chengshi said. Lu Zi, I'm about to have a competition. Aren't you going to cheer me on? At this moment, a flamboyant figure ran past Chengshi. It was Wang Tianyu. For some reason, young Master Wang was no longer willing to be a soulless rich kid and signed up for the 100-meter race. This project consists of 3 rounds: preliminary, semi-final, and final. Wang Tianyu is going to participate in the preliminary round now. Chengshi said cheerfully, "Fifth brother, just run slower, so the other runners won't say we're cheating." These words drew a lot of laughter, and several girls even stared at Chengshi while laughing like silver bells. She wondered to herself, who is this guy? He's handsome and funny. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. However, they put aside their little thoughts. Chengshi had already turned his gaze straight ahead and walked towards Yu Baiwei. Today she was wearing a white sweatshirt and black jeans. She sat upright, and in the morning sunlight, her skin was as white as a freshly peeled hard-boiled egg. Her expression was as aloof as ever, seemingly indifferent, yet still incredibly charming. Chengshi, Chengshi, Chengshi. Upon seeing someone, her expression instantly brightened. She swung her legs and patted the empty seat next to her, inviting Chengshi to sit next to her. So the girls who had feelings for Chengshi instantly realized that this handsome guy was the legendary Fruit Cheng, and the stunningly beautiful girl whose looks overshadowed everyone else was definitely Yu Tianxian, the beauty of the academy. Chapter 296. Don't look at the ads, look at the results. After Chengshi sat down next to Yu Baiwei, he clearly felt many sharp gazes focused on him. Needless to say, it must have come from the huge army of admirers of the poppy. If a gaze truly has the power to kill, then what this person is currently enduring is the legendary punishment of being torn to pieces. Sigh. In the end, it was me, this nameless and unrecognized good friend, who bore all the burdens that shouldn't have been mine. While sighing, Chengshi had Yumarin feed him. He got up a little late today and came straight to the playground without having breakfast. Yu Baiwei brought a lot of snacks, including pistachios, which he likes. Here, Yu Baiwei first cracked the pistachio with her white and even teeth, and then gently and softly put it into someone's mouth with her slender fingers. Inevitably, it will get spit on some of someone's saliva along the way, but the poppy doesn't mind. Occasionally, it will even suck on it, and then repeat the process above. The key point is to highlight the pampering, and Chung Shi is the one being pampered. It's easy to imagine how devastating this scene was for the massive army of admirers. In other words, none of these people possessed the leadership qualities of Zhui Yunfei, the young master of the Zhou family. Otherwise, there is a high probability that a Chung movement will be launched, and the slogan, knife in hand, kill Ching the dog, will also spread in Sichuan University. Suddenly, the starting gun fired. The 100-meter preliminary race had begun. Chung Shi's attention was also drawn to it. The players on the field were all running at high speeds, which drew cheers from the crowd. In a 100-meter sprint, the race is bound to end quickly. About 11 or 12 seconds later, a muscular boy crossed the finish line first. This guy was probably a show-off, so he grabbed his collar, trying to tear his short-sleeved shirt to reveal his well-developed abs. Unfortunately, the t-shirt was of such good quality that it couldn't be torn even after 2 attempts, so he gave up decisively. But he didn't give up on showing off, so he simply lifted up the t-shirt and spun around several times, showing off his clearly defined 8-pack abs to the audience. Even a peacock displaying its tail feathers is probably no different. So what if you have abs? You look like a gym student. Abs are a standard feature, right? Just like me, who's in the startup field. Having money is basic, but I don't flaunt myself with RMB plastered all over my body. Chung Shi muttered to himself, then decisively reached out and covered Yu Marin's eyes. Yu Baiwei resisted somewhat. Chung Shi, don't cover me, your hands are sweaty. Chung Shi said with a serious expression, I'm doing this for your own good. This scene might be too much for your eyes. Su Shi, this fangirl, had somehow gotten close to him and was now looking at him with disdain. Chung Shi, you still call yourselves good friends, but you're being way too nosy. You won't even let Weiwei see your abs. Chung Shi curled his lip. How could you Baiwei possibly like looking at something as boring as abs? Su Shi rolled her eyes. Boring? That's because you don't have any, right? The man stubbornly insisted. Bullshit. Not only do I have them, but I've successfully turned my 8-pack abs into one large muscle. In cultivation terms, I've cultivated a Tao embryo purple mansion, making me a giant in the nascent soul stage. Chung Shi has been busy starting his business lately, with irregular work and rest schedules and a lack of exercise, so it's impossible for him to have any defined abs. Being able to maintain her figure and not gain weight is already a testament to the Chung family's good genes. At this moment, Yu Baiwei, who had just pried Chung Shi's hands off, became interested. Chung Shi, do you really have a full 6-pack? Let me see. As she spoke, she reached out to lift Chung Shi's clothes. Of course, the man was too embarrassed to let Yu Marin touch the fat on his belly, so he quickly covered his belly and pried her hand away. What are you looking at? Men and women should not touch each other. Relative. Yu Marin selectively captured only the keywords she wanted, and her voice became somewhat cloying. Brother, kiss me. Go away. If we're going to kiss, let's do it secretly. How can we let some fangirl get away with it? As Chung Shi spoke, he glanced at Su Shi, whose face was practically screaming. You guys go ahead and kiss. I'm going to get close and kiss her. Ugh, this is so boring. Unable to get a sweet moment, Su Shi sighed, then suddenly lowered her voice and said, Chung Shi, you don't have abs, but your Yu Baiwei does. She not only has abs, but also a 6-pack, and she's incredibly beautiful. Real. Chung Shi was initially somewhat suspicious. Because of insufficient androgen secretion, it is much more difficult for women to maintain muscle mass than for men. But then I thought about it again. Yu Baiwei had been practicing classical dance since she was a child, and she had also learned some kind of martial art. She could smash the punch test machine in the arcade with one punch, so her physical fitness was not ordinary. It made sense that she had abs and a 6-pack. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but swallow. Brother, you can touch it. Yu Baiwei, looking rather silly, turned her body slightly to let Su Shi block her way, then grabbed Chung Shi's hand and stuffed it into her slender waist. Su Shi stopped him from doing so. Weiwei, are you stupid? A man's head and a woman's waist are not places that anyone can touch. Chung Shi doesn't even dare to admit that you are his girlfriend. He's always calling you good friend all the time. We can't let him get away with this so easily. TCH, someone said with a forced smile. Actually, I don't really want to touch it either. After saying that, he pretended to be relaxed and glanced at the competition field. At that moment, a male athlete was doing the 3-step long jump. However, his technique was not up to par, and he fell headfirst into the sandpit in a rather embarrassing way, the legendary buttocks backwards landing goose on the sand style. The scene was extremely comical, drawing laughter from many girls. The girls in finance class won. including Lu Yanyan, Xia Jingzhe, Zhou Yunyun, and Rin Li, were laughing so hard they were practically beaming. Chengshi looked closely and realized there was a reason why the girls in his class were laughing so happily. This guy is none other than one of his own dog sons, the handsome Guangdong boy, Hu Junjie. He couldn't help but cover his forehead. Poor Hu Laosi. Why couldn't he just stay in his job as the king of scores? Why did he have to come and join in this kind of fun? He's a typical example of someone who has no self-awareness. Well, forget about pursuing Senior Yinzi. He's probably lost his right to choose a partner this year. The phone suddenly rang. Chengshi took it out and saw that it was Sun Guoqiang calling him, so he pressed the answer button. Hey, Mr. Cheng, I'm at the entrance of your Sichuan University sports field. Where are you? Mr. Sun, what are you doing on the playground? Isn't the sports meet opening today? I've come to join in the fun and see how effective the publicity is. Helpless, Chengshi could only wander to the entrance of the main playground and lead Sun Guoqiang into the playground. Looking at the banners and murals covering the playground, General Manager Sun quickly spotted the key point. Mr. Cheng, what did you tell me before? Our school is holding a sports meet, and I applied to Principal Kai to have Eason Mall as the exclusive sponsor. Then why does Fruit Technologies logo appear on all the promotional banners and character illustrations? Well, Mr. Sun, our Fruit Technology is just a side project. The main focus is on promoting Eason Mall. Then why is Fruit Technologies logo so much more eye-catching than our Eason's? Mr. Sun, believe me, you just woke up early and are hallucinating. So, Mr. Cheng, you're trying to trick me again, aren't you? Mr. Sun, stop using such insulting language to insult me. What do you mean by scam? This is a win-win situation. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, this is still a win-win situation. As the saying goes, don't look at the advertisement, look at the results. Please believe me, during these 3 days of the sports meet, the sales data of our Eason Mall will definitely be off the charts. Looking at this person with a thick skin, a face full of sincerity, what could President Sun say? Oh well, I guess I'll just have to accept being tricked. What can I do when I'm not as shrewd as this kid? As Chengshi said, we should focus on the results, not the advertisements. As long as Eason Mall sales can increase and it achieves a good start after the reform, other details can be ignored. Chapter 297 Goodbye Yiziki. After taking Sun Guoqiang for a walk around the large playground, Chengshi led him to chat with Vice Principal Kai Bin, who was on patrol. Sun Guoqiang was introduced in a grand manner, and it was emphasized that the sponsorship fee was actually paid by Mr. Sun. Kai Bin is, after all, the executive goat of Sichuan University, a genuine department-level cadre. If it weren't for Chengshi, a businessman of Sun Guoqiang's caliber probably wouldn't even have had the chance to strike up a conversation with him. Sun Guoqiang was quite grateful to Chengshi for being able to become a familiar face to Kai Bin, which greatly lessened his displeasure at being tricked by Chengshi again. At noon, they had a simple meal at the second canteen of Sichuan University. Then Chengshi took Sun Guoqiang to the 101 headquarters to show him the data, to prove that he was not exaggerating. With the massive traffic of Ujn.com, the loyal customer base of 4 major universities, the concerted marketing efforts of all departments of Guoshi Technology, and the momentum of the Sichuan University Summer Games, after the launch of the group buying to store section, the data was not just explosive, it was absolutely phenomenal. Take the Hot Pot restaurant on Eason Mall as an example. All the vouchers they released were snapped up. During the sports meet, there are no classes at Sichuan University. It's only natural for college students to participate in sports meets during the day and then go out for a meal together in the afternoon, either by class or dormitory. Eating hot pot is fine anywhere, but when you go to a hot pot restaurant in Eason Mall, you can also get a 20% discount coupon from Guoshi Group Buying Mall. If you mention that you are a longtime user of Ujn.com, you can also receive a small gift with the Guoshi Group Buying and Eason Mall logos printed on it. If that's the case, why not do it? Besides the hot pot restaurant, the receipts for the vouchers at other stores in Eason Mall are also quite attractive. For example, the vouchers issued for places like Sichuan Pepper Fish restaurants, barbecue restaurants, cinemas, and KTVs were basically snapped up. Even massage parlors and foot massage parlors have been sold off in large numbers. Well, how should I put it? There are plenty of secretly passionate but actually repressed college students. Even my simple and honest brother Huang was once full of curiosity about foot massage parlors. They usually don't dare to spend money in such places, mainly because they've never been before and are afraid of being ripped off. People are always full of fear of the unknown. Then I was too shy to go. However, the launch of the group buying in-store section of the Fruit Group Buying Mall solved both of these problems at once. Firstly, the prices are clearly marked, and there are discount coupons available, so you definitely won't get ripped off. Secondly, online purchases eliminate the need to negotiate with anyone. Once you arrive at the store, simply show your phone. So many simple, yet secretly passionate young men, like Brother Huang, mustered their courage, clicked the buy button, and thus opened the door to a new world. After reviewing the sales data with Sun Guoqiang, Cheng Shi smiled and asked, "Mr. Sun, how is it? Do you still think I cheated you?" Sun Guoqiang was already in a state of shock. He truly hadn't expected that the university student market, which Cheng Shi had integrated, would have such enormous consumption potential. Looking at the hundreds of consumer vouchers at various stores of Eason Mall, which were almost all sold out, Sun Guoqiang secretly did some calculations. Only half of these consumer vouchers are actually used, so the reformed Eason Mall will have a fantastic start. Although Eason Mall won't make much money from this wave of discounts and Cheng Shi's hefty commission, it will definitely boost its reputation. Reputation is something that money can't buy most of the time. After his initial shock, Sun Guoqiang gave a thumbs up. "President Cheng, I really didn't expect you to get this angry. I'm impressed, truly impressed. As for the whole cheating thing, that was just a joke. In your words, President Cheng, even if the King of Heaven himself came, it would still be a win-win situation for us." Cheng Shi couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing these words. "President Cheng, I have to go back immediately to oversee things. With such a large flow of customers, I'm afraid the others won't be able to handle it without me." After saying that, Sun Guoqiang hurriedly drove his Bentley away from Sichuan University and headed straight for Eason Mall. All the way, he floored the accelerator, his excitement as if he were back 20 years ago on his wedding night, perhaps even more so. Unbelievable wealth is coming. "Mr. Cheng, if you become successful in the future, remember to take me with you." A joke made months ago has become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Sun Guoqiang was very excited, as if he were celebrating his wedding night. Cheng Shi was also excited, but not as excited as Sun Guoqiang. After all, the popularity of the group buying in-store section was something he had already anticipated. In the afternoon, he continued to wander around the playground. Cheng Shi originally thought that the Sichuan University Games, without synchronized swimming and rhythmic gymnastics, would be completely uninteresting. But he soon realized that he was too superficial. The vibrant and energetic female college students of today, wearing short sleeves and shorts, running, throwing shot put, high jump, and long jump on the playground, are absolutely stunning. So, life is never lacking in beauty. It's just that we lack the eyes to see it. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in Cheng Shi's ears. "Junior, you have some unique taste. Actually liking to watch women's shot put?" Cheng Shi answered subconsciously. "Yes, the shot put is so beautiful, so big, white, and bouncy." Looking in the direction of the voice, he saw that the person speaking to him was a woman dressed in a sophisticated urban style. Around 25 or 26 years old, she wore a black pencil skirt, a favorite among high-end working women, which barely covered her slender figure, paired with an exquisite white shirt with no logo visible. Her somewhat masculine attire effectively neutralized her naturally alluring charm. It made her look beautiful, cool, confident, and charming. On her right wrist was a Patek Philippe watch. The specific model was unclear, but it was definitely not an entry-level one. On her left wrist was a jade bracelet that any expert could immediately recognize as priceless. From all these details, it can be inferred that she comes from a very good family. Even if she's not as good as a true princess from a wealthy family like Yu Baiwei, she won't be that bad. The shot put is so beautiful, so big, white, and bouncy. The woman was clearly confused by Cheng Shi's answer. The shot put is indeed very big, but isn't it pitch black? It has nothing to do with being bouncy. A woman in her mid-20s is no longer a naive young girl. After a moment of stunned silence, she came to her senses. Cheng Shi was indeed watching a ball game, but he was definitely not watching shot put. She was both amused and exasperated, gave him a reproachful look, and uttered two words like pearls. "You scoundrel." Cheng Shi was somewhat amazed by the woman's looks and temperament. In the entire Sichuan University, even if Xia Ning and Lu Jieqi were brought out, they would still be slightly inferior in his comprehensive scoring system. Only Yu Baiwei, the system bug, could surpass her. Xia Ning and Lu Jieqi lost to her not because of their looks or figures, but because of her aura. Some things can only be truly appreciated over time. "Sister, have we met somewhere before?" Cheng Shi completely ignored the word hooligan that the woman used. What he said to the woman wasn't plagiarism of Jia Baiyu's words. "I've seen this younger sister before." He truly felt that he had seen this woman before, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen her. The woman smiled and said, "I have indeed seen it. That night, it suddenly started raining heavily, and I ran to the startup base to take shelter from the rain. Chung Shi remembered. It was her. He remembered that when this woman was pressed against the window, she startled him, and Yu Baiwei, who thought Nye Xiaoqian from the screen, had popped out. Chung Shi waved to her and said, "Long time no see, Senior Yi." Chapter 298 Special Advisor. The woman was Yi Ziki. To be honest, Chung Shi was very grateful to this senior student, Yi. If it weren't for her inspiration, he probably wouldn't have chosen the campus group buying path. Moreover, Yi Ziki provided him with a wealth of trial-and-error experience. If he hadn't learned from senior sister Yi, he would have definitely taken many detours and encountered many pitfalls in the unfamiliar field of campus group buying. Junior Chung, I never expected that the path I couldn't take, you've taken. I just visited Principal Kai and Professor Fan, and they both spoke highly of you, saying you are an unparalleled demon sword. Yi Ziki spoke with a touch of emotion. She is an extremely confident person, and she certainly has the right to be confident. In terms of overall qualities, she is considered one of the best, even in her circle. She couldn't help but admire Chung Shi. The path that I couldn't take, others have taken successfully. And this is based on the premise that they have far fewer resources than her. Someone was unusually modest. Well, luckily. Junior, excessive modesty is just being fake. Yi Ziki glared at someone. Before coming to you, my team and I conducted a special investigation on Guisher technology. Your success seems to be full of coincidences, but if you dig deeper, every coincidence is actually inevitable. You seem to have a natural ability to see the essence through the phenomena and to know how the future will develop as if you can foresee the future. Chung Shi pursed his lips. All right, then I won't be modest. Senior, you're right. I'm just that awesome. I know 500 years into the past and 300 years into the future. You know Liu Bowen from Qingtian, right? I'm evenly matched with him. Yi Ziki. So you get arrogant because you're not humble? They're either one-track minded or they're stuck on both ends. Senior, you just said you came here specifically to find me? Despite the nonsense, Chung Shi still accurately captured the key information in Yi Ziki's words. Yes, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Let's go. I'll treat you to a coffee. Half an hour later, at a coffee shop outside the school, Chung Shi sipped a glass of chilled lemonade while pondering the information Yi Ziki had just conveyed. It's unbelievable that Yi Ziki is now working in the same field he walked in his previous life, making smartphones. Yi Ziki's idea to do campus group buying a few years ago was too far ahead of its time. Entering the smartphone market at this 10-year mark is just right. Around 2009, smartphones gradually began to hit the market, and this year, 2010, can be considered the true beginning of the smartphone era. Samsung Note, Nokia N series, Lenovo Lephone, Coolpad, HTC, ZTE, Xiaomi, and even Tianyu, which started by making counterfeit phones, will all launch their corresponding smartphones one after another. As for Xiaomi, Meizu, and the Oppo and Vivo brands that dominate the lower-tier market, none of them exist yet. Huawei is making phones, but they are feature phones, and they have almost no presence. The most popular operating systems on the market are iOS, Symbian, and Android, which share the market. In Chung Shi's memory, Nokia would later collaborate with Intel to launch Manhwa, an operating system that was incredibly powerful and smoother than iOS. Unfortunately, Nokia lost to its own arrogance and ultimately succumbed to Android and Apple. All in all, entering the smartphone market 10 years ago was definitely the best time to do so. Chung Shi has always dreamed of making mobile phones. He was bullied too badly by Apple in his past life, and he must get revenge in this life. He wanted to get involved immediately, but unfortunately, he didn't have the capital. Even if we sold the entire fruit technology company right now, we'd only get 100 million in cash flow at most. Is over 100 million a lot? A lot of. Using it to make mobile phones would be a drop in the ocean. Therefore, he can only hold back for now and enter the market once he has enough capital. Having a deep understanding of the development of smartphones in later generations, it wouldn't be too late for him to enter the market, even if he entered the field 2 or 3 years later. Whether he can beat Apple is hard to say, but he's quite confident in dominating the Android ecosystem. All roads lead to Rome. Whether it's following Xiaomi's strategy of focusing on cost-effectiveness or starting from the lower-tier market like the Oppo and Vivo brands, history has proven that it's a successful path. If all else fails, we can learn from Huawei. Chung Shi, can also be patriotic. As for the question Yi Ziki wanted to ask Chung Shi, she had taken over a large electronics factory with 500 million yuan in startup capital and was working on developing a smartphone, but was hesitating about which operating system to choose. iOS is out of the question. They're doing their own thing behind closed doors. As for the Symbian system, she had connections and could cooperate with Nokia to obtain the corresponding licenses. As for the Android system, it is an operating system based on the Linux kernel, led and developed by Google and the Open Handset Alliance. It is open source, and anyone with capital can develop it. The problem Yizeki faced was, for Chungshur, an open book exam. He could simply choose Android with his eyes closed. Symbian is excellent, and Migu is great, but unfortunately their competitor is Android. Nokia, the former king of mobile phones, is destined to be crushed by the wheels of history, becoming the most regrettable tear of the smartphone era. Chungshur knew the answer, but he didn't intend to tell Yizeki directly. Why should he? Senior Yi, I'm really curious. Why did you think of asking me this question? Chungshur looked puzzled. Essentially, I'm just a college student who's good-looking enough to attract the attention of the United Nations, but otherwise unremarkable. Yizeki's cheeks twitched slightly. She had met many people who had an inflated sense of self-worth, but I've never seen anyone as good at feeling as Chungshur. Junior, looking at every product under your fruit technology, almost all of them are at the forefront of the times. This is enough to prove your excellent strategic vision. That's why I came here today to hear your opinion. Chungshur still couldn't quite understand this woman's thought process. Then what makes you think that I necessarily have some knowledge of the smartphone market? Yizeki smiled and said, it's okay if I don't know anything about it. At most, I'll just lose the price of a cup of coffee. Now Chungshur was speechless. So after all that fuss, this woman came to him with this question just because she stumbled upon it by chance? Chungshur shrugged. Okay, I admit I do have some experience in the smartphone market. Our company, Gwesher Technology, will eventually enter the smartphone arena as well. As for Symbian, Android, and iOS, which is superior and which will be the king of the new era, I have my own opinions. The problem is, someone was rhythmically tapping on the glass table. Senior Yi, why should I tell you? Just because of a cup of coffee? Yeezy understood in 7 seconds. She took a contract directly from her handbag. Junior, as long as you have insightful opinions, I won't be stingy with them. This is a special consultant employment contract. Once you sign it, I will accurately assess the value of every problem you solve for me and give you corresponding compensation. Chungshur pouted. Senior, what you're saying is too vague. Giving me $1 million is the same as giving me $1. The price is with you anyway, isn't it? Yizeki smiled and said, I can give you a price first. So, how much are you planning to pay for that question you just asked? How about 100,000? Madam, it is my pleasure to serve you. The person immediately changed their expression, their mouth practically splitting open to the back of their head. Chapter 299. It's exploded. It really exploded. Android. Choose Android without hesitation. As for the reason, let's add each other on QQ, and I'll give you a detailed analysis later and send it to your email.